He awakens a countdown system that unlocks a martial arts achievement system, while others struggle for a few points of chi blood value. He has already completed absurd achievements like kill 3,000 chickens, stacking his chi blood value to a height unimaginable for ordinary people. You think that's it? He can also simulate being killed over and over, turning the experience into his own combat instinct. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, a young chicken slayer is quietly embarking on his path to invincibility. Yi Chen. A stern shout woke Yi Chen from his dream. The middle-aged teacher on the podium was furious, pointing at him and scolding, 5 days of class in a week, and you sleep through 4, and you still want to apply for the martial arts track? With your 25 points, you have the third lowest chi blood value in the entire class. Yi Chen meekly lowered his head, listening to the teacher's lecture and the classmates' snickers, feeling only a wry bitterness. 3 months ago, he woke up and found himself transmigrated into this parallel world where martial arts are everything. Here, the college entrance exam is divided into liberal arts and martial arts, and the martial arts track is the only way out. But a countdown timer had been ticking in his mind for 3 months, preventing him from sleeping at night. Dozing off in class was his only option. After class, the form teacher once again advised students with a chi blood value below 30 to give up on the martial arts track. The 20,000 yuan registration fee would be better spent on some chi blood powder. But Yi Chen still insisted on writing his name on the registration form. He needed money. To gather the registration fee, he even found a part-time job killing chickens at a slaughterhouse. Shengyuan Poultry Slaughterhouse. Yi Chen, drenched in sweat, mechanically repeated the motions. When he finally had enough for the registration fee, the ticking sound that had tortured him for 3 months disappeared. The countdown was over. Damn, it's finally over. Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief. His consciousness sank into his mind. The hourglass on the silver panel was gone, replaced by a new interface, the martial arts achievement system. Achievement points, 0. Enhance, simulate. Achievement 1, Path of Martial Arts. Progress, 25/100 chi blood value. Achievement 2, Novice Chicken Slayer. Progress, 0/3000. Achievement 3, Novice Persuader. Progress, 0/10. A system. Yi Chen was both shocked and overjoyed. He looked at the Chicken Slayer achievement, and his expression turned peculiar. The place he was in now had no shortage of chickens. As night fell, the workers left one by one. In the vast, empty slaughterhouse, only the sound of Yi Chen killing chickens remained, along with the constantly ticking kill count on the panel, 98, 99, 100. Ding! Chicken Slayer Achievement Progress 100/3000 has been reached. Reward, 1 achievement point. Without hesitation, Yi Chen pressed the red enhance button. Instantly, a surge of chi and blood erupted from his bones, spreading throughout his body. After the tingling and scorching sensation passed, he felt a significant increase in his strength. He immediately checked the progress of his Path of Martial Arts. Path of Martial Arts. Current progress, 35/100 chi blood value. His pupils contracted. Just 1 achievement point had increased his chi blood value by a full 10 points, catapulting him from the bottom of the class to an average level. Suppressing his wild joy, he cast a reluctant glance at the factory full of chickens and left the slaughterhouse under the guard's urging. When he returned home, it was late. He opened the door on tiptoe but was still caught by his aunt. "You brat, messing around so late again? I asked your teacher. The school closes right after classes." A feathered duster came swinging at his head. "Mom, he really was training. The gym at our school doesn't close." His younger sister, Zhou Shishir, came out of her room yawning, saving him. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His parents had passed away long ago, and he grew up in his aunt's house. This strict but caring elder was his only kryptonite. Late at night, he accidentally overheard his aunt on a video call with his uncle, who was serving in the Beast Suppression Army. To scrape together money to enroll him in a good martial arts gym, his aunt was planning to use the money saved for his uncle's injury treatment. Delaying the child's future is a big deal. Yi Chen silently returned to his room, clenching his fists. He swore he would become strong on his own, and stop his family from worrying about him. The next day, Yi Chen fought hard again at the slaughterhouse until late at night. Chicken Slayer Progress, 1123/3000. Reward, 5 achievement points. Back home, the first thing he did was open the system. He invested all 5 achievement points into Enhance. This time, the enhancement effects were not as ideal. For 5 achievement points, his chi blood value increased by 6, 9, 5, 7, and 8 respectively, for a total of 35 points. Although still terrifying, the effect was clearly random. His current chi blood value had reached 70 points. He was only 30 points away from the 100 points needed for a first-rank martial artist. He turned his attention to the other button, Simulate. He pressed the button and chose to simulate combat awareness. Instantly, 3 achievement points vanished. Countless realistic battle scenarios flooded his mind. It was as if he personally experienced death time and time again. In bloody battles against beasts and martial artists, his combat instincts were crazily stimulated and honed. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chen's eyes snapped open, filled with a crazed and savage look. Like a cornered, dying beast, he was drenched in sweat, his mouth parched. As he walked out of his room to get water, he bumped into his sister who was up for a midnight snack. "Bro, what's wrong with you? Your eyes are so scary." Zhou Shishir was so frightened she dropped the cucumber she was holding. Yi Chen looked in the mirror and was also startled by his own murderous gaze. He knew that after the simulation, he was no longer just an ordinary student. His combat awareness had leaped from mediocre to mediocre limit. Just then, his aunt's voice came from outside the door. "You brat, your teacher sent a group message. There's a combat test tomorrow. Remember to bring your protective gear." A combat test? A gleam flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Perfect. He also wanted to know, after these 2 days of insane transformation, just how strong he had become. The next day, in the living room. Ding 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 ding. Yi Chen chewed on a yotiao and casually asked, "Aunt, is there someone living upstairs?" "Yes, it's a young girl." Yi Hongfang adjusted the plate. "She's about your age, but judging by her school uniform, she should be from number 1 high school." Number 1 high school? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Number 1 high school is a well-known key school in the city, much stronger than their number 5 high school, with students who have at least 40 vitality points, capable of steadily getting into Wu University. After finishing his meal, Yi Chen went out, and the dinging sound from upstairs also stopped. He casually glanced at the stairway. Just in time, he saw a person dressed in a black trench coat, wearing a hat and mask, wrapping themselves up tightly as they walked out the door. The person in the trench coat seemed to sense his gaze and quickly retreated back inside. Yi Chen was a bit taken aback. Wasn't it said to be a girl around his age? Why did she look like an adult man, and dress so strangely? He didn't think much of it and was about to leave. The door across the hall opened. Sister Shui, with a face full of powder, was walking out with a young boy. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Sister Shui smiled and said, "Xiaoran, are you guys having an exam today?" "Two? Yeah, the whole school is testing." Yi Chen replied. "It's fine, if you don't do well, let our Shuichuan teach you another day. He has 40 vitality points and his combat power is also great." Sister Shui proudly put her arm around the boy's shoulder. At that moment, Aunt Yi Hongfang also came out, hesitating for a moment. "Is this appropriate? It won't delay your Shuichuan's training, will it?" "It's fine, your Xiaoran's vitality points are too low. Just a few pointers from my Shuichuan, and he'll benefit greatly, it won't take much time." Hearing this, although Yi Hongfang felt uncomfortable, she smiled and said, "Sister Shui, then we'll trouble your Shuichuan. I'll make a good meal at noon, let Shuichuan come to our house to eat." Before she could finish her sentence, the boy named Shuichuan had a detached expression, as if he hadn't heard, and said lightly, "Mom, I'm leaving." After saying that, he walked past the 3 of them. He didn't even glance at Yi Hongfang, directly ignoring her and Yi Chen. Faced with this sudden situation, Yi Hongfang was stunned for a moment, then felt a bit awkward. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, just as he was about to say something. Yi Hongfang seemed to have anticipated this, and gave him a light slap on the back of his head. "You brat, don't just stand there. If you're late, remember not to cause trouble at school." She emphasized the last 2 words. Yi Chen felt a bit helpless, muttering an as he went downstairs. In the corridor, he could still hear Sister Shui's nonchalant apology. "Hongfang, don't take it too seriously. My Shuichuan didn't mean it. He's in the top 100 in the whole school, the competition pressure is too great, he's in a hurry to go to school. Your Yi Chen's grades are average, so it doesn't matter." Ningjiang number 5 high school gymnasium. On the big screen, a scene was playing. In the empty combat room, a small, thin boy was fighting against a mechanical puppet. The mechanical puppet was made of a set of alloy skeleton and a square head, incredibly simple, but its strikes were extremely fierce. In just a few moves, it had the small boy gasping for breath. Then, with a punch, the small boy was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Even with protective gear on, the sound of that intense impact was enough to make one's teeth ache. After finishing off his opponent, information appeared on the square head of the mechanical puppet. "Zhou Xiaohua, Sr. Year, Class 7, Vitality Points, 45 Combat Power, 30 Combat Power Deficit, 15 Overall Ranking, 58. Seeing this scene, the students from various classes in the gym had pale faces. Zhou Xiaohua's Vitality Points ranking is in the top 50 in the whole school, and he got taken down so easily. This testing puppet is really abnormal. Who can argue with that? The important thing is that it doesn't hold back, it's really hitting you hard. No, I want to take a leave, teacher, my uncle is here. Damn, how shameless, you can actually say that. Teacher, let me take him, I know. The shortcut to the school infirmary. Listening to the noisy voices of the students, several teachers shook their heads, feeling somewhat helpless. Every time there was a combat power test, not only did the students have headaches, but so did they, as they struggled to approve leave requests. However, there was no other way. To adapt to the college entrance examination, these mechanical puppets were all using models specifically designed for it. The mechanical puppets for the college entrance examination would launch a perfect combat power attack after testing the vitality value, which was equivalent to the vitality value itself. This was naturally nothing for martial artists, but for ordinary students who had little combat experience, their combat power was extremely average. Many couldn't even control their own vitality. Therefore, during each combat power test, hardly any students came out unscathed. I wonder if anyone can achieve perfect combat power this time. One teacher said expectantly, if they can reach perfect combat power now and have a decent vitality value, there's a great chance they can get into a key martial arts university. Difficult. Another teacher shook his head, not optimistic. As they conversed, they occasionally commented on the students displayed on the big screen, but rarely did anyone impress them. Most of the time, they just shook their heads. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the students. Zhang Yuga, look. It's Zhang Yuga. Wow, the top player is making an appearance. Last time, Zhang Yuga only had a combat power difference of 5. I wonder if he can achieve perfect combat power this time. Even if he can't, he's still the best in school. The teachers perked up a bit, focusing intently on the screen. A handsome young man was confronting a mechanical puppet. Zhang Yuga was the top student in the school, with a vitality value of 60, and more importantly, his combat power had reached 55, not far from perfect combat power. And that was from the last practical test. Now, a whole month had passed. It was hard to imagine what level his strength had reached. Class 13. Yi Chen also looked up at the big screen, while his classmates buzzed with discussion, especially the girls, who were the most excited. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhu, cleared his throat. Students, we'll be up soon, so get ready. Okay. A chorus of responses rang out. It seemed that with Zhang Yuga's appearance, the fear of the mechanical puppets had diminished significantly. 3 minutes later. In the combat practice hall on the second floor, many students were waiting, while some walked out with regret or dejection on their faces. There are still quite a few people. Mr. Zhu raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Teacher, there are so many people, it won't be our turn for a while. Can we go out and take a look first? A girl clung to Mr. Zhu's arm, pouting, Teacher, please, just for a bit. Upon hearing this, many other girls gathered around, their expressions full of anticipation. Mr. Zhu sighed, go ahead, but remember to come back quickly, don't delay the test. Don't worry, teacher. Hurry, hurry, we're going to see Zhang Yuga. Handsome guy, here I come. Amidst the cheerful voices, a group of girls left. The remaining boys looked on with envy and jealousy, one of them lamenting, being good-looking is great, this is a world that values looks. That's not necessarily true. Yi Chen is also very handsome, and still, hey, where's Yi Chen? One boy looked around in surprise. He must have gone in to find an available practice room, but testing early means getting hit early. Someone shrugged. Noticing that a student was missing, Mr. Zhu didn't pay much attention. Early testing didn't matter as long as there were results. However, Yi Chen had changed a lot recently, working hard, and other teachers had praised him. This time, he could have a talk with this kid. If this kid's vitality or combat power has improved, with this serious attitude, there might be a slim chance of getting into Wu University. At this moment, Yi Chen was carefully searching in the empty corridor and indeed found a combat room that looked a bit old and had been unused for a while. It seemed there was something wrong with this combat room, as even students passing by didn't go in. I hope it works, I want to finish the test quickly and get back to killing chickens, he murmured, pushing open the door to the combat room. The lighting was dim, and it was empty inside, with a mechanical puppet standing alone in the middle. After checking around, he found the room covered in dust, with cameras and other equipment dull and lifeless. Unclear whether they were broken or turned off. Fortunately, the mechanical puppet was still operational, its parts were a bit aged but not damaged. And it could still function and upload information. Yi Chen felt relieved and activated the puppet. After the puppet's head clicked and turned a few times, it extended its metallic palm, and a silver sampling needle popped out. After collecting blood, the screen on the puppet's square head displayed his vitality information. 50 vitality points. Please enter your name and class information, a mechanical voice sounded. Yi Chen, class 13, senior year. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he slowly stepped back, keeping a vigilant eye on the opposite side. Once he had retreated to a safe distance, the mechanical puppet's eyes lit up with red light. Test begins, time 3 minutes, countdown 2:59. As the voice fell, the mechanical puppet suddenly erupted into action, charging straight at him. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the gymnasium, everyone was watching the big screen, astonished at the handsome young man who gritted his teeth and managed to withstand the mechanical puppet, only taking half a step back. They were all momentarily stunned. Then countless exclamations erupted. He held on. Zhang Yuga can actually contend with the mechanical puppet. Wow, this is ridiculous. There's really someone who can fight this metal lump. Ah, my idol, you're so handsome. Yuga, Yuga. A few teachers were also visibly shaken, exchanging glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. In just a month, Zhang Yuga had made such great progress. And at this moment, on the second floor, inside the combat room, Yi Chen was staring blankly at the mechanical puppet across from him, its square head tilted from the punch he had just thrown. He felt a bit confused. When did this thing become so weak? It couldn't even take one of his moves? Inside the combat room, the mechanical puppet twisted its neck several times before correcting its head. Then, a question mark slowly appeared on its square head. Clearly, it was also stunned. Yi Chen paused for a moment, quickly realizing the mechanical puppet possessed simple intelligence. It was reacting to his recent attack. Looks like the puppet is fine. Yi Chen felt both surprised and delighted. He knew his strength had increased significantly, but he didn't expect it to reach this level. With one punch, he had knocked the puppet's head askew. This was already beyond perfect. Combat power. Crack! The mechanical puppet emitted a sound of mechanisms, its height suddenly increasing, and its entire body turned a deep blue. This was its advanced form. The ordinary form of the mechanical puppet only had perfect combat power. In its advanced form, the combat power would soar significantly. It could also better measure the true combat power of genius students who could fight beyond their level. The mechanical puppet slowly approached. Its nearly 2-meter-tall figure was extremely imposing, and an invisible pressure surged forth. Yi Chen's expression remained calm, showing no signs of fear. Instead, he moved straight towards it. The distance between them was rapidly decreasing. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. At the moment he reached 3 meters, Yi Chen suddenly exerted force, throwing a punch directly at the mechanical puppet's face. The timing of this punch was just right, perfectly coinciding with the moment the mechanical puppet took a step forward, its weight on one foot making it unstable. This sharp observation and choice of timing were lethal. If there were a teacher nearby, their pupils would likely constrict in shock, for this rich combat experience is not inferior to theirs, and may even surpass it. Not everyone has the opportunity to hone their combat skills through numerous brushes with death. Ha! The surging wind from the punch arrived in an instant. This punch almost immediately struck the mechanical puppet's face. Such an attack is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. However, the mechanical puppet, being a high-tech product, has reflexes and sensitivity far beyond that of an average person. It took a step back, leaned its upper body back, and managed to dodge the blow. At the same time, an alloy hand lunged towards Yi Chen's wrist, attempting to restrain him. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, and he quickly retracted his arm, suddenly raising his knee to strike the mechanical puppet's abdomen. This strike was fierce, both brutal and swift. Yet, it was still blocked by the mechanical puppet, which retaliated with a punch as fast as lightning. With a loud bang, Yi Chen staggered, his entire leg numbed from the impact. The mechanical puppet was forced to retreat 3 or 4 steps, nearly losing its balance and falling to the ground. Meanwhile, on its square head, the number in the combat power section rapidly jumped and soon settled at 70. 70 combat power. Yi Chen gasped, astonished by his own strength. It exceeded by a full 20 combat power. This meant that he could now engage with someone who has 70 health points, and he might even win. And this was not even his limit. Go all out. Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly, his spirit and energy merging, his blood flow reaching perfection. And his entire state peaked. The higher the combat awareness, the stronger the control over the body. This is why among people with the same health points, those with higher combat awareness can unleash greater destructive power. The same punch can yield different results, some may be unsteady. and only exert 50% of their strength, while others with proper form can exert a full 100%. There are also those who not only have proper form but can also utilize the strength from other limbs, unleashing 150% of their power. At this moment, the mechanical puppet once again closed in. In the next instant, the two collided again, the sounds of impact echoing continuously in the training room. Yi Chen grew more and more exhilarated as he fought, his blood seemingly igniting, and his offensive became increasingly fierce, fully suppressing the mechanical puppet. Finally, with a resounding crash, he punched through the mechanical puppet's chest, sending the entire puppet crashing heavily to the ground. From the puppet's chest, eerie blue arcs of electricity erupted, its limbs twitching awkwardly, and the square head was filled with garbled text, barely revealing a combat power of 80. The rest was a chaotic mess. It was clear that it had been rendered inoperable. 80 combat power. Yi Chen's heart soared with joy, but then his face turned pale. It's over. This thing costs 300,000 on the market, he couldn't possibly afford to pay for it. Mechanical puppets have a limit to what they can withstand, and this exam puppet could probably endure up to 100 combat power. However, this particular mechanical puppet, likely due to aging, was weaker than a normal one, so its limit was significantly reduced. He had directly destroyed it. 300,000, Yi Chen's scalp tingled, various thoughts flashing through his mind. 300,000 is far too much, he couldn't possibly come up with that amount, not even with his aunt's help, especially since his uncle needed money for medical treatment. Moreover, if this matter got back to them, it would be a small issue if his aunt and uncle blamed him. But given his uncle's character, he would likely take out his own medical funds to repay part of it first. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen gritted his teeth. He would have to take responsibility for the mess he created. But this matter must not be known to his aunt and the others, so he can only leave first and return to make up for the school's losses when he had the money in the future. He had to keep this hidden, otherwise, the school would definitely notify his parents. Although 300,000 is a lot, becoming a martial artist means it can be earned back quickly, and then a brand new puppet can be bought to replace it. The combat room's surveillance is broken, and the mechanical puppets have suffered significant damage, so usually, no one comes in here. The only puppet capable of uploading names and combat power has been destroyed by him, so it definitely won't upload successfully, and no one will notice this place. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a bit guilty but still left quickly. Being poor is the original sin. Once he has money, he'll buy 10 or 8 mechanical puppets and throw them all into this training room, one to fight while the others watch. On the first floor of the gymnasium, the students nervously watched the countdown on the big screen, which was gradually decreasing. 5, 4, 1. As the countdown ended, the mechanical puppet, which was about to attack, suddenly dimmed its eyes and stood still. Seeing this, the handsome boy opposite it let out a breath and sat down on the ground, exhausted. Then the scene on the big screen disappeared, revealing the handsome boy's personal information. Zhang Yuga, Senior Year, 1. Class Vitality, 65 Combat Power, 64 Combat Power Difference, 1 Overall Ranking, 1 with a Combat Power of 64, he was undoubtedly the best in the school. Upon seeing such impressive data, the entire gymnasium erupted. Zhang Yuga, my god. Wow, the male god is invincible, so amazing. Countless girls screamed. The boys also looked at him with admiration. This guy is too fierce, he actually lasted 3 minutes. As expected of the top student, he's evenly matched with the mechanical puppet. My dream has come true. From today on, Zhang Yuga has my recognition, Zhang Chao. Several teachers also wore smiles. Having such a genius in the school was truly a great thing. Achieving perfect combat power now meant he would surely be a top candidate for the college entrance exam. Some teachers even couldn't help but take photos, ready to post them on their social media. However, just as they raised their phones, before they could press the shutter, the ranking on the big screen suddenly changed. Zhang Yuga, who was in first place, was directly pushed to second. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they stared blankly at the new first place on the screen. Yang Rui, Senior Year, 9, Class Vitality, 65 Combat Power, 67 Combat Power Difference, plus 2 Overall Ranking, 1. After a moment of dead silence, the entire gymnasium erupted. Zhang Yuga had actually been surpassed. And this person had exceeded perfect combat power. The students present were shocked into a daze. The teachers were both surprised and delighted. A dark horse, there was actually such a hidden talent in the school, even more outstanding than Zhang Yuga. Quick, call the principal. The grade director was extremely excited. The second top candidate for the martial arts university, their school, Ningjiang No. 5 Middle School, was about to rise. The call was made. The grade director, in his excitement, didn't notice that the big screen shook again. Old Zhang, what's going on? The principal's rough voice came from the other end. Principal Lee, great news, just now during the combat test. Just as the grade director began to speak, he suddenly felt something was off. The entire gymnasium was silent, without a sound. Only his own echo kept reverberating. And beside him, there was the sound of someone swallowing hard, as if someone was struggling to gulp down saliva. The grade director froze for a moment and looked around. He saw all the students staring blankly at the big screen. Their movements were synchronized, with not a single exception. The teachers beside him also looked up, their eyes vacant, their expressions a complex and strange mix of emotions. If one had to describe it, it was as if they had witnessed something absolutely impossible, shocked to the point of losing their ability to think. The grade director instinctively looked up at the big screen. In the next moment, his phone fell to the ground with a thud. Combat power, 80. On the big screen, Zhang Yuga had already been pushed to third place. The newly emerged first place, for some unknown reason, displayed a string of garbled characters for personal information. The only thing clearly visible was that 80 combat power. Yet this mere 80 combat power was eye-catching, even making people feel a bit hesitant to look directly at it. After a while, a teacher spoke with difficulty. Could it be that the mechanical puppet has malfunctioned? It's possible. The grade director suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart and said calmly, "Check which combat room it is, and display it on the big screen." After saying this, a teacher quickly walked to the big screen and began to operate it. After a series of operations, he turned and shouted, "Director, it seems the camera in that combat room is broken. I'll go take a look." "Okay, hurry up and come back." The grade director nervously squeezed his palms. During this time, the students began to discuss frantically. Various doubts and incredulous discussions filled the air, causing the entire gymnasium to buzz. A few minutes later, the big screen flickered. A shaky scene appeared, clearly showing the teacher who had gone to film with a mobile phone. Soon, the scene stopped shaking and clearly presented itself. Inside the empty combat room, a mechanical puppet stood still, with a huge hole in its chest, resembling a fist imprint. In an instant, all sounds ceased. A deathly silence. Everyone present gaped, their expressions dazed. Especially the students, whose worldviews collapsed, groaning in disbelief. It exploded? The iron lump that made me unable to get out of bed for 3 days was actually blown up by someone? Is there anyone who can slap me and tell me this is a dream? Damn, you really slapped me. The grade director's expression was different from the other teacher's shock. He merely swayed slightly, feeling a bit dizzy. Upon careful thought, it might be his high blood pressure acting up, but he remained very calm. "That's right, I'm very calm, very calm." "Oh whoa!" He suddenly howled at the sky, then excitedly shouted, "Find, quickly go to the combat room and locate this student." At this moment, just as Yi Chen was anxiously leaving the gym after dealing with teacher Zhu, he heard the wolf-like howl from behind. He couldn't help but freeze. When did the school start raising Tibetan mastiffs? He scratched his head, somewhat confused, but still hurriedly left. Next, it was time to kill chickens again. After fighting until dark, Yi Chen looked at the skyrocketing number of chickens killed and left the slaughterhouse feeling satisfied. Back home, he was proudly showing off his meal. Creak, the sound of a door opening came from the opposite side, along with Sister Shue's puzzled voice. "Son, why are you back so late today?" "Don't mention it." Shui Chuan's somewhat helpless voice sounded. "There was a freak at school today who blew up a mechanical puppet. Even the principal was alarmed, directly halting the tests, and the whole school is mobilized to find that student." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen spat out the food in his mouth. Yi Hongfeng, who was tidying up the table, shot him a glare. "You little brat, eat properly." Next to her, Zhou Shishir exclaimed in shock, "Bro, is that true? Blowing up a mechanical puppet? Isn't that something only a martial artist can damage?" Although Yi Hongfang didn't quite understand, hearing the term martial artist also made her exclaim in surprise, "You little brat, is it true? Has your school added another martial artist teacher?" "Mom, it's not a teacher, it's a student," Zhou Shishir corrected. "Student? What's wrong with being a student?" Yi Hongfang's expression suddenly stiffened, and she said in confusion, "Student, martial artist?" From the opposite side, Sister Shue's scream could also be heard. "You broke the mechanical puppet, and your school has a martial artist student now?" "No, it's not a martial artist." Zhou Chuan's voice carried a hint of envy. "I heard from the teachers that he seems to be a genius with 60 vitality points and 80 combat power. My goodness, that's 20 combat power above average." Shuejie's sharp voice was filled with shock as she repeatedly asked, son, do you know this genius student? With someone that impressive, you should let them teach you a thing or two." Upon hearing this, Yi Hongfang also looked at Yi Chen. "You little rascal, do you know who this genius student is?" She was just casually asking, and when she saw no response, she didn't press further. She simply patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. "All right, stop envying others. Just focus on your own training. No matter what achievements you make, as long as you put in the effort, that's what matters. MHM. Yi Chen mumbled in response, continuing to lower his head and eat voraciously. He didn't dare to look up. Yi Hongfang knew him too well, she could tell when he was lying just by looking at his expression. At the same time, he felt a bit helpless, he needed to become a martial artist quickly and find a way to make money. It was indeed tough without money. Yi Hongfang turned to leave, continuing to tidy up the living room, humming a tune as she worked, her expression cheerful. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen, with the intention of gathering information, casually opened the class group chat. Sure enough, everyone was discussing this matter. Fortunately, due to the mechanical puppet's destruction, the data hadn't been fully uploaded, which meant they still hadn't figured out who had destroyed the puppet. He breathed a sigh of relief. He noted down the matter of compensating for the school's puppet and continued eating. However, in the following days, this incident still dominated the headlines of the entire school, and even other schools were discussing it, briefly topping the trending searches in Ningjiang City High School. For instance, the principal of Ningjiang No. 5 High School, after failing to find the genius student, even sat beside the scrapped mechanical puppet to chat with it. He wanted to appeal to its emotions and reason with it, hoping to persuade the puppet to reveal the identity of the genius student. Unfortunately, the puppet's heart was as cold as ice. Additionally, the school offered a reward of 100,000 in scholarship, and the principal personally added another 100,000, totaling 200,000, hoping that the genius student would come forward voluntarily. Yi Chen admitted that he had been tempted and almost turned himself in. But thinking about the 300,000 for the mechanical puppet, he restrained his impulse. One could only say that the principal was indeed a crafty old fox, always setting traps. Dinner. Brother, have you grown taller? Zhou Shishir looked at Yi Chen across the table with suspicion. I remember you weren't this tall a while ago? Really? A few days had passed, and Yi Chen was in a good mood, letting out a satisfied burp. Aunt, another bowl, please. You little rascal, are you a pig? You eat so much. Aunt Yi Hongfang was puzzled as she got up. She wasn't sure if this little rascal had grown taller in the past few days, but he could certainly eat. They were running out of rice. However, she heard that being able to eat a lot was a good sign, indicating an increase in vitality points. You little rascal, eating so much, make sure to train hard. I don't ask you to be amazing, just don't be worse than the kid next door, every day bragging about her son's 40 vitality points. It's so annoying. Yi Hongfang patted Yi Chen's shoulder firmly. I have high hopes for you, work hard to surpass him. Mom, stop dreaming. 40 vitality points are really hard to achieve. Zhou Shishir chimed in, smacking her lips. Is it really that high? Of course it is. 40 vitality points would put you in the top 100 in our school. Then let's lower the expectations a bit. Yi Chen let out a long burp. I'm full now, I'm going back to train. Zhou Shishir watched his back and muttered to herself. He really has grown taller, he looks even more handsome now. It's a pity that this good-looking face is wasted on a useless older brother. Yi Chen had already reached the door when he heard this, and he couldn't help but be confused. So he turned back to the living room and gave Zhou Shishir a light smack on the head. It's important to educate unruly kids early. Back in his room, he looked at himself in the mirror. Tall and slender, with handsome and upright features, he resembled the dawn, his pair of pitch-black, bright eyes like morning stars. His entire demeanor was graceful, brimming with vitality. The contrast to his previous state of decay and fatigue was stark. He had always been good-looking, but long-term insomnia had taken a toll on his mental state, making him appear rather dispirited. After resting well these past few days, coupled with a significant boost in his vitality, his body was recovering quickly. Glancing at the living room, Yi Chen pondered. There was no rush to tell his aunt about the increase in vitality. Given her personality, she probably wouldn't believe it. Anyway, what his aunt trusted more was the monthly exam report card. There was no helping it, this was a common trait among parents. As for his aunt finding him a martial arts school, he could always refuse later, there was no hurry. What needed to be addressed now was the martial arts registration fee. In another week, the registration fee will be due. Yi Chen thought to himself. Previously, he hadn't dared to dream, but now that he had experienced the power of the achievement system, he had some ideas. Becoming a martial artist would earn him a reward of 50,000 yuan. He was only 17, well below the 20-year requirement of the Martial Artist Association. Although his vitality was only 50, which was quite lacking, as long as he completed the third-tier achievement of the Chicken Slayer, earning those 10 achievement points would be enough. With that thought, Yi Chen couldn't help but look at the achievement panel. Chicken Slayer, progress. 2888/3000, number of kills reached 3000, reward 10 achievement points, physique enhancement 1 stat. He was just over 100 chickens away from completing the achievement. He could finish it tomorrow. Physique enhancement? Yi Chen felt a flicker of curiosity and a hint of anticipation. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a video call from Zhang Fan. Yi Chen answered. Rangu, tomorrow is Sunday, do you have any plans? Zhang Fan asked excitedly. Killing chickens. Zhang Fan replied helplessly, Rangu, I really don't understand why you're so obsessed with killing chickens. I've already said I'd cover your martial arts registration fee, yet you still go to the slaughterhouse every day. Killing chickens doesn't improve your strength. Killing chickens is my job, Yi Chen stated earnestly. Forget it, I know I can't persuade you, but tomorrow is Saturday. There's plenty of time, let's go to the Thunder Martial Arts School together. What for? Yi Chen asked in surprise. There's an event at the Thunder Martial Arts School tomorrow. They say there are free martial arts techniques to learn. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled. Martial arts techniques? Yi Chen's heart jolted. Martial arts techniques utilized vitality and were extremely precious, even the lowest level techniques cost several thousand, which most people couldn't afford. He had only heard of them and had never seen one in person, let alone obtained one. What time tomorrow? He asked, his gaze serious. Around 9 in the morning, I'll come to find you then. After hanging up, Yi Chen watched a few videos of martial artists in battle before turning off the lights and going to sleep. The next day, as soon as Yi Chen stepped out of his house, footsteps echoed from upstairs. A girl with a short ponytail came down. The girl was slender, her skin as white as snow, with delicate features and a pair of pitch-black eyes that resembled deep springs, exuding a hint of tranquility. Although she wore a very ordinary school uniform, she was still extremely eye-catching. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. This girl was the most beautiful he had seen so far, surpassing the school beauty of their school. The uniform from number 1 high school, she must be the girl my aunt mentioned who just moved here? He watched the girl's departing figure, lost in thought. Downstairs, Zhang Fan was already there. The Thunder Martial Arts School was in the city center, and the two of them took the bus. On the bus, the news broadcast began. As of this morning, Master Hong Yang has killed all 6 Beast Kings in Qingshui City. The spread of the wilderness in Qingshui City has been halted, but 3/4 of the entire city has already been occupied by the wilderness. Master Hong Yang, truly a master, he's amazing, killing all the Beast Kings in Qingshui City in just 3 days, Zhang Fan marveled. Yi Chen's gaze was intense as he watched the figure of an old man standing amidst the ruins on the television screen. Every Grand Master was a crucial asset to the nation, not to be easily mobilized, yet unexpectedly, a figure had appeared in the wasteland of Qingshui City. Upon seeing Grand Master Hong Yang, the passengers in the car ceased their conversations, their expressions filled with reverence. Even the few boisterous elementary school students quieted down, not daring to breathe loudly. There was even a middle-aged man, seemingly a veteran, who solemnly saluted Grand Master Hong Yang. Every Grand Master deserved the highest respect. After the news segment ended, other news stories followed, but this time, they were not good. Another city had fallen into a wasteland illusion. Moreover, this city, like Qingshui City, was very close to Ningjiang City. From the map, it seemed to subtly trap Ningjiang City in between. Yi Chen's mood suddenly grew heavy. Based on past occurrences, once this city turned into a wasteland, the next one would likely be Ningjiang City. Become stronger, he murmured to himself, feeling the urgency once again. In this era where crises could erupt at any moment, only the strong could grasp their own fate and protect their fellow citizens. Thunderous Martial Arts Hall. The hall was located in the city center and was one of the 3 most famous martial arts halls in Ningjiang City, rumored to be run by a powerful martial artist. Martial artists ranged from levels 1 to 3, martial masters from levels 4 to 6, and grand masters were level 7 strong. The hall was bustling with people, mostly young boys and girls, students from various schools. Yi Chen and Zhang Fan made their way inside. Along the way, many girls frequently glanced over, staring intently at Yi Chen and whispering to their companions. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Really handsome, so sunny and clean, I love this type. Is there a sister? Bold enough to ask for his contact information. Yi Chen touched his nose. Ever since he returned to a normal routine, his vitality had increased, and he felt that his appearance was indeed more outstanding than before. But he didn't expect to be so popular. Of course, it might also be related to his aura. After his combat awareness surged, his spirit was highly concentrated, giving him an invisible presence. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have attracted the attention in favor of a total of 500 members of the opposite sex, achieving a hidden achievement, with an astonishing rate of turning heads, rewarding you with 5 achievement points and an increase in charm. Hidden achievement? Yi Chen was taken aback, then joy flooded in. There was actually a hidden achievement, along with a reward of achievement points. He felt delighted, even if he couldn't learn free martial arts techniques. This trip to the martial arts hall was not in vain. As for the increase in charm, he didn't pay much attention. Strength was the most important. However, he clearly felt that the number of gazes directed at him had increased significantly in an instant, including quite a few from men. The girls were fine, but the 10 or so eager looks from boys made Yi Chen's skin crawl, and he quickly quickened his pace with Zhang Fan. Soon, they arrived at the main hall. Inside, many martial arts students were practicing under the guidance of instructors, while some ordinary students waited nearby, clearly there to learn martial arts techniques as well. The two entered the crowd to wait. After about 10 minutes, the students took a break. A middle-aged instructor approached, looking at everyone with a smile and said, "You all came to our thunderous martial arts hall to learn martial arts, right?" "Yes, may I ask, instructor, is it true that thunderous martial arts hall teaches us martial arts for free?" a young boy asked. His question echoed the curiosity of others, and everyone turned to listen intently. "That's right, this is an event held by our martial arts hall. The first 100 people to arrive today can learn the D-level martial technique, Thunder Fist, for free." Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with excitement. Although D-level martial techniques were the lowest tier, they still cost nearly 100,000 to purchase. The middle-aged instructor looked at the murmuring crowd and continued, "Not only that, but today, the top 3 performers in martial arts will also receive rewards. The first place will receive a leg of a first-level exotic beast, the White Shadow Wolf. The second place will receive a chi and blood powder worth 10,000 yuan, and the third place will receive 5,000 cash." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. "My goodness, there's even exotic beast flesh. The White Shadow Wolf is said to be one of the top first-level exotic beasts. Its flesh contains a high level of energy. I really didn't come here for nothing. This is a huge profit." Yi Chen's eyes also lit up. Whether it was cash or exotic beast flesh, both were things he needed. Consuming exotic beast flesh could effectively enhance his chi and blood, and besides using it himself, he could also bring some home for sure. However, he remained clear-headed. He looked at the middle-aged instructor and politely asked, "Instructor, there must be something we need to do, right? There's no free lunch in the sky. Even if the Thunder Martial Arts School is great, it's impossible for them to give so much without any ulterior motive." Upon hearing this, the others also came to their senses. The middle-aged instructor glanced appreciatively at Yi Chen and smiled. "Indeed, it's very simple. Just share a post in your friend circle to help promote it. Additionally, there's one more condition. The martial arts technique will only be taught 3 times. How much you can remember depends on your comprehension." Yi Chen's heart stirred. Sharing a promotional post in the friend circle was quite normal. However, the fact that the technique would only be taught 3 times seemed problematic. 3 times? I have a good memory. I can learn it in one go. 3 times is excessive. Exactly. I thought it would be some harsh condition. This is too easy. If it were about chi and blood value, I might hesitate, but when it comes to comprehension, I, Yang Dong, have never backed down from anyone. Many people patted their chests, confident in themselves. The middle-aged instructor revealed a meaningful smile and said, "Since everyone is ready, let's begin now. Su, Xin, Yang Ken, Zhou, you 3 come over." As soon as he finished speaking, a girl and 2 boys, 3 martial arts students, walked over. The moment the 3 stepped forward, everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on the girl at the front. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. This girl was actually the one he had encountered that morning. A student from the first high school living upstairs. However, she had now changed into a neat martial arts student uniform. The black outfit accentuated her tall figure, and her skin appeared even fairer, looking both spirited and beautiful from a distance. "Wow, Rango, what a beautiful girl." Even Zhang Fan, a straightforward guy, was taken aback. "These 3 are the elite students of our martial arts school, all with a chi and blood value of 60, and their combat power has reached perfection." The middle-aged instructor's words immediately shocked everyone. A chi and blood value of 60 means they are among the best students in any school, and 99% of the people present couldn't compare. The middle-aged instructor continued, "Next, these 3 will be your temporary teachers, responsible for teaching you the Thunder Fist. Everyone, pay close attention and learn well. After 2 hours, there will be a competition to select the top 3 performers." With that, the middle-aged instructor left. The 3 martial arts students then divided the attendees into 3 groups, each taking 1 group. Yi Chen and Zhang Fan followed the girl named Su Qin. The first round begins. Su Qin's voice was cool and clear. After speaking, she immediately started demonstrating, explaining the flow of chi and blood as she practiced. Her pleasant voice, combined with her graceful movements, resembled a beautiful painting, leaving many boys in a daze. Soon it was the second round. The third round. It ended quickly, in less than 5 minutes. All 3 rounds of the Thunder Fist had been completed. I'm done, you can practice on your own now. Suchin's expression was calm as she stopped her movements and stepped aside. Upon hearing this, many finally came back to their senses, looking utterly bewildered. Is it over? Damn, it's finished. I was too busy watching the senior sister and didn't see it clearly even once. Me too. Is there anyone who saw it clearly? Teach us. The crowd lamented. Zheng Fan also looked at Yi Chen with a bitter expression. Rangu, how about you? Did you remember? I remembered, but it's a bit difficult. Yi Chen frowned and said, it's very difficult. Just remembering the movements isn't enough, what's important is the blood and chi operation trajectory of the martial arts. After saying that, he mimicked Suchin's movements and practiced once. Although his movements were standard, they lacked spirit. After finishing, Yi Chen himself felt a bit shaken. Martial arts were indeed hard to learn. His control over blood and chi could be said to far exceed everyone present, but he still found it difficult to control this thunderous fist. At this moment, others began to imitate him, following his movements to practice. However, soon they all looked like wilted eggplants. It was hard, too hard. Just getting the standard movements right made them feel like they would need a long time to learn, let alone mastering the blood and chi operation trajectory. Suchin's expression remained calm and unruffled. Even she took 3 days to get started with the thunderous fist and then practiced diligently for 3 months to reach the current level of 5 thunderous booms. These people thought they could learn it in 3 tries, they were being overly optimistic. However, she glanced at a handsome young man who was pondering in place, a hint of something unusual flashing in his clear eyes. This boy named Yi Chen had quite a high talent. He learned the movements after just one look and had already begun to study the blood and chi operation trajectory of the thunderous fist. Unfortunately, without a teacher's guidance, no matter how high his talent was, it was impossible to learn it in such a short time. At this moment, someone indignantly said, only 3 demonstrations? Even a deity couldn't learn it, they clearly don't want to teach us. Exactly, what free martial arts? It's all a scam. I'm out, not wasting time anymore. The crowd complained and prepared to leave, forgetting how confident they had just been. Seeing this, the middle-aged instructor walked over with a smile. Everyone, don't rush to leave. There are still nearly 2 hours until the competition starts. Practice a bit more, you might just learn it. It's too difficult. Don't say 2 hours, even 2 more days would be tough. Someone vented, this is even harder than math. I might as well go back and study math, it wouldn't be so demoralizing. Others nodded in agreement. The middle-aged instructor smiled, if you leave now, you'll be giving up the rewards. Hearing this, the crowd felt a bit reluctant but still helplessly said, Instructor, it's just too difficult. If only you could teach us a few more times. Teaching a few more times isn't impossible. The middle-aged instructor said slowly, as long as you become a student of our martial arts school, you can enjoy one-on-one teaching. At the same time, the instructor will personally impart the details and tricks of the thunderous fist, and in 2 hours, you will definitely make some progress. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they erupted in protest. Deception, this was blatant deception, a bait and switch. Yi Chen was also taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless. Goodness, he wondered how there could be free martial arts instruction. It turned out there was a catch. The student fees at the thunderous martial arts school were quite high. With so many people, as long as 5 signed up and paid to become students, the school would break even on this event. After that, every new student they recruited would be pure profit, and they could also use them for promotion. It was truly a win-win situation. Become a student? The student fees are so expensive, I could buy half a martial art for that. Someone couldn't help but shout. Exactly, this is too much of a scam, I would never pay, another chubby boy shouted as well. The middle-aged instructor remained unfazed, still speaking slowly. That's true, but as long as you become a student of our martial arts school, you will at least have 3 martial arts to learn in the future, including 1 C-level martial art. Let's not talk about martial arts skills for now, nor the other benefits of joining the martial arts school. Just look at this thunderous fist competition. As long as you have high comprehension, after 2 hours of one-on-one instruction, securing a top 3 in the thunderous fist is a piece of cake. The middle-aged instructor looked at everyone and smiled. Think about it carefully, getting first place means a beast leg from a white shadow wolf, which is worth far more than several thousand. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. Although it felt somewhat like a scam, it was hard to deny its value. Fortunately, he had no money, and he comforted himself that without money, he wouldn't be scammed. He still had his own ways. Everyone, don't believe it. Think calmly. At this moment, the chubby boy who had just spoken stood up again, declaring with righteous indignation. The middle-aged instructor frowned slightly, about to say something. The chubby boy suddenly dashed over. Instructor, I've made up my mind. I want to recharge and become a student of the martial arts school. Please arrange one-on-one instruction for me first. They aren't in a hurry. Damn. The others were taken aback. The middle-aged instructor's mouth twitched slightly. With someone taking the lead, soon others rushed forward, enthusiastically signing up. In the end, only a few did not register. Yi Chen and Zhang Fan were among them. Zhang Fan had recently enrolled in another martial arts school, so although he was envious, he had no choice. Yi Chen simply had more resolve. It wasn't that he had no money, but he was more composed and steady. After signing up, everyone was all smiles. 2 hours, it seems I've got first place locked down this time. Oomph, we're from the same school, I know your skills well. With me around, you have no chance. TCH, a bunch of country bumpkins, soon you'll know what a genius is. The registrants regained their confidence. Zhang Fan listened to the discussions inside, sigh, looks like today was a wasted trip. The chubby boy glanced at Yi Chen and said in surprise, bro, you're not signing up? I feel like your practice just now was better than ours. You have a great chance of getting first if you register. Yi Chen shook his head. The chubby boy muttered something and followed the middle-aged instructor away. Su Qin also left, glancing back at Yi Chen, who was still deep in thought, and paused before saying, you have great talent. If you have an instructor's guidance, you'll learn quickly. Thank you, but I've decided to cultivate on my own. Yi Chen smiled. Su Qin shook her head. Martial arts are different from others. Talent alone isn't enough. An instructor's guidance can save you a lot of detours. It's fine, I believe that as long as I persist and work hard, I will definitely reap rewards. Yi Chen was full of confidence. Persist and work hard? Su Qin's expression was strange. If that were useful, there wouldn't be so few strong people in the world. She stopped persuading him and left. Yi Chen watched the group following the instructor, leaving in high spirits. He earnestly continued to ponder the thunderous fist. He believed that hard work pays off. As long as he persisted and put in effort, he would surely gain something. System, simulate. Yi Chen pressed the simulation button, and at that moment, in addition to combat awareness and the two-element body refinement technique, a new skill appeared, Thunderous Fist. Thunderous Fist, not yet initiated, proficiency 0/100. Yi Chen did not hesitate and pressed confirm. Instantly, the only 5 achievement points he had began to rapidly deplete. At the same time, he once again entered the incredibly realistic illusion that had appeared when he initially enhanced his combat awareness. However, the simulation of martial arts was far less brutal than that of combat awareness. There were no opponents trying to kill him to forcibly increase his experience. Instead, many of his own phantoms suddenly appeared before him. These phantoms were performing the Thunderous Fist, and with each move, Yi Chen could feel his understanding of the Thunderous Fist deepening. 2 hours passed in a flash. Soon, the group that had followed the middle-aged instructor returned to the main hall. The other 2 students, along with the 2 groups they had previously led, numbered around 70 or 80 people. Each of them was brimming with excitement, clearly having gained quite a bit. I'm definitely going to claim that White Shadow Wolf Beast Leg, a young boy declared arrogantly, scanning the crowd. Wang Hon, you are indeed impressive in terms of vitality, but martial skills rely on comprehension, another boy replied coolly. Heh, you guys are so great, already reserving the top 3, someone in the crowd remarked sarcastically. Others quickly retorted, clearly unwilling to back down. The chubby boy from earlier swayed to the side. He loved this kind of situation, where everyone was fighting tooth and nail, unable to determine a winner. When he made his move, it would be easy for him to stun this group of guys. You don't know that I've actually practiced a martial art, right? After training in this Thunderous Fist and mastering the techniques, my progress has been rapid, the chubby boy mumbled, filled with confidence. Suddenly, he spotted Yi Chen, who was nearby with his eyes closed, and Zhang Fan, who was yawning out of boredom and was a bit surprised. Bro, you 2 haven't left yet? No, we'll leave later, Zhang Fan replied curiously. Dude, how's your training going? Have you learned it? Not just learned it, I can almost unleash a thunderous strike. The chubby boy was about to boast, but suddenly his eyes darted, and he said with a pained expression, no, I'm really slow at this, sigh, wasted my money, didn't learn anything. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan comforted him a bit, also lamenting the difficulty of mastering martial skills. Listening to Zhang Fan, the chubby boy appeared disappointed on the surface, but inside he was already overjoyed. He could even envision the stunned expression on that foolish boy's face after he made his move. At that moment, the competition began, and in addition to the middle-aged instructor, there were now a man and a woman as judges. There were a total of 3 judges. The competitors took turns demonstrating the Thunderous Fist. Some students from the Thunderous Martial Arts School also gathered to watch, and gradually more and more people arrived, forming layers of spectators. The first participant, though a bit nervous, managed to perform well. Then came the second, the third. One by one, the competitors showcased their results from practicing the thunderous fist. Unfortunately, the three judges kept shaking their heads, clearly unimpressed. Finally, a young boy demonstrated the thunderous fist, and both his posture and the flow of his vitality were quite standard, indicating he had truly learned it. He was also the only one to have done so thus far. With someone setting the precedent, the next participants seemed to have good comprehension, and their demonstrations of the thunderous fist were all up to standard. A few even seemed on the verge of unleashing a thunderous strike. As it appeared everyone was about to take their turn, the chubby boy clasped his hands behind his back and moved leisurely. Steady. If everyone was at this level, he was certain he would take first place this time. At that moment, a proud-looking young boy approached. He disdainfully glanced at everyone, then threw a punch. Boom! A sound like thunder suddenly erupted. Everyone present was stunned. A thunderous strike. The thunderous fist had been mastered. The enigmatic smile on the chubby boy's face instantly froze. Others were equally shocked. He mastered it. How is that possible? A martial skill mastered in just 2 hours. Martial skills are divided into 4 levels: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Even for the lowest D-level martial skill, being able to master it in 2 hours with guidance is an extraordinary feat. Not bad, Wang Hong, right? Have you practiced any other fist-type martial skills? The middle-aged instructor asked with a smile. At this moment, the proud young boy's arrogance had diminished significantly, and he politely replied, reporting to the instructor, "My father taught me a C-level fist technique." No wonder, the middle-aged instructor nodded. Although the martial arts techniques are not interchangeable, having practiced similar techniques still allows one to gain quite a bit of experience. However, even so, Wang Hong is indeed a rare genius. The three instructors looked at each other with admiration and smiled. All right. You can wait over there for now. Seeing this, the crowd sighed inwardly. It seemed that Wang Hong was basically guaranteed to take first place, but then again, the entry-level Thunder Fist truly surpassed them by a lot. Is there anyone else who wants to come up? If not, we 3 will rank the scores. The middle-aged instructor scanned the room. Everyone couldn't help but step back, remaining silent. Noticing this, the middle-aged instructor nodded slightly and said, "In that case, I announce that the first place is Wang." Wait a minute. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse voice interrupted the announcement. The chubby boy sighed and walked towards the 3 judges. He had originally planned to go last and secure first place with an absolute advantage, shocking everyone. But unexpectedly, there was someone even more ruthless than him, who had mastered a thunder fist. However, it was fine if he couldn't be first, being second and getting a blood chi powder would still be acceptable. Oh! The chubby boy suddenly realized that the "wait a minute" just now wasn't his voice. It wasn't me, it was the chubby boy turned around and saw a handsome young man standing up unsteadily. He seemed to have just woken up, looking a bit dazed. He walked unsteadily, drenched in sweat, as if he had been dehydrated from sleeping too long, and his voice was extremely hoarse. "Wait, I want to compete too," Yi Chen said, throwing a punch, which was precisely the starting stance of the Thunder Fist. "You want to compete too?" The middle-aged instructor frowned slightly. It wasn't that it couldn't be done, but without the instructor's guidance on the techniques, how could he possibly compete with others just by practicing on his own? The crowd began to murmur. Someone said, "Is this guy still asleep? What a joke! Can he really compete? Is he going to be better than a Thunder Fist?" Boom! With a deep sound resembling thunder, the speaker's expression froze instantly. The previously murmuring crowd fell into dead silence. The middle-aged instructor suddenly stood up, staring intently at Yi Chen, his heart surging with waves of shock. Thunder Fist entry level. Without any guidance from the instructors, he had managed to practice the Thunder Fist to the entry level after just watching it 3 times, and it only took him 2 hours. He remembered that under the same conditions, the shortest time before was the new record was Su Qin. Su Qin, how long did it take you to reach entry level on your own last time? The middle-aged instructor asked in a deep voice. 3 days. Su Qin's fair and delicate face was also filled with shock. The difference between practicing the Thunder Fist on one's own and under the instructor's guidance was like heaven and earth. Even though she was praised by the instructors as the most perceptive person in the entire martial arts school, it took her a full 3 days, while this young man in front of her had only taken 2 hours. At that moment, 2 more deep thunderous sounds rang out. 3 thunders of the Thunder Fist. The other 2 instructors also stood up abruptly, their eyes fixed on Yi Chen. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. 3 thunders, this guy must be cheating. The Thunder Fist only has 9 thunders at full mastery, and he managed to practice 3 in 2 hours? 3 thunders, my heavens, I must be hearing things. Impossible, there must be something wrong. The boy named Wang Hong's face turned ugly. Is he one of your martial arts school students? I see your school just doesn't want to give the first prize to us outsiders. Upon hearing this, others also looked doubtful. However, before the 3 instructors could explain, boom, 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 4 more thunderous sounds erupted, adding to the previous 3 that made a total of 7 sounds, with no more than 3 seconds of pause in between. This was the 7 thunders of the Thunder Fist. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yi Chen shook his head, finally waking up. Every time he performed the simulation, it drained a lot of his energy, leaving his mind in a daze. Needing a moment to recover, he moved his body and then threw another punch. Boom, boom, boom. This time, 7 crisp thunderclaps rang out. In quick succession, clean and decisive, without any hesitation. The connections were incredibly perfect, even giving a faint sense of overlap. This indicated that the realm of 7 thunderclaps was extremely proficient, infinitely close to the 8th clap. Bang! The 3 instructors plopped back onto their chairs, slumping in place, utterly exhausted. The realm of 7 thunderclaps, infinitely close to the 8th clap of the Thunder Fist, appeared on a young boy. If they weren't dreaming, they hadn't yet woken up. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You martial arts school are just deliberately refusing to reward me. Wang Hong gritted his teeth, fuming. Do you think he is a student of our martial arts school? The middle-aged instructor suppressed the tremor in his voice and said slowly, the Thunder Fist becomes increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progresses. My realm is the 6th clap of the Thunder Fist. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong was left speechless. The others also stared in shock at the handsome young boy in the arena. His martial arts realm had actually surpassed that of the instructors. At this moment, no words could describe the shock in their hearts. The middle-aged instructor looked at Yi Chen, took a deep breath, and said, you must have immersed yourself in the Thunder Fist for many years, right? Yi Chen was about to answer truthfully, but seeing the horrified expressions of those around him, his heart stirred. He nodded slightly and said, I did practice it before, I have some foundation. Seeing this, the middle-aged instructor finally relaxed, but still looked shaken. No matter what, to reach such a high level of mastery in a martial art at this age was absolutely genius, a true prodigy. Yi Chen glanced around and noticed more and more people gathering, frowning slightly. He said, can I receive the first prize now? I have other matters to attend to. Yes, absolutely, the middle-aged instructor replied, taking out a yellow handbag and eagerly patting Yi Chen's shoulder. Do you have time tomorrow? If so, come to our martial arts school, I want to talk to you. Don't worry, it will definitely be beneficial for you, and if you need any help, you can tell me. Okay. Yi Chen replied perfunctorily, taking the yellow bag. His eyes immediately lit up. It was quite heavy, a small bag, yet remarkably weighty, something an average person with 20 vitality points might struggle to lift. He bid farewell to the middle-aged instructor and turned to call Zhang Fan to leave. But he saw 2 statues. Zhang Fan and a chubby boy, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside, staring at him motionless, as if petrified. Especially the chubby boy, in the depths of his confused eyes, there seemed to be a hint of sadness. I feel so sad, it should have been me showing off. What happened? Yi Chen left the martial arts school without noticing. Someone was watching him closely. Su Qin's clear, beautiful eyes were filled with confusion as she stared blankly at Yi Chen's departing figure. She could guarantee that the boy was definitely practicing the Thunder Fist for the first time. But to reach the realm of mastery in just 2 hours of first practice, such terrifying comprehension was simply beyond imagination. After leaving the martial arts school for a long time, Zhang Fan, still in disbelief, couldn't accept that Yi Chen's comprehension was so strong. He learned a martial art in just 2 hours. If he weren't so familiar with Yi Chen, he would have doubted whether Yi Chen had been possessed. However, he didn't have time to doubt for long, as he happily went home, holding a small piece of beast leg that Yi Chen had given him. At home, Yi Chen looked at the remaining white shadow wolf beast leg, his nostrils slightly flaring. It smelled delicious. The beast leg had already been processed, golden and flaky, with an enticing aroma. He took a small bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with an excellent texture, and he felt a wave of fullness and warmth wash over him. Such a small piece of beast meat actually made him feel almost full. It was evident how high the energy contained within was. Indeed, the flesh of a top-tier first-level demon beast like the white shadow wolf is remarkable. Yi Chen put away the remaining beast leg, planning to save it for Zhou Shishir. This girl had just entered high school, and it was the perfect time for her to boost her vitality. Although the beast leg was also useful for him, its enhancement effect was not as good as a single achievement point, so it was better not to waste it. Then, Yi-Chen checked the system panel. Achievement points, 0, Thunderstrike Fist, Great Accomplishment, Proficiency. 86/100. He had just received 5 achievement points, which he had used up entirely, but the improvement in Thunderstrike Fist was significant. He only needed 14 more proficiency points to reach the perfect realm of 9 thunderclaps. For a boy his age to possess a perfected martial skill, even if it was a D-grade skill, would be quite astonishing if it got out. My current combat power should increase after using Thunderstrike Fist, Yi-Chen thought with some anticipation. He pondered for a moment, then left home and headed to the nearby martial arts training room. After spending a painful 300 yuan, Yi-Chen finally entered the training room, a special chamber made of alloy. On both sides of the room were various exercise equipment, along with a vitality chamber. In the center stood a mechanical puppet. The mechanical puppet was entirely green, relatively small, and not as large as the school's puppets. Yi-Chen activated the puppet, and immediately, its eyes lit up with red light, accompanied by beeping sounds warning him to retreat to a safe distance. After slowly retreating to a safe zone, Yi-Chen held his breath and focused, his spirit highly concentrated. In the next moment, the green mechanical puppet suddenly charged at him, closing the distance in an instant. Yi-Chen's gaze sharpened, and he threw a punch. Thunderstrike Fist. Boom! 7 low rumbles echoed in succession. This punch was like a thunderclap crashing down on the mechanical puppet. The puppet was immediately knocked back several steps, and a number appeared on the display screen. Combat power, 88. Yi-Chen's eyes brightened. A combat power of 88 brought him closer to becoming a martial artist. He suppressed his joy and continued to spar with the mechanical puppet. Soon, half an hour passed. Reluctantly, Yi-Chen withdrew and left the training room. 300 yuan only bought him half an hour of training. Indeed, being a martial artist was the most expensive profession in this era. Back home. Lunch. Yi-Chen took out the beast leg of the white shadow wolf, leaving Yi Hongfang and Zhou Shishir stunned. The flesh of exotic beasts was very precious, especially that of the white shadow wolf, which was often priceless and hard to come by, even with money. After explaining for a long time, the two finally believed that Yi-Chen had obtained it through legal means. Brother, I didn't expect your martial arts talent to be so high, Zhou Shishir said, happily eating the exotic beast meat. Of course, my nephew definitely takes after me. It's normal to have good talent, Yi Hongfang said proudly, adding a piece of meat to Yi-Chen's plate. Enjoy it. Strive to increase your vitality. By the way, you little rascal, I checked out 3 good martial arts schools today: Thunderous Martial Arts School, Red Moon Martial Arts School, and Blue Dream Martial Arts School. Which of these 3 schools do you like? I can enroll you. The college entrance exam is in 5 months. If your vitality doesn't increase, you won't even be able to get into a junior college. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen was about to refuse. Zhou Shishir asked in surprise, Mom, is there still money at home? Didn't Dad's medical expenses this month still need to be transferred? When I called yesterday, I heard him coughing badly. Before she could finish, Zhou Shishir sensed the atmosphere was off, and her voice grew quieter. Yi Hongfang seemed unconcerned, continuing to eat as she said, It's fine, it's just his old problem, nothing serious. You little rascal, hurry up and choose. Your uncle has been talking about this for a long time. If he hadn't been unable to return, he would have found one for you already. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shishir seemed to understand something and fell silent. Yi-Chen took a deep breath and said, Aunt, there's no need to find me a martial arts school. My vitality has reached 50, and my combat power is also close to that of a martial artist. Once I become a martial artist, I'll go to the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts and earn money to treat my uncle's illness. You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Hongfang touched his forehead, puzzled. You're not running a fever. Yi-Chen felt helpless and didn't say much more. Instead, he became even more determined to become a martial artist. After returning to his room, Yi-Chen thought about the conversation during lunch and couldn't help but sigh. Although his uncle was a soldier in the Beast Suppression Army, he wasn't a frontline fighter but rather a logistics personnel, so his strength wasn't very impressive. Strictly speaking, he might not even be a match for Yi-Chen in his current state. Because of his lack of strength, despite the various generous benefits and policies of the Beast Suppression Army, it was still difficult for his uncle to save up much money. His uncle's illness was a lingering ailment from an injury inflicted by an exotic beast many years ago, making it hard to cure. Usually, he relied on buying medicine every month to alleviate the pain. Fortunately, he was now just one step away from becoming a martial artist. As long as he reached that level, he could change his current situation. In the afternoon, Yi-Chen rushed to the slaughterhouse as quickly as possible. If all went Well, today would be the day he achieved the title of Chicken Slayer and also broke through to become a martial artist. However, as soon as he arrived at the slaughterhouse, his brows furrowed. The slaughterhouse had lost power again. Yi Chen frowned as he watched the workers shake their heads and leave, and not far away, Manager Bai was red-faced with anger. He grabbed someone. Hey, what happened? Sigh, what else could it be? It's that troublemaker Zhang Yang again, deliberately messing with the power switch to pick a fight with Manager Bai. Zhang Yang? Yi Chen frowned slightly, a scarred face flashing in his mind. Zhang Yang was the guy who had caused trouble before. He had heard about him in recent days. It seemed he was pursuing Manager Bai's daughter. But Manager Bai's daughter had just started high school, so how could Manager Bai possibly agree? He refused, and then Zhang Yang joined the slaughterhouse to deliberately cause trouble for Manager Bai. Since Zhang Yang was a prospective martial artist, Manager Bai was furious but couldn't do anything about it. The workers sighed and left one after another. Yi Chen looked at the repair site and estimated that it wouldn't be fixed today, so he can only leave. In the following days, the slaughterhouse remained without power, making Yi Chen even consider buying chickens to kill himself. However, after calculating the costs, he found it a bit too expensive and abandoned the idea. Moreover, there wasn't a suitable place, and it would be difficult to handle. The aftermath. Finally, a few days later, the slaughterhouse restored power and could start working again. At the same time, there were only 2 days left until the registration deadline for the martial arts exam. Time was tight. Yi Chen arrived early and, after a fierce struggle in the chicken slaughtering area, finally heard a light chime. Chicken Slayer, progress, 3000, achievement completed, gain 10 achievement points, and 1 opportunity for a physical enhancement. Would you like to use it now? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and didn't rush to use it. After completing the Chicken Slayer achievement, one of the 3 achievement slots became available for refresh. During this time, Yi Chen had also figured out the achievement system to some extent. Ordinary achievements, like Chicken Slayer and Virtue Overcomes All, had a limit of 3 slots, only after completing one would a new one refresh. As for hidden achievements, there was no limit, but whether they could be activated depended entirely on luck and opportunity. It had been almost half a month for him, and the only time he had activated an achievement was during his visit to the Thunderous Martial Arts Hall when he coincidentally triggered the high return rate achievement. Yi Chen pressed refresh. Instantly, the empty slot flickered and revealed a new achievement. Wilderness Hunter, beginner progress, 0 out of 10. Kill 10 different types of exotic beasts in the wilderness, reward 30 achievement points. 30 achievement points. Yi Chen felt a slight joy in his heart. The reward for this achievement was quite substantial. Speaking of achievement points, he couldn't help but glance at the 3rd achievement, Virtue Overcomes All, feeling a bit helpless. This achievement rewards a full 100 achievement points, but he racked his brain and couldn't find a way to complete it. During this time, he tried many targets, including Zhang Fan, Zhou Shishir, and even his aunt. But it was completely useless. Isn't it about winning people over with virtue, using good character to gain their trust? Yi Chen murmured to himself, unable to understand where the problem lay. Could it be that his character wasn't good enough? With 10 achievement points in hand, Yi Chen felt hopeful and slowly clicked to enhance. In an instant, his achievement points decreased. His vitality was also rapidly increasing. 50, 60, 70, 90. Finally, his vitality stopped at 99, unable to grow any further. Yi Chen was taken aback, looking at the remaining 3 achievement points, and used 1 more. The vitality showed no change, still stuck at 99, as if it had encountered some kind of barrier. Unable to progress. Yi Chen was astonished. This situation exceeded his expectations. When in doubt, ask Baidu. He immediately went online to search and quickly found the reason. It turned out that the human body has a limit to the amount of vitality it can hold, and only by breaking the genetic lock and stimulating the body's potential can this limit be raised. To break the genetic lock, a special substance containing life information is needed. Beast Essence Blood. Beast Essence Blood refers to a harmless essence extracted from a large amount of blood from exotic beasts through special means. Ordinary beast blood is too violent for a martial artist's body to withstand. Only beast essence blood can be absorbed smoothly. However, extracting beast essence blood requires special equipment and professional pharmacists, which is quite expensive. Thus, beast essence blood is costly. Yi Chen checked and immediately gasped. Hell, the cheapest beast essence blood starts at 100,000, and that's for ordinary first-level beasts, which won't provide much of a breakthrough for martial artists. Some top-tier first-level beasts, like the White Shadow Wolf, actually cost 5 to 600,000. What a hassle. Yi Chen's head was spinning. He had originally thought that after breaking through to a martial artist, he could rely on the 50,000 reward from the martial artist association to pay the registration fee for the martial science course. Now, without the registration fee, he needed a large sum of money to break through to a martial artist. He frowned and pondered for a moment. In this situation, he could only head to the wilderness. The wilderness is fraught with danger, but it also hides countless opportunities, whether it's the corpses of exotic beasts or the unique ores and plants found in the wilderness, they are all quite valuable. At the same time, the achievement of wilderness hunter must be completed in the wilderness. Yi Chen made up his mind. It seemed he needed to find a time to venture into the wilderness. Previously, he wasn't strong enough to be a martial artist, and although he still wasn't, in terms of combat power, he was already on par with an ordinary first-level martial artist, even slightly surpassing them, making it entirely feasible to enter the wilderness for training. However, he still needed to prioritize the registration fee due in 2 days. As Yi Chen was thinking, a sudden idea struck him. He thought of a place to make quick money. He called Zhang Fan. Rangu, what's up? Fan Z, you mentioned last time we talked that there was an underground fighting arena that sent an invitation to your dad, right? Yeah, not just my dad, that fighting arena sent invitations to many martial artists who have been to the wilderness. Zhang Fan pouted. They call it an underground fighting arena, but it's really just a place for illegal fights. My dad took a look and tossed the invitation aside. Yi Chen asked, do you still have the invitation? Yeah, I still have it. Why? Zhang Fan suddenly exclaimed. Rangu, you don't want to go, do you? That place is too dangerous. Although the money comes quickly, it's easy to get hurt. It's not for me. I have a friend. I don't believe it. If you have a friend, I wouldn't know them? Yi Chen was speechless and had to say, it's a friend from the Slaughterhouse. You haven't met him. His name is Zhang Yong, and he's an orphan. He has been without parents since childhood, living a miserable life, and recently he fell seriously ill. The surgery costs a lot, so he can only try his luck at the underground fighting arena. Is that so? Zhang Fan thought for a moment and said, as long as it's not you going, I'll bring it over to you tomorrow. Yi Chen hung up the phone, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a way to handle the registration fee. Although the underground fighting arena was brutal, often resulting in serious injuries or amputations, even death. But in this era, these were experiences one had to go through sooner or later. Moreover, he was no longer that innocent high school student who had never seen blood. He had faced numerous life and death crises while enhancing his combat awareness. Nighttime. Due to the completion of the chicken killing achievement, Yi Chen returned home early today, coming back around 7. It was just the time when residents in the community were out for a stroll after dinner. He politely greeted the neighbors he recognized. The elderly folks smiled back at him. You little rascal, back so early today? At that moment, Yi Hongfang returned from grocery shopping and bumped into him, a bit surprised. Yi Chen casually brushed it off, and the two walked home together. After walking a few steps, they saw Sister Shui, who was showing off her son's practical exam results, leading him by the hand. 33 combat power, only a difference of 7 in combat power. With this score, my son can rank in the top 100 in the whole 5th middle school. The neighbors seemed to know her well, casually complimenting her a bit, too lazy to say much more on the matter. It seemed she felt slighted. Sister Shui huffed lightly. You probably don't know how high 33 combat power is. The kid across the hall, her nephew Yi Chen, only has a combat power of a little over 10. My son is a full double of his. On the other side. Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression turned strange. How did he get dragged into this? And 33 combat power. Right now, his combat power was over 100. 33 combat power seemed like it didn't even reach his decimal point. Listening to Sister Shui's words, Yi Hongfang said indignantly, you little rascal. Don't mind it. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, who knows, you might be stronger than her son in the future. Yi Chen nodded slightly. I can take her son down with one hand, so I definitely don't mind. Alright, stop bragging. Yi Hongfang rolled her eyes and then asked, have you decided which of the 3 martial arts schools I mentioned last time you want to enroll in? Aunt, I already said. There's no need, just transfer the money to my uncle to buy medicine. Yi Chen said helplessly. At that moment, Sister Shui and her son turned around and noticed the two. Sister Shui's face flashed with a moment of embarrassment, quickly switching to a smile as she approached Yi Hongfang to chat. Shui Chuan remained expressionless. Mom, I'm going home first. His demeanor was flat, showing no intention of engaging with the neighbors or classmates from several schools, as if they were not on the same level as him. Just as Shui Chuan was about to leave, His eyes suddenly lit up, looking expectantly and nervously in one direction. There, a girl with a short ponytail was walking over. The girl had a fair and delicate face, her brows and eyes like paintings, her profile exquisitely beautiful, her school uniform spotless, and her temperament extraordinary, leaving several students in the community dumbfounded. That school uniform looks like a student from first middle school. To get into first middle school, the grades must be quite impressive, and she's such a pretty girl. I wonder whose child she is. How wonderful. Indeed, if I had a daughter like that, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. The neighbors around sincerely marveled. Students from first middle school had a 99% chance of getting into a bachelor's program at Wuda, and those ranked higher could even get into Ki Wuda. Getting into a Ki Wuda was a matter of great pride, stirring excitement in the surrounding area. Listening to the neighbors' admiration, Yi Hongfang rarely showed a hint of envy in her eyes. Sister Shui was also staring, nearly drooling, when suddenly she thought of something and hurriedly signaled to Shui Chuan. Shui Chuan seemed encouraged, his excited heart and trembling legs moving toward the girl. In the next moment, the girl suddenly froze, then walked straight towards another boy. Yi Chen, can you give me some pointers on martial arts? Instantly, everyone present was stunned. Yi Hongfang's mind went blank as she turned to see Yi Chen scratching his head, saying, sorry, I still. Bang! She abruptly elbowed Yi Chen and, with a beaming smile, said to Su Qin, all right, no problem. Yi Chen was speechless. But since his aunt had already agreed, he couldn't embarrass her in front of so many people. He could only say, sure, when? Right now. Upon receiving his consent, a joyful smile appeared on Su Qin's pretty face, her smile blooming like 100 flowers, making everyone around stare in awe. Under his aunt's urging, Yi Chen reluctantly followed Su Qin away. As soon as the two left, the neighbors gathered around. Yi Hongfang. Hongfang, a student from the first high school wants to consult your little Ran. Your little Ran must be really impressive. Now. That's right, can you let little Ran give some pointers to my useless son when he has time? Yes, and us too. Yi Hongfang replied. With a smile, glancing at the stiff-faced sister Shui beside her, feeling even more at ease in her heart. At Su Qin's house, Yi Chen glanced around and raised an eyebrow. Do you live here by yourself? Su Qin nodded slightly, then curiously asked, how did you cultivate the Thunder Fist to the Seven Echoes realm so quickly? Yi Chen replied earnestly, persistence and hard work. Persistence and hard work. Su Qin murmured, then suddenly shook her head, saying, it's not just that, more importantly, it's talent. You're an abnormal body. Right? Abnormal body? Yi Chen was taken aback. Su Qin explained, after the arrival of the wasteland, some people were stimulated, awakening their body's potential and gaining special talents. These people can cultivate martial arts at an astonishing speed, increasing their vitality by hundreds in a day. Some have extraordinary combat awareness, sweeping through their peers with unmatched strength, and others comprehend martial skills incredibly fast, just like you. And because of their far superior physical talents, these people are collectively referred to as abnormal bodies. Yi Chen was somewhat astonished, he had never heard of such a thing. Increasing vitality by hundreds in a day, wouldn't that mean becoming a martial artist in just one day? That was terrifying. With your terrifying talent in martial arts, you should mostly be an abnormal body, you just haven't realized it, Su Qin said, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Yi Chen did not comment, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic. He asked, do you have any questions about the Thunder Fist? Speak up, I want to get home early. He wasn't being overly modest. The Thunder Fist, nearing the Eight Echoes realm, was indeed commendable, and he had enough knowledge to guide someone. After all, the instructors at the martial arts school were only at the Six Echoes realm. Hearing this, Su Qin hesitated for a moment and said, I want you to guide me for 2 hours every day until I perfect the Thunder Fist. Every day? Yi Chen immediately shook his head. Sorry, I can pay you 50,000 a month. All right. Yi Chen said with righteous conviction, helping classmates is my duty, 2 hours every day, it's settled. Then let's start from tomorrow, I'll come back from the martial arts school earlier. Su Qin nodded. After agreeing on the time, they exchanged contact information. Yi Chen went downstairs to head home. Before he even entered the door, his phone buzzed with a text message. It was a transfer notification. The sender was Su Qin, the amount was 20,000, marked as an advance payment. Hiss. Yi Chen gasped, unable to help but look up. A rich woman, absolutely a rich woman. 50,000 a month. He initially thought it was just talk, but unexpectedly, she directly prepaid 20,000 without batting an eye. Although he didn't understand why such a wealthy woman would choose to live in such an ordinary neighborhood, the money had indeed arrived. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. With this, he wouldn't even need to go to the underground fighting arena. After finishing dinner, it was just past 8, and with plenty of time left, Yi-Chen left home and found a nearby martial arts gym, entering the training room. This time, he first went to the blood energy chamber for a check. Soon, the information appeared. Name, Xiao Shui. Age, 17. Blood energy value, 99. Realm, quasi-warrior. The blood energy chamber's detection was extremely comprehensive, even able to determine age, with various body information detailed. Of course, the combat power was lacking. Combat power still needed to be tested through the mechanical puppet. Yi-Chen then looked at the mechanical puppet, gazing at the 2-meter-tall azure puppet across from him, his expression somewhat peculiar. This time, the mechanical puppet he chose was a true warrior-level mechanical puppet. It could unleash warrior-level combat power. In other words, if his strength did not reach that of a warrior, he would be injured by this mechanical puppet. Crack. The azure mechanical puppet moved its body and slowly walked over. With each step, its speed increased. By the time it reached 3 meters away, it had already started running, the heavy footsteps echoing rapidly. In an instant, the puppet had closed in, delivering a heavy punch. Yi-Chen focused intently and threw out a punch of his own. Thunderous fist. Bang! Fist met fist, and both Yi-Chen and the puppet stood firm. In the next moment, the warrior mechanical puppet suddenly trembled and then abruptly stepped back 2 paces. At the same time, a number appeared on the combat power display. Combat power, 137. Yi-Chen shook his sore and numb arm. He had one, he could suppress an ordinary warrior, but he clearly felt that. Aside from the blood energy value, the warrior's physique was also very strong. The inherent strength of the body caused him to suffer a backlash, sustaining quite a bit of damage. Physique. Yi-Chen no longer hesitated and used the one opportunity for physique enhancement that remained in the achievement system. In an instant, he felt an invisible energy surge into his entire body, flowing into his limbs and bones, into the tiny meridians, including every single cell. His body was undergoing a transformation. Soon, he reopened his eyes and immediately felt that the world before him was much clearer, able to see some tiny things that he couldn't see before. At the same time, his hearing had also become much sharper, he could even hear the conversations of passers-by outside the sealed training room. Additionally, his recovery and endurance had improved, and the soreness in his arm had disappeared. At this moment, the azure mechanical puppet attacked again. Yi-Chen threw out a punch. This time, the puppet staggered back, but the soreness in his arm did not return. The mechanical puppet's display screen showed a change in combat power. 145. With the physique enhancement, his combat power had increased again, reaching a maximum combat power of 145. Yi-Chen suppressed his excitement and, after sparring with the mechanical puppet and adapting to his new body and combat power, left. The next day, after school in the afternoon, Yi-Chen and Zhang Fan walked out of the school gate, heading home. Since he had already completed the achievement of being a chicken-killing expert, he no longer needed to go to the slaughterhouse. After giving manager By a heads up, he only needed to find time to go to the slaughterhouse to retrieve his things. At the same time, he had also paid the registration fee for the martial arts department. Although his recently filled wallet had deflated, at least it was one less thing to worry about. He could now focus entirely on finding a way to break through to becoming a warrior. Rangu, here. As soon as they exited the school gate, Zhang Fan sneakily shoved a black invitation card into Yi-Chen's hand. Yi-Chen was taken aback for a moment before remembering that this was an invitation to the underground fighting arena. He opened it to take a look. The invitation was pitch black, with golden edges, looking very high-end, and it had the address and the name of the underground fighting arena written on it. Heisen Fighting Arena. A very strange name, and next to the name was a symbol resembling a diamond. From a deck of cards. Rango, remind your friend to never use his real identity once he gets in, Zhang Fan said seriously. Why? Afraid of revenge? Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow. No, my dad said that these underground fighting arenas, although not good places, generally have their own rules and won't have behaviors like seeking revenge. It's this Black 3 fighting arena that's problematic. He said this arena might be related to the Black Seal Tower. Black Seal Tower? Yi-Chen's pupils constricted. This is an extremely dangerous organization, known for assassination, plunder, and all sorts of evil deeds, and it is incredibly powerful. The military of Xia country has even launched several crackdowns, but they have not been able to eradicate it completely. After each crackdown, after a while, this force reappears, causing chaos everywhere. Rangu, don't worry too much. Zhang Fan shook his head and said, my dad only said it's suspected, and I heard that there are martial artists who notified the Ningxiang Martial Alliance branch to investigate. But the Martial Alliance branch hasn't taken action, so it probably isn't a big deal. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen nodded and felt relieved. The possibility of the Martial Alliance branch making a mistake is extremely low, so there shouldn't be a major issue. He casually put away the invitation. He had already paid the registration fee for the martial arts exam, so he naturally didn't need to come here again. But Yi Chen's heart stirred. Not participating in the competition, just going to take a look is fine too. It would be a good opportunity to see how other martial artists fight. Half an hour later, in the city center, at the most bustling Maoyuan commercial building, Yi Chen followed the crowd into the building, and at this time, he had changed into a black tracksuit that made it hard to tell his age. He was also carrying something in his arms. It was a plastic headgear. In such underground fighting arenas, with so many people and eyes everywhere, plus the slight possibility of being related to the Black Seal Tower, it was better to be cautious. Entering the building, he made his way down to the underground parking lot, found a corner that was unoccupied, put on the headgear, and walked towards the end of the parking lot. After walking for a short while, a small black door appeared at the end of the parking lot. It looked like an ordinary maintenance door. Yi Chen walked over and knocked on the door. Invitation. A small window opened on the door, and a cold voice came from within. Yi Chen handed the invitation inside. After a moment, the door opened. Inside was a dark passage, with two burly men in black standing on either side. One of them handed the invitation back to him and said coldly, "Just keep walking inside." Yi Chen followed the passage and walked in. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the scene before him suddenly changed. A vibrant underground fighting arena filled with bright lights and the sound of screams appeared before him. The arena was large, with fighting platforms made of black iron everywhere. Surrounding the platforms, many martial artists were hugging scantily clad bunny girls, laughing loudly and betting on the two sides in the arena. The huge speakers on both sides blared loudly, the sound piercing, unable to drown out their screams. Chaos, extravagance, noise. This was Yi Chen's most immediate impression. He hesitated for a moment but still walked in. Since he was already here, he might as well take a look before leaving. Once inside, Yi Chen glanced at the rules on the wall. He couldn't help but gasp. The rules here stated that for quasi-martial artists, winning a match earns 1,000, while for martial artists, winning a match earns 10,000, and the winner must pay 5% of their winnings to the arena. 10,000 for a match, that's 100,000 for 10 matches. Yi Chen's heart raced. Although he wasn't a martial artist, 1,000 for a quasi-martial artist match was still a considerable amount. More importantly, he felt that within the quasi-martial artist realm, he wouldn't say he was invincible, but there definitely weren't many who could match him. Yi Chen made a quick decision and hurried to the blood test machine at the entrance. After testing his blood value, the staff next to the machine handed him a green wristband. The green wristband represented quasi-martial artist strength, while the blue wristband represented martial artist strength. Yi Chen put on the wristband and jumped onto an empty fighting platform to wait. Before long, a thin middle-aged man stepped onto the fighting platform and smiled at Yi Chen, saying, "Little brother, is this your first time here?" Yi Chen nodded slightly. The thin middle-aged man was smiling and chatting with him while subtly moving closer. Once he was within a certain distance, a glimmer of joy flashed in the thin man's eyes, and then he suddenly launched a sneak attack. "Ha, kid, let me teach you a lesson today, don't bang." He was kicked off the fighting platform. Many people around the stands looked on in astonishment at this scene. A seasoned fighter was so easily kicked off by a novice. Someone glanced at Yi Chen and chuckled, "This little guy is not bad, he didn't fall for it. Indeed, his combat experience is quite rich, and his fighting power is not weak. Reaching the level of a quasi-warrior at this age, he can't be an ordinary talent, having such fighting power is quite normal." The people in the stand smiled and then turned their heads to look at others. After defeating the thin middle-aged man, Yi Chen stepped down from the fighting platform. The referee handed him the 1,000 yuan that the thin man had wagered, and also gave him a green wristband. This wristband was no different from the previous one, except that it had an additional number 1 on it. Yi Chen glanced at it, somewhat puzzled. The referee said expressionlessly, "This one represents a victory. It will increase with the number of wins, and will reset to 0 if you lose. If you achieve 10 consecutive wins, you can receive an additional reward of 5,000 yuan from the fighting arena." 5,000? Yi Chen's heart stirred. 5,000 was enough for him to win 5 times. He stepped back onto the fighting platform and began to wait. It wasn't long before a young man in his early 20s stepped up. The young man seemed quite pleased and proud, glancing at the green wristband on his arm. That displayed the number 4. He then looked at Yi Chen and said with a gentle smile, "I'll go all out, otherwise, I'm afraid I might hurt you." "Okay." Yi Chen nodded seriously. In the next moment, both of them moved simultaneously, charging towards each other. Then, the young man felt a wave of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself knocked off the fighting platform. He stared blankly at the wristband on his arm that read 4. Wasn't I on a 4-game winning streak? How did I end up down here? The referee beside him looked at Yi Chen on the platform with a face full of shock. Damn, someone who could achieve 4 consecutive wins among quasi-warriors was already considered strong, yet this kid took him down in one move. Moreover, he controlled his strength so well that he didn't hurt this confused little fool at all, indicating he still had some energy left. He suppressed his shock and expressionlessly replaced the wristband for Yi Chen as he stepped down again. Yi Chen went back up to wait. The previous young man had a very gentle demeanor, with no grudges, so he naturally wouldn't hurt his opponent. Next, 2 more people came to challenge in succession. But without exception, they couldn't last even one move. Both of them were left dumbfounded, questioning their lives, and like the young man who lost not long ago, they squatted outside the number 6 fighting platform, where Yi Chen was, watching the match. They didn't even go up to the stands, just squatting there, determined to find out the reason for such a complete defeat. There was no other reason. Although they couldn't be called top-tier quasi-warriors, they were no longer novices in the fighting arena. They had seen all kinds of quasi-warrior strengths. But to be taken down without even seeing what happened was indeed a bit outrageous. Inside the fighting arena, there were large screens. The 3 people squatting at the number 6 fighting platform quickly attracted attention. In the stands, someone looked at Yi Chen with surprise. Isn't that the little guy from just now? He's already on a 4-game winning streak? Another person straightened his back slightly. Interesting, it seems very likely that he possesses top-tier quasi-warrior strength, otherwise, it would be hard to win so quickly. Top-tier quasi-martial artists refer to those who possess at least 95 vitality points. Right now, there's a top-tier quasi-martial artist on a 5-match winning streak, and he's gone to find that little guy. What do you think? Should we go take a look, place another bet? Someone beside suggested. Forget it, no rush, he's just a quasi-martial artist. Even if he's a talented young genius with great potential. The person who just spoke shook his head, his words trailing off. Suddenly, a voice from the side exclaimed in surprise, he won. That boy on the 6th fighting platform won again, this time with a single move. Upon hearing this, several people were taken aback and quickly got up to head towards the 6th fighting platform. When they arrived, their pupils involuntarily constricted. Below the arena, the referee was replacing the boy's wrist guards, and at that moment, the number on the guards had changed to 7. 7 consecutive victories. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the boy had defeated 2 more opponents. This scene was broadcast on the big screen, causing a huge stir. Although the main attraction of the Black 3 fighting arena was the battles between martial artists, there were also quite a few quasi-martial artists, making up a third of the venue. Suddenly, a newcomer with such a fierce momentum emerged, drawing a lot of attention. Even in the exclusive room at the highest point of the stands, the sound of footsteps could be heard, as if someone was coming out. Yi Chen took the wrist guards, frowning as he listened to the discussions around him. How do they know I'm not very old, only 17 or 18? When he previously tested his vitality, he used a vitality tester, not a vitality chamber, so it shouldn't have been able to reveal age information. You exposed it yourself. The referee said meaningfully. I exposed it myself. Yi Chen's expression suddenly changed. Is it the voice? I forgot to disguise my voice, but voices can be easily mimicked. How can they be so sure I'm not very old? Of course, it's not just the voice. The referee paused, staring at his headgear with a strange expression. That Ultraman headgear is so conspicuous that anyone can guess you're not very old. Damn! Yi Chen's face turned red with embarrassment as he hurried back to the arena. At that moment, a 2-meter-tall, overweight man with a face full of flesh jumped onto the stage and grinned at him menacingly. Stinky kid, come over and die, give Grandpa an 8-match winning streak. Yi Chen squinted, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. The people around him, upon seeing the overweight man, all showed expressions of shock. Su de Peo, it's that fierce guy. This guy has the strength of a peak quasi-martial artist, and he's ruthless. He either cripples or injures his opponents. This boy is in trouble. Exactly, this boy is soft-hearted in his attacks. Even if he's strong, he won't be a match for such a villain. In no time, more and more people gathered around. At this moment, in the room at the highest point of the fighting arena, a middle-aged man wearing a dark golden mask slowly walked to the railing of the stands. His interested gaze looked down. Someone happened to look up and, upon seeing the dark golden mask, exclaimed, the owner of the fighting arena. Hearing this shout, everyone was astonished, even forgetting to watch the battle about to begin. On the stage, all looking up. The owner of the fighting arena is a powerful martial master, and it's rare to see him. Yet, he had come out this time. The owner of the fighting arena? Yi Chen's heart stirred as he glanced up. Upon seeing this, the overweight man opposite him revealed a sinister expression. Damn you, stinky kid, still daring to be distracted? Watch me skin you alive so your mother won't even recognize you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression darkened. His taboo was when someone mentioned his parents, who were no longer in this world. On the fighting platform, Yi Chen's face was expressionless as he slowly walked towards the overweight man. For some reason, the overweight man felt a chill. Stinky kid, I'll ruin you. The overweight man roared, suppressing the inexplicable fear in his heart, and charged forward. The heavy footsteps thudded, causing the entire fighting platform to tremble. In just a few breaths, he crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters, rushing forward with a fierce expression, throwing a punch aimed at Yi Chen's head. The onlookers tensed, closing their eyes as if they couldn't bear to witness the impending brutality. The massive fist was about to come crashing down. Yi Chen stepped forward, taking a stride, and then launched a straight punch. Thunderous fist. Crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed. The large and small fists, seemingly disproportionate, determined the victor in the instant they collided. The hefty man let out a scream as his entire arm was shattered, staggering backward while clutching his arm. At that moment, Yi Chen closed in again. He kicked the man's massive body to the ground and then delivered a vicious punch to his temple. If this punch landed, he would either die or become a vegetable. Seeing this, the hefty man, ignoring the excruciating pain, cried out in terror, I admit. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chen had transformed his fist into a palm, suddenly pressing down on the man's mouth. Then he slowly turned his head. Looking at the referee who had already jumped onto the fighting platform, he smiled and said, he hasn't finished speaking yet, you came up too early. The referee looked astonished. He watched the hefty man, pinned down by a single foot, writhing like a worm, unable to escape. And on top of him stood a boy wearing a hood, his face obscured, only a pair of slightly smiling, pitch-black eyes visible. A chill inexplicably surged within him. For the first time, he felt that the somewhat comical hood was not so funny after all. Instead, it seemed vaguely dangerous. The referee paused for a moment. I'm sorry, it was my negligence. After saying that, he quietly stepped down from the fighting platform. Yi Chen said nothing, nor did he look at the hefty man beneath him, who was making muffled pleas for mercy. He glanced at the people in the stands and sighed. As long as he hasn't admitted defeat, even if he dies, he can't leave the fighting platform, that's the rule. So it's not that I'm too ruthless, it's that he won't admit defeat. As he spoke, he gradually applied pressure with the palm that was covering the hefty man's mouth. Crack, just the sound alone was enough to send shivers down the spine, a pain that made one's teeth ache and hair stand on end. The crowd felt a wave of horror wash over them. It wasn't until the hefty man could no longer endure the excruciating pain and fainted that he was kicked off the fighting platform, leaving behind a ground stained with bloodied teeth. All of this happened very quickly. Regardless of the brutality of the attack, a man with 99 health points, who could break through to the peak of a martial artist at any moment, was so easily incapacitated. This made many martial artists present cast a deep glance at Yi Chen, a hint of wariness flickering in their eyes. When did Ningjiang City produce such a genius? Someone muttered to themselves. Another person nearby pondered, his strikes are ruthless, and his combat experience is profound, he may not truly be a mere youth, perhaps he's disguised. It's possible. But regardless, after this battle, everyone will know that this is not a sheep, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. 8 consecutive victories. Yi Chen wiped the blood from his hands, looking around for his target for a 9th victory. However, logically speaking, just like in a certain game he played in his past life, after too many consecutive wins, the system would impose penalties. This fighting arena shouldn't easily allow someone to achieve 10 consecutive victories, right? After all, if it were that easy to achieve 10 consecutive wins and gain extra rewards, the fighting arena would have long since gone out of business. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a commotion above. He looked up. A middle-aged man wearing a dark golden mask was casting his gaze downward, and beside him, a man in black stood up to leave. Moments later, on fighting platform number 6, a small, slender figure wearing a black iron mask walked up. Seeing this scene, many people immediately focused their attention. Some even murmured to themselves, the main event is here. The reason why very few people can achieve 10 consecutive victories in the fighting arena is that after 8 wins, the opponent will be someone sent by the arena's master. This stage is also the most difficult one. However, as long as one can win, reaching 10 consecutive victories will be a piece of cake. With the appearance of the small, thin figure in black, more and more people gathered in the stands. On the 6th fighting platform, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. He could clearly sense that the small, thin figure in black was not just an ordinary quasi-martial artist. This person was not as easy to deal with as the previous opponents. There was no conversation. After stepping onto the platform, the small figure in black approached Yi Chen and suddenly charged at him. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, and his blood surged as he met her with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided. The small figure in black staggered back 2 or 3 steps but quickly regained her balance, using the momentum to leap forward again. At the same time, her palm transformed into a blade, striking fiercely at Yi Chen. A sharp sound of slicing through the air rang out. Yi Chen remained calm, blocking with one hand while searching for her weaknesses. This person surprisingly also possessed a combat awareness at the peak of mediocrity. Although he felt she was slightly inferior, her overall combat power should be close to 120, making her a rare opponent. Finally encountering someone with a combat awareness similar to his own, Yi Chen did not rush to unleash his full strength to defeat her. Instead, he practiced with her. She focused on offense while he concentrated on defense. After nearly 3 minutes of continuous fighting, the small figure in black, unable to break through, seemed to grow impatient. She suddenly shouted, "Silver Moonfinger!" She abruptly extended a finger, and a flicker of silver light appeared at her fingertip. Upon seeing this, someone in the stand suddenly stood up. B-grade martial skill, Silver Moonfinger? Although Yi Chen did not hear it, the moment he saw the silver light, a chill instinctively ran down his back, and without a second thought, he withdrew. At that moment, his enhanced physique kicked in, clearly making him faster than the small figure in black, a quasi-martial artist. Seeing him easily evade, the small figure in black looked astonished, seemingly caught off guard. Yi Chen seized the opportunity to deliver a punch to her chest, directly knocking her off the fighting platform, where she stumbled back several steps before stopping. Then, Yi Chen suddenly realized something, his expression turning to shock. A woman? He was a bit dumbfounded, straining to look at the small figure in black's chest, still finding it hard to visually determine that she was a woman. Hearing this, the small figure in black shot him a fierce glare. "I'll remember you." After saying that, she quickly turned and left. The crowd in the stands was also somewhat surprised, but noticing the cold, dark gold mask of the arena's master above, they all became obedient and dared not make any teasing remarks. Yi Chen did not pay much attention to it and, under the complex gaze of the referee, replaced his wrist guards. He then returned to the fighting platform to continue waiting. Unfortunately, after the recent battle, the quasi-martial artists present looked wary, and none of them showed any intention of challenging him. Above the stands, the arenas master looked at Yi Chen and nodded slightly. "Not bad, among the quasi-martial artists in Ningjiang City, you can rank in the top 10. After saying this, he slowly turned and left. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the silence. In the stands, there was a dead silence. Everyone was in shock. How big is Ningjiang City, and how many quasi-martial artists are there to be in the top 10 of all Ningjiang City? Yi Chen was taken aback by this, gaining a clear understanding of his own strength. However, such a high evaluation indirectly made achieving 10 consecutive victories even more difficult. Originally, there were no quasi-martial artists willing to challenge him, and now, after hearing the arena master's words, the surrounding quasi-martial artists directly turned and fled. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. He glanced at the time. It was almost time for his tutoring appointment with Su Qin. But if he left now, his winning streak would reset, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. If I win one more match, I can earn an extra 5,000. Yi Chen felt a bit unwilling, and finally, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. In the stands, discussions were rampant. By now, everyone could see that the young man on the 6th fighting platform was likely going to have a tough time achieving 10 consecutive victories. However, more people were still marveling at the honor of being ranked among the top 10 in Ningjiang City. At that moment, a young voice suddenly rang out, "For this 10th match, I want to challenge a warrior." As the voice fell, the arena fell into a dead silence. In the stands, everyone looked at the young man on the 6th fighting platform with astonishment. The sound of footsteps leaving suddenly stopped. Then, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing a dark gold mask walked back to the railing, looking down with great interest. "Challenge a warrior." The referee spoke with difficulty. "You need to understand that warriors possess martial patterns with a minimum combat power of 120. Moreover, a warrior's body, refined through blood and essence, is far superior to that of a quasi-warrior." "I know." Yi Chen looked at the crowd, his expression calm. "I'm not doing this for money, I just want to see how big the gap is between me and a real warrior. 10,000 yuan, defeating me, a quasi-warrior, should be easier than defeating a warrior of the same level, right? Are you also putting up 10,000 for the warrior match, not just 1,000? A quasi-warrior said in a low voice. "Isn't that unfair to you?" Yi Chen replied sincerely. "I said, my goal isn't money, but to challenge stronger opponents." However, he paused. "Of course, I won't be foolish enough to fight a warrior that's too strong. Just someone who has recently broken through to the warrior realm, right? If they've broken through too long ago, their strength would crush me, and there would be no point in honing my skills." "All right. The low-voiced quasi-warrior leaped onto the stage. I just broke through to the warrior realm less than a week ago, which fits your criteria perfectly. I'll compete with you in this 10th match. Yi-chan was overjoyed. 5,000, it's a sure win. What are you talking about? The low-voiced quasi-warrior looked puzzled. Nothing, let's get started. Yi-chan smiled, his spirit highly focused, his energy and blood merging, gradually entering his peak state. This state was something he hadn't revealed since entering the fighting arena. In other words, he hadn't given it his all before. In the stands, people shook their heads, not optimistic about a quasi-warrior challenging a warrior. This was no longer a matter of combat power. Whether it was the martial patterns that could only be activated by warriors or the warriors themselves, their physical qualities far exceeded those of quasi-warriors. It was clear that wanting to fight across levels was nearly impossible, at least, they had never seen it happen. However, at the very top of the stands, the owner of the fighting arena, wearing a dark gold mask, chuckled lightly. An interesting kid, he actually held back. I didn't expect that the first 10 consecutive victories in today's fighting arena would be achieved by a quasi-warrior. How amusing. His voice gradually faded away, soon disappearing completely, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered faces. What does that mean? The fighting arena owner's implication was that the young man could defeat a warrior across levels? What a ridiculous joke, how could that be? With a loud thud, a figure was sent flying off the fighting platform, crashing onto the ground outside. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and the arena fell into silence. Not a sound could be heard. Because the one who had been knocked off the fighting platform was the low-voiced warrior who had just gone up not long ago. A quasi-warrior defeated a warrior. Hiss. In the stands, gasps of disbelief echoed. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their faces filled with incredulity. A quasi-warrior had beaten a warrior. And it had taken such a short time. Am I seeing things? Many people rubbed their eyes and looked again, but they were soon completely conquered by reality. Then their lips began to tremble. What the hell, this kid is defying the heavens. At this moment, on the fighting stage, Yi-chan's arms trembled slightly, his body drenched in sweat, and his chest heaving violently. This was a reaction to the immense exhaustion. Although the battle ended quickly, his victory was not as easy as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was quite difficult. Dealing with a martial artist was far more challenging than a mechanical puppet. He easily defeated a mechanical puppet with a combat power of 140, but faced with a martial artist of 130 combat power, he found it quite strenuous. It even required him to give it his all. This was also the reason why the battle ended so quickly, and why he couldn't hold back and ended up knocking the subdued martial artist unconscious. In a life-and-death struggle, every fleeting moment counted, leaving no room for mercy. Thinking of this, Yi-chan cast a slightly envious glance at the subdued martial artist's arm, where faint black lines were visible. The lines formed a pattern of a strange beast. This was the martial pattern. After using the blood of a strange beast to break through as a martial artist, one would condense a tattoo related to that strange beast, which could be a part of its body or its entire form. In short, after condensing the martial pattern, one could gain part of the power of that strange beast, thereby increasing their combat power. For example, this subdued martial artist's martial pattern provided him with about 20 combat power, which allowed him to have around 130 combat power right after breaking through. Martial pattern, strange beast blood refining the body. Yi-chan's eyes flickered, wondering what level of strength he would reach after experiencing these enhancements. Upon breaking through as a martial artist. Below the fighting stage, the referee was still frozen in place, unable to regain his senses for a long time. It wasn't until Yi-chan walked up to him, frowning and calling out to him several times, that he hurriedly snapped back to reality. After receiving the consecutive victory reward and the 10,000 for defeating the martial artist from the referee, Yi-chan left the fighting arena directly. Behind him, countless gazes were directed his way, each filled with shock. Today was destined to be an unforgettable day. Many others, their eyes flickering, were eager to chase after him, wanting to know the true identity of this young man in order to recruit him. But just as they made a move, a small figure in black at the top of the stand stepped forward, and a pleasant yet cold female voice rang out. My teacher said, whoever breaks the rules, dies. Upon hearing this, those who had just been itching to move all changed their expressions and quickly sat back down. Outside the fighting arena, Yi-chan was naturally unaware of all this. At this moment, he looked at the additional 28,000 in his savings, and his smile was almost crooked. With 28,000 plus the 7,000 he had saved before, it totaled exactly 35,000. Although it wasn't a huge amount, for an ordinary high school student, it was definitely a fortune. No wonder. They say martial artists make money quickly. I'm just a quasi-martial artist, and it's this easy. Yi-chan shook his head, feeling a bit emotional. Then, as usual, he checked the system panel, pondering a reason to take leave to Go to the wilderness to complete the achievement of Wilderness Hunter. Whether it was to complete the achievement or to obtain the blood of a strange beast to break through as a martial artist, he had to go to the wilderness. While contemplating what reason would be appropriate, Yi-Chen suddenly froze and reopened the system panel to take another look. The progress for Wilderness Hunter had not changed at all, and the achievement for the Path of Martial Arts was stuck at the final 99, unable to increase. However, the progress for Winning Hearts with Virtue had changed. Winning Hearts with Virtue, progress, 1 out of 10, reward 100 achievement points. Yi-Chen was overjoyed. Among these 3 achievements, the most important one was Winning Hearts with Virtue, but he had always struggled to find a way to complete it. Unexpectedly, today, the long stagnant Winning Hearts with Virtue had actually progressed. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and calmly pondered where he had completed Winning Hearts with Virtue. In fact, the places he had been to today were quite simple. Yi-Chen thought for a moment. Aside from school, there was only the underground fighting arena. Winning Hearts with Virtue should have been completed in the fighting arena. In the fighting arena, he achieved 10 consecutive victories, defeating a martial artist of a higher rank and severely injuring a foul-mouthed fat man. Yi-Chen recalled, quickly narrowing his eyes and locking his target onto the fat man. Among the 10 people, only the fat man had clashed with him and ended up heavily injured. So, this is what it means to win people over with virtue? He was somewhat astonished, then suddenly enlightened, finally understanding why he had been unable to complete this achievement all alone. Because from the very beginning, he had been heading in the wrong direction. Yi-Chen pondered for a moment. The fighting arena was filled with brutal thugs like the fat man who loved to provoke others. He could just as well win them over with virtue and make an effort to persuade these people. However, he needed to change his mask tomorrow. This one was too obvious. If those guys recognized him, they would most likely not dare to cause him trouble. Lost in thought, Yi-Chen returned to his neighborhood. He first went upstairs, and as agreed, tutored Su-Chin for 2 hours before heading home for dinner. He had money now. Yi-Chen naturally wouldn't be stingy and transferred 10,000 to Zhou Shishir. Zhou Shishir was taken aback and incredulously asked, "Bro, did you rob a bank?" "The rich lady upstairs, I taught her martial arts, and this is my reward." Yi-Chen ruffled Zhou Shishir's hair. "If you run out of money, just come to me. Don't ask your mom for it. You can spend this money however you want, but remember to study hard." Zhou Shishir nodded repeatedly, like a well-behaved little deer. After giving her a few more reminders, Yi-Chen left and transferred another 10,000 to his aunt, hoping she would buy some supplements to improve her health. "You little rascal, you still know how to be filial to me." Yi Hongfang patted Yi-Chen on the back of his head and scolded. With a smile, "Keep the money, I'll transfer some more to you later. You should find a good martial arts school." Yi-Chen and she argued for a while before finally persuading her to accept the money. However, even so, Yi Hongfang still had no intention of using it for herself, chattering on, "Save this money up, it will be for you to marry a wife in the future." Listening to her chatter, Yi-Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Although his parents had passed away early, he was fortunate that his aunt Yi Hongfang had never let him lack the companionship of family affection. In the following days, Yi-Chen had a clear goal, going to the underground fighting arena every day to complete the achievement of winning people over with virtue. The progress of winning people over with virtue was slowly increasing. Finally, on the 5th day, the progress reached 9 out of 10, with only one target left. That evening, Yi-Chen wore a gray outfit, stuffing it with sponges to make himself appear more robust. Even so, as soon as he entered the fighting arena, someone at the entrance recognized him and shouted loudly, "Everyone, watch out! This kid is back to cause trouble." As soon as the words fell, the people in the fighting arena scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Especially those would-be martial artists who were usually brutal and would seriously injure their opponents at the slightest disagreement, turned pale and turned to leave. Yi-Chen felt frustrated. Damn it, they could recognize him. He stopped pretending and threw out a fierce remark, "I'll be back." After saying that, he left in a huff. Seeing him leave, the would-be martial artists all breathed a sigh of relief. This kid was too outrageous. Fighting the same level of would-be martial artists was like chopping vegetables. He could take anyone out in an instant. Who would dare to fight him? It wasn't like they were looking to lose $1,000. However, even though they had been keeping a close eye on this kid, many had still fallen victim in the past few days. This kid changed his mask every day, making it hard to guard against him. If they hadn't figured out a pattern later, they wouldn't have been able to defend against him at all. In fact, ordinary would-be martial artists were fine. If they lost, they would only lose $1,000 at most. But those who were usually arrogant and liked to provoke others had it much worse. They were truly beaten to the point where their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. After a few days, the atmosphere in the fighting arena had subtly begun to change. Shenyuan Slaughterhouse. Yi-Chen got out of the car and entered, preparing to retrieve the things he had left behind last time. At the Same time, he would settle his salary with Manager Bai. As soon as he stepped through the door, he saw Manager Bai looking haggard, speaking with the security guard at the entrance. The guard looked troubled. Yi Chen walked over. And upon seeing him, Manager Bai forced a smile. Xiao Yi, you're here. I have something to deal with, so you go to my office first, and I'll join you shortly. Okay. Yi Chen nodded slightly and turned to leave. He could still faintly hear the conversation behind him. Manager, you want me to stop Zhang Yong? He's a potential martial artist, and you saw how badly San Gu and the others were beaten last time. I didn't say to stop him, just tell him. In the manager's office. Yi Chen opened the door and was surprised to find two people inside. Hello, may I ask who you are? One of them, a pretty girl in a school uniform and short skirt, asked in surprise. Yi Chen briefly explained his purpose. Oh, so you're here to collect your salary. Please have a seat and wait, my dad should be back soon. The girl in the short skirt smiled, her bright eyes couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen a few more times. This boy is so handsome. Yi Chen casually sat down and waited quietly. Among the two, besides the girl in the short skirt, the other was a young man in his mid-20s, tall and thin, with an ordinary appearance but an air of arrogance about him. Sister Bai Wei, don't worry. When Zhang Yong arrives, I'll definitely give him a taste of his own medicine. The young man snorted coldly. How dare he provoke someone from our Lanmeng martial arts school? He really doesn't know how to live. Brother Zhou, let's try not to resort to violence if we can avoid it. Bai Wei said softly, let's talk to him first. As long as he doesn't come here to cause trouble in the future, we can overlook the past. Alright, I'll follow your lead. The two continued chatting. However, while Bai Wei spoke, her gaze occasionally flicked towards Yi Chen, appearing somewhat distracted. This boy is really handsome, not just in looks but also in demeanor. Sitting there with a calm expression, saying nothing, yet he captured all her attention. Should I ask him for a contact number? Bai Wei felt a little tempted. Nearby, Brother Zhou noticed the scene, and his expression darkened, casting a somewhat unfriendly glance at Yi Chen. At that moment, Manager Bai pushed the door and walked in. The recent turmoil made him look quite tired, lacking his usual sharpness and competence. Dad, how is it? Has Zhang Yong arrived? Bai Wei asked. Not yet, but he should be here soon. I've arranged to meet him at the abandoned factory. After saying this, Manager Bai looked at Brother Zhou and said seriously, Xiao Zhou. I'll be counting on you shortly. It's a small matter. Brother Zhou replied, even without my relationship with Sister Bai Wei, I would still teach someone like him a harsh lesson. Then I'll leave it to you. Manager Bai sighed in relief, his expression improving significantly. He then turned to Yi Chen and smiled. Xiao Yi, have you gathered enough for the martial arts registration fee? I have enough, thank you for your concern, Manager. Yi Chen replied. He had a good impression of Manager Bai. Not only did the man give him extra salary, but he also had a good reputation in the factory. He was a good person. Good, as long as you have enough, focus on your studies and strive to get into the undergraduate martial arts university and become a martial artist in the future. Manager Bai smiled and handed him some money. This is your remaining salary. Yi Chen took it and looked surprised. Manager, you gave me more. It's nothing, just take it. Manager Bai patted his shoulder. Nearby, Brother Zhou's eyes flashed with disdain. TSK, turns out he's just a weakling who can't even gather enough for the martial arts registration fee. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang. Manager Bai answered the call, and the anxious voice of the security guard came through. Manager, Zhang Yong went straight to your office to find you, and I couldn't stop him. Hearing this, Manager Bai's face turned ashen, and he slammed the table hard. Breaking in. This bastard is too arrogant. He hung up the phone and looked at Brother Zhou, taking a deep breath. Xiao Zhou, Zhang Yong will be here soon, it's up to you from now on. Bai Wei also sensed that the visitor was not friendly and frowned slightly. Brother, be careful later. Uncle Bai, junior sister, don't worry, Brother Zhou said confidently, he's just an ordinary quasi-martial artist. I've seen so many of this level in the martial arts school, I can handle him easily. Hearing this, Manager Bai felt a bit more at ease and then turned to Yi Chen. Xiao Yi, this has nothing to do with you. You should leave now, don't run into Zhang Yong. That bastard holds grudges. That's right. Bai Wei also showed concern. Classmate, let me take you out the back door. It's fine. Yi Chen shook his head. The more people, the more strength. Maybe I can help a bit. Put. Brother Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Brother, a quasi-martial artist can't be dealt with just by having a few more people. Forget it, you probably haven't seen a quasi-martial artist and don't understand their strength. He waved his hand, but with me. Here, you can just watch. Hearing this, Manager Bai and Bai Wei had nothing more to say. However, Bai Wei still whispered to Yi Chen, classmate, be careful. The battles of quasi-martial artists are very dangerous. Try to stay away and don't get caught in the crossfire. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Moments later, the office door was kicked open with a bang, and a young man with a scar on his face walked in with a cold smile. Manager Bai, I heard you were looking for me? As soon as the scar-faced youth entered and saw Bai Wei in the crowd, he was instantly delighted. Where, you're here too? I don't know you, don't call me so intimately. Bai Wei's eyes flashed with disgust and anger as she coldly said, Zhang Yong, we've only met by chance. Is it necessary for you to harass me like this? Where, I really like you. Zhang Yong swallowed hard, greedily moving closer. Let me tell you, I'm sincere. Bai Wei's pretty face changed color, unable to help but step back. At that moment, a hand blocked Zhang Yong. Brother Zhou snorted coldly, you must be Zhang Yong. I give you two choices. 1. Apologize to junior sister Bai and get out of here. 2. Slap. Before he could finish, he was slapped to the ground. You little brat, who do you think you are to meddle in my business? Zhang Yong shouted angrily, kicking Brother Zhou away, his body crashing through the table and hitting the wall. Brother Zhou, covered in dust, got up with a terrified expression. Peak quasi-martial artist? What else? Zhang Yong sneered, suddenly realizing something, and looked at Manager Bai with a sinister expression. Manager Bai, so you found help to trouble me? Manager Bai's expression changed. We'll settle this later. Zhang Yong leered as he walked towards Bai Wei. Weier, it's been a long time. Do you know how much I've missed you? Bai Wei's face turned pale with fear. Brother, help me. Brother Zhou's face looked grim. Zhang, we are from the Lanmeng Martial Arts School. If you touch us, you better think about the consequences. Damn it, you little brat, you talk too much. Zhang Yong, furious, turned around and grabbed Brother Zhou, slapping him twice, turning his face into a mess, leaving him dazed on the ground. Seeing Zhang Yong easily beat Brother Zhou into a bruised pulp, Manager Bai's expression changed repeatedly, urging the equally panicked Bai Wei to leave quickly. Bai Wei reacted and had just taken a few steps when Zhang Yong suddenly appeared in front of her, smiling. Where are you going? Bai Wei's pretty face turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with despair. Weier, don't be afraid. I just haven't seen you in a long time and wanted to chat, Zhang Yong said, with a smile, reaching out to grab Bai Wei's hand. Suddenly, another hand blocked his way. Damn it, who is this blind fool? Zhang Yong fumed, reaching out to grab the arm, intending to pull its owner over and teach them a harsh lesson. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He felt as if he had grasped something incredibly heavy, unable to pull it at all. Yi Chen's face was expressionless as he caught Zhang Yong's hand with the other, applying gentle pressure. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed. Zhang Yong howled in pain, struggling wildly, but he couldn't break free. Shut up! Yi Chen glanced at him indifferently and continued to focus, squeezing the forearm behind his palm. Instantly, a more intense pain surged through Zhang Yong's face, contorted, his screams sharp, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. Then, his voice abruptly stopped, because a hand had gripped his neck. Yi Chen frowned slightly. I told you to be quiet, didn't you understand? Nearby, Manager Bai Wei, and the recently risen Brother Zhou were all stunned. They stared blankly at the formidable peak martial artist Zhang Yong, who was like a toy easily held by the handsome young man, with no power to resist. The three of them just stood there, watching the young man speak in a calm tone while slowly tightening his grip on Zhang Yong's throat, involuntarily feeling a chill. Xiao Yi. Manager Bai shouted urgently, that's enough, let go. Okay. Yi Chen nodded and released his grip. Zhang Yong immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his thirst for oxygen even surpassing the intense pain in his arm. Seeing this, Manager Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was too dangerous. If he had shouted a moment later, Zhang Yong might have really died. Yi Chen then looked down at Zhang Yong on the ground. Zhang Yong met his gaze, but there was no trace of hatred or resentment in his eyes, only a deep, lingering terror. This was a madman. He cried and banged his head on the ground. I was wrong, I won't cause trouble again, I won't disturb Miss Bai Wei anymore. Yi Chen remained silent, looking at Manager Bai. Manager Bai hesitated for a moment, observing Zhang Yong's miserable state, and said, you can go now, find a hospital and get your arm checked. Thank you. Zhang Yong exclaimed as if granted a reprieve, running out without looking back. In the office, Yi Chen paid no mind to the shocked and complex expressions of Manager Bai and the others, saying, Manager, I'm leaving now. You, Manager. Bai quickly nodded. Just as Yi Chen was about to walk out the door, he hesitated and called out, Xiao Yi, you've helped me so much, I haven't paid you yet. It's already been paid. Yi Chen gestured to the salary in his hand, shook his head, and left. Watching his gradually receding figure, the three in the office had complex expressions. Manager Bai was somewhat dazed. He never expected that the one who would ultimately help him would be this young man. By wayside inwardly, her earlier intention to get contact information was completely extinguished after witnessing the peak martial artist Zhang Yong being easily defeated. She and that young man were simply from different worlds. Brother Joe thought about his previous words and regretted them deeply, feeling embarrassed to the core. He wished he could slap himself twice. Half an hour later. In the room, Yi Chen took a deep breath and looked at the system panel. On the way back, he had noticed something surprising. Winning with virtue, progress, 10 out of 10, achievement completed, gained 100 achievement points. Winning with virtue was complete. By a twist of fate, he dealt with Zhang Yon while also achieving the goal of winning people over with virtue. Yi Chen suppressed the joy in his heart and looked at his achievement points. Achievement points, 102. This was a substantial number, but for now, there weren't many places to use the achievement points. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. Strengthening was a given, as he was currently stuck at the quasi-martial artist realm, and without a breakthrough, strengthening would be a waste. As for the deduction, the two instruments body forging technique had never been on his list. Although he was quite adept at the thunder movement fist, it was only a D-level martial skill, and enhancing it felt somewhat wasteful. After some thought, Yi Chen quickly set his sights on combat awareness. The importance of combat awareness was self-evident. A large part of his current combat power stemmed from it. Moreover, his combat awareness had already hit a bottleneck last time. This breakthrough would be significant. With that in mind, Yi Chen no longer hesitated and began to deduce his combat awareness. In an instant, he once again entered that incredibly realistic illusion where martial artists and exotic beast opponents appeared one after another. Time slowly passed. 2 hours later, Yi Chen opened his eyes, his gaze blood-red, filled with madness and ferocity. But soon, he suppressed it, and his eyes returned to their normal clarity. He then took a deep breath and looked at the system panel. Achievement points, 52. This breakthrough cost him a whopping 50 achievement points, which made his heart ache. However, at least his combat awareness had broken through. Yi Chen pressed the deduction button, and the combat awareness option appeared. But it had now changed to combat awareness, outstanding level. Outstanding level? Yi Chen's heart stirred. After the mediocre realm, was it the outstanding level? He clenched his fist, clearly feeling that his control over his body, the explosive power he could unleash, and his reaction and sensitivity had all far surpassed before. He couldn't help but feel curious about his current combat power. How much has my combat power increased? 30 or 20? Forget it, I'll just measure it. Without further ado, Yi Chen quickly set off for the martial arts hall near the community. Outside the martial arts hall, a series of loud knocks echoed. The young security guard, who was snuggled under the blanket, desperately rubbing his phone screen, suddenly cursed and slammed his phone down on the bed. Damn it, old Lou, always scheming. While cursing, the young security guard walked with a displeased expression toward the door. It's so late, why is someone still coming to the martial arts hall? It's all your fault. If you hadn't knocked, with my professional level reaction, I wouldn't have been schemed against, he muttered as he opened the door. Entering was a handsome young man. Even the young security guard couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat at first sight. He had never seen someone so good-looking. Only the legendary small group of the most handsome people in the world could compare to him, like the readers of web novels. The young security guard's anger subsided a bit, but he still asked coldly, "What do you want?" "I want to rent a training room for half an hour." The young man smiled and handed him money. "Oh, half an hour is 300, you can choose one of 3 training rooms, the password is," the young security guard lazily said, suddenly noticing that the money handed to him was 500. He froze for a moment, and after realizing it, his heart filled with joy, and he smiled obsequiously. "Honored guest, come, I'll take you there." "Thank you." The two walked toward the rows of training rooms inside the martial arts hall. As the young security guard entered the activation password, he kindly advised, "Honored guest, why not switch to another training room? The Blue D model mechanical puppet inside has martial artist strength, and if the values aren't adjusted properly, it can easily get injured." "It's fine, thank you." Yi Chen's gaze was intense as he entered the training room. The alloy door of the training room slowly closed. "TCH, like it or not?" The young security guard shrugged, proudly waving the 200 yuan in his hand, and happily returned to his bed to play games. Just as he got back on the bed, he put on his headphones. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound echoed from the training room. "Ha!" The young security guard looked up with a puzzled expression, but quickly lowered his head, probably thinking he misheard. The soundproofing of the training room was absurdly good. Countless couples had gone in there seeking thrills without being discovered. Not to mention such a huge noise, it couldn't possibly be that kid sending the puppet flying, could it? At that moment, inside the training room, Yi Chen glanced at his fist, then at the mechanical puppet that had crashed into the wall, blinking in surprise. It seemed he had actually sent the puppet flying with a single punch. The mechanical puppet, glowing a deep blue and towering in stature, was the same one he had used last time, the one with the strength of a martial artist. He clearly remembered that last time, his punch had only managed to push the puppet back 2 or 3 steps. And this time, Yi Chen looked at his position and then at the wall where the puppet had collided, estimating the distance, feeling a bit dazed. 8 meters. This time, he had sent the mechanical puppet flying a full 8 meters with one punch. If it hadn't hit the wall, it probably would have gone even further. And this punch, he hadn't even used the Thunder Fist technique, it was just an ordinary full-strength punch. Yi Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and quickly walked up to the blue puppet to check the combat power displayed on the screen. Combat power, 277. Hiss. Yi Chen gasped, over 200 combat power, a full doubling. This increase in combat power was terrifying, indicating that he could now overpower most first-level martial artists. After a long while, Yi Chen finally calmed down and continued testing his combat power. He adjusted himself to peak condition and used the Thunder Fist technique, which further increased his combat power. 290. Yi Chen muttered to himself, that was his current maximum combat power. However, it couldn't be maintained for long, as it relied on martial techniques, which couldn't be unleashed all the time. 277 was his normal level. But regardless, this increase was truly immense. Immense beyond imagination. He walked out of the training room, said a word to the young security guard, and left the martial arts school. A few minutes later, the young security guard suddenly slammed his phone down on the bed in frustration, exclaiming, "You damn old 6, I'm scheming against others, and you're scheming against me? Damn it, in a broken golden bureau, there are so many old 6s, how am I supposed to play?" He cursed as he walked into the training room. Just as he was about to move the mechanical puppet back to its original position, he suddenly caught sight of the numbers on the display screen, which had not yet been cleared, and froze for a moment. Then, he collapsed to the ground in shock. My God, 290 combat power. Yi Chen returned home, moving quietly and stealthily into his room. His expression was a bit strange. Just now, he had refreshed the achievement of winning people over with virtue, but the new achievement that appeared was, how should he put it, a little odd. See King. Kind-hearted you, decide to give all the girls a home. Progress, 0/20, achievement unlocked, reward 50 achievement points. Yi Chen fell silent. 50 achievement points was quite a lot, but this achievement was. This is just too ridiculous. Yi Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath, reluctantly. Giving up the achievement. Would you like to give up this achievement? If you give up, it will cost 10 achievement points to refresh, and the next time you give up, the cost will increase tenfold. Give up. Yi Chen pressed the button to give up weakly. The Sea King achievement disappeared immediately, and he fell into a 3-day blank period. New achievements would only refresh after 3 days. Having resolved the achievement issue, Yi Chen's expression turned contemplative. The enhancement of combat awareness to combat power was self-evident, but now he found it a bit difficult to further develop his combat awareness. This was because the martial artist battle videos he had accumulated over time were all exhausted. In the illusions that appeared, the martial artists he faced were also repetitive. In this situation, if he wanted to further enhance his combat awareness, there were only 2 methods. One was to continue watching a large number of martial artists' battle videos to accumulate knowledge. The other was practical combat. Yi Chen thought for a moment. Both methods were necessary to make effective progress. Martial artists' battle videos were easy to find, there were plenty online. But practical combat, the underground fighting arena, that's where I need to go. It offers both real combat and a chance to earn money. Yi Chen made his decision, his gaze unusual. However, this time, his opponent would not be a prospective martial artist. The next day, Yi Chen got up early. Since it was Sunday, Su Qin was also heading to the martial arts school. By chance, they ran into each other and were on the same route. After exchanging greetings, they walked side by side. Over this period, through daily guidance, they had become quite familiar, no longer feeling as awkward as before. However, Su Qin's personality was relatively cool and quiet. Apart from Yi Chen, she hardly spoke to anyone else. When are you coming to our martial arts school? Su Qin shook her head and said, Instructor Wang has been waiting for you. Instructor Wang? Which Instructor Wang? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Last time during the Lei Dong Fist lesson, didn't you promise a middle-aged instructor that you would come to the martial arts school when you had time? That's Instructor Wang. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly realized and recalled. He had casually agreed to it to leave quickly, not expecting that the middle-aged instructor would still remember after so many days. Alright, I'll go when I have time. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. After all, he had gained quite a bit from that martial arts school last time, so it was only right to meet him. Don't you have time now? Su Qin raised an eyebrow slightly. I don't, I have to take care of something important. No more talking, I'm already here. After saying that, Yi Chen walked towards a shop by the roadside. Su Qin was momentarily taken aback when she saw him enter the shop. A tattoo parlor? Inside the tattoo shop, the bald middle-aged owner looked up and smiled. Young man, we don't tattoo minors. I'll pay. What, you think you can get it for free? The bald owner immediately widened his eyes. No, I can pay extra. Yi Chen explained. This isn't about the money. Smack. Yi Chen slapped 500 yuan on the table. Sorry. I spoke a bit loudly just now. The bald owner quickly stood up, beaming. What do you want to tattoo? The latest trend or something retro? I want to tattoo a lazy sheep. Yi Chen pondered and said, it doesn't need to be of high quality, just something that lasts 2 or 3 days and can be washed off with water. That's easy to do, but what's a lazy sheep? The owner scratched his head, making it even bolder. I'll draw it for you, and you can tattoo it based on that. Yi Chen said. Although this world was quite similar to his previous life, there were still some differences, some things simply didn't exist here. Soon, he drew the lazy sheep. The bald owner looked at the paper, seeing a cartoon sheep with a poop on its head, and found it a bit strange. He had seen tattoos of dragons, tigers, and various subjects, but this was the first time he had seen a poop sheep tattoo. However, it did look quite cute. Young people nowadays really understood trends. Half a day later, Yi Chen left the tattoo shop, returned home, and waited for a while until the tattoo was set before heading to the underground fighting arena. Underground fighting arena. Since it was just evening, the arena had only opened for a short while, and there weren't many people arriving. Most were either in the stands or waiting in the resting area. It was surprisingly quiet. Yi Chen walked in. This time he didn't disguise himself, still wearing the same outfit as on the first day. Therefore, as soon as he entered, someone recognized him. Hey, little brother, you're back again. A middle-aged martial artist smiled. Yi Chen nodded, scanning his surroundings. The few prospective martial artists around, upon seeing him, quickly averted their gazes. Seeing this, the middle-aged warrior smiled and said, little brother, why not change the fighting arena? Everyone here knows you, and no one will fight you. I didn't come here to challenge the warriors. Yi Chen shook his arm, causing his sleeve to rise and revealing the dark patterns on his arm. Martial patterns? The middle-aged warrior was somewhat surprised. You've broken through to a warrior? Yi Chen nodded slightly, said nothing, and lowered his sleeve to cover the black patterns. Indeed, while others may struggle to break through to a warrior, for geniuses like you, it's not surprising at all. The middle-aged warrior sighed. The surrounding aspiring warriors exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. This guy has broken through to a warrior, so they can finally stop worrying. Breaking through is great. For the first time, they were happier to see someone else break through than to break through themselves. Yi Chen walked towards the blood testing device, not to test his blood but directly said, please give me a warrior-level wristband. Next to the testing device, a pretty girl in work clothes hesitated for a moment. Just give it to him, it doesn't matter if he tests or not. The middle-aged warrior chuckled. For a genius like him, breaking through to a warrior is as easy as pie, especially since he already has martial patterns. By the way, little brother, what level of exotic beast blood did you use to break through? Ordinary exotic beast blood, nothing worth mentioning. Yi Chen took the blue wristband, put it on casually, and then walked towards the stands. Ordinary exotic beast blood? How could a genius like you use ordinary exotic beast blood? I don't believe it. It must be at least rare level, right? The middle-aged warrior laughed. Yi Chen smiled but didn't elaborate. The more he said, the easier it would be to slip up. He hadn't actually broken through to a warrior, the so-called martial patterns were just lazy sheep tattoos, intentionally revealed a bit to scare people. It wasn't that he was too low-key. Mainly, a 277 combat power aspiring warrior was simply absurd. If people found out, they might just grab him for dissection. A first-level warrior has a blood value of 100, while a second-level warrior has a blood value of 500. A combat power of 277 is already considered average among first-level warriors. An aspiring warrior who hasn't even broken through yet having such combat power is an understatement to call it absurd. The middle-aged warrior was quite familiar and continued. Exotic beast blood comes in 5 levels: ordinary, superior, rare, precious. and supreme. The higher the quality of the exotic beast blood used for the breakthrough, the greater the enhancement when breaking through to a warrior. For example, the three young geniuses who often come to our fighting arena. Among them, Su Fan from the Yun martial arts school used rare level golden ring goose blood, and after breaking through to a warrior, his blood value increased by 30 on the spot, and his physical quality was significantly stronger than that of ordinary warriors. Plus, with the enhancement of martial patterns, he could fight against seasoned warriors with 170 combat power right after breaking through without falling behind the other two, whether it's the top student from number 1 high school or the second young master of the Wang family. Although I'm not sure what level of exotic beast blood they used, their combat power is not weaker than Su Fan's. Do those three often come to the fighting arena? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. These three were quite famous, being the best among the younger generation in Ningjiang City. They were also the examples that teachers and parents often cited. They come about once every 10 days or half a month. The middle-aged warrior smiled, calculating the time. They should be coming again today. Nearby, a warrior shook his head. These three have been competing for the title of the best under 18 in Ningjiang City for so long, yet they still can't determine a winner. Their talents are similar, and their strengths are comparable. No matter how they compete, they won't come to a conclusion. Not to mention, these three are indeed geniuses. It's only been a month since they broke through to warriors, and their combat power has all reached 200. Exactly, now another month has passed. I wonder how much their combat power has reached? I'm not sure, but anyway, tonight will be interesting. The martial artists were discussing among themselves. Yi Chen felt a stir in his heart, pondering what the middle-aged martial artist had just said about the 5 types of exotic beast blood. Ordinary, superior, rare. The higher the grade used, the greater the strength increase after the breakthrough? Little brother. At this moment, the middle-aged martial artist looked at him with a smile. So, you've also broken through to become a martial artist. Do you have the confidence to challenge those three tonight? I think your talent is not weaker than theirs, and might even be a bit stronger. Let's give it a try. Yi Chen smiled. Good, as long as you have confidence, I believe you can win, the middle-aged martial artist said with a grin. Upon hearing this, the surrounding martial artists looked at each other with strange expressions. Brother, you're not joking, are you? This little brother is impressive, but how long has it been since he broke through? 2 days? 3 days? Su Fan and the other three have already broken through for 2 months, and their combat power exceeds 200. Do you really think this little brother can defeat them? Exactly, this is ridiculous. If he wins, I'll twist my head off and use it as a ball to kick. The martial artists present all wore expressions of disbelief. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the fighting arena. Soon, 3 boys around 17 or 18 years old arrived under the gaze of the crowd. They were Su Fan and his companions. Su Fan, Wang Boyu, and Linwen. The 3 most outstanding individuals under 18 in the younger generation of Ningjiang City. Su Fan was slender and looked ordinary, appearing quite unremarkable, just an average boy. He came from the largest martial arts school in Ningjiang City, the Kongming Martial Arts School. Wang Boyu was handsome, but his gaze was somewhat cold, hailing from the Wang family, a well-known martial arts family in Ningjiang City. Lastly, Linwen wore glasses, looking refined and fair. Completely unrecognizable as a martial artist, he resembled a student from the humanities, a top scholar who had consistently ranked first in his school. All 3 had strong backgrounds and outstanding talents, so their strengths were quite similar. This time, I'm determined to claim the title of Ningjiang City's number 1 genius, Linwen said calmly. You two can scram. He appeared elegant, but his words were quite arrogant and domineering. The contrast was striking. Anyone can talk big, just don't beg for mercy later. Su Fan grinned. Wang Boyu's expression was indifferent, not even glancing at the other two. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's go. Linwen said, suddenly twisting off his glasses, tearing off his shirt, and jumping onto the stage. The surrounding martial artists felt their eyelids twitch. This kid really had a bit of a crazy streak. Su Fan and Wang Boyu also jumped onto the fighting platform. The 3 stood in a triangle, facing off against each other, resembling a 3-legged cauldron. However, the surrounding martial artists did not find it strange. Instead, they waved their hands excitedly, saying, Brothers, come on, the betting is open. I bet they'll end in a draw. I bet Linwen will win. This kid is so cocky today, he might really have some skills. Then I bet on Wang Boyu. He doesn't show his cards, but he's the most cunning among the 3, I'm betting on him. In martial artist battles, being dignified is the right way. I bet Su Fan will win. Alright, the betting is open. Brothers who are interested, come quickly. Soon, more and more martial artists gathered around. However, most of them chose to bet on a draw, unable to determine a clear winner. There was no way around it. Experience dictated that after so long of competing, they still couldn't figure out who was stronger. As the atmosphere grew more lively, the middle-aged martial artist also walked over, coincidentally seeing Yi Chen. He couldn't help but smile. Little brother, how come you're interested too? Who are you planning to bet on to win? Su Fan, Wang Boyu, or Linwen? Yi Chen shook his head. I'm not betting on any of them, I'm betting on myself. Yourself? The middle-aged warrior was taken aback for a moment. He was just joking, but he didn't expect this young man to be so full of confidence, actually wanting to challenge Su Fan and the other two. The young people nowadays are really brave, the middle-aged warrior sighed. At that moment, Yi Chen had already walked over, and the warrior who was opening the betting immediately laughed. Little brother, who are you betting on? I bet on myself, Yi Chen replied. Upon hearing this, the surrounding warriors were all stunned. This kid must be crazy, actually wanting to challenge those three. After all, he had just broken through to become a warrior. Little brother, you're not joking, are you? The betting warrior chuckled. Yi Chen didn't say much, turned over 50,000, and then turned to leave. Although he had swept through the quasi-warriors in the fighting arena these days, he hadn't earned much, and now he only had this 50,000 left. However, after this match, he should be able to earn quite a bit. 50,000, are you serious? The betting warrior was somewhat shaken. Their bets were actually quite small. Although there were many people, each person only put in 1 or 2,000. To directly bet 50,000, and on oneself at that, how much confidence did one need? No, it was foolish. Does this kid think he has too much money? The betting warrior muttered, noticing the middle-aged warrior walking over, and smiled. Old brother, who are you betting on? I bet. The middle-aged warrior was about to speak when he suddenly caught sight of Yi Chen's back not far away and, almost unconsciously, said, I'll bet on that little brother, 1,000. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. But with so many warriors watching, he couldn't back out over $1,000. He could only curse himself for being foolish in his heart and turned to leave under the bewildered gazes of the other warriors. The money had already been paid, he had to watch the match. He just hoped that little brother would perform well, otherwise, if he lost too quickly, others would really think he was a fool. On the fighting stage, Lin Wen and the other two were facing off against each other. Yi Chen also jumped up. Seeing his hood, the expressions of the three were somewhat strange. Lin Wen couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, how old are you this year? 17, Warrior Realm, Yi Chen replied, glancing at the three. I heard you three are quite strong, I want to challenge you. Upon hearing this, the three's expressions tightened slightly. Their faces became somewhat serious. A 17-year-old warrior, looking across Ningjiang City, there were only the three of them. How could there be another one they hadn't seen before? He could be a formidable opponent. The three exchanged glances, feeling a bit of pressure. The fact that the other party dared to come up at this time definitely showed absolute confidence in their own strength. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from the crowd. Damn, that kid really went up, he just broke through to warrioring, dares to fight Lin Wen and the others, his guts are too big. Not only that, he even bet 50,000 on himself. What the hell, is this for real? So arrogant? Hearing the discussions from the stands, Lin Wen and the others were momentarily stunned. Then they looked at Yi Chen with incredulity. No way, right? You, a newly broken through warrior, want to challenge us who have been through for 2 months? Brother, you really underestimate us, don't you? Lin Wen snorted coldly, his blood surging, and his bare upper body gradually revealed a twisted black snake martial pattern. The two beside Su Fan also looked at Yi Chen with unfriendly expressions. Yi Chen's face remained calm as he slowly said, What's wrong, are you afraid? Afraid? Su Fan grinned, so bold, I like it. He looked at the other two, you guys go down first, I'll give him a lesson. Once I deal with him, the three of us can start. Lin Wen shrugged, whatever. Wang Boyu said lightly, I hope you don't use this as an excuse later, saying he drained some of your stamina. He drained my stamina? Su Fan said speechlessly, how much do you look down on me? If a kid who just broke through to warrior can drain my stamina, then I deserve it. Enough nonsense, you two hurry up and go down. The two turned around, ready to descend. At that moment, the boy across from them suddenly frowned and said, Did you not hear clearly? I want to challenge all three of you, which means I want you three to come at me together. Silence. In an instant, the entire vast fighting arena was devoid of sound. Everyone gaped, their expressions frozen. The middle-aged martial artist who had just stepped onto the platform to watch the fight turned pale upon hearing this. It's over, this is going to be a huge embarrassment. Now everyone knows that I bet 1,000 on a fool to win. I'd become a fool too. Sigh, I shouldn't have talked to him. I thought this kid was a genius and wanted to befriend him, so I chatted with him a bit after he arrived. I didn't expect this kid to have a problem with his head. Not only does he want to fight, but he wants to take on 3 at once? Why not just fly to the sky? The middle-aged martial artist regretted it deeply, already, imagining that this incident would become a laughingstock for him for a long time to come. On the fighting stage, Yi Chen looked at the 3 who were equally stunned and said seriously, if you 3 come at me together, you might give me some pressure. Alone, it's far from enough. He was speaking the truth. Challenging these 3 was partly because they were renowned geniuses in Ningjiang City, almost household names. It gave him a rare sense of competitiveness. On the other hand, he could make money. He had just bet 50,000 on himself, and if he won, he could at least double it. However, since it was a battle, he still wanted to find opponents who were evenly matched, as that would help him accumulate combat experience more easily. Therefore, having the 3 come at him together would provide him with greater pressure. So arrogant, I want to see what you're capable of. Surprisingly, the first to lose his composure was the usually steady Wang Boyu. His handsome face darkened as he charged at Yi Chen, a sharp tiger roar suddenly erupting. Tiger seal fist. Before he even arrived, a phantom tiger could be seen pouncing through the air. The experienced veteran martial artists around raised their eyebrows, already recognizing the destructive power of this punch. 220 combat power. Clearly, a month had passed, and Wang Boya's combat power had increased significantly. Then someone let out a soft "oh." The boy opposite isn't dodging. Before the words were finished, there was a loud bang. Yi Chen threw a punch that shattered the phantom tiger, then, in Wang Boyu's incredulous gaze, he grabbed his collar and directly threw him off the fighting stage. Too weak. He shook his head. Although the combat power of these 3 was decent, their combat awareness was far too weak. They were nowhere near as good as he used to be, let alone how he was now. Coupled with the huge gap in combat power, to him, their attacks felt like those of children, harmless and ineffective. If he's this weak, the other 2 should be about the same. Yi Chen murmured as he slowly walked towards the already dazed Su Fan and Lin Wen, knocking each out with a punch and tossing them off the stage. The process was brutal and simple, giving the 2 no chance to react or resist. Everything happened extremely quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was already over. In the stands, everyone was stunned. It was too fast. They hadn't even seen clearly when Lin Wen and the others were tossed off the fighting stage like chicks. Damn, is this real? This kid just broke through to become a martial artist, and his combat power exceeds 200? What level of beast blood is he using? It must be the legendary top grade blood to achieve such combat power. Impossible, even top-grade beast blood wouldn't reach that. Exactly, it can only be said that he has accumulated too much, allowing his vitality to surge after just breaking through to become a martial artist, possessing such strong combat power. What makes him strong isn't his vitality, but his combat awareness. Suddenly, a martial artist shook his head. He was an experienced martial artist, his expression serious as he said, this boy's combat awareness is probably nearing the limits of mediocrity. Mediocre limits? Gas. Countless voices inhaled sharply. The seasoned martial artist wore a complex expression, lamenting, at such a young age, to have combat awareness reach the limits of mediocrity. This child is terrifying. Yi Chen stepped down from the fighting platform. Among the 3 on the ground, only Wang Boyu, who had attacked first, was not knocked out. But at this moment, his face was pale, and he looked utterly lost, still unable to believe that the 3 of them had been effortlessly defeated in seconds. And the one who defeated them was actually a boy of the same age. This blow was fatal for him. Are you really only 17? Wang Boyu's voice trembled slightly. Yi Chen paused and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Wang Boyu let out a bitter laugh. So we've been competing for so long, and the true strong one doesn't even care about our rivalry. Your strength isn't bad, but your combat experience is quite average. Yi Chen shook his head and said, you probably have very little experience in real life and death battles, right? Wang Boyu initially wanted to retort, but suddenly fell silent. Indeed, the 3 of them had come this far smoothly, each treated as treasures by their families. Even after becoming martial artists, they had never been allowed into the wilderness, let alone competing with other martial artists. Their opponents had always been peers, and to be honest, how much combat experience could boys of this age have? Therefore, they had never doubted that their combat experience was actually quite average. Instead, they had taken pride in it. In the underground fighting arena, although you come often, you must only be sparring with each other, right? You haven't fought against the other martial artists here? Yi Chen asked. How do you know? Wang Boyu was taken aback. Because you're too proud, Yi Chen said slowly, you've always believed that your only opponents are the other 2, as for the other martial artists here, To break through to martial artist status at such an age, your talent is too poor to be considered your opponents, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Boyu's pupils constricted. The three of them had come here at the request of their elders. Initially, they had looked down on coming, but to put on a show, they had come every now and then. Their thoughts had been clearly articulated by Yi Chen. He remained silent for a long time and said, "Thank you, I understand now." After saying this, he left with the other two. Yi Chen watched them leave, feeling a bit emotional, vaguely remembering that just a few months ago, these three were figures he could only look up to. Now, he could easily defeat them. He walked towards the martial artist who had just opened the betting. The other party and the surrounding martial artists were silent, looking somewhat bewildered. The impact of a martial artist who had just broken through and already had a combat power of 200 was simply too immense. As for the middle-aged martial artist, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. He was truly at a loss. But seeing the many awe-filled gazes around him, he straightened his clothes, revealing a mysterious demeanor. As if to say, "You haven't guessed wrong, I have exceptional insight and have long seen this boy's strength." Did you really just break through to martial artist? Someone couldn't help but look at Yi Chen. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. It felt like he had asked a very foolish question. This boy comes every day, and just a few days ago, he was still a quasi-martial artist. Now that he has just broken through, how long could it have been? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and honestly said, "Actually, I'm still a quasi-martial artist." Upon hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes wildly. Damn, who would believe that? A quasi-martial artist with over 200 combat power. Do you think we're fools, believing whatever you say? Seeing this, Yi Chen shook his head inwardly. People are like this, sometimes when you tell the truth, they don't believe you. But this was exactly what he wanted. Then, he received the money he earned from the opening match. After deducting the principal, he made a total of 120,000. Although each person only bet 1 or 2,000, the sheer number of people doubled it and more. Adding my previous 50,000, that's 170,000. Yi Chen was overjoyed and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the stronger the ability, the easier it is to make money. Just over a month ago, he was still troubled by the 2,000 registration fee for martial arts, having to go to the slaughterhouse to kill chickens for money. Now, he could earn over 100,000 from a single match. However, money comes quickly, and it also goes quickly. Being a martial artist is a profession that consumes money the most. Just a single martial skill or a weapon can easily deplete that 100,000. At this moment, at the very top of the stands, the owner of the fighting arena, wearing a dark gold mask, had appeared at some point. He was quietly watching Yi Chen. "Teacher." A crisp voice, tinged with a hint of indifference, rang out from a girl nearby. Beside her, a small figure in black looked complex and somewhat shocked, saying, "Is it possible to reach over 200 combat power just after breaking through to a martial artist?" "It's quite normal," the arena owner replied. "As long as you accumulate enough and have a solid foundation, after breaking through to a martial artist, taking a large amount of blood essence to quickly increase strength is not surprising. Although 200 combat power isn't much, it's not unheard of, but..." He paused and slowly continued, "However, this is a top-tier city where martial arts are developed, so such a genius can emerge. In a third-tier small city, a genius like this can be said to be unprecedented. Ningjiang City, hee, this is getting interesting." The arena owner suddenly smiled. "Let me see the true limits of this genius." "True limits?" The small figure in black was taken aback. In the next moment, the arena owner's booming voice suddenly echoed throughout the fighting arena. "The 30 Total Victories Challenge Tournament is now open. All first-level martial artists can participate. Achieve 10 total victories, and you will be rewarded with a D-level weapon. Achieve 20 total victories, and you will be rewarded with a top-tier D-level martial skill. Achieve 30 total victories, and you will be rewarded with a C-level weapon or martial skill, or 300,000 cash." As the words fell, the arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into excitement. 300,000? Yi Chen's heart trembled. What a large sum. The other martial artists in the arena were also surprised and delighted, with a hint of shock. No wonder the martial master was generous. Whether it's a C-level martial skill or weapon, both are worth much more than that 300,000, and it's hard to buy even with money. Silence. The arena owner's deep voice rang out again, instantly suppressing the noise in the entire arena. The challenge tournament has only 2 rules. First, each person has no limit on the number of challenges, but there can be no rest during the period to replenish stamina. Second, the draw is completely random. Whoever you draw is who you face, and you cannot change opponents. Anyone who deliberately loses will have their rewards cancelled and will not be allowed to enter my fighting arena in the future. The rules are simple. Each person has several chances to challenge, but there is no time to rest and recover stamina. Additionally, the draw is random. Besides strength, luck also plays a role. If one encounters an opponent of equal strength, they might exhaust their stamina in a single match. Of course, strength is still the hard truth. As long as one is strong enough and can defeat opponents quickly, they can ensure sufficient stamina. However, this is still a long battle. Everyone's expressions were somewhat serious. Yi Chen also showed a contemplative look. With so many people present, there might not be many who could truly win in the end. He adjusted himself, preparing for battle. At that moment, he suddenly felt a slight movement in his brow, vaguely sensing that someone was watching him. Instinctively, he looked up. At the very top of the stands, the owner of the fighting arena, wearing a dark gold mask, was looking down at him. The dark gold mask obscured his face, making it impossible to see his features. Only the deep black eyes were visible. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised but quickly withdrew his gaze. Your perception is quite sharp. The master of the fighting arena chuckled lightly. You should have reached the limit of mediocrity in combat awareness at this age. It's truly impressive. Let me see how far you can go. 5 consecutive wins, or 10. His gaze was intense as he murmured softly. Geniuses, the Black Seal Tower's favorite pastime is to crush geniuses. Beside him, a small, thin figure in black silently lowered his head. 10 minutes later, the 30-match challenge began. It must be said that although they were all martial artists, their strengths varied greatly. For instance, the gap between an ordinary martial artist with over 100 vitality points and a top martial artist with over 400 vitality points, who was about to break into the second level, was quite significant. The strong pushed through effortlessly, while the weak were knocked off the fighting stage as soon as they stepped up, getting eliminated directly. Thus, the competition progressed rapidly. Yi Chen was in the middle tier of martial artists. Naturally, he was no match for those with over 300 combat power. However, the opponents below that level were much easier to deal with. He was fortunate, encountering opponents who weren't too strong. Although he couldn't be said to have swept through, he won smoothly all the way through. Remarkably, he hadn't lost a single match yet. Soon, he successfully achieved 10 consecutive wins. At this moment, many exhausted and eliminated martial artists had gathered beneath the fighting stage. They were shocked to see Yi Chen, who had just broken through to the martial artist realm, achieve 10 consecutive wins and still continue. Everyone was somewhat astonished. Was this kid really going to defy the heavens today? After today, the entire Ningjang city will probably be in turmoil, someone sighed. Indeed, easily defeating Su Fan, one of the 3 young geniuses, and beating so many strong martial artists at just 17 is unimaginable. Perhaps this is what genius is. A quasi-martial artist can push through invincibly, and even as a newly advanced martial artist, he can still suppress seasoned martial artists who have long since broken through. Talent is truly the most inexplicable thing in the world. Next, the battles continued. 11 consecutive wins, 12 consecutive wins, 13 consecutive wins. Another 3 consecutive victories. Although he won them all, Yi Chen could clearly feel that it was becoming more strenuous. Now, everyone still in the arena was no weakling. The weakest had combat power similar to his own, and in every match, he was giving it his all. 14 consecutive wins, 15 consecutive wins. Another 2 consecutive victories. The onlookers had transformed from shock to complete admiration, and more people gathered around. It's almost at the limit now. On the fighting stage, Yi Chen was breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. 15 consecutive wins was already a commendable achievement. Logically, he could choose to step down now. Even if he voluntarily left the stage, no one would look down on him, they would only admire him. But martial arts is a path of constantly breaking through limits. A true martial artist should continuously challenge their own limits. Yi Chen murmured, his eyes growing brighter and more brilliant as he continued toward his 16th opponent. This was a fierce battle. The opponent's combat power was 290, the same as his maximum combat power. After a prolonged struggle, Yi Chen took a punch head-on before finally finding the opportunity to knock the opponent off the stage. As soon as the opponent hit the ground, Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his headgear turning red as blood spilled out. The 16th match was a hard-fought victory. Then, he gasped heavily, his eyes shining with a hint of madness as he walked toward his 17th opponent. He hadn't reached his limit yet, he could continue. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists looked on in shock. This kid is really ruthless. Being this hard on himself, no wonder he has such strength. I'm impressed. The younger generation is truly formidable. The arena for the 17th match was still the familiar number 6 fighting stage. The opponent was a calm middle-aged man, looking quite well and slightly frowning at this moment. Is it really necessary to push yourself this hard? It's not about pushing myself. Don't you think that fighting and challenging one's own limits is a very enjoyable thing? Yi Chen smiled, his eyes shining with an astonishing brightness. This time, he was truly not in it for the money. Instead, it was simply to find that exhilarating feeling of battle. The composed middle-aged man across from him snorted coldly, saying such things. Do you think I will go easy on you? You're thinking too much. If you get hurt later, don't blame me for being too heavy-handed, it's your own doing. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward fiercely. Yi Chen instinctively prepared to respond, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Clearly, he had exhausted too much energy and was somewhat drained. He licked his lips. And in the astonished gaze of the composed middle-aged man, he slammed his fist down onto the ground. Instantly, blood gushed from his fist. But the pain jolted him awake. What followed was another grueling battle. However, due to his poor physical condition, this time Yi Chen was completely overwhelmed, quickly accumulating numerous injuries. Still not willing to admit defeat? The composed middle-aged man frowned tightly. You've already achieved 10 victories and can claim your reward. What's the harm in losing one match? Why do you need to fight me so hard, exhausting my stamina? And with your current stamina, it's impossible for you to reach 20 consecutive wins. There's no benefit in pushing yourself so hard. I know. Then why won't you admit defeat? Do you want to be seriously injured? Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. It's not about winning or losing, nor about any rewards. I just want to see my limits. Crazy kid, then don't blame me. The composed middle-aged man shouted angrily, his strikes becoming even more ruthless as he suddenly stepped forward. With a powerful palm, he struck towards Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen quickly dodged, simultaneously taking a deep breath and launching a powerful punch. Thunderous fist. Boom! A deep rumble echoed, sounding a full 8 times. The thunderous fist broke through. Without any prior calculation, under immense pressure, Yi Chen had an epiphany and comprehended the 8 thunderous strikes. Unfortunately, while 8 strikes were just one short of 9, the difference was like heaven and earth. It still couldn't turn the tide of the battle. The composed middle-aged man caught the thunderous fist with one hand, while the other hand struck out fiercely, directly sending Yi Chen staggering backward to the edge of the fighting platform. Even so, Yi Chen's eyes flashed. Instead of retreating, he charged straight towards the composed middle-aged man. You little brat, looking for death. A cold glint flashed in the composed middle-aged man's eyes as he was about to deliver another palm strike to knock this kid off the stage. Yi Chen suddenly retreated at high speed. This sudden move caused the composed middle-aged man to instinctively freeze for a moment, and without thinking, he pressed forward. In just 2 steps, he crossed nearly 3 meters, closing in on Yi Chen. It was at this moment that Yi Chen suddenly advanced again. His control over his body was exquisite to the extreme, wasting not a single ounce of strength. Thus, the rapid advance and retreat appeared perfectly timed, with no sense of hesitation. His entire body erupted forward, crashing into the unsuspecting composed middle-aged man's embrace. The composed middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for this sudden attack, and at such close range, he couldn't react in time. The impact left his chest feeling heavy, blood surging. Once he regained his senses, he was both shocked and furious, his body suddenly exerting force to violently push Yi Chen away, while simultaneously striking out with a palm. However, at the moment he exerted all his strength, Yi Chen suddenly withdrew his force, sidestepping and delivering a sharp elbow strike to the middle-aged man's lower back. Bang! 2 sounds echoed simultaneously. Yi Chen was sent flying by a palm strike. The composed middle-aged man, due to his excessive force, was propelled towards the edge of the fighting platform, on the verge of falling off. He struggled to regain control, narrowly managing to stop himself at the edge. However, before the cold sweat on his forehead could even drip down, a sharp pain in his waist struck, causing his body to weaken, losing control, and he fell straight off the fighting platform. On the other side, Yi Chen rolled on the ground several times before finally coming to a stop. He staggered to his feet, gasping for breath, feeling as if his entire body was about to fall apart, with pain radiating from every part of him. Utterly drained of strength. Around him, there was complete silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. Below the stage, a composed middle-aged man quietly stood up, his breath steady, showing no signs of injury. In contrast, Yi Chen was a mess. His headgear had turned a deep crimson, and his clothes were tattered, faint black patterns visible on his skin. Fortunately, only part of the patterns were exposed, so no one noticed anything unusual. Instead, several people were peering closely, eager to see what kind of beast the young man's martial patterns belonged to. They were simply too fierce. Yi Chen was battered and bruised, barely able to stand. The composed middle-aged man remained calm. The contrast between their conditions was stark. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man was standing below the fighting stage. You won. After a long silence, the middle-aged man said complexly, "You are strong, I lost without grievance." With that, he turned and left. He still had plenty of stamina and had achieved over 10 consecutive victories, yet he chose not to continue competing, even giving up the rewards he had already earned. Upon hearing this, the spectators in the fighting arena finally snapped back to reality, followed by looks of shock and admiration directed at Yi Chen. 17 consecutive victories. From this day forward, this young man would be renowned throughout Ningjiang City. As a newly promoted martial artist, he had defeated several opponents with over 200 combat power, and even subdued a seasoned martial artist with 300 combat power. Such talent was unprecedented in the history of Ningjiang City. I concede the 18th match. Yi Chen coughed heavily, stood up, and slowly walked down from the fighting stage. He no longer forced himself. This time, he had truly reached his limit. The people around him automatically made way. Just 3 days after breaking through to martial artist, you already possess 300 combat power. Even in a first-tier martial arts city, you would be considered top-tier. From above the stands, the owner of the fighting arena looked at him with appreciation. Upon hearing this, the crowd was utterly shocked. A first-tier martial arts city was not something a third-tier city like Ningjiang could compare to. They never expected the fighting arena owner to give such high praise. The owner of the fighting arena glanced at the faint patterns on Yi Chen's body, slightly puzzled, and asked, "What kind of beast is your martial pattern from? Why does it feel somewhat unfamiliar to me?" At this, curious gazes turned toward Yi Chen from those around him. Since the exposed patterns were few, they had been unable to identify which beast's martial pattern it was after looking for a long time. However, it was surprising that even a martial artist of the fighting arena owner's caliber had never seen it before. "I told you. This young man's martial pattern is extraordinary. Indeed, it looks exceptional, far stronger than our ordinary martial patterns. This young man's strength must be related to this top-tier martial pattern." Listening to the discussions around him, Yi Chen's expression turned somewhat strange. Top-tier martial pattern? Looks exceptional? Cough cough. He coughed, realizing he needed to leave quickly, otherwise, he might inadvertently reveal something. He then looked at the owner of the fighting arena. "Senior, I have some serious injuries and wish to leave quickly to heal." The owner of the fighting arena smiled faintly and tossed him something. "I see you excel at using your fists and have specialized in a certain fist technique to a commendable level. So I'll give you a pair of battle gloves." Yi Chen took them. Although they were called gloves, they were actually a pair of transparent, silky hand coverings. He exclaimed in delight, "Thank you, senior." With that, he left without looking back. As they watched his departing figure, the crowd buzzed with discussion, still somewhat numb from the series of shocks they had experienced throughout the night. However, they couldn't help but marvel at how he had just broken through to the martial artist realm and already possessed 300 combat power. It was truly astonishing. Tomorrow, it seemed, the entire Ningjiang city would be in for a major upheaval. Yi Chen, however, was unaware of all this. He only knew that if he didn't leave quickly, he might really be exposed. The tattoos on his body had already started to gradually fade. Damn it. Yi Chen cursed his unscrupulous boss, who said he could hold on for 2 or 3 days, but couldn't even last a night. In fact, he had wrongly blamed his boss. The prolonged high-intensity battles had caused his vital energy to continuously surge, keeping his body at a very high temperature. With the temperature rising, the tattoos naturally began to fade. Fortunately, he managed to leave before they completely disappeared. Otherwise, if he was in the middle of a fight and the top-tier martial tattoos fell off, Yi Chen could already imagine the bewildered expressions on people's faces. At this moment, the sky was pitch black. It was already very late. The streets were empty, silent as the grave, with only the lonely red and green traffic lights alternating. Yi Chen finally managed to hail a taxi. The driver, seeing his blood-soaked and bizarre outfit, turned pale and screamed, "Ultraman is killing people." With a slam on the gas, the car sped away without a trace. Yi Chen was somewhat speechless, only then remembering that he had forgotten to change his clothes and take off his mask. He found a secluded corner, changed his clothes, discarded the mask, and waited a long time before finally getting another taxi. Once in the car, he checked his phone and saw that his aunt had called many times. But it was so late now, his aunt was probably asleep, so he sent 2 messages to Zhou Shishir, asking her to explain tomorrow. "Got it." Zhou Shishir replied quickly. Yi Chen frowned and sent a message, "It's so late, you're still awake, binge-watching shows, right? I'll tell your mom tomorrow." Zhou Shishir? After the usual back and forth, Zhou Shishir asked, "Do you need me to leave the door open for you?" Yi Chen looked at his current situation, his body covered in injuries, his clothes soaked in blood. "No need to leave it open, I won't be going back tonight." In this state, going back would probably scare both of them, so it was better not to return and find a nearby place to stay. Turning off his phone, Yi Chen took off the boxing gloves that the owner of the fighting arena had just given him. "Is this a battle weapon?" He was a bit curious, rubbing the transparent gloves in his hands. Battle weapons were made from unique metals discovered in the wasteland, or the scales and bones of exotic beasts, incredibly hard. They were very helpful for human warriors in hunting exotic beasts and in combat. Although the enhancement to combat power from battle weapons wasn't as fierce as martial skills, they were easy to use and didn't require long-term training like martial skills did. Therefore, their value was not much less than that of martial skills, and they were often even more expensive. Yi Chen tried putting on the gloves. They fit perfectly on his palms, and a cool sensation came over him, refreshing his mind and spirit. Yi Chen tried to clench his fist. It felt very comfortable, and everything felt quite nice, making him a bit reluctant to sell them. To be honest, he had originally planned to sell the battle weapon after obtaining it. With the money from selling the battle weapon and the 170,000 he had saved up, he intended to buy a good exotic beast's essence to break through as a warrior. But now, these gloves felt particularly suitable, and he was somewhat reluctant to part with them. Forget it. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, but decided not to sell them. He could find another way to get the exotic beast's essence. It would be a pity to sell such a handy battle weapon just like that. Before long, the car stopped outside the community. Yi Chen got out and entered a nearby convenience store, preparing to buy some simple medical supplies. Just as he entered, he happened to run into someone. Su Qin? Yi Chen was surprised, looking at the short-haired girl walking out. Su Qin was also taken aback, seeing the bruises on his handsome face, her brows slightly furrowed. What happened to you? Yi Chen replied, I got scratched by a cat. Su Qin retorted, are you kidding? With that much swelling, can a cat do that? Oh. Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied, the cat punched me. Su Qin fell silent. She silently walked to the supermarket entrance and saw Yi Chen still rummaging through the medical supplies. She helplessly said, no need to search, I have some at home. Ah, that's really embarrassing. Yi Chen scratched his head, but his movements were quick, and he soon overtook Su Qin, striding towards the community. You didn't lock your door, did you? If you did, hand me the key. First, you're moving really slowly. Su Qin fell silent again. How had she not noticed before that this guy was so shameless? However, it was quite interesting. The moment this thought surfaced, she quickly shook her head, and then, not knowing what she was thinking, her gaze gradually became calm again. She returned to her usual cool and quiet demeanor. Su Qin's home. I didn't expect you to be quite professional. Yi Chen looked at the busy girl in front of him, somewhat surprised. They were very close. Su Qin half knelt in front of him, slowly applying medicine to the bruises on his face, and when her hand accidentally brushed against his skin, she quickly pulled back. A hint of awkwardness and strangeness flashed in her clear eyes. Yi Chen also caught a faint scent of shampoo, and his heart fluttered slightly. Then he was shocked. No wonder she was a rich girl, even her shampoo was so high-end. All done. Su Qin stood up, the injury isn't serious. And your recovery ability is surprisingly good, you should be fine in 2 or 3 days. At this point, she was also a bit surprised. This guy's recovery ability was too strong, his physical condition was nothing like that of an ordinary person. It was almost comparable to a martial artist, with a body that had undergone a transformation. But martial artists. She glanced at Yi Chen and shook her head. Slightly. Heaven is fair, although he is a rare and extraordinary constitution, it also has its limitations. And that improves blood and energy quickly will be clumsy in understanding martial arts. A genius with quick comprehension of martial arts will also be quite weak in cultivating blood and energy. Each has its strengths, there is no absolute perfection. Therefore, she didn't believe Yi Chen's blood and energy value could be very high. Especially since Yi Chen came from an ordinary family, it was difficult for him to obtain cultivation resources, and his blood and energy value might even be weaker than that of his peers. But she didn't plan to say any of this. After spending time together these days, they had already become friends, and it wasn't good to expose a friend's weaknesses. So, during their usual chats, she rarely talked about her own blood and energy value. She was just afraid of discouraging Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a mirror to check. Very good, his handsome face remained intact, and the bruises on his face had shrunk significantly after treatment. He couldn't help but exclaim, you're really impressive. You better be talking about my healing technique. Su Qin shot him a glance. This guy was getting more and more audacious, making jokes about everything. Of course, I'm talking about the healing technique, where else would my mind go? Yi Chen was surprised. Su Qin glared at him and huffed lightly, I originally didn't know how, but later I often. She suddenly thought of something and stopped talking. Avoiding the topic, she said, you can sleep in this room tonight, it's late, and your aunt should have gone to bed by now. Okay, but wait a moment. As Yi Chen spoke, he began to take off his clothes. Upon seeing this, Su Qin immediately panicked, covering her eyes in shock. What are you doing? But soon, through the gaps between her fingers, she saw that Yi Chen had only taken off his shirt, and she breathed a sigh of relief, though her brows still furrowed slightly. What exactly do you want to do? Hell! Me treat the injury on my back. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. Su Qin was momentarily stunned, then walked over again, seeing his back covered in wounds, and couldn't help but frown. Such serious injuries, what did you do? This. Yi Chen hesitated, finding it hard to explain. Did a cat scratch you? Su Qin glanced at him, reached for the medical kit, and began to treat the wounds. She had originally just been teasing. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, praising, "You're really smart, you could guess that." Su Qin fell silent, then pressed down harder on the wound she was treating. Yi Chen grimaced in pain. I'm telling the truth, it was a fighting. Against martial artists. Fighting against martial artists? Why don't you say you defeated a dozen of them? You sure know how to brag. Su Qin snorted. Lightly, slightly slowing her movements. But looking at the shocking wounds on his back, she couldn't help but furrow her brows, her touch becoming even gentler. Just like that, nearly half an hour passed. Finally, all of Yi Chen's injuries were treated. He fell into a deep sleep. Today had indeed been exhausting. Su Qin walked out of the room, and just as she closed the door, a somewhat burly figure suddenly emerged from the adjacent room. The figure was dressed in a black trench coat, wearing a hat and a mask, completely wrapped up. Dad, what are you doing out here? Su Qin was a bit surprised, then nervously said, My classmate is inside, don't let him find out. He should have already noticed. The burly figure took off his mask, revealing a middle-aged face covered in scars, and said. He then walked to the living room table, took out a box of cigarettes from the convenience store bag Su Qin had brought back, and slowly lit one. Seeing the box of cigarettes, Su Qin was taken aback. Then her expression suddenly changed. Slightly. The convenience store bag contained quite a bit of cigarettes and alcohol. But from their time together these days, Yi Chen knew that she didn't touch cigarettes or alcohol, so these things were bought for someone else. Your classmate seems pretty decent. The scarred middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly, he probably saw that you bought a lot of things you don't need. He knows you live alone and is worried you might be coerced by someone, so he made an excuse to come home with you. Upon hearing this, Su Qin was stunned for a moment, feeling a warmth in her heart. Then she whispered, so he knows about you, does that mean we have to move again? Not for now. The scarred middle-aged man shook his head. He doesn't know yet that I'm a wanted criminal of the Martial Alliance, so he probably won't report me. And judging by the situation, he most likely has guessed our relationship, though he doesn't know how he figured it out. But for the time being, there shouldn't be any problems. However, the scarred middle-aged man paused and said softly, just in case, we still need to leave quickly. You also need to hurry regarding the matter of the Crimson Sunfist. From what I've seen these days, this boy has a good character and can be trusted. Su Qin fell silent. I understand, Dad, you should rest early. The scarred middle-aged man watched her retreating figure, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes, which ultimately turned into a soft sigh. Everything was for the sake of survival. The next day, Yi Chen stretched lazily and got up with satisfaction. After a night of rest, he had recovered quite a bit. His mental state was good. Of course, aside from the superficial injuries, the internal injuries were still quite serious and wouldn't heal in a short time. Stepping out of the room, Yi Chen glanced at the adjacent room, a hint of something unusual flashing in his eyes. There was someone next door. He had sensed it when he returned yesterday. After reaching an outstanding level of combat awareness, his perception had become increasingly sharp. He could clearly sense a deeply hidden but powerful aura next door. An aura of this intensity is likely from a second-level martial artist. Yi Chen felt a bit serious. But he wasn't too anxious. He had tested it several times yesterday and found that the aura only became unstable when he teased Su Qin. So he guessed that the person must be Su Qin's father or uncle, which would explain the reaction. But why would her family hide? Yi Chen felt puzzled but didn't think too much about it. In any case, as long as it wasn't a wanted criminal, it was fine. Otherwise, with his aunt and Sure living downstairs, he wouldn't be able to relax. Early in the morning, Yi Chen and Su Qin left at the same time and took the number 5 bus. He saw Su Qin also getting on the number 5 bus. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Aren't you faster taking the number 3 bus? Su Qin shot him a glance. Mind your own business. Yi Chen. Women are truly fickle creatures. He rolled his eyes and looked up. The small televisions on both sides were broadcasting the news. It is reported that yesterday in Ningjiang City, a 17-year-old newly emerged martial artist appeared, having just broken through to become a martial artist, with a combat power reaching 300, and defeated 17 veteran martial artists in a certain martial arts hall. Yi Chen was taken aback. Could they be talking about him? Currently, the Martial Artist Association and various martial arts halls have issued announcements. Anyone who has information about this newly emerged martial artist can contact us for a generous reward. As soon as this news broke, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the bus. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Although many people did not fully understand what it meant to have a combat power of 300. Right after breaking through, it did not hinder their understanding of the importance of the matter. It was newsworthy enough to be reported separately. Moreover, the president of the Martial Artist Association and the head of the Kongming Martial Arts Hall, such prominent figures, were mentioned, which spoke volumes. Su Qin was also stunned, lightly biting her lip. A combat power of 300. If she had such talent and was recognized by so many forces, perhaps she wouldn't have to keep fleeing with her father. Yi Chen was still a bit dazed, but he also became alert. It seemed that he couldn't go to the underground fighting arena for a while. He hadn't expected to cause such a big stir. It wasn't that he was afraid of being too high profile. The main concern was that he hadn't broken through to become a martial artist yet. If his identity as a quasi-martial artist were exposed, it would lead to significant trouble. To have a combat power of 300 right after breaking through to become a martial artist was rare, but not unheard of. However, to possess 300 combat power without having broken through was an existence akin to a bug. There was a high chance he would be taken for dissection and experimentation. This was something to be cautious about. At least I should wait until I break through to become a martial artist and my strength increases before contacting these forces, Yi Chen thought to himself. In martial arts cultivation, resources are also very important, so joining a powerful force would be beneficial. Following that, other news reports came one after another. Most of them were about recent events, and 9 out of 10 were related to the wilderness. The remaining one either reported on dangerous organizations like the Black Seal Tower targeting certain young talents or warned citizens to be cautious of wanted criminals from the Martial Alliance. In this era where martial arts were exceptionally developed, those wanted criminals who violated martial laws were often more dangerous than exotic beasts. Listening to these news reports, Yi Chen felt a bit relieved. Recently, Grandmaster Hong Yang had come to Qingshui City and had cleared out a lot of the nearby wilderness. Many exotic beasts had died, leading to a significant reduction in the frequent incidents of exotic beasts attacking cities. The safety of Ningjiang City and other cities had improved, trade was smooth, and prosperity was on the rise compared to before. Everything was gradually moving in a positive direction. Meanwhile, at the Ningjiang City Martial Alliance branch, as an official force, the Martial Alliance branch was stationed with several of the strongest 5th-level martial artists in Ningjiang City. However, at this moment, these powerful figures, who could shake the entire Ningjiang City with just a wave of their hands, all had unusually pale faces. Has Grandmaster Hong Yang not come out yet? The Ningjiang minister said in a low voice. Minister, since Grandmaster Hong Yang entered the depths of the Limu wilderness and a terrifying energy tide erupted there, the Grandmaster has not come out, a subordinate reported. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The Limu wilderness was the wilderness outside Ningjiang City and had been the most direct source of danger for Ningjiang City in recent years. However, how could a Grandmaster go missing in such a common wilderness? At that moment, someone hurriedly shouted, "Minister, someone has captured footage of the Grandmaster. Quick, play the video." The Ningjiang minister suddenly stood up. The video file played, the screen filled with snowflakes, clearly disturbed by a strong energy wave. After a moment, everyone managed to see a figure and a dragon. The figure radiated golden light, dazzling like the sun. Opposite it was a massive black dragon, its body winding like a mountain range. The black dragon confronted the figure, seemingly suppressing it. This blurry image quickly vanished. The crowd fell silent once more. The dragon, a top-tier beast among the extraordinary species, and the adult black dragon possessed the strength of a grandmaster, even far surpassing an ordinary grandmaster. How could there be an adult black dragon in the Limu wilderness? Someone's voice was bewildered, completely losing their sense of security. A top-level 7th-tier beast was just outside Ningjiang City, and they had no idea that if that black dragon attacked the city, it could be imagined that the entire Ningjiang City would be destroyed in an instant. Thinking of this scene, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. It was far too dangerous. If it weren't for Grandmaster Hong Yang passing by and taking action to clear the wilderness, encountering the black dragon, this terrifying ticking time bomb would still be undiscovered. "Minister, what should we do now?" someone asked nervously. Minister Ningjiang closed his eyes for a long time before slowly opening them. A 7th-tier black dragon is no longer something we can handle. If anything goes wrong, not just Ningjiang City, the entire Dongyuan province will be affected. I will report to the higher-ups and request Grandmaster support. You all keep this information under wraps to avoid causing panic among the residents, but also prepare an evacuation route as soon as possible to ensure that if the Black Dragon attacks the city, we can quickly evacuate all citizens. Evacuate. Someone sighed softly. Once they evacuated, it was almost certain that they would never have the chance to return. Even if they could drive away the extraordinary beasts and reclaim their homeland in the future, what would remain would only be ruins and the endlessly wild wilderness. Others fell silent, recalling the recent events in Qingshui City. A nearly identical outcome. Abandoning their homes, countless people fleeing in panic. He murmured, if only we could have a Grandmaster in Ningjiang City. With two Grandmasters working together, they would be able to suppress the Black Dragon, preventing us from falling into a passive situation, and we wouldn't have to leave our homes. Upon hearing this, the others sighed as well. Grandmaster. How difficult it was. A fifth-tier martial artist was already the limit for Ningjiang City. A day of classes ended. School was out. Yi Chen looked at the girl across from him in surprise. You said Zhang Fan didn't come to class today? Yeah, he didn't come today, but he called the teacher to ask for leave. It seems there's something going on at home. The girl tilted her head, her bright eyes constantly sizing up Yi Chen. As more and more girls gathered around, Yi Chen hurriedly said goodbye and left the school. After leaving, he still felt a bit uneasy and sent Zhang Fan a message. After a moment, he received a reply. Rango, my parents and I are going on a trip for 2 days. It's almost time for the college entrance exam, and you're still traveling? Yi Chen felt something was off and pressed for more details. Zhang Fan explained that the pressure was too great and his family took him out to relax a bit. Seeing this, Yi Chen put away his doubts. After leaving school, Yi Chen did not go home. Instead, he headed straight to the thunderous martial arts hall. Yesterday, Su Qin had mentioned it again, and he couldn't refuse, so he came to take a look. Although he wasn't sure why this instructor Wang was so eager to find him, he guessed it was likely to invite him to join the martial arts hall. Thunderous Martial Arts Hall. Upon arriving again, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It truly was a top martial arts hall, second only to the Kongming Martial Arts Hall, large and with many students. Entering the main hall, Su Qin was already there, teaching the newly admitted students how to practice martial arts techniques. She wore a dark purple martial arts uniform, which highlighted her fair and beautiful face, her long and graceful figure extremely eye-catching. The surrounding students stared wide-eyed, their minds wandering as they clumsily practiced their moves. Su Qin's expression was cool, not exactly indifferent, but there was a faint sense of detachment that made the students admire her from afar without daring to approach. They could only steal glances at this aloof senior. Yi Chen waited nearby for a moment. After Su Qin noticed him, she walked straight over. I thought you were going to flake out again today. Am I that kind of person? Yi Chen replied confidently, among my countless virtues, the most outstanding is my honesty and trustworthiness. Stop joking. Su Qin shot him a disapproving glance and said, I'll take you to meet Instructor Wang. But you might need to wait a bit. He's currently showing the owner of the Blackwater Martial Arts School around for a learning session. Learning session? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Yes, the Blackwater Martial Arts School has just established a new dojo. Since our Thunder Martial Arts School is larger and developing well, the owner came to learn about building a dojo. Su Qin explained. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Such things were common not only in martial arts schools but also in schools and companies. However, in the case of martial arts schools, it should be a paid arrangement. After all, a small dojo learning from a larger one is definitely benefiting from the experience, and who would agree to that without compensation? He followed Su Qin to the training room of the Thunder Martial Arts School. The middle-aged instructor he had seen last time was currently showing another bald old man around the training room. You wait here for a bit, I'm going back to practice, Su Qin said before leaving. Yi Chen waited for a while and then saw another lean instructor leading a boy of similar age around the place. The boy had an arrogant expression, and after a slight nod, the lean instructor was overjoyed and hurriedly took him to the next area. Before long, the tall instructor Wang walked over with a smile. You really are hard to invite, it took quite an effort to get you here. Yi Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately. Instructor Wang, did you call me for something specific? Just to chat about the matter of our school's honorary students. Instructor Wang smiled. Come on, let's sit in my office, and I'll explain it to you in detail. Nearby, the bald old man looked at Yi Chen in surprise when he heard the term honorary student. He then respectfully said to Instructor Wang, Instructor Wang, I'll take my leave now. Alright, old Mu, take care. Tomorrow at the same time, I'll show you around the school's rest area, Instructor Wang casually replied. Understood, I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow. The bald old man appeared quite reserved. Even though he was older than Instructor Wang, he was exceedingly polite, as if Instructor Wang were the elder and he the junior. Seeing this, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This was the difference between large and small martial arts schools. In a small dojo, even the esteemed owner must show great respect when meeting an instructor from a larger school. In the office, Instructor Wang smiled. So, what do you think? Have you considered it? Yi-Chen pondered. For a moment, on the way here, Instructor Wang had briefly explained the concept of honorary students to him. Honorary students are the most outstanding performers within the martial arts school. Unlike other ordinary students, honorary students do not need to pay tuition fees, and the school even provides them with a monthly salary. In addition to the salary, there are many other rewards and benefits, making it a very attractive offer. Of course, despite the favorable conditions, there are requirements. Honorary students are generally exceptionally talented individuals with a certain level of fame. In a large school like Thunder Martial Arts, there are currently only 9 honorary students. Yi-Chen contemplated for a moment. Instructor Wang, the conditions are quite good, but unfortunately, I have other commitments and might not be able to come to the school every day. That's fine, it's essentially just a title. Instructor Wang waved his hand. You only need to come by occasionally. But when you do come, you need to demonstrate your 7 Thunder Fist. He smiled and continued, to be honest, there are only a few months left until the martial arts college entrance exam, and many students want to join the martial arts school for a final push. Honorary students are a way for us to recruit, using famous talents to attract new students. Yi-Chen nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he didn't need to come often. If that's the case, just coming once or twice occasionally wouldn't be a problem. He pondered for a moment and nodded. Seeing this, Instructor Wang patted him on the shoulder with enthusiasm and said, You won't regret joining our Thunder Martial Arts School. Instructor Wang was also filled with joy. A genius who had already cultivated the Thunder Fist to the 7 resonance realm at such a young age. Even if his blood value was a bit lacking, it wouldn't matter, martial skills could make up for it. I'll go get the agreement, you head to the hall and test your blood value first. After saying this, Instructor Wang got up and left. Yi-Chen walked towards the martial arts school hall. In the hall, many students were gathered around a boy, expressing their amazement. This boy was the same arrogant youth he had seen not long ago. At this moment, the boy looked pleased as he gazed at the mechanical puppet across from him. The extreme puppet screen displayed a combat power of 78. Wow, that's impressive. A blood value of 77 and combat power of 78, he's already reached perfect combat power. I've heard of this person, he seems to be a genius from the first high school. I've heard he can rank in the top 30 even among the academic elites there. Impressive, it looks like our martial arts school is about to gain another expert. The surrounding students were discussing animatedly. Yi-Chen walked over, just about to test his blood value when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked to the other side. A few students were chatting. This student from the first high school should be this honorary student. He was brought by Instructor Zhang, right? Didn't they say a few days ago that the last honorary student was to be found by Instructor Wang? Not sure, but I heard the deputy principal agreed. Why bother with that? It has nothing to do with us, as long as we get a strong one. True. Yi-Chen frowned slightly, glanced at the arrogant boy from the first high school, and chose not to test his blood value. Instead, he quietly waited. Soon, a thin instructor walked over with an agreement, his face full of joy. Yi-Chen calmly turned and walked towards Instructor Wang's office. Outside the office, before Yi-Chen could enter, he already heard intense arguing coming from inside. A somewhat sharp voice coldly said, Instructor Wang, no matter what, I've already decided to choose Zhang Yang from the first high school. That Yi-Chen you mentioned, I've never even heard of him, and he's just a student from the 5th high school. How high can a student from the 5th high school be? Instructor Wang argued, but Yi-Chen has great talent in martial arts cultivation. As an honorary student, with his perfected Thunder Fist, he can definitely attract quite a few quality students. It's just a martial skill, what's important is the blood value. How high can a student from the 5th high school's blood value be? The sharp voice said, I've already made up my mind, it's going to be Zhang Yang from the first high school. Instructor Wang suppressed his anger. Deputy Principal, it was you who insisted I invite someone multiple times? Now that I've brought someone over, you want me to send him back, isn't that a bit contradictory? At that time, we couldn't find a suitable candidate, so we thought of using him. The sharp voice replied indifferently, just an ordinary student from the 5th high school, it's his honor to be used, and what if he isn't? Alright, Instructor Wang, let's leave it at that, hang up the phone. I need to prepare a welcome banquet for Zhang Yang. Damn it! Instructor Wang slammed the phone down hard. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, along with a familiar voice of a boy. Instructor, is it convenient for me to come in? Yi Chen? Instructor Wang sighed, come in. Yi Chen entered the office. Did you hear what I just said? Wang Jiaoshi asked. Yi Chen nodded. Wang Jiaoshi looked at him and saw that his expression was calm, without a trace of anger or any other emotion, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Not arrogant or impatient, with a steady character, the more he looked at Yi Chen, the more he liked him. Unfortunately. I'm sorry, I couldn't secure your success. Wang Jiaoshi sighed lightly. If the museum owner were here, there might still be a chance, but the owner has just gone into the wilderness, and now the deputy owner holds all the power. It's fine, thank you for speaking up for me just now. Jiaoshi. Yi Chen smiled, his smile sincere. Seeing him so reasonable, Wang Jiaoshi felt guilty and said, this time it's my fault, causing you to make a wasted trip. But don't worry, when the honor student quota becomes available in the future, I will definitely explain this matter to the museum owner and compensate you with a spot. No need. Yi Chen shook his head, then slowly said in the face of Wang Jiaoshi's astonished gaze, Jiaoshi, I don't blame you, but that doesn't mean I don't have feelings or won't care. From now on, I, Yi Chen, will have nothing to do with the Laming Martial Arts Museum until death. His expression was calm, as if he were stating the most mundane fact, his voice devoid of any emotion. Yet it left Wang Jiaoshi stunned, feeling inexplicably tense. Yi Chen, don't act impulsively. The Laming Martial Arts Museum is one of the 3 major martial arts museums in Ningjiang City, with a strong foundation. Wang Jiaoshi suppressed his complex emotions and spoke in a low voice. Don't let such a small matter deprive you of an important choice and opportunity. Choice, opportunity? Yi Chen smiled, Jiaoshi, actually, from the very beginning, you've misunderstood something. It's not the Laming Martial Arts Museum choosing me, but I am choosing the Laming Martial Arts Museum. In any case, thank you, Jiaoshi. Please help me tell Su Qin that I won't wait for her anymore and will head back first. After saying that, he turned and left. Wang Jiaoshi watched his back, frowning slightly. He had thought Yi Chen was a mild-mannered person, but unexpectedly, he was so proud as well. But pride requires capital. That Zhang Yang from number 1 high school, though proud, indeed had the ability to be proud. With a blood value of 77 and a combat power of 78, he would be an elite sought after by any martial arts museum. Where did Yi Chen get such blind confidence? Did he really think he was choosing a martial arts museum? Although he was somewhat skeptical. For some reason, Wang Jiaoshi felt a faint sense of regret rising in his heart. It seemed that the future Laming Martial Arts Museum would face serious consequences because of today's decision. Yi Chen walked out of the Laming Martial Arts Museum. Just as he exited the museum, a bald old man hurriedly jogged over. It was the owner of the Heishui Martial Arts Museum. Heishui Martial Arts Museum was a newly opened small martial arts museum. Although its location was near the Laming Martial Arts Museum, the Laming Martial Arts Museum paid it no mind. Because such small martial arts museums posed no threat to them. Hello, young brother? The owner of Heishui greeted him with a smile. Elder Mu, is there something you need? Yi Chen asked. I just saw the deputy owner of the Laming Martial Arts Museum leave with a student from number 1 high school. I heard that student is their new honor student. The owner of Heishui said, carefully observing Yi Chen's expression. Elder Mu, you aren't here to mock me, are you? Yi Chen smiled. Of course not. The owner of Heishui quickly shook his head. He hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself and said, the thing is, I want you to be an honor student at our martial arts museum. Yi Chen looked astonished. Then he shook his head, sorry, Elder Mu, I'm not in the mood to be an honor student lately. Young brother, don't be in a hurry to refuse, it's not a big deal. The owner of Heishui hurriedly said, our martial arts museum is very lenient, you just need to have your name on the list. Moreover, although the treatment is not as good as at the Thunderous Martial Arts School, you can still earn 10,000 a month, and you can learn martial arts freely. Martial arts. Yi Chen's heart stirred. And he pondered, Senior Mu, I am a student from number 5 high school, and I don't have much of a reputation. Are you sure you want me to be an honorary student? The owner of the Black Water Pavilion smiled, I may not know your situation, but since Instructor Wang values you so much, you must have some exceptional qualities. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen fell into thought. After glancing back at the Thunderous Martial Arts School, he slowly said, alright, I agree. Great. The owner of the Black Water Pavilion excitedly slapped his thigh, his face beaming with joy. Come on, I'll take you to our martial arts school to sign the agreement. The Blackwater Martial Arts School was not far away. The two of them didn't walk much, crossing 2 streets before arriving. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow as he looked at the martial arts school in front of him. The owner of the Black Water Pavilion felt a bit awkward. The school has just been established, and there aren't many students yet. Once we have more students, I will expand it. Upon entering the martial arts school, the space inside appeared much larger than it looked from the outside. Over there is the training area. Right now, the students of the martial arts school are all there. I'll take you to meet them. The owner of the Black Water Pavilion led Yi Chen in that direction. However, before they got close, they heard a commotion coming from inside. Is this the strongest student of your Black Water martial arts school? Too weak, he can't even withstand 3 of my moves. In my opinion, you might as well stop training and go home to herd sheep, a bunch of useless people. That's right, you should close the school early. Inside the Black Water martial arts school, in the training area, 2 groups were facing off. One side had a dozen students from the Black Water martial arts school, while the other side had 3 or 4 students dressed in blue. On their clothes, it read Blue Dream Martial Arts School. The owner of the Black Water Pavilion's face turned ugly. These students from the Blue Dream Martial Arts School are here again. What's going on? Yi Chen asked. You should know that the Blue Dream Martial Arts School is also nearby, right? The owner of the Black Water Pavilion said. Yi Chen nodded slightly. This area is the bustling region just after the city center. So many martial arts schools have been established here. The most famous is the Thunderous Martial Arts School, followed by the Blue Dream Martial Arts School and a few other large schools. The Blue Dream Martial Arts School can't compete with the Thunderous Martial Arts School, so to snatch students, they have set their sights on these smaller schools around us. The owner of the Black Water Pavilion sighed. They come to challenge us every day, and the few students we had have all been taken away by them. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Challenges like this happen often. But usually, it's only schools of similar strength or those with conflicts that challenge each other. Generally, large martial arts schools wouldn't challenge smaller ones, and the Blue Dream Martial Arts School's actions were indeed somewhat unscrupulous. At this moment, the few students from the Blue Dream Martial Arts School continued to mock. Don't stay in this broken martial arts school. There's nothing to learn in such a small school. Just look at your senior brother. His talent isn't bad, yet he's been trained into a useless person. Don't bully us too much. A young boy from the Black Water Martial Arts School gritted his teeth. What? You don't accept it? The leader of the Blue Dream Martial Arts School laughed. If you don't accept it, come and have a go. As long as you can beat me, I'll kneel and apologize to you. Really? Suddenly, a surprised voice from a young boy came from behind. The members of the Blue Dream Martial Arts School turned around and, upon seeing the owner of the Black Water Pavilion, with a grim expression, their faces turned pale. But they quickly thought that he was the head of a school and wouldn't easily take action against them, so they felt a bit more at ease. Then, they saw a handsome young boy walking over. Are you also from the Black Water Martial Arts School? The leader of the Blue Dream Martial Arts School frowned. Yes. Yi Chen smiled. What you just said, does it still count? If I beat you, will you kneel and apologize? The boy from the Blue Dream Martial Arts School stared at him for a few moments, his eyes filled with suspicion. This kid was with the head of the school, and he didn't seem to be simple. He might have some skills. Or how about this? A gentleman's word is hard to chase. As long as you can defeat my brother Fan, the 4 of us will kneel down and apologize to you. Suddenly, a voice interjected. Among the 4 from the Blue Dream Martial Arts School, a chubby boy stood proudly, full of bravado. The leading boy was taken aback. He cursed the chubby boy in his heart but could only steel himself. That's right, as long as you can defeat me. But I forgot to introduce myself. My vitality is 70, combat power. Before he could finish, the leading boy's expression changed, watching in disbelief as a hand reached out. He wanted to resist but found that hand was unbelievably fast. Almost in an instant, it grabbed him by the nape of his neck and tossed him out like a chick. The direction he was thrown was right towards the other 3. Before the other 3 could react, they felt a tremendous force slam into them, sending them sprawling. In an instant, all 4 of them were knocked to the ground. This all happened in a flash. In the eyes of the Black Water Martial Arts School students, the handsome boy who had come with the schoolmaster seemed to have just stretched out his hand. The 4 Blue Dream Martial Arts School students who had been pressing down on them were all knocked over. One move, and he took out 4. The students of the Black Water Martial Arts School, after a brief moment of shock, were all excited, their faces flushed. So strong. Where did the schoolmaster find this powerhouse? Incredible. The schoolmaster of Blackwater was equally dumbfounded. Unable to help himself, he touched his smooth bald head to confirm he wasn't seeing things. Then, he was filled with shock and confusion. This Yi Chen's strength should have already reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. So, was the Thunderclap Martial Arts School blind? A quasi-martial artist genius was kicked away. And they turned around to let someone with over 70 vitality be an honorary student? No, it was good that the Thunderclap Martial Arts School was blind. The schoolmaster of Blackwater was overjoyed, finally realizing he might have struck gold. No, he had found an ultimate treasure. Yichen walked up to the four from the Blue Dream Martial Arts School, looking at the four who were groaning in pain. He smiled and said, "Who was it that just said, if you lose, you kneel and apologize?" He. The other three all pointed at the bewildered chubby boy. The leading boy, filled with resentment, kicked the chubby boy in the rear, sending him flying. Yichen looked at the chubby boy with a smile. The chubby boy shook his head in terror. It was Brother Fan who said it first, "I was just adding on." "Don't hit me." Yichen continued to look at the leading boy. The leading boy was so angry he almost spat blood, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "If you have the ability, kill me. Kneeling is absolutely impossible." Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of danger flashing in them. "I hate people who are untrustworthy the most." Xiao Yi, the schoolmaster of Blackwater, came over. Trying to mediate, "They're all young, it's inevitable to be impulsive, just let them apologize." Yichen nodded, saying no more, leaving it to him to handle. Soon, the four from the Blue Dream Martial Arts School apologized and left in disgrace. The schoolmaster of Blackwater enjoyed the respectful and admiring gazes of the students, coughed lightly, and patted Yichen's shoulder. "This is our school's honorary student, Yichen. Everyone, come and meet him." "Hello, everyone." Yichen's expression was gentle, completely devoid of the earlier oppressive pressure, and with his handsome appearance, he exuded charm. There weren't many students in the martial arts school, only about 20. After a few simple greetings, the schoolmaster of Blackwater, worried about displeasing Yichen, dismissed the students and took him to the schoolmaster's office. Inside the office, the two signed an agreement. Yichen also received half a year's salary, totaling 60,000. Perhaps the schoolmaster of Blackwater was afraid he would run away early, so he signed it until after the college entrance examination. After signing the agreement, the schoolmaster of Blackwater smiled and said, "You want to see our martial arts techniques, right?" Yichen nodded, his eyes showing a rare hint of anticipation. The schoolmaster of Blackwater stroked the ring on his hand, and suddenly, 10 books of various martial arts techniques appeared on the table out of thin air. "These are all the martial arts techniques of our dojo." Yichen looked at the ring on his hand in surprise. "Spatial ring?" The spatial ring, a treasure crafted from unique ores found in the wilderness, creates its own space inside and is extremely rare and precious. "That's right." The master of the Blackwater dojo smiled, then pointed to the martial arts techniques. "These 10 techniques range from D rank to B rank." B rank techniques? Yichen felt a slight thrill in his heart and quickly searched through them, soon finding the B rank technique. Heavy water palm. The palm technique was powerful and heavy. With a single strike, it could easily destroy mountains and rocks. After flipping through the heavy water palm, Yichen put it away. He then looked at the remaining techniques. The 10 techniques were mostly punches and palm techniques. He had already practiced the thunderous fist for the punches. As for the palm techniques, none were on par with the heavy water palm. In the end, he only took a replica of the heavy water palm. Although the heavy water palm has only 3 levels of power, it is quite difficult. "If you encounter anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me," said the master of the Blackwater dojo. "I have also practiced the heavy water palm, so I have some experience." "Alright, thank you, master." After staying at the Blackwater dojo for a while longer, Yichen left to go home. The master of the Blackwater dojo watched his departing figure, his aged face showing a hint of peculiarity. Even though this young man was an honorary student of the dojo, there was no need to reveal all the martial arts techniques. The situation of teaching the disciple while starving the master has existed since ancient times, especially for AB rank technique, which is highly valuable. Even a powerful force like the Thunderous Fist dojo would not teach it to an honorary student without sufficient contributions. The reason he did this, aside from valuing the young man's potential, was more of an investment. "I hope I haven't misjudged him," the master of the Blackwater dojo murmured. At night, after dinner, Yichen continued to go to Suchin's house to teach her the Thunderous Fist. It was clear that Instructor Wang had already spoken to her about the afternoon's events. Suchin fell silent for a moment and said softly, "I'm sorry, if I had known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have called you over." "It's a small matter." Yichen shook his head, not too concerned. If he really wanted to join a force, the Thunderous Fist dojo would be somewhat lacking. He needed to join a top dojo like the Empty Bright dojo. With a combat power of 300, he would have enough confidence to join any force. 2 hours later, as Yichen prepared to go home, he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, my aunt asked you to come to our house for dinner in the evenings from now on. Cooking for one is too troublesome, and I still need to practice. There's not enough time." "No need, I'm used to being alone." Suchin shook her head, but a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. Ever since that person left, it had been a long time since anyone had cooked for her. After Yi Chen left, the scar-faced middle-aged man walked out, looking at Su Qin, and said, somewhat silently, missing your mother? Su Qin lowered her head, remaining silent. I miss her too. He walked over and patted Su Qin's head. So, child, we must live well to comfort your mother's spirit in heaven. Only by living well can we have the chance for revenge. The second sentence was what he silently added in his heart. In the following days, Yi Chen did not return to the underground fighting arena but focused on healing his injuries while simultaneously enhancing his combat awareness and practicing the heavy water palm. His strength steadily increased. During these days, the third achievement finally refreshed. Close to 1 billion, progress 5 blocks/1 billion, earn a cumulative wealth of 1 billion, reward 1000 achievement points, and double comprehension. When reaching 1 million and 10 million, reward 10 and 100 achievement points respectively. This achievement, although quite challenging, offered generous rewards. A full 1000 achievement points. Moreover, after experiencing a boost in his physique, Yi Chen was particularly looking forward to the doubling of his comprehension. As for the progress of nearly 1 billion, achievements only begin to accumulate after they appear, so the wealth he had gained before does not count. The 5 pieces he currently has were won from a bet with Zhou Shishir. At this moment, in the martial arts hall, near the community, in the training room, Yi Chen looked at the number displayed on the dark blue mechanical puppet across from him, 330 combat power. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. 330. Combat power was almost at his limit. He had gradually felt that his physique was somewhat lagging behind these days. His combat awareness had exceeded too much, and his body was struggling to keep up with such a strong mental awareness. Unless he could enhance his physique again, it seems it's time to break through to a martial artist. Yi Chen made up his mind. He had basically no room for improvement now. All his achievement points had been consumed. After breaking through combat awareness, the consumption of achievement points had increased significantly. The remaining 42 achievement points would be split in half. One half would be used to deduce the heavy water palm, breaking it through to the first level of palm technique. The other half would be spent on the deduction of combat awareness. Leaving the martial arts hall, Yi Chen headed straight for the city center. Originally, he had planned to go to the wilderness. However, after searching for news for half a day, he learned that the blood of exotic beasts required special methods for refinement. It couldn't simply be absorbed by capturing an exotic beast. So, relying on himself to break through to a martial artist was no longer feasible. He could only purchase the blood of exotic beasts. With the more than 200,000 I have on me now, I should only be able to buy high-quality exotic beast blood for the 5 levels. Yi Chen thought as he walked. It wasn't that he didn't intend to use higher-quality exotic beast blood, it was simply that his financial resources were limited. However, when he broke through to a second-level martial artist in the future, he would still need new exotic beast blood for body refinement. At that time, he could use higher-grade exotic beast blood and conveniently replace his martial patterns. Martial patterns are not fixed. Each time a martial artist breaks through a level, they can replace their martial patterns with stronger new ones while refining their body with new exotic beast blood. Half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the martial artist building in the city center. The martial artist building is dedicated to serving martial artists, filled with various goods needed by them: exotic beast blood, battle weapons, martial skills, and so on. Across from the building was the Martial Artist Association, where scattered martial artists were coming out. Though Martial Artist Association not only conducts assessments and certifies martial artists' strength but also issues many tasks for martial artist teams to complete. Yi Chen entered the martial artist building. Inside, people were coming and going. Just as he was about to head to a store selling exotic beast blood, he suddenly saw someone. A person who shouldn't be here. Yi Chen paused for a moment and quickly walked over to chase that person. Moments later, in the Iron Bull battle weapon store, a disheveled, pale-faced boy with a buzzcut walked in. Customer, looking to buy battle weapons? The store owner, a burly man, stopped wiping a large black axe nearby and walked over with a smile. Oh, still a young brother. May I ask if you want high-quality replicas or the real deal? Zhang Fan's voice was hoarse as he replied, I don't want either, I want to sell a battle weapon. Sell? The burly store owner was somewhat surprised, then his gaze shifted to a long, slender item wrapped in black cloth behind the boy. The black cloth was opened, revealing a blood-red battle knife inside. Oh, the Blood Shadow battle knife? The burly store owner's eyes lit up as he picked it up and examined it closely for a moment. Among D-grade battle weapons, the top-tier Blood Shadow battle knife is priced at 250,000 on the market. This knife looks very sharp. It seems you just bought it not long ago. How about this? I'll give you 200,000. 200,000? My father has only used this knife once. Zhang Fan was somewhat unwilling. Can you go a bit higher? The burly store owner shook his head. 200,000 is already a good price. I'm offering this because I see you're in a tough spot. If you go to another store, they'll give you at most 150,000. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth. Then I'll take another look. He had just turned around when he saw a young man standing at the door of the shop, looking at him with a complex expression. Zhang Fan was instantly struck as if by lightning. Rango? Next to the combat gear shop, in a restaurant. Yi Chen took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Fan across from him, and asked, "What happened?" "My dad had an accident." Zhang Fan lowered his head, his voice hoarse, tinged with confusion and helplessness. "A week ago, my dad and the members of their martial artist team encountered a second-level purple lacquer snake near the wood wilderness. Although they managed to escape, my dad was poisoned by the snake's venom and fell into a coma. He needs surgery." Purple lacquer snake? Yi Chen's expression turned serious. This was a type of highly venomous beast. If bitten, 99% of martial artists would die on the spot, and only a few exceptionally lucky ones would survive. Even if they did survive, there was an 80 to 90% chance they would end up in a vegetative state. "Can the surgery cure him?" he asked in a low voice. "There's nearly an 80% chance of a cure, but we can't gather the surgery fees." Zhang Fan looked up, his eyes bloodshot, staring blankly at Yi Chen. He seemed dazed and sluggish, as if on the brink of collapse, forcing himself to become numb and less sensitive just to hold on. "How much do you need for the surgery?" Yi Chen asked. 3 million. No wonder. Yi Chen sighed inwardly, finally understanding why Zhang Fan had lied to him, saying he was traveling. Zhang Fan knew his family was average and didn't want to involve him, thinking he could bear it alone. But how could anyone handle such a thing alone? "How much more do you need?" he asked, frowning. Zhang Fan whispered, "We sold the house, sold everything we could. My dad's friends in the martial artist team also contributed a lot. But we're still short 600,000. The surgery fee is due the day after tomorrow, and if we don't have enough, the surgery next week won't be able to proceed." "That's enough," Yi Chen suddenly said. 600,000 is enough. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Yi Chen handed him a bank card, saying, "This card has 230,000. Your combat knife is worth 200,000, so we still need 170,000. He took a deep breath, reluctantly took off a pair of transparent gloves from himself, and continued, "I also have a D-grade combat gear here, which should sell for around 100,000. That leaves us about 70,000 short. 70,000 isn't much." "Rango?" Zhang Fan stared at him blankly, feeling for the first time that his friend, who was always by his side, seemed so unfamiliar. Having unknowingly acquired combat gear and 200,000 in savings. Yet, he also felt an extraordinary familiarity, as if the other person had never changed from the very beginning. "Rango. Thank you." His voice trembled slightly, tears glimmering in his eyes. Yi Chen shook his head. "You should have told me about this sooner, instead of bearing it alone. Sharing joys and sorrows is what makes us brothers." "Alright, enough of this mushy talk, let's hurry and gather the medical fees." The two returned to the combat gear shop. "So, how is it? Is it as I said, the prices are lower elsewhere?" The burly shop owner smiled. Yi Chen didn't say much, took out his combat gloves, and asked, "How much are these worth?" The burly shop owner looked at him in surprise, then glanced at Zhang Fan. "You do have a friend worth making connections with." He then took the gloves and examined them. The burly shop owner's eyes lit up at first, but then he frowned. "The item is good, but it's been used too many times, the durability is quite low. I can offer you a maximum of 120,000. 120,000, that's acceptable." Yi Chen was mentally prepared. These gloves were still quite inferior compared to the Blood Shadow combat knife. The two exchanged money for goods. The burly shop owner lamented, "These gloves are made of quite good material, but unfortunately, the original owner didn't take good care of them. If not properly maintained, the price won't be lower than the Blood Shadow Battle Blade." Zhang Fan also decided to sell the Blood Shadow Battle Blade. Although this battle blade was a favorite of his father's, and he had saved for a long time to buy it, people are always more important than things. If something is lost, there are ways to recover it. If a person is gone, nothing remains. The two stepped out of the shop. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. He still needed 50,000, which wasn't much anymore. Going to the underground fighting arena would only take 5 matches. "Rango, I'll find a way to get that 50,000 myself," Zhang Fan suddenly said. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, looking into his determined eyes, and nodded slightly, saying, "Alright, but remember to rest well when you get back." The two said their goodbyes. Zhang Fan's mother was still in the hospital taking care of his father, so he had to go there as well. After parting ways, Yi Chen returned home with mixed feelings. Although he had returned to square one overnight, with all his savings and battle weapons gone, the time to break through to a martial artist had to be postponed. Yet, he felt no regret. Just as he wanted to become a martial artist and grow stronger to protect those around him, the true value of money was also to help those close to him. What truly complicated his feelings was how life was always full of unexpected changes. A once happy family could fall apart at any moment due to an accident or unforeseen event. Jung Fan's family was one, and his own could be next. In the end, it's still because I'm not strong enough. Yi Chen murmured, realizing that only by being strong could he face any changes or surprises without fear and truly protect those around him. Just like this time, if he were strong enough, a martial artist, or even a martial master, he could easily take out that 3 million. How could Jung Fan think of not involving him and keep it a secret? I used to be hesitant, always worried that the 300 combat power of a quasi-martial artist would attract too much attention and bring trouble. I always wanted to go to the wilderness but feared dying there and making my aunt and the others sad. Yi Chen spoke softly to himself, I worry too much. As long as I become strong fast enough, even if people know I'm a quasi-martial artist with 300 combat power, what if someone really comes to trouble me because of it? Before they can cause me trouble, I can grow stronger than anyone. So, from the very beginning, I didn't need to hide anything. Yi Chen suddenly looked up. A certain shackle in his heart shattered with a loud bang. The path of martial arts is about being brave and making progress. Only the weak would look back and consider other things. From today on, he would no longer hide anything, nor would he avoid anything. At this moment, Yi Chen, although he still looked the same as before, exuded an absolute confidence that feared nothing and could push through everything. This was the heart of a strong person. It was also an important transformation that one must undergo to become a true strong person. Ningjiang No. 5 Middle School. Class 13. In the office of the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu frowned, looking at the young man in front of him. You want to take a leave? Where to? To the wilderness. Yi Chen spoke honestly, without any concealment. I want to go to the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts and prepare for my breakthrough to the martial artist realm. Breakthrough to a martial artist. Mr. Zhu was taken aback for a moment, then reached out to pat Yi Chen's head. You're not running a fever, are you? What nonsense are you talking? Teacher, I'm not joking. Yi Chen replied earnestly, I'm serious, my blood energy value has already reached the peak of a quasi-martial artist. Peak of a quasi-martial artist? It seems you've been under too much pressure lately, and your mental state is a bit off. How about this, I'll give you 2 days off. Mr. Zhu sighed lightly, go back, rest well, and relax a bit. 2 days? Yi Chen frowned, teacher, I want to take leave until the martial arts college entrance exam day. Put. Mr. Zhu, who was just about to take a sip from his thermos, spat it out on the spot. Then he looked like a lion whose fur had been ruffled. He roared, taking leave until the college entrance exam? Why don't you say you want to go to heaven, and whether you still want to study or not, get back to your class. He took out his phone, gritting his teeth. I'll contact your parents right now to see what the hell is going on with you. Creak in the next moment. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound rang out. Teacher Zhu stared blankly as Yi Chen reached out and twisted the pure steel thermos on the table with ease. The whole person was dumbfounded. After a moment, on the second floor of the gymnasium, in the combat room, Yi Chen looked at the mechanical puppet in front of him, a bit dazed. So it really doesn't require compensation for breaking a mechanical puppet? Although mechanical puppets are expensive, the school isn't broke, why would they make you students pay? Teacher Zhu said slowly, on the contrary, if you really can break a mechanical puppet, the school would actually be happy. This isn't just me saying it, it's the principal's exact words. You can feel free to go all out. At this point, he shook his head inwardly. Although Yi Chen's earlier display had shocked him, these mechanical puppets could withstand attacks at the martial artist level. In other words, even if this kid Yi Chen was a quasi-martial artist, he still couldn't break the mechanical puppet. After all, it's extremely rare for a quasi-martial artist to unleash martial artist level power. Really? Then thank you, teacher. Yi Chen's eyes lit up, he had been keeping this in mind. But becoming a martial artist was more important since only by becoming one could he earn money more easily. Not having to pay back now was definitely a good thing. In a good mood, he felt like practicing a bit, so he slowly walked towards the mechanical puppet across from him. Hearing this, Teacher Zhu was taken aback. This kid is saying thank you? Thank me for what? Also, why does he sound a bit excited? In the next moment, with a loud bang, the mechanical puppet exploded on the spot, turning into a pile of debris. Yi Chen slowly withdrew his hand, feeling slightly dissatisfied. He had used too much strength. On the other side, Teacher Zhu's eyes nearly popped out, his expression a mix of shock and horror. He stared at Yi Chen as if he had seen a ghost. No way, did he really blow up the mechanical puppet? After a long while, he suppressed the shock in his heart and said with difficulty, "You can take leave, but your leave is too long. I need to apply to the grade department head." Yi Chen nodded, indicating he understood. After a moment, the grade department head, hands behind his back, strolled over leisurely. "Old Zhu, what do you need me for? Oh, and why is there a student here?" Teacher Zhu said, "This is a student from our class, preparing to take leave." "Leave? For such a small matter, you can approve it yourself. He wants to take leave until the day before the martial arts college entrance exam." After a brief silence, the grade department head exploded with anger. "What? No way, absolutely not. The college entrance exam is just a few months away. Taking a long leave now. Have you reached the blood energy threshold for undergraduate level? Can your combat power withstand 3 minutes of attacks from a mechanical puppet?" Yi Chen replied honestly. "I should be able to, because I can blow up a mechanical puppet." "Blow up a mechanical puppet?" The grade department head laughed in anger. "All right, show me. No need to compensate, right?" Yi Chen blinked and asked. The grade department head waved his hand grandly. "No need. Although mechanical puppets are expensive, the school isn't broke. Why would they make you students pay? On the contrary, if you really can break a mechanical puppet, the school would actually be happy." Finally, he added, "This isn't just me saying it, it's the principal's exact words. You can feel free to go all out." Nearby, Teacher Zhu was taken aback. These few sentences sounded so familiar. The grade department head glanced at Teacher Zhu, preparing to scold him later. "This old Zhu, a student is joking with you, and you take it seriously, dragging me into it, really not steady at all." He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and indifferent, appearing quite composed. "Let's see what it means to be calm." Boom! A loud rumble echoed. The mechanical puppet's entire body shot up and crashed violently against the wall at the end of the training room, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then, its disassembled limbs slowly fell down, followed by other body parts. Yi Chen nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. This time he had controlled his strength well, only shattering the joints, which would be easy to repair. Behind him, even though he had witnessed it once, Teacher Zhu still felt it was somewhat unreal. As for that grade director, his expression was dazed, his lips trembling. The calmness he had just shown was completely gone. Did it really explode? Yi Chen looked at him, hopeful. "Teacher, can I take a leave this time?" Can I?" The grade director was so shocked that he was flustered. After a long pause, he said, "The time you want to take off is too long. I need to ask the principal." Soon, the principal, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a big belly, arrived with a smile. Teacher Zhu and the grade director exchanged a glance, tacitly choosing not to speak. "Principal, I want to take a leave for 4 months, Yi Chen said, looking at the principal. This time he was smart and directly stated the duration of his leave. The principal remained calm and did not get angry. He kindly said, "Student, think it over. The martial arts college entrance exam is coming up soon. My suggestion is not to take leave and stay in school to study. Principal, I'm very strong. I can explode mechanical puppets." Yi Chen added. "Oh?" The principal adjusted his glasses. "Now you've piqued my interest. Just give it a try. You don't need to explode it so dramatically, just win, and I'll let you take leave." "Don't worry, go ahead." The principal said that if you break the puppet, you won't have to compensate, and the school will actually be happy for you. Hearing his words, the grade director and Teacher Zhu both looked strange. Yi Chen sincerely exclaimed, "The school is really great, and the principal is really nice." With that, he threw a punch. What looked like an ordinary punch, at the moment of impact, produced a deep sound explosion. In the next instant, the newly moved mechanical puppet shattered into pieces, just like the previous 2 companions, its remains scattered. The principal was momentarily stunned, took off his glasses, and rubbed his eyes. Oh, his vision was clear. And in the corner, what were those things? They looked so much like the other shattered puppet remains. Damn, it really was. The leave was ultimately approved smoothly. Initially, the grade director and Teacher Zhu thought they should report to the principal and have him come personally. But the principal, looking at the 3 scrapped puppets, knew the school was going to incur a significant loss this time, and he stopped the 2 with a pained expression. Finding the principal? What a joke. Did they want to scrap another puppet? Thus, Yi Chen successfully took his leave and received absolute privileges, able to come to school whenever he wanted. The school also awarded him a scholarship of 100,000. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. This was an unexpected delight. 100,000 could easily buy a regular grade beast essence to break through to a martial artist. However, the quality of regular grade beast essence was too poor. After breaking through to a martial artist, the blood value would only increase by at most 10. The condensed martial pattern was quite ordinary. In terms of combat power, it provided basically no enhancement. After a moment of thought, he abandoned this idea and headed to the martial artist building. At the martial artist building, after some haggling, Yichen bought a 10 cubic meter space backpack and a high-quality replica Blood Shadow battle knife, completely spending his 100,000. Then, he took a taxi to the edge of Ningjiang City. "Little brother, you can get off here, we can't go any further," the driver called out. Yichen got out and looked ahead at the empty highway filled with massive and sharp iron fences. In the sky, 2 or 3 small planes were returning to patrol. Looking further ahead, behind the iron fence, was another world. It was a vast primitive forest, with countless towering red giant trees, reaching hundreds of meters into the clouds, and deafening beast roars echoed from within. The wasteland. Yichen clenched his fists, his eyes brightening as he strode forward. Between the iron fences, there were tiny gaps that allowed a person to pass through. Yichen slipped through one of the gaps. Ahead was still the highway, and it would take a few hundred more meters to truly enter the wasteland. However, the highway was already riddled with numerous potholes. Many martial artists were gathered around these potholes, whispering to each other. Yichen was a bit curious and looked down, immediately spotting a pair of large, green eyes glowing in the nearest pothole. In the next moment, the owner of those eyes let out a sharp, screeching cry and charged out. Not far away, 3 martial artists were frowning in deep thought. "It shouldn't be, I just saw that corrupted bone rat, how could it disappear in the blink of an eye? Be careful, this thing is cunning and good at ambushes, don't let it sneak up on you." The leading middle-aged martial artist said solemnly, "The corrupted bone rat has the strength of a martial artist, at least 150 combat power, we shouldn't stray too far apart." "Okay. Don't worry, boss." The 3 gathered, standing back to back, facing different directions, leaving no opportunity for an ambush. The middle-aged martial artist scanned the surroundings, still puzzled. Where had that corrupted bone rat gone? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw a young boy looking down, and from the hole he was gazing into, a familiar scream echoed. The middle-aged martial artist's pupils constricted, and he shouted urgently, "Little brother, run!" Before he could finish his sentence, he was frozen in place. A flash of blood-red blade light suddenly cut through the air. The gray giant rat, nearly 2 meters long, that had just leaped out of the hole was split in half by a single strike, its body thudding back into the hole. Yichen waved the Blood Shadow battle knife, watching the blood on the blade slowly trickle down. Soon, the entire blade was free of blood, smooth as new. He was somewhat surprised. This Blood Shadow battle knife was indeed effective. It was just a replica weapon, yet the feel was so good. The original weapon must be even better. No wonder it's one of the most popular weapons among martial artists. Yichen put away the replica knife and looked down into the hole, seeing it was just a corrupted bone rat, frowning slightly. This type of exotic beast had little value on it. Moreover, it was large, and his space backpack could only hold 10 cubic meters. This one would take up 1/5 of the space. Forget it. Yichen shook his head and turned to leave. On the other side, the 3 middle-aged martial artists were dumbfounded, watching everything unfold. The 2 younger martial artists widened their eyes. "Boss, I didn't see it wrong, did I? That boy killed the corrupted bone rat with 1 strike? You didn't see it wrong." The middle-aged martial artist was also somewhat shocked, looking at the departing figure and saying, "This must be the top genius in the city, no wonder he dares to enter the wasteland alone. Alright, stop dawdling, hurry over to collect the corpse before someone else takes it." "Got it." 2 young warriors perked up, their faces filled with joy, and quickly ran towards the cave. Their luck was incredible. Without doing anything, they had obtained A for free. If it were any other time, the 3 of them would have to be on guard against ambushes and set traps, even if they managed to catch this, it would take them most of the day. The short distance of 600 or 700 meters was quickly covered. The highway before them was increasingly dilapidated, the ground cracked beyond recognition. Yichen stopped, his gaze fixed ahead. There were no signs of modernity left, all the highways ended abruptly here, as if swallowed whole. Further ahead, there was only a vast expanse of greenery and countless towering, fiery red trees. They had arrived at the Limu wasteland. Yichen took a deep breath and stepped into the wasteland. The moment he entered, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The air in the wasteland was exceptionally fresh, with a high density of oxygen, making him feel somewhat comfortable. But this was normal. The higher a warrior's blood value, the more developed their body was. Their requirements for oxygen and other environmental factors became more demanding. Cultivating here is much faster than in Ningjiang City, no wonder many warriors break through. In the wasteland, Yichen mused as he continued deeper into the wasteland. It had to be said that the environment of the wasteland was indeed unique, no wonder the strange beasts kept coming, endlessly slaughtering. As he walked, he observed the wasteland. Various pieces of information about the wasteland flashed through his mind. The origin of the wasteland was that mysterious silver giant eye that had crashed deep into the ground. Over the years, humans and strange beasts had been locked in a continuous struggle. They had summarized three main characteristics of the wasteland. The first was its mystery. The prototype of the wasteland was the mirage of a sea city, which should have been illusory. Yet the wasteland had become real and successfully descended. Despite humans exhausting all means, they could not shatter the mirage of the sea city, fundamentally solving the problem of the wasteland. The second was its indestructibility. The wasteland could not be destroyed, any technological weapon, when attacking. The wasteland or the strange beasts would greatly weaken its power. It was as if there were some invisible laws at play. Technological weapons found it difficult to pose a lethal threat to such creatures. In comparison, the damage caused by technological weapons to strange beasts was far less than that inflicted by human warriors using cold weapons. This was also one of the main reasons for the prosperity of warriors today. At the same time, all technological products, such as phones and computers, would lose signal and become completely useless in the wasteland. The third, and perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the wasteland, was its growth. Thinking of this, Yi-Chin couldn't help but look towards the edge of the wasteland. He could clearly see the vines and green grass at the edge of the wasteland striving to spread towards the highway, slowly eating away at it. The progress seemed slow, and it was uncertain when they would advance a meter forward. But as the saying goes, dripping water wears away stone. Over time, the consequences would be terrifying. Moreover, this was not the true horror of the wasteland. The wasteland was closely related to the strange beasts. The more strange beasts there were in a wasteland, and the stronger they were, the faster the wasteland would spread and grow. Just like the initial frenzied expansion of Qingshui City. If it weren't for Master Hung Yang personally intervening later, the entire Qingshui City would have likely been completely devoured, rather than still having a quarter remaining as it did now. As Yi-Chin pondered, he had fully entered the wasteland. More and more towering, fiery red giant trees filled his view. He walked up to one of the giant trees. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch. Crack! The giant tree emitted a crisp sound as a piece of ancient, decayed bark was shattered off. Yi-Chin picked up the bark and examined it. This type of giant tree was called limu, which could burn for a long time and had a high energy value. In Ningjiang City now, charcoal was no longer used, they were all using this limu. The limu wilderness got its name because of these limu trees. However, what he had seen before were all processed limu. Today, for the first time, he was seeing the real limu with his own eyes. Curiously glancing a few times, Yi-Chin casually tossed aside the bark. Just as he was about to move forward, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the massive limu he had just struck. A red woodpecker swooped down fiercely. Although it was a woodpecker, its size was enormous, resembling an eagle. Before it even reached him, a strong gust of wind had already rushed in. Crimson flame woodpecker. Yi-Chin was pleasantly surprised. This kind of exotic beast was rare, and it was full of treasures. Its beak and sharp claws were among the main materials needed by many warriors. It was highly valuable. Compared to the rotting bone rat he had just killed, it was like heaven and earth apart. The crimson flame woodpecker was incredibly fast. In an instant, it dove down, its sharp red claws fiercely aiming for Yi-Chen's head. Yi-Chen's eyes narrowed, and he quickly drew out the blood shadow battle blade. While his entire body erupted with energy, the power surged into the blade. With one swing, he struck out fiercely. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The crimson flame woodpecker's body twisted and was knocked aside, quickly taking to the air. Yi-Chin couldn't help but take a step back, somewhat astonished. What immense power! This crimson flame woodpecker must have at least 300 combat power. Moreover, its claws were truly hard, able to clash head-on with the blood shadow battle blade. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi-Chin caught a glimpse of a noticeable dent on the blood shadow battle blade, causing his eyelids to twitch. It actually cracked. He inhaled sharply. Although this was just a high-quality imitation weapon, far inferior to a real battle blade, it was still hard and sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. He hadn't expected it to sustain damage at the moment of impact. Yi-Chen's heart grew heavy. He no longer dared to underestimate this crimson flame woodpecker. He regarded the creature as prey, and it had the same thought in mind. Meanwhile, the crimson flame woodpecker in the sky flapped its wings, tilting its head to look at him, a hint of hesitation flashing in its red beak. Clearly, it was also wary of the strike just now. In midair, the crimson flame woodpecker fixed its gaze on Yi-Chen and suddenly dove down again. Yi-Chen slightly squinted, calculating the distance. 7 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. He suddenly swung his blade, fiercely slashing at The sharp claws of the crimson flame woodpecker. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking once more echoed. The crimson flame woodpecker's claws were indeed hard, almost comparable to a battle blade. Upon colliding with the long knife, it showed no signs of retreat. Instead, its claws suddenly clamped down on the blood shadow battle blade, attempting to seize it. Yi Chen's energy surged, and he yanked hard, pulling the crimson flame woodpecker closer. The woodpecker let out a startled cry, seemingly caught off guard. At this moment, wanting to take off into the air was already too late. It could only watch as Yi Chen gripped the knife with one hand. The free hand suddenly clenched into a fist and slammed toward its head. Before the punch even got close, a deep rumbling of 8 consecutive thunderclaps sounded. However, at this critical moment, a glint of cunning and mockery suddenly flashed in the crimson flame woodpecker's red eyes. Its sharp, elongated beak suddenly opened wide. A torrent of flames erupted directly from its mouth, shooting toward Yi Chen. All of this happened extremely quickly. In an instant, the situation had turned. But Yi Chen remained unfazed, or rather, he had anticipated it. With a swift step, he narrowly brushed past the flames. At the same time, the hand gripping the blood shadow long knife also loosened. In an instant, with the confrontation losing its strength, the crimson flame woodpecker easily seized the long knife. It paused, seemingly not expecting this human's reaction to be so quick. Then, instinctively, it aimed to fly into the sky with the blood shadow long knife. Without a weapon, this human would be easier to kill. Unfortunately, it was not given the chance to take off. In the few seconds of its hesitation, Yi Chen had already stepped behind it, and then a cold voice rang out. Heavy water palm. Bang! This palm strike slammed hard into the tail of the crimson flame woodpecker. Instantly, the crimson flame woodpecker's rear exploded, blood gushing everywhere. It let out a miserable cry, no longer caring about the blood shadow battle blade it was holding, and threw the blade away, flying towards the sky. Yi Chen quietly looked up, not making any attempt to stop it. The crimson flame woodpecker had just quickly soared into the air. Suddenly, its form swayed unsteadily, rocking left and right, before it fell down. With a thud, it crashed heavily to the ground. Yi Chen walked over. The crimson flame woodpecker lay with its head tilted, its eyes wide open, blood slowly flowing from its beak. Its internal organs had been shattered. It was dead beyond recovery. Heavy water palm, B-grade martial skill, indeed powerful. Yi Chen muttered. The 3 layers of the heavy water palm's force were all hidden energy. Although he had only comprehended the first layer of the palm force and unleashed a single hidden energy, its power was extraordinary, easily killing the crimson flame woodpecker. Of course, the main reason was still his combat power. His usual combat power was 330, and after using the heavy water palm, it could reach 370. A combat power of 370 was terrifying. Even if another crimson flame woodpecker came, the 2 birds overlapping could still be killed. Yi Chen picked up the corpse of the crimson flame woodpecker and tossed it into the spatial backpack behind him. This bird wasn't too large, so it didn't take up much space. This bird is worth at least 50,000. Yi Chen felt quite pleased. He had already gained 50,000 just by entering the wasteland. This was a great start. Then, he checked the achievements of the Wasteland Hunter. Wasteland Hunter, beginner progress, 2/10, kill 10 different types of wasteland beasts, reward 30 achievement points. The 2 beasts he had killed were a corrupted bone rat and a crimson flame woodpecker. Since all his achievement points had been consumed, he was still very eager for more. Then, he looked at the other 2 achievements. The path of martial arts had not changed. The achievement for wealth accumulation had actually changed. Wealth accumulation. Progress 170,000/1000000. Accumulate a total of 1 million wealth. Reward 1,000 achievement points. Double comprehension. Reach 1 million, 10 million, and receive rewards of 10 and 100 achievement points respectively. 170,000, compared to before entering the wasteland, had increased by a full 70,000. Yi Chen was somewhat stunned. Before entering the wasteland, he only had the progress from the 100,000 scholarship given by the school. Now, he had unexpectedly gained 70,000, and aside from the crimson flame woodpecker, he had no other gains. After pondering for a moment, he understood. The 70,000 should refer to the crimson flame woodpecker. He hadn't expected that he could increase the progress without selling it for money. But this was good. It made completing the achievement easier. Otherwise, it would take ages to earn 1 million. And the crimson flame woodpecker, valued at 70,000, was 2,000 more than he had anticipated, which was a pleasant surprise. 70,000 was not a small amount. His spatial backpack behind him only had 80,000. With this good start, Yi Chen was even more motivated as he ventured deeper into the wasteland. Although he was going deeper, he still kept his distance, only staying in the outer areas, not daring to enter the inner regions. The inner area of the wood wasteland had a large number of second and third level beasts. There were even fourth and fifth level beasts comparable to martial masters, which were extremely dangerous. With his current strength, encountering a second level beast would be far from a match, so he naturally wouldn't go in to die for nothing. Along the way, Yi-chan killed 4 more beasts. Unfortunately, they were all ordinary beasts, each worth only 20 to 30,000. Fortunately, these 4 beasts were not duplicates, and the progress of the Wasteland Hunter had already reached 6/10, not far from completion. 30 achievement points. I wonder if they can help me deduce to the second layer of Palm Force, Yi-chan thought while scanning the surroundings. After breaking through to the second layer of the heavy water palm, his maximum combat power should be able to exceed 400. Although it may not last long, it is still a significant improvement and can be used as a trump card. As he pondered, his gaze shifted forward. Ahead, beneath a massive tree, was a large limu. A small purple flower swayed gently in the wind, releasing a faint fragrance. Yi-chan raised an eyebrow. It was a lei yuan flower. A flower that could enhance one's vitality, and also one of the main materials for many vitality potions. A single one was worth about 2 to 3,000. 2,000 isn't a high price, but it's better than nothing. He walked over and reached for the lei yuan flower. Suddenly, the grass nearby rustled slightly, and then a huge gray rabbit sprang out. The gray rabbit was nearly a meter long, with 2 extremely long fangs protruding, its eyes a deep crimson. It bared its teeth at Yi-chan, letting out a threatening sound. Yi-chan didn't care, plucking the lei yuan flower. Just as he picked it, the gray rabbit couldn't hold back any longer and charged at him ferociously. Yi-chan muttered, "Such a cute bunny, how can I bully the bunny? So, let's just kill it directly." Bang! A loud crash echoed, the gray rabbit's head jolted, and its body fell to the ground. Yi-chan collected the corpse and continued forward. Just as he passed the tall limu, his pupils suddenly constricted. Ahead, there was a small pond. And beside the pond, the ground was covered with purple flowers. All of them were lei yuan flowers. The ground was littered with lei yuan flowers. A rough count revealed there were over 100. Yi-chan couldn't help but swallow hard. 1 lei yuan flower could sell for 2,000, and with so many, that would be a total of over 200,000. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. His expression turned vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Generally, treasures are guarded by strange beasts. This is an unchanging principle. Because not only humans need treasures, but strange beasts do as well. Sure enough, as he glanced around, he spotted a black bull covered in scales under a nearby tree, grazing with its head down. After munching on some grass, the bull turned and began to chew on 2 lei yuan flowers. Watching this made Yi-chan's face contort in pain. He finally understood what it meant to see a cow chewing peonies, such a waste. But he had no way to stop it. This scaled bull was a second-tier strange beast, far beyond his capabilities. Yi-chan hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to leave. A second-tier strange beast, with vitality over 500, was simply too dangerous. It was better not to take the risk. However, before leaving, he made sure to remember this location. After all, 200,000 is not a small sum. If the opportunity arises, he might be able to come back and take a chance. Half an hour later, Yi-chan stopped. Looking ahead, his nostrils flaring slightly. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. He restrained his breath and cautiously approached. After passing a few large limu that obscured his view, a massive black wolf corpse and several mangled human bodies came into sight. The wolf's abdomen had a huge wound, blood flowing freely. It was dead beyond recovery. The human corpses were missing limbs, covered in claw marks and bite wounds. Clearly, they had all been killed by this strange beast, the Black Wolf. They were all wearing matching uniforms that read Green Blood Squad. A martial artist squad? Yi-chan's heart stirred. Due to the limited strength of individuals, many martial artists travel in pairs, cooperating in battle, forming specialized martial artist squads to venture into the wilderness. Martial artist squads are also a formidable force. Among them, powerful squads are not weaker than large martial arts schools or martial arts families, and may even surpass them. However, it seemed this was just an ordinary martial artist squad. Otherwise, they wouldn't have perished alongside such a Black Iron Wolf. The Black Iron Wolf was of average strength, with just over 200 combat power, considered a relatively common strange beast. Yi-chan glanced around. Without hesitation, he walked over. He was prepared to help collect the bodies. If the corpses were left here, it wouldn't be long before they were devoured by strange beasts. There were a total of 5 corpses, all mangled and bloody, looking as if not a single one was intact, which made Yi-chan sigh inwardly. He first stored the corpse of the Black Iron Wolf into his spatial backpack. The black iron wolf was quite large, nearly 2 meters long. After storing it, the 10 cubic meters of the spatial backpack seemed to be slightly insufficient as it was about to be filled to capacity. The bodies of the exotic beasts were all quite large. So even though he hadn't stored many exotic beasts, the space was still lacking. After putting away the black iron wolf, Yichin suddenly froze for a moment. Then he checked his progress on the achievement of Pledge of a Billion. Pledge of a Billion, progress, 240,000/100,000,000. Earn a cumulative wealth of 100 million, reward 1,000 achievement points, double. Comprehension. Yichin squinted, this 240,000 progress was still the progress he had just made. He took out the black iron wolf's corpse, threw it on the ground, and looked at the progress again. It was still 240,000, unchanged. After putting the wolf's corpse away again, the progress remained the same. Yichen's gaze gradually turned cold, and after scanning the surroundings, his expression returned to calm. He began to help collect the bodies. His movements were swift, and in the blink of an eye, he had gathered 3 corpses. Then came the 4th. Yichen bent down, lowering his head to collect the 4th corpse. At that moment, the 5th corpse behind him suddenly opened its eyes, looking greedily at the spatial backpack behind him. Then the corpse slowly pulled out a dagger from its bosom and lunged forward. Swish! The dagger moved quickly, instantly stabbing towards the boy in front of him, aiming for his back. A sinister smile and a sense of triumph appeared on the corpse's face. However, in the next moment, a hand firmly grasped his wrist. The corpse was taken aback, then saw the boy turn around, gazing at him with a chilling look. Yi Chen exerted a slight force, snatching the dagger from the other's hand. He weighed the dagger a few times, revealing a look of surprise. This dagger seemed to be a weapon of war. The corpse's expression changed drastically. The immense strength that had just come from this kid left him with no ability to resist at all. After all, he was a warrior with a battle power of 200. Looking at this kid, he seemed to be only 16 or 17. How could he be so strong? Shocked and wary, he was about to explain. Yi Chen had already reached out, slapping him away, sending his body crashing to the side, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. The corpse, a middle-aged man with a sharp face, shouted in terror, I was heavily injured and passed out, just woke up, thinking you were an exotic beast, that's why I attacked you. Yi Chen nodded, continuing to walk towards him. In his hand, the blood shadow battle blade materialized. The dark red blade sliced through the hard sand and stone, producing a screeching sound of friction. The sharp-faced middle-aged man was terrified, repeatedly banging his head on the ground, saying, I was wrong, I shouldn't have attacked you. I'm sorry, as long as you can spare me, I'll give you everything I have on me. Everything you have on you? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Exactly, I have a martial skill that can conceal my aura, pretending to be a corpse. Just now, I was pretending like this, that's why you didn't notice. As soon as the sharp-faced middle-aged man finished speaking, his face was filled with regret. Damn it, how could he forget that this guy must have already discovered him and was on guard. So this martial skill was no longer a bargaining chip for his life. A martial skill that conceals aura? Yi Chen's heart stirred. To be honest, he hadn't noticed that among these corpses, there was someone pretending to be dead, trying to take the opportunity to ambush and collect the bodies. After all, he had only heard of such things. He knew that there were some malicious warriors who used corpses as bait to ambush and kill other warriors, robbing them. But this was his first time in the wilderness, and he was somewhat unprepared. But it wasn't until he discovered that after putting away the black iron wolf's corpse, the progress of Pledge of a Billion inch had not increased. Only then did he become cautious. As long as it was his harvest, anyone close to him would see progress. However, this black iron wolf was so unusual that it could only mean this black iron wolf's corpse did not belong to him. In other words, there were others here. That's why he scanned the surroundings warily, but found no one hiding. Thus, he speculated that someone was pretending to be a corpse. And the reality was just as he suspected. The injuries on the sharp-nosed warrior were all fake, and his death was staged. What? Martial skill? Yi Chen asked with some interest. He was indeed curious about this martial skill. It was hidden so well that even his keen perception had not detected it. If he hadn't been meticulous and noticed something was off, he might have really fallen into a trap. It's an A-grade martial skill called cloud breathing technique. If you promise to let me go, I'll give it to you. The sharp-nosed middle-aged man seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival and shouted eagerly. A-grade martial skill. Yi Chen's heart raced, but his expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, if I kill you, the things will still be mine. The sharp-nosed middle-aged man's face changed drastically. I have many similar martial skills on me, you won't be able to tell which one is real. Yi Chen immediately stopped in his tracks, frowning. This guy was indeed cunning. He coldly said, "Then how can I be sure that the martial skill you give me is genuine? I can recite a passage for you first. If it's real, you can practice it now and find out." The sharp-nosed middle-aged man hurriedly said, "But you have to promise to let me go." "Fine." Yi Chen thought for a moment and nodded. "You can take out the martial skill, I need to verify it to feel at ease." "Do you think I'm stupid? If I take out the real martial skill, you'll definitely kill me right away." The sharp-nosed middle-aged man gritted his teeth. "Unless you let me go, otherwise with so many martial skills, trying them one by one will waste time, and you might even mess up your practice. Are you threatening me?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. "Forget it, I'll just kill you and search slowly myself." He walked over slowly with his knife. Don't. The sharp-nosed middle-aged man looked terrified. "I'll give you the martial skill right now, along with everything I have on me. Please don't kill me. Just give me the martial skill honestly, and I won't make a move," Yi Chen said flatly. The sharp-nosed middle-aged man hesitated, knowing there was no room for negotiation now, and helplessly said, "I hope you keep your word." "Don't worry, I have no other merits, just a strong sense of honesty." Yi Chen appeared very sincere. Upon hearing this, the sharp-nosed middle-aged man sighed in relief and quickly threw a book over. "This is the real martial skill. If you don't believe me, you can try practicing it now. If it's fake, you can kill me immediately." Yi Chen took the book, opened it, and glanced through it. His eyes lit up. It really was an A-grade martial skill. He wondered how this guy had obtained such a high-level skill. Across from him, the sharp-nosed middle-aged man watched him, a flicker of coldness and hatred flashing in his eyes. "You little brat, we'll see each other again." Looking at this kid's inexperienced demeanor, he was sure he had no experience, and this age group was most prone to overflowing sympathy and valuing foolish honesty. So he wasn't worried about this kid going back on his word and turned to leave. "Wait." At that moment, the boy's voice came again from behind. The sharp-nosed middle-aged man's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around, saying, "I've already given you the real martial skill. If you don't believe me, you can put." The sound of a long knife piercing through his chest suddenly rang out. The sharp-nosed middle-aged man froze, staring blankly at the blood-red long knife embedded in his chest. Then, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he pointed at Yi Chen, trembling, wanting to say something, but ultimately fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes widened in death, unable to close. Yi Chen walked over and pulled out the blood shadow battle knife from his body. He shook his head. "I said I wouldn't kill you, but besides my hands, I have feet too." Just now, with a kick, he sent the blood shadow battle blade flying, directly killing the sharp-nosed middle-aged man. There was no need to spare such a person. If left alive, he would only harm other martial artists in the future, so it was better to eliminate him early. As for honesty and trustworthiness, they are always reserved for those deserving. This guy was not worthy. Next, after dealing with the last corpse, Yi Chen stood up and left. The bloody stench here was too strong and would attract fierce beasts. It was better to leave as soon as possible. He then entered a wooden tree hollow and began to count his gains. On the ground lay a scattered array of items. However, Yi Chen's attention was entirely on the A-level martial skill, the cloud breath technique. Before long, he finished flipping through the entire martial skill book and let out a light breath. Good stuff. The cloud breath technique was a special martial skill that could suppress one's breath, vitality fluctuations, heartbeat, and so on to the lowest level, making it difficult for people or beasts to detect. Whether for ambush, hiding, or evading pursuit, it was extremely effective. It could be considered a life-saving martial skill. Putting away the cloud breath technique, Yi Chen felt a bit regretful. Although the cloud breath technique had already appeared on the simulation button, he currently had no achievement points. Otherwise, if he could simulate this cloud breath technique, he might have been able to attempt stealing those thunder element flowers from that scaled bull. Thinking of those thunder element flowers, Yi Chen felt a faint heat in his heart. At least 200,000. Moreover, even if he didn't sell them, using them himself could significantly enhance his vitality, though he didn't need it right now. But once he broke through as a martial artist, he would be able to use it. Next, Yi Chen looked at the other items on the ground. The members of those martial artist teams were relatively poor. Their backpacks were all ordinary ones. Inside, they contained only some important materials from the beasts, such as scales and teeth, with nothing valuable. Yi Chen collected all of these, and with the progress of nearly 1 billion, he barely increased by less than 30,000. The rest were just some healing medicines, detoxification drugs, tents for outdoor survival, and so on, which were worth little. Altogether, with nearly 1 billion progress, he only gained 5,000. However, these items were quite useful. This was his first time entering the wilderness, and although he had checked a lot of information about the beasts, his preparation was not very thorough. Now seeing what these people had brought, he realized he had indeed been a bit reckless. He rushed into the wilderness with so little gear. Next time I enter the wilderness, I need to prepare properly, Yi Chen murmured to himself, putting away these seemingly worthless items that might play a crucial role at critical moments. Next, his gaze shifted to the last item on the ground. It was a bracelet. The bracelet was entirely blue, with a small stone in the middle, looking quite ordinary. But this was the only item on that sharp-nosed, middle-aged man. It was a spatial bracelet. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Spatial bracelets were even more precious than the spatial backpack on his back, second only to spatial rings. He opened the spatial bracelet to take a look. It was not large, only 5 cubic meters. Inside were a pile of miscellaneous items, and the only valuable ones were a few high-quality battle weapons, around 30 to 40,000 in cash, and a vial of beast essence blood. White elephant essence blood? Yi Chen felt a slight joy in his heart, but after checking the information on the vial, his expression turned a bit regretful. This was just ordinary level beast essence blood. Although he could use it, using such low-level beast essence blood to break through as a martial artist would yield little increase in vitality. Moreover, he could only condense low-level martial patterns, which would have a negligible effect on combat power. Aside from these, there was nothing else valuable inside. The most valuable A-level martial skill and the battle dagger were already in his hands. In the end, after counting his gains, Yi Chen found that all the items combined had increased his progress by a total of 130,000, reaching 370,000. That battle dagger contributed the most, around 70,000. The A-level martial skill, for some unknown reason, was not counted in the calculations by Ping Yi Jinren, leaving Yi Chen feeling somewhat regretful. An A-level martial skill, especially one of this special type, is indeed quite valuable. After resting for a while, he set off again to hunt exotic beasts. Half an hour later, Yi Chen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. In front of him lay the corpse of a massive black panther with a crocodile's head. Blood flowed from the panther's abdomen, where a dagger was embedded. Looking at the corpse of the black crocodile panther, Yi Chen gasped, filled with relief. This black crocodile panther had a combat power close to 400, and with its incredible speed, he was no match, constantly being pressured in the fight. He couldn't even escape, he simply couldn't outrun it. His heart had sunk halfway. Who would have thought that at a critical moment, this arrogant panther would suddenly leap forward, trying to swallow him whole? Seizing the opportunity, he executed a sliding maneuver, gutting it in one swift motion. To call it a sliding maneuver might be a bit of a stretch, but it was close enough. As the black crocodile panther leaped, Yi Chen found his chance, sidestepping while thrusting his combat dagger deep into its abdomen. This fatal blow quickly ended the black crocodile panther. Besides the panther's underestimation of its opponent and its vulnerable abdomen, the combat dagger also played a crucial role, instantly pulverizing all the organs within its belly. With such severe injuries, it was hard not to die. In short, Yi Chen's survival was more a matter of luck than anything else. If the black crocodile panther hadn't been reckless and exposed its weak point, the outcome could have been very different. Felines truly are the perfect predators, even when it comes to exotic beasts. Looking at the nearly 3-meter-long massive corpse before him, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. This black crocodile panther was far stronger than any other exotic beast he had encountered. It wasn't just about raw combat power, it was strong in every aspect. Speed, reflexes, explosive power, agility. It's hard to imagine that the same species could possess so many traits, a true masterpiece of creation. After a brief recovery, Yi Chen began to process the black crocodile panther's corpse. It was impossible to fit everything into his spatial backpack now, which was already packed to the brim. There was only about a cubic meter of space left in his spatial wristband, so he had to settle for less. Collecting the more valuable parts of the black crocodile panther. After gathering what he could, he quickly left. In the wilderness, after a battle, even if severely injured, one must leave the area at the first opportunity. Half an hour later, inside a tree hollow, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, his complexion much improved, no longer so pale. But he still felt a bit of lingering fear. At the same time, he yearned even more to break through to become a martial artist. If he had been a martial artist when he encountered that black crocodile panther, even if he couldn't match its combat power, it definitely wouldn't have been so dangerous, nearly costing him his life. During this trip, although I've made significant progress in my calculations, to be honest, those things won't sell for much. Yi Chen frowned. He didn't want to use ordinary exotic beast blood, it had to be at least high grade. But for high grade, he still didn't have enough money. Unless I can get those Thunder Origin flowers, then it would definitely be enough. Yi Chen's eyes flickered as he quickly made up his mind. He still wanted to find a way to obtain those Thunder Origin flowers. However, even a second-level exotic beast, even a clumsy giant like the scale bull, was extremely dangerous. It's not that he feared the bull's stupidity, he feared its strength. If a wild bull charged at him, he would be torn apart. Literally torn apart, in half. The cloud breathing technique. I just need one more type of exotic beast to complete the achievement of Wilderness Hunter. Once I have the achievement points, I can upgrade the cloud breathing technique. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. The scale bull, a type of exotic beast, is rather dull and clumsy in its perception, which is a common flaw among bovine creatures. Most cows are like this, and the brave ones, like the courageous bull, are quite rare. In short, using the cloud breath technique, there's a high probability of sneaking past them. So now, only the last type of exotic beast remains. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's gaze shifted slightly. In fact, he didn't need to exert much effort to find the last exotic beast, as he knew exactly where it would be. Before long, Yi Chen returned to the area where he had discovered the scale bull and the Thunder Origin flower. He looked up and quickly spotted a gigantic caterpillar basking in the sun on a branch of a tall tree. The caterpillar was half a meter long, frighteningly large, and its body was a shiny green, covered in fine, soft hairs. Yi Chen felt a shiver run down his spine and couldn't help but swallow. It wasn't that this caterpillar was particularly strong, it was just an ordinary first-level exotic beast, with a combat power of less than 200. He simply found it somewhat repulsive. He had a weak resistance to crawling creatures like insects. This was also why he had noticed it when he first arrived but hadn't acted on it. However, he could no longer hesitate. Just as Yi Chen's gaze sharpened and he prepared to make a move, a loud crashing sound suddenly came from ahead, accompanied by the angry mooing of a bull. He paused for a moment and quickly walked over. Ahead was the territory of the scale bull, with Thunder Origin flowers scattered all around the pond. On the other side, two exotic beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. One of them was the scale bull he had seen not long ago. The other was a yellow monkey, several times larger than an ordinary monkey. Standing 2 meters tall, with a muscular body and a mouth full of fangs. At that moment, it was fighting the scale bull and surprisingly not at a disadvantage, clearly also a second-level exotic beast. Yellow barbarian monkey? Yi Chen was somewhat astonished. This type of exotic beast, once it reaches adulthood, is a third-level beast, so this one should still be juvenile. That's why the scale bull could hold its ground, with both sides evenly matched. He glanced around and saw that although the two beasts were battling fiercely, they were keeping their distance from the Thunder Origin flowers, which suddenly sparked a thought in his mind. It seemed that this yellow barbarian monkey had come to seize territory and these Thunder Origin flowers. For humans, treasures like the Thunder Origin flower, when consumed directly, not only waste some of their medicinal effects but may also affect the body. That's why there are pharmacists who specifically process them into blood essence powders. But for exotic beasts, there are no such concerns, they can consume them directly. The scale bull, slow and steady, likely accumulated these Thunder Origin flowers over time. That's why there were still so many left now. But with the arrival of this yellow barbarian monkey, things were uncertain. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's expression darkened. If that was the case, he could only hope for the scale bull's victory. Otherwise, with the yellow barbarian monkey around, it would definitely leave him with nothing. However, the more he thought about it, the more things went against him. In the arena, the yellow barbarian monkey let out a furious roar, pounding its chest with force, gaining the upper hand and pushing the scale bull back step by step. Damn it! Yi Chen cursed under his breath, suddenly looking at the two exotic beasts locked in battle, unable to spare a hand. A flash of inspiration struck him. This scene felt oddly familiar. That's right. In novels, it's always written this way, two powerful beasts fighting, and the protagonist seizing the opportunity to quietly take away treasures. Yi Chen suddenly understood. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, then hesitated and stepped back. After all, they were both second-level exotic beasts, which was too dangerous. Forget it, let's take a chance. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and rushed forward quickly. It was written this way in the novels, so he would surely be fine. Everything went smoothly. The two exotic beasts were locked in a fierce battle and didn't notice as Yi Chen quietly approached the edge of the pond. Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement but didn't hesitate, quickly starting to collect the Thunder Origin flowers. However, in the next moment, two furious beast roars erupted simultaneously. The scale bull and the yellow barbarian monkey suddenly turned around and let out a furious roar at him, charging towards him in unison. Yi Chen? This isn't how it's written in the novel. Damn it. Yi Chen's face turned pale, and without a second thought, he turned and ran. The two beasts pursued him in anger. The intense sense of conflict from their earlier battle had completely vanished. United in a common enemy, they instantly formed a united front. Even the scale bull, annoyed by the yellow barbarian monkey's slow pace, let the monkey ride on its back, mooing loudly as it charged forward on all fours. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Chen caught sight of this scene and nearly choked. Damn it, he couldn't even handle one, and now there were two. How was he supposed to survive this? He gritted his teeth, his vitality rapidly depleting as he fled with all his might. However, whether in realm or physique, he was far inferior to the scale bull. In just half a minute, the scale bull was already less than 10 meters behind him. He could even faintly hear the scale bull's heavy breathing and the excited thumping of the yellow barbarian monkey's chest. In this critical moment, Yi Chen surprisingly calmed down. There was no trace of panic. He listened carefully to the sounds behind him, gauging the distance and the time it would take for the scale bull to catch up. At the same time, his gaze quickly scanned the environment ahead, searching for a place to hide. The sounds behind him grew closer. Based on the sounds, he estimated that the scale bull would catch up in just 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The scale bull let out a low growl, its sharp horns suddenly thrusting towards Yi Chen's back, while the yellow barbarian monkey, with a fierce expression, reached out with its strong arms. It aimed to grab Yi Chen and tear him apart. All of this happened in an instant. Yi Chen even felt a sharp object pressing against his back, sending a chilling sensation through him. It was the scale bull's horn. In the next moment, it would pierce him directly. In such a dire situation, Yi Chen remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as if he were a machine, with no emotion in his eyes. Just as the bull's horn was about to strike, he suddenly leaped forward. Ahead was a massive boulder covered in moss, with a wide gap beneath it. After leaping out, he immediately rolled on the ground and quickly slipped into the gap. Behind him, the scale bull, unable to stop in time, crashed into the boulder with a heavy thud. It was left dazed, its eyes spinning. The yellow barbarian monkey fared even worse, flying out and crashing heavily against a nearby giant tree, causing it to sway uncontrollably. Large red leaves fluttered down. The yellow barbarian monkey stood up, swaying as if drunk, its mind not quite clear. Then, in a fit of rage, it bared its teeth and charged at the boulder, delivering a powerful punch. As for the scale bull, it seemed to be bewildered by the collision. It looked around in confusion, wondering why it was there. Unable to comprehend, it slowly turned and left. Beneath the boulder, Yi Chen gasped for breath. He had completely lost the terrifying calmness he had just moments ago, drenched in sweat. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. His heart was filled with both fear and relief. He had come so close to death. If it hadn't been for his good fortune in finding a boulder to hide behind, he would have truly met a gruesome end. Thinking back to the sharp sensation of the bull's horn pressing against his back, Yi Chen still felt a shiver run down his spine. But fortunately, he had temporarily escaped disaster. He peeked outside and saw the scale bull leaving, feeling considerably more relaxed. The gap beneath the boulder was small enough that only he could squeeze in. The yellow barbarian monkey was too large to fit. There was no need to worry about the scale bull anymore, and it had now departed. As for the yellow barbarian monkey, it would soon leave as well, having no way to deal with him. Although he had escaped with his life, Yi Chen still reflected on his situation. This time, it was indeed too reckless. 2 second-level alien beasts with combat power over 500, and he dared to snatch things in front of them. It was no different from seeking death. Next time, I can't be so impulsive, Yi Chen murmured to himself. He was just about to take a break while dragging away the Huangman monkey. Suddenly, the entire boulder shook violently. Although it didn't crush him, it still made his hair stand on end. It was the Huangman monkey. This guy not only didn't leave but also wanted to smash the boulder with all his might, trying to crush him to death. Bang! A dull thud echoed. And the boulder shook again, shaking off a lot of debris. Damn beast, has it gone mad? Yi Chen was both shocked and angry. This boulder was extremely large, even though the Huang Man monkey was a second-level alien beast and excelled in strength, it would still require a lot of effort to attack it. He didn't expect this beast to hold such a grudge. It would rather exhaust a lot of energy just to kill him today. Thud. Thud. The sounds of collision grew more intense, and the shaking of the boulder became more pronounced. Damn it! Yi Chen cursed under his breath. He couldn't gamble on whether the boulder would hold or if the Huangman monkey would tire out first. If he really got crushed to death, it would be too humiliating. Since it's death anyway, I'll fight you to the end. Even if I die, I'll pull out a few of your monkey hairs. Yi Chen's eyes turned fierce, and without hesitation, he quickly crawled out from under the boulder. Just as he crawled out, with a thunderous roar, the entire boulder collapsed. Dust erupted everywhere. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. On the other side of the boulder, the Huangman monkey was panting heavily, its tongue hanging out, looking completely exhausted, clearly having expended a lot of energy to smash the boulder. However, its monkey face was filled with excitement, seemingly very pleased with the idea of crushing Yi Chen. It even jumped on top of the stone and bounced vigorously. This stupid monkey. Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. Suddenly, he had a thought. It seemed the Huangman monkey hadn't noticed him, still foolishly jumping around on the boulder. Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity to escape quickly. However, being a second-level alien beast with keen senses, the Huangman monkey soon noticed him and roared as it chased after him. But due to its exhaustion and the fact that Yi Chen had taken the initiative to run first, the Huangman monkey, although furious, couldn't catch up to him for the time being. Nevertheless, it continued to pursue relentlessly. As he fled, Yi Chen gradually began to tire, his speed slowing down, and the distance between him and the Huangman monkey grew smaller. This damn monkey has some perseverance. Yi Chen gasped, feeling somewhat helpless. He had never encountered such a troublesome alien beast. It was just 2 flowers he had taken. If one didn't know better, they would think he had stolen its wife, pursuing him with a vendetta. At this rate, he would be caught in less than 3 minutes. Just then, from a nearby tree hole, a python as thick as an arm suddenly lunged out, its body covered in black patterns, and it lunged at him with its menacing mouth. Bang! Yi Chen slashed it back with a knife, glancing at its appearance afterward. His heart sank. Black-patterned python, 300 combat power. He felt a heavy weight in his chest. Normally, a 300 combat power alien beast would be easy for him to deal with. But now, he was low on energy, and his combat power had diminished significantly. Moreover, the Huangman monkey was about to catch up behind him. Roar! The furious roar of the Huangman monkey came from behind. In an instant, he was caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. At this point, thinking any further was useless. A decisive look flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he charged at the black-patterned python, his blood shadow battle knife suddenly slashing out. The python's thick tail lifted and struck fiercely. Bang! The blood shadow battle knife rebounded, and the python's tail was severely injured, a deep wound opened, blood gushing out. Yi Chen, seizing the advantage, slashed again, aiming fiercely at the python's head. However, that last strike had already exhausted all his strength. This time, his steps were unsteady, clearly lacking the fierce explosiveness from before. After being struck by a blade, the black-patterned python's eyes flashed with a hint of fear, instinctively wanting to flee, but Yi Chen had already swung his knife. With no other choice, the black-patterned python could only sweep its tail heavily once more. The blood shadow battle blade struck fiercely against the snake's tail. Yi Chen's arm went numb, and the blood shadow battle blade nearly slipped from his grip. Even though he quickly released the force, he still staggered back several steps. Seeing this, the black-patterned python was momentarily stunned, unsure why this human suddenly seemed so weak. But the opportunity was rare. It suddenly opened its large mouth and lunged at Yi Chen. Again. At the same time, its tail whipped out like lightning. This strike was even faster and more ferocious than before, a streak of black light sweeping through and hitting Yi Chen hard. Although Yi Chen reacted quickly, his stamina was insufficient, and he could only raise the blood shadow battle blade to defend. In an instant, the blood shadow battle blade was knocked away. He was also sent flying, crashing heavily against a nearby tree, and after barely standing up, his face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At that moment, the black-patterned python had already charged over, its massive mouth snapping towards Yi Chen's head. In a critical moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and a dagger appeared in his hand. He then shifted his body, narrowly avoiding the python's bite, and as its snake eyes suddenly constricted, his expression remained indifferent as he brought the dagger down fiercely. In the next instant, with a loud thud, a massive snake head fell. After doing all this, Yi Chen suppressed the surge of metallic sweetness rising in his throat and didn't even bother to pick up the blood shadow battle blade. He quickly dashed towards the enormous tree hole from which the black-patterned python had emerged. All of this happened extremely quickly. In less than half a minute, the black-patterned python was killed in one blow. Behind him, the yellow barbarian monkey roared in anger, picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it at Yi Chen. The stone flew with terrifying speed, almost instantly catching up to Yi Chen. Fortunately, Yi Chen had not gone to retrieve the blood shadow battle blade and managed to rush into the tree hole just before the stone could hit him. Even so, the hard tree trunk was struck by the stone, exploding on impact. Wood chips flew everywhere, and some fragments splattered onto Yi Chen's back. The immense force made him grunt and he was knocked to the ground. At the same time, a sharp pain shot through his back. Yi-Chen gritted his teeth and got up. Even if he couldn't see, he could guess that his back must be a bloody mess. There was no time to think further as he stumbled into the tree hole. This tree hole was enormous. Inside, there were 2 or 3 passages, each wide enough for an adult to pass through, winding downwards, seemingly extending deep into the earth. Yi-Chen had no time to ponder and rushed straight into the right passage. Once inside, he discovered that it connected to an underground lair. The walls of the passage were lined with deep spider webs, and there were some broken eggshells that looked like fragments of snake eggs, though they were somewhat different. However, Yi-Chen couldn't afford to care about that now and continued to move downward. After fleeing for a while, he found a relatively clean area and immediately sat down, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. After regaining a bit of strength, he took out some healing medicine from his belongings and treated his back injury simply. Meanwhile, outside the tree, beside the corpse of the black-patterned python, the yellow barbarian monkey stared intently at the tree hole in front of it. This tree hole was extremely wide, standing at an impressive 3 meters high. Of course, this was also related to the size of the tree itself. A normal tree would already be quite tall, but this one was several times larger than the others. It could be called the king of trees, standing out among the many trees. Although this tree hole was accessible, the yellow barbarian monkey, for reasons unknown, hesitated to enter, pacing back and forth in place, occasionally sniffing the air. If Yi-Chen had seen this scene, he would have been astonished. Because of that dead monkey, which was acting like a madman, it chased him all the way, and now that it could catch up, it actually hesitated, which was truly strange. The yellow barbarian monkey circled for a moment, ultimately showing some reluctance and slightly avoiding him. This place seemed to be the territory of a powerful exotic beast. Although the beast seemed to have deliberately concealed its aura, just the faint scent it caught made it tremble a bit. Although it didn't dare to enter, the yellow barbarian monkey still stayed not far from the tree hole, waiting for Yi-Chen to come out. Inside the tree hole, in the underground nest, Yi-Chen coughed heavily, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, and his complexion improved significantly. In order to quickly kill the black-patterned python, he had no choice but to take one of its strikes head-on. Although he used the Blood Shadow Battle Blade to dissipate most of the force, the remaining impact was still unbearable, leaving him with serious internal injuries. Of course, this amount of force was insignificant compared to the attack from the yellow barbarian monkey. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen felt a bit frightened. The power of that yellow barbarian monkey was truly terrifying. He couldn't withstand even the residual force of its attack, which directly caused him internal injuries. With the 2 injuries compounded, he was now suffering from such severe internal damage. A second-level exotic beast is indeed formidable. It should have over 600 combat power, right? Yi-Chen murmured. Then he felt heavy-hearted. Over 600 combat power was double his own. If the yellow barbarian monkey chased him down, he would have nowhere to escape. When he first came down, although there were 2 or 3 passages, with the speed of the yellow barbarian monkey, it shouldn't take long for it to find him. As for him taking the opportunity to leave while the yellow barbarian monkey was searching, that would be very difficult because he didn't know which passage the yellow barbarian monkey would take to look for him. If luck was not on his side and he happened to run into the yellow barbarian monkey, he might not even survive these 10 minutes. After a moment of silence, Yi-Chen gathered his spirits. Given the situation, there was not much room for choice left. If he wasted any more time, he might really miss his chance. Right now, there was only one way to resolve the current predicament. That was, to become a martial artist. Yi-Chen took out the bottle of white elephant blood he had obtained earlier. He couldn't help but sigh, his expression a bit complex and bitter. He never expected that he would break through to become a martial artist under such circumstances. Moreover, the exotic beast blood he was using was the last thing he wanted to use. Ordinary level exotic beast blood. However, for the sake of survival, he had no choice but to proceed this way. After all, living on was the only way to have a future. He stopped thinking too much and suddenly poured the white elephant blood over his head. As the blood drenched his body, Yi-Chen immediately felt as if he was being burned by fire, incredibly hot. At the same time, a severe burning sensation came from his internal organs. This was a sign of bodily transformation, breaking through the limits of the human body. Compared to his last physical enhancement, the reaction was much stronger. His physique was already comparable to that of a martial artist. Now, this breakthrough was actually climbing towards the realm of a second-level martial artist's physique. However, the white elephant blood was, after all, just ordinary exotic beast blood, with limited energy. Therefore, this intense burning sensation did not last long before it ended. Yi-Chen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had broken through. Everything went smoothly and quickly. Perhaps it was because he had enhanced his physique once before, which made this breakthrough particularly smooth. He gently moved his body. His blood energy value did not increase much, but his Overall physical quality was completely different. If before, his physique was only comparable to a first-level martial artist, now it had completely surpassed that, almost rivaling a second-level martial artist. The benefits of the physique enhancement were numerous. Stamina, running speed, physical damage tolerance, and recovery ability would all be strengthened, while also raising the upper limit. This upper limit referred not only to the blood energy value but also to combat awareness. Previously, Yi Chen's body could hardly withstand the increasingly high combat awareness, forcing him to stop its enhancement. But now, he could begin to enhance it again. However, now that he had broken through his realm, he needed to prioritize increasing his vitality. Yi Chen did not rush, instead, he first activated his martial. His vitality began to circulate slowly, and soon, a clear ivory tattoo gradually emerged on his back. The ivory was not very large, occupying only a third of his back. Yi Chen felt a bit helpless upon seeing it. Indeed, the blood of ordinary quality exotic beasts was lacking, unable to even display a complete exotic beast tattoo. He tried throwing a punch, only to shake his head. His strength had not increased much. It had probably only grown by about 10 points in combat power, which was quite disappointing. Fortunately, when he broke through to a second-level martial artist in the future, he could replace the martial, otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. As for the gap in vitality, with achievement points in place, it was not a big deal and could be easily compensated. Next, Yi Chen checked the achievement system. Achievement points: 40 Wasteland Hunter, Intermediate Progress, 10/30ths, kill 30 different exotic beasts in the wasteland, reward 100 achievement points. Path of Martial Arts, Progress, 105/500, breakthrough to a second-level martial artist, reward 100 achievement points. He had already completed the Wasteland Hunter achievement when he killed the black-striped python. However, upon completion, he was directly promoted to intermediate level. At the same time, there was the Path of Martial Arts, which seemed to be the main achievement. After breaking through as a martial artist, the second phase of the second-level martial artist goal was unlocked. The rewards from the two achievements combined totaled 40 achievement points, which was quite a lot. As for his vitality, since he used the blood of an ordinary level exotic beast, it had only increased by 5 points, reaching 105. Yi Chen felt a bit regretful. If he had used high-quality blood to break through, his vitality should have reached 120. At the same time, the martial would have been more complete and powerful, and after activation, it could have enhanced his combat power by at least 20. Suppressing his thoughts, Yi Chen no longer pondered and quickly consumed his achievement points to increase his vitality. The achievement points decreased little by little. Before long, all 40 achievement points were completely consumed. Yi Chen opened his eyes, a glint flashing in them, feeling invigorated and as if he had boundless energy. He checked the achievement for the Path of Martial Arts. Path of Martial Arts, Progress, 430/500, break through to a second-level martial artist, reward 100 achievement points. His vitality surged to over 400, and he was not far from becoming a second-level martial artist. However, he could not test his combat power and did not know how much it had reached. Yi Chen thought for a moment. Before breaking through as a martial artist, his combat power was 330. Now, aside from the surge in vitality, his robust physique should have also increased his combat power significantly, probably reaching close to 700. 700 combat power. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. This was just his base combat power. If he used the heavy water palm, his combat power could increase even further. When he encountered the yellow barbarian monkey again, even if he couldn't kill it, he could at least show that dead monkey a thing or two. After adapting to the sudden surge of power, Yi Chen set off towards the cave entrance. The passage was dark and carried a hint of chill. He retraced his steps and quickly exited the passage, arriving at the fork where he had entered. There were 3 paths in total. Yi Chen glanced around. The environment here was cold and damp, resembling an underground snake nest. There should still be snake-like exotic beasts living here. However, he had no intention of dealing with other exotic beasts right now. He was solely focused on taking care of that dead monkey. So, after a casual glance, he prepared to leave. At that moment, he suddenly froze, as if he had seen something, and walked towards the middle passage. This passage was particularly damp and cold. Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. Even with his current physique, he felt an inexplicable chill seeping into his skin. This passage seemed different from the other two. Without thinking much, he picked up a deep blue scale that had fallen into the crevice of the stone. The scale was the size of a fist, cold to the touch, smooth and thin. Yi Chen curiously rubbed a few scales, feeling a chill slowly surge into his body, making him feel much clearer in mind. He was astonished. What kind of beast scales were these? A glance around revealed several blue scales on the ground, spreading along the passageway, extending deep into the tunnel. The depths of the passage were dark and eerie, resembling a gaping maw that seemed to want to devour anyone who dared to enter, sending shivers down his spine. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. It appeared to be the scales of some kind of serpentine beast, accidentally shed while entering this passage. However, he had no idea what kind of snake it was, as the scales emanated a cold aura. These scales should be worth quite a bit. This snake beast must be valuable. Yi Chen hesitated, glancing towards the depths of the passage. He decided to deal with the dead monkey first and then come back to investigate. He casually picked up 2 or 3 scales and turned to leave. The scales were not large, suggesting that the serpentine beast was not very strong, probably comparable to a black-striped python at most. Meanwhile, at the end of the passage, in a cave covered in ice. The cave was filled with ice, and a chilling aura permeated the air, resembling an underground world of frost. Countless corpses were frozen within the ice. There were pythons, giant spiders, and rats, among others. But at this moment, these corpses seemed to have been devoured by something, leaving only empty skins frozen in the ice. In the center of the cave lay a thick blue snake, coiled up, its body elegant and crystalline like blue crystal. On its head was a small protrusion. From a distance, it exuded a pure aesthetic beauty akin to a work of art. However, in the middle of its body, a deep knife wound was faintly visible. The wound was severe. If it were any deeper, it would split the snake in half. At this moment, a dense chill was emanating from the wound, spreading outwards. It was this unconscious leakage of cold air that had frozen the entire cave. The blue snake struggled to lift its eyes, waking from a deep slumber, but soon, it weakly closed its eyes again. Only a weak, hate-filled female voice echoed in the empty cave. The Grandmaster of Humanity, Hong Yang, hurt me, I remember. This grudge must be avenged. Yi Chen stepped out of the tree hole and glanced around. Outside the cave, the yellow barbarian monkey was nowhere to be seen, and the corpse of the black-striped python had long disappeared, leaving only a pool of filthy blood. However, the blood shadow battle blade was still stuck in the ground not far away. His mood improved slightly as he walked over to pick up the blood shadow battle blade. With the dead monkey gone, it was either that it had left or was currently searching for him in the underground cave, the two just missing each other. But in any case, he could just take a look again later. Yi Chen wiped the blood shadow battle blade and, holding the long knife, walked back towards the tree hole. It was then that he noticed how enormous the tree before him was. The trunk was thick and massive, at least 4 or 5 times the size of other trees, looking like the king of all trees. Yi Chen was somewhat astonished. He had been too focused on escaping earlier to notice how large this tree was. His expression grew slightly serious. In the wilderness, only powerful beasts could possess such a well-suited territory. Such a large giant tree was extremely rare, and whatever creature nested in it must be no ordinary beast. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen still approached the tree hole. This was the outer area, so there shouldn't be any overly powerful beasts, at most a level 2 at worst. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a top-level level 2 beast with battle power around 8 or 900, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. He moved quickly, taking just a few steps to enter the tree hole. Just as he stepped 1 foot into the tree hole, an angry roar suddenly erupted behind him. Yi Chen turned around to see the yellow barbarian monkey seemingly just returning, angrily growling at him, while its eyes warily scanned the tree hole behind him. Oh, so you didn't leave, huh? Yi Chen grinned, his gaze gradually becoming dangerous. If you won't leave, then I'll carry you away. Without saying a word, he brandished the blood shadow battle blade, his figure suddenly exploding forward, charging straight at the Huangman Yuan. The Huangman Yuan was momentarily stunned. It couldn't understand why this human kid had suddenly gone mad and dared to attack. But it was eager for a fight. A human heart, especially that of a martial artist, was a delicacy. The Huangman Yuan bared its teeth at Yi Chen and then turned to run. Trying to lure me away, what's here? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. He had noticed the caution in the Huangman Yuan's eyes, but a glance around revealed no other beasts. Unable to find the reason, he stopped pondering and immediately pursued. After running a distance of 200 to 300 meters from the tree hole, the Huangman Yuan suddenly turned around and charged back. Yi Chen remained calm, not flustered, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He swung the blood shadow battle blade with all his might. In an instant, the air seemed to ripple violently, as the blood shadow battle blade transformed into a streak of blood shadow, slicing down like lightning. The Huangman Yuan's eyes flashed with disdain as it threw a fierce punch. Its fist was covered with a hard black carapace, seemingly for defense, and the Huangman Yuan was quite confident about it. However, in the next moment, as the long blade met the fist, the hard black armor split open. The Huangman Yuan let out a cry, hurriedly clutching its arm and retreating. Yi Chen stood firm, though a great force surged toward him. It was still within his capacity to bear, so he did not take a step back. This meant that he had completely surpassed the Huangman Yuan in pure strength. However, several cracks appeared on the Blood Shadow Battle Blade. Yichen frowned slightly. After all, the Blood Shadow Battle Blade was merely a high-quality imitation, far from the true battle-grade Blood Shadow Battle Blade, which cost more than 10 times as much. Coupled with the fact that he had been fighting fiercely against the beasts, it was normal for the blade to show signs of wear. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze and continued to chase after the Huang Man Yuan. Now, after breaking through as a martial artist and shattering the limits of the human body, all his previous injuries had healed. His entire spirit and energy had reached a new height, and his physical condition was exceptionally good. He fully unleashed his outstanding combat awareness to the extreme. Thus, in the moment of confrontation, he struck the Huang Man Yuan back with one blow and followed up with a powerful palm strike right to its chest. Heavy water palm. With the surge of blood and combat power, the heavy water palm underwent a qualitative change. As he unleashed the palm, the sound of rushing water echoed. Although the Huang Man Yuan was knocked back, leaving its defenses wide open, it reacted quickly and threw a fierce punch. Fist met palm. A muffled bang echoed. The Huang Man Yuan was immediately sent flying, its body crashing hard against a nearby tree. It stood up, seemingly completely enraged. It pounded its chest with both fists and charged forward again. Yi Chen remained unfazed, wielding the blade in one hand, the blade's light flashing like lightning as he struck down fiercely. The long blade was driven straight through with tremendous force, striking the Huang Man Yuan's fist without any tremor, landing a heavy blow. This strike was even more powerful than the last. The Huang Man Yuan was directly cut away, the black carapace on its fist once again split open with deep wounds. It roared in anger, its eyes bloodshot, filled with defiance and madness. Ignoring the pain, it charged at Yi Chen once more. Impossible, this damned human kid, not long ago, could only be chased by itself, he couldn't possibly be its opponent. Yi Chen's expression remained calm as he delivered several more strikes. Each blow landed heavily on the black carapace of the Huang Man Yuan's fist. The already torn flesh became a bloody mess, a sight too gruesome to behold. The Huang Man Yuan seemed to have gone mad. Retreating and charging repeatedly, even though it was heavily injured, it was determined to fight Yi Chen to the death. Yi Chen's expression was calm. Finally, as he struck down once more, the Blood Shadow Battle Blade snapped with a crack. Seeing this, the yellow barbarian monkey was momentarily stunned, then a wild joy flashed in its eyes. Damn human, this time. You're definitely dead. It let out a sinister laugh and charged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not dodge, he simply watched the monkey's fist quietly. The yellow barbarian monkey was taken aback, then saw its own fist slowly dropping. Its fist had been severed by the last strike. In an instant, the yellow barbarian monkey showed terror, its fist was its most invincible weapon, how could it be cut off just like that? It lost all its previous defiance and turned to flee in a frenzy. Yi Chen bent down and picked up the severed piece of the Blood Shadow Battle Blade from the ground. Then, he suddenly threw it. The broken blade fragment shot out with a whoosh, piercing fiercely into the yellow barbarian monkey's back. The monkey let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. Yi Chen walked over and looked down. This piece of blade had already pierced the monkey's lung, and it was now writhing in pain. Death was just a matter of time. He extended his hand and delivered a heavy palm strike to its head, granting it release. Level 2 Exotic Beast. Yi Chen exhaled lightly, looking at the corpse on the ground with a somewhat emotional expression. A month ago, he was just an ordinary high school student, worrying about the 60 health points required for the college entrance examination. But now, he could easily kill level 2 exotic beasts with over 600 combat power. All these changes were due to the achievement system. Thinking of this, his heart stirred. The yellow barbarian monkey, once fully grown, could reach level 3, making it much more valuable than an ordinary level 2 exotic beast. This yellow barbarian monkey should be worth at least 100,000, right? Yi Chen curiously checked the achievement system. Upon seeing it, he was stunned. Approaching a billion, progress, 1340000/100,000,000. Earn a cumulative wealth of 100 million, reward 1000 achievement points, double comprehension. Reaching 1 million and 10 million rewards 10 and 100 achievement points, respectively. The progress of approaching a billion had surged by over 90,000. Impossible. Yi Chen decisively denied it, even a rare monkey king among exotic beasts couldn't be worth that much. Moreover, the Monkey King was at least a level 3 exotic beast and wouldn't be this weak. There must be something wrong. After a moment of thought, he began to dissect the yellow barbarian monkey's corpse. Perhaps this guy had swallowed something precious while alive, and now, when added together, the progress of approaching a billion had increased so much. Soon, he had dissected the yellow barbarian monkey's body clean. But unexpectedly, there was nothing. It was completely empty, with no precious ores or spatial rings, as he had imagined. Yi Chen frowned and began to ponder. Approaching 1 billion couldn't be wrong. And aside from the yellow barbarian monkey's corpse, the progress of approaching 1 billion had also increased by nearly 80,000. This meant that during the time he was being hunted, he had unknowingly obtained a treasure worth 80,000. Yet he had no recollection of such an item. What could it be that I don't even remember? Yi Chen scratched his head, somewhat confused. He had been chased all the way, it was a miracle he hadn't been killed, so how could he have had the time to pick up something? And to happen to find something so valuable? I remember that before breaking through to a martial artist, the progress of approaching 1 billion hadn't changed, so it must have happened after I broke through. Yi Chen murmured, trying hard to recall. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched as if he thought of something. He took out 4 pieces of blue snake scales from his spatial wristband. If there was any unexpected gain after breaking through to a martial artist, it could only be these 4 mysterious snake scales he had picked up in the underground cave. Looking at these 4 scales, Yi Chen's expression hesitated. Are you kidding me? A total of 4 snake scales, each worth nearly 200,000, is even more valuable than an ordinary second-level exotic beast's corpse. However, there are no other explanations at the moment. He thought for a moment and threw one of the 4 snake scales far away to confirm. As soon as he threw it away, with the progress of nearly 100 million, he lost a full 19,000. Seeing this, Yi Chen gasped. It really is this thing. 1 snake scale is worth 200,000. What level of exotic beast does its owner belong to? Such an exotic beast was just in the passage next to him? Especially when he thought about how he almost ventured deep into the passage to find trouble with the owner of the snake scale. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This is what it means to court death. Aren't there only first and second level exotic beasts in the outer area? His scalp tingled as he glanced at the direction of the tree hole, picked up the thrown snake scale, and quickly fled. He couldn't stay here. Although he didn't understand why such a powerful exotic beast would appear in the outer area, and why it hadn't attacked him, he didn't want to remain here for even a moment longer. He hurried along for a full half-hour before Yi Chen finally stopped, looking for a relatively safe place to rest. After slightly recovering some stamina, he took out the 4 snake scales again and observed them carefully. After a moment of observation, he found nothing significant. Only that holding them brought a cool sensation into his body. It made his brain easier to keep awake, but he couldn't discover any other effects. However, being worth so much money surely indicated some magical properties. Yi Chen found a small wooden box, carefully stored the 4 snake scales, and placed them in a corner of his spatial wristband. Then, he checked the achievement system. After reaching 1 million progress with nearly 100 million, he was rewarded with 10 achievement points. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. If he used all 10 achievement points to enhance his vitality, he could almost reach the peak of a first-level martial artist. However, he currently had no exotic beast blood, so there was no rush to break through. Therefore, the best choice was still to deduce combat awareness. Thinking of deduction, he suddenly had a thought and remembered the cloud breath technique. An A-level martial skill, although not an attack type, should still help significantly with my current strength. Yi Chen thought for a moment, no longer hesitating, and chose to deduce the cloud breath technique. Soon, all 10 achievement points were completely consumed, and the cloud breath technique successfully reached the entry-level realm. A-level martial skills are indeed powerful. 10 achievement points could only deduce it to the entry-level realm. Yi Chen tried to use the cloud breath technique, and soon he noticed that his breath and aura gradually diminished until they disappeared. The whole person seemed to have completely lost vitality, turning into a piece of lifeless rotten wood. However, as he moved his body slightly, that sense of silence completely vanished, and his breath and aura reappeared. It was as if he had broken his technique. Even so, Yi Chen was still filled with joy. This technique for concealing one's aura was incredibly useful. Once he deduced it to the minor achievement realm, he could move his body again, no longer needing to play dead like he was now. At that time, he could approach his opponent without them noticing and strike with certainty. It seemed that this martial skill was entirely an assassination technique. After practicing the cloud breath technique a few more times and becoming fully proficient, Yi Chen set off towards the territory of the scale bull. Having dealt with the monkeys, there were still bulls to handle. Moreover, there were many thunder element flowers there, which was also a considerable fortune. He was quite concerned about the thunder element flowers. Although he had made significant progress with nearly 100 million, to be honest, many things only had that value. Converting them into money was very difficult. Many items simply couldn't be sold. Therefore, herbs like the thunder element flower, which were relatively sought after, were still very precious. After a moment, Yi Chen arrived at the territory of the scale bull. Upon his arrival, he caught a faint scent of blood in the air, causing him to frown slightly. He quickened his pace. Sure enough, the scale bull had already been killed. Its massive body lay on one side, while 3 or 4 masked individuals dressed in black were gathering thunder element flowers. Someone had gotten there first. Yi Chen felt a bit frustrated. Damn it, what a coincidence. However, there was nothing much to say about it. Others had arrived earlier, and it was first come, first served. Although he might have discovered it sooner. But if it were really about who saw it first, that would be ridiculous. Of course, judging by the effort these 3 or 4 people had put in to defeat the scale bull, and the injuries they bore, they were likely just a few level 1 warriors. If he intervened, he could easily drive them away and snatch the thunder element flowers. But Yi Chen was not the type to use his power unscrupulously to rob others. In his view, as long as treasures did not fall into the hands of the beasts, it was fine, because humanity's true life and death rivals were only the beasts. However, despite his thoughts, the few people opposite him seemed to think differently. Kid, stop. One of the masked individuals paused to put away the thunder element flowers and coldly looked at Yi Chen. What's the matter? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Naturally, there's something. The speaking masked man slowly walked towards Yi Chen, while the other 3 surrounded him, encircling him. Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this. Before he even made a move, these 4 wanted to take action against him. Kid, you're not afraid of us, so this must be your first time in the wilderness, right? The leading masked man said with a grin. Yi Chen nodded, then asked in surprise. So, from what you're saying, you're quite powerful? Of course, another masked man sneered. We are the Black Mask Hunting Team, a renowned warrior team from the Limu Wilderness. Other warrior teams tremble in fear at the sound of our name. Because while other warrior teams hunt beasts, we hunt them. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, then narrowed his eyes. So, you often rob other warrior teams? Of course, the masked man shrugged. Hunting beasts is nowhere near as exhilarating as hunting warriors. How much can you sell a beast? 4. Killing a warrior, especially a fat sheep like you, is worth as much as killing 10 beasts. A dangerous glint appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. Fat sheep? All warriors, and in the wilderness, instead of dealing with beasts, your target is actually fellow warriors? Heh, dealing with beasts is endless. I might as well find ways to earn more money and enjoy life. The masked warrior said proudly. Alright, enough chit-chat. The leading masked man said indifferently, this kid dares to enter the wilderness, he's at least a quasi-warrior. A quasi-warrior at this age is likely a hidden genius from some family, and there must be someone accompanying him into the wilderness. We need to quickly deal with him before any experts around him show up. The vice captain and captain are not here, and encountering them would be troublesome. Understood, boss. The previously mentioned masked warrior grinned menacingly and walked towards Yi Chen. Kid, the reason I'm telling you all this is to bring you down a peg. You so-called geniuses always think the world is beautiful. Today, I'll let you know the cruelty of this world, making you die with your eyes wide open. Ha ha. Listening to his voice, the other masked individuals couldn't help but frown. This guy was falling back into his old habits. Because of his poor talent, after using forbidden drugs to break through to a warrior, the side effects of the drugs had rendered him incapable in that regard, leading to a twisted mentality. He had developed an extreme hatred for young geniuses. Every time he encounters a young genius, he must first strike a blow to their spirit, then torment their body. Ha, kid, how does it feel? Are you despairing of this world? Didn't expect it to be so treacherous, did you? The masked man approaching had a gleam of vengeful pleasure in his eyes. Yi Chen replied calmly, I truly didn't expect it, but people like you are, after all, in the minority. Upon hearing this, the surrounding masked men were momentarily stunned. The leading masked man snorted coldly, even facing death, you're still so arrogant. If you had begged for mercy, I might have given you a complete corpse. Then you must be quite generous, Yi Chen smiled, but if you beg for mercy, I won't leave you with a complete corpse. As his words fell, he exploded forward, suddenly darting towards the farthest masked leader. The masked leader's expression turned grim. Good kid, daring to take the initiative. Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly constricted, revealing horror. Such speed, are you a second-level warrior? Correct, as a reward. I'll send you to reincarnate. Yi Chen smiled as he threw a punch. His speed was so fast that he was on an entirely different level from the masked leader. The punch arrived, and only then did the masked leader panic and raise his long knife. Then, he felt a void in his chest. A fist had pierced through. Yi Chen's expression was cold as he directly smashed through the masked leader's chest. As he withdrew his hand, the masked leader's chest exploded, limbs flying everywhere. Yi Chen then turned to the other 3 masked men, who were already frozen in shock, especially the one who had just spoken to him. His gaze was deep. Since you enjoy it so much, I'll send you to hell to enjoy. Upon hearing this, the 3 felt a chill run down their spines. They had kicked a hard board. Without a second thought, the three dared not entertain the slightest thought of resistance and frantically fled in three different directions. The masked leader, with over 400 combat power, was instantly killed, let alone the three with 300 combat power. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent as he kicked the long knife from the masked leader's hand. In an instant, the long knife shot out. Like lightning, it caught up with one masked man, piercing through his chest and propelling his body forward before pinning him to the ground. He then casually threw out a soldier's dagger. The soldier's dagger moved with terrifying speed, flashing past in an instant. The next moment, the masked man fleeing in another direction stumbled, and then a headless corpse fell limply to the ground. Yi Chen chased after the last masked man, the one who had been conversing with him earlier. With a physique comparable to a second-level warrior, he quickly caught up to the other man. The masked man's eyes were filled with terror as he turned and swung a knife. Yi Chen casually struck with his palm, sending him crashing into a tree. Before the hidden power of the heavy water palm could explode, the masked man was already severely injured, coughing up blood, unable to rise from the ground. Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent as he looked at the masked warrior before him. "You can't kill me." The masked warrior coughed up blood, his eyes filled with fear as he shouted, "Our captain is a third-level warrior, and I'm his brother-in-law. If you kill me, you will never leave the wasteland alive." "Is that so?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. "Unfortunately, I just don't believe in evil." He suddenly stomped down. Crack! The masked warrior's chest instantly caved in, and his mask fell off, revealing a young face twisted in pain. The young man's eyes were filled with resentment as he struggled to say, "My brother-in-law won't let you go. I'll be waiting for you underground." As his words fell, his head tilted, and he completely lost his breath. Yi Chen was unfazed. If he was afraid of death, he wouldn't have entered the wasteland. He picked up the man's mask. The mask was pitch black, with no words on it. The material of the mask seemed to be made of some kind of fine iron, incredibly hard. He had to exert some force to deform it. "Black Mask Hunting Team?" Yi Chen snorted coldly and threw away the mask. He often heard about these warrior teams that specifically hunted martial artists and plundered wealth in the news. The one he heard about the most was the Black Mask Hunting Team. It was said to be a group of more than 20 martial artists. The leader was a third-level martial artist who frequently led his team to ambush other martial artist teams, gaining a notorious reputation. He never expected to encounter them today. This martial artist team was infamous, reviled by all, and even more despised than fugitives. The Martial Artist Association often sent people into the wilderness to clean them out. However, due to the vastness of the wilderness, there were too many hiding places and various other factors, so the results were minimal. In the wilderness, one must not only fight against alien beasts but also guard against the same kind of people. Yi Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, no matter the era, there are always some scoundrels. All he could do was strengthen himself. When he encountered these scoundrels, he would send them to their next life. After discarding the mask, Yi Chen prepared to clean up the battlefield. At that moment, a notification flashed in his mind, the achievement panel flickering. Below the 3 achievements, a new one appeared. Upholding justice, progress, 4 out of 10, kill 10 members of the Black Mask team, reward 10 achievement points, Nirvana Body X1. Note, this achievement is a special hidden achievement, to be completed within 36 hours, failure to do so will result in failure. Countdown begins. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, then felt a surge of joy. A hidden achievement? And a special hidden achievement at that. Hidden achievements are already difficult to trigger, and special hidden achievements must be even rarer. He suppressed his excitement and curiously looked at this achievement. The reward was only 10 achievement points, similar to the first hidden achievement, but the conditions were much harsher. There was even a time limit. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. So far, among all the achievements he had completed, this was the only one with a time limit. Having a time limit indicates that this achievement should be quite advanced, yet the reward points are so few. He pondered for a moment, focusing his gaze on the Nirvana body. It seemed that the real prize was this incomprehensible Nirvana body, while the achievement points were merely a bonus. Nirvana body? An extraordinary physique? Yi Chen instinctively recalled what Su Qin had once said about extraordinary physiques. He had a deep impression of such a rare talent. After all, a terrifying physique that could naturally increase one's vitality by 100 in a day was hard to forget. After thinking for a moment without any leads, Yi Chen decided not to dwell on it further and began to clean up the battlefield. It must be said that the last masked youth who died was surprisingly wealthy. Among the 4, he was the only one with a spatial ring. Moreover, it was a 20 cubic meter ring, with a vast space. As for the other 3, even the strongest leader only had an ordinary spatial backpack. Looking at it this way, what the masked youth said before he died might indeed be true. After counting his gains, Yi Chen put away all the thunder element flowers and left with satisfaction. Moments after he left, 4 or 5 warriors wearing black masks quickly arrived. They were members of the Black Mask team. The one leading them was a woman with a graceful figure and long hair tied up. She immediately spotted the several corpses on the ground. The others also saw them and were filled with shock and anger. Damn it, who did this? How dare they kill our Black Mask team members? Not leaving a single survivor, what ruthless methods. Damn it, if I catch the one responsible, I will skin them alive. They all cursed angrily. It's over, Wang Ming is dead. At that moment, a team member trembled all over. Looking towards the tree where a young man lay, his chest caved in, eyes wide open, unable to close in death. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily stunned. Then their expressions changed drastically. Wang Ming, he is the captain's brother-in-law. We're doomed. The captain dotes on Wang Ming so much, if he finds out about this, he will definitely fly into a rage, and we will suffer too. Someone's face turned pale. Damn it, we haven't been separated from them for long, how could this happen? A team member angrily kicked the corpse on the ground. It's all because of these 3 useless fools. They could have just died themselves, but they had to drag Wang Ming down with them. We came out with Wang Ming, and now that he's dead, when we go back, the captain will surely dispose of us. What do we do? What do we do? The few of them were burning with anxiety. The masked woman at the forefront also had a serious look in her eyes as she walked over to examine Wang Ming's body. After checking the injuries, she frowned slightly. The wounds are similar to those on the others. They should have been killed by the same person. Then, she scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted the twisted, deformed black mask on the ground, along with some faint footprints. After examining the traces around, the masked woman stood up and looked at the team members, snorting coldly. If you want to live, stop talking nonsense and find this person as soon as possible. Deal with them, and maybe the captain will calm down a bit. Upon hearing this, the others seemed to find their backbone and hurriedly said, Vice Captain, do you know where that person is? The other party either didn't notice or didn't care, leaving some traces that can help determine the general direction, the masked woman replied indifferently. The group was overjoyed, then their eyes gleamed with ferocity as they gritted their teeth and said, Then let's go kill this guy right now. You're not enough, the masked woman said flatly. This person can crush a mask like this, at the very least, they are a second-level warrior. You all go back to find the captain. I'll follow and take a look. First, if it's just an ordinary second-level warrior, I will take action to kill. If not, I won't act rashly and will wait for the captain to arrive. At that time, you can follow the marks I leave and catch up. Yes, Vice Captain. The few nodded. After saying that, the masked woman quickly turned around. Looking at the traces on the ground, that person should have just left not long ago. There's still time to chase now. However, only she could pursue alone. If there were too many people, it would be easy for the other party to notice, thus alerting them. Having a few first-level warriors would be of no help in battle. It would be better for her to hide in the shadows, quietly track that person, and wait for the right moment to act. This way, whether it was to kill that person or to track them, she could maintain the initiative and have the choice. These were all experiences. In the wilderness, after years of struggle, the masked woman had extremely rich experience. Away from the wood wilderness, in a tall, dense forest, the person in the black mask should have discovered the traces I left, right? Yi Chen stood on a tree, looking in the direction behind him. Although it was his first time in the wilderness, he was not a complete novice. Making such a small mistake as leaving traces was something he would not easily commit. The purpose of doing this was simply to attract the person in the black mask. The wilderness was so vast that finding 6 people in black masks again within 36 hours was very difficult. So he could only lure the snake out of its hole. However, doing so was also very dangerous, as the captain of the black masks was a third-level warrior. A third-level warrior, with over 1,000 vitality points, considering the martial patterns and physique, even the weakest third-level warrior had a combat power of 1,200. Almost double his own. With such a large gap in combat power, if he were to encounter the other party, it could almost be said that he would shatter upon contact. However, despite the danger, the temptation of the Nirvana body was simply too great. It was worth taking the risk. Of course, Yi Chen's confidence still came from the cloud breath technique. At this moment, he was hidden in a dense tree, concealing his breath, making him look like a dead branch, devoid of any life or aura. Soon, 2 warriors wearing black masks arrived. They looked around, seemingly searching for something. Yi Chen's ears twitched slightly, and with his keen hearing, he listened to the heartbeat intensity of the 2 individuals. Soon, he reached a conclusion. The frequency of their heartbeats far exceeded that of ordinary people, but it was still much weaker than his own. So, they should be two first-level martial artists. In that case, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he was about to interrupt the Yunchi technique, jump down, and kill the two. At that moment, the two suddenly exchanged glances, quickly removed their masks, and took off their black clothes, changing into a different outfit. After removing their masks, they revealed two ordinary middle-aged faces and changed into the attire of another martial artist team. At the same time, the killing intent and vigilance in their eyes retracted, and their expressions became somewhat simple-minded. From a distance, they looked like two ordinary martial artist team members searching for exotic beasts in the wilderness, showing no signs of anything unusual. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then thought of something, and his expression became slightly serious. If he guessed correctly, these two should. At this time, the two below were whispering to each other. The vice captain said that after killing that Wang Ming, he disappeared into this forest, so he must still be nearby. That person should have the strength of a second-level martial artist. The two of us are not a match. Let's find him first, then find a way to hold him off until the vice captain arrives. Exactly, remember to conceal your killing intent later, don't expose yourselves. I naturally know that, that bastard dared to kill someone from our Black Mask team, truly seeking his own death. Alright, rein in the killing intent. When we encounter someone, let's test them first. If it's not the martial artist who killed Wang Ming, but another martial artist with weak strength, then we can just kill them and make some extra profit. Understood. After finishing their discussion, the two resumed their simple-minded expressions and continued walking forward. Above, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. Indeed, he had guessed almost correctly. These two members of the Black Mask team were trying to change their identities to ambush him. To be honest, they were quite convincing in their disguise. If he hadn't happened to see all of this, he would have thought they were just two passing martial artists when he encountered them. Then, after some pleasantries, he would have been delayed by these two. That would have been troublesome. The Black Mask team, no wonder they have been able to roam so freely near the wood wilderness for so long. With the Martial Artist Association's repeated purges failing to succeed, they are indeed cunning. Yi Chen's expression became serious, no longer underestimating them. Previously, he thought that among the entire Black Mask team, only the third-level martial artist captain was to be wary of. The others were not worth concerning himself with. Even if there were some strong veteran second-level martial artists, he could escape if he couldn't defeat them. But now, his impression of the entire Black Mask team had changed. With such scheming and insidiousness, this team was indeed dangerous and terrifying. However, this also served as a lesson for him. Yi Chen retracted his thoughts and looked down. The lesson was over, it was time to send them to their next life. Whoosh! At that moment, a black arrow suddenly shot down, whizzing past the two members of the Black Mask team below. It struck fiercely behind them, hitting a black-striped python that was hanging down from a tree, ready to bite. Bang! The snake's head exploded on the spot. The black-striped python's corpse fell heavily from the tree, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the two were taken aback, first feeling a wave of fear, then gratefully looking towards the person who had shot the arrow. It was a young girl, around 24 or 25, slender in build, wearing a blue martial outfit, with a pretty face and large, pure, clear eyes. She held a bow and arrow, clearly the one who had just shot that arrow. Thank you, miss. Little girl, it's a good thing you acted, otherwise, we would have been in trouble. The two middle-aged members of the Black Mask team were extremely grateful. It's nothing, I'm just glad you two are okay. The girl in blue smiled, her smile bright and radiant. Then he reminded, Uncle, this is considered the outer area, a rather dangerous zone. You must be careful coming here. Yes, we know. Thank you, young lady. Without you, one of us would surely have fallen to this dead snake today, said a middle-aged man, kicking the corpse of the black-patterned python behind him in frustration. The other one sighed, it's not that we wanted to come here, but someone just killed members of the Black Mask team. Now the Black Mask team is out there searching for people, killing anyone they see. We had no choice but to escape here, so you should be careful too. The Black Mask team? The girl in blue looked surprised. Someone killed their people? Her expression turned slightly serious. As she said, I understand now. Since that's the case, I happen to be leaving the wasteland as well, so I'll leave with you, Uncle. Alright, thank you very much. The two middle-aged men were overjoyed and walked towards the girl in blue, chatting as they went. The girl in blue smiled sweetly, enjoying the conversation with the two men. Above the tree, Yi Chen frowned. The two members of the Black Mask team were really good at pretending. When they asked questions earlier, they had already tested that the girl in blue was not the one who killed their companion. Based on their previous conversation, it seemed these two were planning to make a move on this girl. Sure enough, one middle-aged man was chatting happily with The girl in blue, while the other lagged slightly behind, staring at her with a glint of greed and lust in his eyes. He then quietly pulled out a dagger and smeared some liquid on it. Slowly, he aimed the dagger at the girl in blue's back. In the tree, Yi Chen's gaze turned cold, and just as he was about to act, he suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelid. A sense of foreboding surged inexplicably in his heart. This feeling came suddenly and passed quickly, like an illusion or an instinctive reaction of the body. He furrowed his brows slightly and halted his movements. Some powerful martial artists often have a sixth sense before encountering danger, sensing a certain feeling of threat. It felt very similar to what he just experienced. This so-called sensing was actually the instinctive intuition of these powerful martial artists, honed through numerous crises. And this intuition was generally quite accurate. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the three who were chatting happily, his brows tightly knitted. Was it an illusion? It seemed unlikely. Although he was still far from those top martial artists, his strong combat awareness made his sense of danger quite accurate. But sensing danger, where was it coming from? Could it be those two middle-aged men from the Black Mask team? But those two were merely first-level martial artists. Unless they were hiding their strength. However, if they were strong enough, they wouldn't have said they weren't strong enough and could only hold on until they found someone. Unless these two had already guessed he was nearby. Perhaps because they couldn't find him, they deliberately said those things. For him to hear, feigning weakness to lure him out. So everything that just happened was likely a trap. These two middle-aged men were intentionally disguising themselves in front of him, deliberately saying those words. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, he had underestimated the people of the Black Mask team. No wonder the Martial Artist Association had sent people to encircle and suppress them multiple times without being able to eliminate this hunting team. They were truly cunning. However, this was not the time to think about that. The girl in blue was about to be ambushed, he had to find a way to save her. At this moment, the girl in blue was still chatting and laughing with the two middle-aged men, completely unaware that one of them was slowly aiming a pitch-black dagger at her back. Yi Chen kept his eyes fixed on the three of them. Even in a critical situation, he did not rush, he was still looking for a flaw. There was only one chance, and he had to seize it well. Otherwise, it might not be about saving someone, but rather putting oneself in danger. Suddenly, he saw a scene that left him momentarily stunned, and then his expression changed dramatically. Finally, he whispered, "A game within a game, impressive. Just one step away, and I would have fallen for it, just one step." After his exclamation, he withdrew his gaze, watching coldly. There was no intention to lend a hand. Because this girl in blue would not die. At that moment, the middle-aged man behind the girl in blue revealed a sinister expression, suddenly raising his dagger and stabbing down fiercely. Whoosh! This strike suddenly missed, plunging into the air. It wasn't that the girl in blue had dodged. Rather, this dagger was aimed at the air beside her. He had intentionally missed. Vice Captain. The middle-aged man with the dagger scanned the surroundings. It seems the one who killed Wang Ming is not nearby. Whom? Someone responded. But it wasn't another middle-aged man, it was the girl in blue. She was actually the vice captain of the Black Mask team. The three of them were in cahoots. The girl in blue nodded lightly. Even if he's not nearby, he must be within this dense forest, he definitely hasn't left. After saying this, she frowned slightly. I've already searched the area. It can be confirmed that the last trace he left is right here. How could he not show up? Did he discover my plan? She appeared quite puzzled. The martial artist who killed Wang Ming had left traces that abruptly vanished upon reaching this place. Moreover, there was not a hint of aura left behind, as if he had disappeared into thin air. This was somewhat unbelievable. The two middle-aged men also looked confused. One of them thought for a moment and said, "But since he didn't come out to save you, Vice Captain, it means he's definitely not nearby." Exactly. So, Vice Captain, what should we do next? Asked the other middle-aged man. The girl in blue replied calmly, "Let's wait for the captain. I've already left a mark, they should arrive within half an hour. This dense forest isn't large, with a thorough search, we'll definitely find this person." After saying this, the girl in blue slightly furrowed her brows. She kept scanning the surroundings. Clearly, she was still troubled by her misjudgment. She believed her plan was flawless and could not fail, yet unexpected complications had arisen. That person was not even in the vicinity. Thinking of this, the girl in blue couldn't help but shake her head. It seemed she had overestimated that person. Originally, she had planned to pursue and track that person alone. But before setting off, she thought that the one who killed Wang Ming might have intentionally left traces for them to follow. So she changed her mind at the last minute. She called 2 team members for assistance and sent the rest back for reinforcements. Then, she led her team to this location. Discovering that the opponent's traces had vanished nearby, She deduced that the opponent had used some special method to hide. After pondering, she devised this plan. A nearly perfect game within a game. First, she had the two team members change their attire to mislead the opponent into thinking they were the main enemies, thereby lowering their guard. Then, she would appear, collaborating with the two team members to stage a play, deceiving the opponent, and ultimately seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. It was a perfect plan. Unfortunately, she had accounted for everything except that the person was not hiding here. The girl in blue felt a bit regretful. As long as the opponent was not a top-tier second-level martial artist, she had a great chance to launch a surprise attack and directly kill him. At that time, it would be a significant achievement, earning her a considerable reward from the captain. However, since the opponent was not here, it turned into a rather dull solo performance. She gently shook her head, preparing to leave with the two middle-aged men. At that moment, a terrified shout from a young boy suddenly echoed from the woods behind them. Martial artist level exotic beast, help, help! Upon hearing this, the three of them were momentarily stunned. Then his expression changed. There are actually people here, and they haven't noticed? Could it be the one who killed Wang Ming? A middle-aged man said nervously. The aura is very weak, at most a quasi-martial artist, the girl in blue said lightly. As a second-level martial artist, her perception was far more acute than that of the two men, and she could naturally sense that the boy who was calling for help was very weak. From the voice, he doesn't seem very old. The one who killed Wang Ming must be at least a second-level martial artist. It's impossible for such a young second-level martial artist to exist. After the girl in blue finished speaking, she looked at a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. He might have heard our conversation. You go take care of him. Yes, Vice Captain. The middle-aged man licked his lips, his eyes glinting with desire. From the sound, he could tell it was a boy around 17 or 18. Indeed, he liked them young, the younger the better. In the woods, Yi Chen remained motionless, merely shouting, so the cloud breathing technique had not completely failed, still suppressing most of his aura. As a result, sensing it, the heartbeat frequency indeed resembled that of a quasi-martial artist. Although Yi Chen's cries were desperate and fearful, his gaze was extremely cold as he looked at the middle-aged man who was excitedly rubbing his hands and approaching. Happy, are you? Just wait, I'll make you even happier. In the forest, the boy's screams and the middle-aged man's maniacal laughter echoed loudly. The girl in blue, who was also the vice-captain of the Black Mask team, had faint blue veins bulging on her fair face. She said coldly, "This bastard, I told him to kill, and he's actually playing around." Upon hearing this, another middle-aged man said nervously, "Vice Captain, I'll go teach this guy a lesson and take care of that unlucky kid at the same time." Saying this, he quickly walked towards the dense forest, cursing inwardly as he walked. This bastard. What time is it, and he still has the mind to play? If he annoys the vice captain, what will we do if she kills us with one sword? Damn it, I don't even know what good stuff he has that makes this bastard so happy. When I usually play with you, I've never seen you scream this loud. Damn, this is really infuriating. The more the middle-aged man thought about it, the angrier he became, hastily entering the woods. As soon as he entered, just as he was about to start cursing loudly, he suddenly froze, staring intently at the handsome boy across from him. Holy crap, what a good catch, an exceptional good catch. However, in the next moment, his face turned pale. No way. Why is this boy holding a knife against? Whoosh! A dagger shot out, piercing through his forehead, and then his body fell helplessly to the ground. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man kneeling before him. He slowly said, "Keep laughing, don't stop." The middle-aged man saw his companion just enter and get killed instantly, and he broke out in a cold sweat, trembling all over. "If you don't laugh, you'll die." Yi Chen applied slight pressure with his palm, and the long knife resting on the middle-aged man's neck immediately pressed forward, leaving a trail of blood. The middle-aged man was horrified, losing control of his bowels. He immediately burst into laughter. Although he was laughing, tears the size of beans kept dripping down, and his eyes were filled with fear. "A devil, sob, this is a devil." Yi Chen also added a few cries of despair to confuse the girl in blue outside. At the same time, he continued to ask, "How many people are there in your Black Mask team?" "With the captain, there are 28. The middle-aged man on the ground said, sniffling and crying, and as soon as he finished speaking, he burst into wild laughter. The scene was somewhat bizarre. "Is your captain a third-level martial artist?" "Yes." Upon receiving confirmation, Yi Chen's expression became slightly serious. There really was a third-level martial artist. He continued to ask, "Who is the strongest besides the captain?" "Two vice-captains, both are second-level martial artists. The one outside is a 700 combat power." Soon, Yi Chen had extracted all the information he needed. "I have to say, this Black Mask team is indeed powerful. Besides the captain, there are a total of 5 second-level martial artists. The strongest among them is another vice-captain, who possesses the strength of a top-tier second-level martial artist. A top-tier second-level martial artist has a blood value of 900, and if their martial pattern is decent, their combat power could exceed 1000. Thinking of the martial pattern, Yi Chen couldn't help but touch his back. There, he had an ivory martial pattern, but it only provided a combat power of 3, which was simply ridiculous. If it weren't for the fact that he was now not far from becoming a second-level martial artist and could soon choose a new martial pattern, he would really be worried about crashing into a wall right now. I've answered your questions, can you let me go now? The middle-aged man said, trembling with fear. Don't worry, I'm the honest and trustworthy little prince. If I say I won't kill you, I definitely won't, Yi Chen said skillfully, casually releasing his long knife. The long knife immediately fell to the ground. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and quickly turned to flee. He had just run a few meters when Yi Chen kicked the fallen long knife, and it shot out instantly. With a whoosh, it suddenly pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. I said I wouldn't use my hands, but I didn't say I wouldn't use my feet, Yi Chen muttered, then narrowed his eyes and looked towards the forest. Since the combat power was only 700, then let's stay. He no longer concealed or suppressed himself, his entire body's blood energy suddenly released, and he dashed outwards. Outside the forest, the girl in blue changed her expression slightly. Something was wrong. Why hadn't either of the two come out after such a long time? There was a problem. Without a second thought, she turned to leave. Her long-standing habit of vigilance left her no inclination to linger, she needed to leave at the first opportunity. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a powerful wave of blood energy coming from the forest. Her heart sank. A second-level martial artist had indeed killed that Wang Ming. Damn it, how did they suppress their blood energy and hide their presence? The girl in blue gritted her teeth and quickly turned to leave. Although she was a second-level martial artist, her combat power was not outstanding. In fact, her blood value was even higher than her combat power. The only reason she could hold the position of vice-captain was due to her intelligence. However, no matter how fast she was, she couldn't outrun the dagger that suddenly shot towards her from behind. Yi Chen had almost used this dagger as a hidden weapon. The moment he saw the girl in blue, he threw it with all his might. His exquisite control of blood energy made the thrown dagger both fast and precise, accurately shooting towards the girl's back. Bang! The girl in blue turned to defend, her slender silver sword slicing down like lightning. In the next moment, her delicate body trembled, and she was actually knocked back. The dagger also tore through the fabric of her shoulder, exposing her snow-white shoulder and leaving a deep blood mark. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, somewhat taken aback. Although he had used all his strength for this dagger, he was not really skilled in hidden weapons. He didn't know any techniques related to hidden weapons. After throwing it, a reduction in attack power was inevitable. A normal second-level martial artist with 700 combat power should have been able to take it without a scratch. Why was this woman struggling so much? Her blood energy is very unstable, she's forcibly relying on her blood energy to elevate her realm. Yi Chen understood and took the opportunity to accelerate and chase after her. Although the distance between them was far, the speed of the girl in blue was clearly not as fast as his, especially after being injured. She had paused for quite a while. Yi Chen frowned, feeling that her combat experience seemed extremely poor. But he was also worried this might be a trick. After all, this woman had almost caught him in her previous schemes, so he couldn't let his guard down. However, in the moment of closing in, Yi Chen still caught up decisively and threw a punch directly at her chest. Whether she was pretending or truly weak, he would take her out first. His thunderous fist was both fast and fierce. The girl in blue had just wanted to defend herself when she was already sent flying, her body crashing heavily to the ground. However, Yi Chen's expression changed slightly at the moment of impact. The chest is so hard, does she have inner armor? Such sturdy inner armor must be at least a battle weapon. Yi Chen was somewhat shaken. Defensive battle weapons were generally rarer than offensive ones and also more expensive. However, they were usually available at a price but hard to find, one couldn't even buy them if they wanted to. The girl in blue struggled to get up, her slender silver sword pointing at him, her voice weak as she said, Don't come over. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned when he saw the silver sword. Then, a storm surged in his heart. A C-grade battle weapon. This was a top-tier C-grade battle weapon, he had seen it in the warrior tower, worth 500,000. No wonder I felt a sense of crisis just now, Yi Chen muttered to himself. If a C-grade battle weapon suddenly swung at him, he could really be killed in one strike. Seeing Yi Chen's intense gaze fixed on the silver sword, the girl in blue reacted quickly and said, Let me go, this battle weapon is yours. Besides the battle weapon, I have other things. Give me a reason. Yi Chen slowly walked in front of the girl in blue, looking calmly at her. I can give you everything, including myself. The girl in blue lightly bit her silver teeth. You can rest assured, I am still clean, and I can help you escape from the pursuit of the Black Mask Captain. You killed his late wife's brother, which is equivalent to killing his only relative. He will definitely not let you go. That reason won't do. Yi Chen shook his head. Really won't do? The girl in blue chuckled lightly, suddenly removing her top to reveal a light blue soft armor on her upper body. The soft armor only covered her upper body, exposing her two jade-like arms. Following her arms upward, there was a long, fair neck, delicate collarbones. And further down, one could vaguely see a glimpse of white peaks between the gaps of the soft armor. Yi Chen was stunned. The girl in blue, seeing him dazed, slowly placed her jade hand on the inner armor's zipper, pulling it down little by little. Her voice was gentle. You're so young, you probably haven't experienced that kind of thing, right? Although I'm a few years older than you, I haven't experienced it either. This is our first time, and I hope you can be gentle. You're not using anything as padding? Yi Chen suddenly interjected coldly. He was somewhat puzzled. When I just punched, it felt a bit excessive. I thought you had something else besides the inner armor. So there's nothing? Then that means the quality of your inner armor is even higher than I imagined. It must be at least a top-tier D-grade battle weapon. Not bad, good stuff. By the way, where were we just now? You want me to be gentle, that won't do. If I go too easy, with this inner armor protecting you, I won't be able to knock you out. The girl in blue was stunned, the silver sword in her hand clattering to the ground. Yi Chen said seriously, also, don't pull the zipper anymore. I really want to see, I really don't want to see. If you pull it down any further, I'll definitely be able to finish you off faster. The girl in blue looked at his serious expression, as if he would follow through on his words in the next second, completely breaking down. What kind of person is this? She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Alright, since you don't like this, let's talk about something else. The captain of the Black Mask is a level 3 warrior, and he is treacherous and sinister. He has already brought people to surround us. Without my help, your chances of escaping are less than 1 in 10. Besides helping you escape, I can help you with other things. Do you know Vice Minister Su of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch? Vice Minister Su? Yi Chen shrugged. A level 5 martial artist, a big shot in Ningjiang. I've definitely heard of him. What, do you know him? I am his only daughter, the girl in blue said slowly. Yi Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Only daughter? His voice turned slightly cold. Ningjiang Martial Alliance, capturing wanted criminals, maintaining balance within the city, has sent people to the wasteland multiple times to eliminate hunting teams like the Black Mask Squad. And the deputy minister's daughter is actually the vice captain of the hunting team they want to eradicate. The most? No wonder the Martial Artists Association has issued so many missions and still hasn't caught your Black Mask Squad. This matter has nothing to do with my father. He is unaware of my identity. The girl in blue fell silent for a moment. Yi Chen looked at her and slowly said, with your identity, you shouldn't need to join a small team like the Black Mask Squad, relying on robbing other martial artists to make money, right? Don't you think killing is an exhilarating thing? Especially since I enjoy torturing others, watching them wail. The girl in blue smiled and continued, alright, enough of that. I can help you escape. Moreover, I can propose that you marry into my family. As long as you let me go, I will return and marry you, then have my father fully support you, providing you with all the martial resources you need. Top-tier warriors, martial skills, exotic beast blood. All can be yours. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Chen sincerely. Rest assured, I won't deceive you. A young second-level martial artist like you would surely make my father very happy. After saying that, the girl in blue smiled, as if she was confident in her bargaining chip. She believed that any rational person would not refuse such a reason. That reason isn't enough. Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent. The girl in blue was taken aback, feeling somewhat unwilling. Think it over again, don't let momentary anger cloud your judgment. Besides, I haven't truly harmed you. She couldn't continue, because a hand slowly tightened around her neck. The girl in blue was both shocked and angry, screaming frantically. I don't understand, why would you refuse such a good offer? Beauty, wealth, power, martial arts, you have it all, what more do you want? I want you dead. Yi Chen replied calmly. Don't you think that's quite exhilarating? You're insane. This isn't excitement, it's seeking death. You torturing those innocent martial artists is excitement, but when others kill you, it's seeking death? Yi Chen said coldly, then today, I am seeking death, to kill you once for those you have murdered. Damn it, what do those people have to do with you? I'm not killing you. The girl in blue was furious, she had heard this kind of nonsense countless times. There were always people wanting to be the good guy, doing meaningless things. But in this world, as long as one ensures they live well, helping others is nonsense. Especially those who want to be righteous, who can't stand injustice and must intervene, unafraid of trouble. Such people are even bigger fools. However, as she looked at the calm face of the boy before her, her heart suddenly trembled. She felt that this boy seemed to mean what he said. Fool! She whispered softly, suddenly bursting into tears. Think it through. If you kill me, my father won't let you go. Is it worth it for that non-existent justice? Nothing is about worth, it's just what I want to do. Yi-chan said seriously, suddenly uttering some inexplicable words. Even without the achievement of acting on behalf of heaven, I would still have you black mask people slaughtered. The girl in blue fell completely silent. Upon hearing this, she knew she was doomed. Because the other parties seemed to have revealed the secret that would ensure she wouldn't survive. She remained silent for a long time and softly asked, "Can I ask you one last question?" "Go ahead. How did you see through the flaws in my plan?" "Actually, I didn't notice. I was already prepared to step in and save someone, but then I suddenly saw the way the three of you walk." Yi-chan said lightly, "Those two always unconsciously stand a little behind you. When they speak or act, they inadvertently look at you, as if they dare not speak until you respond. This unconscious behavior they might not even be aware of. But to me, they seem very familiar with you, and you should be their leader, which is why they unconsciously adopt such a respectful posture. This is a habit formed over many years, and it's hard to change in an instant." The girl in blue widened her eyes. "It turned out that I didn't fall to my own hands, but rather to those two team members." She smiled bitterly. "I have no regrets left. However, I just hope that after I die, you will destroy my appearance, so I won't bring shame to my father. At the same time, be careful of the captain in the black mask. He is a level 3 warrior. With your level 2 warrior strength, encountering him." "Who said I am a level 2 warrior?" Yi-chan shook his head. "I am just a level 1 warrior, but I will remember your warning." "A level 1 warrior?" The girl in blue looked horrified. "A level 1 warrior, how could you be so strong?" Crack in the next moment. Her beautiful head suddenly drooped down. Breath ceased, and life was no more. Yi-chan searched the blue-clad girl for her blue inner armor and a spatial bracelet. After dealing with the body, he quickly left. On the way, he checked the achievement panel. Upholding justice, progress, 7/10, kill 10 members of the Black Mask team, reward 10 achievement points, Nirvana body x1. Wealth accumulation, progress, 2,650,000/100,000,000, accumulate a total of 100 million wealth, reward 1,000 achievement points. Double comprehension. When reaching 1 million and 10 million, reward 10 and 100 achievement points respectively. Hiss. Yi-chan gasped, genuinely surprised. This blue-clad girl had actually provided him with over 1 million in progress. But thinking about it, she was the only daughter of the deputy minister of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance, so it wasn't too surprising. Martial Alliance. Yi-chan's expression grew serious. This was the official power of the Summer Kingdom, and even the Martial Association had to be under its jurisdiction. So, even if the blue-clad girl hadn't made that request, he would have cleaned up the evidence thoroughly. Without further thought, Yi-chan found a hidden spot to take stock of his gains. First was that C-grade battle weapon. The blade was slender, entirely silver-white, and felt very light in hand, clearly designed for female warriors. This sword was called the Silver Rhinoceros Sword, worth 500,000 on the market. Yi-chan played with it for a while, feeling it was a bit too light and not quite suitable for him, but even if he didn't use it, he could sell it for a good price. Next was the inner armor. This item could adjust in size and fit him perfectly when worn. He didn't hesitate and changed into it on the spot. At a critical moment, it might just save his life. Finally, there was the spatial bracelet. The light blue bracelet was exquisite, adorned with many small dolphins and starfish, looking particularly beautiful. Upon opening the space, Yi-chan was genuinely shocked. 50 cubic meters. This spatial bracelet actually had 50 cubic meters, larger than all the space tools he currently had combined. With such a large space, after hunting exotic beasts, I won't have to worry about not having enough room. Yi-chan breathed a sigh of relief while contemplating. He emptied the 2 spatial backpacks behind him and buried them in the ground. He would prefer to go lightly armed when ambushing the members of the Black Mask team. As for those 2 spatial backpacks, he could dig them up later when he had time. The blue spatial bracelet, although large, contained very few items, only some women's clothing and a few bank cards. Clearly, the blue-clad girl did not value resources and treasures. Or rather, she was not lacking at all. Joining the Black Mask team was merely for the thrill. A few bank cards, shining brightly, caught the eye. Unfortunately, they were all registered cards. Although Yi-chan felt a bit reluctant, he still broke them all. Don't ask, just know that the rich are heartless. Next, Yi-chan quietly hid in a tree, waiting for the arrival of the Black Mask team. The dense forest he chose was a perfect hiding spot and was extremely close to the inner area of the wasteland. The inner area of the wasteland was very dangerous, capable of rendering that third-level martial artist helpless. Half an hour passed. Quickly. Yi Chen remained as silent as a stone. During this time, several exotic beasts passed by without noticing him. Finally, with a rustling sound, two masked figures in black hurried out of the jungle, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Seeing that no one was around, they breathed a sigh of relief. That idiot Wang Ming, dead is dead, and the captain still insists on making a fuss, wanting us to find that killer martial artist. One of the Black Mask members complained. Shu, keep your voice down. The other member whispered, the captain is a third-level martial artist with exceptional hearing. If he hears us nearby, it'll be trouble. TCH, as if I'm scared. At most, I'll just leave this black mask behind. The first voice scoffed, I joined this black mask to get rich, but now I haven't made any money and am being bossed around every day. Alright, stop complaining. There will be opportunities, the other person advised. Then he added cheerfully, but this time, it's a chance to make money. The captain said that whoever finds the person who killed Wang Ming will be rewarded with 500,000. We don't even need to do anything, just spotting the person will earn us 500,000. Sounds good, but where do we find him? The earlier member rolled his eyes. They say that person is definitely still hiding in this dense forest. But there's not even a bird in this damn forest, let alone a person. Besides, that guy is a second-level martial artist. If we encounter him, whether we can survive is another question. Anyway, listen to me, don't overexert yourself, you won't even know how. You died when the time comes. As the two talked, they walked deeper into the forest, completely unaware that a pair of eyes was watching them from the dense treetops. They're here. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, his blood and energy gradually stirring. Two first-level martial artists were not enough for him to shout out, he had to strike with a single blow. Soon, the two entered his attack range, and he was about to make his move. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. More people were coming. It was an exceptionally burly middle-aged man, with a stern face. And only one eye, the other eye bore a long scar from a knife. This made his appearance quite fierce. Why isn't this guy wearing a mask? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Suddenly, the one-eyed middle-aged man cast a cold glance over, scanning the area. Not seeing anything, he withdrew his gaze with a hint of suspicion. What strong perception! Yi Chen was startled in the treetops. If he hadn't reacted quickly and withdrawn his gaze in time, he might have been discovered. This was the first time he had used the cloud breathing technique and had almost been detected. Captain! At that moment, the two Black Mask members hurried over. The one on the left had a somewhat unnatural expression. It was he who had just complained for a long time. Unsure if the captain had heard him. But he could only hope he hadn't. Fortunately, the one-eyed middle-aged man said nothing, only offering a few words of caution to the two before turning to leave. The left side member let out a long sigh of relief. In the next moment, his expression suddenly turned to one of terror. Because a massive hand had grasped his head. See, Captain. Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon. A headless corpse fell to the ground. Another team member nearby was completely stunned, then knelt down in terror, banging his head on the ground. Captain! It has nothing to do with me. I didn't say anything bad about you. I know. The one-eyed middle-aged man smiled, his palm covered in red and white liquid, gently patted the man's shoulder, wiping his hand clean in the process. You're doing well, keep it up, I have high hopes for you. After saying that, he stood up and slowly left. Only the team member remained, slumped on the ground. In the treetops. Yi Chen felt a chill. This guy was actually a third-level martial artist, no wonder his perception was so terrifying, he almost discovered him. Moreover, he was so ruthless, willing to kill his own team members without hesitation. He took a deep breath, his vigilance rising significantly. A third-level martial artist was too formidable, he must not encounter one, or it would be a certain death. After waiting for a moment to confirm that the masked captain had left, Yi Chen finally relaxed and walked towards the surviving Black Mask team member. The other party was slumped on the ground, trembling all over, a puddle of yellow liquid beneath him, clearly having wet himself from fear, and he hadn't recovered yet. Beside him lay the headless corpse. Yi Chen glanced at it, feeling somewhat nauseated by the splattered red and white brain matter. So, he drew his silver rhinoceros sword and quickly walked over. Hearing his footsteps, the Black Masked team member scrambled up. In terror, repeatedly bowing towards him. Captain, don't kill me. I will definitely do well. Yi Chen paused, in your next life, follow a good leader. He swung his sword. A flash of silver light cut through the air. Instantly, a thin line of blood appeared on the Black Masked team member's neck, and then his entire head fell to the ground with a thud. Yi Chen sheathed his silver rhinoceros sword, feeling a bit emotional. As expected of a C-class warrior, this level of sharpness was truly terrifying. Moreover, there was not a trace of blood left on the sword, it remained shining silver, dazzling to the eyes. After searching both corpses for their belongings, Yi-chan continued on, heading towards the other side of the dense forest. Before long, he found a hidden thicket. Just as he entered the thicket, a giant flower, as tall as a person, suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of fangs, viciously biting towards him. Yi-chan was taken aback but reacted quickly, swinging his sword backhandedly and directly splitting it in half. However, this strange flower had a tenacious life force. Even after being cut in two, it still tried to bite him with half of its mouth. Yi-chan frowned and quickly struck it down with several more sword strikes until it was completely shredded. At that moment, footsteps approached from not far away. He had no time to collect the bodies and quickly leaped deeper into the thicket, using the cloud breath technique to conceal his presence. Soon, 5 members of the Black Mask team arrived. The leader, a very short man, stood about 1 meter tall, his gloomy eyes scanning the surroundings through his mask. There was some movement here just now, you guys, go in and take a look. He waved his hand. The other 4 members immediately spread out to search the area. One of them walked into the thicket. Yi-chan's heart tightened, and he looked at the short man with a serious expression. This was another vice-captain of the Black Mask team. He was a top-tier second-level martial artist, with a blood value of 900 and a combat power close to 1,000. Unless I ambush him, I am definitely not his opponent. As he watched the searching team member approach him, Yi-chan's heart gradually sank. A top-tier second-level martial artist, along with 4 other first-level martial artists of considerable strength. With such a lineup, his chances of breaking through were slim. It's all the damned flower's fault. He felt irritated. If it weren't for that thing, he wouldn't have been exposed and might have even killed 2 more people to complete his achievement. However, there was no time to think now. Yi-chan narrowed his eyes, gathering his strength, preparing to take down the one who entered the thicket first. However, in the next moment, the team member suddenly stopped, staring at the corpse of the strange flower beast in front of him, momentarily stunned. Then, he walked over with excitement. Yunhua beast, what a good find. No, we have to collect the body, we can't let anyone else know. After saying that, he eagerly gathered the corpse and walked out of the thicket without looking back. Yi-chan let out a sigh of relief. But then, his expression stiffened. Outside the thicket, as soon as the team member rushed out, he shouted urgently, Vice Captain, there's someone inside, and they've killed a Xianghua beast. Upon hearing this, the short man immediately rejoiced. Then he snorted coldly, everyone gather around, search thoroughly, don't let him escape. Damn! Yi-chan's face darkened, he couldn't believe he had been played. The members of the Black Mask team had clearly deduced his presence from the corpse of the Xianghua beast, fearing that if they shouted out, he would be killed. So they made up an excuse to leave the thicket. Once they were out and no longer in danger, they immediately exposed his existence. As expected, there's not a single easy opponent in the Black Mask team. Yi-chan took a deep breath. Even an ordinary team member had such cunning, it seemed he was in more trouble. However, his gaze gradually became bright and dazzling. This was getting interesting. Today, he would see who could laugh last. With that thought, he stopped using the cloud concealment technique and directly revealed his aura. At the same time, he took out his spatial bracelet, throwing out the corpses of exotic beasts, various cultivation resources, and even cash from within it, all into the thicket. While throwing, he quickly dashed towards the edge of the thicket. Meanwhile, outside the dense forest, a group of 5 or 6 people passed by. Leading them was an old man, accompanied by a pair of teenagers around 17 or 18, as well as 2 middle-aged men. The old man noticed the fleeting shadow of a black-masked figure in the dense forest, and his expression changed. People in black masks, we need to turn around and change direction. Grandpa, are the people from the Black Mask team really that powerful? The girl asked, somewhat confused. I just saw that the Steel Flame Warrior team has also arrived. They are on the same route as us, with them here, we shouldn't be afraid of the Black Mask team, right? The Steel Flame team has 2 third-level warriors, they are indeed formidable. The old man sighed lightly, but look. The girl followed his gaze and was immediately startled to see that the members of the Steel Flame Warrior team, including the 2 third-level warriors, were also wearing serious expressions and avoiding the dense forest. The people in black masks are very dangerous, every member inside is not easy to deal with, their methods are insidious and ruthless. Ordinary warrior teams don't dare to provoke them at all. As the old man spoke, he patted the girl's shoulder and smiled, all right, stop looking. However, it's strange, I wonder what kind of person could make the Black Mask team act so aggressively. The group gradually left. Soon, other passing warrior teams saw the black masks and changed their expressions, quickly avoiding them. At this moment, in the dense forest, within the thicket, Yi-chan pressed forward, having thrown almost everything from his spatial bracelet. The items were scattered everywhere in a chaotic manner. Behind him, damn it. The short vice captain's face turned ashen. You useless fools, all you know is to pick up treasures while losing track of the person. He yelled angrily while also picking up the treasures on the ground. The other four kept their heads down, as if they hadn't heard, quickly gathering the items scattered on the ground. People die for wealth, birds die for food. If a person is lost, they can be found again, but if they miss this opportunity, where else could they find so many treasures for free? Damn it, we've really lost him. The short vice captain cursed under his breath. That person had already escaped beyond his sensing range. He could tell with his gut that the person had long since vanished. Of course, if he had been willing to leave the treasures behind and chase with all his might, he might have still caught up. But unfortunately, if he were willing, he wouldn't have bent down from the very beginning. Damn it, put down that yellow barbarian monkey corpse. The short vice captain shouted angrily, rushing towards a team member. The team member's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to refute and could only leave in anger, continuing forward alone. Soon, he spotted a black crocodile leopard corpse, and his eyes lit up. He quickly rushed over, grabbed the black crocodile leopard corpse, and wore a proud smile on his face. Hee, this is mine. However, just as he lifted the black crocodile leopard corpse, he saw a handsome young face beneath. It's. The young man smiled at him. Hello. Cracked the sound of a neck-breaking echoed. Yi-Chen acted decisively, and in the terrified gaze of this black-masked team member, he instantly snapped his neck. At the same time, at the moment the other's breath vanished, he released his own aura. Thus, in the perception of that short vice captain, there was still only one aura here. After activating the cloud breath technique and suppressing his aura, Yi-Chen quickly changed into the clothes and mask of the black-masked team member, storing his corpse in the spatial ring. Then, he walked towards the remaining four people. Before long, he arrived near them. At this moment, these few were still focused on picking up items and did not pay him any attention. His original realm was that of a first-level martial artist, but due to his exceptionally strong physique, his aura was far more vigorous than that of a first-level martial artist. This led others to mistakenly believe he was a second-level martial artist. Now, with his aura suppressed, he immediately returned to the realm of a first-level martial artist, and coupled with his figure resembling that of the recently deceased black-masked team member, even the short vice captain did not notice. He merely glanced over and coldly snorted, "Some things are not for you to take. Letting you pick up a bit is already giving you face." After saying that, he cast a cold glance at the other three team members. "You three, pay attention. Anything I see first is mine, understand?" The other three team members looked displeased and walked off to gather scattered items around. Yi-Chen looked at one of them, who was the same team member that had discovered him earlier in the bushes. He followed the other person. That team member hadn't gone far when he spotted a high-quality imitation battle soldier. His eyes brightened, and he quickly rushed over. In the next moment, a figure had already rushed in front of him, directly snatching the imitation battle soldier away. Seeing this, the team member was momentarily stunned, then furiously shouted, "Yang Guang, you bastard, you dare to steal my stuff?" He charged angrily towards Yi-Chen, throwing a punch. Yi-Chen's expression was indifferent as he unleashed a heavy water palm, directly sending him flying back, spitting blood and crashing heavily to the ground. Such strong power, wait. You're not young. That team member was horrified, just about to shout when a hand tightly pressed down on his mouth. Yi-Chen looked at his terrified eyes and softly said, "You're very smart, but unfortunately, you're still too greedy. Now, let me teach you one last lesson. There are no free lunches in the sky. If there are, they are also poisoned." As his words fell, he activated the heavy water palm, unleashing a powerful strike that shattered the other's throat, then broke his limbs again. Wu, the black-masked team member on the ground, let out a whimpering cry for help, but unfortunately, the sound was too low to carry. He wanted to crawl away, but with all four limbs incapacitated, he couldn't move at all. "Now, you can't die yet." Yi-Chen shook his head. "If you die, there will suddenly be one less person in the field. What if your vice captain notices? Right now, I am still far from being his opponent. But don't worry, I have already shattered your lungs with my hidden energy. In 10 minutes, you will be free." After saying that, Yi-Chen no longer paid attention to his desperate eyes pleading for mercy. He continued to punch down heavily on the ground. A loud noise suddenly echoed around. The short vice captain, hearing the sound, couldn't help but snort. Two useless fools fighting over something. The other two team members also looked alert, scanning their surroundings, afraid someone would come to snatch from them. Soon, the thumping sound disappeared. Only a weak breath remained. Sensing this weak breath, the short vice captain sneered even more. It was obvious, it had to be that useless Yang Guang. Among them, he was the weakest, and he had been severely injured, his breath so weak. However, a figure quickly flashed past him, heading in another direction. Yang Guang? The short vice captain was taken aback. It turned out this useless one had one But he didn't think much of it, excitedly lowering his head. All those useless ones were searching around. The treasure in the center was all his. The items in Yi Chen's storage ring were already numerous and mixed. Plus, he had deliberately scattered them, making it indeed a bit of work to pick them all up. Next, Yi Chen followed the same method and quickly dealt with the remaining two. Now, only the last vice captain was left. Top-tier second-level warrior, 950 combat power. Yi Chen murmured softly as he walked towards that vice captain. Before he got close, the short vice captain suddenly turned his head, his face dark. Bastard, you robbed those three, do you want to rob me too? Yi Chen spat fiercely, hurling a mouthful of saliva at him. Then he turned and ran. The short vice captain was momentarily stunned, then furiously shouted, "You little bastard, I'll break your legs." His eyes turned blood red as he crazily chased after him. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly stiffened. Because the three breaths around him had suddenly disappeared. Only Yang Guang, who was still running ahead, remained. No, Yang Guang's breath was gone too. The short vice captain instantly felt a chill all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The disappearance of the breath meant the person was dead. What kind of power could cause all four team members, positioned in different directions, to die in an instant? He trembled all over, unable to move his legs. But he had killed many and experienced a lot, quickly adjusting himself. He immediately chased after Yang Guang's direction. That Yang Guang, something was off. Soon, the short vice captain saw the corpse of a crocodile leopard beast, and beside the corpse, Yang Guang lay on his back. Yang Guang was still holding a silver-white slender sword. The short vice captain was taken aback. Then, his expression turned both shocked and ecstatic. That's that C-grade weapon from that woman named Sue. He laughed heartily and rushed towards the corpse. However, just as he got close, his face suddenly twisted in rage as he swung down a heavy blow. Damn it, do you think I'm one of those four idiots, to be fooled? Still pretending, do you think I can't guess you can play dead? If you like playing dead, I'll make you truly die, never to live again. He slashed down several times, directly chopping the corpse on the ground into a bloody mess, reduced to a pile of mush. The short middle-aged man sneered inwardly. Fool, still trying to pretend to be a corpse, planning to ambush me while I pick up the sword? Ridiculous, do you really think I? Suddenly, his expression changed. No, this seemed to be a real corpse. This is a corpse, then the real. Whoosh! A dagger pierced through the air, suddenly stabbing into his lower back. The short middle-aged man let out a scream, turning to slash down, but the person behind him unexpectedly endured the pain and took the blow. Then, they suddenly pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into his throat. Blood flowed down in a trickle. The short middle-aged man fell to the ground weakly, and before he collapsed, he hazily saw a young man smiling at him. Goodbye, smart man. As the short vice captain fell, Yi Chen couldn't help but sit down on the ground. So painful. He gasped, slowly pulling open his clothes and inner armor. His chest was covered in bright red blood, with a gaping wound over 10 centimeters long, extremely conspicuous. Although the inner armor had blocked the blade, some of the force had still penetrated through. Moreover, this wound was not just a flesh injury, it had also shocked his lungs, which was the main source of his pain. Fortunately, the inner armor had reduced most of the impact. Otherwise, even if it didn't split him in half, it would have left him severely injured. No wonder he's a top-tier second-level warrior. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he applied the medicine to his wound. A top-tier second-level warrior had a vitality value of 900, while a peak second-level warrior had a value of 999. Just one step away from breaking through to a third-level warrior. Thanks to his earlier interrogation of that middle-aged man, he had extracted information about the Black Mask team members. He knew there was another top-tier second-level warrior in the team. Otherwise, facing them head-on would have been like delivering himself as a meal. After all, such a perfect ambush had left him severely injured, let alone engaging in direct combat. After briefly treating his wound, Yi Chen searched the short vice captain's space bracelet and quickly left. A few minutes later, a Black Mask team member passed by, saw the corpse on the ground, and froze for a moment. Then, with a terrified expression, he turned and ran away, rolling and scrambling. The vice captain was dead. Soon, a roar echoed through the dense forest. Damn it, if I catch you, I will grind you to dust. The voice was loud, shaking the entire forest. Outside the dense forest, a passing warrior team heard the voice and their expressions changed. That's the voice of the black-masked captain. Everyone retreat quickly. Damn, this guy never wears a mask to hide his identity because everyone who has seen his face is dead. But from his voice, it sounds like he's suffered heavy losses. What kind of person could make him suffer? Stop thinking about it, just run. At this moment, in the dense forest, Yi Chen was hiding in a large tree, the dense canopy perfectly concealing his figure. He was looking down, counting his gains. The The items he had thrown out earlier had all been picked up. However, it wasn't him who had done the picking, it was those black-masked individuals who had spent a long time collecting them, putting in a lot of effort. Now, he was counting the items belonging to those few people. He took everything from the space backpack, burying the bag on the spot. Then, he examined the short vice captain's space bracelet. There weren't many items inside. The only valuable ones were a long combat knife, a testing belt, and a martial skill. C-grade martial skill, Frost Slash. Yi Chen's eyes lit up with curiosity as he flipped through the martial skill. It was a rare blade energy technique. With a single slash, it could condense frost, hindering others' movements, and when cultivated to perfection, it could even freeze others. He stored the combat knife and martial skill away, then looked at the vitality testing belt, appearing somewhat surprised. Such a belt, capable of testing vitality and combat power, was convenient but very expensive, not something a short vice captain would typically afford. The only explanation was that he had obtained it by killing a family genius who had entered the wilderness. Not in a hurry to use the testing belt, Yi Chen took a deep breath, his eyes bright as he looked at the achievement panel. Heavenly Path, Progress, 13 out of 10, killed 10 members of the Black Mask team, reward 10 achievement points, Nirvana Body X1. Achievement completed. Would you like to claim the reward? Yes. After claiming the reward, Yi Chen immediately felt a warm sensation in his body, a mysterious power flowing in. It seemed as if the entire structure of his body was undergoing subtle transformations under this power. Soon, this transformation process came to an end. Another line of information appeared on the achievement panel. Physique, Nirvana Body. Level 1, Recovery ability increased by 10%, with a 0.01% chance to recover directly from a near-death state, and the body undergoes sublimation in transformation. Note, upgrading physique requires the same Nirvana Body plus 1, other upgrade conditions are not yet unlocked, please stay tuned. Recovery ability increased by 10%? Yi Chen gasped, this 10% was no small amount, a full tenth of the recovery speed. A strong recovery speed enhances both endurance and stamina, which is greatly beneficial for sustained combat. At the same time, the injuries on his body were healed. When the Nirvana Body just remodeled itself, Yi Chen moved his body a bit, confirming he had no injuries. He then began to increase his vitality. The 10 achievement points he had just received were quickly used up, and his vitality increased again. He put on the testing belt and started the test. The belt was entirely black, with a red square display in the middle, looking very much like a Xingtian armor summoning device. After a brief moment of distraction, recalling a few seconds of his glorious childhood, Yi Chen pressed the switch. Suddenly, he felt a thin silver needle pierce into his lower back. His expression changed slightly. Damn, my kidney. Fortunately, the silver needle only pierced the surface of the skin to draw blood, causing a false alarm. After the blood was drawn, Yi Chen exerted his strength, and the belt gradually tightened, estimating his combat power based on his strength. Soon, the test was complete, and 2 data points appeared. Vitality, 490, top level first. Rank Warrior, Combat Power, 870, over the limit. Suddenly, the warning light on the testing belt flashed wildly, over the limit, combat power severely exceeds the limit, suspected of cheating. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then quickly turned it off. What a piece of junk, just knows how to slander people. I am where I am today, all thanks to persistence and hard work, and an indomitable spirit. With 870 combat power, plus the heavy water palm, my maximum combat power has broken 900. His eyes flickered, some top-level second-rank warriors who broke through using ordinary beast blood had about this combat power. Thinking of the beast blood, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If he had chosen a different bloodline when he first broke through as a warrior, his combat power could have been even higher now. But fortunately, he had saved up quite a bit of money and was also close to breaking through to a second-rank warrior. Once he returned to Ningjiang City, he would go to the warrior building to buy high-grade beast blood. Next, Yi Chen continued to dive into the forest, ambushing the members of the Black Mask team. With his increased strength and the sharp silver rhinoceros sword, he moved like a tiger with wings, killing even faster. In less than 2 hours, the entire forest was littered with the corpses of Black Mask team members. Damn it! The one-eyed captain of the Black Mask team looked at the recently deceased body on the ground, his face twisted in rage, and he punched a tree hard. The tree was shattered and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Damn it, I must find you. His one eye was filled with resentment and fury. By now, more than half of the entire Black Mask team had already died, leaving fewer than 10 remaining. And with so many dead, not knowing who the enemy was only fueled his anger. Captain, he's over here. Suddenly, a weak shout came from not far away. The one-eyed middle-aged man's face darkened, and he turned and rushed over. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's expression turned grim. He turned around and suddenly slashed down with his sword, completely killing the person who had shouted behind him. Damn it, you can play dead too? Why didn't you say so earlier? He was a bit annoyed and kicked the corpse on the ground in frustration. He had been careless, not expecting this guy to be seriously injured but not dead, and that he could also play dead, managing to deceive him and shout when he was unprepared. This guy just shouted, which means the Black Mask Captain must be nearby. Before Yi Chen's thoughts could settle, he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. His expression changed drastically. Damn, the Black Mask Captain is coming. Moreover, what's even more troublesome is, at such a close distance, he simply couldn't outrun the other party, and there was nowhere to hide. The one-eyed middle-aged man, being a third-level martial artist, was extremely fast. In just a moment, he arrived at the location where the sound had come from. His gaze was cold as he scanned the surroundings. By now, he could guess that the martial artist who had attacked their Black Mask team must have some means of concealing their presence. Furthermore, their strength likely hadn't reached the third level, otherwise, they wouldn't have only launched a sneak attack. This time, let's see how you escape. His eyes were icy as he surveyed the environment before him. In such a short time, he could guarantee that the person had definitely not escaped. In front of him, apart from a patch of lush green bushes, there were only 3 or 4 corpses lying in front of the bushes. The one-eyed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly and walked over to those corpses. In his hand, a black battle axe materialized. Since they could conceal their presence and pretend to be dead, it was quite possible. At that moment, one of the corpses suddenly trembled and raised a hand, pointing in a direction. It seemed to want to say something. However, before it could speak, a mouthful of blood was spat out, and the already blood-soaked mask became even redder. The entire person collapsed to the ground, their breath weak. The one-eyed middle-aged man frowned as he saw a fatal wound piercing through the chest of this team member. His doubts gradually dissipated. This was a fatal injury aimed at the heart, just slightly off target. It seemed this was one of his own team members. However, he hadn't expected that the cunning bastard had still managed to escape. His expression darkened, and he immediately chased after the direction the severely injured team member had just pointed to. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around again. He threw a packet of healing medicine over and said in a low voice, "You did well. When we return, I'll promote you to vice captain." After saying that, he quickly pursued ahead. The team had suffered heavy losses and urgently needed manpower. Although this team member's strength wasn't very impressive, he was willing to risk his life to expose that martial artist, showing loyalty that was worth cultivating. Moments after he left, the severely injured team member suddenly removed the mask from his face, revealing a handsome young face. "You want me to be vice captain? Your vice captains have all been short-lived. Who would want that?" Yi Chen cursed inwardly and struggled to get up. As soon as he stood, he felt a wave of dizziness in his head, his steps unsteady, nearly falling to the ground. He half knelt on the ground, his face pale, and struggled to pull open his clothes. A hideous sword wound on his chest was particularly conspicuous. Indeed, his injury was not fake. A third-level martial artist could easily distinguish between real and fake injuries. If he dared to fake an injury, the one-eyed middle-aged man would definitely see through it. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and inhaled deeply, applying some medicine to his wound before staggering away. He needed to leave quickly. After all, he had reported a false direction, and the one-eyed middle-aged man would discover the anomaly in no time. Half an hour later, the one-eyed middle-aged man returned with a dark expression, only to find one less corpse on the ground. His face instantly twisted, and he slammed a fist into the ground. The ground cracked, and the remaining corpses were blown apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. To be able to be so ruthless to oneself, quite vicious. The one-eyed middle-aged man took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. A hint of wariness appeared on his face. This person was not easy to deal with. Their strikes were fierce and decisive, their mind meticulous, and at critical moments they could discern priorities, even being ruthless to themselves. The more he thought, the more wary he became. Especially considering that the entire team had suffered losses of 8 or 9 out of 10, and until now, he didn't even know what that person looked like. A chill suddenly rose in his heart. Others fear my Black Mask team, saying I'm ruthless and hard to deal with, but compared to this guy. The one-eyed middle-aged man sighed lightly, remaining silent for a long time before finally turning to leave. No more risks. If I keep chasing, I'm worried something might happen to me. 3 days later. At the edge of the inner region of the wood wilderness. The dry, hard ground is full of cracks, with the blazing sun overhead and a scorching wind blowing. Below, near a few small tents, a delicate girl's voice rings out, "Yi Chen, it's time to change the bandages." Inside the tent, Yichen helplessly replies, "No need, I'm almost healed, you don't have to come in." Before he could finish his sentence, rip! The tent is pulled open. A beautiful girl, around 16 or 17, rushes in excitedly. "Come on, let me change your bandages." The girl has a lovely face, a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, and a long ponytail swaying behind her. Under her green short sleeves, her snow-white arms are dazzling. At this moment, her starry eyes sparkle as she eagerly rushes towards him. Yichen feels a bit helpless and can only turn around, taking off his shirt to reveal the scarred wound on his back. As the girl changes his bandages, her eyes are filled with little stars. "Wow, your physique is really good, touching it isn't illegal, right?" Hearing her murmurs, Yichen feels a bit speechless, recalling the events of the past 3 days. 3 days ago, to avoid that one-eyed middle-aged man, he had directly ventured into the inner region, following the direction of the dense forest. Of course, he didn't dare to go too deep, just entering the edge of the inner region. Unexpectedly, at the edge corresponding to the dense forest, there were quite a few people, all mining in an underground mine. He also happened to meet a few kind-hearted warriors who, seeing his serious injuries, brought him to a temporary resting place. This rest lasted a full 3 days. "Little you brother, Inger, it's time to eat." A middle-aged man's voice calls from outside. "Time to eat." Yichen gets up. Inger looks regretful. "I haven't touched yet." Yichen twitches his mouth and walks out. By the campfire outside, several people are already seated. 2 middle-aged men, an old man, and a dull-witted young boy. The old man greets Yichen with a smile. As they eat, they chat. Yichen, however, is deep in thought. His injuries have almost healed, and he plans to bid farewell to these people today. "I just went to chat with Zhang Laosan, and I heard that the Steel Flame team discovered a piece of 100-pattern black fine iron in the underground mine yesterday, estimated to be worth $1 million. One middle-aged man sighs, a hint of envy in his voice. "A million?" Inger and the young boy exclaim in surprise. The old man and the other middle-aged man are also somewhat astonished and ask for details. Yichen's heart stirs as well. Black fine iron is a type of ore found in the wilderness, and many warriors' main materials are made from this fine iron, making it quite popular. And in that underground mine, there is indeed black fine iron. Yichen gazes into the distance and can vaguely see a huge mine on the cracked, dry ground far away. Black fine iron is quite valuable, it's worth checking out. He thinks to himself, it's rare to come across a mine, and even if he doesn't mine, he could hunt some unique beasts in the mine. That would help him quickly complete the achievement of being a wilderness hunter. Yichen retracts his gaze, looking at the dry ground. Although he has seen it many times over the past 3 days, it still feels a bit strange. For some reason, the environment inside and outside the wood wilderness is completely different. The outer area is lush with trees, while the inner ground is arid. He doesn't notice. Just as he pulls back his gaze, a tall figure in a black cloak steps out of the mine. Through the cloak, one can vaguely see a cold, middle-aged face. And this middle-aged man has only one eye. Outside the tent, a few people are chatting. One middle-aged man suddenly says, "By the way, do you remember the dense forest we passed through a couple of days ago?" "I remember, the person in the black mask was inside, surrounding someone." Another middle-aged man curiously asks, "What happened there?" "Yesterday, the Warrior Association sent experts to that dense forest, intending to eliminate the Black Mask team." The middle-aged man who had just spoken sighed, who would have thought that once they entered, they found bodies of black masks everywhere. More than 20 members of the Black Mask team were almost entirely wiped out, and there was even a vice-captain. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man next to him was visibly shocked. "How is that possible? Wasn't the Black Mask team surrounding others at that time? How could they be counter-killed?" The old man, who was smiling and talking with Inger, also showed a startled expression. He turned to ask, "The Black Masks must have encountered someone formidable. Do you know how many people were involved?" The earlier middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said, "It seems to be 2. It is said that the injuries of those Black Mask members were very consistent. They were either sword wounds or dagger wounds. There should be 2 experts, one skilled with the sword and the other with the dagger." Hiss, just 2 people managed to take down the Black Mask team? This time, the old man also gasped in surprise. Inger, beside them, also widened her beautiful eyes, utterly shocked. She didn't know much about the Black Mask team initially, but when she passed through the dense forest last time, she discovered that the Steel Flame team she admired didn't dare to offend the Black Masks. Only then did she realize how terrifying the Black Masks truly were. Yet such a fearsome group was actually wiped out by just 2 people. So impressive. The dazed young boy, who had been focused on eating, suddenly blurted this out, and after saying it, he continued to bury his head in his food. "All you know is to eat." Inger shot a glance at her brother, her eyes bright, as she continued to inquire about the information regarding those two mysterious individuals. I don't know the specifics either. The middle-aged man who had just spoken shook his head. I heard it while chatting with Zhang Laosan and the others. But I guess they must be at least 2 peak second-level warriors, and they are very proficient with daggers and swords. Using a sword and a dagger, the sword and dagger don't conflict. It could also be one person. At this moment, a young voice came from the side. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. The old man turned to look at the handsome young man who spoke. Right, I forgot. Xiao Yi, you came from the direction of the dense forest. You should know more than we do. Do you think it should be one person? I think. Yi Chen's expression was somewhat strange. He was the one who had acted. Did he still need to think? However, he wasn't one to boast, so he casually said, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be one person. One person? The earlier middle-aged man shook his head. You weren't on the scene, how can you be so sure? Moreover, the judgment of 2 people comes from the experts of the Warrior Association. As he spoke, he glanced at Inger. He felt that this young man was trying to show off in front of Inger by deliberately saying such things. Young people can always understand, wanting to express their unique views to attract attention. Yi Chen smiled and didn't say much more. The 2 middle-aged men continued to chat, marveling at the strength of those 2 mysterious experts who had wiped out the Black Mask team. The old man, however, was very interested in Yi Chen. He smiled and said, Xiao Yi, did you enter the wilderness alone this time? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. You dared to enter the wilderness alone, no wonder you got such serious injuries. Beside him, Inger was somewhat surprised. Then curiously asked, but I see that your injuries are sword wounds, not left by exotic beasts. Did you encounter a warrior ambush? Yi Chen thought of the Black Mask team and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, there were still many people. It took a lot of effort to escape alive. Upon hearing this, the old man looked at him with admiration. Not bad, at your age, daring to enter the wilderness alone and being able to escape from the hands of warriors is already quite remarkable. It was just luck. Yi Chen shook his head. The old man felt even more satisfied, thinking of Inger and how concerned she was about this young man. He couldn't help but smile and said, so what are your plans next? Plans? I intend to take a look in the mine and then return to Ningjiang City. Yi Chen replied honestly without hiding anything. Going into the mine? That's perfect. Why not join us? It would be safer, the old man chuckled. Inger was even more excited, saying, great. Yi Chen, let me tell you, there are many strange beasts in the mine. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment. Acting alone, whether it was killing beasts or exploring the mine, he had no worries. But with more people. He thought for a moment and said, thank you, Elder Su, but I prefer to be alone. Besides, I'm mainly going in to take a look. I won't stay too long, and I'll be back soon. Upon hearing this, Elder Su said solemnly, young Yi, do you think we came to mine because we are not wealthy or powerful? Don't you want to join us? The 2 middle-aged men also stopped talking, looking somewhat displeased. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Although we are only first-level warriors, Elder Su is a second-level warrior. With him leading, you will definitely be safe. And we have been in and out of the wilderness for many years, with rich experience. If you follow us for a while, you will learn a lot. Not to mention, at least if you encounter that warrior who tried to kill you again, you definitely won't get hurt so badly and will be able to escape. Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. Inger seemed a bit dissatisfied and wanted to say something. The old man beside her stopped her and looked at Yi Chen, slowly saying, young Yi, I still have high hopes for you. This is an opportunity. You should know about the Kongming Martial Arts School, right? It's the top martial arts school in Ningjiang City. Su Fan in the school is my grandson. If you travel with us and perform well, I can recommend you to join the Kongming Martial Arts School. By the way, Xiaoying is also in the Kongming Martial Arts School, so you can keep each other company. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying's eyes curved into crescent moons. Great. Great. The 2 warriors were shocked. Elder Su, so you are Su Fan's grandfather? We always thought you were just an ordinary second-level warrior? Just a grandson making a name for himself. Elder Su smiled, but there was still a hint of pride in his expression. After all, Su Fan was currently one of the 3 most famous young talents in Ningjiang City, almost a household name, known by everyone. He believed that Yi Chen would soon make a decision. Su Fan? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. The day he defeated 3 young talents in the Black Sand fighting arena, one of them was Su Fan. He didn't expect that Elder Su was related to him. Elder Su, there's no need to trouble you. Yi Chen shook his head and refused again. Upon hearing this, Elder Su was taken aback, his expression not looking good. One of the middle-aged men exclaimed in shock, "Little brother, you refuse such a good opportunity? Do you know what the Kongming Martial Arts School represents? Although I don't know your strength, joining the Kongming Martial Arts School can only bring benefits, not drawbacks." The other middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly, "Too proud and arrogant, you're missing a great opportunity. Youth, you should be more humble." While the two were speaking, someone suddenly approached. The person was tall, dressed in a black robe that obscured his face. The figure in the black robe walked slowly towards them. Elder Su's expression became serious, his gaze wary as he looked at the tall figure in the black robe. He couldn't sense the other party's aura at all. This meant that either the person had a method to conceal their aura, or their strength was greater than his, at least a third-level warrior. "Brother, is there something you need?" one of the middle-aged men asked. "Yes," a hoarse voice came from beneath the black robe. "I need to borrow your heads and the money in your pockets." After speaking, the black-robed figure lifted his hood, revealing the face of a one-eyed middle-aged man. The others were stunned. In the next moment, Old Su's face turned pale. "That voice, the captain of the Black Mask? You've heard my voice?" The one-eyed middle-aged man looked somewhat surprised, then his expression turned indifferent as he slowly walked towards them. The position where these few stood was far from the other miners. Killing them would not alert anyone. The squad had suffered heavy losses and urgently needed to replenish their wealth and recruit new members. Nearby the mine, these scattered martial artists were a good choice. Seeing the one-eyed man approach, Old Su's expression turned fearful, and the two middle-aged men were drenched in sweat, unable to move an inch. Inger and her brother were also trembling. Suddenly, the one-eyed man stopped, his gaze fixed on a young boy, looking at the bandages wrapped around his chest. He sighed, "Your injury reminds me of an old acquaintance. Someone who almost wiped out my entire Black Mask squad by himself. The location of your injury is very similar to his. So, is it possible that you and he are the same person?" Yichen spoke softly, and a silver sword appeared in his hand. The moment the one-eyed man saw the silver sword, his pupils constricted sharply, and his voice trembled slightly. "Silver rhinoceros sword, it really is you. You actually are still just a boy?" His expression was filled with shock. He had speculated countless times about that person's identity. But he never expected that the one who made him feel so troublesome, even instilling a hint of fear, was merely a 17 or 18-year-old boy. "I didn't expect you to catch up to me." Yichen sighed lightly, feeling quite unlucky. He had no idea that the one-eyed man had actually given up on pursuing him. Their current encounter was purely coincidental. He glanced at Inger and the others. Then he decisively turned and fled into the distance with all his might. At the same time, he left behind a warning. "Think it over. If you waste time killing them, you won't be able to catch up to me." The one-eyed man's expression changed several times. Finally, he coldly glanced at Old Su and the others, who were frozen in place and dared not speak. With a burst of energy, he quickly chased after Yi Chen. Although these few had already seen his appearance, compared to that boy, he was still a greater threat. This boy had wiped out the Black Mask squad, and the grudge between them could no longer be resolved. Moreover, at such a young age, he acted ruthlessly and decisively, with formidable strength, and now he knew what the one-eyed man looked like. If he didn't kill this boy now, in 6 months, it would be him coming to kill me. The one-eyed man instantly understood and pursued with all his might. Last time he had given up because he couldn't find the person. But now, with this opportunity, he absolutely could not miss it. The two figures, one fleeing and one chasing, quickly disappeared from sight. Old Su and the others finally regained their senses, emerging from their fear. The captain of the Black Mask had a notorious reputation. Even Old Su, an experienced martial artist, could only feel fear. "We actually survived." One middle-aged man collapsed to the ground with a thud, while another was drenched in sweat, feeling utterly weak. There was no helping it. That was the captain of the Black Mask, a killer without mercy, and they couldn't help but be afraid. Compared to Old Su and the others, the only ones who reacted better were Inger and her brother. Perhaps it was the ignorance of youth. Although they were scared, they quickly calmed down. However, Inger, with her fair and delicate face, looked somewhat confused. Did that captain of the Black Mask just say Yi Chen was the one who wiped out their squad? Upon hearing this, Old Su and the two middle-aged men fell silent. A sword, a dagger. One middle-aged man showed a bitter expression. No wonder he was so certain it was one person. It turns out he is the mysterious figure who destroyed the Black Mask. A boy, single-handedly annihilating the Black Mask and making the captain of the Black Mask so wary. Old Su didn't know what to say anymore. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought it was a tall tale. However, everything that had just happened had already proven that this was the truth. Thinking about what he had just said, he couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. The Kongming Martial Arts School was indeed formidable, but it also depended on the individuals. He didn't know about others, but someone like that young man was at least a terrifying genius of the top-tier second-level martial artists. The Kongming martial arts school really wasn't much. For a moment, everyone present was filled with mixed emotions. Only Inger, anxious, said, "Grandpa, what about Yi Chun? That captain went to hunt him down." "Don't worry, there are many martial artists nearby. They know that the Black Mask captain is alone. And he definitely won't miss this opportunity," Old Su said, quickly calling over two middle-aged men to seek help from various places. On the other side, Yi Chen was fleeing with all his might. However, the one-eyed middle-aged man's speed was still far beyond his own. In just a moment, he caught up and struck down with a heavy palm. In an instant, Yi Chen felt a chilling sense of deadly crisis wash over him. Almost instinctively, without thinking, he turned around and struck out with a palm. Heavy water palm. The sound of surging waves suddenly erupted. Boom! The air exploded. Blood burst from Yi Chen's arm, and it went limp, causing him to tumble heavily forward. The one-eyed middle-aged man remained expressionless, but a storm surged in his heart. The strength of a top-tier second-level martial artist. This kid, at such a young age. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes as a massive black battle axe appeared in his hand, charging towards Yi Chen. At that moment, he suddenly felt a thud in his chest, causing him to stagger. Dark energy? The one-eyed middle-aged man snorted coldly, quickly regaining his composure. Whoosh! A dagger shot straight at his face just as he was about to move. "You little brat, you really have a lot of tricks." The one-eyed middle-aged man sidestepped, and in that instant, his gaze sharpened as he reached out to grab the dagger. This was actually a battle weapon. He was willing to use it, but today, you won't escape. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked at the young man, who was coughing up blood and quickly rushing towards a massive opening. That was the entrance to the underground mine. The mine was intricate and complex. Once inside, it would be hard to find this kid. "You little brat, die!" The one-eyed middle-aged man roared, suddenly launching a punch, sending a dark purple fist imprint flying out. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed, and the mine shook violently. Yi Chen, pale-faced, still managed to rush into the mine just before the fist imprint struck him. But he hadn't even had time to feel relieved. The ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. The mine was caving in. Yi Chen was caught off guard and fell down with the falling rocks. In an instant, he felt as if he had plunged into a giant river, the rushing water overwhelming him, making it impossible to even open his eyes. He could only be swept along by the water, heading towards an unknown destination. He didn't know how long it had been. Yi Chen groggily opened his eyes, suddenly coughing out a mouthful of water, and weakly looked around. In the next moment, his expression froze. Because in front of him was a dragon. An enormous black dragon. Outside the mine, the one-eyed middle-aged man was stunned, not expecting that his punch would actually cause the mine to collapse. Clearly, his punch had struck a weak point in the mine, leading to the cave-in. Thinking of this, the one-eyed middle-aged man's expression turned somewhat grim. Although the mine had collapsed, if that kid was lucky, he might not be crushed to death. Instead, it was now difficult for him to enter. At this moment, hearing such a loud noise, many martial artists rushed over. Seeing this, the one-eyed middle-aged man pulled down his hood to cover his face and quickly left without looking back. However, before leaving, he still cast a cold glance in the direction of the mine. He wouldn't give up so easily. Soon, a large number of warriors gathered around the mine, trying to dig out the entrance, but the mine had collapsed completely. For a while, it couldn't be cleared. Underground. Yi Chen stared blankly at the colossal creature before him. It was a gigantic black serpent, its body immense, resembling a mountain, lying across the underground river. The massive serpent's head was fierce, with a towering horn on top, and its scales were dark and profound. Perfect, powerful. This was the only thought in Yi Chen's mind at that moment. He just stared in a daze. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't move. His body was paralyzed, losing control. No matter how he tried to manipulate it, it just wouldn't budge. This was an instinctive reaction. It was the most primal fear and awe that arose in his body when faced with a life form far beyond his own. This was no longer a matter of willpower. Just like how humans feel fear when they hear thunder, this was a terror etched in their genes. From ancient times to the present, the dragon race has always been at the absolute top of the food chain, towering over any creature. Even if this was just a serpent, it possessed only a part of the dragon's bloodline, yet it was still the same, impossible to defy. Unknowingly, Yi Chen even lowered his head. Even though this black serpent seemed to be in a deep slumber and did not exude any pressure towards him, he still couldn't lift his head. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, struggling to resist, unwilling to accept his own weakness. He couldn't even manage to look directly at it. After entering the wilderness, he had trained and faced life and death crises multiple times. Even in the face of death, he had never felt fear or despair. At this moment, he would never lose the heart to confront and face it just because it was much stronger than him. But this time was different from the others. Even if he bit down hard enough to shatter his teeth, he still couldn't move, unable to resist his body's instincts. The more he resisted, the more his body trembled subtly. It seemed to want to kneel down, to completely submit to this godlike, colossal creature before him. Yi Chen's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, his nails digging into his flesh, blood dripping down. He resisted with all his might, fighting against this instinct from his body. Finally, with a crack, Yi Chen silently looked at his hands. He had crushed a segment of his own finger bone. But now, he felt no pain at all. All that remained was a sense of despair. He had still failed. This instinct from his body was simply irresistible, impossible to defy. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. Yi Chen relaxed his body, no longer resisting, and gradually, he felt that sense of restraint lessen, the control over his body slowly returning. He tried to take a step forward. He could walk out. Then, he wanted to lift his head. But as soon as he did, that uncontrollable feeling surged back, and he lost control of his body again. Yi Chen fell silent, no longer lifting his head. He kept it lowered, starting to observe his surroundings, searching for a way out. Such a massive black serpent was at least at the master level. Although he didn't understand why there would be such a master-level beast in this ordinary wilderness of Mu, Yi Chen had already come to terms with it. It was normal to fear a master-level beast, to be afraid, to have his body instinctively tremble, was all natural. Any first-level warrior, no, even a second-level or third-level warrior would feel the same. No one could resist this instinctive fear. Even if this black serpent was currently in slumber and did not release any pressure. Survival of the fittest, the weak bowing to the strong is very normal, just like how humans revere the might of the heavens and worship the great forces of nature. Yi Chen murmured to himself in explanation. He kept his head down, only able to use the reflection on the water's surface to look for an exit. But that black serpent was just too enormous. Many times, he would inadvertently catch a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Each time he saw it, his gaze would dart away, quickly retracting, and he became increasingly fearful of the black dragon. Gradually, a nightmare enveloped his heart. Yi Chen scanned for a long time, and finally, his eyes brightened as he spotted a narrow crack. The crack emitted light, seemingly connecting to the outside world. He felt a surge of joy and, taking advantage of the fact that the black dragon had not yet awakened, quickly made his way toward the crack. In the dark river, many large dragon scales floated on the water, just right for him to step on. Yi Chen stepped on the dragon scales and soon arrived at the crack. All the while, he kept his head down, moving cautiously. Even though he could no longer see the black dragon from the corner of his eye, he still kept his head down, not daring to lift it even a little. Looking at his comical reflection on the water's surface, Yi Chen felt an inexplicable anger rising within him. He suppressed his anger, kept his head down, and silently walked out. He had no ability to confront a master-level black dragon, he could only submit. The strong naturally exert a suppressive effect on the weak. Congratulations, host, you have encountered a master-level dragon and successfully survived. Hidden achievement completed. Ant, reward, 100 achievement points. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was the prompt from the achievement system. Upon completing a hidden achievement, Yi Chen felt no surprise. Instead, he was momentarily stunned, then his face twisted in rage as he slammed his fist into the ground. Damn that ant! Just a broken dragon. Even if it were a true dragon today, I would still step on its head. In an instant, it was as if a powder keg had exploded, all the accumulated anger bursting forth. Yi Chen's eyes turned bloodshot as he slowly raised his head to stare directly at the black dragon. Just a broken exotic beast. No matter how strong it was, whether it was a master or not, as long as it was an exotic beast, he would absolutely not submit, let alone be afraid. A heavy pressure surged forth, and his body instinctively resisted. But this time, Yi Chen no longer endured. The words "ant" completely ignited the fury in his heart, revealing his true emotions. From the very beginning, he had never backed down. His body may be weak, and fear may arise, but that had nothing to do with him. Just a broken black dragon, even if it was powerful, if he didn't even have the courage to look it in the eye, what kind of martial artist would he be? What kind of martial way was that? Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed from Yi Chen's body. It seemed his body could not bear the burden, and his skin began to crack, droplets of blood seeping out. A tremendous pain surged through him. But at that moment, Yi Chen felt an unusual exhilaration, for this was what he truly wanted to do. He could stand and die, but he would never kneel to live. What master-level black dragon? I'm staring right at you, staring right at you. Yi Chen roared. Suddenly, he lifted his head. In an instant, the blood vessels on his skin burst, and he became a blood-soaked figure. His body swayed unsteadily. Yet, despite that, he held his head high and took a slow step forward. This step. It was just a simple step forward. But Yi-Chen felt as if he was stepping on the head of that massive black dragon ahead. In that moment, the instinctive fear in his body vanished. He had conquered himself. The control over his body returned entirely. Moreover, Yi-Chen clearly felt that although his body was severely injured, it seemed to undergo a transformation, and his mastery over his body reached a new level. At the same time, in his mind, under the simulation button on the achievement panel, his combat awareness surged dramatically. In an instant, it reached the realm of breaking through limits. It finally stopped at this realm, displaying 500 achievement points, which could break through the bottleneck to the next realm. Breaking through limits? Yi-Chen murmured, his voice somewhat weak yet filled with joy. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe now, otherwise, he would definitely want to test how powerful his combat strength had become. At that moment, a light chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. With the body of an ant, you have faced a dragon, fearless and unyielding, overcoming your true self. You have completed the hidden achievement, Fearless Heart, earning 100 achievement points and Fearless Body X1. Yi-Chen was momentarily stunned. Then he saw that the physique section of the system panel had increased by 1. Physique, Fearless Body, Level 1, immunity to 10% of the pressure from strong opponents, effective against all below Martial Saint level. Note 2. Upgrade Physique, the same Fearless Body must be added. Other upgrade conditions, Fearless Body, a second Physique? Yi-Chen felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. This time, the rewards were truly immense, not only a significant breakthrough in combat awareness but also 200 achievement points and a new physique. Although the Fearless Body may not sound as good as the Nirvana Body in terms of practicality, its effect at critical moments should not be underestimated. Some top-tier strong opponents release their aura, creating pressure that makes it difficult for many ordinary martial artists to even move, let alone escape. But the immunity effect of the Fearless Body is nothing short of a trump card. With a fearless heart, boldly challenging the masters, truly remarkable. At that moment, an aged voice of admiration came from a dark corner. An old man, his face like gold paper and stained with blood, looking quite weak, slowly stepped out. Yi-Chen was taken aback, then his pupils constricted. Master Hong Yang! He exclaimed in shock. He never expected to see Master Hong Yang here, and even more surprisingly, Master Hong Yang was injured. Master Hong Yang smiled, seemingly not surprised that Yi-Chen recognized him. He nodded in appreciation and said, I saw everything just now. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Words like extraordinary talent are insufficient to describe you, young friend. By the way, regarding brother He Jiao, who secretly released his pressure to intimidate our human juniors, what do you think of my junior? Master Hong Yang suddenly shifted his gaze to the sleeping He Jiao. Brother He Jiao? Yi-Chen was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized something, his body stiffening as he slowly turned around. As he turned, he met a pair of large brown eyes. He Jiao had opened its eyes at some point, its brown pupils filled with indifference, gazing at him calmly. However, after just a glance, it closed its eyes again, returning to its previous silence. Yi-Chen's heart raced. Goodness, this He Jiao had been awake all along. So that means, just now. You guessed correctly. Since you entered, it has been secretly releasing its pressure, you just didn't notice it. Master Hong Yang looked at Yi-Chen and smiled, so, your ability to withstand its pressure is truly remarkable. On his aged face, there was still a hint of admiration. An emotion. A 17 or 18-year-old boy, looking like a high school student, was able to break through the pressure of a master-level He Jiao. It was simply unbelievable. Although He Jiao had not released all its pressure, only a portion, it was still astonishing. After all, this boy was merely a second-level martial artist. At this moment, Yi-Chen's blood value was already extremely close to that of a second-level martial artist, and his physique was comparable to one as well. Therefore, Master Hong Yang did not realize he was only a first-level martial artist. So that's how it is, no wonder the pressure was so strong. Yi-Chen's expression turned enlightened. He had always thought that this He Jiao was in slumber and had not noticed his arrival. He never expected that the other party had already been releasing pressure in secret. I was just healing and had no time to pay attention to the outside world. Its release of pressure was likely to conceal your aura, not wanting me to discover you. After Master Hong Yang finished speaking, he coughed heavily and said to Yi-Chen, follow me. Yi-Chen hesitated and glanced at He Jiao. No worries, it is about to embark on the path of transformation into a dragon. It won't act now and risk ruining its own progress. Master Hong Yang shook his head. Transform into a dragon. Yi-Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, and he gasped in shock. The transformation of a flood dragon into a true dragon. Among the beast clans, the most elite beasts are the dragon clan, and every true dragon possesses the strength of a martial venerable. Level 7 Grandmaster, Level 8 Martial Venerable. The Martial Venerable can be said to be the pinnacle of combat power in the entire Xia Kingdom, a true national level existence. Yi Chen couldn't help but glance at the black flood dragon in the dark river. He hadn't observed it closely before, but now he noticed that there was a small protrusion on the top of the black flood dragon's head, clearly a second horn. At the same time, many scales were shedding from its body, and new scales were beginning to grow. This black flood dragon was truly transforming into a dragon. Indeed. After transforming into a dragon, the beast clan will gain another beast venerable. Grandmaster Hong Yang sighed, his eyes filled with concern. After speaking, he led Yi Chen toward a corner of the cave. Yi Chen took this opportunity to reassess his surroundings and observe the environment. He was currently in an underground cave. Inside the cave, a massive dark river surged past, with the black flood dragon sleeping in that river. On both sides of the cave, there were many cracks, large and small. Soon, the two entered one of the cracks. To their surprise, it was quite spacious inside, and there was a silver round stone, clearly a place where Grandmaster Hong Yang usually stayed. I have met Grandmaster Hong Yang. As soon as he entered the cave, Yi Chen respectfully bowed to Grandmaster Hong Yang. No need to be too formal, Grandmaster Hong Yang said warmly, smiling and inviting him to sit down casually. Yi Chen felt excited and a bit curious. This was his first time seeing Grandmaster Hong Yang in person. He looked much like a kind, ordinary old man, not much different from what he had seen on television. If he hadn't known in advance, it would have been hard to imagine that this was a grandmaster capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a punch. Young friend, what is your name? Grandmaster Hong Yang asked with a smile. He sat cross-legged on the silver round stone, which emitted a faint chill that flowed toward his body. Yi Chen could see clearly that although Grandmaster Hong Yang wore a smile, his brow furrowed slightly as the chill entered his body. Clearly, the chill was quite intense and not a good thing. Yi Chen. Seeing Grandmaster Hong Yang's friendly demeanor, Yi Chen relaxed and replied. Yi Chen, a good name. Are you from Ningjiang City? Grandmaster Hong Yang inquired. Yes. Yi Chen honestly explained his identity without hiding anything, even mentioning how he ended up here. Of course, he didn't mention anything about the achievement system. Upon learning that he had been pursued here by the notorious hunting team known as the Black Mask, which had nearly wiped out the entire Black Mask, Grandmaster Hong Yang's gaze toward him softened even more. With a pure heart, courage, and wisdom, to achieve all this with the strength of a second-level warrior, Ningjiang City has truly produced an extraordinary genius. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Chen, who was covered in blood, and handed him a bottle of medicine. Apply this on your body, it will help you recover from your injuries quickly. Yi Chen hesitated. Senior, don't you need it? Although Grandmaster Hong Yang looked pale, Yi Chen could clearly sense that he had sustained serious injuries. No need, child, you use it. My injuries, cough cough. Grandmaster Hong Yang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Chen's heart tightened at the sight, but there was nothing he could do. He took the medicine bottle, glanced at it. It was entirely black, about the size of a palm, and when opened, it contained some fiery red powder. He poured out some of the powder and applied it to his body. The red powder seemed to possess a spirit of its own, instinctively burrowing into his flesh. Soon, a tingling sensation came from the wound, followed by the flesh writhing, new flesh visibly growing at an astonishing speed. In less than half a minute, all the injuries on Yi Chen's body disappeared, leaving behind a pile of dead skin. He looked at himself in astonishment, his body completely renewed. He felt a sense of shock. What kind of medicine is this? The speed of recovery is terrifying. But then he thought, this is the medicine given by the Grandmaster, and he felt much more at ease. The Grandmaster's realm far exceeds his own. A casual external injury medicine is beyond his imagination. After moving his body a bit, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with brightness. His physique had improved again. Although he hadn't yet reached the physique realm of a third-level warrior, he was definitely not far off, just one opportunity away. The realm of a first-level warrior, the physique of a third-level warrior, I'm amazing. Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Glancing over, he noticed Grandmaster Hong Yang seemed a bit weary, closing his eyes and resting due to his injuries. After some thought, he took out the testing belt. Although the combat power boost would only be effective once his physique fully reached the third level, having defeated himself and resisted the pressure of the Black Flood Dragon, his combat awareness had surged, and his combat power would surely increase significantly. The test quickly concluded. Information appeared on the testing belt. Chi and blood value, 495, top level first level warrior, combat power value, 1175, quasi third level warrior. Suddenly, garbled text appeared on the testing belt, and warning lights flashed wildly. First level warrior realm, third level warrior combat power, attention, attention. Someone is cheating. You're wronging me. Yi Chen angrily slapped the testing belt, which finally calmed down. Then, he couldn't help but lick his lips. With over 1170 combat power, he was very close to the 1200 combat power of a third-level warrior, and with martial skills, he could completely bridge that gap. This meant that he could now fully engage with third-level warriors. The only difference was his physique. Once my physique breaks through to the third level, my combat power can increase even more. Yi Chen couldn't help but clench his fist. By then, he would truly be able to rival third-level warriors, even have a chance to kill. Thinking of the one-eyed middle-aged man from the Black Mask team, his gaze turned somber. Next time they meet, it wouldn't be certain who would be chasing whom. However, that one-eyed middle-aged man didn't seem like an ordinary third-level warrior. 1200 combat power might not be enough. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. He still had a hefty sum of 200 achievement points. However, the ways to use them had decreased. His combat awareness had hit a bottleneck, and breaking through required 500 achievement points, which was far from enough. His chi and blood value had also basically reached its limit. To break through, he would need to seek the blood of extraordinary beasts to advance to a second level warrior. Therefore, the only thing he could improve at the moment was martial skills. Yi Chen considered the martial skills he had, the highest level being, without a doubt, the A-level martial skill, Cloud Breath technique. This technique for feigning death was indeed useful. However, this martial skill wasn't very helpful in direct combat. Next was the B-level Heavy Water Palm. He was currently at the minor achievement stage. And further improvement would bring him to the major achievement stage, allowing him to cultivate the double palm force. The hidden energy of the double palm force would double the explosive power, significantly increasing its might. Additionally, there was the Frost Slash he had just acquired. With this in mind, Yi Chen no longer hesitated and began to deduce these two martial skills. Time passed slowly, and the achievement points on the panel decreased rapidly. Finally, it stopped at 130 points. Yi Chen also stopped deducing, opened his eyes, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Having consumed 70 achievement points, he successfully upgraded one C-level and one B-level martial skill to the major achievement stage. With both martial skills at major achievement, his combat power increased significantly. Unfortunately, due to the constraints of the environment, he couldn't test them out and wasn't sure how much his combat power had truly increased. At that moment, Grandmaster Hong Yang also slowly awakened. After a period of rest, his complexion looked much better, but the signs of age and fatigue were still evident on his brow. "Senior, your injury?" Yi Chen asked with some concern. "It's nothing," Master Hong Yang waved his hand. Yi Chen handed him the black medicine bottle. "You should keep it." Master Hong Yang smiled but did not take the bottle. Instead, he gazed outside with a slightly emotional expression. In his eyes, there seemed to be a hint of reluctance and a touch of nostalgia. Seeing this, Yi Chen didn't force the issue and put the bottle away. In the next moment, he shivered all over. With the progress nearing 1 billion, it surged. From over 330 million, it skyrocketed to 500 million. A bottle of medicine is worth 170 million? Yi Chen was stunned, his mind in a whirl. He had thought that the medicine on a grandmaster would be precious, but he never expected it to be so outrageous. That tiny bottle was nearly 2 million. And he had just used about 1/6 of it, which meant he had consumed around 300,000. The more Yi Chen thought about it, the drier his mouth became, and he felt a deep sense of regret. If he had known it was so precious, he would have used less just now. At that moment, Master Hong Yang across from him suddenly sighed softly. "I never thought I would die here. What a pity, I was hoping to see the Summer Kingdom one last time." His voice was filled with regret and sadness. Yi Chen trembled at his words, shocked. "Senior, you?" Master Hong Yang coughed lightly, his already unhealthy complexion turned even grayer, but his smile remained kind. He explained gently, "In my battle with the Black Flood Dragon, I have already been injured to my vital essence, and I am also poisoned by the ice-cold serpent's deadly venom. Now, I have less than 3 hours of life left. I originally thought I would die here, unable to leave any instructions, filled with regrets, but fortunately, I met you, young friend. This time, I need to trouble you to take my remains and return them." Cough cough. Master Hong Yang began to cough heavily again. This time, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Yi Chen saw clearly that the blood was deep blue. And when it hit the ground, the surface instantly froze, the ice even spreading outward. Even from a distance, he felt a bone-chilling coldness wash over him, his skin tightening. He couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. What kind of poison is this? It's terrifying. After a few heavy coughs, Master Hong Yang's expression relaxed considerably, looking less fatigued and weak than before. "Senior." Yi Chen felt somewhat unwilling. "Is there really no way?" That ice-cold serpent, although only a 6th level beast, possesses part of the bloodline of the Qilong, which is more noble than the bloodline of the Black Flood Dragon, and its venom is indeed powerful. Master Hong Yang shook his head. If I were in my prime, I could naturally resist this poison, but now. He sighed lightly. Only he knew how great the pressure was when facing a Black Flood Dragon on the verge of transforming. He was already no match for the Black Flood Dragon, let alone with an ice-cold serpent launching a sneak attack. Such rare exotic species are even less common than the Black Flood Dragon. Yi Chen fell silent. It was hard for him to accept that Master Hong Yang, one of the most active grandmasters in the Summer Kingdom, had spent years traversing the wilds. He had fought fiercely against various powerful exotic beasts, clearing hidden dangers from the wilderness. He truly embodied the spirit of dedication, giving his all until death. Now, such a great elder was about to pass away, which he simply could not accept. Seeing his mood low, Master Hong Yang smiled. Life, old age, sickness, and death are all part of the norm. It's just that I am a bit reluctant to leave this home. As he spoke, he looked ahead once more. Although the cave before him was dark and devoid of light, at this moment, magnificent mountains and rivers, along with countless young people battling exotic beasts, appeared in his eyes. His expression was one of comfort. Although he was reluctant and wanted to take one last look, he said, the Black Flood Dragon is in the process of transforming and won't attack you. After I die, you can take my body and leave safely. Master Hong Yang said softly, I will sit in meditation ahead of time, and at that time, a portion of my remaining power will still be in my body. You will take my body to Tianyu Town's Beast Pass and hand it over to Liantianqiong. He understands how to use my body. Although I am dead, my remains can still contribute to resisting the alien beasts, giving one last bit of strength. Additionally, please bring a small wooden box from my spatial ring to my little grandson. He has been born for 3 years, and I have not been able to visit him. Yi Chen listened, his heart filled with sorrow. Senior, is there really no other way? His eyes reddened, full of reluctance. Master Hong Yang gently shook his head. There is one way. That is, I will transfer the cold poison into another person's body, but it can only be a human, and right now, the only person here is you. The cave fell into a moment of silence. Yi Chen remained silent for a long time, and finally looked up, seriously saying, Senior. Foolish child. Master Hong Yang looked at him with a gentle and kind gaze. I am already very touched by your intentions. However, my remaining body does not have many years left to live. You are still young, with many years ahead. Senior, but you are a Grand Master, the role you can play. Upon hearing this, Master Hong Yang shook his head. Although I am a Grand Master, life has no distinction between rich and poor. My life is not necessarily more precious than yours. Moreover, to see such an outstanding junior like you before I die, I am very satisfied. Master Hong Yang suddenly laughed loudly. That Black Flood Dragon outside, although I am not its match, do you have the confidence to slay it single-handedly in the future? Yes. Yi Chen's eyes turned red as he said fiercely, whether it is a flood dragon or a dragon, I will slay it. Absolutely. Good, this is the spirit of a man from the Xia Kingdom. Master Hong Yang laughed towards the sky. Then he coughed heavily twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood containing cold poison. After a brief rest, he weakly said, I have no regrets now. Next, I will entrust you with some matters. This Black Flood Dragon takes a year to transform into a dragon. Within that year, you must find a martial sovereign and kill it before it successfully transforms. Master Hong Yang gave his final instructions. Yi Chen also learned the reason behind Master Hong Yang's injuries. After pacifying the wilderness of Qingshui City, Master Hong Yang had been clearing the many wild areas on his way back. He exterminated the powerful alien beasts within to reduce the pressure on various cities. Among them was the Limu Wilderness. But who would have thought that there was a peak-level 7th grade Black Flood Dragon in the Limu Wilderness? The Flood Dragon Clan, as the top alien beast second only to the Dragon Clan, possesses combat power far exceeding that of humans of the same level, not to mention this was a peak-level 7th grade Black Flood Dragon. At any moment, it could transform into a dragon and become an 8th grade beast sovereign. Master Hong Yang fought desperately against the Black Flood Dragon, subtly at a disadvantage, and the two battled to the end. The Black Flood Dragon even benefited from the battle, breaking through its realm constraints first and entering the dragon transformation stage, beginning to break through. Meanwhile, the heavily injured Master Hong Yang was ambushed by the Black Flood Dragon's mate, a rare variant of the icy cold snake. Although Master Hong Yang nearly killed the icy cold snake with a single strike, he was also poisoned and ultimately fell into the underground river along with the transforming Black Flood Dragon. The Black Flood Dragon could not act during its transformation. Master Hong Yang, severely injured, had no ability to leave and could only use the 10,000-year cold stone to counteract the poison, and by time the two fell into a kind of balance. But Master Hung Yang's life was in danger and could not last much longer. The Black Flood Dragon would undoubtedly be the final winner. Until Yi Chen accidentally fell into this place, breaking the balance between the two. Although the Black Flood Dragon did not care about this tiny ant, it was worried that he had a connection with Master Hung Yang, so it exerted some of its pressure. This is also why Yi Chen was so embarrassed when he first entered. During the dragon transformation, one cannot act, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. The Black Flood Dragon could only release a portion of its pressure. Unfortunately, at that time, if I could have killed that ice-cold snake, I would have been able to cure this cold poison. Master Hung Yang said with some regret. This cold poison can indeed be resolved. All it requires is the scales of the ice-cold snake to detoxify. It's a pity that although I nearly cut it in half with one strike, it still managed to escape. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression also darkened. Alright, I've explained most of the matters. Finally, I will pass on my lifelong ultimate skill, the Hung Yang True Body, to you, so I can rest in peace. Master Hung Yang coughed heavily, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Clearly, time was running short. Yi Chen fell silent. If Master Hung Yang did not pass on the Hung Yang True Body to him, he could probably hold on for a little longer. But, he felt a bit bitter and powerless. He had thought he was strong enough. Now it seemed he was far from it. Alright, child, come here. Master Hung Yang said. Yi Chen quickly walked over, and in that moment, he couldn't help but ask, Senior, would other snake scales work? Like these scales. These should also be scales from a cold attribute exotic beast. Other snake scales won't do. Master Hung Yang smiled bitterly, suddenly stunned, staring blankly at the deep blue scales in the boy's hand. These are the scales of the ice-cold snake, he exclaimed excitedly. Yi Chen was also taken aback, looking at the scales in his hand, feeling a bit dazed. Could it be this coincidental? Where did you get these scales? Master Hung Yang asked, his face flushed with excitement. Even a grandmaster would be overjoyed to learn that he could survive. Yi Chen briefly recounted how he obtained the scales. After hearing this, Master Hung Yang couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly, expressing his amazement. Truly, heaven does not cut off all paths for a person. Such coincidences can happen. Yi Chen scratched his head, looking quite surprised. At the same time, he was glad he hadn't recklessly entered that main passage in the end. Otherwise, facing a level 6 exotic beast, even a grandmaster couldn't withstand. It's poison. If he had gone in, he would have been asking for a quick death. Senior, are these few scales enough? Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a bit nervous again. That's enough, 2 scales will do. After saying this, Master Hung Yang took the 2 scales and smiled. Within 100 steps of a poison, there must be an antidote. This rule applies even to the ice-cold snake. However, compared to other exotic beasts, the antidote for the ice-cold snake is a bit more special, specifically its scales. So that's how it is, Yi Chen said, his expression enlightened. Keep the remaining 2 scales safe, they might still be useful in the future. Even if they don't detoxify, they can be used to forge battle soldiers, and they are excellent materials for creating S-class soldiers. After Master Hung Yang finished speaking, he took the 2 scales and fell into a deep slumber. A faint blue light emanated from the scales. Yi Chen waited in place, and after a while, feeling a bit bored, he mustered his courage and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, in the dark river, the massive black serpent lay with its eyes closed. The rushing river water washed over its dark scales, creating a faint glow. Knowing that the black serpent could not move at the moment, Yi Chen felt much braver and dared to approach it to observe closely, but he still didn't dare to make any excessive moves. After all, the black serpent wasn't truly immobile, it simply didn't want to risk everything. So it was better not to court death. He scanned his surroundings and saw many black serpent scales floating on the river's surface, along with some solidified large black liquid, stirring something in his heart. Although these were shed by the black serpent, even if they were shed, they were materials of grandmaster level. Yi Chen began to collect the black serpent scales, but they were simply too heavy. He couldn't lift them at all, let alone store them in his spatial bracelet. Just as he pondered for a long time without finding a way to collect them, Master Hung Yang walked out, his complexion rosy, clearly having recovered quite a bit. He looked at Yi Chen and smiled. These black serpent scales, although valuable, but the black dragon's blood can be refined into the essence blood of exotic beasts, which is even more valuable. Essence blood of exotic beasts. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked towards the dark river, at the solidified black liquid. The black liquid was rich and peculiar, resembling jelly, with a high density, floating on the water's surface. Yi Chen's expression was somewhat shocked. This was actually black dragon's blood, and it could be refined into essence blood. Senior, this black dragon's blood, the essence blood refined from it, can be used to break through realms, right? He couldn't help but ask. Of course, Master Hong Yang smiled. As long as it's essence blood from an exotic beast, it can be used, even if this black dragon is a master-level exotic beast. However, with your current second-level warrior realm, you cannot withstand such strong essence blood. Not even second-level warriors can? Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. Then wouldn't I, as a first-level warrior, be even less capable? First-level warrior? Master Hong Yang was momentarily stunned. You are a first-level warrior? His eyes suddenly sparkled with light as he looked at Yi Chen, and soon his expression was one of shock. You really are just a first-level warrior. Previously, he had been severely injured, his life hanging by a thread, and his perception had decreased significantly. He mistakenly thought Yi Chen was a second-level warrior. Now, with careful perception, the Master Level's realm allowed him to easily sense Yi Chen's true vitality. Not breaking 500, he was indeed just a first-level warrior. For a moment, Master Hong Yang was filled with emotions, unsure of what to say. He had seen too many geniuses, but to resist the pressure of a black dragon as a first-level warrior was simply unheard of. Beside him, the black dragon slowly opened its eyes, its brown pupils gazing at Yi Chen. After a deep look at Yi Chen, it closed its eyes again and continued to sleep. Senior, as long as one's physique is strong enough, one can withstand the essence blood of exotic beasts, right? Yi Chen pondered and asked. That's right, but it's difficult to enhance one's physique. Generally, only by breaking through realms can one improve their physique accordingly, Master Hong Yang explained. And to absorb the essence blood of the black dragon, at least a warrior-level physique is required. Warrior-level physique? Yi Chen frowned. He was already very close to a third-level warrior's physique, as long as he found a way to refine it a bit more. Breaking through shouldn't be too difficult. However, a warrior-level physique was indeed a bit troublesome. Forget it, I'll think of a way when I get back. Yi Chen couldn't hold back any longer, quickly walking over to start collecting the black dragon's blood. The heavy black dragon's blood was stored in his spatial hand ring. After collecting 2 or 3 clumps, the spatial hand ring suddenly made a cracking sound and developed a fissure. Yi Chen was taken aback, and then his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Damn, this spatial hand ring couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't because the space was too small, but because the black dragon's blood was too heavy, collapsing the space inside. Use this. At that moment, Master Hong Yang smiled and tossed him a spatial ring. The spatial ring was entirely fire red, with the characters Hong Yang inscribed on it. This is one I used when I was young. I haven't used it for many years, and it's just right for you. Master Hong Yang said with a smile. The space inside isn't very large, only 300 cubic meters, but it should be barely enough to hold these dragon scales. 300 cubic meters. Yi Chen's eyes nearly popped out as he hurriedly took the ring. Then, with his excited heart and trembling hands, he fumbled with the ring for a long time before finally dripping blood to recognize it as his own. The space in the Hong Yang ring, compared to the spatial hand ring, was not only larger but also much sturdier. Yi Chen continued to collect the black dragon's blood, and no further accidents occurred. Soon, a total of 32 clumps of black dragon's blood were successfully stored. These black dragon's blood, when refined into essence blood, will be enough for 3 uses, Master Hong Yang said with a smile. However, refining essence blood is very difficult, especially with this master-level exotic beast's blood. If you trust me, you can hand over the black dragon's blood to me. I have an old friend who is very skilled at refining essence blood. Once the refinement is complete, I will arrange for someone to deliver the finished product to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was both surprised and delighted. Then I must trouble you, senior. It's a small matter. Next, with the help of Master Hong Yang, Yi Chen successfully stored all the black dragon scales into the Hong Yang ring. More than 60 pieces of black dragon scales, even when stacked together, still occupied a full 2/3 of the space in the Hong Yang ring. Along with these dragon scales, the harvest of dragon blood allowed Yi Chen to reach a staggering figure with a progress nearing 1 billion. 22 million. Seeing this astonishing number, he couldn't help but gasp. These scales and dragon blood, compared to an entire black dragon, could be considered trivial. It was truly unimaginable how high the value of a complete black dragon could be. With progress exceeding 10 million, nearing 1 billion, and completing the second level, another 100 achievement points were credited. Achievement points for the first time breaking 200, reached 230. Alright, follow me to the cave, I will teach you the Hong Yang true body. Once that's done, we will leave. At this moment, Master Hong Yang turned and walked towards the cave. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment but still followed. The Hong Yang true body is a master-level martial skill and also the unique skill of Master Hong Yang. Previously, Master Hong Yang was about to fall, worried that this martial skill would have no successor. He passed it on to him. Now that Master Hong Yang has recovered, unexpectedly, he still wants to pass it on to him, which left him somewhat flattered. Inside the cave, Master Hongyang sat cross-legged and slowly said, "The Hongyang True Body is a martial skill that enhances overall strength. After use, attributes like physical strength and blood vitality will increase." Hearing this, Yi Chen's heart stirred. "Senior, can the Hongyang True Body temporarily enhance physical strength? Then can I absorb the essence blood of exotic beasts while using the Hongyang True Body?" Master Hongyang looked a bit surprised. "Your idea is quite clever, but I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure about the possibility." Yi Chen nodded, keeping this matter in mind. If it really works, perhaps he wouldn't need a martial master level physique to absorb the Black Dragon's essence blood. However, it's too early to say such things now. He hasn't even refined the Black Dragon's essence blood yet. Master Hongyang continued, "The Hongyang True Body is divided into 3 levels of forms. The first form, Spirit Flame Body, can enhance overall combat power by 10%. The second form, Dragon Flame Body, can enhance overall combat power by 25%. The third form, True Flame Body, can enhance overall combat power by 40% to 50%, but the exact enhancement depends on the quality of the refined exotic fire. Of course, these 3 enhancements are for masters. Below the Master Realm, it may directly elevate one major realm. Exotic fire?" Yi Chen showed curiosity, feeling it was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Exotic fire is a special flame born from certain unique terrains in the wilderness, with high aggressiveness, Master Hongyang explained. Many powerful fire attribute martial skills rely on exotic fire. The Hongyang True Body is no exception. Each of the 3 forms requires a different exotic fire. As he spoke, he slowly opened his palm. In the center of his palm, a faint golden flame suddenly appeared. The moment Yi Chen saw this golden flame, his eyelids twitched violently, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. It felt very dangerous. This thing gave him an extremely perilous sensation. "This is called Devouring Golden Sun Flame, a very rare exotic fire." Master Hongyang said regretfully, "If I had used this exotic fire to cultivate the True Flame Body, I would have had at least a 20% better chance against the Black Dragon." "So strong?" Yi Chen was somewhat shocked. "Yes, like essence blood, exotic fire is also divided into 5 levels: ordinary, superior, rare, precious, and supreme. This is a supreme level exotic fire." Master Hongyang gently stroked the in his hand, the tiny flames flickering slowly. "The devouring Golden Sun Flame has the property of devouring metallic substances. This is highly destructive to battle soldiers. Ordinary battle soldiers can be easily melted and can even devour other soldiers to strengthen themselves." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's body trembled. No wonder Master Hongyang, possessing such, could increase his chances of winning against the Black Flood Dragon by 20%. The scales of the Black Flood Dragon were metallic, making it perfectly restrained by this. "This will be used for you to cultivate the Spirit Flame Body," Master Hongyang said with a smile, handing over the "Senior, this is too precious." Yi Chen repeatedly shook his head, trying to refuse, but his heart was not in sync with his words, and his hands quickly accepted the devouring golden sun flame. Seeing this, Master Hongyang smiled, appearing quite open-minded. Although this was precious, he no longer needed it, and compared to his own life, it truly was nothing. Moreover, he had high hopes for this young man before him. Although Ningjiang City was just an ordinary martial arts city, this young man amazed even him. Feeling a sense of cherishing talent, this was also the reason he broke the norm to teach the Hongyang True Body. It should be noted that this was not an ordinary master-level martial art, but a unique skill he had created himself, known only to him. Such self-created master-level skills were generally extremely secretive and would not be taught to anyone. Because if the opposing side were to learn of it, they could very well find a way to crack the martial technique, which would lead to trouble. This devouring golden sun flame is still very weak and needs you to devour some battle soldiers or ores to grow before it can be refined, Master Hongyang said with a smile. There's no need to rush, and even the cultivation of the Hongyang True Body, even the first form of the Spirit Flame Body, will take a considerable amount of time. Yi Chen looked at the system panel, which showed 230 achievement points. He said seriously, "Senior, I believe that as long as I persist and work hard, I will soon succeed in my cultivation." Persist and work hard? Master Hongyang chuckled. This was master-level martial arts, and talent was also very important. Of course, he wasn't worried about the boy's talent, but after all, it was master-level martial arts. Even with high talent, it would be difficult to succeed in cultivation without at least a year or a year and a half. "Alright, I will now teach you the Hongyang True Body," Master Hongyang said seriously, calling Yi Chen to his side, shielding the surroundings, and began to teach him the cultivation method. At this time, although the Black Flood Dragon could not move, with its strength, it could still hear all the sounds here, so precautions were still necessary. Master level, in terms of intelligence, was not inferior to humans. The cultivation method of the Hongyang True Body was soon fully imparted. Yi Chen slowly closed his eyes. consuming achievement points, and began to deduce the first form of the Hangyang true body, the spirit flame body. 3 days passed in a flash. Yichen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and the system panel showed that all achievement points had been completely consumed. However, although the cost was enormous, the spirit flame body had made some small achievements. Now, he only needed to refine the devouring golden sun flame to be able to use it. Yichen bit his lip, his eyes bright. He was very much looking forward to how much this master-level martial art could enhance his combat power. Although the spirit flame body theoretically could only enhance overall combat power by 10%, that was for masters. For someone like him, the increase in combat power would be unimaginably high. At this moment, Master Hangyang also slowly opened his eyes. After 3 days of recovery, Master Hangyang had recovered most of his injuries, his complexion rosy, his gaze bright, and his spirit full. He smiled at Yi Chen. The spirit flame body, although it is only the first level of the Hangyang true body, still has a high level of difficulty in cultivation. Not making much progress in just 3 days is a normal phenomenon, so don't be discouraged. Yi Chen scratched his head. I should be considered to have entered the threshold now. Oh? Master Hangyang raised an eyebrow slightly. When I first broke through to the master level, I created this martial technique. At my level back then, it took me a full week to cultivate a single spirit flame pattern. You only took 3 days? He looked at Yi Chen with a mix of surprise and anticipation. If that were true, then he had definitely underestimated the boy's talent. At the same time, it indicated that this young man was very suited for this martial technique. A single one? Yi Chen was taken aback, and on his palm, a fiery red pattern slowly emerged. Spirit flame pattern. Master Hangyang's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. In just 3 days, he had actually cultivated it. A top-tier genius, even in any first-class martial arts city, could be considered a top-tier genius. He nodded slightly and smiled. Not bad, but the spirit flame pattern becomes increasingly difficult to cultivate as you progress. It took me a week to cultivate one. However, it took a full month to cultivate 3. The road ahead is still long, take your time. His voice suddenly halted, staring blankly at the 2 fiery red patterns that slowly emerged in the boy's hand across from him. He was completely stunned. 3 spirit flame patterns. At that moment, even Master Hangyang's expression changed. 3 spirit flame patterns in 3 days. A prodigy, a true prodigy. Master Hangyang took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and forced a smile. Not bad, this speed. As he spoke, he suddenly fell silent, unsure of what to say next. He could only change the subject. Alright, let's go. Yi Chen nodded and followed him as they left. As he stood up, he inadvertently touched his back. There, 7 fiery red patterns were still flickering. What he had cultivated was not 3 spirit flame patterns, but a full 10. Half an hour later, Yi Chen followed Master Hangyang, moving swiftly, and soon they reached the surface along the dark river. With a splash, the 2 broke through the water's surface, revealing a massive deep pool before them. This deep pool was enormous, with towering trees on both sides reaching into the clouds, blocking the sunlight, making the entire deep pool exceptionally serene and quiet. Yi Chen followed Master Hangyang, leaving the water and stepping onto solid ground. Turning back to look at the deep pool, it appeared even larger this time, almost boundless. He couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. Is this where the black flood dragon usually resides? The deep pool connected to the dark river. They had just surfaced from below. Of course, it was mostly to accommodate him. Otherwise, with Master Hangyang's strength, there were many ways to leave directly. That's right, this deep pool cuts off the entire interior and core area of the wilderness, all the water veins. Master Hangyang said slowly, all these water veins converge here, forming such a natural treasure. Otherwise, a master-level black flood dragon would find it difficult to have a suitable habitat given the level of the Limu wilderness. The wilderness was also graded. The higher the level and the larger the area of the wilderness, the stronger the exotic beasts that could live there. Theoretically, the Limu wilderness could only support level 5 exotic beasts. But by converging all the main water veins in the wilderness to one place, even a master-level black flood dragon could survive peacefully. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the interior area of the wilderness was so arid, with the ground cracked like that. Yi Chen realized, feeling somewhat shocked. It was only now that he finally witnessed the terrifying power of a master level. Changing the direction of the Earth's veins and terrain was simply incredible. The black flood dragon is currently in the process of transforming into a dragon, but my injuries are not healed yet. Interfering with it may not yield results. Master Hangyang shook his head and said, this matter still requires the martial sovereign to take action. I plan to visit your Ningjiang city first. Will you return with me, or continue to stay in the wilderness for training? The Black Flood Dragon was currently in a semi-transformation state, its strength even more formidable than before. He intervened, and although there was a chance of success, even if he managed to disrupt the Black Flood Dragon's transformation, he would not be a match for it and might instead provoke its wrath. At that point, his downfall would be minor. The Black Flood Dragon would likely vent its anger on the surrounding cities. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, "Senior, I won't return for now. I plan to find a mind to let the devouring golden sun flame grow, so I can cultivate the eternal sun true body." "Alright, you decide for yourself." Master Hangyang smiled. "However, let me take you out of the core area. There are many martial master level exotic beasts here, and it would be dangerous for you to act alone." "Thank you, Senior." "You're welcome." They continued on their way at a swift pace. Surprisingly, it went smoothly. In fact, all the exotic beasts kept their distance. The mere presence of a master-level expert caused any exotic beast within 100 miles to avoid the area. Before long, they finally reached the inner region, very close to the underground mine. Yi Chen could even see the entrance of the mine, which had been re-excavated, from a distance. "Alright, this is where we part ways." Master Hangyang turned and smiled. "The blood of the Black Flood Dragon will take at least half a month, or at most a month. I will deliver it to you. Also, if you want to leave Ningjiang City and explore outside, you can come to Yuanking City and find the Song family. Just bring this item." As he spoke, he handed a jade pendant to Yi Chen. The pendant was bright red, about the size of a thumb, and was carved with a blazing sun. Yi Chen took the pendant and nodded seriously. "Alright, see you next time. I hope when we meet again, you can still surprise me like this." Master Hangyang laughed heartily and turned to leave. Yi Chen watched him go, then without hesitation, quickly headed towards the underground mine. "Lingyan, I'm coming." Yi Chen did not notice that not far away, in a tent, a one-eyed middle-aged man in a black robe was staring intently at him. "Brother Zhang, have you found the person you were looking for?" A lazy voice came from inside the tent. A man in his 30s, with a beard on his chin, stretched and sat up from the bed. There was also a burly man on the bed, currently buried in the pillow, with his butt sticking up, quietly sobbing. "Don't worry, everyone has their first time, just get used to it a few more times." The man with the mustache patted the burly man's backside and comforted him gently. "It's fine, the brothers in the team have all gone through it." Beside them, the one-eyed middle-aged man couldn't help but frown, feeling inexplicably nauseated. Although he had known this guy was perverted, he didn't expect him to be this twisted. And he had to watch it. It was simply outrageous. If it weren't for needing something from him, he would have long since lost his patience and twisted this bastard's head off to use as a ball. At that moment, seeing the mustached man approach, he instinctively shifted to the side. "Brother Zhang, you really have a good physique." The mustached middle-aged man walked over, looking at the one-eyed man's tall figure, stroking his chin. His eyes filled with a hint of spring. The one-eyed man's eyelid twitched violently, forcing himself to suppress the desire to chop him down with an axe. He spoke in a low voice. "Captain Lee, let's talk about serious matters first. Alright, the one outside is the person who took down your infamous Black Mask team, right?" The mustached man chuckled as he looked outside. Soon, he spotted a young figure walking away and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's actually a teenager?" He laughed heartily. "Brother Zhang, you can't be serious. The one who took down your renowned Black Mask team is just a 17 or 18-year-old boy. If this gets out, you might be laughed at by your peers. I advise you not to underestimate him." The one-eyed middle-aged man said coldly, "This kid is hard to deal with. If you don't pay attention, I will leave now and find someone else to cooperate with." Upon hearing this, the mustached man laughed. "Brother Zhang, I was just joking. Others may not know, but we in the same line of work all know how formidable you are. You've already taken a big fall at his hands. How could my small greedy wolf hunting team dare to underestimate him?" However, he paused, his gaze intense, fixated on the one-eyed middle-aged man. "Brother Zhang, are you serious? If I help you deal with this kid, you'll join our greedy wolf team?" At this moment, if any martial artist who frequently ventured into the wilderness heard their conversation, they would likely be shocked. The greedy wolf team, also notorious as a hunting team, though less famous than the Black Mask team, was actually much stronger in terms of team capability. And now, these two infamous hunting teams from the wood wilderness were actually joining forces. "As long as we can deal with him, what does it matter if I join your greedy wolf team?" The one-eyed middle-aged man said slowly. "My Black Mask team has already disbanded, and I was looking for a new place to go. It doesn't matter where, but the condition is, we must kill this kid first." At this point, deep hatred and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Alright." The greedy wolf vice-captain clapped his hands vigorously and laughed. "Brother Zhang, you came to me and chose us greedy wolves. I can assure you, this is definitely your best choice. But what about the strength of this young man?" The greedy wolf vice-captain hesitated slightly, glancing at the boy who had already entered the mine. Although he trusted the one-eyed middle-aged man's judgment without doubt, how strong could a 17 or 18-year-old boy really be? The combat power of a top-tier second-level martial artist. The one-eyed middle-aged man replied calmly, although his blood value may not have reached that level, his combat power absolutely has. Moreover, he escaped from my hands twice right in front of me. Upon hearing this, the greedy wolf vice-captain's expression changed dramatically. A second-level martial artist so young? It's impossible for such a genius to exist in Ningxiang City. It doesn't matter whether he is from Ningxiang City or not. The one-eyed middle-aged man said coldly, no matter where he comes from or which prominent family he belongs to. This is the wilderness. Once he enters, his life is no longer his own. Well said, as expected of Brother Zhang. The greedy wolf vice-captain praised, but there was still a hint of wariness in his eyes. Although their greedy wolf team was strong, in terms of reputation, they were far inferior to the Black Mask team, mainly because they lacked the madness of those guys. Some members of prominent families were not to be trifled with, even in the wilderness. You're worried about the star protector beside that boy, right? The one-eyed middle-aged man said lightly. Some geniuses from prominent families, when out training, would often be accompanied by one or two strong protectors, known as star protectors. There's no need to worry, the chances of him having a star protector by his side are very low. If there is one, it should only be that old man we just saw. The one-eyed middle-aged man continued, that old man, although he doesn't emit any aura, is at most a 4th-level martial artist. Isn't your team leader Wang also a 4th-level martial artist? With a few capable hands, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with that old man, right? Upon hearing this, the greedy wolf vice-captain pondered for a moment. If it was just an ordinary 4th-level martial artist, their captain could easily handle it. If it became a bit tricky, it wouldn't be difficult for the captain to withdraw. Just a star protector, a 4th-level martial artist, was already a significant figure. After all, the strongest in Ningxiang City was only a 5th-level martial artist, and the surrounding cities were not much different. He nodded and smiled, all right. Saying this, he called out loudly. Soon, a small, monkey-like team member walked in from another tent. Vice-Captain, what's up? You remember the appearance of that old man next to the target just now, and the direction he left, right? The greedy wolf vice-captain asked. I remember, but the small teammate hesitated. Spit it out quickly. Captain Tan Lang was impatient. That old man looks a bit like Master Hung Yang. Master Hung Yang? Captain Tan Lang slapped him on the head. Annoyed, he scolded, you idiot, what are you thinking? How could Master Hung Yang appear in a place like this? And to be a guardian for a young boy, have you lost your mind? But he really looks like him, even the clothes are similar. The small team member felt a bit wronged. Damn, if it really is Master Hung Yang, I'll stand on my head. Captain Tan Lang waved his hand, alright, you take the remaining brothers and go find the captain. Tell him to bring more people to ambush that old man. Remember, just kill the one who looks a lot like Master Hung Yang, don't kill the wrong person. Okay, I'll remember. At the same time, not far away, Master Hung Yang suddenly sneezed and looked around suspiciously. Why did it feel like someone was keeping an eye on him? Master Hung Yang seemed a bit surprised. There can't be many people in the entire Danyuan province who would dare to keep an eye on him, right? It must be an illusion. Master Hung Yang shook his head and glanced back. With his strength, he naturally sensed that earlier, in a tent over there, someone was harboring killing intent. The killing intent was directed at that little guy, Yi Chun. However, the owner's aura was very weak, just an ordinary 3rd-level warrior. And that little guy, Yi Chen, was about to cultivate into the spirit flame body, so dealing with him wouldn't be difficult. Therefore, he didn't intervene, treating it as an opportunity for experience. Could it be that 3rd-level warrior wants to deal with me? Master Hung Yang suddenly thought of something, his expression slightly unusual. Then, he slowed his pace, lowered his aura, and concealed his vitality, pretending to be an old man who was frail and weak. If it really is, then it would be interesting. He felt a bit of anticipation, sigh, getting older means needing such things to stimulate the spirit. At this moment, inside the tent, the members of the Tanlang team were leaving one after another. Captain Tanlang smiled, Brother Zhang, do I need to call too? More team members? More people might actually cause trouble, that kid is very alert. The one-eyed middle-aged man shook his head, just the 2 of us is enough. Let's go into the mine and find that kid. All right. Captain Tanlang nodded and followed him out of the tent. Inside the mine, Yi Chen entered. The rubble at the entrance of the mine had been cleared, and the crack he fell through was blocked by a huge stone. Clearly, the warriors here had taken protective measures to prevent someone from accidentally falling in. Yi Chen glanced around but didn't pay much attention. The underground river had many tributaries, so even if someone fell in the Chances of ending up like him, sent to the Black Flood Dragon, were very slim. It was best to keep the matter of the Black Flood Dragon confidential, otherwise, it might really shake people's hearts. Inside the mine, there were many passages, intricate and complex. Yi Chen casually chose one and walked in. Inside, the sound of clanging continued, as many warriors were mining a type of black ore. It was black essence iron. The more patterns on this ore, the higher the concentration and value. Yi Chen walked further in, and the passage became darker and deeper, with the visible mining pits on both sides noticeably decreasing. At the same time, faint sounds could be heard in the darkness. They were the movements of strange beasts in the mine. Yi Chen slowly opened his hand, and a wisp of fine golden flame flickered in his palm. As the flame appeared, the sounds of the strange beasts vanished. The devouring golden sun flame, as a top tier, even in its minuscule form, instilled a primal fear in the strange beasts. Yi Chen moved forward while taking out two broken high-quality battle soldiers. These battle soldiers had been severed by the silver rhinoceros sword. He hadn't thrown them away at the time, and now they were just right for use. As the high-quality battle soldier emerged, the devouring golden flame suddenly pounced, quickly devouring it. Soon, a high-quality battle soldier was reduced to nothing but scraps, lying on the ground. Yi Chen was somewhat astonished, especially seeing the devouring golden flame seemingly grow a bit larger and clearly more active than before, sparking his curiosity. He then took out another damaged battle soldier. The devouring golden flame fiercely lunged at it once more. Thus, Yi Chen continued to feed the devouring golden flame with the damaged battle soldiers while searching for black essence iron. Time passed slowly. Finally, after walking through countless forks in the road, nearly getting himself lost, the devouring golden flame suddenly stopped devouring the battle soldiers. In his palm, it was rapidly pulsating, pointing in a certain direction. At this point, the devouring golden flame had grown to the thickness of a finger, though it was still far from being able to refine anything. It was still quite weak, it needed to be at least palm-sized. Yi Chen's heart stirred. The devouring golden flame favored devouring metallic substances, so it should be sensitive to ores as well. He quickly walked over to a wall that was pockmarked and riddled with many holes. Clearly, many had tried but returned empty-handed. He pondered for a moment, took out the silver rhinoceros sword, and poked it into the wall. The silver rhinoceros sword was incredibly sharp and easily penetrated deep inside. In the blink of an eye, 4/5 of the sword had already sunk in. Yi Chen frowned slightly. It was so deep, there was likely nothing inside. At that moment, the silver rhinoceros sword suddenly got stuck, unable to advance any further, as if it had encountered some obstruction. He felt a stir in his heart and suddenly exerted force, thrusting it forward. Then he pulled out the silver rhinoceros sword. At this point, the tip of the sword was covered with some black iron filings. Yi Chen was overjoyed. There was a piece of black essence iron in there, and it was of considerable concentration. The silver rhinoceros sword had penetrated with great difficulty. The devouring golden flame quickly lunged at the sword, seemingly wanting to devour the iron filings on the tip. Yi Chen felt a jolt and hurriedly restrained it. Be good, don't accidentally swallow the silver rhinoceros sword. After retracting the devouring golden flame, he focused on digging into the wall. With the sword's sharpness, a massive piece of refined iron soon emerged. It was a full meter high, resembling a rectangular slab of black iron. The surface was covered in patterns. Yi Chen counted carefully and soon swallowed hard. 120 patterns. This was a piece of 1 million worth of 100-pattern black essence iron. He hesitated for a long time, ultimately gritting his teeth, taking out the devouring golden flame, and throwing it towards the black essence iron. Devouring those high-quality battle soldiers was simply too slow. Only the black essence iron could quickly allow the devouring golden flame to truly grow. In fact, the devouring golden flame could also devour the scales of exotic beasts. Unfortunately, the scales of the Black Flood Dragon contained the power of the Black Flood, which the juvenile devouring golden flame could not consume at all. At this moment, in the passage beside Yi Chen, the one-eyed middle-aged man and the vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf, after asking who knows how many people, silently exchanged glances. That kid seemed to be sick, wandering around this maze for adventure, turning here and there. Almost everyone said they had seen him, pointing in countless directions, but until now, they hadn't found a single trace. Let's go out and wait outside. The one-eyed middle-aged man shook his head, taking the lead to walk towards the mine entrance. Now, the only method left was to wait for the rabbit to come. The vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf followed him, smiling. Brother Jean, will you make the move or shall I? With my battle power of 1400, I can take him down directly. You just keep an eye on him, don't let him pull any tricks to escape. A glint of coldness flashed in the one-eyed man's eyes. I will take revenge for my own grievances. Ha, good. The two chatted and laughed as they exited the mine. Just as they stepped out. The vice captain of the Greedy Wolf saw the previously thin team member, looking dazed and lost, as if frightened by something, crouching to the side and trembling. What's wrong? Why are you so scared? The vice captain of the Greedy Wolf initially wanted to slap this useless one. However, having fought together every day, he had developed some feelings for him, and seeing his pitiful state at this moment, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Frowning, he asked, what exactly happened? Vice captain. Captain. The thin team member suddenly burst into tears. The captain and all the brothers were slapped to death. In the mine. Yichen looked at the gold-devouring sunflame, which had devoured more than half of the 100-pattern black refined iron in just a short moment, rapidly growing in size. He nodded slightly. Indeed, the ore contained the most gold elements, making it the easiest for the gold-devouring sunflame to consume. He sighed, feeling a bit pained. Over 1 million, just like that, gone. This thing really burns money. However, martial arts cultivation is like this, resources and talent are both indispensable. While he was pondering, the gold-devouring sunflame had already consumed the entire piece of 100-pattern black refined iron, leaving no residue. Clearly, the black refined iron had a high concentration and no impurities. The gold-devouring sunflame had also grown from the size of a finger to that of a palm, with significant improvements in both size and heat. Yichen took a deep breath, and 10 spirit flame patterns appeared in his hand, slowly guiding the gold-devouring sunflame closer. Outside the mine, the vice captain of the Greedy Wolf was momentarily stunned, then slapped the thin team member on the head. He cursed loudly, damn it, are you tired of living? How dare you curse the captain? Beside him, the one-eyed middle-aged man frowned slightly, scanning the surroundings. Why? Did he smell something peculiar? Really? The thin team member trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear. That old man was terrifying. He just stretched out his hand, and the captain and all the brothers were gone. Then why didn't you die? The vice captain's gaze was unfriendly. This bastard was lying and dragging him into it. Slapped to death? Did he think that old man was really a grandmaster Hung Yang? One slap could kill a martial artist and over a dozen second-level martial artists? The thin team member shivered. I ate expired beast meat canned food yesterday, and I had diarrhea, so I didn't go with the captain and the others to fight. But to cover for the captain, I squatted not far away, watching while I was running. As he spoke, the thin team member burst into tears. His cries were sharp and pitiful. Vice captain, you don't. No, I had just started running when that old man slapped the captain and the others to death. There was a big pit left on the spot, not even a scrap remained. I had just started to run when I got so scared that I held it back. I'm really too pitiful, woo. The one-eyed middle-aged man and the vice captain of the Greedy Wolf had somewhat stiff expressions upon hearing this. Seeing that they still didn't believe him, the thin team member wiped his nose. Vice captain, I really didn't lie to you, I have evidence. Saying this, he suddenly turned around, presenting his backside to the two. Vowing, this is the evidence, I ran too fast and couldn't hold it in. Look. A murky yellow mess came into view. After a brief silence, ugh, two retching sounds echoed simultaneously. The thin team member thought the two believed him and turned to cry out, Vice Captain, do you believe me now? I survived purely by luck. That old man even looked at me in the end. He probably intended to go after me, but luckily I cleverly let out a puff. When that old man heard it, his face didn't look good. I don't know what he cursed before leaving. Woo, Vice Captain, now in the team, it's just the two of us left, what should we do? Crying, the thin team member walked towards the vice captain of the Greedy Wolf, seemingly seeking comfort. The vice captain, just recovering, saw him approaching. His face turned green instantly, and he kicked him away. His face twisted. Get the hell out of here, wash yourself clean before coming back to see me. Beside him, the one-eyed middle-aged man also looked as pale as liver, losing all his previous composure. Damn it, how did I just smell that? The thin team member cried, and turned to run far away to wash his clothes. At that moment, two martial artists passed by, walking towards the mine while chatting. I encountered something particularly outrageous today. If it weren't for the pit still being there, I would have thought I was seeing things. What happened? I saw the captain of the Greedy Wolf team, leading the whole team to ambush a frail old man. What? In broad daylight, over 10 strong men beating up a septuagenarian, that's indeed outrageous. Damn, you should be working in the news department, you're wasting your talent. But what I mean by outrageous isn't this. It's that old man, who kept coughing and looked like he could barely walk, yet he turned around and slapped the Greedy Wolf team away. Slapped them away? Yeah, with one slap, a huge pit formed on the spot, and the Greedy Wolf team vanished into thin air. Outrageous. Not far away, the vice captain of the Greedy Wolf team and a one-eyed middle-aged man were stunned, having heard the entire conversation. The vice captain of the Greedy Wolf team fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he grabbed the one-eyed middle-aged man's collar, his eyes bloodshot, and roared, What the hell, you idiot, who did we provoke? Damn it, my captain and over 10 brothers were all slapped to death. If one slap can kill them, at least it's a 6th level martial artist. A 6th level martial artist as a guardian star, what the hell? The one-eyed middle-aged man was also shocked, forgetting to resist, letting him grip his collar. A 6th level martial artist as a guardian star, who the hell is that kid? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Now that it has come to this, the dead cannot be brought back. Bring back my ass, you cow. The vice captain of the greedy wolf team roared. The biggest mistake I made in my life was listening to you and coming to ambush that kid. After saying that, he turned and left. Before leaving, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, from now on, don't let me run into you, or I'll definitely kill you to avenge my brothers. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't dare to stay a moment longer and quickly left. A 6th level martial artist. And a guardian star who could come to that boy's side at any time and protect him in secret. If he happened to run into him, it would be the end, and he would surely follow in the footsteps of the captain and the others. As for that bastard named Zhang, this matter was definitely not over. At this moment, inside the mine, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the moment he opened them, a trace of golden flame appeared in his eyes. He spread his hand, and on his palm, 10 golden patterns flickered. This was the spirit flame pattern. After refining the golden devouring sun flame, the color of the patterns had turned golden along with the flame. Yi Chen's mind moved slightly, and a ball of golden flame appeared in his hand, which was the golden devouring sun flame. He controlled the flame, wrapping it around his palm. Instantly, his entire hand transformed into a flaming hand, slowly pressing against the wall. Without any effort, the wall collapsed, charred black from the flames, leaving a blackened palm print. So strong. Yi Chen's eyes brightened. Although it was just a simple attempt and he hadn't truly used it, he could already feel the power of the spirit flame body. However, without a specific test subject, it was hard to know how much combat power the spirit flame body could amplify. Thinking of this, Yi Chen pondered for a moment and walked deeper into the mine. There should be quite a few powerful exotic beasts there. Outside the mine, the vice captain of the greedy wolf team had a gloomy expression. What you just said, is it all true? I've said it to this extent. If you still don't believe it, you can leave. I can handle that kid myself, the one-eyed middle-aged man said coldly. Upon hearing this, the vice captain of the greedy wolf team flashed a hint of greed in his eyes. I didn't expect you to know about the legendary dragon blood treasure tree's habitat. However, once the matter is settled, I take 60 and you take 40. My brothers were all harmed by you, so you need to give up 10% to their families. The one-eyed middle-aged man frowned slightly. Fine, but why should that 10% go to you? Because I am their family. The deputy captain of the greedy wolf chuckled. The one-eyed middle-aged man was somewhat speechless. This guy had just shouted for vengeance for his brothers. Now, he had turned around and sold them for a good price. Thinking of this, he said lightly, however, you better keep your promise and not kill that kid. In this lifetime, you will never know where the dragon blood treasure tree is. I understand that, but can you be sure that the kid's protector won't come back? The deputy captain of the greedy wolf was still a bit hesitant. Just now, he was ready to escape, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by the one-eyed middle-aged man, who offered an irresistible condition. As long as he helped kill that kid, he would take him to find the dragon blood treasure tree and they would split the dragon blood fruit. The dragon blood treasure tree is a rare treasure tree that grows where the blood of a true dragon has fallen. The true dragon's physical body is incredibly powerful, considered the strongest among extraordinary beasts. Anything related to it greatly enhances one's physique. For example, the dragon blood fruit that grows when the dragon blood treasure tree matures. Each fruit consumed can directly elevate one's physique by one level below the martial master realm. This is quite terrifying. Both of them are currently 3rd level martial artists, and consuming 2 or 3 fruits would allow them to break through to the martial master level. At that time, not only would their combat power surge, but their physique would also undergo a qualitative leap. Rest assured, I know that kid well. His protector won't be by his side all the time. The one-eyed middle-aged man's voice was low, his cold gaze fixed on the mine. If the other party's protector was always by their side, that kid wouldn't have been able to escape from under his nose using a near-death gamble the first time they met. No matter what gives you such confidence, I'll wait half an hour. The deputy captain of the greedy wolf said coldly, half an hour. If that kid doesn't come out by then, I'll leave immediately. I can still tell which is more precious, life or treasure. The one-eyed middle-aged man frowned slightly but said nothing. At that moment, footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the mine. Then a handsome young man quickly walked out. Yi Chen felt speechless as he exited the mine. He had originally intended to go deeper into the mine, but who knew he would get more and more lost, eventually coming out directly. There was no helping it. Even now, with combat power comparable to a 3rd level martial artist, he was still directionally challenged. Seeing that he had reached the entrance of the mine, he lost interest and was too lazy to continue wandering, so he just walked straight out. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, he saw a familiar face. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, looking at the one-eyed middle-aged man across from him. There were two people on the opposite side, along with a strange man with a small mustache, and both were staring at him in shock. Clearly, they hadn't expected such a coincidence. Long time no see. Yi Chen smiled and slowly walked towards the two. The one-eyed middle-aged man said nothing, but a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. The deputy captain of the Greedy Wolf looked at Yi Chen with interest, chuckling as he moved aside, completely blocking Yi Chen's escape route. It's only been a few days, and you're much more confident now, unlike before when you fled in embarrassment? The one-eyed middle-aged man sneered. Yi Chen remained unfazed, his expression calm as he slowly approached him. Seeing this, the one-eyed middle-aged man felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. The giant axe in his hand appeared, and he said coldly, "Do you think you can intimidate me? By pretending you can't escape? But this time, you definitely won't get away. You're overthinking it." Yi Chen shook his head. "Today, the one who won't be leaving is you." At this moment, in the mine, more and more martial artists began to emerge, seemingly to watch the commotion. One young martial artist, seeing that the three were about to come to blows, angrily shouted, "If you want to fight, go somewhere else. Do you know that collapsing the entrance of the mine will affect others? A few days ago, a lunatic collapsed the mine, and now another one has come. Hurry up and get lost." The one-eyed middle-aged man had a blank expression, but he took out a mask and put it on his face. On the other side, the vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf team also donned a Greedy Wolf mask. From a distance, and with both of them wearing loose black robes, their faces were not visible. Just then, as the young martial artist cursed and approached, he saw a Greedy Wolf mask and immediately shuddered. Greedy Wolf team? He looked at the one-eyed middle-aged man and was even more startled, nearly fainting. Black mask. Brothers, I was wrong. You continue, he said with a mournful face, turning around and running back into the mine. Upon hearing about the Black Mask and the Greedy Wolf team, the expressions of several martial artists at the mine entrance changed drastically, and they turned to flee into the mine. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, and his figure suddenly shot towards the one-eyed middle-aged man. The one-eyed middle-aged man's expression turned grim, and he also charged out. Although the mine was filled with small fry that posed no threat, the sheer number could become troublesome, so it was best to end things quickly. First, he would incapacitate this kid, then take him somewhere else to torture him slowly. Boom! The two collided in an instant. In the next moment, Yi Chen staggered back 2 or 3 steps, while the one-eyed middle-aged man did not retreat at all, but his eyes were filled with shock. He blocked it. With over 1200 combat power, this kid actually managed to block it. Although there was still a gap in combat power, it was definitely within 100. In just 3 days, you've grown to this level, you cannot be left alive. A murderous intent flashed in the one-eyed middle-aged man's eyes, and he no longer held back, swinging his giant axe down fiercely. Suddenly, a shadow of a black axe came crashing down. Yi Chen's silver rhinoceros sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it down. Although it was a sword, he wielded it like a knife, striking fiercely. See great martial skill, Frost Slash. Whoosh! A frosty white blade of energy swept out, leaving a long white mark on the ground in an instant. The blade energy was so fierce that it directly shattered the axe. Shadow. Seeing this, the one-eyed middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. This kid must have at least mastered a martial skill to a great extent. Before he could think further, a figure rushed in front of him, striking out with a palm. Before the palm even arrived, the sound of crashing waves echoed. Heavy water palm. That dark energy martial skill from before? A look of wariness flashed in the one-eyed middle-aged man's eyes. He didn't want to clash head-on, but when he tried to dodge, he found there was nowhere to escape. This kid's combat experience was even richer than his. Every step he took was anticipated. Bang! In the end, he barely managed to dodge, but he still got hit by a sword. Fortunately, he used the giant axe to block it, sustaining no injuries, just some surging blood energy. However, there was no chance for him to catch his breath. Yi Chen had already closed in again, each sword strike incredibly sharp, directly targeting his vital points. At such a close distance, the advantage of the one-eyed middle-aged man's giant axe weapon turned into a disadvantage, unable to be utilized, and he was continuously pressured. He felt increasingly anxious and frantic, unable to accept it. Just a few days ago, the opponent could only rely on luck to escape in a sorry state under his hands. Now, just a few days later, he was being suppressed. The one-eyed middle-aged man grew more and more desperate, but the more anxious he became, the more he fell into a disadvantage. He kept retreating, and even began to show signs of injury, revealing the silver inner armor beneath. Finally, with a loud bang, the tide of battle changed. A green palm print came crashing from the side. Yi Chen was caught off guard and was hit, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. It was the vice captain of the greedy wolf team who couldn't stand by any longer and intervened. At this moment, his face was grim, and there was a hint of horror in his eyes. A second-level warrior is actually suppressing a third-level warrior in a fight. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it, even if you killed him. Now, he finally believes it. This kid is indeed terrifying, and not just in a usual way. A second-level warrior overpowering a third-level warrior is unheard of. The one-eyed middle-aged man took the opportunity to adjust his breath and recover his state. He didn't blame the vice captain of the greedy wolf for breaking the original plan and rashly stepping in to help. Because if he didn't help, he really couldn't hold on any longer. With that thought, the one-eyed middle-aged man quickly walked towards Yi Chen, alongside the vice captain of the greedy wolf, pressing forward one after the other. They couldn't give him a chance. Now, they would directly deal with this kid. Yi Chen coughed heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up from the ground. His clothes were mostly torn, revealing the inner armor beneath. About 1400 combat power? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his body swaying as he stood up, his head feeling a bit dizzy as he looked at the vice captain of the greedy wolf. With this level of attack, even with inner armor and his constant vigilance, the blows still landed squarely on him, severely injuring him. That's right, so you can die without regrets. The vice captain of the greedy wolf's voice fell, and he suddenly erupted, pouncing like a wild wolf, his hands turning into claws, lunging towards the top of Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen spat out another mouthful of blood foam. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold. I hate it when others sneak attack me. Spirit. Flame body. A deep, hoarse voice of a young man rang out. The vice captain of the greedy wolf, who was rushing in with a claw strike, suddenly changed his expression, instinctively sensing a deadly crisis. But the arrow was on the string, and he had to shoot. He gritted his teeth and struck out with a claw. At the same time, he gathered his strength, ready to retreat at any moment. Whoosh! The sound of roaring flames suddenly erupted. As 10 spirit flame patterns appeared on Yi Chen's body, golden flames instantly wrapped around him. They completely covered him, making it impossible to see his form. The vice captain of the greedy wolf looked on in horror at the blazing figure before him, his instinctive movements slowing down. Bang! But his claw still came crashing down. Unfortunately, it struck the flames. The golden flames, filled with spirit, automatically condensed into a shield, blocking above Yi Chen's head, absorbing the blow. Whoosh! A wave of scorching heat surged from above Yi Chen's head, spreading outwards. So hot, what kind of ghost fire is this? The vice captain of the greedy wolf exclaimed, trying to extinguish the flames in his hand while preparing to retreat. Suddenly, a hand fiercely grasped his wrist. Where do you think you're going? Yi Chen's voice was hoarse. Come on, keep hitting me with your other hand. Damn it, I'll kill you. The vice captain of the greedy wolf, though frightened by the scene before him, still had a fierce glint in his eyes. He swung hard at the blazing figure's head. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of collision echoed continuously. But he couldn't even break through the outer layer of flame defense. Gradually, his expression changed. I told you to use more strength, haven't you eaten? Yi Chen's voice was icy. Come on, hit me like before, knock me down to the ground. He stepped closer, the golden flames on his body surging even more fiercely. No, that was a misunderstanding. The vice captain of the greedy wolf shook his head repeatedly, his gaze towards Yi Chen already showing signs of collapse. This guy, he's just a lunatic. A pervert. What on earth is this flaming figure? It can't be hit at all. You've rested, now it's my turn. Yi Chen said gently, then, amidst the vice captain's terrified pleas for mercy, he slapped him hard across the face. In the next moment, a charred head flew out violently. Sorry, I used too much strength. Yi Chen grinned, releasing the arm of the greedy wolf's vice captain, and the headless corpse immediately fell to the ground. He then slowly turned around, looking at the pale-faced, trembling one-eyed middle-aged man. He softly said, who told him to ambush me? Do you understand that feeling when you're about to solo kill your opponent in a 1v1 on the road, but suddenly their mage or jungler comes to help, and you end up getting counter-killed? When I was just ambushed, that was exactly how I felt. Yi Chen spoke softly, taking steps toward the one-eyed middle-aged man. The one-eyed man let out a furious roar, suddenly throwing his giant axe at him before turning to flee. But in the next moment, a hand pierced through his chest. That hand was engulfed in golden flames, burning fiercely, and the inner armor on the one-eyed man offered no resistance at all. A hole was directly melted through, and the flames were rapidly consuming him. Bang! As the one-eyed man's body fell to the ground, the giant axe he had thrown barely landed. What a powerful feeling. Yi Chen looked down at himself, observing the golden flames enveloping his body. It was the first time he felt such a fulfilling sense of power. Both his speed and strength were astonishingly incredible. A level 3 warrior felt like a toy, easily manipulated. At least it's a battle power of 1700, and with the characteristics of the devouring golden sunflame, I can even fight with. A battle power of 1900. Yi Chen muttered to himself, forming a basic judgment of his current battle power. The maximum health value for a level 3 warrior is 2000. Now, as he unleashed the spirit flame body, he had unknowingly begun to step toward the pinnacle of level 3 warriors. And he was still just a level 1 warrior. Yi Chen picked up the spatial rings of the two men and quickly left. Only 2 charred corpses remained in the underground. Before long, a large group of warriors, led by several level 3 warriors, stormed out of the mine. Although the Black Mask and the Greedy Wolf team were dangerous, there were only 2 of them, making it a rare opportunity to eliminate them. However, when they emerged and scanned the area, they were somewhat stunned. Where did the people go? Over there. Soon, someone spotted the 2 corpses. A few level 3 warriors quickly walked over, and after examining the bodies, their expressions turned grave. Both are level 3 warriors. One is the vice captain of the Greedy Wolf team. The other one is unfamiliar. Among the black-masked individuals, the only one with level 3 warrior strength should be that mysterious captain. I heard a few days ago that some people saw the black mask captain. He was a one-eyed middle-aged man, tall, similar to this person in front of us. If that's the case, it matches up. One black mask captain, one greedy wolf vice captain. Hissed the few couldn't help but gasp in shock. 2 level 3 warriors, not just any level 3 warriors, but notorious ones, had been dealt with in such a short time. Someone looked at the young warrior from earlier and said solemnly, "Did you see who their opponent was?" The young warrior was a bit dizzy from the scene before him. Hearing the question, he swallowed hard. It was a boy around 17 or 18 years old, looking like a student. Student? The few level 3 warriors' pupils constricted, and they gasped in disbelief. On the other side, Yi Chen found a tree hollow and quickly walked inside. Once he entered, the golden flames on his body slowly disappeared, revealing his naked body without a stitch of clothing. Looking at his current appearance, Yi Chen felt a bit speechless. The spirit flame body was powerful, but having to change clothes every time after a fight was too troublesome. Fortunately, he still had inner armor on, otherwise, he might really have turned into a naked man. Although he could control the devouring golden sun flame not to consume the inner armor, the temperature of the devouring golden sun flame itself was extremely high, far beyond what ordinary clothing could withstand. Yi Chen quickly took out a new set of clothes from the Hongyang ring. Just as he was about to change into them, suddenly, he caught sight of a chameleon, half his height, hidden deep within a tree hollow, staring intently at him. It seemed very interested in the thing swaying below him. "You bastard, spying on me, huh?" Yi Chen, filled with anger and embarrassment, waved his hand casually, and a frostwhite blade of energy shot out, slicing the chameleon in half, sending it to its demise on the spot. The frost slash of the Great Achievement Realm no longer required a battle weapon to execute. Of course, its power would be significantly reduced. But it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary first-level exotic beast. Next, Yi Chen rested for a long while, gradually recovering from his injuries and regaining his strength. The recovery boost from his nirvana body made his healing speed noticeably faster. Then, he took out the battle weapons of the one-eyed middle-aged man and his companion, beginning to devour them. The battle weapons of these two had already been partially consumed by the devouring golden sun flame and could no longer be sold. Looking at the devouring golden sun flame, Yi Chen's expression turned contemplative. He tossed all the useless battle weapons, imitation battle weapons, ores, and exotic beast scales from his spatial ring to the devouring golden sun flame. The devouring golden sun flame accepted everything without hesitation, consuming them eagerly. Soon, the devouring golden sun flame blazed fiercely, growing even hotter. The spirit flame patterns on Yi Chen's body increased to 12, though. He was still far from being able to devour the black flood dragon scales. He estimated that he would need at least 30 spirit flame patterns for the devouring golden sun flame to grow to the point where it could consume the black flood dragon scales. After devouring more than 60 master-level black flood dragon scales, I wonder what realm my spirit flame body will reach, Yi Chen murmured softly, a hint of anticipation stirring within him. By then, he might become invincible below the martial master realm, and even contend with martial masters. After regaining his energy, Yi Chen left, starting to hunt exotic beasts everywhere to complete the achievement of the Wilderness Hunter. 3 days quickly passed. Yi Chen glanced at the system panel, frowning slightly. Wilderness Hunter, Intermediate Progress, 28/30ths, kill 30 different wilderness exotic beasts, reward 100 achievement points. The exotic beasts in the outer regions had mostly been hunted down, making it difficult to find others. As for the inner regions, there should be exotic beasts he hadn't hunted yet. But he had already been away long enough and needed to return. In the wilderness, there was no signal at all, it was completely disconnected. After being away for so long, even though the school teachers helped cover for him, his little aunt must be worried since she hadn't been able to contact him. At the same time, this return would also allow him to rest, sell off the unnecessary items he had, and buy a new battle weapon. Besides a suitable battle weapon, he would also look for treasures that could enhance his physique. Yi Chen pondered this deeply, particularly concerned about it. Not to mention that he was currently far from the physique of a third-level martial artist. Enhancing his physique would significantly increase his overall combat power. More importantly, only with a strong enough physique could he withstand the blood essence of the Black Flood Dragon. Finally, I can exchange for a powerful martial pattern. Yi Chen couldn't help but touch his back. This white elephant martial pattern, which could only enhance his combat power by 3, was truly underwhelming. He hadn't used it much until now. With expectations for the Black Flood Dragon martial pattern in his heart, Yi Chen left the wilderness. Ningjiang City, Martial Alliance Branch. At this moment, within the Ningjiang Martial Alliance Branch, a neat row of people sat in order. If any staff from the Martial Alliance were to witness this scene, they would likely be so shocked they couldn't speak. Because all these people were big shots from the Ningjiang branch. The Ningjiang Minister, the Deputy Minister of the 10 Associations, the Deputy Minister of the UN Wu Department, the Deputy Minister of the 100 Halls. And now, these influential figures, who could shake the entire Ningjiang city with a stomp of their feet, were sitting like students, obediently listening to the elder speaking on stage, not daring to breathe loudly. The elder appeared very ordinary. But this plain appearance was recognized by almost every citizen of Ningjiang City. Because he was none other than Grandmaster Hong Yang. Alright, regarding the Black Flood Dragon, I will ask Master Wu to take action. You all keep the news under wraps to avoid affecting public sentiment. Master Hong Yang waved his hand and said. Upon hearing this, Minister Ningjiang below let out a sigh of relief. This matter was quite tricky. Although he had already reported it to the higher-ups, it was still faster for Master Hong Yang to handle it. By the way, where does the most outstanding young genius from Ningjiang City live? Master Hong Yang suddenly recalled something and asked. He was somewhat curious to see what kind of family could raise someone like Yi Chen. The most outstanding young genius? Minister Ningjiang was taken aback and hesitated. Currently, we have 3 relatively outstanding ones in Ningjiang City. I'm not sure which one you are referring to. 3? Master Hong Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. You mean to say that Ningjiang City has 3 peak-level martial artists who are comparable in strength to top-tier second-level martial artists? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was dumbfounded. The crowd looked a bit bewildered. Peak level. First-tier martial artists with combat power comparable to top-tier second-level ones? Was this a joke? Master Hong Yang frowned slightly at the sight. It was normal for Yi Chen to escape from a third-level martial artist and possess such combat power. He even felt he had understated it. However, seeing the confused expressions on these people, it seemed they were not aware of it. At this moment, Minister Ningjiang couldn't help but ask, Senior Hong Yang, is the young man you mentioned really from Ningjiang City? You don't even know about the genius from your own city? Master Hong Yang glanced at him indifferently. Minister Ningjiang felt embarrassed. That child is indeed from Ningjiang City. His name is. Master Hong Yang was about to speak when he suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Since Yi Chen was hiding his strength, there must be a reason for it. He was probably thinking of making a big splash in the martial arts college entrance examination in a few months. With his talent, he could easily get into one of the 5 top martial universities in the country, and even shine brightly. Master Hong Yang's expression turned contemplative. Although a peak-level first-tier martial artist was not particularly significant for those 5 top martial universities, he held Yi Chen in high regard and was quite optimistic about the kid's potential. Therefore, regardless of which top martial university this kid eventually joined, he would have a bright future and bring glory to that institution. In that case, Master Hong Yang suddenly had an idea. He had a decent relationship with Vice President Zhang of Tsinghua Martial University. He could recommend this kid to Tsinghua Martial University and ask Vice President Zhang for a special admission quota. Tsinghua Martial University ranked 3rd among the 5 top martial universities, with excellent faculty, so they wouldn't overlook the kid. At the same time, it would allow Tsinghua Martial University to secure a genius early on, preventing other martial universities from snatching him away. This time, I wonder how old Zhang will thank me, Master Hong Yang said with a smile as he dialed the phone. Hong Yang? Is there something you need? A serious, elderly voice came from the other end of the line. You old Zhang, can't I call you if there's nothing going on? Master Hong Yang chuckled. It's March now, and there are just over 3 months until the martial arts college entrance examination. Your special admission should be starting, right? Oh, from what you're saying, you have a genius to recommend? The elderly voice on the other N seemed to show some interest, raising its volume. There's one, he is currently at the peak of the first tier, but his combat power is quite impressive, and more importantly, he has boundless potential, Master Hung Yang said. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. The serious voice sighed helplessly, Hung Yang, you should know that we don't have many special admission quotas at Xinhua. To qualify for special admission, one must at least be at the peak of the second tier or have combat power reaching the threshold of a third-level martial artist. The student you mentioned still has a long way to go. Master Hung Yang said slowly, in terms of combat power, he should have reached it. Hung Yang, a first-level martial artist reaching the threshold of a third-level martial artist's combat power, there are only 7 such genius students in the entire country. The serious voice expressed some surprise, which one are you talking about? I'll check the records. If he is truly such a genius, Xinhua will definitely welcome him. I can personally deliver the special admission notice. Master Hong Yang shook his head, it's not one of those 7, it's a high school student from Ningjiang City. Ningjiang City? The serious voice on the other end of the phone paused, then continued, Hong Yang, since his strength hasn't reached the standard, let's forget it. Our special admission slots at Xinhua are limited. If he doesn't meet the criteria, he won't be admitted. Upon hearing this, Master Hong Yang's brows furrowed immediately. Old Zhang, do you not trust my judgment, or do you think that a regular city like Ningjiang can't produce top geniuses? Both, the serious voice replied calmly. Data can prove everything. We at Xinhua have conducted a special investigation. The chances of producing geniuses in top martial arts cities are far greater than in ordinary cities, and only top martial arts cities can cultivate top geniuses. So it's not that I don't trust your judgment, it's just that the data says so. Master Hong Yang's expression darkened. This old guy is still so rigid, impervious to reason. At that moment, another aged chuckle suddenly echoed through the phone. What kind of rubbish data is that? I simply don't believe in it. Man can conquer nature, martial arts training inherently breaks conventional shackles. So, your Qiming Martial University can only rank 5th among the 5 top martial arts universities. Vice Principal Zhang of Xinhua Martial University said flatly. Upon hearing this, the previously aged voice sounded somewhat annoyed. That's just because we at Qiming don't want to compete, I simply don't believe your data. Hung Yang, the student he just rejected, we at Qiming want him. I want to see if this old guy will get slapped in the face in the future. Vice Principal Zhang said calmly, Ningjiang City, a marginal city in Dongyuan Province, has produced the best result, which is a student who got into Changhua Martial University. Changhua Martial University ranks 300th among martial universities nationwide. Moreover, the best results of other students are all outside the top 500 of key martial universities, without exception. And since this student is a peak first-level martial artist, he should be able to break a record this time and get into one of the top 300 key martial universities. However, the gap to our 5 top martial universities is still quite obvious. Vice Principal Lee, are you sure you want to waste a special admission slot? With this statement, the aged voice from Qiming Martial University also hesitated a bit. But since the words were already spoken, it wouldn't be appropriate to take them back. On the other side, Master Hong Yang's expression was grim. He recognized the other voice, it was Vice Principal Lee from Qiming Martial University, whom he also knew. This guy was at odds with old Zhang and was probably saying this just to provoke him. He was now very annoyed, one looked down on his judgment, while the other completely disregarded it. And spoke out of anger. He no longer wanted Yi Chen to join either of these 2 martial universities. Aside from these 2, the other 3 are fine. Master Hong Yang snorted coldly, ready to reject Vice Principal Lee from Qiming Martial University on the phone. At this moment, Minister Ningjiang looked on eagerly, his expression pitiful. Although he didn't quite understand, upon hearing about the special admission slots of the top martial universities, he became extremely excited. In Xia country, there are only 5 top martial universities. If Ningjiang City could produce a special admit for a top martial university, he, as the minister, wouldn't say he would be remembered in history, but he would certainly be celebrated for decades in Ningjiang City. Therefore, such a good opportunity must not be refused. Seeing the pleading look in Minister Ningjiang's eyes, Master Hong Yang's heart softened slightly. This minister is quite impressive, taking matters into his own hands and not shirking responsibility when issues arise. Forget it, let's secure this spot first, Master. Hong Yang coughed lightly, preparing to speak. On the phone, Vice Principal Lee from Qiming Martial University spoke in a frail voice, I've decided to grant this spot. Vice Principal Lee said sternly, a word once spoken, I will not take back. It's just a special recruitment spot, nothing to be reluctant about. However, I have a condition, you must select the strongest genius in your city to receive this special recruitment spot. Still regretting it? Vice Principal Zhang from Xinhua Martial University chuckled lightly on the phone. What do you care? Vice Principal Lee replied, somewhat annoyed. Master Hung Yang pondered for a moment. All right. He was confident in Yi Chen, securing this special recruitment spot would be no problem. However, unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, the special recruitment spot from Tsinghua Martial University was not obtained, but rather by Qiming Martial University. Although it is an established martial university with a strong foundation, it has indeed not developed well in recent years, ranking at the bottom among the 5 top martial universities. On the other side, Minister Ning Jiang was practically overjoyed, grinning widely as he greeted several vice ministers, waving his hands energetically. Notify all high schools in the city. In half a month, we will hold a high school league, and the top in the city can receive a special recruitment from Qiming Martial University. At this point, he hesitated and glanced at Master Hung Yang. Master Hung Yang said lightly, no need to look at me. If that young man wants this special recruitment spot, he will naturally participate. If he looks down on Qiming Martial University and doesn't want to participate, then so be it. At this moment, the call had not yet ended. After a brief silence, Vice Principal Lee's furious voice erupted. Hung Yang, you old man, is our Qiming Martial University that bad? You better explain yourself. Beep. Master Hung Yang directly hung up the phone, too lazy to continue the conversation. This old fellow, taking advantage and then acting coy. If Yi Chen really goes to Qiming Martial University in the future, this old man will probably wake up laughing in his dreams. And Tsinghua. Master Hung Yang snorted lightly, not trusting my judgment. I want to see if this old fellow named Zhan will regret it in the future. Nearby, Minister Ning Jiang and several ministers shrank their necks, not daring to say a word. There was no way. The 3 people in this conversation were all top figures, not on the same level as them. However, it was evident that Master Hung Yang seemed particularly concerned about that young man from Ningjiang City. Senior Hung Yang, what is the name of that young man, and which high school is he from? Minister Ning Jiang asked cautiously. Guess, Master Hung Yang replied with a faint smile, turning to leave, leaving everyone dumbfounded. After a while, one vice minister awkwardly said, Master, you really have a sense of humor. Minister Ning Jiang was somewhat speechless and said solemnly, since Senior Hung Yang intends to keep it a secret, it's likely that the young man wants to remain low-key. However, we still need to make every effort to find him. Once found, we should not expose his identity and directly elevate him to the highest talent ranks in Ningjiang City. Moreover, any requests he has, as long as we can meet them, we will do our utmost to fulfill. Yes. Several vice ministers nodded in agreement. But there was still someone who hesitated for a moment. If that young man is not as impressive as Master Hung Yang said, would it be too wasteful to give him the highest talent treatment? If it weren't for this young man, would Master Hung Yang help us in Ningjiang City secure a spot at a top martial university? Minister Ning Jiang glanced at that minister lightly. One must understand the importance of gratitude. Even without this special recruitment spot, Master Hung Yang helped us in Ningjiang City clear the beast plague and fought against the Black Flood Dragon. The junior he values deserves our respect. Upon hearing this, the deputy minister's expression became awkward. Ningjiang City. The Shoudao Vegetable Market. Yi Chen looked at the somewhat shabby vegetable market before him, his expression one of surprise. This was actually the largest underground black market in Ningjiang City. After a moment's thought, he walked towards the underground entrance of the market. Although there were 3 or 4 entrances, each one was quite narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Many masked individuals were waiting in line. Yi Chen glanced around and noticed that one of the underground entrances had no one waiting, so he walked straight over. Hey, little brother, don't go to that one, someone from the nearby line warned. Yi Chen was taken aback, but his steps were quick, and he had already reached that entrance. Although he was also wearing a mask, his slightly thin frame made it easy for others to see he was a young boy. Seeing him walk over, many in the nearby line shook their heads. Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled but didn't pay much attention. Just as he was about to enter, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, a burly man towering over him. The 2-meter-high door barely reached his neck, obscuring his head. A deep, cold voice came from behind the door. Kid, who allowed you to go through this door? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. All doors are passable, why not this one? His voice was calm, yet it carried an inexplicable pressure. The burly man momentarily stiffened, feeling a hint of unaccountable tension, and his voice softened considerably. This passage requires a pass for martial artists of level 2 or above to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man realized what had happened. Cursing inwardly, he was taken aback by a little brat, his tone becoming so soft. Just as he was about to angrily shout, he suddenly saw a thick stack of passes appear in front of him. This is the pass you mentioned, right? Yi Chen rummaged through his Hongyang ring and pulled out a thick stack of black invitations. He had plenty of these. Although it seemed that a martial artist should only have one, he could find dozens on every black-masked individual he had killed. The black-masked captain had even more, so they weren't very valuable. Behind the door, the burly man looked at the stack of passes with a horrified expression. Was this a wholesale deal? So many. He initially wanted to doubt whether they were forged, but seeing the bloodstains on them sent chills down his spine. Good grief, these weren't fake, they were taken from other martial artists. This stack must have come from killing dozens of martial artists, right? The more he looked, the more shocked he became, and just as he was about to say it was fine, he noticed several level 2 martial artist passes among them. The boy opposite him frowned slightly and said, "Is there none in this stack? Wait, let me look again." Saying this, he pulled out 3 or 4 more stacks. He couldn't hold them all in one hand, so he wrapped his arms around them. Seeing this scene, the burly man was stunned, his face pale, trembling as he said, but. Oh, found it." Yi-Chen pulled out a pass that looked superior to the others and handed it over. This was taken from the black-masked captain's spatial wristband, so it should be correct. The burly man took it, his hand shaking, and the pass fell to the ground. Because this was a level 3 martial artist pass. Please, go ahead. He wore a mournful expression, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace, bowing deeply and respectfully waiting by the door. Yi-Chen put away the pass and walked in. The people in the nearby line, who had just been shaking their heads, now wore expressions of disbelief. Who was this boy? Underground black market. After entering, Yi-Chen was slightly taken aback. Before him was a straight street, dimly lit, lined with various shops. People came and went, bustling continuously. He glanced around and casually walked into a shop, ready to take a look first. The store was small, and in the center, an old man lay on a recliner, fanning himself with a palm fan, chuckling. "Little brother, are you here to buy or sell?" Buy or sell? Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow, quickly understanding the implications. At that moment, a skinny man nearby, who was sizing up the combat soldiers, shot him a glance and sneered. "A snot-nosed brat, came here to buy things with stolen money from home, just to show off to classmates, huh? You don't even understand buying and selling, and you dare to come in here." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked and sent flying to the shop's entrance. Damn it, who was that? The skinny man erupted in anger, scrambling to his feet. Then he saw a towering figure, a burly man over 2 meters tall, and his expression changed. But he still retorted angrily, "Guard number 4, you. I didn't provoke you, why did you kick me? Get lost." The burly man shot him a cold glance. Then turned to Yi-Chen and bent down. He humbly said, "Sir, I don't know what you need to buy, but I can help you." Yi-Chen was somewhat surprised. This burly man was the same guard who had blocked him when he entered. Previously, he had sensed from others' expressions that this man was not easy to talk to. However, after presenting the pass, he found the man quite accommodating, even providing excellent service. Still, he shook his head. "No need, I'll look myself." Meanwhile, the skinny man's face turned pale. "Sir? Guard number 4, this usually overbearing guy, actually called someone sir?" The skinny man lowered his head and left in a huff. The burly guard then looked at Yi-Chen and said softly, "Sir, this is your first time on the black market, and you're not very familiar with the situation here. There are many shops in the black market, but the unscrupulousness of this shop can rank in the top 3. They often intentionally damage goods while showing them to lower the price." Hearing this, Yi-Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man, who appeared quite honest. The old man's face was full of awkwardness. Even when guard number 4 exposed his tricks, he showed no anger, instead smiling apologetically, seemingly very afraid of the burly guard. "Sir, even if you don't need me, I can remind you that the prices in those shops are fair, and the owners are trustworthy. They will never disclose your identity information." Guard number 4 continued, "The third shop on the left after you. Exit here specializes in purchasing combat soldiers." Wait. Yi-Chen suddenly interrupted him. "You must have a reason for helping me, right? As the introducer, I can take a 5% transaction fee," guard number 4 said solemnly, quite candidly. However, he felt a bit anxious inside. The sheer number of passes had left him dumbfounded, and he knew that regardless of whether this young man obtained those items himself or received them as gifts from elders, his identity was definitely not ordinary. That's why he thought of becoming an introducer, a profession he usually looked down upon. However, given the other party's status, he wasn't sure if he would even be considered. 5%, if it can save some effort and help avoid some shady shops, that's acceptable. Yi-Chen pondered for a moment and smiled. "Then I'll trouble you." "Not at all, sir, you flatter me." Guard number 4 felt ecstatic inside as he led Yi-Chen out of the shop. Behind them, the old man clicked his tongue in amazement. Guard number 4 had a strong background, connected to the higher-ups in the black market, and with his own considerable strength, most people wouldn't dare to offend him. But now, this guy was so humble, it truly opened his eyes. That young man, could he be the illegitimate son of some minister? He muttered to himself, estimating that only the son of the minister from the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch could enjoy such treatment. On Black Market Street. I want to sell goods, find a suitable shop, Yi Chen said, and although he wore a mask, no one would willingly reveal their identity in such a place. Others dared not touch him, but his little aunt and Shershur were too weak, inevitably attracting the attention of desperate rogues who might be tempted by wealth. Such rogues were most common in the black market. Alright, my lord, I know a shop where the prices are absolutely fair, and the owner is trustworthy, never revealing anyone's information, Guard 4 said, leading Yi Chen toward a corner of the street. In the corner, there was a stand-alone shop, surprisingly large, with 3 or 4 employees inside. The owner was a refined-looking middle-aged man, smiling and greeting customers. Yi Chen glanced around and noticed that although the shop was in a remote location, it was exceptionally crowded, and the owner was busy attending to everyone. He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. It seemed he had made the right choice by asking this guard for an introduction. If it were up to him, he would have found it difficult to locate this place. Owner, Guard 4 called out. And upon hearing this, the refined owner immediately wore a smile and approached. The 2 people he had been attending to had initially looked displeased, but upon seeing Guard 4, they showed a hint of reluctance and chose to find their own goods. My lord, the owner is here, Guard 4 said respectfully. Hearing this, the refined owner looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled expression. This lord, may I ask if you are here to purchase or sell goods? Sell goods, Yi Chen replied. What kind of goods do you accept here? Each shop had specific goods they dealt with, though some accepted a wide range. Mainly battle soldiers, space backpacks, precious medicines from the wasteland, ores, and so on, the refined owner responded. Yi Chen glanced around. Let's change locations. All right. The refined owner led him to a private room, and Guard 4 wisely stood at the door. Inside the room, the refined owner appeared a bit nervous. This lord, may I ask what goods you wish to sell? All of these, Yi Chen casually took out several space rings while also brushing past the Hongyang ring. Instantly, a pile of battle soldiers and ores appeared on the ground. Originally, he intended to keep these battle soldiers and ores for the devouring golden sunflame, but who would have thought that after devouring the black patterned black iron last time, the devouring golden sunflame had become picky, refusing even ordinary D-grade battle soldiers and only wanting the finest, dismissing anything that couldn't compare to black iron. It had left him feeling quite frustrated. At this moment, aside from the silver rhinoceros sword and the blue-clad girl's space ring, he had taken out all the battle soldiers and space equipment he had on him. He had already discarded the blue-clad girl's space ring in the wasteland. Although the silver rhinoceros sword was a relatively common C-grade battle soldier, he also planned to have the devouring golden sunflame consume it. That blue-clad girl was the daughter of the deputy minister of the Ningjiang branch, so he had to be cautious, ensuring that not a single detail was leaked. Hiss! The refined owner gasped at the sight of so many items. Not to mention, could all these space rings possibly be stolen from murders? His face turned a bit pale. By the way, there are also 2 here, Yi Chen suddenly remembered, taking out the space rings of the black-masked captain and his companion, just as he was about to hand them over. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his heart. In the black-masked captain's space ring, it seemed he had overlooked something. He took it out, and it turned out to be a map. Perhaps he had been careless earlier and had not checked thoroughly, leaving it inside. After a quick glance, Yi Chen initially didn't pay much attention, but in the next moment, his pupils constricted. In the center of the map were 4 characters. Dragon Blood Treasure Tree. Dragon Blood Treasure Tree. Yi Chen's heart trembled as he glanced at the refined owner, who was currently focused on excitedly counting the battle soldiers on the ground. He discreetly tucked the map away. Soon, the inventory was completed. The refined shopkeeper said happily, these battle weapons and spatial wristbands total 1,700,000. Would you like to pay in cash or by transfer? Cash, please. Yi Chen was not too surprised. The captain in the black mask and that other third-level martial artist were both extremely wealthy. They had taken the majority of the items. After receiving the payment, Yi Chen quickly left. His mind was elsewhere. He just wanted to return quickly and check that map. The Dragon Blood Treasure Tree, a legendary treasure, he had heard of it as well. Next, under the guidance of guard number 4, Yi Chen visited a few more shops and sold everything he had on him. In total, he sold for 2,900,000. If it weren't for some martial skills that many shops didn't accept, he might have been able to sell for even more. However, he was already very satisfied with 2,900,000. Adding the scattered cash he had collected, he now had a total of 3,500,000, which was undoubtedly a huge sum. With this much money, he could easily buy an A-grade battle weapon. At the black market exit, guard number 4 respectfully saw Yi Chen off, feeling ecstatic inside. He had hardly exerted himself, just guiding the way and occasionally helping to negotiate prices, yet he earned so much money, it felt like a windfall. "Sir, will you come again next time?" His eyes were bright with anticipation. "Don't worry, I'll look for you next time." Yi Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, guard number 4's face lit up with joy, bowing respectfully. "All right, take care, sir." Passers-by around them looked on in surprise. This guy actually had such a flattering side. After returning home, to his surprise, his Aunt Yi Hongfine was not angry about his absence for so many days, nor did she even question him. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned to his room. He also called Teacher Zhu to report his safety. The fact that his aunt didn't cause him trouble was likely because Teacher Zhu had found a suitable excuse to smooth things over. Upon learning that he had successfully returned from the wasteland, Teacher Zhu also felt relieved and hurriedly hung up after giving him a few words of advice. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. It seemed Teacher Zhu was in a meeting. He vaguely heard phrases like Ningjiang Star and Citywide High School League. Not paying much attention, he took a deep breath and quickly pulled out the map. The map was made from some kind of exotic beast skin, soft and thin, with Eastern Extreme Wasteland written on it, and the content was very detailed. The outer areas of the wasteland, the interior, and the core area were all marked. The dragon blood treasure tree he had just seen was located in the central core area of the map, marked with a red dot. Eastern Extreme Wasteland. Yi Chen showed hesitation. The Eastern Extreme Wasteland was a wasteland near Tianke City. Tianke City was the top city in Dongyuan Province, far surpassing Ningjiang City in terms of prosperity and martial arts development. The Tianyu Wasteland, one of the top 10 wastelands in Xia Country, was right next to Tianke City. The Eastern Extreme Wasteland is quite far from here. Yi Chen frowned, his gaze continuing to scan the map, and he noticed a line of small text next to the Dragon Blood Treasure Tree marker. Estimated maturity date, between May 16th and May 30th. Seeing this, his heart stirred. It was now March 13th, and there were still 2 months until maturity, so time seemed ample. A Dragon Blood Treasure Tree can yield at least 30 Dragon Blood fruits. There's no upper limit on consuming Dragon Blood fruits. If I consume them all, my physique could at least be raised to a 5th level martial artist. Yi Chen's eyes flickered as he put the map away. Regardless of whether this thing was real or not, he had to go check out the Eastern Extreme Wasteland. After all, the Dragon Blood Treasure Tree was too precious and rare. Even a 1 in 1,000 chance was worth a try. If I could get a Dragon Blood fruit now, I could directly upgrade to a 3rd level martial artist physique, which would be more than enough. Yi Chen shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. If he could get a Dragon Blood fruit now, merging with the Black Serpent's essence wouldn't be such a headache. Unfortunately, his current physique was still far from sufficient. Even though the Spirit Flame body could enhance his physique, it was still quite a distance from the martial artist physique needed to merge with the Black Serpent's essence. Next, Yi Chen organized the items in the Hongyang ring. Now, apart from the massive amount of cash, there was only the silver rhinoceros sword left, along with some black serpent scales, a few martial arts techniques, and a small portion of exotic beast flesh. This portion of exotic beast flesh was specifically selected by Yi Chen from rare beasts. Consuming it would greatly aid in blood and chi cultivation, and he had reserved it for Zhou Shishir. Taking out the silver rhinoceros sword, Yi Chen used the devouring golden sunflame to consume it. Soon, the silver rhinoceros sword was reduced to just the hilt, and the spirit flame patterns on his body grew again. It reached 13 patterns, and his maximum combat power increased. A C-grade battle weapon can only increase 1 spirit flame pattern. This is too costly. Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. His aunt had gone out to buy groceries, and there was still some time before evening. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and left home. He first found a place to deposit money, then headed to the martial artist building. Inside the martial artist building, Yi Chen made his way to the Iron Bull battle weapon shop where he had first sold battle weapons. "Customer, here to buy battle weapons." "Oh, it's you?" The shop owner was somewhat surprised, clearly recognizing Yi Chen. He had a deep impression of Yi Chen and was quite friendly, stopping his actions to walk over and smile. "Little brother, what do you need?" "Battle weapons, B-grade gloves or sabers," Yi Chen replied without hesitation. "B-grade battle weapons? At least 1 million, have you thought it through?" The Iron Bull shop owner was somewhat astonished. "Don't worry, I lack everything except money," Yi Chen said confidently. "All right." The Iron Bull shop owner turned and carefully retrieved 3 battle weapons from the back. There were 2 sabers and 1 pair of gloves in total. Even he only had 3 B-grade battle weapons, and in the entire martial artist building, there were no more than 5 shops that could sell B-grade battle weapons. This shows how rare B-grade battle weapons are. Yi Chen examined them. The gloves were a bit too feminine, and he dismissed them with a glance. The remaining 2 sabers were 1 black and 1 green. However, the green saber was quite large, resembling a door, making his mouth twitch, and he decisively gave up on it. The last black saber was ordinary, with a simple and ancient design, resembling a tang sword. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Martial artists had immense strength, so the sabers they typically used were usually thick and broad. This lightweight and straight tang sword was indeed rare. He weighed it in his hand and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. It was surprisingly heavy. Nearby, the Iron Bull shop owner's expression changed slightly. He was aware of the weight of this black demon sword, and even his second-level martial artist strength couldn't handle it so easily. For the first time, he regarded Yi Chen seriously, and a hint of something unusual flashed in his eyes. Yi Chen tried swinging the long sword, and soon, his eyes brightened. This sword was exceptionally comfortable to wield. He found it hard to part with it, swinging the long sword several times and realizing it felt better with each use. Boss, what's the name of this sword, and how much is it? Black Demon Sword, 2 million, the Iron Bull shop owner replied with a smile. 2 million? Yi Chen was taken aback. So expensive? Aren't you lacking everything except money? The Iron Bull shop owner chuckled. Yi Chen rolled his eyes and shook his head. But 2 million is really too much. I could buy a second-hand A-grade battle weapon for that. Just kidding. But this Black Demon Sword is at least 170,000. Even if I find you likable and can sell it cheaper, that's the price, the Iron Bull shop owner said seriously. This Black Demon Sword, besides its excellent quality, also involves an important opportunity. Just this opportunity alone is worth 1 million. Opportunity? Yi Chen was taken aback. Have you heard of the Black Seal Tower and its 108 Tower Masters, including the 76th Master, the Black Demon Master? The shopkeeper, Tainyo, said slowly, this Black Demon Blade is the weapon of the Black Demon Master. Yi Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Although he had never heard of the Tower Masters of the Black Seal Tower, the title of Master was enough to shock him. A Master's weapon is only B-grade? After calming down, he asked in a deep voice. The Black Demon Master once forged 1,000 Black Demon Warblades, ranging from D-grade to Master level. Tainyo shook his head and said, before the Black Demon Master died, he sealed all his martial arts and the locations of his life savings randomly within a Black Demon Blade. Now, do you understand the importance of this Black Demon Blade? Tainyo smiled and said, a 1 in 1,000 chance, though small, is enough to entice anyone. With all the savings and martial arts of a powerful master. So that's how it is. Yi Chen realized, somewhat surprised, I didn't expect you to know so much about an organization like the Black Seal Tower, which is incredibly secretive. The matter of the Black Demon Master is not really a secret, many people know about it and often buy Black Demon Blades at high prices, Tainyo encouraged, so, are you interested in purchasing it? A 1 in 1,000 chance, perhaps the destined one is you. I can't say I'll be that lucky. Yi Chen shook his head, but this Black Demon Blade is indeed useful. He pondered for a moment and nodded. Although it was expensive, it was worth the price, as he could feel the insatiable desire of the golden devouring sunflame within him. This was the first time he felt the golden devouring sunflame so eager to devour. In the end, Yi Chen reluctantly parted with his money and spent 1,700,000 to buy the warblade. Shopkeeper, isn't there a scabbard? Yi Chen asked, as it was reasonable to expect that this warblade should come with a scabbard. I don't know, there wasn't one when I acquired it, Tainyo shook his head. Yi Chen didn't press further, inquiring instead about where to buy precious herbs from the wilderness before leaving the weapon shop. Watching him leave, Tainyo's hand revealed a black scabbard. The scabbard appeared to fit the Black Demon Blade perfectly. Tainyo gently stroked the scabbard, a meaningful glint flashing in his eyes. Half an hour later, Yi Chen walked out of a shop, cursing under his breath. Damn, selling it so expensively, does he really think I'm a fool? Although the herbs to enhance physical constitution are rare, they can still be found in the martial artist building. He had just discovered a white yuan ginseng. While it couldn't compare to the dragon blood fruit, it was still decent enough to help him break through to a level 3 martial artist's physique. Just barely enough to reach the level of using the blood of the Black Flood Dragon. But he didn't expect that foolish shopkeeper to fleece him, charging 3 to 4 times the market price. People like Tainyo, who are so honest, are rare, most are unscrupulous merchants. Yi Chen left the martial artist building with little interest. In the community. As soon as Yi Chen entered the community, he saw Su Qin. After some time apart, the girl still looked the same, with her tall figure and short ponytail, her perfect profile, and a hint of detachment in her eyes. She resembled a character from a novel, mistreated by a stepmother, leading to a cold and aloof personality. And that was indeed the case. In the community, many boys just getting out of school stared at her, but each felt ashamed and didn't dare to approach her. A girl with such looks and personality was incredibly attractive, especially to high school boys, who were just beginning to experience their first feelings of love. It was hard not to be moved. However, Yi Chen was an exception. He was an emotionless martial arts machine. Becoming stronger was the only thing he wanted to do right now. You're back from training? Suchin also noticed Yi Chen, first pausing in surprise before quickly walking over. I can only be back for a few days, Yi Chen replied vaguely, as Teacher Zhu had fabricated a reason for him, saying he was out for training. Otherwise, if they knew he went to the wilderness. Ant can peel his skin off. Oh, just a few days back. Suchin's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of regret. She hardly had any friends, and Yi Chen was basically the only one. Now she was about to leave. She had hoped to spend a bit more time together before departing. Well, the training camp is indeed busy, but don't worry, I will help you catch up on the Thunder Movement Fist in the next few days, Yi Chen said with a smile. Okay. Suchin nodded, suddenly noticing something. Her pretty face changed slightly, and she lowered her head, saying, I'll head back first, I'll wait for you at home tonight. After saying that, she quickly left. Yi Chen was a bit surprised, glancing around but not seeing any suspicious characters. Only a few people in Martial Alliance uniforms were holding a wanted poster, asking around. His keen eyes clearly saw that the wanted poster featured a middle-aged man with a scarred face, and the wanted level was A grade. A grade was a wanted notice for martial masters. Yi Chen's heart sank. A martial master? How could a criminal of such strength be lurking in Ningjiang City? But it was also possible that the person had committed some particularly serious crime, which warranted such a high wanted level. Still, he needed to warn Ant and Shirshir. Yi Chen's expression turned serious as he hurried home. At home, Zhou Shirshir was sprawled on the sofa, her fair little feet propped up, staring at her phone with a silly smile. Yi Chen immediately felt alert. That smile seemed a bit off. Damn, his little piggy wasn't going to be taken by a big cabbage, was she? He quickly walked over, wary. Shirshir, who are you chatting with? Your mouth is all smiles, are you in love with someone? Ah, brother, you're back. Zhou Shirshir came to her senses, annoyed. Don't talk nonsense, it's a girl, my classmate. A girl? Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. That's even worse. Ah. I'll bite you to death, I'm going to fight you. Zhou Shirshir charged over. Alright, you two stop messing around. In the kitchen, Yi Hongfang came out, giving the two a glare before turning to Yi Chen. You little rascal, how's the training camp going? I heard from your homeroom teacher that the spots are particularly few. Your school only has a couple, and that kid Xue from across the street doesn't even have one. You should have seen the look on Xuejie's face when she heard you were going to the training camp. It was so envious, it made me feel great. It's okay. Yi Chen thought for a moment and honestly replied, in our school, except for the principal, I think I can take on the other teachers. Yi Hongfang was left with a face full of question marks. Zhou Shirshir gleefully said, Mom, my brother is going to rebel, hurry and deal with him. You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking? Just as Yi Hongfang was about to speak, the doorbell rang. She walked over to open the door and soon returned with a strange expression. Your classmate is here to see you. She said she wants you to go out for a bit. Me? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Was it that Zhang Fan kid? But Ant was quite familiar with Zhang Fan. He felt puzzled and walked out. As soon as he stepped outside, Yi Chen's pupils constricted. In front of him stood an extraordinarily stunning white-haired girl with delicate features and fair skin, resembling a doll. At that moment, the white-haired girl suddenly pushed him against the wall, smiling sweetly. Handsome, you wouldn't want your family to be targeted by the Black Mark Tower, would you? Yi Chen was completely bewildered. That phrase sounded a bit familiar. He pushed the white-haired girl's arm away, successfully breaking free from her domineering posture, and took a step forward, towering over her. The white-haired girl's expression changed slightly. What exquisite body control. She had an extremely mediocre combat awareness but was very strong in controlling her body. Yet, when the other party acted just now, she didn't react in time, shifting from being proactive to passive. At this moment, the two were very close. The white-haired girl looked up, seeing the boy's tall stature, handsome face, and bright, deep-set eyes, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. She took a step back, glaring fiercely. Don't stand so close to me. Yi Chen remained silent, his ears twitching, as he heard his little aunt and Shirshir sneaking closer behind the door. He grabbed the white-haired girl's hand and pulled her downstairs. Let's talk downstairs. What are you doing? The white-haired girl felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. How infuriating. I shouldn't be the one being forced, I should be the one taking the initiative. She struggled hard but felt an immense strength in his grip, unable to break free despite her status as a second-level martial artist. The boy glanced at her indifferently, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Let's go down and talk. Don't let my little aunt and the others hear us, or I'll smash that pretty head of yours. The white-haired girl was taken aback, not daring to resist any longer, and obediently followed Yi Chen downstairs. A shadow flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. First, it was the Martial Alliance's wanted criminals. and now it was the Black Seal Tower. He had only been away from Ming City for a little over 10 days, yet it felt like everything had turned chaotic upon his return. Downstairs. It was dinner time, and the place was empty. Not far from the refining equipment area stood a little girl of about 14 or 15. Yi-chan glanced at her, then looked at the white-haired girl beside him, a look of suspicion on his face. Why did it feel like these two looked very similar? No, it wasn't just similar, they looked like they were carved from the same mold, both resembling dolls with skin so fair it seemed unreal. The only difference was that the little girl had black hair. The black-haired girl noticed the two approaching and, seeing them holding hands and acting close, paused for a moment. Sister, do you know each other? Can't you see I'm being forced? Ain? Bite him. The white-haired girl commanded. The black-haired girl shot her a glare, somewhat reluctant to engage, but still turned to Yi-chan. The Black Seal Tower has set its sights on you. We're here to help, no ill intentions. Let's clarify things first. Yi-chan tightened his grip on the white-haired girl's wrist and said calmly, how do you know the Black Seal Tower is after me? Don't lie, or I'll smash your sister's head. The black-haired girl fell silent for a moment, instinctively taking a step back. She explained, we're keeping an eye on the people from the Black Seal Tower, and they just started watching you. Just started? Yi-chan frowned. He had only been to the martial artist building earlier. He hadn't revealed anything there. The only thing that could have been exposed was his wealth, but the martial artist building was a legitimate place, unlike the black market. Even if he had money, it was unlikely anyone would target him. After all, a 17 or 18-year-old boy with that much money would lead normal people to speculate it came from his family. Moreover, he had never heard of the Black Seal Tower targeting someone for their money. This dangerous organization typically acted to eliminate geniuses or launch large-scale attacks on the Martial Alliance. Yet, he hadn't showcased his strength in the martial artist building. Sometimes, good people aren't necessarily good, and bad people aren't necessarily bad, the black-haired girl said meaningfully. Yi-chan was momentarily stunned, then suddenly his pupils constricted as a figure flashed through his mind. His voice turned low, talking is useless, show me the evidence. The black-haired girl nodded slightly, took out her phone, and played a video. In the video, a boy could be seen purchasing a battle knife in a store, and after he left, the shopkeeper took out a scabbard and gently stroked it. This was the Iron Bull weapon shop. Yi-chan's expression changed slightly. The Iron Bull shopkeeper had deceived him. Why did he lie about not having a scabbard when he clearly did? The reason he went to the Iron Bull weapon shop was that last time when Zhang Fan sold the Blood Shadow battle knife, this shopkeeper was the only one who hadn't cheated him or Zhang Fan, offering a very good price that left a deep impression and earned his trust. What can just a scabbard prove? Yi-chan frowned, still not easily convinced. The black magic knife is much heavier than an ordinary warrior's weapon, and a B-level black magic knife can be easily lifted, indicating at least a second-tier top-level strength. The white-haired girl glanced at Yi-chan, her eyes showing some unusual expression. It was quite surprising to find a second-tier top-level young warrior in a small city like Ningzhong. Initially, she had some doubts. But after their brief interaction, she realized she might have underestimated him. This boy likely possessed peak second-tier strength. At that moment, a black-haired little girl also produced a black magic knife in her hand. She explained, the Dark Scout from the Black Seal Tower must have judged your strength based on how easily you lifted the B-level black magic knife. That's the real reason he sold you the black magic knife. You might not know, but a B-level black magic knife is worth at least 5 million. 5 million? Yi-chen's expression turned to one of shock. The black magic knife is related to the master's treasure, and its value far exceeds that of ordinary weapons. The black-haired little girl shook her head and said, after all, the Black Magic Master is one of the high-ranking members of the Black Seal Tower, even if he was surrounded and killed by the Martial Alliance's experts. Most of the black magic knives he had are still in the Black Seal Tower, only a few have been lost. And the black magic knives circulating now are basically bait. Bait? Yi-chan frowned, somewhat confused. This is a D-level black magic knife, once you hold it, you should understand. The black-haired little girl said as she tossed the black magic knife in her hand over to him. Yi-chan caught it, drew the black magic knife, and took a quick look. It was identical to his own, the only difference being the mark on the blade. This one was a D, while his was a B level, and this one was much lighter. But soon, his expression changed. His gaze focused on the scabbard. The scabbard had a special attraction to the black magic knife, allowing him to sense the position of the black magic knife while holding the scabbard. Yi-chan took out his own black magic knife but sensed nothing. Clearly, the scabbard and the knife were one entity, only the corresponding scabbard could sense its blade. His expression darkened as he understood why the Iron Bull shopkeeper had left the scabbard behind. Now do you believe what I said? The black-haired little girl shook her head. Many times, what we see is just the surface. A good person may not necessarily Be good, and a bad person may not necessarily be bad. As she said this, she looked up at the building with a contemplative expression. Little brat, not very old, yet likes to act profound. Yi Chen glanced at the black-haired little girl but also released the white-haired girl's wrist. The white-haired girl glared at him fiercely. I'll be back. After saying that, she rubbed her wrist and prepared to leave. Sister, the matter isn't over yet. The black-haired little girl was speechless. Is it? I forgot. The white-haired girl paused. Yi Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. This white-haired girl seemed a bit dim-witted. Clearly, she was the older sister, yet she seemed less clever than her younger sister, a bit foolish. He looked at the black-haired little girl and pondered, are you from the Martial Alliance? The other party was staring at the Black Seal Tower and had specifically come to remind him, so the Martial Alliance was the only explanation. No. The black-haired little girl shook her head. We are the righteous magical girl warriors, punishing evil and promoting good. Helping the weak is our duty, so don't ask too much. Ouch. The white-haired girl hadn't finished speaking when the black-haired little girl pushed her away. The black-haired little girl looked at Yi Chen, who was equally speechless, and said, don't mind my sister, she can be normal occasionally. But what she said isn't wrong. You don't need to ask about our identities, just know that we are here to help you. The Dark Scout from the Black Seal Tower has already set his sights on you. Even if you discard the black magic knife now, you might not be able to escape. That's not necessarily true. Upon hearing that the two were not from the Martial Alliance, Yi Chen's expression grew much colder. She said lightly, since you came to find me, it means the Black Seal Tower hasn't sent anyone to keep an eye on me yet. Now that I throw away the Black Demon Blade, nothing will happen. Upon hearing this, the black-haired little loli was momentarily stunned, then shook her head, but your appearance has already been remembered by that Dark Scout. Even without the Black Demon Blade's tracking, the people from the Black Seal Tower might still come after you. You may have the ability to protect yourself, but your family. At these words, a shadow flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. This was exactly what he was worried about. If it were just him, he could easily run away if he couldn't win, or fight back if he could. But in Ningjiang City, he had many concerns. You are neither from the Martial Alliance nor are you just watching the Black Seal Tower. You specifically came to find me, so there must be a reason. Yi Chen's face showed contemplation. You don't have some ideas about the we only just noticed you. Although you might be stronger, that detestable guy, my teacher has a lot of praise for his courage. I think he would be a better bait. Even though you are much stronger, you might lack experience in this area, which could make it more dangerous for you. But don't worry, as long as you can find a way to hold on for 3 minutes when the time comes, you'll be fine. The black-haired little girl finished speaking, her expression a bit hesitant. Oh no, I said too much out of a moment of softness. If the other party feels that facing a level 3 warrior is too dangerous and disagrees, it would be troublesome. 3 minutes? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. If the opponent is a strong level 3 warrior, then he could indeed hold on for 3 minutes under his hands. If it's an ordinary level 3 warrior, then sorry, half a minute would be pushing it. Seeing his expression remain unchanged, the black-haired little girl let out a sigh of relief. By the way, who is that detestable guy you mentioned? Yi Chen suddenly remembered something and felt a bit curious. 17 consecutive wins, it sounds a lot like his own experience. A guy wearing an Ultraman mask, he should be about your age. The black-haired little girl gritted her teeth. That detestable guy, I hope I don't catch him, or I'll definitely settle the score with you. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. This sounded more and more like him. Why is that guy detestable? He asked tentatively. Because that person punched my sister in the chest. At this moment, the white-haired girl giggled. My sister's chest is already small, and he gave it a punch. Sister. The black-haired little girl's face turned red, unsure if it was from embarrassment or anger. She stomped her foot heavily, extremely frustrated. Yi Chen felt a bit awkward and didn't dare to interject. After exchanging contact information with the two, he turned and went home. The white-haired girl and the black-haired little girl also left. On the way, the black-haired little girl looked back and shook her head. This Yi Chen, I investigated and found he used to be very ordinary. It might be that his suddenly awakened, causing a surge in his vitality, which is why he has his current strength, but he hasn't challenged any geniuses, so his combat power is mostly average. My teacher is currently in the Limu wilderness, looking for that mysterious boy who killed the Black Mask captain a few days ago, which caused quite a stir. If we can find that mysterious boy and have him act as bait for us, it would be great. It would be less likely to cause trouble. The white-haired girl pouted. This Yi Chen, I feel he's not simple. In any case, he's much stronger than me. It's just a suppression of vitality. The black-haired little girl shook her head. In any case, I'm still very uneasy about him. Sister, check the situation in 7 days and help him out. After all, he came to help us. We shouldn't let him run into danger because of our issues. At this moment, in the corridor, Yi Chen looked at his phone, which had the contact information of the two sisters. Sister, Jiang Yu. Younger sister, Jiang Yin. Jiang, that's quite a rare surname. He shook his head and pushed the door. To go home. You little rascal, who was that pretty girl just now? As soon as Yi Chen entered, he heard Yi Hongfang's voice from the kitchen. Zhou Shishir also leaned over with a curious expression. Bro, she wouldn't be your girlfriend, would she? She's really pretty, even better looking than Sister Suqin upstairs. Adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt. Yi Chen gave her a light tap on the head and replied, she's a classmate of mine, just came to ask me something. Saying this, he walked into the kitchen and took out a space ring. Here's some meat, Aunt, please handle it and give it to Shishir later. Meat? Where did you get this meat? Yi Hongfang was surprised when she saw the ring being handed over. She paused for a moment, then said irritably, you little rascal, go away, are you trying to tease me with a broken ring? Meat? Zhou Shishir also rushed in excitedly, and upon seeing the ring, her little face first fell, then she exclaimed in shock, this seems to be a space ring. Space ring? Yi Hongfang looked confused. She was just an ordinary person and didn't know much about martial artists. Zhou Shishir excitedly said, the space wristband, it has a large space inside. I can't explain it clearly in a moment. Anyway, Mom, just know that it's like a mobile refrigerator. Don't be fooled by its small size, it's equivalent to 10 refrigerators inside. The latest model. Yi Hongfang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she forgot about cooking, leaning in to study it closely. The two were full of excitement, engrossed in examining the space wristband. Yi Chen looked at the scene before him and smiled, this was what he truly wanted. Warmth, stability, tranquility. Of course, to protect this little family and, in the future, to protect the whole clan, he still needed strength, he needed to become powerful. During dinner, Yi Chen took out a bank card and said, Aunt, there's 1 million here. Please transfer it to my uncle when you have time. Yi Hongfang seemed not to have heard clearly and was still chatting with Zhou Shishir about school. Suddenly remembering something, she turned and said, by the way, you little rascal, when you go up later, bring some exotic beast meat to Suqin. That girl is living alone, and it's not easy for her. She shook her head and said, she's not very old, but she seems to carry a heavy heart. Kids these days really have a lot of pressure. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. By the way, brother, does Sister Suqin like you? She often asks if you're back when you weren't around. Those 2 days, Zhou Shishir said while burping. You're overthinking it. Although I'm brilliant and handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, not everyone has to like me. Yi Chen shook his head. The reason she often comes to find me might be because of loneliness, she hardly has any friends, and I count as one. Oh, I don't understand. After dinner, Yi Chen went upstairs as usual. Although it had been a while since they last met, he and Suqin were not estranged. They still interacted as before, one teaching earnestly and the other learning genuinely. During their leisure time, they chatted about events happening at their respective schools. Occasionally, Yi Chen would tease her, making Suqin blush with anger, unable to resist wanting to hit him. Time passed quickly like this. Your martial arts talent is really impressive. Suqin's eyes held a hint of envy, just one thunder fist showed her the vast gap between them. Sometimes, the difference between a genius and an ordinary person was indeed like heaven and earth. After pondering for a moment, she took out a milky white, thumb-sized white jade knife pendant and handed it to Yi Chen. This was given to me by an elder. He said there's a powerful martial skill inside, but my talent isn't enough to comprehend it, so I'd rather give it to you. The moment the white jade knife was taken out, a faint sound of collision suddenly echoed in the bedroom. Hearing this, Suqin's face showed a hint of panic. Yi Chen seemed not to have heard, and curiously accepted the white jade knife. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, Suqin felt a bit relieved and changed the subject, saying, in a few days, I might have to leave. Leave? Yi Chen was taken aback. When? Not sure, it could be any time. I've been processing my leave of absence these days, and once it's done, I'll leave, so I wanted to give you this in advance, Suqin said softly. Yi Chen nodded slightly, rubbing the white jade knife in his hand. The material was very special, it felt somewhat warm to the touch, and 4 characters were inscribed on the blade. Pure Yang Heavenly Knife. He looked up at the time and saw it was about right. Yi Chen bid farewell to Suqin and left. The moment he stepped out the door, he frowned slightly and turned to glance back. The concentration of spiritual energy in the wilderness far exceeded that of normal human cities, so in the wilderness, aside from the exotic beasts that naturally concealed themselves, the robust vitality of martial artists made them extremely conspicuous, making it hard to hide their tracks. In human cities, however, it was different. Even face to face, it was difficult to directly discern each other's strength, and hiding was much easier. However, he had trained in the wilderness after all, and with his strong combat awareness and terrifyingly sharp perception, he still sensed that there was someone hidden in Su Qin's home. That person was at least a second-level martial artist and likely carried something that could suppress vital energy. Thinking of this, Yi Chen instinctively took out his phone. He entered a simple string of numbers. That was the number for the Martial Alliance. Dialing it would connect him to them. After inputting the number for a long time, Yi Chen ultimately did not make the call but instead sighed and went downstairs. He was one of the few friends Su Qin had, and Su Qin was also one of his few friends. At this moment, in Su Qin's home, a middle-aged man with a scarred face walked out of a room. Su Qin softly said, "Dad, are you upset that I gave the Pyongyang Heavenly Blade to Yi Chen?" "No, I was a bit surprised, but that thing is indeed useless in our hands. He takes good care of you, so giving it to him is fine." The scar-faced man said, his expression complicated. "I was just thinking, if I hadn't saved that person back then, we wouldn't have fallen to this point. You could truly be friends with him, instead of living this life of hiding and dodging with me." Su Qin said nothing, silently lowering her head. On the other side, as soon as Yi Chen returned home, his phone buzzed with a message. Jiangyin, 7 days later, at the Chongkong building, underground level 2, at the Black Chrysanthemum bar. "My teacher will arrive early, you just need to hold on for 3 minutes. Until my teacher finds the martial artist from the Black Seal Tower, and you will be safe." 3 minutes? Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. 3 minutes to find the hidden martial artist from the Black Seal Tower. And resolve everything smoothly? It seemed the owner of the fighting arena was far stronger than he had imagined. Of course, all the prerequisites hinged on him being the bait to reach the destination. If he didn't go, the martial artist from the Black Seal Tower probably wouldn't show up, and the arena owner would have a hard time searching. This was precisely why the arena owner needed a bait. Without enough bait, the big fish wouldn't bite. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Chen had just woken up when he heard a lot of chatter outside. He glanced down from upstairs and saw the residents of the community gathered in front of the bulletin board downstairs. The crowd was bustling, occasionally gasping in amazement. "My goodness, the reward for the Ningjiang star is just too good. After all, it's the top selection in the city. My son probably can't even make it into the top 100. Don't mention 100, if he can make it into the top 1,000, your son would bring honor to our community." At that moment, the door swung open. His aunt, Yi Hongfang, returned from grocery shopping. Yi Chen asked, "Aunt, what's happening downstairs?" "Not sure, there are too many people, and I couldn't squeeze in," Yi Hongfang said nonchalantly, "but it seems to be some high school league, related to you students." "Oh." Yi Chen shrugged, losing interest. Today was Sunday. Zhang Fan's father had been discharged from the hospital and was resting at home. After finishing breakfast, Yi Chen left, planning to buy some things and visit Zhang Fan. Just as he stepped out, he ran into Sister Shui from across the hall, who was coming out with her son, Shui Chuan. Sister Shui's expression stiffened when she saw Yi Chen. "Xiao Ran, you're back. How was the training outside? I heard only 5 people from your entire school could go for training." There was a hint of envy in her eyes as she spoke. Shui Chuan also looked a bit awkward, his gaze towards Yi Chen carrying a hint of complexity. He had once asked the homeroom teacher during a practical class about the strength of those who could go for training, especially emphasizing Yi Chen's name. He could never forget the homeroom teacher's expression of amazement when looking at the mechanical puppet. Although the teacher didn't say anything, he could guess that it probably meant reaching a level of perfect combat power, capable of rivaling the mechanical puppet. The training was okay. Yi Chen casually brushed it off, not expecting that teacher Zhu wasn't just making up excuses. The school actually had such an external training program. "Well, that's good," Sister Shui said with a smile, leading Shui Chuan away. In the corridor, one could still vaguely hear her murmuring. "Chuaner, I've already asked someone to find you a spot at the Hongyue Martial Arts School. If you train well there, you can still surpass Yi Chen in the future, don't lose heart." After going downstairs, Yi Chen noticed that there were still many people gathered in front of the bulletin board. He took a glance and left. After visiting Zhang Fan's father, Yi Chen went to the Heishui Martial Arts School to train with the students there. Although he was an honorary student, it was fine if he didn't come to the school for 10 days or half a month. However, the master of Heishui was very good to him, and the heavy water palm, a B-level martial skill, had greatly helped him during his training in the wilderness. When others treated him sincerely, he would return the favor. A day passed quickly. As night fell, the students at the martial arts school began to leave one after another. Yi Chen scanned the room and noticed the master of Heishui sitting aside, watching the departing students with a mix of satisfaction and worry. He walked over. The master of Heishui noticed him approaching and immediately put on a smile. "Little Yi, how long are you back this time?" "A few days, I haven't decided yet," Yi Chen replied. He could only leave with peace of mind after resolving the matter with the Black Seal Tower and then head back into the wilderness. Master, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Is it because there are too few students? Yi Chen asked next. The Heishui Martial Arts School had just been established, and the number of students was limited, so they were mostly operating at a loss. That is part of the reason, the master of Heishui sighed. The school has just started, and the expenses are high. My retirement funds are gradually running out. Moreover, with the surrounding big martial arts schools, like Laming and Lanmeng, we can't compete and can't recruit many students. Aside from that, the main issue is with the 100 schools department. I have no connections, and the building permit has been delayed time and again. At this point, the master of Heishui sighed lightly. Little Yi, I estimate that this martial arts school won't last much longer. I feel a bit sorry for you, but don't worry, after we close, I will still give you 3 months' salary. Master, there's no need. I haven't contributed much, Yi Chen shook his head. You've done well. Other honorary students at different schools don't put in as much effort as you do. They just have their names on the roster and don't even show up. The master of Heishui said, You're a good kid. By the way, have you signed up for the Ningjiang Star this time? Ningjiang Star? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Isn't that the citywide high school league? Yes, the master of Heishui smiled. With your strength, you will definitely shine in this league, and then our school can gain some recognition. As he said this, his aged face showed a hint of sadness. But the school will likely not last until that day. Master. Yi Chen looked at his sorrowful expression, feeling a bit complicated inside. It's okay, the master of Heishui smiled, standing up. I invested my retirement funds to establish this school because I wanted to fulfill my wish of teaching students. No matter how many days this school can still operate, I will persist until the end. He surveyed the school, his eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. Regardless of the outcome, the process had been worthwhile, he had done his best. Yi Chen thought for a moment and took out 3 martial skill books. Master, here are 3 C-level martial skills. You can keep them in the school to attract new students. C-level martial skills, 3 of them. The master of Heishui was taken aback. If marketed well, this could indeed attract a large number of new students. He looked at the 3 martial skill books, feeling at a loss. Logically, you are a student, and it should be me helping you. You make me feel so embarrassed. Yi Chen smiled and said, Master, the heavy water palm you gifted me back then is worth much more than these 3 martial arts techniques. In the end, the Black Water Master accepted the martial arts techniques, feeling a sense of emotion. It seems that his investment in the heavy water palm was indeed a correct decision. The time was almost up. Yi Chen and the Black Water Master left the martial arts hall. Just as they stepped out, they happened to run into Instructor Wang from the Thunderous Martial Arts Hall, who was on his way home. Many young students returning home, even those from other martial arts halls, greeted Instructor Wang politely upon seeing him. Instructor Wang was radiant, smiling as he responded to each one. At that moment, he spotted Yi Chen and the Black Water Master, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Yi Chen, so you've joined the Black Water Martial Arts Hall. Yi Chen nodded slightly but said nothing. Instructor Wang didn't linger either, he simply greeted the two and, amidst the students' farewells, left with a beaming smile. The Black Water Master watched his figure with envy, but none of the students recognized him. When Yi Chen returned home, the sky was completely dark, and the neighborhood was sparsely populated. Seeing that no one was in front of the notice board, he walked over. There were 2 new notices posted, apparently from the Martial Alliance. One of them featured a portrait of a scar-faced man, with a bounty notice below stating that anyone providing information could receive a reward of 2 million. The other notice was larger, announcing the citywide high school league. Ningjiang Star. The first place in the high school league would be elected as the Ningjiang Star, receiving a special admission quota to the top martial arts university, Ximing Martial University. Additionally, the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch would award a 10 million discretionary fund, as well as 10 million? Yi Chen's pupils constricted. Below the Ningjiang Star notice, the rewards were densely packed, listing a whole bunch. Aside from the 10 million discretionary fund, this money could be used anywhere in Ningjiang City, regardless of what was purchased. The Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch's financial center would handle the accounts. Furthermore, a house in Yulong community was included, along with a monthly shopping card worth 20,000 and a Changhong medical card. Various benefits were listed, totaling more than 20 lines. Yi Chen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This time, the Ningjiang branch was indeed putting in serious money. Not to mention the special admission quota to the top martial arts university, which would be incredibly difficult to obtain. The other benefits were also highly valuable. Especially that 10 million discretionary fund, which made him very tempted, even more so than the special admission quota to Ximing Martial University. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult to get into a top martial arts university in the martial arts college entrance exam 3 months later. But obtaining that 10 million would be extraordinarily challenging. 10 million, you could buy an S-class battle weapon at the Warrior Tower. Yi Chen licked his lips, his eyes filled with desire. A regular B-class battle weapon costs just over $1 million, of course, the Black Demon Blade, being a special battle weapon, is an exception. A-class battle weapons cost 3 million, while S-class battle weapons exceed 10 million. Even if he didn't buy a battle weapon, he could use it to purchase ores to enhance his spirit flame body. In short, no one would ever complain about having too much money. Moreover, not to mention that 10 million, the house in Yulong community is something that money can't buy. Yulong community is the most famous neighborhood in Ningjiang City, and those who live there are all high-ranking officials of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch. Even the Ningjiang minister lives there. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's gaze shifted. If his aunt and the others could move in there, he wouldn't have to worry about their safety anymore. A special admission quota to a top martial arts university. No wonder today, wherever I go, everyone is talking about this Ningjiang star. At that moment, Yi Hongfang's voice came from beside him. Yi Chen turned his head and saw his aunt carrying groceries, one hand resting on his shoulder, clearly just back from shopping. Yi Hongfang looked at the notice seriously, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. She continued to read down and, upon seeing the Changhang medical card, a hint of desire and envy appeared on her face. I heard that this Changhang medical card allows you to see a doctor first in all hospitals in Xia country. With this medical card, we could save 80% on medical expenses. If we had it in our family, your uncle's surgery could be done. At this point, Yi Hongfang couldn't help but shake her head. The Changhang medical card is a benefit exclusive to top talents in each city, and in Ningjiang City, only one slot is available every 2 to 3 years. And the house in Yulong community, I heard from a classmate that her father spent 5 million but couldn't even buy a regular one, and this is a custom-built house. Zhou Shishir, carrying a red backpack, leaned in closer, her eyes filled with amazement. Recently, her vitality had been increasing rapidly, and the school teachers had asked her to come to school on Saturdays for special training. She had just returned from school. Listening to the two of them, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. As a martial artist with a strong physique, he had little concept of hospitals. But his aunt was an ordinary person, and with his uncle's illness that had never been cured, he felt for her. Among all the rewards, the Changhang medical card was the most valuable. Shishir was studying at Sanzhong, the second-best school after Yizhong, where the students performed well academically and came from affluent families. Although Shishir was sensible and never compared herself with her classmates, those around her indeed lived better and dressed better than she did. Yi Chen suddenly fell silent. All right, stop looking, let's go home. I'll make you something delicious today. Yi Hongfang called out to the two and got up to leave. Zhou Shishir bounced after her, cheerfully asking, Mom, what delicious food? Is there shrimp? No shrimp, but there's fish. Only my brother likes fish in our family, so what's so delicious about that? Just kidding, there is shrimp. Aunt. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The two were taken aback and turned to see Yi Chen still standing in front of the bulletin board. Yi Chen looked at the bulletin board and pondered, isn't there still a 5-day leave that my uncle can apply for? Let him take leave, in half a month, I'll take him to see a doctor. And sure. Now you can choose the wallpaper you like, the bed sheets and duvet covers you like. In half a month, we'll move to a new house, a big one that your classmates have never lived in. Yi Hongfang and Zhou Shishir were both stunned, staring ahead. Under the dim streetlight, the handsome young man reached out, grabbed the bulletin in front of him, and tore it down. This Ningjiang star, Yi Chen, will claim it. Half an hour later. Dinner. Yi Hongfang glanced at her phone and then at Yi Chen. Hey, you little rascal, the property management group sent a message saying someone without public morals stole the announcement for Ningjiang Star. Stole? Yi Chen looked at the paper he was sitting on, feeling a bit awkward. I just borrowed it, I'll return it later. Brother, you're so childish. Luckily it was late, and there weren't many people around, otherwise we would have been embarrassed. Zhou Shishir also complained, disapproving of Yi Chen's recent behavior. You little rascal, how many days are you staying this time? I found a martial arts school for you. Yi Hongfang hadn't finished her sentence. Yi Chen shook his head and said, Aunt, no need. I need to focus on my training these days to secure this Ningjiang star. I'm talking about serious matters, stop joking. Yi Hongfang said that Shuijia across the street found a martial arts school called Red Moon. I went to check it out today, and it's quite good. Tomorrow, I'll invite the instructor from that school over for dinner, and they'll assess you. If you perform well, you can save on tuition. I'm done eating, I'm going back to train. After saying this, Yi Chen turned and went back to his room. He absent-mindedly returned to his room, not really paying attention to what Yi Hongfang had just said. Instead, he was contemplating the likelihood of securing the Ningjiang star. Based on the visible situation in Ningjiang City, his strength as a third-level martial artist should not be a problem, especially since he had already beaten the 3 most talented ones before. However, with such a large competition and generous rewards, there are bound to be some dark horses emerging. As a second-level warrior, without the blood of the Black Flood Dragon, I can't break through. I can only go buy some ores tomorrow to enhance my spirit flame body. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and made a decision. Although his current strength should be quite stable, it's still wise to improve his abilities further just in case. At that moment, his phone chimed. It was a call from Teacher Zhu. Yi Chen answered and spoke with Teacher Zhu for a moment, nodding. Okay, teacher, I understand. I'll go to the Warrior Association tomorrow for strength certification. After hanging up, he shook his head and began to cultivate. Teacher Zhu called to inform him about the Ningjiang Star event, as there were many applicants, and the competition was divided into several zones based on strength. Those with high vitality could directly enter the advanced zone, avoiding many unnecessary challenges. However, the vitality assessment form needed to be printed by the Warrior Association to be valid. The next day, in the city center, at the Warrior Association. Before entering, Yi Chen glanced at the towering warrior building across the street, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The Black Seal Tower was indeed well hidden. He had always thought that the Black Sand Fighting Arena was connected to the Black Seal Tower, so he had been cautious about hiding his identity. But unexpectedly, the Black Sand Fighting Arena turned out to be the good side. Meanwhile, the Iron Bull shopkeeper, who had helped him in Zhang Fan, and whom he considered a good person, was actually a spy for the Black Seal Tower. Many times, appearances can be deceiving. As soon as he entered the Warrior Association, Yi Chen felt overwhelmed. Before him, a massive crowd occupied about 70 to 80% of the entire Warrior Association. People were everywhere, the noise was deafening, and there was hardly a place to stand. He scanned the area and saw that most were students. Many had come with their teachers, and there were so many of them, it was as if an entire school had gathered. Clearly, they were all there to prepare for the Ningjiang Star competition, needing the vitality assessment form. I thought I had come early enough, Yi Chen muttered as he walked toward a less crowded assessment entrance. He began to queue. With so many people, he could only wait. In front of him was a long line of youthful high school students, all unfamiliar faces, clearly not from Ningjiang No. 5 High School. Yi Chen noticed someone in a school uniform, glanced over, and was surprised. It was from Ningjiang No. 7 High School, which was similar to their No. 5, both being mediocre schools. Not particularly good, but not bad either. At that moment, in the president's office on the upper floor of the association, an energetic, short-statured elder hung up the phone, frowning slightly. So, the reason for holding the Ningjiang Star event is because of Master Hung Yang. I thought the special recruitment quota for top martial universities would be so easily obtained. In the entire Xia country, there were only 5 top martial universities. Not to mention Ningjiang City, even the entire Donyuan province had very few special recruitment quotas. The elder pondered for a moment and dialed a number. Soon, a cultured middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered the office. President, did you call for me? The cultured middle-aged man asked. The elder nodded slightly and briefly explained the situation. After listening, the cultured middle-aged man looked surprised. President, are you saying that the special recruitment quota for the top martial university is because Master Hung Yang values a young man from Ningjiang City and is specifically advocating for him? That's right, Deputy Minister Zhang just called me, the elder said. Deputy Minister Zhang asked us to thoroughly search the records during this time to see if there are any young warrior candidates under 18 who are at the peak of the first level. This person is very likely the young man that Master Hung Yang values. Understood, the cultured middle-aged man nodded, his expression serious. The Warrior Association is directly under one of the 3 branches of the Martial Alliance, the 10 Associations Department. The 10 Associations Department refers to the Warrior Association, the Beast Research Association, the Wilderness Terrain and Environmental Analysis Association, among others, totaling 10 associations. Vice Minister Zhang is the head of the 10 associations. He can be said to be the top superior of the Martial Artists Association, so this matter must be handled well. The cultured middle-aged man was just about to leave. The old man said again, wait, remember that after the investigation, do not disclose that boy's information, it must be classified. No one but me can view that boy's information without permission. Understood, President. The cultured middle-aged man replied respectfully and stood up to leave. Only the president of the Martial Artists Association remained, deep in thought. Master Hung Yang valued this so much, yet he was only a first-level martial artist. Could he be a relative of Master Hung Yang? Unlikely, but what kind of combat power could a first-level martial artist possess to make Master Hung Yang care so much? An hour passed quickly. Yi Chen looked at the line that had only moved 1/10 of the way and felt his eyelids twitch. Damn it, at this rate, he wouldn't get his turn until nightfall. Classmate, which school are you from? A pleasant female voice came from the front. A girl in a bright yellow casual outfit, with a round face, bright eyes, and delicate brows like the moon, looked over with an outstanding demeanor. Wu Zhong. Yi Chen replied succinctly. Wu Zhong? That's not far from our Qi Zhong. Among the 6 or 7 people beside the round-faced girl, one of the girls smiled and said, "That's right, we often run into students from Wuzhong after school, but..." Another girl looked at Yi Chen, her eyes sparkling. "Classmate, you're so handsome, if we had seen you, we should have a deep impression of you." "Oh, I go home early." Yi Chen casually deflected. However, his indifferent expression left the 3 girls, even the more elegant round-faced girl, somewhat entranced. The 3 were about to ask again. Among their other companions, a rather tall boy flashed a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He shifted slightly to block Yi Chen and said, "What's your blood value?" "Us? Not too good, around 40, not as good as Zhang Chang, who has over 50. One of the girls responded, her peripheral vision still glancing at Yi Chen. "I'm doing okay, I was lucky to get some second-level exotic beast meat and ate it for a while, which helped me break through." Zhang Chang smiled, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Second-level exotic beast meat? Apart from the round-faced girl, the other 2 girls looked surprised, turning their curious gazes toward him, briefly pulling their attention away from Yi Chen. The round-faced girl was just about to walk over to Yi Chen when Zhang Cheng calmly said, "The second-level exotic beast meat was actually given to me by a cousin who has a particularly good relationship with me. He works in this martial artists association. His position isn't high, just manages a dozen people." Upon hearing this, the people around showed expressions of shock. To work in the martial artists association is impressive. Managing a dozen people isn't a small position, there aren't many people in the martial artists association. "Zhang Chang, you're quite hidden." The round-faced girl was also momentarily stunned, looking a bit surprised, but still walked toward Yi Chen. Zhang Cheng's expression darkened as he continued, "If I wanted to, I could have my cousin arrange things for me right now, no need to queue." Hearing this, the many boys waiting in frustration shouted, "Changge, take me along." "Sure, but I can probably only take 2 or 3 people." When Zhang Cheng said this, he inadvertently glanced at the round-faced girl. However, she hesitated for a moment but still bypassed him and walked toward Yi Chen. Seeing this, Zhang Chang was momentarily stunned, and his anger flared even more. "Damn, what's so good about this brat that you want to chat with him? Can't you wait a little longer?" At that moment, a young man in work clothes happened to pass by. Cousin, Zhang Chang's eyes lit up with joy as he hurriedly called out, "Can you help me and a few classmates arrange something so we can go in early?" "No way, just line up honestly." The young man snorted coldly and continued, "Do any of you want to undergo martial artist certification? Those who want to undergo martial artist certification can be prioritized for testing. Those who want to take the martial artist test can be prioritized." The young man from the Martial Artist Association glanced over the group, saw they were all students, and prepared to leave for the next area. Yi Chen felt a stir in his heart. Finally, he wouldn't have to wait. He smiled at the girl with the goose-like face approaching him. Then, amidst her astonished gaze, he stepped out of the line and said, "I want to take the martial artist test." Upon hearing this, many people present were taken aback. "You?" The young man from the Martial Artist Association frowned slightly. "Are you sure? If you're lying, you'll be the last to test today." Yi Chen nodded. "All right, then let's go." The young man, seeing his confidence, relaxed his expression considerably. After the Ningjiang star emerged, many hidden talents indeed surfaced in the city. Compared to those 3 who were previously famous, these individuals were gradually becoming more impressive. Yi Chen followed the young man toward the testing entrance ahead. The crowd erupted in chatter. "Martial artist certification, is it real? He looks about our age." Hard to say, there have been quite a few strong contenders emerging these past few days. Every school has changed. I still don't really believe it. Where did all these geniuses come from, and how coincidentally did we run into them? On the other side, Zhang Cheng's expression was somewhat stiff as he looked at the 2 girls beside him, their shocked expressions. Unable to help himself, he mocked, "My cousin is strict and impartial, that kid from the 5th school will probably be kicked out soon." "Yeah, he really is strict and impartial, Zhang Chang, you can't even cut in line." Someone nearby joked. Zhang Chang felt a bit embarrassed and retorted, "That's just how my cousin is, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, I'm used to it. He usually treats me like this, but privately he's especially..." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chen, who had just entered the testing entrance, had already walked out. The young man beside him was all smiles. Please follow me, I'll take you to the combat power testing area, where there are 3 judges. There should still be a few waiting for testing, so you might need to wait a bit once you go in. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Yi-chan replied with a smile. Not a problem, not a problem. The young man was flattered, bowing respectfully as he led him away. Around them, the students were dumbfounded. They couldn't help but look at Zhang Chang. This is what you meant by your cousin being cold on the outside but warm on the inside, always having a cold face? Zhang Chang was also bewildered. This was not scientific. Has my cousin been possessed? At that moment, the young man had already come out from the combat power testing area. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Damn, that was outrageous. That young man just now had a blood energy value of 499. Just one step away from reaching a second-level martial artist. A peak first level at such a young age. The more he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled, and he felt a bit fortunate. Luckily, his eyesight was decent, and he hadn't offended the guy, otherwise. Cousin. Zhang Chun complained, did you mistake someone? I'm your cousin. Get lost. The young man shot him a glance, don't delay my work. After saying that, he hurriedly left. The many students watching burst into laughter. Each teasing glance made Zhang Chun wish he could sink into the ground. The girl with the goose-like face looked somewhat dejected. It turned out he was already a martial artist, no wonder he seemed uninterested in her. The status gap between martial artists and ordinary people was still quite significant. Combat power testing area. Yi-chan walked in, and before him was a wide-open space, with dozens of mechanical puppets and testing instruments like punch-force testing machines arranged on both sides. 3 middle-aged men with serious expressions sat in the center. Next to them, 5 or 6 young men and women were waiting. Zhang Tao, vitality value 112, level 1 warrior test. The middle-aged judge looked down at the information sheet in his hand and said, remember, no use of battle weapons or martial skills. Naked combat power test, let's begin. Okay. A young man around 25 or 26, full of spirit and confidence, walked to the center of the arena, skillfully adjusting the mechanical puppet and setting the combat area. Those around him looked on with envy. So skilled, this brother must have a specialized mechanical puppet at home to practice with. Exactly, being able to afford such a mechanical puppet means this brother's family background is definitely good. His combat power can't be weak either, he'll probably pass in one go. For sure, just look at how confident he is. Amidst the chatter, the young man had already begun fighting the mechanical puppet. Soon, the puppet's voice rang out. Combat power, 98, below standard. Hearing this, the surrounding people were momentarily stunned. Someone laughed, he must be nervous and didn't perform well, he still has 2 more chances. That's right, brother, don't be nervous, just perform steadily. There were also kind-hearted people cheering him on. Okay. The young man smiled, still very confident and optimistic, and fought the mechanical puppet again. However, the next 2 attempts ended quickly. Combat power 97, below standard. Combat power 95, below standard. The waiting crowd was left speechless. Yi-chan was also somewhat taken aback, glancing around and shaking his head. With an unstable foundation, low combat power was to be expected. Zhang Tao, combat power test failed, level 1 warrior certificate will not be issued. On stage, one judge handed over the report with a hint of helplessness. Zhang Tao, you've tested for warriors 8 times now, go back and improve your combat power. The Warrior Association is almost like your home at this point, you can leave now. The young man named Zhang Tao took the report, feeling a bit dejected, but quickly adjusted his mindset and left with a smile. Warrior Association, I will definitely succeed next time. The others looked on in astonishment, no wonder this guy was so skilled, he had come here 8 times. Ahem, this brother has a good attitude, someone chuckled. Next, Wang Ren. The stern middle-aged judge said seriously, vitality value 115, level 1 warrior test. Damn, it's my turn now. The person who had just been laughing suddenly wore a bitter expression as he walked up. His face was a bit pale, clearly very nervous. Following the instructions, when adjusting the mechanical puppet, his hands were somewhat stiff and unnatural. On stage, the 3 judges remained expressionless. Soon, the puppet was adjusted, and the combat power test began. The combat power tests were 99, 101. 101, I passed, no more testing. Wang Ren was ecstatic, filled with excitement, almost wanting to hug the mechanical puppet and kiss it. Take the report, go print the certificate, and collect your warrior medal. After the judges finished speaking, one of them said blandly, next. After that, 2 or 3 more people took their turns. However, none passed, their combat power was just a bit lacking, and they left with sighs. The remaining people in the arena began to feel tense. It was too Strict, this mechanical puppet seemed to have much stronger damage resistance than usual puppets. Next, Su Hao, vitality value. The judge on stage showed a hint of surprise, rarely revealing a smile, vitality value. 230, proceed with the level 1 warrior test. 230 vitality value? The others looked shocked, glancing at a shy young man in his early 20s. 230 vitality value, not bad, let's begin. The judge spoke gently, looking at the shy young man, patiently teaching him how to adjust the mechanical puppet. Don't be nervous, you can definitely pass this test. For the puppet calibration, we'll see what your usual limit combat power is. If you're not confident, you can choose a puppet with first-tier combat power. The shy young man quickly adjusted the settings. In the end, he chose a mechanical puppet with second-tier combat power, calibrated to a range of 250 to 270. Hiss, that's above perfect combat power, so confident? Someone gasped. The three judges nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in their eyes. The combat power test began. The sound of collisions echoed continuously. Before long, the shy young man was breathing lightly, stopping his movements, and looking brightly at the mechanical puppet across from him. 3 sets of combat power data appeared on the mechanical puppet. 265, 267, 269. Combat power qualified, test passed. Not bad, your condition is getting better. Given you another chance, you should be able to break 270 combat power. One judge on stage smiled, quite satisfied. Alright, here's your report. Go outside to print your results and collect your warrior medal. The shy young man nodded shyly and walked aside with the report. The few people waiting nearby looked on with envy. Just over 20 and already over 200 vitality points, with bare combat power exceeding perfect combat power, really impressive. This is what genius looks like, way stronger than us. I heard a few days ago. The chairman of the Changshin group was looking for a son-in-law, and the requirement was this kind of young genius, a chance to rise to the top. So envious, but someone like him definitely wouldn't want to be a son-in-law. On stage, the three judges reined in their smiles, and one of them, with a calm expression, said, "Next, Yi Chen, vitality points." The speaking judge suddenly rubbed his eyes. Then he picked up the information sheet, widened his eyes, checked back and forth, and finally confirmed he wasn't mistaken. He swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "Yi Chen, 499 vitality points." In an instant, the entire combat zone fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. Many of those waiting for the combat power assessment had just entered, and at this moment, their minds were blank. Yi Chen, 499 vitality points? Who is this big shot? Am I sitting next to such a fierce person? They looked at their companions nearby, only to see that everyone around them had a confused expression. Then they saw a handsome young man walking over from beside a mechanical puppet. Instantly, their faces showed shock. Holy crap, this is still a student. The other two judges, who were fighting over the information sheet to confirm its authenticity, also jolted up, following the middle judge. They stood up in shock, looking at the young man walking towards them. 499 vitality points, just coming for warrior certification, was already outrageous. They didn't expect him to be just a 17 or 18-year-old. Boy! It's my turn, that was quick. Yi Chen felt a bit regretful as he withdrew his gaze from the mechanical puppet in front of him. The mechanical puppets of the Warrior Association were different from ordinary mechanical puppets. This was his first time seeing them. So, he had just felt curious and was observing those mechanical puppets nearby. But he didn't expect it to be his turn so soon. Lost in thought, he quickly walked to the center of the arena. Yi Chen, first-tier warrior test. The middle judge took a deep breath and walked down quickly, saying, "You must be here for the first time at our Warrior Association, let me calibrate the mechanical puppet for you." Yi Chen was a bit taken aback. That's right, if the mechanical puppet is not calibrated properly and the combat power exceeds too much, it can be very dangerous. The other two judges also had gentle expressions and asked, "Student, you should still be in school, right? Which school are you from?" "Wuzhong." Yi Chen replied. "Wuzhong, not bad, not bad." The judges were all smiles. "Did you bring your student ID?" Our Martial Arts Association has recently introduced a new regulation. Those under 18 can take the Level 1 Martial Artist Assessment. You can receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, but then he sighed, "I didn't bring it, I can only come back next time." "No worries, no need to come back. I'll be your guarantor, just tell me your student ID number." "That's right. It's just a small matter, no need to make another trip." The two judges were extremely enthusiastic. Even before the combat power test began, they had already thought about the follow-up. The other candidates waiting for the test looked on in shock and envy, their eyes nearly popping out. If it weren't for the fact that just moments ago, these three judges had looked just as dumbfounded as they were, they would have suspected that the judges were relatives of the young man, treating him far too well. Alright, it's adjusted. At that moment, the middle-aged judge turned around and smiled. For safety's sake, I've set your combat power to 350-370. You can try it out first. If it doesn't work, we can change it. In any case, you must not get hurt. Yi Chen looked at the mechanical puppet in front of him. This model was a level 3 mechanical puppet with a combat power range between 300 and 400. This won't do. He shook his head. Thank you, senior judge, but I think I'll do it myself. You can do it yourself, that's fine. The middle-aged judge said with a smile, just choose a mechanical puppet, and if you don't know how to adjust it, I'll help you. Yi Chen glanced around and found that there were only level 1 to 9 mechanical puppets here, clearly only testing the combat power of level 1 and level 2 martial artists. He felt a bit regretful, shook his head, and stopped thinking about it. He walked straight towards the level 9 mechanical puppet. At the same time, he asked, Senior Judge, if I use too much force, if these mechanical puppets get damaged during the attack, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't worry, our mechanical puppets are specially made, of very high quality, and won't malfunction unexpectedly. The middle-aged judge smiled, but he clearly misunderstood. Then I can rest easy. Yi Chen sighed in relief and continued, Senior Judge, if something unexpected happens later, please don't be surprised. Upon hearing this, not only the middle-aged judge but also the other two judges on stage seemed to have heard something amusing. They burst into laughter. Student, don't worry, we've seen all kinds of situations. That's good. Yi Chen nodded, walked up to the mechanical puppet, and pressed the switch. Then, as the mechanical puppet's eyes lit up, at the moment it was activated, he threw a punch. Wait. Student, you haven't adjusted the mechanical puppet yet. The middle-aged judge was taken aback, rushing over. Without adjusting the mechanical puppet, the default combat power would be the upper limit of that level. In other words, the level 3 puppet he chose would have a combat power of 399, which would be very dangerous. No, the color of the mechanical puppet he selected. Holy crap, a level 9 mechanical puppet. The middle-aged judge's face changed dramatically, unable to hold back a curse, his blood boiling as he rushed over. The other two judges on stage also looked terrified. It was over, someone was going to get hurt. There was no time. The other candidates waiting for the test also looked on in panic. However, in the next moment, boom! A huge collision sound erupted, and the mechanical puppet exploded on the spot, countless mechanical limbs flying everywhere. The venue fell silent. In the practical test area, there was a dead silence. Everyone's expressions were blank. Not a sound could be heard. Only a broken mechanical limb, emitting eerie blue sparks, crashed onto the judge's platform, making a sizzling sound. On the platform, the two judges looked bewildered, slapping each other in disbelief. The crisp sound of the slap and the sensation of pain made them realize immediately that this was not a dream. It had exploded. A high school student, with a single punch, exploded a level 2 peak mechanical puppet. What the hell? The middle-aged judge rushing towards Yi Chen stumbled, nearly falling, and barely managed to stop himself. He stared at the shattered mechanical puppet, his expression one of shock. A level 9 mechanical puppet, used only in the assessments for level 2 peak warriors. It was actually blown apart by this boy. The ability to shatter a puppet indicated that his combat power had already exceeded the limits the puppet could withstand. In other words, a level 3 warrior. At this thought, the middle-aged judge felt his body go weak, his legs cramping, unable to stand firm. What kind of monster have I seen today? Around him, the other testing warriors waiting nearby all had their mouths agape. Unbelievable. After coming to the Warrior Association so many times, it was the first time witnessing someone destroy a mechanical puppet with a single punch during a test. How to describe this feeling? It was like going to an exam, trembling in front of a stern examiner, only to be beaten to the ground by the examiner. And then another person comes to test, and the examiner, with a face full of smiles, offers cigarettes and drinks. Yet still gets punched and has his teeth shattered. This is the gap. The few people present had lost even the emotion of envy, looking at the boy in the arena with awe and fear. A level 2 peak warrior, compared to them, was already considered a strong fighter. Especially since the other party was so young. He was several years younger than that shy young man from just now. Perhaps, this is the true genius. At this moment, everyone present had this thought arise in their hearts. Yi Chen looked at the exploded mechanical puppet and shook his head. He had thought that the mechanical puppets from the Warrior Association would be much tougher than ordinary mechanical puppets. Now it seemed, they were only so strong. If he had known, he would have chosen the level 3 warrior's mechanical puppet. Now that he had blown up the puppet, he wondered if he would have to compensate. Thinking of this, he looked nervously at the middle-aged judge, Judge Senior. I don't have to compensate for this mechanical puppet, right? It's fine, we have plenty of spares, we can just replace it. The middle-aged judge said, looking at the scattered fragments, still somewhat speechless. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. It was truly eye-opening. But one mechanical puppet, compared to a super genius, was nothing at all, let alone one, even blowing up 10 wouldn't matter. He smiled, pulling Yi Chen towards the judging platform. You must be tired, come, take a rest for a while. Yi Chen shook his head inwardly. He had just thrown one punch, what was there to be tired about? Back then, he had smashed 3 mechanical puppets at school in a row and was just getting into the swing of things, if it weren't for the principal stopping him. Although he thought this way, he couldn't refuse and could only follow him onto the judging platform. On the judging platform, the 3 judges were all smiling, speaking one after another. Classmate, sit here, take a rest. Don't sit there, sit here, he has hemorrhoids. Look at your progress. Classmate Yi Chen, do you want some water? I'll get you a bottle. No, let me open it for you, don't tire yourself out. The 3 judges were extremely enthusiastic. One of them looked down at the several testing warriors who were already dumbfounded and said sternly, the test will be delayed for a few minutes, wait until the area is cleared before continuing the test. The candidate on the left, please go out and call a staff member to come in and clean up. Yes, Judge. The warrior nodded, casting an envious glance at the platform before hurrying away. Soon, he returned with a young man. It was the same young man who had led Yi Chen in earlier, Zhang Chang's cousin. At this moment, Zhang Chang's cousin was exhilarated. Cleaning up such a small matter was not originally his job, but being able to perform well in front of these 3 judges during the practical test was a rare opportunity. He imagined the 3 judges nodding slightly at him later, expressing their appreciation. Cousin Zhang Chang felt a secret thrill in his heart, thinking he was one step closer to a promotion. He walked briskly into the combat zone, his spirits high. Then, his gaze turned to the judging panel. In the next moment, his eyes nearly popped out. What the hell? Cousin Zhang Chang was dumbfounded as he looked at the 3 judges standing on the panel and the young boy sandwiched between them, wearing a wry smile. He was completely stunned. The judges were standing, and he was sitting? Especially with the 3 judges wearing broad smiles, their expressions laced with flattery, it completely shattered his worldview. Were these really the same 3 judges who were usually stern and serious? Soon, he realized that the judges hadn't changed. Because that cleaning lady, please clean up quickly, there are still candidates to be tested. One of the judges waved his hand without looking up. Cleaning lady, I. Cousin Zhang Cheng's expression was blank. Before long, he numbly finished cleaning up the debris on the ground, glanced at the judging panel, a mix of complexity and awe flashing in his eyes, and quickly left. Although he didn't understand what had happened, he was certain that the young boy was no ordinary person. The 3 judges chatted amiably for quite a while. Yi Chen felt overwhelmed and wanted to leave but found it impossible. Fortunately, after a sudden message arrived, the expressions of the 3 judges changed, and they printed out a testing report, respectfully sending him on his way. Yi Chen left the Warrior Association and headed to the Warrior Building. He left the 100,000 he had just received from the Warrior Association as a reserve, having previously spent 800,000 on ore. Since it was high-purity ore, the quantity wasn't large. However, he estimated that it would still allow him to enhance 2 spirit flame patterns. 800,000 for 2 spirit flame patterns, it really burns money. Yi Chen shook his head and went home. At that moment, Warrior Association. 2nd floor, President's office. A short, stout old man looked at the screen showing the young boy who had just exploded a puppet with a punch, along with the testing report beside it. He gasped. Impressive, reaching peak level 1 and able to unleash the combat power of peak level 2, such talent is unheard of. Beside him, a cultured middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses also looked somewhat shocked. Although he had seen it several times and confirmed its authenticity, each time he saw it, it still felt surreal. The stronger the power, the more one could understand. In the footage, that seemingly harmless young boy's talent was truly terrifying. With such vitality and combat power, he must be the young man that Grandmaster Hongyang mentioned. The old man shook his head in amazement. Only with such talent could he be worthy of a personal request for an extra spot at the Martial University from a Grandmaster. President, as you mentioned before, I have already acted on it and classified this young man's information as confidential. Should we notify Deputy Minister Zhang next? The cultured middle-aged man asked. Not in a hurry. Deputy Minister Zhang likely has 2 reasons for wanting to keep this young man's information from leaking, the old man pondered. One is to protect this young man. After all, there are still some people from the Black Seal Tower hidden in Ningjiang City. The other reason is probably to establish a good relationship with this young man before other high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance do. President, what should we do? The cultured middle-aged man hesitated. Of course, we should first visit this young man's home, probe his background, understand his preferences, and then inform Deputy Minister Zhang to spare him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Come, prepare some gifts, we'll pay him a visit, the old man said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the cultured middle-aged man suddenly understood. At the same time, he felt a sense of admiration. No wonder you've changed 3 vice presidents, yet you remain the president. Experience is indeed invaluable. At the doorstep, Yi Chen had just pushed open the door and entered when he was somewhat surprised. Aunt, are there guests at home? On the sofa, a man in his 30s, lean and lanky, was swaggering with his legs crossed, his leather shoes resting on the table. Yi Chen frowned. But thinking that he might be his aunt's friend, he said nothing. The lean man was cracking sunflower seeds, spitting the shells onto the floor, and when he saw Yi Chen, he spat out a mouthful of shells. You must be Yi Chen, huh? You look decent enough to work as a doorman at our martial arts school. Martial arts school? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. May I ask who you are? You little brat, you came back just in time. I was about to call you. Yi Hongfang's head popped out from the kitchen, calling out, come help me serve the dishes. After saying that, she looked at the lean man and smiled. Mr. Bai, it's time to eat. You can go sit down first. Do you want something to drink? I'll get it for you. How about some beast blood wine? The lean man said casually as he sat down at the dining table. Beast blood wine. Yi Hongfang hesitated. Such things were very expensive, almost a luxury, costing thousands easily. How could a regular family like theirs have such a thing? But she gritted her teeth and said, sure, go buy a bottle of beast blood wine. Zhou Shishir reluctantly came out of her room, glancing at the lean man at the table with a look of dissatisfaction. This guy was really annoying, lacking any manners. Yi Hongfang handed Zhou Shishir over 3,000. Zhou Shishir was shocked. Mom, isn't this your salary from yesterday? I'm not going, it's too wasteful. Go quickly. Yi Hongfang glared at her, helplessly saying, this is also for your brother, so he can join the Red Moon Martial Arts School. Even though your brother went out for training with the school, we both know his level. How much can he improve in just a few days? The Red Moon Martial Arts School is a big one. I've been trying to get this connection for a long time, so hurry up. Fine. Zhou Shishir left with her head down. Soon, Yi Chen had brought all the dishes to the table. Zhou Shishir still hadn't returned. But the lean man had already started eating on his own, making Yi Chen frown. The lean man was picking and choosing. What is all this? It's terrible. He rolled his eyes while picking through the food, and soon most of the dishes on his plate had been discarded. A glint of anger flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he stood up. Even if this person was his aunt's friend, he couldn't tolerate it. Just then, the door swung open. Zhou Shishir walked in and, seeing the scene, angrily slammed a bottle of beast blood wine onto the table. The lean man grinned and began to unwrap the wine. Yi Hongfang also came out with the last plate of food, and upon seeing the atmosphere, she immediately smiled. Here it is, the beast meat has arrived. Beast meat? As soon as the plate was placed on the table, the lean man grabbed it in front of him. Zhou Shishir was a bit anxious. That's what I usually eat. TSK, this beast meat is pretty good, much better than those dishes. The lean man seemed not to hear her, taking a big bite while simultaneously opening the beast blood wine and taking a deep sniff. Humph. Zhou Shishir huffed, wanting to leave, but was pulled back by Yi Hongfang. What are you doing? We have guests. It's rude to leave like that. Come eat. He's the rude one. Zhou Shishir's words were cut off by a glare, and she had to sit down sulkily at the table. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, she saw a plate of food and couldn't help but feel wronged. My shrimp, you don't like to eat it, can you not touch everything? Hey, little girl, you can't blame me, blame your mom for cooking it too poorly. The lean man spoke confidently. You've never had beast shrimp, right? That's really delicious. Pfft. Suddenly, he sprayed a mouthful of wine everywhere. His face turned ugly as he cursed. What the hell is this lousy beast wine, such low purity? The beast wine on the table was knocked over, spilling everywhere. Yi Hongfang felt both heartbroken and anxious, quickly straightening the bottle as she said, Teacher Bai, is this beast wine not to your taste? Of course not. As a proper instructor of the Red Moon Martial Arts School, you expect me to drink such inferior beast wine and still want your nephew to join our school? The lean man slammed his hand on the table, angrily declaring, let me tell you, your nephew can at most be a doorman. He even wants to become an elite student and receive training? Impossible. No, Teacher Bai, I'll buy you another bottle. Yi Hongfang was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. At that moment, a faint voice of a young man rang out. So, you're just here for recruiting students for the Red Moon Martial Arts School, not a friend of mine. Aunt. Yi Chen slowly stood up, his gaze icy and piercing. He had thought that once his aunt took out the money from her card, she would trust him and wouldn't look for a martial arts school for him anymore, so he hadn't paid much attention to this matter. But now it seemed his aunt hadn't used that card yet, and she was looking for such a person. "Kid, what are you staring at?" The lean man sneered, "Disrespecting your elders, and you still want to join our Red Moon martial arts school? Now I've made up my mind, you can't even be a doorman." Bang! A dull sound suddenly echoed. The lean man didn't even have time to react before Yi-chan grabbed his head with one hand and slammed it directly into the table, instantly causing blood to flow everywhere. Yi-chan stood up to block his stunned aunt and the others, preventing them from seeing the blood, while calmly saying, "Sure, take your mom back to the room." Zhou Shishir and Yi Hongfan were completely frozen at that moment, unable to move. Yi-chan's expression was indifferent as he grabbed the lean man by the hair, dragging him outside while blocking the view of the two women with his body. "Kid, I'll kill you." The lean man struggled frantically, but he felt the terrifying strength in that hand, having no power to resist, and could only be dragged outside like a dead dog. At that moment, the door that hadn't been closed was suddenly pushed open, and a dark-skinned middle-aged man walked in. Upon entering and seeing this scene, he was momentarily stunned. Then his face darkened as he said, "Kid, what are you doing?" "Brother, save me, save me." The lean man pleaded desperately. "Xiaoran, don't fight, whatever you do, don't fight." Yi Hongfan's voice trembled with tears. Yi-chan furrowed his brows, took a deep breath, and then threw the lean man away. The lean man stumbled against the door, feeling dizzy, and after struggling to get up, he was both angry and furious, shouting with bloodshot eyes, "Brother, hurry and take revenge for me." "Useless, getting beaten by a little brat, and you still have the face to ask me for revenge?" The dark-skinned middle-aged man shot him a cold glance. "Who gave you the right to recruit students privately? Come with me." "Brother, this isn't the time to talk about that." The lean man gritted his teeth. "Hurry and help me hold this kid down, I want to fight back. If you don't leave, you'll never return to the martial arts school in this lifetime." The dark-skinned middle-aged man said coldly, and after finishing, he ignored him and turned to leave. "Kid, you wait for me, today's matter isn't over." The lean man clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Yi-chan, and followed the man out. Seeing this, Zhou Shishir couldn't help but shout, "You're lying. You ate our beast meat, drank our beast wine, and treated our place like this. Now you want to leave and still won't let my brother join the martial arts school? That's too much. Join the martial arts school?" The dark-skinned middle-aged man glanced at Yi-chan with a cold expression. "Having a bit of strength and acting recklessly, he doesn't deserve to enter our school. Our martial arts school isn't a place just anyone can enter. If we let in some useless people casually, our Red Moon martial arts school would have closed down long ago." After saying that, he turned and left with his people. As he walked, he harshly reprimanded the lean man, "If it weren't for someone reminding me, you would have really gotten away with this today. Let some random people join the martial arts school, and then we'll see how you explain it to the deputy master." The lean man chuckled awkwardly. "For this brat, I can at most let him be a doorman. Did I let you leave?" At that moment, a cold youthful voice rang out from behind. The two turned around to see a boy with a frosty expression. The dark-skinned middle-aged man squinted and said, "What's wrong, doorman kid, do you have an opinion?" "Doorman?" An elderly voice of surprise emerged. An elderly man of short stature and a refined middle-aged man carrying some gifts walked in. The old man looked at Yi-chan, somewhat surprised, and said, "Little brother Yi-chan, what place could possibly have you working as a doorman? This is quite rare for me." The president of the Martial Artists Association was curious. But upon seeing Yi-chan's increasingly gloomy expression and the tense atmosphere, he quickly realized something was off. He had been careless. It seemed he had flattered the wrong person. Without giving the president of the Martial Artists Association a moment to feel awkward, the lean man smiled and said, "Old man, if you like him, just take him back to your place. Anyway, our Red Moon Martial Arts School doesn't lack such ordinary guys." "Red Moon Martial Arts School doesn't lack?" The president of the Martial Artists Association looked a bit confused. "Which top martial arts city does the Red Moon Martial Arts School belong to?" The refined middle-aged man beside him had a strange expression and said, "It's a martial arts school in Ningjiang City, barely decent." On the other side, the dark-skinned middle-aged man looked suspiciously at the president of the Martial Artists Association. Seeing this, the lean man shrugged. "Big brother, what's wrong? Do you know this old man?" "I don't remember." "No." The dark-skinned middle-aged man was taken aback, images flashing through his mind. Then, his face turned pale instantly. This was the president of the Martial Artists Association. He saw him on TV every day. "Damn it, this is President Young of the Martial Artists Association, quickly apologize." The dark-skinned middle-aged man's face twisted as he kicked the lean man to the ground, making him fall into the mud. The president of the Martial Artists Association? The lean man was terrified. What was the President doing in such an ordinary neighborhood? He didn't even dare to get up and frantically apologized. I'm sorry, President, please don't hold it against me, don't take it to heart. Just treat me like a fart. And let me go. The dark-skinned middle-aged man also turned pale, trembling as he said, President Yang, my brother doesn't go out much, so he doesn't know you. I hope you won't mind, when I get back, I'll make sure to discipline him properly. However, the president of the Martial Artists Association ignored them and walked straight towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned slightly, he was furious. If it weren't for the president's timely arrival, he would have already broken both of their legs. But now that the other party was here, it was not a good time to act. Beside him, Zhou Shishir and Yi Hongfang were both stunned. The president of the Martial Artists Association was a big shot they could only see on TV. Then, in the next moment, they were even more shocked. President Yang's aged face broke into a kind smile. Classmate Yi Chen, I came this time to award you an honorary medal. Honorary medal? Yi Chen was taken aback. That's right, congratulations on becoming the youngest first-level martial artist in the history of Ningjiang City. President Yang smiled and said, to honor you, our Martial Artists Association has decided to award you a custom honorary medal. And some small rewards. As he spoke, he handed over a space ring and a blue medal. The refined middle-aged man beside him also picked up the gifts he was carrying. The gifts included some precious herbs like ginseng, a few bottles of wine, and exotic beast meat, among other things. These were quite ordinary, but the space ring made Yi Chen's gaze sharpen. Space rings were quite valuable and rare. The president of the Martial Artists Association really has a big hand, this is hardly a small reward. He shook his head and said, thank you, President. But I'll pass. Take it, President Yang smiled and said, with this honor medal, your priority in the Martial Artists Association will be very high when you come to handle matters. Even if you don't use it, this medal can be given to your family. If they encounter such trouble again, they can come to me. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat tempted. He glanced at his completely stunned aunt and Zhou Shishir. After receiving the medal and the spatial ring, he nodded and said, then thank you, President. No problem. It's a rare good thing for Ningjiang City to produce a talent like you, and our martial artists association will naturally support you more, President Yang said earnestly. He meant this sincerely. Regardless of other motives, it is undoubtedly a good thing for Ningjiang City to have such a talent. If it weren't for the upcoming Ningjiang Star, he believed that the Martial Alliance branch would definitely invest heavily to cultivate this young man once they learned of it. Of course, the Ningjiang Star was originally prepared for this young man. Yi Chen handed the gift to his aunt, then gave the spatial ring and the medal to Zhou Shishir, gently patting her head. Don't be upset, I'll take you out to eat later. Brother, I'm not upset, Are you a martial artist? Zhou Shishir's small face was filled with shock, her speech somewhat stammering. Yi Hongfang was also nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. Are Yi family actually produced a martial artist? And how long has it been? How did this brat go from being at the bottom of his class to becoming a martial artist? Yi Chen had mentioned it to her, but she didn't believe it at all. After all, not long ago, he was still at the bottom of his class, and now he directly became a martial artist. Who could believe that? Both of them found it hard to accept, but the president of the Martial Artists Association, such a living big shot, was currently smiling and nodding kindly at them. They couldn't help but believe it. President Yang glanced over and saw Yi Chen directly giving the spatial ring to Zhou Shishir. His heart stirred. It seemed that this young man didn't care much about wealth but was more concerned about his family. That was quite commendable. His smile widened as he said, little Yi, I just arrived and am not clear on what happened, but if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. As long as it's within my ability, I will do my best to help you. This was a heavy promise. The cultured middle-aged man beside him showed signs of unease, his expression revealing shock. Soon, he shook his head in his heart. It seemed the president himself wanted to befriend this young man. On the other side, the two dark-skinned middle-aged men turned pale upon hearing this. They hadn't yet recovered from the shock of this young man being a first-level martial artist when they heard the bad news again. In the current scene, the president of the Martial Artists Association said such words. It was easy to imagine who he was referring to. And for a big shot like the president of the Martial Artists Association to deal with them was simply a matter of lifting a finger. Thinking of this, the two were filled with dread and pleaded desperately. I was wrong, brother Yi Chen, I was wrong, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mocked you, saying you were. The dark-skinned middle-aged man couldn't continue, filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself 1,000 times. A martial artist, such a young martial artist. The president of the Martial Artists Association personally came to commend him, and he actually said he was a good-for-nothing. If this were to be known by the owner of the Red Moon Pavilion, they could have their legs broken. Moreover, letting such a talent go free was one thing. They had also offended him. This might even lead to having their third leg broken. The more the dark-skinned middle-aged man thought about it, the more regretful he became, and at the same time, an unprecedented anger towards the lean man rose in his heart. It was all this fool's fault. If it weren't for fearing this fool would cause trouble, he wouldn't have come to deliver his head and seek discomfort. Thinking of this, he suddenly pressed the head of the lean man and slammed it against the ground. He cried out, "Brother Yi Chen, please forgive my brother, he doesn't know any better." Seeing Yi Chen remain unmoved, he exerted more force, directly smashing the lean man's head until it bled, then looked at Yi Hongfang. "Sister, we know we were wrong, we really know we were wrong." Yi Hongfang felt a bit soft-hearted and looked at Yi Chen. "How about?" Yi Chen glanced at the two and said, "Alright, let's end today's matter here." Upon hearing this, the dark-skinned middle-aged man felt a surge of joy in his heart. The young brat still wasn't tough enough, thank goodness. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly stiffened. Yi Chen's demeanor was indifferent. "I have always held grudges. Setting aside the trouble you caused me for now, but making my family uncomfortable, this matter will never be over. Go back and tell your hall master to be prepared. Starting today, I will come to challenge your hall every day until I kick you out." Beside him, President Yang's eyelids twitched. With this kid's peak second-level combat power, if he were to challenge the hall, the entire young disciples of the Red Moon Martial Hall combined wouldn't be enough to take him on. "Close the hall for 3 months, President Yang said. "Go back and tell your hall master that if he can close the hall within 3 days, I won't inform Deputy Minister Lin of the 100 Halls Department about this matter." The 100 Halls Department, one of the 3 departments of the Martial Alliance, manages all martial halls. Upon hearing this, the dark-skinned middle-aged man's face turned ashen. His body slumped into a puddle of mud. Closing the hall for 3 months would be a huge loss for the martial hall. One could only imagine how the hall master would deal with them upon learning this news. "It's over. Everything is over. By the way, there are these things, finish them all before you leave." Yi Chen's voice was indifferent as he pointed to the food scraps scattered all over the floor, including the spilled drinks. "Eat these." The lean man was taken aback, his lips trembling. "Get lost. If I tell you to eat, then eat," the dark-skinned middle-aged man shouted, kicking him and sending him stumbling forward. The two from the Red Moon Martial Hall left with numb expressions, their faces devoid of color. Yi Hongfang looked at President Yang, extremely nervous, as she hurriedly tidied up the living room. "President, please have a seat. Aunt, the house is in such a mess, let's take President Yang out to eat." Yi Chen shook his head and walked towards the door. That's true." Yi Hongfang scratched her head, looking like a child who felt uncomfortable in front of adults. Clearly, the president of the Martial Association, such a big figure, put a lot of pressure on her. On the other hand, Zhou Shishir seemed unburdened, her small face full of smiles as she skipped out the door. President Yang deliberately smiled at Yi Hongfang and said a few comforting words, helping her relax a bit. Then he leisurely followed Yi Chen out. The moment they left, he instinctively glanced upstairs. A strange look flashed in his eyes. There was a very strong aura upstairs, not weaker than his own, at least a 4th-level martial master. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary community actually hid such talents. However, there weren't many martial masters in Ningjiang City, and each one was recorded. How could there be an unfamiliar martial master here? Upstairs, the scar-faced middle-aged man walked to the window, watching the figures of the few people leaving below, his expression silent. Just now, he sensed the approach of an unfamiliar martial master. He instinctively thought it was someone from the Martial Alliance, and since his daughter hadn't returned yet, he feared she had been captured. In his anxiety, he revealed all his aura. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. That martial master was actually the president of the Martial Association, who came specifically to reward the young man downstairs. He wasn't here to capture him. However, since he had leaked his aura, as a fellow martial master, the president of the Martial Association would definitely have noticed his presence. Even if that young man Yi Chen had quickly sent the president away, it wouldn't be of much use. "I have to leave." The scar-faced man sighed lightly. No longer thinking too much, sent a text to Suchin, and quickly packed his things. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment, walked downstairs, forcibly shook open the door, and entered. Then he checked a few rooms. Soon, he found the room where Yi Chen was staying, placed a piece of tattered black armor on the bed, and then turned to leave. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Yi Chen finally returned home from the city with his aunt and the others. Thinking about what had just happened, he couldn't help but shake his head. President Yang had asked him to go to the Martial Alliance branch in a few days to meet Deputy Minister Zhang of the 10 associations. Although he didn't know the reason, since the other party had just given him a benefit, it was indeed hard to refuse, so he could only agree for now. Fortunately, it didn't conflict with the time for the Black Seal Tower. By the way, brother, are you really a martial artist? Zhou Shishir held the martial artist medal, her small face flushed with excitement. You've asked all the way, if I weren't a martial artist, how could I have this martial artist medal? Yi Chen said somewhat helplessly. Beside him, Yi Hongfang also sighed, the youngest martial artist in Ningxiang City, our Yi family has really made it this time. The youngest martial artist? Yi Chen shook his head, not agreeing. In fact, if it were to be counted, Su Fan and the others, whom he had swept aside before, had broken through to martial artists several months earlier than him. If it were to be changed, he could accept being the strongest martial artist among the younger generation in Ningxiang City without any qualms. However, it might be because his blood value was too high, leading President Yang to mistakenly believe that he had broken through early, thus awarding him this honor. By the way, you little brat, you've already broken through to a martial artist. That card you gave me a few days ago, it can't really have 1,000,000, right? Yi Hongfang suddenly thought of something and asked. Aunt, when have I ever lied to you? Yi Chen shook his head, then suspiciously asked, what about that card? You didn't lose it, did you? If it really has 1,000,000, I thought you were joking. Yi Hongfang's face showed shock. Then she hurriedly said, I forgot where I put it. No, I have to hurry back and look for it. It's fine, it can't be lost at home. Before Yi Chen could finish, Yi Hongfang had already hurriedly left, and Zhou Shishir quickly followed. At this moment, he also returned to the community. Several ambulances were surrounding the entrance, the sirens blaring continuously, and many people were watching. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and walked over. In the center of the crowd, several paramedics were gathered together, seemingly performing emergency treatment on someone inside. Uncle Li, what happened? He looked at the neighbor beside him, surprised. I'm not sure either. It seems someone was injured, covered in blood, and ran out from that small alley, then fainted here. And someone returning to the community happened to see it and called for an ambulance. Small alley? Yi Chen glanced in the direction he pointed, just an ordinary small alley, not deep, and nothing seemed unusual, so he withdrew his gaze. At this moment, the medical personnel in the center of the area shook their heads and stood up. Then they lifted a middle-aged man, covered in blood, onto a stretcher and sent him into the ambulance. No breath, he's dead. Yi Chen murmured to himself, reaching a conclusion. The middle-aged man was probably in his early 40s, with a thick beard on his face, and a penetrating wound in his chest where the heart was, looking like a fatal injury. At the same time, his clothes were torn, revealing the tattered black armor. Even with the armor, he was still covered in wounds, blood, and flesh a mess, with bright red blood soaking the ground. The heart is injured, yet he could still walk a distance? Yi Chen's expression changed slightly after seeing the injuries. This kind of physical quality, even he, with his half-step third-level martial artist physique, couldn't manage. This was at least a third-level martial artist. Moreover, he was of considerable strength. How could a third-level martial artist die here? Yi Chen frowned, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a girl with a ponytail, and his expression shifted slightly. Su Qin? He was about to speak. Su Qin looked at the body being loaded onto the ambulance, her pretty face slightly changing, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes as she quickly walked towards the community. Yi Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. At that moment, a loud alarm rang out, and several vehicles from the Martial Alliance sped over. The guards from the Martial Alliance got out and immediately began to disperse the crowd. All right, everyone, stop looking and go back, one of them said. Those who discovered the body, please don't leave yet, cooperate with us for the usual questioning. The crowd gradually dispersed. At this time, the last exclusive vehicle from the Martial Alliance arrived. A cold-faced bald man stepped out. He didn't look like a member of the Martial Alliance, but the guards treated him with great respect, and even the person who found the body was explaining the situation to him. Yi Chen followed the dispersing crowd back into the community, his brows slightly furrowed, appearing somewhat distracted. Just then, his phone beeped. Yi Chen took out his phone. Zhang Yin, tonight, my sister will bring the dragon blood fruit. After receiving it, I hope you won't forget our agreement. Dragon blood fruit. Yi Chen's heart leaped with joy. This little girl truly kept her word, just as she said, in 2 days. However, before he could happily reply, a panicked shout suddenly came from upstairs. Aunt and Shishir. Yi Chen's pupils constricted, his blood surging as he rushed upstairs. Yi Chen dashed to the door, and upon seeing the scene at the entrance, he breathed a sigh of relief. Aunt, are you all right? What happened to the door? He walked over and propped the fallen door back up. We're fine, Yi Hongfang said, looking gloomy. I was just about to open the door when it suddenly fell back down, giving me quite a scare. That's right, brother. It scared me to death. I thought there was an earthquake, Zhou Shishir added, sticking out her tongue. Yi Chen propped the door up, reaching out to feel the marks on the doorframe, his brow slightly furrowing. This was forced open by someone. The person who did it must have been in a hurry, so they didn't want to waste time and just used brute force to knock the whole door down. Moreover, their control of strength was quite precise. These marks. What? Someone came in? Yi Hongfang exclaimed in shock. That 1 million, it wouldn't have been taken, would it? She hurriedly rushed into the house. Yi Chen followed her inside, glancing around. The living room didn't seem to have been disturbed much. He then entered his own room to check. As soon as he stepped in, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly walked over to the bed. On the bed lay a piece of black soft armor. The armor was severely worn and slightly dull, with a note placed on it, the handwriting rough and hasty, writing a line of text. Thank you for taking care of me these days. This piece of soft armor is a token of gratitude. It can be sold in the black market or remelted. It is not recommended to wear it. If you do, be sure not to let anyone find out. Taking care of? Who did I take care of? Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback as he picked up the black soft armor, his expression changing instantly. So hot. But it wasn't the temperature of the armor itself, it was the devouring gold sun flame. The devouring gold sun flame seemed extremely eager at this moment, tiny golden flames uncontrollably leaping from his palm, wanting to devour this armor. Yi Chen was somewhat shaken. He knew that the devouring gold sun flame liked to consume high-grade battle weapons. However, it had never shown such eagerness as it did now. Even the previous B-grade battle weapon, the Black Demon Blade, was vastly different, almost worlds apart. This is at least an S-grade battle weapon. Yi Chen suppressed the devouring gold sun flame, still feeling a shock in his heart as he carefully examined the damaged black soft armor. At the same time, he was filled with confusion. Who on earth was so generous as to give him an S-grade battle weapon worth millions? Taking care of? He pondered for a moment, then looked up. It should be the mysterious person from upstairs, from Su Qin's home, who left this for him, possibly as a thank you for teaching Su Qin martial arts. However, since the item was left behind, it stands to reason that Su Qin had already left. Why did she come back today? Moreover, the faint aura from upstairs still lingered. Seemingly aware that he had noticed it, so it showed no intention of hiding. He could sense it very clearly. Did you run into trouble on your way out and were forced to come back? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, momentarily considering this possibility. He rubbed the black armor, which felt cool and lightweight, and had a nice texture, though it was riddled with damage that looked like knife marks. As he looked closer, he suddenly realized that this armor seemed somewhat familiar. It's the same as the one that third-level warrior wore at the entrance of the community. Yi Chen's heart sank slightly as he recalled where he had seen it before. However, that piece of armor should not be of this high a grade. There were still some subtle differences between the two. The patterns on this one were much deeper and more intricate, clearly indicating a higher quality. This was also why he hadn't recognized it at first. With such a uniform design for the inner armor. Could it be that this is a proprietary inner armor of some major power? Yi Chen's expression grew serious. No wonder they left a message for him, urging him to either remelt it or sell it, and to avoid wearing it himself. Indeed, if it truly belonged to a major power, a custom inner armor, wearing it could attract unnecessary trouble if discovered by that power. Finally found it. At that moment, Yi Hongfang's voice came from outside, sounding relieved. Yi Chen casually shoved the black armor under the bed and walked out of the room. In the living room, Yi Hongfang held the card, both excited and emotional, wiping away her tears as she said, "With this money, we can finally treat Dushan's illness. You little rascal, I didn't expect that in the end, the two of us adults would still have to rely on you, a child." "Aunt, I'm not a child anymore." Yi Chen said helplessly. He was already 17, how could he still be considered a child? At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, no matter what their status, in the eyes of their parents, they would always be their little kids. By the way, should we report this to the police? Yi Hongfang looked at the damaged door on the ground, irritated, and said, "The door is in such a state, it must be a burglary. You guys didn't lose anything, right?" "I didn't, but I'm not sure if my brother lost anything." Zhou Shishir came out, shaking her little head. "It's fine, I'll handle it." After Yi Chen finished speaking, he went to the hallway, found a small advertisement, and called a repairman to fix the door. The door was repaired by around 4 in the afternoon. After the repairman left, he was just about to head home when he saw Su Qin coming down from upstairs. "Going outside?" "Yeah." Su Qin nodded, glancing at him with a complex expression. "You've already broken through to a warrior?" "Just lucky." Yi Chen smiled. "Lucky? Su Qin fell silent. She had originally thought that there were no perfect in the world. Yi Chen excelled in martial skills, but she assumed his blood value would be average, yet she didn't expect that his blood value would far exceed hers. Since you've been to the Warrior Association, you should be quite familiar with it, right? Su Qin suppressed her mixed feelings, her beautiful eyes showing some anticipation. I want to go to the Warrior Building to buy a martial skill that can hide my aura. Can you accompany me? Forget it. Yi Chen shook his head. Disappointment flashed in Su Qin's eyes. Yi Chen then pondered, don't waste that money. I have a martial skill that can hide your aura, I can teach you. Okay, good. When Yi Chen left Su Qin's house, the sky was already dark. He stretched and went downstairs. He taught Su Qin the Inchi technique and even left the original one behind as a way to repay her for that S-grade inner armor. Just as he was about to head home, his phone beeped again. Jiang. I'm downstairs at your place right now, hurry up. It was accompanied by a lively smiley face. Jiang Yu. Yi Chen's mind flashed with the image of the white-haired girl. Downstairs, Jiang Yu, with her striking white hair and delicate features resembling a porcelain doll, was already waiting. She wore a JK long skirt, looking like a princess who had stepped out of a painting. Stunning and eye-catching. The boys passing by were captivated, their eyes glued to her. When they saw Yi Chen walk straight over, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. How could it be this guy again? However, in the next moment, their eyes nearly popped out. Under the old tree, the white-haired girl extended her slender jade finger, playfully lifting the chin of the boy opposite her, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Handsome, you wouldn't want so many people to know about your connection with our Black 3 fighting arena, would you? Yi Chen was stunned. The boys around him were even more taken aback, completely dumbfounded. But soon, they were truly shocked. In unison, they exclaimed, what the hell? After Yi Chen took the black box from Jiang Yu's hand, he slapped her hand open with a grin and kicked her on the backside. Get lost, stay away from me. With that, Yi Chen left, holding the black box, his face full of joy. I dressed up so nicely, and you still kicked me? Jiang Yu looked a bit dazed, instinctively touching her backside, where there was a noticeable footprint on her white dress. She ground her silver teeth and said fiercely, damn man, I will conquer you sooner or later. The prettier they are, the crazier they are. In the corridor, Yi Chen couldn't help but mutter. The Jiang sisters were indeed the most beautiful peers he had ever seen in his life. But this white-haired sister was a bit too lively, a complete middle school neurotic girl. To so openly deliver the dragon blood fruit to me, there are generally two possibilities. Yi Chen stored the wooden box in his Hongyang ring, his expression thoughtful. The first possibility was that Jiang Yu was sure there were no black Mark Tower people watching him, which is why she felt safe meeting him. The second possibility was that the Black Mark Tower had thoroughly investigated him and knew he wouldn't leave in a short time. They would let him be for now, only to strike when the right moment came. With this thought, Yi Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. The matter with the Black Mark Tower needed to be resolved quickly, otherwise, he would always have a thorn in his heart that couldn't be removed. Back home, Yi Chen immediately took out the black box. The black wooden box opened, revealing a round fruit as red as blood, placed in the center. The fruit was only the size of a fist, covered in many tiny scales that vaguely formed the shape of a dragon's body. At first glance, it looked like a dragon was coiling around the fruit. It exuded an imposing aura. A faint fragrance wafted from it, penetrating the heart and lungs. Yi Chen took a deep breath and picked up the dragon blood fruit. Half an hour passed quickly. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, stretching his body, the crisp sound of cracking joints echoing. Is this the physique of a third-level warrior? Truly extraordinary. He marveled at the power coursing through his body. A small difference made a world of difference. After consuming the dragon blood fruit, he successfully elevated his physique to a third-level warrior, even surpassing it by a good margin. After all, the dragon blood fruit could help those below the martial master level directly advance by one level. Now, although his physique still couldn't compare to a martial master, among third-level warriors, he was already outstanding, able to surpass 90% of them. Let's test my combat power. Yi Chen took out the testing belt. With the enhancement of his physique, his overall combat power had also increased. The test results came out quickly. Combat power, 1250. Although his combat power hadn't increased much, his raw combat power had finally entered the ranks of third-level warriors, plus various martial skills. His maximum combat power, even among third-level warriors, was no longer mediocre. The blood limit for a third-level warrior is 2000, peak third-level combat power is around 2500, and top-tier third-level combat power is about 2000. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. This is the combat power standard compiled by the Martial Alliance, and if he uses the Spirit Flame Body, combined with the second level of the Heavy Water Palm, his maximum combat power could reach around 2000. In other words, he has already achieved the combat power of a top-tier level 3 warrior while still being at the first level. If this were to spread, even masters would turn pale upon hearing it, as it is simply too shocking. Yi Chen suppressed the joy in his heart, thinking of the spirit flame body, and he recalled the black armor under the bed. That armor, although an S-rank battle weapon, was already quite damaged. Moreover, it also posed certain risks. Therefore, if its value isn't too high, it wouldn't hurt to let the devouring golden sun flame consume it to enhance the spirit flame body. S-rank battle weapons also vary in quality. A regular S-rank battle weapon is worth 10 million, while a high-quality S-rank battle weapon can reach astronomical prices of 20 to 30 million. Of course, given the extent of damage to that battle weapon, Yi Chen estimated it to be worth only 5 to 6 million. But regardless, it was still a significant sum. Yi Chen took the black armor from under the bed and stored it in the Hongyang ring. The progress of the item would only show in the space ring when it truly belonged to him. However, before he could check the progress of the devouring golden sun flame, a light sound rang out. Devouring golden sun flame, progress, 150 million/100 million. Achievement completed, reward 1000 achievement points, comprehension doubled. Yi Chen was stunned. He stared blankly at the achievement panel, which displayed the completed devouring golden sun flame. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and his face showed horror. That black inner armor was not an S-rank battle weapon, it was a master-level battle weapon. Only a master-level battle weapon could still be worth over 90 million even in such a severely damaged state. Yi Chen's body trembled slightly. What kind of person was that mysterious individual? From Su Qin's family? Moreover, this was too generous a master battle weapon. His head buzzed. After a long while, Yi Chen finally emerged from this shock and calmed his emotions. He collected himself and looked at the black armor. At that moment, the devouring golden sun flame was autonomously flowing from his palm, taking the shape of a tongue and continuously licking the armor. Knowing he wouldn't allow it to consume, but still too tempted, it could only satisfy its craving in this way. A master-level battle weapon, no wonder you're so excited. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional as he retracted the devouring golden sun flame and observed the black armor again, his expression fluctuating. This kind of inner armor, with its standardized design, indicated it was mass-produced. And the fact that it could be mass-produced meant that there were even master-level ones among them. One could imagine that its owner must belong to a colossal power, so this black armor was truly a hot potato. However, fortunately, even if he didn't sell it and didn't use it himself, letting the devouring golden sun flame consume it wouldn't be a loss. Just as Yi Chen's thoughts settled, the devouring golden sun flame surged out from his palm again, transforming into a small golden flame dog, squatting in his palm and nodding furiously. As it nodded, its tongue hung out. If it weren't made of flames, it would probably be drooling by now. You go back first, I'll think about it some more, Yi Chen said helplessly as he retracted the devouring golden sun flame. This black armor was severely damaged, and the master power on it was basically non-existent. Unlike the situation with the black dragon scales, it was just right for the devouring golden sun flame to consume. As a master battle weapon, it was definitely made of top-grade metal, so it was normal for the devouring golden sun flame to be so excited. But for now, he still hadn't truly decided how to handle this black armor. Master battle weapon. Yi Chen's expression was hesitant, making it difficult for him to come to a decision. Let's first test the damage resistance. He thought for a moment, wearing this level of inner armor would automatically change shape due to the memory alloy. Once worn, it would instantly become extremely form-fitting and perfectly compatible. Even many joints and muscles have special soft pads, a faint warmth emanating from those pads. Yi Chen moved his body. Feeling exceptionally comfortable, a slight exertion sent ripples throughout him. With the help of this inner armor, his body's coordination and explosive power became even more perfect. He was both surprised and delighted. This was truly a good thing. In comparison, the inner armor he had received from the girl in blue was vastly inferior. It was a world of difference. Although he was thrilled, Yi Chen did not forget the main task. He stood up straight and suddenly exerted force, delivering a punch to his own chest. A muffled thud echoed. He remained motionless, not retreating even a bit. Seeing this, Yi Chen gasped. That punch, although he controlled the force to ensure he wouldn't hurt himself, should have sent him staggering back several steps. But this inner armor had an incredibly strong damage reduction capability. He didn't feel a hint of force transmitted to him, it was all absorbed by the armor. Again! Yi Chen's eyes sparkled. After testing for a good half hour, he finally reached a shocking conclusion. The attack power of a third-level warrior could be reduced by a full 90% by this inner armor. For a second-level warrior, it could reduce nearly 95%. As for a first-level warrior, it was like a mere scraping. Standing there, you could hit him for ages without any effect. Below the martial master realm, with a 90% damage reduction, having this inner armor is equivalent to being invincible from the start. Yi Chen felt a bit shaken. Wearing this inner armor, even if he foolishly jumped around in front of a martial master, he might still survive. After all, martial masters are powerful, with blood values exceeding 10,000, terrifying indeed. But they couldn't just break through defenses directly. This inner armor could still mitigate most of the damage. Of course, if one's physique wasn't up to par, even with most damage mitigated, the remaining force could still be lethal. If the gap in physique was too great, there would be no escape, only passive beating until death. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's mood calmed a bit. Although the master warriors were strong, they weren't invincible. When facing a martial master, they would still meet their end. So, it was better not to be reckless. However, with this inner armor, it could be said he had a tremendous trump card, a glimmer of hope to escape from a martial master. Not selling it, I'll keep it for myself. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. Although this item might bring about huge trouble, it could truly save his life at a critical moment. Beside him, the golden devouring flame once again couldn't bear the silence and ran out. This time, it detached from his body, transforming into a little fire dog, squatting nearby with eager eyes, waiting for Yi Chen to take off the inner armor for it to devour. But unexpectedly, Yi Chen ultimately decided to take the risk and keep it for himself. Instantly, the smile on the dog's face froze. Its eyes were filled with grievance, feeling that it had been eagerly waiting only to be fed to the dog. From now on, this inner armor will be called Level 3 Armor. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and finally came up with a name that sounded like it had maximum defensive capability. Satisfied, he nodded and put away the black inner armor. Upon hearing this, as if to vent its frustration, the little golden dog poked its head out and vomited under the table, filled with disdain for the name. Yi Chen ignored it and happily looked at the achievement panel. With nearly 1 billion people, he had completely completed it and 1,000 achievement points were credited. There was also an opportunity to double his comprehension. Yi Chen didn't hesitate and used it directly, instantly feeling a sharp pain in his mind, as if cool air was being poured into his skull. It made him shiver. Like a knee-jerk reaction, he instinctively stood up and suddenly slammed his head against the wall. Bang! A huge sound echoed through the room. In the living room, Yi Hongfang's voice rang out, "You little rascal, what happened? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just got up too suddenly and hit the wall," Yi Chen grinned, rubbing his head and casually finding an excuse to brush it off. Beside him, the golden-mouthed puppy lay sprawled out, laughing so hard it couldn't get up. Yi Chen felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, forcibly pulling it back into his body. At that moment, the sharp pain in his mind disappeared. A sense of unprecedented clarity washed over him, as if in an instant, everything before his eyes became detailed, every nuance visible. This feeling came suddenly, as if his comprehension had doubled, and he was in the midst of a breakthrough. At the same time, many flashes of inspiration surged in his mind. This is enlightenment. Yi Chen's heart jolted. This was the legendary moment of realization. He dared not delay, seizing the moment before this feeling faded. He frantically reviewed all the martial techniques in his mind. Heavy water palm, frost blade, cloud breath technique, all were rapidly advancing. Simultaneously, Yi Chen faintly heard an ancient whisper, seemingly saying, "Pure Yang. Heaven. Blade." Yi Chen's heart trembled as he glanced at the white jade knife pendant in the pen holder on his desk. Unfortunately, the feeling of enlightenment vanished quickly. In an instant, Yi Chen returned to his previous state, and the world before him returned to normal. He shook his head, although his thoughts were indeed much quicker than before. The effect of doubled comprehension had worn off. But the terrifying speed of grasping martial techniques was no longer there. The ancient voice was also gone. Yi Chen walked to his desk and took out the white jade knife pendant from the pen holder. The knife was bright and pure, made entirely of jade, shimmering with light. The 4 small characters inscribed on it, "Pure Yang. Heaven Blade," were very conspicuous. This was given to him by Su Qin, who said it contained a powerful martial technique that required sufficient comprehension to understand. He hadn't cared much at first, but now. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and hung the white jade knife around his neck. Next, he checked his martial techniques. The cloud breath technique had finally broken through to the minor success stage, allowing him to feign death while running and jumping, rather than remaining completely still. Additionally, the heavy water palm was perfected, and the third level of palm force had been successfully cultivated. With the 3 layers of hidden strength combined, the power of the heavy water palm had surged significantly. It was estimated that in terms of destructive power, it was almost on par with an ordinary A-level martial technique. The frost blade, however, had not made much progress. Nevertheless, Yi Chen was already very satisfied. After the increase in comprehension, the major reward was the 1,000 achievement points. However, besides the achievement points, it seemed there were other changes in the achievement system. Yi Chen looked at the achievement system, which displayed that it was upgrading, feeling somewhat astonished. It seemed that obtaining 1,000 achievement points had triggered the upgrade condition. He tried it out and found that although the system was upgrading, it was still user-friendly, and the functions could still be used normally. He didn't think much more about it and looked at the deduction button. Among the options for deduction, the combat awareness showed that it required 500 achievement points to break through. What would combat awareness be like after breaking through the limits? Yi Chen's eyes brightened with anticipation as he slowly pressed the deduction button. In the early morning, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, with faint clouds in the sky. In the Long Kong building, on the second underground floor, Black Chrysanthemum Bar. The lights were dazzling, various colors flashing, and the music was deafening, with young men and women in the dance floor swaying wildly. In a secluded corner, a burly man with a buzz cut lit a cigarette with a smile. Want one? No thanks. Opposite him, a middle-aged man in a suit, looking like a white-collar elite, waved his hand and said, "Smoking too much is bad for your health. Come on, I'm about to break through to a marshal." "Master, why care about that?" The buzzcut man scoffed, then said enviously, "Once this mission is completed, the iron-armored earth rhinoceros blood from above will arrive. Then you can break through to a martial master, right?" A smile appeared on the corner of the suit-wearing man's mouth. "Yeah, but there's no need to envy me. With your peak level 3 strength, you can also break through if you find suitable blood." "Forget it, I've failed to break through twice already. If I don't have rare level beast blood, I probably won't succeed the third time either." The man with a buzz cut pressed the cigarette but down with some frustration. Beast blood is classified into 5 levels: ordinary, superior, rare, precious, and exquisite. Precious level. Beast blood is worth its weight in gold, and as an ordinary member of the Black Seal Tower, he simply has no way to obtain such valuable blood. "Alright, let's not talk about that for now, let's get down to business," the middle-aged man in a suit said. "You remember the task to kill that second-level martial artist boy discovered by Iron Bull last time, right?" "Of course I remember," the buzzcut man grinned. "Ningjiang City, it's impressive that such a genius could emerge." He licked his lips, a hint of morbid excitement flashing in his eyes. "I love hearing about this. The way proud geniuses scream and beg for mercy as their bones are crushed inch by inch is truly wonderful." The middle-aged man in the suit shook his head. "The captain just sent a message. No need to follow the original plan. We strike in 3 days. No matter where he is, we act directly. If he's at home, we take care of his family too." Upon hearing this, the buzzcut man was startled. He quickly said, "Such a blatant move will definitely attract the attention of the Martial Alliance. We've already made our plans. In a few days, we'll lure him near this Black Chrysanthemum Bar and take him out then. Why take the risk? A few days? We can't wait any longer." A cold glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. "There's a traitor in our team. Although I don't know who it is, the plan has been leaked, and there are forces suspected to be from Ningjiang City watching us. So we must complete this task as soon as possible and leave Ningjiang City to avoid the heat for a while." "A traitor?" The buzzcut man was greatly alarmed, then his expression darkened. "I understand. I'll make my move in 3 days. Be careful," the middle-aged man in the suit advised. "If you feel it's not safe, you can call me for help that day." "Ha, old Zhang, forget it." The buzzcut man lit a cigarette, proudly declaring, "No matter what, I've failed to break through as a martial artist twice, with a combat power of 2,700, far surpassing other peak level 3 martial artists. Though I can't say I'm invincible below the martial artist level, I basically have no rivals. Just a second-level martial artist, a mere kid. Even if I suppress my realm, I can still handle that kid with one hand while smoking." The middle-aged man in the suit furrowed his brows. That statement sounded a bit familiar. It seemed like someone who bore the heavenly source and single-handedly supported the original imperial city had said something similar, but he couldn't quite recall the exact words or who it was. As he thought of this, he looked in the direction where his confident teammate had left, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. That statement had a hint of ominousness. On the second floor of the bar, a middle-aged man wearing a dark gold mask stared intently at the 2 departing figures. Soon, a green parrot flew over and landed on his shoulder, whispering in his ear. After listening, the owner of the fighting arena stroked the parrot's feathers and murmured to himself, as expected of the Black Seal Tower, quick to react, they already know they're being watched. It's a pity that this time only 2 ordinary members came, not the captain with martial artist strength. We'll have to wait a bit longer before we can act. At home, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot, filled with excitement and joy. He had broken through. The combat awareness from this breakthrough was immense, reaching an unprecedented height. He checked his achievement panel. Combat awareness, all-round level, level 1, current combat power increase of 1000, next increase requires 700 achievement points. A full 1000 increase in combat power was terrifying. The all-round level of combat awareness, like the spirit flame body, belonged to a realm beyond this level, so once successful, the increase would be extraordinarily frightening. Yi Chen tried to exert himself, and his body slowly began to gather strength, causing his skin to tighten and veins to bulge. His body couldn't take it anymore. The physique of a third-level martial artist was still unable to withstand the all-encompassing battle consciousness. This level of control over the body had far surpassed the body's inherent strength, akin to the soul being stronger than the body. Thus, the body appeared weak. As expected, an all-encompassing battle consciousness requires at least a martial master to endure. Yi Chen bit his lip and looked at himself in the mirror. He now looked pale, giving off a sense of weakness. This was the result of insufficient physique. Only when his physique improved in the future would he return to normal. However, although he looked weak at the moment, it was merely an illusion. No one would expect that this seemingly frail body, when fully unleashed, could produce a combat power of a full 2350. And that was bare combat power. If I unleash my full strength now, my body might struggle to cope, but activating the spirit flame body for a brief boost in physique should be fine. Yi Chen pondered, realizing that with the spirit flame body he could reach his maximum combat power. That meant at least 3000. Let's test it out. After a moment of thought, Yi Chen took out the testing belt. In the next instant, golden flames ignited around him, transforming him into a humanoid fire figure, and the combat power data on the belt skyrocketed. Finally, with a loud bang, the belt was severed, and the combat power was displayed. 3100 combat power. Not counting martial skills, a full 3100 combat power. Yi Chen couldn't help but clench his fist tightly, his eyes filled with excitement. Invincible below martial masters. Above martial masters, I would be defeated in one move. He felt a bit disgruntled. With martial masters having over 10,000 in vitality, he had no idea what true combat power could reach. He still had a long way to go. However, in the rarely seen Ningjiang city, he had truly stepped into the ranks of the strong. Anywhere in Ningjiang city, he would have a certain level of influence. Yi Chen retracted the spirit flame body, and the 15 spirit flame patterns on his back slowly faded away. Last time, after devouring the purchased ores, the spirit flame patterns had increased by 2, reaching a total of 15. Now, I just need the blood of the Black Flood Dragon. Yi Chen felt a bit excited. In a few days, when the blood of the Black Flood Dragon arrived, his strength would surge once again. He suppressed his thoughts and looked at the achievement panel. The upgrade was not yet complete, and the achievement points required for battle consciousness were quite a lot, especially with the system upgrade. There might be new features, so it was better not to waste them. However, after completing the task of close to 1 billion people, a new achievement had appeared. Experienced driver. This achievement requires personal comprehension, progress, 0%, complete the achievement, reward 50 achievement points. What is this? Yi Chen was a bit confused, hesitating for a long time, especially since 50 achievement points were not insignificant. He gritted his teeth and decided to find a way to complete it. But how could he prove that he was an experienced driver? Yi Chen scratched his head, and after a moment of inspiration, he began searching online for various materials to find a target. Su Qin, not suitable. The mysterious person upstairs could possibly be her relative. If seen by accident, he might end up suffocated under the covers tonight. Plus, although Su Qin seemed cold, she was actually quite shy and not a suitable candidate. He needed someone thick-skinned, broad-minded, and not easily bothered. Yi Chen thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up as a certain figure flashed through his mind. Yi Chen opened the chat window with Zhang Yu and thought. For a moment, he sent over several lines he had found online that could demonstrate he was an experienced driver, driving crazily. Then, he put away the broken testing belt. Although he had tried to suppress it, the temperature of the golden devouring sun flame was too high. The material of the belt was ordinary and couldn't withstand it, so it was burned through. But it didn't matter if it was scrapped. Among the rewards of the Star of Ningjiang, there is an expensive blood recovery chamber. Not only can it restore vitality and allow for rest and recuperation, but it also tests blood vitality and combat power, being much more precise and effective than this belt. Just as he put away the belt, his phone buzzed with a message. Zhang Yu? Yi Chen felt a bit awkward, but for the sake of achievement points, he didn't mind. He cheerfully said, "So, what do you think? My driving skills are impressive, right?" Zhang Yu, what driving skills? Are you referring to these cheesy pickup lines? I don't want to dream anymore, dreaming of you being nice to me, and before I even wake up, my heart already aches a lot. It's not fair. In your dreams, there are mushroom houses, flying squirrels, and fire-breathing squids, while in my dreams, there's only you. Writing your name on smoke and inhaling it into my lungs. Ugh, I really don't know where you found these cheesy lines, they make me so embarrassed. But when did you and my sister develop to this point? Do you need my help? Your lines are too cheesy, I have more creative ones. Yi Chen's expression was somewhat dazed. What the heck? Cheesy pickup lines. Aren't these the essential driving phrases for seasoned drivers? He searched the phone website again. The feeling of not wearing a condom is really good, just not safe. My last phone broke because of that. This one is normal, not a driving phrase. Yi Chen was quite certain. He moved on to the next one. Falling into the pit of liking you, from then on, unable to rise again. This one is definitely it. Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly sent it. Zhang Yu. You're hopeless, too cliché, my sister can flirt better than you. Yi Chen's face was full of frustration, suddenly realizing. You're Jiang Yin, you're peeking at your sister's phone? What's wrong with my cute little sister peeking at her sister's phone? Jiang Yin said proudly, continuing to send, if you want to pursue my sister, I can help you, but you have to help us catch the people from the Black Seal Tower first. Pursue your grandpa. Yi Chen cursed inwardly, this time he really embarrassed himself. He didn't gain any achievement points and lost his handsome face. Fortunately, aside from his other merits, his thick skin was unbeatable. Even at the martial master level. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he adjusted himself. Jiang Yin continued using Zhang Yu's account. I need to remind you of something. The plan has changed. In 3 days, the Black Seal Tower will make a move against you. And this time, your opponent might be a peak level 3rd tier martial artist. A peak level 3rd tier martial artist? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Jiang Yu, there was an unexpected incident, I'm sorry. We didn't expect it to be a peak level 3rd tier martial artist. However, although there was an unexpected turn, the general plan remains unchanged. It's just 2 days earlier. And a peak level 3rd tier martial artist is too strong, you probably won't be able to hold out for 3 minutes, so my teacher has hired another top tier 3rd level martial artist. With his help, you should be able to successfully delay until my teacher arrives. Okay. Yi Chen replied, not paying much attention. He would see how he felt at that time. If he was in a bad mood, he would just kill that peak level 3rd tier martial artist from the Black Seal Tower. If he was in a good mood, he could play with him a bit. At this moment, in the Black Sand fighting arena, Jiang Yin looked hesitant. In fact, she wanted Yi Chen to give up. After all, this matter was very dangerous, and even with an additional top-tier 3rd level martial artist, holding out for 3 minutes would be very difficult. Because the opponent they were facing was not an ordinary peak level 3rd tier martial artist. Some peak martial artists, after failing to break through their realm, would have their physique enhanced due to refining the blood of exotic beasts, thus increasing their combat power. But this matter was extremely important to her teacher. I can only hope he can hold on, or that my teacher can quickly find out the hidden martial artist from the Black Seal Tower. Jiang Yin sighed softly. The martial artist from the Black Seal Tower had too special of a hiding method. Currently, they could only confirm that he was hiding in the Black Chrysanthemum Bar. But inside the bar, there were too many staff members. It's really hard to tell who it is. The teacher has gone so many times and still hasn't found out. For now, I can only hope that when he sees Yi Chen, the target of this mission, that black-marked martial artist will be unable to suppress his killing intent. Just a hint of it would be enough. At home, Yi Chen felt a sense of unwillingness as he glanced at the achievements of the seasoned driver. His eyes nearly popped out. The progress had turned negative, -100%, clearly indicating that the system was very dissatisfied with his recent performance. Damn it! Yi Chen exclaimed in frustration, deciding not to refresh it anymore, completely at odds with this achievement. He then dug up a bunch of quotes from seasoned drivers online. After thinking for a moment, realizing that sending it to a girl wouldn't work, he changed the recipient to Zhang Fan. Before long, Zhang Fan sent a voice message, sounding terrified, ran. Go, no, sob, we're not suitable. Yi Chen was left speechless, explaining for a long time before finally easing Zhang Fan's guard. He couldn't help but curse. Under his breath, this achievement was just too difficult to complete. Looking at the achievement system again, he nearly lost his temper as the progress had now changed to -250%. This system cannot stay. Yi Chen's expression twisted in anger. He wanted to uninstall the system, declaring that he would not coexist with it. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed. The update is almost complete. New features will appear in 14 hours. A strong desire to survive and temptation filled him. Seeing this, Yi Chen beamed with joy. System brother, hurry up with the update. I won't sleep today, I'll stay up waiting for you. Even so, he still sighed, preparing to refresh the seasoned driver achievement. He was truly stumped. This was even harder than math problems, harder than grinding monsters, only someone with exceptional talent could manage it. The second refresh required 100 achievement points. Yichin felt a pang of pain, but with only 3 achievement slots, he couldn't waste one by occupying it. At that moment, the seasoned driver achievement flickered, and the progress reset to 0. Seasoned driver, progress, 0%, complete the achievement to earn 50 achievement points. There was an additional system prompt. Tip, young man, keep your thoughts pure, I am a serious system, don't think crookedly. Yi-chan. The next day, Yi-chan got up early and booked a seasoned driver as a personal coach. This was a true seasoned driver, with 30 years of driving experience, having driven everything from cars and buses to remote-controlled toy cars and bumper cars, rich in experience. After breakfast, Yi-chan hurried out the door. Across the way, Sister Shui and her son Xuechuan happened to come out as well. The Hongyue martial arts school had closed, and Xuechuan had switched to another martial arts school, which was considerably smaller than Hongyue. However, neither of them was aware that the closure of Hongyue martial arts school was related to Yi Chen. The moment Sister Shui saw Yi Chen, she smiled instinctively and wanted to speak, but suddenly thought of something, her expression stiffening. She appeared cautious and said, Xiaoran, you go ahead. After saying that, she stepped aside to let Yi Chen go downstairs first. Yi Chen was a bit taken aback, glancing at Xuechuan, who was silent beside her, and sighed inwardly, shaking his head as he walked down the stairs. Behind him, he could faintly hear Xuechuan's complicated voice. Mom, is Yi Chen really a martial artist? The whole neighborhood is talking, many people have seen their family's martial artist medal, it can't be fake. Son, don't compare yourself to him anymore. We can't catch up. The morning quickly passed. As it neared 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Yi Chen finally returned home. After nearly a day of hard practice, his seasoned driver progress had risen to 70%. His comprehension had doubled, and being a martial artist made learning to drive quite easy. With another morning tomorrow, this achievement will be completed. Yi Chen thought to himself, feeling a bit frustrated, not expecting that this seasoned driver achievement really referred to an experienced driver. At first, he had misunderstood. However, the system was also quite annoying. It would have been better to just say it outright instead of leaving it for him to figure out. He pushed open the door to his room, wanting to rest for a while. At that moment, a chime sounded in his mind. Yi Chen's eyes lit up, it was the achievement system, the upgrade was complete. In the room, Yi Chen couldn't wait to check the achievement system. The overall panel didn't seem to have changed much. Only around it, there were many more silver patterns. There were no so-called new features. He was a bit taken aback and looked closely. Still, he found nothing new. After hesitating for a moment, he could only click on the enhancement button and the simulation button. As soon as he clicked the enhancement button, his eyes brightened. The enhancement button had an additional option. Enhance physique. Currently selectable physiques, Nirvana body, fearless body. Note, the first enhancement of physique requires 100 achievement points, the second enhancement requires 200 achievement points, the third enhancement requires 300. And so on. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat, he could actually enhance his physique. He checked the explanation for Nirvana body and found that the previous upgrade restrictions had disappeared, even without the same Nirvana body. Now, he could also upgrade through enhancement. If the physique can be upgraded, that would be great. The fearless body is somewhat useless, but the Nirvana body is genuinely useful. Yi Chen murmured, particularly excited, but he didn't rush to enhance. He continued to look at the simulation button. The simulation button also had an additional option. Incomplete martial arts simulation. Yi Chen was taken aback, this function was somewhat interesting, but without higher level incomplete martial arts, it wasn't very useful. Aside from these two functions, there was also a small window. Yi Chen clicked on the small window, somewhat surprised to find that it was his personal information panel. Yi Chen. Level 1 Warrior, 499 Vitality Points, Achievement Points, 500 Combat Awareness, All-Round Level 1, 10% Combat Power Amplification, not activated. Physique, Nirvana Body, Level 1, Physique, Fearless Body, Level 1, although there were no combat power or martial arts attributes, it was already quite comprehensive and intuitive. Combat Power Amplification. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, this seemed to be something that could only be activated at the Martial Master realm, so he didn't think much more about it. Additionally, he also saw the system's conditions for the next upgrade. Obtain 10,000 achievement points. Non-cumulative, to upgrade again and unlock new features. 10,000. Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback, it wasn't cumulative and needed to be obtained all at once. This upgrade condition was too difficult. He stopped overthinking and returned to the main task, starting to enhance the Nirvana body. Soon, 100 achievement points disappeared and the Nirvana body upgraded to level 2. Physique, Nirvana body. Level 2, recovery ability increased by 20%, with a 0.02% chance to recover directly from a near-death state, and the physical body undergoes sublimation and transformation. A 20% recovery ability, not bad. Yi Chen thought for a moment. This recovery ability also included stamina and vitality, which could effectively enhance combat endurance. So, enduring the pain of spending, he spent another 200 achievement points to level up again. From then on, only 200 achievement points remained, and the Nirvana body also reached level 3. With recovery ability enhanced by nearly 1/3. The next 2 days passed quickly. During the day, Yi Chen spent most of his time at the Heishui Martial Arts School, training new students. Thanks to his 3 martial arts books, the Heishui Martial Arts School finally regained some vitality and recruited quite a few new students. The frown on the face of the Heishui schoolmaster had lessened significantly. Then, in the evening, Yi Chen returned home and, as usual, taught Su Qin. Unexpectedly, over these 2 days, Su Qin showed no urgent desire to leave. Every day, she was diligently studying the cloud breathing technique. Outside the community, the patrol personnel of the Martial Alliance gradually became sparse, and even the wanted notice had been taken down. No one knew what had happened. However, everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. Of course, it could also be the calm before the storm. Heishui Martial Arts School. Goodbye, Senior Brother Yi Chen. Senior Brother Yi Chen, I'll head back first. Brother Yi, see you tomorrow. The students left, one after another. Brother Yi Chen, this is a cake I made myself. A shy girl glanced at Yi Chen, placed her item down, and quickly ran away. Yi Chen shook his head, looking at the table in front of him. On the table lay a large pile of items, various exquisite trinkets, including origami cranes, desserts, milk tea, and so on. All were gifts from the female students in the hall. The master of the Black Water Hall strolled out slowly and saw the items on the table. He sighed. Being young is wonderful. When I was young, I was just as handsome as you and quite popular, but then I started losing my hair a bit early, which has led to me not having a partner until now. Yi Chen glanced at his bald head, his mouth twitching slightly. He casually unwrapped a pastry, handed it to the master of the Black Water Hall, and took a piece for himself. While eating, he asked, Master, you're older and have rich life experience. I've encountered a difficult problem recently that's hard to solve. Oh, a difficult problem? The master of the Black Water Hall became interested and smiled. If it can stump you, I'm a bit curious now. What is it? Yi Chen asked curiously. What does it mean to not follow martial ethics? Not following martial ethics is quite simple. The master of the Black Water Hall chuckled and explained, it refers to a sudden attack on an opponent, similar to a sneak attack. So that's how it is. Yi Chen suddenly understood, while looking at the achievement panel in his mind. Achievement points, 250. New achievement, not following martial ethics. Not following martial ethics, progress, 0/10, defeat 10 martial artists through unethical means to complete the achievement, reward 150 achievement points. 150 achievement points is a lot, 50 more than the initial achievement of winning people over with virtue. This was an achievement he had just refreshed recently. The veteran driver achievement was completed yesterday, earning him 50 achievement points, and this new achievement was refreshed at the same time. After resolving his confusion, Yi Chen prepared to leave, saying, Master, I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't be coming. No problem, you can come whenever you want. The master of the Black Water Hall smiled. Okay, goodbye, master. Outside the martial arts hall, there were many people on the road, mostly students from the hall, along with some office workers. Yi Chen was distracted, pondering where to find 10 people to defeat using unethical means. At that moment, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. He faintly sensed a prying gaze. He remained calm, glancing around with his peripheral vision. Soon, he locked onto a supermarket. That prying gaze was coming from inside. Yi Chen? At that moment, a surprised, deep voice rang out. A burly middle-aged man, surrounded by 3 or 4 martial arts students, approached. Instructor Wang walked closer and smiled. You come here often. I often see you leaving the Black Water Hall. At this point, he felt a slight envy. Honorary students usually just have their names listed, but someone like Yi Chen, who puts in so much effort, is truly rare. I haven't had much to do lately, so I come to take a look often. Yi Chen shook his head. Not bad. Instructor Wang nodded and suddenly said, Are you interested in coming to our thunderous martial arts hall? We recently lost an honorary student, and there's just the right vacancy. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students from the thunderous martial arts hall looked astonished. An honorary student? Who is this young man? Forget it. Yi Chen declined. Instructor Wang, I'm heading home now. After saying that, he turned to leave. In the moment he turned, he frowned slightly. The prying gaze in the supermarket had already vanished. Instructor Wang watched his departing figure, shaking his head. The students beside him looked speechless. Instructor Wang, who is this kid? So arrogant. Our thunderous martial arts hall is 100 times stronger than that black water hall. That's right, Instructor Wang, I find him unfamiliar. He doesn't seem like a well-known genius from any high school. A student with quite good martial arts talent, it's a bit of a pity. Instructor Wang didn't completely deny it, just showing a hint of regret as he looked at Yi Chen's back, suddenly feeling a stir in his heart. He didn't know why, but he felt that Yi Chen just now seemed a bit different from before. When they were talking, there was an unusually calm and composed aura about him. This feeling was hard to describe, somewhat like a sense of overlooking, and also like a strong person with absolute confidence in their own strength. He had only seen this kind of feeling in the master of their Thunder Martial Arts School. But their master was a martial artist of great strength, already considered a local overlord in Ningjiang, so having such confidence was normal. But how could Yi Chen possess it? It must be an illusion. Instructor Wang smiled, not paying much attention, and continued to chat with a few students beside him as they left. The sky gradually darkened. Yi Chen stretched lazily as he walked out of Su Qin's house. After entering, his aunt was still cooking in the kitchen. Hearing him return, she called out, "Stinky boy, you have nothing to do tomorrow, right? Let's go to Changchun Mall and buy some things." Changchun Mall? Yi Chen's pupils constricted slightly. Changchun Mall was right in the Changkong building. That was the commercial building where the Black Chrysanthemum Bar was located. He replied nonchalantly, "Aunt, why did you suddenly think of going there? People from Changchun Mall came to our school today, saying they are opening a new store and have a store opening event where you can draw discount cards." Zhou Shishir walked out of her room holding a bag of large potato chips. Eating as she spoke, she said, "I got lucky and drew a 50% off card. Crunchy and delicious. Hey, why does your face look so bad, bro?" "It's nothing." Yi Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his pale face. But his eyes still held a hint of gloom. The Black Seal Tower had indeed investigated him thoroughly, even extending its claws towards Shishir and his aunt. It was just that the other party didn't take him seriously at the moment and had no intention of using his family to threaten him. Otherwise, today's outcome would likely have been terrifying. But this was only temporary. The Black Seal Tower would stop at nothing to achieve its goals. And if they found they couldn't take him down for the time being, they would definitely resort to underhanded means. The Black Seal Tower must die. A chilling, killing intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He couldn't rest easy until these people were dead. At that moment, he also heard his Aunt Yi Hongfang's voice from the kitchen. "I was just thinking of buying some new clothes for you, Shishir, and your uncle. Tomorrow afternoon, you shouldn't go out. The 50% off card is hard to come by. We should go take a look and not waste this opportunity." Right. They also said that for the 50% off card to be valid, the whole family has to go. Zhou Shishir nodded her little head. "I spent a long time explaining before they agreed that the three of us could go." "The whole family?" Yi Chen sneered. Inwardly, the Black Seal Tower was just afraid he wouldn't go and had specially found a reason. He kept a calm expression and smiled. "Okay, I understand." After saying that, he returned to his room. As soon as he got back, his phone beeped with a message. "Jiang Yin, this afternoon, the Black Seal Tower sent a peak Level 3 martial artist to deal with you, and they are secretly watching you." Then, another photo was sent, showing a supermarket. In the supermarket, a burly man with a buzz cut, holding a bag of items, was checking out, his gaze inadvertently glancing outside. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. This was indeed the supermarket where he sensed something unusual in the afternoon. He took a moment to memorize the man's appearance. Then he sent a message. "This afternoon, someone from the Black Seal Tower saw my sister. If I remember correctly, you promised me that you would secretly protect my family. Jiang Yin, don't worry, the person from this afternoon is just a spy from the Black Seal Tower, not even a regular member, and very weak in strength. Moreover, my sister was nearby at the time. So your sister won't be in any danger. Seeing this, Yi Chen's expression eased a bit. The messages continued to come in. "Jiang Yin, the Black Seal Tower is in Ningjiang City. Excluding those few not-so-threatening spies, there are a total of 7 ordinary members, one of whom is currently my teacher's student. My teacher knows the identities of the remaining 6 and hasn't taken action against them. He doesn't want to alert the snake and scare away the martial arts captain, who has been hiding. That is my teacher's true target. So you can rest assured, if there are indeed formal members of the Black Seal Tower approaching your family, my teacher will step in to protect them. Yi-chin breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank you. In the end, I still benefited from this, with the dragon blood fruit and having you protect my family. I owe you a favor, and I will repay it in the future. On the other end of the phone, at the Black Sand fighting arena, Jiang couldn't help but complain, do you think you're the protagonist of a novel? Owing a favor and saying you'll repay it in the future, how cliché. How are you going to pursue my sister later? Forget it, I'll have to step in to help. She shook her little head, but her perception of Yi-chin improved a bit. During their first meeting, she thought he was just a violent handsome guy. Although he was handsome, he was ready to smash her sister's head at the slightest disagreement. But after spending these days together, she found that aside from his unforgivable cheesy lines, Yi-chin was quite decent in other aspects. In the room, Yi-chin looked at his phone. Jiang, tomorrow, the plan of the Black Seal Tower is, you just need to follow their plan and enter the Black Chrysanthemum Bar. Once inside, you only need to endure the most dangerous 3 minutes under that Black Seal Tower member. Also, the third level top martial artist helping you is sitting at the far left, at the third table. He has relatively little hair, so don't mistake him for someone else. Okay. After replying, Yi-chen turned off his phone. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Yi-chen helped Yi Hongfang go to the nearby market to buy groceries. As he arrived at the entrance of the market, he heard faint sounds coming from a nearby alley, where a blue and white vehicle from the Martial Alliance was parked. A few curious people gathered around. Just as they approached, a young man from the Martial Alliance stationed at the alley's entrance waved them away. Yi-chen glanced over and saw an old man shaking his head and sighing. He asked, old man, what happened? Another person died, and it was a middle-aged strong man. But this time, the person who died was in a terrible state, not a single good spot on his body, bones. The old man said, his face turning pale, I won't say more. The more I think about it, the more disgusting it gets. Sigh, I don't know what kind of grudge or hatred would lead someone to torture a person like that. It's truly vicious. Yi-chen watched the old man walk away with his hands behind his back, deep in thought. It should refer to yet another incident. A few days ago, the person who died at the entrance of the community was also a middle-aged strong man. Just as he was pondering, someone walked out of the alley. 2 staff members from the Martial Alliance were carrying a heavy body bag, while 2 others hurriedly walked out with some evidence bags. Behind them was a burly, cold-faced bald man. Yi-chen was momentarily stunned. He had seen this bald man a few days ago, before the first body appeared, at the entrance of the community. At that moment, a Martial Alliance member beside the bald man was respectfully reporting something. The bald man had a blank expression as he turned to glance at the alley. Suddenly, a hint of frenzied killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he grinned savagely. Sue, this time, you can't escape. Whoosh! Suddenly, a piercing gaze shot over. The bald man casually glanced at Yi-chen before getting into the car and leaving. Yi-chen was taken aback. What sharp perception! He had only glanced, and the man had already noticed him. Such astonishing perceptiveness was not something a third-level martial artist could possess. This was a martial master. The interlude ended, and Yi-chen finished buying groceries and returned home. Time quickly moved to the afternoon. After school in the afternoon, Yi-chen followed his aunt to the school where Zhou Shishir was, and after picking her up, they took a car to Chongkong Building. It was just after 7 in the evening, a time when there were many people around. Yi-chen, feeling bored, wandered around with his aunt for 2 hours and was just about to head home when his phone suddenly received a message. It was a voice message from Zhang Fan, sounding very urgent. Zhang Fan, Rangu, I'm at Chongkong Building, in the Black Chrysanthemum Bar on the 2nd basement level, and I've run into some trouble. Hurry and come help me. After hearing this, Yi-chen quickly told his aunt to head back first and left in a hurry. At that moment, inside a nearby shop, a burly man with a buzz cut watched Yi-chen's retreating figure, grinning as he got up to follow. He tossed his phone to the owner of the Iron Bull War Merchant shop beside him. On the phone, a chat box was faintly visible. Inside the chat box was the voice message just sent to Yi-chen. Watching the 2 figures leave one after the other, the Iron Bull shop owner shook his head. What a pity. This boy named Yi-chen was actually quite loyal. Such people were becoming increasingly rare in this society. However, who told him he was a genius? The purpose of the Black Seal Tower was to stifle geniuses, to destroy the foundation of humanity from the root. Since this Yi-chen won't survive until tomorrow, there's no need to keep an eye on his family. The Iron Bull shop owner shook his head and slowly left from another direction. At this moment, in the 2nd basement level, in front of the Black Chrysanthemum Bar, Yi-chen glanced at his phone, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. First, they tricked him into coming to Chongkong Building, and Then had someone steal Zhang Fan's account, using a synthesized voice of Zhang Fan to lure him to the Black Chrysanthemum bar. This plan was indeed seamless. To be honest, if it weren't for the Jiang sisters coming to find him, he might have really fallen for it due to carelessness. Although he had an inkling, Yi Chen still pretended to be anxious as he quickly entered the bar. Just as he stepped inside, the buzzcut man followed him in. As soon as he entered, the buzzcut man's phone rang. He answered the call, and a deep voice of a middle-aged man came through. "Old Zhang, be very careful tonight." "Ha, old Zhang, you can't really think that a second-level martial artist, especially a naive kid who hasn't seen much of the world, can cause me any trouble, right?" The buzzcut man scoffed, comfortably lighting a cigarette. "Once this mission is completed, we can take a break and go drink for a few days." "Old Yang," the deep-voiced middle-aged man said seriously, "there's been a traitor in the team." Although the captain immediately took down those guys' communication devices, we don't know how much of our current plan has been exposed. It's very possible that this Yi Chen is just putting on a show to lure us out. A show? He might not realize just how strong a peak third-level martial artist really is. The buzzcut man extinguished his cigarette and sneered, "As long as he's in my line of sight for 5 seconds, he's definitely dead. Besides, the captain is here. If there's really trouble, the captain will step in to help me." "Alright, I'm hanging up. Complete the mission tonight, and tomorrow I'll treat you to a good drink." Entering the bar, Yi Chen scanned the area and found a spot to sit down. He was still pondering. If that peak third-level martial artist appeared in his line of sight, how long would it take him to deal with him? After a moment of thought, he finally reached a conclusion. 3 seconds. As long as the distance was close enough, he should be able to kill that peak third-level martial artist in 3 seconds. Yi Chen looked at his phone, and as expected, Zhang Fan sent another voice message. The content of the message was basically an excuse to keep him waiting, asking him to stay at the Black Chrysanthemum bar for another 2 hours. The bar was quite empty now. If you recklessly kill someone, the Martial Alliance won't just sit idly by. It won't take long before they lock onto the suspect. And in 2 hours, it will be almost midnight, the time when there are the most people around. Not only are there many eyes, but according to the Black Chrysanthemum bar's custom, the lights will also go out for 3 minutes at that time for a night carnival. It's the perfect opportunity to strike. If you act quickly, the body can be stored in the spatial wristband without leaving a trace. Realizing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh again. The Black Seal Tower is truly troublesome, no wonder it is recognized by the Martial Alliance as one of the 3 most dangerous organizations. At that moment, a man with a buzzcut sat down at the table next to him. After sitting down, the buzzcut man smiled at him. "What are you laughing at, you bastard?" Yi Chen glared at him. The buzzcut man looked confused, his smile stiffening on his face. Yi Chen raised his fist, his expression unfriendly, and said, "With a face like that, turn your head away, or I'll beat you up, you know? I'll circle you, you bastard." The buzzcut man was furious inside, thinking, "Damn it, you little punk, just wait. In 2 hours, I'll smash that mouth of yours." Although he was fuming, he still didn't act rashly, swallowing his anger and turning his head away, having to endure for now. At the same time, he was filled with doubt. According to the intel, this kid doesn't have a good temper, right? Why is he suddenly so irritable? Am I really that ugly? Nearby, at another table, a bald man in black clothing, thin and wiry, watched this scene with wide eyes. He was the 3rd-tier top martial artist hired by the owner of the fighting arena to protect Yi Chen. Therefore, he was aware of both Yi Chen's appearance and that of his opponent. Seeing Yi Chen directly provoke the 3rd-tier peak martial artist left him dumbfounded. Once he regained his senses, he thought to himself, "Wow, today's youth are really fierce." Yi Chen was unfazed, having come this far, the 3rd-tier martial artist from the Black Seal Tower would definitely not give up easily. So, he thought, not only could he scold him a few times, but even if he touched his head and called him Big Yellow, he would have to endure it. With that in mind, Yi Chen glanced at the buzzcut man again and coldly snorted, "Ugly freak, sit further away, don't block my view of the pretty girls." Put. The bald man in black sprayed out his beer, frantically wiping it off. At the same time, he was internally lamenting, "This kid has gone crazy. Acting like this, that 3rd-tier peak will definitely go all out. No way, I need to quickly message the boss and see if I can back out of this deal. I came to make money, not to lose my life." The buzzcut man was also stunned, his face contorting. "No way, I can't hold back anymore, I'm going to kill this kid right now." But at that moment, there were only a dozen or so people scattered around the bar. Let alone that he was just a 3rd-tier martial artist. Even if he were a martial master, as soon as he acted, someone would definitely notice, and things would get troublesome. So in the end, he still forced himself to hold back. Of course, to avoid raising suspicion, he glanced at Yi Chen and coldly said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." Yi Chen ignored him, looking across at a bald man in black who was constantly making faces at him, frowning. Who is this guy? Why is he occupying that seat? Isn't that seat meant for the helper they, owner of the fighting arena, found for me? He had just suspected that this bald man in black was his helper, but recalling Jiang Yin's description of the helper, he immediately ruled that out. After a moment, looking at the message on his phone, Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Alright, this bald man in black is indeed the helper. But didn't Jiang Yin say the helper had very little hair? The problem is this very little? He looked at the bald man in black, whose shiny head could almost reflect light, and fell silent. The bald man in black was also somewhat silent. The boss said the deposit had already been paid, and if he backed out now, according to the agreement, he would have to pay 10 times the amount. He even asked him, which was more important, money or life? Just as he uttered life, he realized the boss had blacklisted him. Ding! A new message notification arrived. It was a request from the boss to add him as a friend. After clicking to accept, the boss's message came through immediately. Huh, what did you just say? Never mind, it's not important, let's continue discussing this task. The bald man in black fell silent again. At that moment, the boss sent another message. Alright, don't worry too much, I just checked the task. I didn't say you had to ensure that kid's safety, so you can totally slack off. If he dies, the employer can't blame you. The bald man in black felt a bit tempted. Such words were the best he could hope for. However, he glanced at Yi Chen and shook his head, typing out a message. Boss, as bounty hunters, we must have professional ethics. Since we've taken someone else's money, we must do our utmost to protect them. After sending that, he messaged Yi Chen as well. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, hoping this kid would be a bit more obedient. Otherwise, even if he was one of the top 10 escaped geniuses in Ningjiang City, he really wouldn't be able to protect him. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone received a message. He curiously looked at it. It was from his helper. Although they were very close, it was clear they couldn't communicate face to face. Handsome little Xing, you're Yi Chen, right? I'm Zhang Xing, here to help you. If you want to leave alive today, you must listen to me. This username. Yi Chen's mouth twitched, but he still replied with an okay. Seeing this, the bald man in black breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he listened, he was afraid of disobedience and reckless actions. So he continued to send messages. Next, I will check the nearby environment, looking for a suitable hiding place and determining the escape route. Don't act rashly, and don't provoke that third-level peak warrior from the Black Seal Tower again. Just stay put and wait, leave everything to me. As long as you listen, I guarantee you a 70% chance of survival. Yi Chen replied, feeling bored and idle. He had no choice but to start a game. On the other side, the person who had stolen Zhang Fan's account occasionally sent him voice messages, worried he might leave, constantly trying to keep him steady. Meanwhile, at Zhang Fan's home, Zhang Fan looked bewildered at the remote login information displayed on his phone. Hello, your account has logged in from the M87 Nebula and cannot log in locally. Please click the link below to receive the Divine Lightstick to proceed with the subsequent login confirmation. Zhang Fan? Damn it, hacker, do you think I'm an elementary school student? What the hell is a Divine Lightstick? I'll hashtag it for you. Wait. Zhang Fan suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. The Divine Lightstick is the summoning device of Diga. Without further ado, for the sake of light. His brain was instantly flooded with adrenaline, and he decisively clicked the link. Soon, he stared at his frozen phone. He fell into silence. At the Black Chrysanthemum bar, Yi Chen was playing a game when he saw Zhang Fan's game account seeking help on the forum. Elementary school student, brothers, my phone has a virus, what should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. The comments below read, did you click on a link you shouldn't have? Elementary school student, you know that? Followed by a shocked emoji. Elementary school student, that's right, I clicked the link to receive the Divine Lightstick, and my phone got hacked. Brothers, is there any way to fix this? The comments below read, Divine Lightstick, a new website? I haven't heard of. It's, brother, DM me, not for anything else, just because I believe in light and want to get a Divine Lightstick. Yi Chen was filled with confusion. What was all this about? And Zhang Fan, why did he change his ID? Changing it to elementary school student, but this guy's gaming skills were clearly worse than even an elementary school student. However, for the sake of caution, he had no choice but to close the game. At this moment, more and more people began to fill the bar. A few stylishly dressed young girls walked over, their eyes lighting up as they surrounded Yi Chen. Hey there, are you alone? Do you want to hang out with us? This is your first time at the Black Chrysanthemum bar, right? We've never seen you before. I'm mute, I can't speak. Yi Chen waved his hand weakly, trying to disperse them. The young girls were taken aback for a moment, then they turned and swayed their hips as they walked away, humming to themselves. What's so great about him? Just a bit handsome. That's all. If you don't want to play with us, we wouldn't want to hang out with you anyway. Exactly, coming to a bar at such a young age, it's obvious you're not a decent person. We wouldn't want to be with someone like that. Wait. Yi Chen suddenly stretched out his hand. The moment they heard his voice, the three young girls quickly turned around, their eyes sparkling as they spoke in unison. Handsome brother, it was them talking bad about you, I didn't say anything. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Yi Chen was also stunned, saying in surprise, I was calling the waiter. Waiter, please bring me a cup of hot water, but not too hot. Sure, please wait a moment. The waiter was very polite and turned to leave. The three young girls were both angry and annoyed, saying fiercely, stinky brother, just you wait. After saying that, they all turned and left. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered with them and instead gazed thoughtfully at the waiter's figure. According to Jiang Yin, the captain of the martial artist team from the Black Seal Tower was hiding among the staff of this Black Chrysanthemum bar. With over 20 staff members, excluding the dancers, there were only a dozen waiters left. No, those resident singers could also be a possibility. He gathered his spirits. Although he was already wearing the black soft armor, the martial artist had over 10,000 chi in blood, with terrifying destructive power. He still needed to be cautious. The girls in the bar were very open and lively, showing no shyness. As a result, Yi Chen was almost overwhelmed with questions, with girls asking for his contact information almost every minute. If it were just girls, it would be fine, but there were even a few guys. Hello, can I get your contact information? A soft young girl's voice rang out. I'm asleep, I can't hear you. Yi Chen didn't lift his head, sounding lethargic. Oh, really? That's too bad. The girl's voice was very gentle and pleasant. Yi Chen paused for a moment, suddenly feeling that this voice seemed a bit familiar, and instinctively looked up. In front of him was a stunning girl wearing a pink half-fox mask. The girl was smiling, her eyes mischievous as she stared at him. Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu had dyed her hair black, flowing smoothly down her back like a black waterfall. She wore a light blue denim outfit that accentuated her slender figure, and behind the pink half-fox mask, half of her stunningly beautiful face was revealed. There was an inexplicable charm about her. It was completely different from her usual delicate and noble doll-like appearance. Yi Chen was instinctively taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. Jiang Yu smiled and said, handsome guy, let's exchange contact information. Yi Chen was speechless, unsure of what she was up to, and he didn't expect Jiang Yu to sound so soft and gentle when she was being normal. It made him feel a bit unsettled. He glanced at the crewcut man not far away, a peak level martial artist from the Black Seal Tower, who was on the phone, smiling confidently. Don't worry, you don't need to come, I'm enough on my own. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze and scanned Jiang Yu's QR code. The moment he scanned it, Jiang Yu quickly slipped a ring into his hand, then lifted his chin, grinning, handsome guy, I'm leaving now, we'll chat another day. After saying that, she hurriedly left in front of the stunned young men and women. Soon, a few young people reacted and couldn't help but walk towards Yi Chen, wanting to ask him for the indirect scan. Yi Chen refused, rubbing the ring in his hand, which should be a space ring. At that moment, a message from Jiang Yin also arrived. Jiang Yin, inside, there is an S-Class inner armor, which belongs to my sister. I'm lending it to you this time. The S-Class inner armor can reduce most attacks, but if the backlash is severe enough to injure the lungs, it can be fatal, so be careful. By the way, remember not to stretch the inner armor too much, my sister still needs to wear it. Truly kind-hearted. Yi Chen shook his head gently. Although the Jiang sisters had somewhat peculiar personalities, they were indeed very kind and showed no signs of arrogance. At this point, an hour had already passed. The bar was gradually filling up with people, the noise rising to a deafening level, and the colorful lights flickering chaotically. At the same time, Yi Chen also noticed that at a nearby table, the buzzcut man from the Black Seal Tower was looking at him with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. As time passed, this murderous intent became increasingly apparent, no longer concealed. After a full hour, his accomplice, the bald bounty hunter named Zhang Xing, finally returned. Ding, a message came through on his phone. Handsome little Xing, I've scouted the entire Black Chrysanthemum bar and found 3 possible escape routes. The first can delay for about 20 seconds, but you need to keep your composure and not make too much noise. The second can delay for about 10 seconds, but if you're lucky, he might not notice you. The third can delay for about 15 seconds, but this one requires you to be agile and have good control over your vitality. Below, there was a long list of information detailing various escape routes and how to act while fleeing. Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. As expected of a professional bounty hunter, the details were incredibly precise, covering everything. Impressive. He couldn't help but reply. Bounty hunters are essentially mercenaries. Bounty hunter is just a more appealing term. These individuals usually help people evade pursuers, protect their employers, or transport important items. They are either being chased or are chasing others. Therefore, their experience in fleeing is extremely rich. Seeing his impressive message, Zhang Xing couldn't help but touch his bald head, a proud smile on his face. Naturally, even among bounty hunters, he had a bit of a reputation. Even when facing a peak-level third-tier martial artist, although he was a member of the Black Seal Tower, he was not an ordinary person, possessing rich experience in assassination and combat. He was confident that he could escape with just a few minor injuries. Yi Chen felt that Zhang Xing was very experienced, so he was moved and asked him for advice on this matter, especially regarding experiences in fleeing across the wilderness. These bounty hunters had spent years running through the wilderness, being chased, and had a wealth of experience. Zhang Xing was also open and answered every question without reservation. Yi Chen humbly sought advice, and the two gradually chatted for a longer time. Before they knew it, half an hour had passed. "Little Xing, you're really impressive." Yi Chen praised again, as he had indeed gained a lot this time. If he had known these experiences earlier, he would have been much more composed when facing the Black Mask team in the wilderness last time. He wouldn't have had to fight so desperately. After all, although he was meticulous and bold, compared to these seasoned veterans who fought daily in the wilderness, his experience was still lacking. Seeing his praise, Zhang Xing smiled broadly, finding Yi Chen even more likable. He replied, "Handsome little Xing, it's nothing, just some common knowledge. The more you experience, the more you'll understand. Being targeted for assassination by the Black Seal Tower shows you are a rare genius. I believe you'll catch up to me soon. By the way, what's your combat power?" Just as Yi Chen was about to reply honestly, another message came through. "Cool little Xing, oh no, there's not much time left, only half an hour. You have 3 escape methods to choose from, which one will it be? Make a decision quickly." "Whatever." Yi Chen wasn't too concerned, still lost in thought, digesting the knowledge of escape. "Cool little Xing, then let's go with the second option. Although it relies on luck, the first one requires you to stay calm enough. The third one demands high control over your own energy and quick reactions, so the difficulty is not small. Since that's the case, I think it's better to take a gamble. Don't worry, I'll help you when it matters." After sending this message, Zhang Xing sighed softly. That level 3 peak warrior from the Black Seal Tower was no ordinary level 3 peak. With a combat power of 2,700, he surpassed Zhang by a full 500. Such a huge gap in combat power meant that once he faced him head-on, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. After all, fleeing was his strong suit. Direct combat. However, this young man had shown promise, humble and grounded, and Zhang felt a bit reluctant for him to get into trouble. "I can only hope for better luck." Zhang Xing looked at the remaining half hour and silently prayed. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Yi Chen's phone dinged with a message. "Zhang Yu, if you can't escape later, just call me teacher. Don't die, this beautiful warrior hasn't conquered you yet. Zhang Yin, a dragon blood fruit isn't worth risking your life over. If you really can't hold on, just shout for help, my teacher will definitely save you first. Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. Zhang Xing's message came through again. "Cool little Xing, remember, if it really comes down to it, you can beg for mercy first. Don't feel ashamed, staying alive is the most important. As long as you can buy some time, any method is valid. Kneeling and begging for mercy is really nothing in the face of life. Remember, preserving your life is the most important thing, and this is the key point I've taught you today. Yi Chen looked at these messages. He could also faintly sense 3 worried gazes watching him. He smiled, just about to send a message to stabilize the morale. Suddenly, the bar was plunged into darkness. Time was up. In the Black Chrysanthemum bar, the lights went out. It was pitch black. The loud music and the sounds of revelry rose several decibels, deafening, drowning out all other sounds. In the instant the lights went out, the buzzcut man from the Black Seal Tower had already stood up and was striding towards Yi Chen. He was a level 3 warrior with a robust physique. Even in the dark, he could see things clearly as if it were daylight. Trying to leave? The buzzcut man glanced at Yi Chen, who quickly stood up and headed towards the restroom, sneering coldly. He shoved aside the person blocking his path. Amidst that person's curses, he chased after Yi Chen. At this moment, the owner of the fighting arena, wearing a dark gold mask, scanned the room, locking onto 3 waiters and a male singer. The rest had been mostly eliminated. The captain of the Black Seal Tower's martial artist team should be among these 4. However, unexpectedly, he didn't sense any killing intent towards Yi Chen from any of them. He can keep his cool. The fighting arena owner, calm and collected, had anticipated this and said, "You are Einer, make your move." "Yes, teacher." The voices of Zhang Yu and Zhang Yin came from the darkness. Then, the bar suddenly lit up with blinding bright lights, illuminating the furious shouts of the crowd. At the same time, a sharp scream rang out, drowning out all the curses. The voice shouted sharply, "Someone is injured. In the restroom, there's a buzzcut man in a gray short-sleeve shirt who is hurt." This voice was piercing, coming from the crowd. However, even upon hearing that someone was injured, people continued to curse, demanding the lights be turned off, showing no concern. Only 2 people quickly walked towards the restroom. One was a young dancer dressed in alluring attire, her face adorned with a gentle smile, walking gracefully and unhurriedly towards the restroom. The other was a male singer, his expression anxious as he hurried towards the restroom. In an instant, the master of the fighting arena fixed his gaze on the male singer. He was indeed the only male singer among the 4 he had just locked onto. Found you, the master of the fighting arena chuckled lightly, his eyes deep, not even glancing at the young dancer who was also heading towards the restroom. The martial artist from the Black Seal Tower was a middle-aged man, so the women could be ruled out. He extended his hand, and a parrot immediately flew up from the crowd, landing on his shoulder. At the same time, the sharp cries from the crowd ceased. The earlier sounds had all come from this parrot. On the other side, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin also turned off the blinding lights. Both of their pretty faces showed a hint of excitement and joy. It had gone much smoother than they had imagined. It had only been a minute, and they had already found the martial artist from the Black Seal Tower. This was a backup plan they had devised in advance. In the darkness, they first turned on the dazzling lights. The sudden brightness would not only affect the mood of everyone in the bar but also, due to its glaring nature, would cause irritation among the crowd. This was what they referred to as messing with people's mindset. Anyone subjected to such psychological manipulation, if they were a normal person, would surely be unable to endure it and would likely curse loudly. At that moment, they would take the opportunity to spread false news, claiming that the buzzcut man from the Black Seal Tower had been injured in the restroom. Although everyone present could hear this news, normal people would prioritize their own matters, and with the light disturbance, they would be both angry and distracted. Who would care about a stranger getting hurt? Moreover, injuries in the restroom were mostly due to excessive drinking, stumbling, and falling, which weren't serious. It was enough for that person's friends to help him. Therefore, no one would bother with this matter. Unless someone knew the buzzcut man and had been keeping an eye on him, they would be very concerned if they learned he was injured. The only one who met all these conditions was the captain of the martial artists from the Black Seal Tower. If one of his members was injured, regardless of the truth, he would definitely want to take a look. And that glance would expose him. However, since someone was injured, 2 of the bar's staff still walked towards the restroom to check the situation. Jiang Yin stopped the 2, concocting a reason to brush them off. Jiang Yu quickly put away the dazzling lights. The 2 had clear roles and left no trace. As a result, the bar manager searched for a long time without any findings, scratching his head in confusion, completely unaware of what had just happened. Meanwhile, the anger of the crowd gradually subsided, and they resumed their revelry. Everything returned to normal. No one would have thought that the small incident just now had already led to the emergence of a martial artist from the Black Seal Tower, who could easily kill them all. On the second floor of the bar, the master of the fighting arena remained calm. By now, exactly 1 minute and 20 seconds had passed, and the male singer had reached the restroom door, about to enter. It was time to make a move. The gap between martial artists is also quite significant, the master of the fighting arena murmured, his internal energy slowly boiling. In the next moment, an invisible pressure suddenly filled the entire bar. This pressure felt like a heavy mountain pressing down from behind, making everyone inexplicably feel a sense of weight and restraint. Their blood flowed sluggishly, and their movements became tortoise-like. Fortunately, this oppressive feeling did not last long. It disappeared in just a few seconds. On the other side, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin watched as the master of the fighting arena stood at the restroom door, one hand pressing down on the completely stiff and immobile male singer. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Great! The martial artist from the Black Seal Tower had been caught, and it had gone even smoother than they had imagined. The time had only passed about a minute and a half. With his sister's inner armor protection and the help of a bounty hunter, Yi Chen would definitely be fine. Finally, I found you, the owner of the fighting arena said, retracting all his pressure, and asked lightly, you are Lin Hai's subordinate, right? At the same time, in the women's restroom, a young dancer, dressed alluringly, glanced outside with a horrified expression. This kind of pressure, this is a master. No, not quite a master. If it were a master, they would definitely be able to see through her disguise. But even if he wasn't a master, he was definitely a 6th level peak martial artist. A 6th level peak, damn it, how could there be such a strong person in Ningjiang City, and why are they targeting me? The young dancer's beautiful face twisted, and a rough male voice unexpectedly came from her throat. She dared not think further, quickly removing her silicone and a series of disguises, and hurried towards the exhaust vent, smashing it with a punch. At that moment, at the restroom door, the owner of the fighting arena had a dark expression. Are you saying that you were holding it in for so long, and finally found a chance to go to the bathroom, that's why you're in such a hurry? Ah, big brother, you have the wrong person, the male singer said, almost in tears. I Really didn't do anything bad, it's just that the boss is strict, and even going to the bathroom costs money. I finally took advantage of the chaos to rush over and relieve myself. Teacher, he. Jiang Yu and Jiang Ying both hesitated. It's not him, I've checked his body. He's just an ordinary person. The owner of the fighting arena frowned, releasing his grip, his brow furrowed, unsure of where the problem lay. Logically, this plan shouldn't have gone wrong. Hearing this, Jiang Yu anxiously said, Teacher, since we've got the wrong person, let's go in and save Yi-Chen, time is running out. That's right, teacher, he might not be able to hold on, huh? Why is there no sound of him calling for help inside? Jiang Yin looked puzzled. Because the bar was usually extremely lively, the restroom was also quite large. It was absurdly big, divided into two sides, one for men and one for women. The owner of the fighting arena and Jiang Yu were standing at the entrance of the men's restroom. At this moment, the three of them were somewhat stunned. Indeed, it was unusually quiet inside. And inside the restroom, an extremely bizarre scene was unfolding. Zhang Xing held a battle knife high, his energy surging, ready to strike at the man in front of him. The man with a buzz cut was turning to look at him. The two stared at each other, the atmosphere momentarily awkward. I said, I just came in to use the bathroom, do you believe me? Under the intense gaze of the third-level peak martial artist, who had 500 battle power more than him, Zhang Xing felt immense pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but he still mustered the courage to speak. I believe you, the buzzcut man glanced at the battle knife in his hand and grinned, I even believe that you pulled out this battle knife to unbuckle your belt. Zhang Xing fell silent, a bitter smile on his face. This is really just a misunderstanding, sigh, I knew it would be hard to explain. However, the one you want to kill should be that Yi-Chen, not me, right? But I can't find him, you jumped out first. The buzzcut man chuckled, today, someone has to die for him, or you all have to die. It was better not to say anything, but once he did, Zhang Xing wanted to curse. He was worried about Yi-Chen, so when Yi-Chen and the buzzcut man from the Black Seal Tower entered the restroom, he followed in, preparing to ambush and buy time. Who would have thought that after entering, he would find Yi-Chen actually playing dead? Not a hint of breath escaping. This sudden turn of events left not only the buzzcut man from the Black Seal Tower but also him completely dumbfounded. The two stared at each other, and after failing to find Yi-Chen, the buzzcut man immediately shifted his target to him. He had thought about explaining, but explaining while holding a battle knife didn't have a good effect. The result was evident. The buzzcut man believed it, but clearly, he didn't believe it. Very much. You little bastard, if you can play dead, you should have said so earlier, I wouldn't have barged in so abruptly. Zhang Xing wanted to cry but had no tears. He never expected that after all the twists and turns, that kid was fine, and instead, he had landed himself in trouble. The buzzcut man's patience was gradually wearing thin as he approached with a cold expression. If you want to help that kid, I'll send you to your next life first. Seeing this, Zhang Xing gritted his teeth and suddenly scattered a handful of ash. This ash was extremely peculiar. The moment it was thrown, it ignited automatically, transforming into a raging inferno that surged forward. The buzzcut man threw a punch, shattering the flames, but more ash came pouring in. In midair, it turned into flames that rushed at him. He punched again to disperse it. However, after all the flames were cleared, Zhang Xing's figure was nowhere to be found, and the air was filled with a pungent, choking smell of ash. Under this interference, his sensing ability diminished significantly. The buzzcut man glanced around the empty bathroom and snorted coldly, so it turns out you're a bounty hunter. Since you want money and not your life, I'll send you on your way. One by one, he began to search through the small rooms. There were only a dozen or so rooms, hiding two people. No matter who he found first, he would kill them directly. At this moment, in a small room, Zhang Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had kept a backup plan. Now the time had almost dragged on, and he would soon be safe. That kid was fine. He didn't want to think about it, but as soon as he thought of Yi-Chen, the flames of anger surged up again. He angrily sent a message, you little brat, if you can play dead, you should have said so earlier, you almost got me killed. Soon, a message came back. Yi-Chen, I forgot to tell you, after hearing your escape experience, I had some insights, so I didn't strike directly to kill him. Instead, I tried the escape method first. How about that? My learning ability is strong, right? I cleared all traces without leaving a single clue. I even went into detail and put my phone on silent. You little brat, getting all proud now? Zhang Xing cursed under his breath, then showed a smug expression, but no matter how impressive he was still far behind me. By the way, silent? He suddenly froze. Dazed, he listened as the message came in, and his phone vibrated. This vibration was usually inconspicuous. But at this moment, in the silent environment where one could hear a pin drop, it was incredibly obvious. Sure enough, the moment the sound rang out, the footsteps outside came to an abrupt halt. At the same time, The buzzcut man's disdainful laughter echoed. Ha, you little brat, you're still a bit naive, you didn't turn off your phone. I send you a message, and you expose yourself. Hearing this, in another small room, Yi-chan looked puzzled. I clearly turned it off. He immediately sent a message. Hey, brother Xing, that guy still wants to trick me into going out, he's too pathetic. I remember you mentioned this kind of situation, stay calm and don't fall for it, right? This guy is so stupid. On the other side. In the small room just now. Zhang Xing's expression was numb, his phone buzzing wildly with incoming messages. He remained motionless, his expression blank, his heart like dead ash. Meanwhile, in the bathroom corridor. The buzzcut man listened to the continuous buzzing sound, his face turning ashen. Damn it, you little brat, I'm sending you a message. You keep ringing, are you provoking me? Today, I won't let you off. Thud, heavy footsteps quickly approached, and Zhang Xing's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth, already prepared to fight for his life. At the bathroom door. The owner of the fighting arena glanced around with a dark expression. If it wasn't that singer, then it could only be that young dancer. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he looked toward the women's restroom. Inside, a strong aura of vitality surged. He's inside, I'll go in and find him first. You guys go help the Yi-chan stall for time, I'll be there soon. After speaking, the owner of the fighting arena vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Jiang Yu was taken aback. Teacher, that's the women's restroom. Sister, what are you worried about at a time like this? Jiang Yin said, both amused and exasperated, then turned serious. Let's hurry in and help Yi-chan, it's already been almost a minute, he definitely can't hold on much longer. Okay. The two hurried inside. At that moment, in the men's restroom, in a small room. Although Zhang Xing was nervous and under immense pressure, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. After all, he had experienced many life and death battles. Even with a huge gap in strength, he wouldn't just surrender. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a door opening came from outside. Then, a mocking voice of a buzzcut man rang out. Oh, look who we have here, you little brat, hiding out here. Did you know your time is up and came out to seek death? The boy's voice sounded, filled with a hint of hope. Well, I'm about to die. Can you grant me one wish? What? Let me sneak attack you. Yi-chan said sincerely, you wouldn't think that a second-level martial artist like me could kill you with one punch, would you? He wanted to see if sneaking up on someone could really achieve the unspoken martial ethics. Fine, but I'll only give you one chance. The buzzcut man grinned maliciously, but if you fail to sneak attack, I'm going to take your head. Then thank you, you're really a good person. Yi-chan couldn't help but exclaim as he stepped forward, his energy slowly brewing. Damn it! Zhang Xing finally couldn't hold back, kicking open the door and rushing out, shouting angrily. Yi-chan, you brat, step back. Taking money to do someone else's dirty work, since I promised to protect you, I will definitely. Bang! His voice was abruptly cut off by a body that suddenly fell to the ground. In the restroom. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin had just rushed in and were stunned. The tall boy had thrown a punch. His arm was engulfed in blazing golden flames, while the buzzcut man, unfazed, lazily looked down to light a cigarette. However, before his lighter could touch the cigarette, it ignited on its own. It was due to the high temperature of the air. At that moment, the buzzcut man finally reacted, looking up to see the flaming arm rushing towards his face. In panic, he shouted, wait, I take it back. Let's start over fairly. Boom! His entire energy was scattered before it could even coalesce, and the burning golden arm pierced through his chest in an instant. Then, his body fell weakly to the ground, landing heavily. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin were both dumbfounded. Jiang Yin looked bewildered, murmuring, how is this possible? Isn't he a peak third-level martial artist? How could he be killed with one punch? Did I see it wrong? Jiang Yu was also stunned for a moment, then a rare look of shock appeared on her pretty face. But soon, she returned to her usual self, smiling brightly. Wow, what a tough guy. I love tough guys, so impressive. Can this really be explained by being impressive? Jiang Yin sighed lightly, a second-level martial artist killing a peak third-level one, that's a monster. Even in our Tiankai city, you wouldn't find such a monster. The more she thought about it, the more she sighed and felt complicated. It wasn't that her experience was shallow, but the scene before her was truly shocking. A peak third-level martial artist killed in an instant by a second-level martial artist. And this second-level martial artist wasn't from any top martial arts city, just an ordinary martial arts city. This contrast was really hard to accept. Beside them, Zhang Xing was even more dazed. The buzzcut man's body lay not far in front of him, with a gaping hole in his chest, the smell of blood permeating the air. In an instant, he felt as if he were dreaming. Yi-chan looked at the corpse on the ground and frowned. The progress of not adhering to martial ethics had not increased. Could it be that it wasn't a sneak attack, or did this guy have his guard up? After pondering for a moment, he concluded that there must be some level of preparedness. After all, even if he underestimated him, he already knew that a sneak attack was coming, so it was impossible for him to have no defenses in mind. It seems that to achieve this accomplishment, I must truly sneak attack when others are unprepared. He shook his head, no longer dwelling on it, and turned to the dazed Zhang Xing beside him. He smiled and said, Xiaoxing, your experience in escaping is quite useful, thanks a lot this time. No need to thank me. Zhang Xing's expression was vacant, his voice hoarse as he said, are you really just a second-level martial artist? He found it hard to believe, recalling how he had just listed 3 escape routes and checked the environment for a long time, rambling about how to plead for mercy. He never expected that the peak third-level martial artist from the Black Seal Tower would be killed with a single punch. In comparison, he felt like a clown. Not really. Yi Chen shook his head, I'm a first-level martial artist. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing panicked and said, no, I didn't mean anything by it, I wasn't trying to pry into your background. Yi Chen was taken aback, it was clear that Zhang Xing was misunderstanding the situation. He didn't explain further, just smiled and said nothing more. At this moment, the owner of the fighting arena had a dark expression as he looked at the shattered ventilation shaft and quickly headed to another area. When he came out, he sensed that the third-level martial artist from the Black Seal Tower had vanished, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. He was somewhat surprised, he hadn't expected the bounty hunter he hired to be quite capable. He didn't dwell on it and quickly left. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and the others were also collecting the body and preparing to leave. When they exited the restroom, they didn't see the owner of the fighting arena, he had clearly gone to hunt down that martial artist from the Black Seal Tower. During this time, Yi Chen had already learned the ins and outs of the situation from Jiang Yin. He wasn't too surprised. However, just as they were about to leave, a thin, gloomy-looking middle-aged man hurriedly walked out of the women's restroom. The group encountered him on a narrow path. The thin man, upon seeing Yi Chen, immediately flashed a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. But when he noticed the few people following Yi Chen, he hesitated for a moment, then suddenly pushed them away, creating a path. He then quickly dashed out, fleeing towards the outside of the Black Chrysanthemum Bar. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The moment the thin man looked at him, the hairs on his skin nearly stood on end. A martial artist, this was definitely a martial artist. Bang! The group was violently pushed back, but fortunately, Yi Chen had deliberately positioned himself in front, absorbing most of the force, so Jiang Yu and the others were not injured. However, even so, the 3 of them were still quite disheveled. Is this what a martial artist is like? Yi Chen felt heavy-hearted, it was too strong. If it came to blows, he wouldn't last a few seconds. Luckily, the other party was worried about the owner of the fighting arena returning and didn't dare to complicate matters, quickly leaving, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Jiang Yin also reacted, her small face looking grim. Oh no, the teacher has been tricked. That martial artist from the Black Seal Tower was hiding inside all along, the teacher mistakenly thought. He had escaped through the ventilation shaft. I'll notify the teacher right away. Jiang Yu quickly sent a message. There's no time. Yi Chen took a deep breath, going back and forth is enough time for him to escape. The people from the Black Seal Tower are truly not easy to deal with. Jiang Yin's small face was tightly furrowed, this is troublesome, that martial artist from the Black Seal Tower is meticulous, ruthless, and extremely vengeful, he will repay any slight. Vengeful? Yi Chen paused for a moment, then suddenly quickly retrieved a black sheath from the spatial ring he had obtained from the buzzcut man earlier. It was indeed the sheath of his black magic knife. He tossed the sheath to Jiang Yu, I'm going to chase him. You let your teacher take the sheath and directly locate my position. Please hurry and inform your teacher, I can't hold on much longer. What are you going to do? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Jiang Yin's face suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, Yi Chen, are you crazy? That's a martial master. Don't be impulsive. If we let him escape this time, we'll have other chances in the future. There won't be any chances. Yi Chen's voice was cold. I hate people who are meticulous, ruthless, and hold grudges, because I am that kind of person. That's why I know how troublesome such people can be. If we let him escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. I don't want to be restless in the future, he must die today. The 3 of them watched Yi Chen's rapidly disappearing figure, their eyes filled with shock. Yi Chen, sister, quickly informed the teacher about what's happening here. We'll go find him with the sword sheath. Okay. Jiang Yu nodded heavily, looking in the direction Yi Chen had left, her beautiful eyes flickering with ripples for the first time. This kind of courage and decisiveness, though crazy, was truly captivating. After they left, only the still somewhat bewildered Zhang Xing remained. He looked in the direction Yi Chen had gone, his expression complex. He could no longer get involved in this matter, but regardless of the outcome, this would likely be an unforgettable event in his life. The boy named Yi Chen would also be the person he admired the most. Without exception. A second-level warrior, taking action against a martial master. With a soft sigh, Zhang Xing also left. Inside the bar, the lights were still dazzling, and the noise was overwhelming, with no one aware of all that had transpired. Outside the building, Yi Chen pursued relentlessly, closely following the thin middle-aged man he could faintly see ahead. The sky was pitch black, and there were few pedestrians on the road. The thin middle-aged man, no longer hiding, suddenly accelerated the moment he stepped out. Facing a martial master, Yi Chen would not hold back either. He unleashed his spirit flame, golden flames surging all over his body, burning away his clothes. He transformed into a golden fire figure, wielding the Black Demon Battle Blade, chasing with all his might. Although there were few pedestrians now, there were still passing taxis. Seeing the two figures, one black and one on fire, speeding ahead, the taxi driver was momentarily stunned, then suddenly jolted awake and quickly dialed the Martial Alliance's number. Soon, sharp alarm bells shattered the night silence, and one Martial Alliance vehicle after another sped out. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Under the night sky, two figures raced forward. The thin man glanced back, his eyes cold. "You don't know how to die. Since you want to die so badly, I'll send you to your next life." With that, he abruptly turned and dashed toward a nearby construction site. At the construction site's entrance, inside the security room, a security guard poked his head out and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Who let you in? Get out." Before he could finish, his companion panicked and grabbed him. "Are you crazy? At this speed, that's a warrior. Don't meddle." A warrior? The first security guard trembled, his legs feeling weak. At that moment, another figure engulfed in flames rushed in. From that fiery figure came a clear youthful voice. "Get out of here quickly. Ahead is a martial master from the Black Seal Tower. It's very dangerous. Don't linger here." Martial master. The two security guards froze, their expressions horrified, and they scrambled away. Inside the construction site, Yi Chen saw the thin man rush into an unfinished building and stopped in his tracks. At this moment, there was no one around. He hesitated no longer and quickly took out the black soft armor to put on. The golden devouring sun flame was particularly active, the flames rising and enveloping the black soft armor, concealing it. With the master-level inner armor on, Yi Chen felt a bit more confident and did not pause, entering the building. Today, he must leave this Black Seal Tower martial master behind. He need not worry, this little ant and Sure were both ordinary people, and he absolutely could not allow such a significant future threat to survive. Inside the building, it was eerily quiet. Yi Chen lightened his footsteps, concealing his presence. "You really have some guts to chase after me." Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed. A thin man stepped out from the shadows in the corner of the floor. He glanced at the flames surrounding Yi Chen, his eyes revealing a strange expression. "Is this a martial technique? Quite interesting, it seems to be of a decent grade. Indeed, it seems that killing you will yield quite a reward." As he spoke, he gradually approached, an invisible pressure of blood and energy rushing towards Yi Chen. With his currently strong physique and the fearless body, Yi Chen was somewhat immune to this pressure, which had little effect on him. Seeing this, the thin man narrowed his eyes. This kid is not simple. However, time was of the essence, and he didn't want to waste any more time. His gaze turned cold, and he stomped heavily on the ground. Instantly, the ground beneath him exploded. The thin man transformed into a shadow, charging fiercely towards Yi Chen. Such speed! Yi Chen's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Senior, I am from the Black Seal Tower. I'm not here to chase you, but to help you. Our people." The thin man instinctively halted his movements. Yi Chen quickly added, "That's right, I am the only son of the 103rd Tower Master of the Black Seal Tower. We only have 99 Tower Masters in the Black Seal Tower." The thin man snorted coldly, trying to buy time? Go delay in hell. He suddenly closed the distance, striking out with a palm. In an instant, a low rumble of blood and energy echoed in the air. This was a manifestation of over 10,000 units of energy. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Even with the master inner armor on, he sensed a powerful impact rushing towards him. It was like a massive truck charging at full speed, utterly unstoppable. He had no time to think, the black magic knife in his hand swung out fiercely. Frost slash. The frost-white blade energy howled out but was immediately shattered. The thin man's expression remained indifferent as he struck down hard on Yi Chen's chest without hesitation. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Even with the master inner armor absorbing most of the force, the remaining power shattered the bones in his chest in an instant. Fortunately, with the activation of the spirit flame body, he had already reached the martial master physique, giving him a strong capacity to endure injuries. At this moment, he coughed up blood while quickly retreating. Simultaneously, the characteristics of the Nirvana body began to manifest, rapidly healing his injuries. Not dead? The thin man's pupils constricted as he said gravely, "Who exactly are you? You can't possibly be that second-level martial artist." He knew he hadn't held back at all. That was a full-force strike. For a second-level martial artist to withstand a full-force blow from a martial master was more absurd than a fairy tale. Though he found it hard to believe, he had indeed seen that kid transform into a fiery figure chasing after him, so it couldn't be anyone else. "I am your flesh and blood's dear daddy." Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, "A martial master, is that all? Just a tickle, not painful at all." Cough. Cough. He suddenly coughed twice, spitting out 2 large mouthfuls of congealed blood. "Your mouth is quite tough." The thin man scanned Yi Chen, his eyes flickering. "You must have some secret. No matter what the secret is, it's mine now." His blood and energy suddenly erupted, a fierce wind rising, shaking loose countless stones and dirt. At the same time, a pitch-black shadow of a snake appeared behind him, coiling up, its head held high, with a pair of cold green eyes staring intently. The moment the snake's eyes locked onto him, a green vortex suddenly appeared before Yi Chen. This vortex captivated his mind, making him feel dizzy and somewhat drowsy, almost unable to keep his eyes open. Fortunately, his heightened battle awareness came into play perfectly at this moment. With a firm will, he instantly regained his clarity. However, just as Yi Chen regained his senses, a wave of dread washed over him. The thin man had already appeared right in front of him, reaching out with one hand. A confident smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "Let me capture you and see what secrets you hold." With such close proximity, many thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. A martial artist of high caliber, with robust physique, it would be difficult to deal a direct blow even with a sneak attack. Moreover, it was said that when one's vital energy exceeded 10,000 and became vigorous to a certain extent, it would automatically condense into a kind of blood armor, defending the entire body. Therefore, the only flaw in this guy was he unleashed his vital energy and suddenly kicked out. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The confident smile on the thin man's face vanished in an instant, his expression turning pale as he clutched his groin and let out a howl. A fierce glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. "Take advantage of your illness to claim your life." He immediately struck out with a palm aimed directly at the man's head. Heavy water palm. The sound of surging waves suddenly erupted, one after another, crashing in succession. However, before this palm could land, it first collided with a massive blood-red armor phantom that automatically appeared in front of the thin man. Nevertheless, this strike had over 3,000 units of explosive power. The blood armor let out a cracking sound, quickly revealing cracks before shattering. Yi Chen's eyes lit up, but before he could make another move, the thin man, already furious, suddenly struck out with his other hand, fiercely meeting Yi Chen's palm. Boom! A tremendous impact resonated, stirring up dust in the air. Yi Chen felt a numbness in his arm, instantly losing all sensation in his right arm, and his whole body was thrown like a broken sack, crashing into the square pillar in the center of the building. The pillar broke on the spot, turning into a pile of rubble that pinned him underneath. Crawling out from the rubble, Yi Chen was covered in dust, his once blazing golden flames now somewhat dimmed. His face was pale as he staggered to his feet. Even with a martial artist's physique and the master's inner armor, he couldn't withstand it. The martial artist was simply too strong. He was utterly unmatched, even when he found an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, he couldn't injure his opponent fundamentally. Fortunately, with the Nirvana body, the additional 30% recovery ability was a great help to him. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand up now. "You little brat, your will is quite firm, to be able to withstand my shadow snake martial pattern." The thin man's face was grim. The veins on his forehead throbbed slightly, clearly still recovering from the previous blow. After all, it had been too fierce, and even he, as a martial artist, found it hard to bear. At this moment, he slowly approached Yi Chen. Behind him, the shadow of the black snake raised its head, hissing and flicking its tongue, ready to strike at any moment. After refining some powerful exotic beast blood, it was possible to gain some of the beast's innate abilities. Yi Chen gasped for breath, mobilizing his vital energy to recover as quickly as possible. At the same time, he said earnestly, "Big brother, I was wrong. Can you let me go?" The thin man's face twisted. "You little brat, are you joking? You just kicked me so hard, and now you want to let it go?" His figure suddenly vanished, turning into an afterimage, appearing right in front of Yi Chen. Simultaneously, the shadow of the black snake lunged forward, opening its massive mouth to bite at Yi Chen's head. "Go down and apologize." The thin man's expression was cold as he reached out with one hand, snapping Yi Chen's remaining arm with a crack, and grabbing his shoulder to immobilize him. In an instant, Yi Chen was powerless to resist, only able to watch helplessly as the black snake shadow bit down. He endured the excruciating pain, his mind racing with various thoughts, searching for a way to escape. At this moment, the only way to survive was to let the devouring golden sun flame consume the master's inner armor. Whoosh! The black snake shadow was already within reach. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. Damn. Swallowing this inner armor was his only hope. He suddenly raised his knee and kicked fiercely at the thin man's lower body. Again. Damn it. The thin man's eyes nearly bulged out, the painful memory surged back, and his body trembled as he immediately loosened his grip and dodged. Yi Chen retreated without a word, narrowly avoiding the biting shadow of the black snake. You bastard! The emaciated man was furious. If I don't crush you to dust today, I won't be surnamed. Boom! The entire building trembled. The emaciated man's voice abruptly stopped, leaving only a massive palm print in place. Yi Chen's eyes widened in horror as he watched a blue giant hand, over 10 meters long, suddenly descend from the sky, collapsing the entire building. Then, it directly slammed the emaciated man into the ground, leaving his fate unknown. The master of the fighting arena, wearing a dark gold mask, descended from mid-air. He glanced at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with complexity and shock, then said, "Put your clothes on first, you and the others will be here soon." Clothes? Yi Chen then noticed that Ling Yan had vanished, leaving him with nothing but an inner armor. His lower body was completely bare, openly exposing himself. Feeling embarrassed, he quickly hid behind a square pillar to change. The master of the fighting arena saw the black soft armor on him, and a hint of something unusual flashed in his eyes. Li family's black underworld inner armor? He didn't dwell on it further, and looked at the emaciated man, who was bloodied and unconscious in the pit. With a somber gaze, he reached out and directly lifted the emaciated man. At that moment, the loud alarm of the Martial Alliance rang out outside, surrounding the entire construction site. The master of the fighting arena left. After a moment, he returned. When he came back, the Martial Alliance vehicles outside had dispersed, but beside him stood a middle-aged man with a square face. The square-faced middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Brother Lin, this incident has caused quite a stir. Many civilians saw a martial artist chasing in the city. It's my fault for not considering it thoroughly. There were some mishaps." The master of the fighting arena said lightly, "I've already sent you the locations of the remaining members of the Black Underworld Tower. Capture them in time. That's quite an achievement. Perhaps it can offset some of the blame. Eliminating the Black Underworld Tower is certainly a good thing, but this matter has indeed caused a significant impact." Upon hearing this, the master of the fighting arena frowned slightly. "Then how should we handle it?" "Well, wait a moment, are there others here?" The square-faced middle-aged man suddenly vanished, reappearing in an instant behind the square pillar, where he saw Yi Chen, who had just changed clothes, looking bewildered. Both of his arms were nearly useless, but fortunately, he had the little golden dog transformed from the golden devouring sun flame to help him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Yi Chen to get dressed. "You are Yi Chen?" The square-faced middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "How did you end up here, and why are you injured? Are you all right?" He quickly approached to check Yi Chen's injuries. "Who are you?" Yi Chen was a bit confused, not recognizing the person in front of him. "I'm Zhang Jin from the 10 Associations Department. President Young of the Martial Association has mentioned you. You're a young talent, so I know you." The square-faced middle-aged man smiled as he patiently examined Yi Chen's injuries. Soon, he frowned and said, "You have serious internal injuries, and both of your arm bones are shattered. However, your recovery ability is quite astonishing. Such severe injuries and, wait, this ring." He looked at the Hongyang ring on Yi Chen's hand, his expression turning to one of shock. "This is the Hongyang ring. Indeed, this young man is the one that Master Hongyang values, but I didn't expect Master Hongyang would even give him the Hongyang ring." "Zhang Jin?" Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. "Deputy Minister Zhang from the 10 Associations Department." "That's right, it's me." The square-faced middle-aged man smiled, appearing approachable, completely unrecognizable as one of the 4 major figures of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance. In the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch, aside from the minister, the 3 deputy ministers who manage the 3 major divisions are the highest authority. "Come, let me examine your injuries carefully," Deputy Minister Zhang said gently and patiently. Meanwhile, the master of the fighting arena took out a bottle of purple gold potion and shook his head, saying, "You got injured while helping me. I have an undeniable responsibility in this matter." "Brother Lin, do you know each other?" Vice Minister Zhang was surprised, then smiled, and said, "Well, if you don't know him, how could Yi Chen possibly be here? In that case, I'll put in some effort to help you suppress this matter, to avoid stirring up more trouble." Upon hearing this, the owner of the fighting arena was momentarily taken aback, then looked deeply at Yi Chen. He didn't expect that his own influence was not as significant as this kid's. Realizing that this kid was also involved, the man surnamed Zhang changed his previous reluctance and offered enthusiastic assistance. "I actually benefited from him." The owner of the fighting arena shook his head lightly in his heart, not feeling too puzzled. A person who dares to confront a martial artist and is a successful second-level martial artist is regarded as a genius in any martial arts city, receiving utmost attention and support. Such treatment is normal. He said lightly, since things here are almost wrapped up, I'll take my leave. Here, there are 2 dragon blood fruits, as extra compensation. After saying this, he handed over a wooden box to Yi Chen, who was taken aback, while casually tossing the space ring of the thin man from the Black Seal Tower. This is too much. Yi Chen was overjoyed, unable to use his hands, and in the astonished expression of Vice Minister Zhang, he used his mouth to grab the wooden box. The owner of the fighting arena also rarely showed a hint of a smile. He said, thanks to you this time, I was originally prepared to give you more compensation if things went smoothly. Although this time wasn't smooth. Your performance was truly beyond expectations, these are what you deserve. The owner of the fighting arena left. Vice Minister Zhang personally drove Yi Chen home. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised, unable to understand why Vice Minister Zhang was so enthusiastic towards him and why President Yang of the Martial Arts Association also seemed to care about him so much. He glanced at the Hongyang ring on his hand, lost in thought. By the time he returned home, it was already close to 3 in the morning, and his aunt and the others were all asleep. Yi Chen quietly pushed the door open and entered the room. The bottle of purple gold potion given by the owner of the fighting arena was highly effective, although it couldn't compare to the healing potion given by Master Hongyang. But it was still one of the 2 most useful external injury medicines he had encountered so far. After applying it to both arms, he felt a significant recovery, and he could now perform simple movements. Of course, after 100 days of injury to muscles and bones, a complete recovery would still require proper rest. After lying on the bed, Yi Chen coughed heavily, his face somewhat pale. The external injuries were secondary, the real issue was the internal injuries. He could clearly sense that his lungs had been shattered. Internal injuries are hard to treat, I can only recover slowly. It seems I need to rest well for a few days. Yi Chen exhaled lightly, slowly closed his eyes, and fell into rest. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. In the room, Yi Chen finished a complete set of the 2 instruments' body refining technique, feeling the smooth flow of his vital energy and the freedom of movement in his arms, he exhaled. After a whole week, he had finally recovered. Calculating the time, the Black Flood Dragon's essence blood promised by Senior Hongyang should be arriving soon. He murmured, his eyes filled with deep anticipation. He had been stuck at the first-level martial artist realm for a long time, and obtaining the Black Flood Dragon's essence blood would allow him to break through. Having clashed with martial artists, I should now be considered the strongest first-level martial artist. Right? Yi Chen pondered in his heart, recalling the events from a week ago. The transition from first level to third level is the realm of martial artists. The vital energy value of a first-level martial artist is 100 to 499, that of a second-level martial artist is 500 to 999, and that of a third-level martial artist is 1000 to 2000. The 4th to 6th levels are the realm of martial masters. A 4th-level martial master has a vital energy value of a full 10,000 and can cultivate a vital energy armor, making their combat power terrifying. Below the master level, everyone else is an ant. Below the martial master level, everyone else is an ordinary person, it's not just talk. And to confront a 4th-level martial master head-on is a first-level martial artist, regardless of the outcome, no one would dispute his claim of being the strongest first-level martial artist. Martial masters are not invincible, as long as one's combat power increases, a martial artist can certainly turn the tables on a martial master. Yi Chen's gaze flickered. Although he had nearly been killed and had spent many days recovering, his awe for martial masters had actually diminished. Bang! Bang! Outside, the sound of celebratory cannons rang out. Yi Chen looked out the window. Colorful fireworks burst in the sky and throughout the community. Banners reading Ningjiang Star were hung everywhere. Below, many community committee members were smiling broadly as they hung up new banners. Only 3 days remained until the Ningjiang Star event began. Not just in the community, but the entire city was bustling, actively preparing for the Ningjiang Star activities under the arrangement of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance. This was a grand event for the whole of Ningjiang City. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze and walked out of the room. On the sofa, Zhou Shishir was holding a tablet, pouting as she typed rapidly on the screen, seemingly arguing with someone. She muttered from time to time, how infuriating. Clearly, we are from Ningjiang City, yet we are cheering for other cities. Our Ningjiang City's genius will definitely win. Ah, why has Senior Zhang Kuan's ranking dropped again? He's now in the 30s. No way, I need to vote for him again. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Although he had stayed at home and enjoyed a few peaceful days, Ningjiang City was not tranquil. Many students from other cities had suddenly transferred to various high schools in Ningjiang City to participate in the Ningjiang Star event, aiming to secure a spot at that top martial university. Although, in theory, the higher-ups of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance were not welcoming. After all, they were not locals. They would take the spot and then transfer back to run away. However, he had vaguely learned from Deputy Minister Zhang that there was pressure from above, which left the Ningjiang Martial Alliance with little choice. They could only try to minimize the number of students transferring from other cities. Even so, there were still quite a few students from other cities, causing chaos in all the high schools in Ningjiang City. These students came from powerful martial arts cities, far stronger than the local talents. Thus, during this period, the once rare first-level martial artists among Ningjiang City's young geniuses had become somewhat common. Hearing the news was no longer surprising. The ranking list Zhou Shishir was looking at was currently a college ranking list, displaying all the students from other cities and those from Ningjiang City. According to the rankings based on public opinion, the higher the rank, the more people believed they could win the Ningjiang Star. Thinking of this, Yichen felt a bit curious. Shishir, can you check what rank I am? Zhou Shishir nodded obediently and soon burst into laughter. Bro, there's no such person. Yi Chen's face darkened. What kind of broken list is this? It's not accurate at all. Bro, they don't believe in you, so you should make a comeback and shock them all. Zhou Shishir waved her little fist, staring at the screen, especially those top-ranking students from other cities. Defeat them all and reclaim the Ningjiang Star. Yi Chen glanced at the top 10 on the list. All of them were students from other cities. Their strength was all at the second level. Compared to the first-level martial artist students from Ningjiang City, they were indeed much stronger. No wonder so many people believed in them. Especially the first on the list, a guy named Linfen, was even at the peak of the second level. However, he shook his head. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of small fries, I can easily crush them. Zhou Shishir was taken aback for a moment, then said helplessly, Bro, I was just bragging, I didn't expect you to start dreaming. They are all second level martial artists, and you are only a first level martial artist. There's a huge gap. Just believe in it. Yi Chen flicked her forehead, turned around, and noticed some supplements on the table. Surprised, Deputy Minister Zhang and President Yang are here again? Or is it Jiang Yu and her sisters? However, these supplements are too serious, not like it at all. When those two silly girls came to see me, they either brought a bunch of Ultraman or 7 or 8 boxes of kidney tonics. Yi Chen mumbled as he walked over. It's Sister Su Qin from upstairs. Deputy Minister Zhang hasn't come to see you today, Zhou Shishir replied without looking up. Su Qin, no wonder, Yi Chen nodded slightly. During these days of recovery from his injury, Su Qin and the Zhang sisters often came to visit him. However, compared to them, it was still Deputy Minister Zhang and President Yang from the Martial Arts Association who visited more frequently. They came every day, rain or shine. This made Ji Hongfang suspect for a time that Yi Chen might not be her own nephew but rather the illegitimate son of Deputy Minister Zhang. As the saying goes, what you think comes true. The doorbell rang. At the same time, the voices of Deputy Minister Zhang and President Yang could be heard from outside. Yi Chen opened the door. Deputy Minister Zhang, with a square face, and the elderly-looking President Yang walked in. As soon as they entered, Deputy Minister Zhang looked at him and asked with concern, how's the recovery from your injury? Uncle Zhang, I'm almost fully recovered, Yi Chen replied, using a very familiar address. Although Deputy Minister Zhang and President Yang held high positions, they were very kind to him, and since they had been visiting frequently these days, he felt quite at ease. That's good to hear. Deputy Minister Zhang's expression relaxed slightly. It's fortunate that you recovered in time, otherwise, we might have had no chance at all with the Ningjiang Star. President Yang shook his head as well. This special recruitment quota for Qining Martial University has indeed been full of twists and turns. We thought we could secure it smoothly in Ningjiang City and produce a top student from a martial arts university, which would bring us old folks some glory. But unexpectedly, there were complications, and so many talented students from other cities have come. Right now, the only hope lies with you. Hearing this, Deputy Minister Zhang's gaze turned deep. Originally, there shouldn't have been any accidents, but who knew there would be issues within our ranks? Internal? Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. President Yang beside him also showed surprise, as if hearing this for the first time. Seeing their curious expressions, Deputy Minister Zhang slowly said, Xiaoyi, old Yang, you are not outsiders, so it's fine to tell you. Actually, early in the preparatory phase for Ningjiang Star, Minister Long guessed that if this matter got out, it would attract many people from other cities. So he applied in advance to the Eastern Yuan Province Martial Alliance to Temporarily seal the student quota, allowing only our city's people to participate in Ningjiang Star. Things were going smoothly, although the Eastern Yuan Province Martial Alliance didn't send a definite message. There were hints that Minister Long's application had been approved. That's why Minister Long announced Ningjiang Star, but unexpectedly, someone inside leaked the news to other cities. Those cities contacted the Eastern Yuan Province Martial Alliance, used some influence, and had the Provincial Martial Alliance change its decision, rejecting Minister Long's application. Now, that's why so many students from other cities have come, even from Tianke City. So that's how it is. Yi Chen's expression turned thoughtful. Minister Long was the minister of Ningjiang. The Martial Alliance, aside from the Yuan Martial Department, the 100 Halls Department, and the 10 Associations Department, actually had a fourth division. That was the True Martial Division. The True Martial Division is actually the real sovereign of the Martial Alliance, the legitimate official force, and the Beast Suppression Army is subordinate to the True Martial Division. Therefore, the other three departments, like Deputy Minister Zhang, although he is the only minister of the 10 Associations Department, is still just a deputy minister. Hearing this, President Yang frowned. No wonder, I thought with Minister Long's wisdom, he wouldn't overlook this matter. Indeed, it's hard to guard against internal traitors. Deputy Minister Zhang said lightly. That day, when we learned about the quota for Qiming Martial University, aside from Minister Long, there were only the 3 of U.S. deputy ministers and 7 or 8 key internal members. Those internal members belong to the True Martial Division and wouldn't leak information, so it was only the 3 of us. Deputy Zhang, you 3? President Yang's face showed shock. Yi Chen's eyelids twitched violently. 3 people? Were they referring to one of the 3 deputy ministers? That's right, and you should be able to guess who it is. Old Yang, Deputy Minister Zhang said slowly. Are you talking about Deputy Minister Su from the UN Wu Department? President Yang replied with a hint of bitterness. Among the 3 of you, he is the only one who could do such a thing. Exactly. The UN Wu Department was established by a martial arts family, and over the years, it has been secretly competing with the Jin Wu Division. Deputy Minister Zhang shook his head. Moreover, Brother Su was transferred here from Tianke City. He is not from our city. Oh, little Yi, why do you look so pale? Do you know Deputy Minister Su? It's nothing. Yi Chen shook his head and explained, I don't know him, just a bit lost in thought. Even so, he felt somewhat unsettled inside. Because Deputy Minister Su was the father of the girl in blue he had killed in the wilderness. Uncle Zhang, wasn't this quota something we fought for in Ningjiang City? Why would the Dongyuan Martial Alliance agree to let so many geniuses from other cities compete? Yi Chen asked. Logically, the Dongyuan Martial Alliance shouldn't agree to such unfair competition. There's no way around it, Deputy Minister Zhang sighed lightly. Our Ningjiang City has yet to produce a single Grandmaster, while the neighboring Jinhai City, although its overall strength is similar to ours. But Jinhai City has produced a Grandmaster, who, although has fallen, once served in the Dongyuan Martial Alliance and has a certain foundation. If it were Jinhai City this time, other cities wouldn't be so excessive in sending so many people. Compared to them, our Ningjiang City has no say at all. We can only endure, no matter how unfair it is. That's right. President Yang also had a complex expression as he patted Yi Chen's shoulder. So the future of Ningjiang City relies on you young people. Little Yi, even if you can't obtain the Ningjiang Star this time, don't be disheartened. Your path ahead is still long. Whether our Ningjiang City can have enough say like Jinhai City and no longer be at the mercy of others depends on you. Yi Chen listened to the helplessness in their voices and nodded seriously. The 3 continued to talk for a while. Deputy Minister Zhang and President Yan left with sighs. Clearly, the influx of numerous geniuses from other cities made them very worried about this Ningjiang Star. For so many years, the only top martial arts quota Ningjiang City had was fought for by Grandmaster Hung Yang. If it were taken by someone from another city, even if Grandmaster Hung Yang understood the situation and wouldn't blame them, they would still feel uneasy. After sending the 2 away, Yi Chen returned to his room. He took out a black ring and a wooden box. Inside the wooden box were 2 dragon blood fruits, glowing with a blood-red light, while the ring belonged to the martial artist from the Black Seal Tower. On that day, the owner of the fighting arena had given it all to him. He had been in a zen-like state recovering from his injuries these days and hadn't studied these items. Now that his injuries had healed, it was time to take a look. Yi Chen first examined the space ring and soon raised an eyebrow, gently stroking the ring. Suddenly, 4 or 5 black battle knives, resembling tang swords, appeared on the ground. These battle knives were all black demon knives. He picked up the battle knives, inspecting each one, and soon his face lit up with joy. Their grades were not low. The worst were all C grade, and there were even 2 B grade ones. These black demon knives can be devoured by the devouring golden sun flame, and my spirit flame body can be significantly enhanced. Yi Chen exhaled lightly, setting the black demon knives aside to devour later. He continued to rummage through the ring, and aside from a piece of unknown black butterfly wings, there was only an A-grade martial skill called Blood Moon Blade Technique, which was quite precious. The other items were of little value, optional at best. After counting the spoils from the last battle, Yi Chen took a deep breath, took out the 2 dragon blood fruits, and prepared to absorb and refine them. At that moment, in the living room, Zhou Shishir's voice suddenly rang out. "Brother, there's a package for you at the door." "A package?" Yi Chen was a bit surprised. "I haven't bought anything recently." "Ah, the sender's name on it is Hong Yang. Could it be a scammer? Using the name of Master Hong Yang, how annoying." "Hong Yang?" Yi Chen was taken aback, then his face lit up with joy as he suddenly stood up. "The Black Dragon Essence blood has arrived." Yi Chen was extremely excited, forgetting to open the door and charging straight out of the room. With his current robust physique, not even a wooden door could stop him. The door was smashed to pieces, leaving a large hole. "Zhou Shishir?" She was stunned, watching Yi Chen rush out like a gust of wind, then lightning fast back into the room. She was left dumbfounded, unable to regain her senses for a while. In the room, Yi Chen took a deep breath, looking at the package in his hands. He opened it to find a palm-sized black iron box. A silver seal was affixed to the top of the box. "Martial Alliance Silver Armory." "Silver Armory?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The Silver Armory is the exclusive treasure house of the Martial Alliance, containing many martial arts techniques, battle weapons, and other treasures. Those with Martial Alliance contribution points can exchange for treasures in the armory. These treasures are delivered by dedicated Martial Alliance personnel to ensure they are not lost. Such items are always sealed with a Silver Armory seal. He felt a stir in his heart, estimating that Master Hong Yang had sent it through the Silver Armory's delivery system for safety. The Silver Armory is not accessible to ordinary people, but it's not a hassle for a master. With that thought, Yi Chen didn't hesitate and tore off the seal. At that moment, the phone rang. Yi Chen glanced at it and found it was a call from Teacher Zhu, somewhat unexpectedly. But he still answered. "Yi Chen, do you have time to come to school this afternoon?" Teacher Zhu's voice sounded a bit weary. "Teacher, what's wrong? Do you remember the seed quota I mentioned to you before?" There were several noisy sounds on Teacher Zhu's end, making his voice somewhat unclear. "I remember." Yi Chen nodded. The Ningjiang Star competition had thousands of participants, combining all the senior students from various high schools. With so many people, it was impossible to proceed in an orderly manner. Therefore, it was divided into preliminary and final rounds. Participants in the preliminary rounds could play significantly fewer matches and go directly to the last few rounds. But only the seed players from each school could participate directly in the preliminary rounds. Each school only had 10 seed player slots. When the seed slots were announced, their school was the first to apply for him, and Teacher Zhu had mentioned it to him, so Yi Chen remembered it very clearly. "There are a few students who just transferred to our school who want to challenge you." "Teacher." Zhu's voice was still unclear, and the noise on the other end was particularly loud. Suddenly, Teacher Zhu raised his voice, laced with a hint of anger. "A few students, this is the office, can you lower your voices a bit?" "Got it, teacher." "Teacher, hurry up and inform him, just say I want that slot, or tell him to obediently withdraw, or else he'll get beaten up by me this afternoon." "Exactly, it's that simple, just say it directly." "Teacher, you're really being tedious." Several lazy young voices chimed in, their tone lacking any respect. After speaking, they resumed their own conversation. The noise was so loud that Teacher Zhu's voice became somewhat inaudible, only to hear him slam his hand on the table and scold angrily. But those few did not relent at all. Instead, they became even more boisterous, their laughter growing louder. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. "The students who transferred here, are they from other cities? Not only do they want his seed slot, but they also made Teacher Zhu this angry." He chuckled. "Teacher, I got it, put it on speaker." On the other end, in the office, Teacher Zhu was momentarily stunned and instinctively pressed the speakerphone. The next moment, a rebellious teenage voice suddenly rang out. "A few little brats, since you want to be dealt with so badly, just wait patiently. When I have the time, I'll come and teach you a lesson." As the words fell, the office was instantly enveloped in dead silence. Several boys and girls who had been laughing heartily were now frozen, their smiles stuck on their faces. Teacher Zhu felt a secret delight in his heart, casting a cold glance at the group before hanging up the phone. Although the scolding was well-deserved, he couldn't let Yi Chen provoke these students from outside the city any further. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides was still quite large. These students were all at the peak of the first level. Though he was not fond of them, he had to admit that the students from these martial arts developed cities indeed surpassed the local students of Ningjiang by a significant margin. In the room, Yi-Chen put down his phone, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. A few little brats who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. If they didn't understand the importance of respecting their teachers, then he would make them understand. Suppressing his emotions, he looked at the black iron box. Opening the box, he found a spatial ring inside. The spatial ring was not large, but it had dozens of cubic meters of space, leaving Yi-Chen astonished. No wonder it belonged to a master, even their casual possessions were of such grand scale. Although the interior of the spatial ring was spacious, it only contained 3.5 human-sized black wooden barrels. Yi-Chen took one out, and his expression changed instantly. So heavy. If this wooden barrel were to be taken out, it might just collapse the floor. Let's change locations. He quickly got up and headed to the Martial Artist Association. Half an hour later, at the Martial Association, in a huge training room, Yi-Chen glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Secretary Bai. No problem. The refined middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses smiled. You can focus on your training, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he turned to leave and casually closed the door. At that moment, many people were gathered outside, and upon seeing this scene, they all looked astonished. Who is that boy? Secretary Bai actually opened the door for him personally. That's a privilege reserved for the president, right? And this training room, I heard it's the largest training room in Ningjiang City, but it's usually only open to a few martial alliance ministers. Ordinary people can't even use it. That's unclear. In any case, he definitely isn't an ordinary person. Inside the training room, Yi-Chen took another look. The training room was quite private, unlike the combat venues, so there were no surveillance devices. This training room was the same. He felt relieved and took out a wooden barrel from the spatial ring. Thud. The wooden barrel hit the ground, producing a dull thud. Fortunately, the floor was made of alloy. Although the noise was loud, it didn't collapse. Even so, the floor still visibly sagged a bit. Yi-Chen looked at the wooden barrel, which was filled with thick, black blood, its glow dim and flickering faintly. Black flood dragon essence blood. He exhaled lightly, not starting immediately but first swallowing 2 dragon blood fruits. As the 2 dragon blood fruits entered his stomach, a rich flow of heat surged throughout his body, and all his bones gradually began to emit crisp, cracking sounds. His physique was rapidly improving. His physique was already among the best of the third-level martial artists. The dragon blood fruit could directly elevate the physique of those below the martial master level by 1 rank. At this moment, the 2 dragon blood fruits were exerting their medicinal effects, helping him move towards a martial master level physique. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, Yi-Chen suddenly moved his body, and instantly, a layer of skin on him cracked, followed by fissures appearing all over his body. Then those cracks burst open, and pieces of skin fell away, revealing his newly formed, smooth skin like jade. Slowly opening his eyes, Yi-Chen glanced at himself in the mirror beside him. His skin was like jade, and he glowed white, but it was not the pale white from before. Instead, it had a translucent, lustrous quality like crystal. Is this the physique of a martial master? Yi-Chen clenched his fist slightly, feeling this formidable power, and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder. Everyone below the martial master level is just an ordinary person. A martial master expert, relying solely on their physical body, can defeat 99% of second-level martial artists. He stopped thinking too much and stood up straight. He leaped into the wooden barrel filled with the black dragon's essence blood. After reaching the martial master level, Yi-Chen no longer needed to use the spirit flame body. He could refine the black dragon's essence blood on his own. However, once he entered the barrel, his expression changed drastically. As his body made contact with the black dragon's essence blood, his muscles felt as if they were being burned by fire, torn apart and crushed, causing unbearable pain. Even with his resilience, he couldn't help but contort his face in agony, wanting to jump out of the barrel. Spirit flame body. Yi-Chen growled softly, golden flames igniting all over his body. Even so, the excruciating pain didn't diminish much. The essence blood of a master-level beast was something a first-level martial artist could hardly hope to refine. Even with a physique comparable to that of a martial master, it was almost a fantasy. Within a few minutes, Yi-Chen could no longer hold on, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, his mouth filled with blood. His mind was hazy, and he clung to the edge of the barrel, wanting to leave. There was no need to push himself to the limit. If he couldn't refine it now, he could first refine some ordinary essence blood and wait until his strength improved to try again. It was just a matter of a few days' delay. He had never heard of anyone refining Master level Beast Essence Blood while still at the martial artist level. He didn't need to push himself so hard, striving to far exceed others. Martial arts cultivation is a long road, not something that can be achieved overnight. With steady perseverance, one can still stand at the end and reach the peak. Splash! Yichen suddenly stood up from the barrel, his expression dazed, one foot stepping out. At that moment, he suddenly slipped, and his head slammed heavily against the barrel wall. The impact left him disoriented, his head buzzing. It was at this moment that Yichen shook his head, regaining clarity, and briefly escaping that pain. He looked at the thick, viscous black dragon's essence blood in the barrel, which brought excruciating pain, feeling somewhat lost. He was just a step away from getting out, but he hesitated. It wasn't because refining the master-level beast essence blood could lead to an unprecedented achievement that would surpass countless geniuses. Rather, I chose the black dragon's essence blood to break through from the very beginning, not because no one can refine beast essence blood at the martial artist level. Yi Chen murmured to himself. I just wanted to challenge my own limits. Martial arts cultivation is a process of constantly challenging one's own limits, even if it is painfully excruciating. I still enjoy it. This is my purpose, my original intention. In an instant, Yi Chen felt a clarity in his heart, as if he had truly understood something. If he desired to become stronger, it was to have enough power to protect his family and friends. But when it came to martial arts, he was genuinely passionate, filled with love. He truly enjoyed the thrill of breaking through limits. Yi Chen's mood gradually calmed down. Even though his face remained contorted in pain, he still did not step out of the barrel. This was not just about refining the black dragon's essence blood and breaking through a realm. It was also a process of growth and transformation. 2 hours later, Yi Chen's face was pale, and all the black dragon's essence blood in the barrel had disappeared. He leaned against the edge of the barrel, standing up weakly. Although he felt weak, his eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, a black dragon tattoo coiled around his body, the black dragon vivid and lifelike, bearing its fangs and claws as if it were alive. It was the black dragon martial pattern. I wonder how much strength the martial pattern from the master level Beast Essence Blood can enhance. Yi Chen felt a surge of anticipation as he walked towards the testing instrument nearby. Since he had already broken through, he didn't hesitate and directly consumed achievement points to crazily increase his vitality. When he reached the punch strength testing device, his vitality had already risen to the peak of level 2, with a value of 999. The combat power increased by 500, combined with a martial master level physique, giving him nearly 1,000 in physical combat power. His total combat power now hovered around 3,700 to 3,800. Let's test it. Yi Chen's eyes flickered as he didn't use any martial patterns and threw a punch at the combat power tester in front of him. The needle on the tester moved slightly. He wasn't too surprised. This training room was frequented by several martial masters, all meeting the martial master standard, so it would be strange if he could make it move. On the screen, the punch power data appeared, quickly converting into combat power data. 3,750. Yi Chen nodded slightly, not too surprised. Then, he narrowed his eyes, slowly activating his blood energy, and the black flood dragon martial pattern behind him opened its dragon-like eyes wide. In an instant, it felt as if a living black flood dragon was moving on his back. The air seemed to solidify, becoming cold and sharp. Yi Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, almost uncontrollable, and he punched out fiercely. Boom! This punch struck the combat power tester hard. The needle fluctuated. The data panel flickered, and the final combat power data settled at 5,100. Hiss! Yi Chen gasped, nearly 1,400 in combat power increase. This was simply outrageous. 5,100 combat power, nearly double that of a peak level 3 martial artist. He looked at the astonishing data, feeling a bit numb. Although there was still a significant gap between him and the martial masters, below the martial masters, everyone else was truly insignificant, easily dealt with. After all, such a massive combat power difference wasn't something to be taken lightly. I can break through again. Yi Chen felt invigorated, decisively turning around to retrieve the second barrel of Black Flood Dragon Essence Blood. This time, it took even longer. It lasted a full 3 hours before he finished. Yi Chen stepped out of the barrel, looking at the remaining half barrel of Black Flood Dragon Essence Blood, and couldn't help but shake his head. Master Hong Yang had also miscalculated. The Black Flood Dragon Essence Blood was indeed enough for 3 uses, but as he broke through his martial arts realm, the demand increased significantly. He broke through to a level 3 martial artist this time, directly absorbing more than 1.5 barrels. Not enough to break through to martial master. Yi Chen felt a bit regretful as he put away the remaining Black Flood Dragon Essence Blood and eagerly continued to observe the martial pattern. At this moment, the Black Flood Dragon martial pattern became increasingly vivid. Especially the dragon head, which looked particularly fierce and majestic, its single horn towering high, almost identical to the Black Flood Dragon he had seen before. Using repeated beast blood, the martial pattern becomes more complete, and the beast talents obtained become stronger. Yi Chen's heart stirred. Upon closer inspection, the Black Flood Dragon martial pattern was basically complete, with only a few scales still not appearing real. But those were few. If he used the Black Flood Dragon essence blood to break through once more, it would definitely be complete. After 2 refinements of the martial pattern, I still haven't obtained the Black Flood Dragon's talent. My luck isn't too good. Yi Chen sensed it and frowned slightly. However, inheriting beast talents through martial patterns relied heavily on luck. Although he felt regret, there was nothing he could do. Of course, there was another possibility. After refining the martial pattern, if the ordinary talent wasn't inherited, and the quality of the beast essence blood was extremely high, after multiple refinements of the martial pattern, he might inherit the strongest talent. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's heart raced. If it really was the Black Flood Dragon's strongest talent, that would be extraordinary. Not to mention the strength of the Black Flood Dragon, which was a close relative of dragons, its strongest talent would definitely be exceptionally powerful. To break through to Martial Master, I still need to use this Black Flood Dragon Essence Blood. Yi Chen made up his mind. Using it once more would make the martial pattern completely whole, and if it truly was the Black Flood Dragon's strongest essence blood, he would hit the jackpot. I need to find a time to see if I can get some Black Flood Dragon blood. Yi Chen pondered, but he remained somewhat cautious. Last time, he had already informed Master Han Yang of the location of the Black Flood Dragons. Mate, the icy blue snake. Master Han Yang had also said that before leaving, he would slay the snake, and after killing it, he would send him the snake's gallbladder along with the Black Flood Dragon essence blood in the future. But this time only the essence blood was delivered, without the snake gallbladder, most likely because that ice snake managed to escape. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. Yi Chen stopped thinking too much and, feeling excited, quickly walked towards the power testing device. This time, after absorbing so much Black Flood Dragon essence blood, he could clearly feel that the condensed martial patterns had become stronger. This also meant that his combat power had increased significantly. Compared to the first time, with a combat power of 1,400, it was even more. As Yi Chen walked, he consumed achievement points to increase his vitality. He had experimented multiple times before. One achievement point could increase vitality by 5 to 10, which was unstable and completely dependent on luck. Under normal circumstances, if luck was bad, he would need 200 achievement points to break through to the peak of level 3. But he was using Black Flood Dragon Essence Blood. This master level essence blood was of the highest quality, and the surge in vitality after the breakthrough would be quite terrifying. In 2 previous breakthroughs, his vitality had surged by 300 and 500, respectively. Therefore, the achievement points he consumed could be significantly reduced. This time, he only consumed 70 achievement points. His vitality increased to 2,000, reaching the peak of a level 3 warrior. Yi Chen stopped in front of the power testing device, which was entirely silver and made of an unknown alloy, extremely hard. His eyes flickered. After increasing his vitality by 1,000, his combat power rose by 1,000 as well. Now, his combat power should be 6,100. Of course, this did not account for the increased combat power from the second refinement of the martial patterns. Let me see how much it can increase. Yi Chen murmured, and his vitality erupted instantly. At the moment of the vitality explosion, a pitch-black, fierce shadow of the Black Flood Dragon suddenly appeared behind him, though it was faint and ethereal. But its body was strong, filled with a kind of fierce explosive power. Boom! Yi Chen punched the power testing device hard. In an instant, the needle jumped violently. Compared to the previous time, the amplitude of the jump was almost doubled, and it was already on the verge of reaching the first notch. This power testing device was specifically designed for martial masters. The first notch represents a combat power of over 10,000. Swish! The data on the screen refreshed wildly and finally stabilized. 8,200. Yi Chen exhaled lightly, his tense muscles gradually relaxing, and the shadow of the Black Flood Dragon behind him disappeared. An increase of 2,100 combat power. It wasn't in vain to absorb a barrel and a half of Black Flood Dragon Essence blood. He felt invigorated. According to the records of the Martial Alliance, the strongest peak level 3 warrior had a combat power of 4,500, which was over 3,000 less than him. By now, he could definitely be considered the strongest level 3 warrior in history. It was unclear if there would be anyone after him, but he was undoubtedly the first of his kind. With over 8,000 combat Power, it's really like killing chickens for anyone below Martial Master. Yi Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Despite being a small distance away from Martial Master, anyone below that level truly felt like little chicks, easily crushed one by one. The Vitality Combat power of a Martial Master is 10,000, with a physique of 1,000, plus the bonuses from martial patterns and combat awareness. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. An ordinary Martial Master had a combat power of about 12,000. A gap of 4,000 wasn't too much. What he could still enhance were combat awareness and the Spirit Flame Body. Not to mention combat awareness, the Spirit Flame Body could also increase quite a bit. At least his current 8,000 combat power did not account for the Spirit Flame Body. After including it, his combat power was already close to 9,000. Glancing at the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Yi Chen's heart tightened. He couldn't afford to devour those black magic knives to enhance the Spirit Flame Body. After restoring the power testing device, he turned and left the training room. There would be plenty of time in the future to improve. A few minutes later, on the bus, Yi Chen's mind sank into his consciousness, checking the achievement panel. Yi Chen, level 3 warrior, 2000. Vitality, achievement points, 550, combat awareness, all-round level 1, 10% combat power amplification, not activated. Physique, Nirvana body. The achievement points were originally only 250. After consuming 100 to increase the vitality, only 150 remained. However, upon breaking through to a second-level martial artist, the martial arts achievement rewarded 100 achievement points. Breaking through to a third-level martial artist rewarded another 300 achievement points. So now, the achievement points have not decreased but increased, reaching 550. Additionally, the martial arts achievement has also changed. Martial arts path, current progress, 2000/10,000, vitality. Breaking through to a fourth-level martial master rewards 1,000 achievement points. I'll save the 550 achievement points for now. Yi Chen shook his head, his gaze drifting outside the car window, watching the tall buildings and shops on both sides of the road slowly move past. The trees were neatly trimmed, adorned with colorful lights, some of which even lit up at night. Every few hundred meters, there were temporary electronic billboards under construction. All of this was to prepare for the Ninjiang Star event, allowing more citizens who couldn't attend in person to watch the live broadcast. Even inside the bus, colorful streamers floated, and many decorations were hung. Ding! The bus door opened, and a gentle electronic female voice sounded. During the Ninjiang Star event, public transportation is free citywide. Welcome aboard. Two pretty girls, around 18 or 19, giggled and playfully pushed each other as they boarded the bus, which then slowly started moving. One of the girls, laughing, suddenly spotted Yi Chen. Her expression froze for a moment, then she quickly composed herself. Oh, come on, why are you acting so serious? The other girl laughed, poking her friend's palm, and then noticed Yi Chen as well, her face instantly turning red as she quickly withdrew her hand. The two then sat down carefully, behaving extremely ladylike. They kept their eyes straight ahead, speaking in soft tones, but their peripheral vision occasionally darted towards Yi Chen. Xiaoning, why don't you ask that guy for his contact information? One girl nudged her companion's elbow. The other girl, who had been staring at Yi Chen in a daze, snapped back to reality with the sudden poke and whispered back, I'm too shy, you go. If I had the guts, I would have gone myself already. Oh, what should we do? He looks about our age, he's probably a student too. The high school is just ahead, he won't get off, will he? Yeah, if you don't ask now, you might miss your chance for a lifetime. The two were in a tug-of-war over the situation. Ding! The bus door opened. Yi Chen stood up and got off the bus. Watching his back, the two girls felt regretful, blaming each other. Oh, it's all your fault for being so timid. Such a handsome guy, if we miss this chance, in the future. Dear passenger number 1348 XXX, your journey has ended. We wish you a pleasant life and may everything go smoothly. Welcome to ride with us again. The electronic female voice sounded again, and then the bus door closed. The two girls were stunned. The only person who just got off was that boy, the martial artist passenger referred to. Ninjiang number 5 High School. On campus, Yi Chen glanced at his bus card. After being certified as a martial artist by the Martial Arts Association, his system identity and personal information had already been modified. Not just him. His aunt and Shershur, along with others, had also become martial artist families, enjoying many benefits like a 10% discount on groceries and free public transport. This is the status of martial artists in this world, esteemed and important. Unlike in his previous world, where soldiers guarding the home and country were overlooked, while actors and entertainers attracted all the attention. On campus, there were few students around. He wondered where they all went. Yi Chen was a bit surprised but quickly made his way to Teacher Zhu's office. Just in time, he saw Teacher Zhu coming out with a new thermos, having just filled it with water. Teacher? Yi Chen couldn't help but frown slightly at the sight of Teacher Zhu. Her lips were pale, her face haggard, and there were many bloodshot veins in her eyes, making her look very tired. Yi Chen, you're here, Teacher Zhu smiled bitterly, you really shouldn't have come. Teacher. Haven't you been resting well lately? Yi Chen stepped forward, grabbing Teacher Zhu's arm, a gentle flow of energy passing over. The energy was mild yet strong, slowly coursing through Teacher Zhu's body. His complexion became a bit rosier, and his gaze brightened considerably as he looked at Yi Chen with a complex expression. Now you're stronger than me. He was also a first-level martial artist, although he couldn't sense Yi Chen's strength, he could make a guess based on this energy. Yi Chen, at this moment, was probably quite powerful among first-level martial artists. Just so. Yi Chen chuckled, Teacher, why do you seem so weak? I still miss the way you used to scold me with such vigor. Teacher Zhu shot him an annoyed glare and sighed. These days, those students from outside the city have been running rampant in the school, causing conflicts with our own students every day. I've been overwhelmed and have no time to rest. That's not even the real headache, it's the seed quotas. Forget it, no more talking. Since everyone is in the gym now, you should head back. Back? Yi Chen was a bit taken aback, didn't you call me here? Teacher Zhu shook his head, the situation has changed. There aren't many seed quotas left in the school, we have to preserve a few. Teacher, do you mean that besides wanting my quota, they also want others? Yi Chen frowned, this group of outsiders was indeed pushing their luck. Hearing this, Teacher Zhu sighed, well, let me be frank. Now, besides you, only Su Quan's seed quota is still available. And right now, in the gym, there's an outsider challenging Su Quan, and his strength is considerably greater than Su Quan's, so it's likely he won't be able to hold on to it. After Ningjiang's star emerged, many dark horses appeared in Ningjiang City. Su Quan was one of those dark horses that emerged from Ningjiang No. 5 High School, easily defeating both the old and new top students, Yang Rui and Zhang Yuga, with his first-level martial artist strength. He became the recognized number 1 in Ningjiang No. 5 High School. Of course, this was just what the students thought. Teacher Zhu and the other teachers, including the head of the department, still had doubts and were unclear about Yi Chen's strength, not daring to jump to conclusions. Yi Chen frowned and asked, Teacher, do they have the right to compete for those seed quotas? When the seed quotas were announced, the principal said that although the quotas were set, anyone who was confident in their strength could challenge for them. Teacher Zhu pressed his forehead, feeling increasingly troubled. When the seed quotas were first announced, there weren't these outsiders. Later, this group of outsiders suddenly surged in, wanting to transfer schools. Although anyone with eyes could see their intentions, the various factions were too complex, and even the Ningjiang Martial Alliance couldn't do anything about it. They were just a small high school, how could they obstruct them? This led to the current situation. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a bit helpless, understanding Teacher Zhu's difficulties. At the same time, he realized that if he wanted to help his classmates reclaim those seed quotas, it might be impossible. However, as for others' quotas, Yi Chen smiled, Teacher, since they want my quota so badly, I'll go see if they have the ability to take it. Yi Chen, don't be reckless. Teacher Zhu said, but upon seeing the calmness in the boy's eyes, he paused and, almost unconsciously, nodded. Moments later. In the gym. The gym was packed with people, a sea of black-clad students. Not only the seniors, but also students from the second and first years had come. This was also why the school seemed empty earlier, everyone had gathered in the gym. Yi Chen followed Teacher Zhu to the viewing area for their class. Yi Chen, where have you been all this time? His classmates, who hadn't seen him for a long time, came up excitedly to greet him. The girls, looking at Yi Chen's skin, couldn't help but show surprise, some enviously pinching it again. Yi Chen spent some effort to deal with his classmates. It's over, Su Quan is going to lose. At this moment, a boy sitting in the front couldn't help but shout anxiously. Hearing this, Yi Chen turned his gaze to the center of the arena. There, an ordinary-looking boy was being pushed to the edge of the fighting area by a tall, slender boy with fair skin and a somewhat effeminate demeanor. The effeminate boy struck out with a palm, directly sending him flying out of the fighting area, crashing heavily to the ground. The supervising teacher, waiting nearby, hurriedly waddled over, supporting Zhang Quan. Trash. The effeminate boy disdainfully glanced at Zhang Quan before turning to leave the fighting area. At that moment, a wave of angry curses erupted from the students in the arena, and of course, many girls were starry-eyed, gazing at the effeminate boy. Wow, so handsome. I declare I'm unfollowing today, I don't like Zhang Quan anymore, this beautiful boy is my new idol. So strong, no wonder he's a genius from another city, he's just better than us from Ningjiang City. Hearing these comments, some girls couldn't take it anymore and turned to scold them. They were all from the same school, it was one thing not to support their own, but to step on their own was too much. Instantly, the two sides began to argue, along with the angry shouts of the boys. For a moment, the entire gymnasium was in chaos. The teachers from various classes worked hard to suppress it, but it was still extremely noisy. Beside the effeminate boy, there were a dozen or so boys of similar age, all looking unfamiliar, clearly from another city. At this moment, one carefree boy in blue shrugged and said, "Ningjong number 5 is much weaker than our school's number 5, who's the last one?" The supervising teacher's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he still smiled and said, "You have to challenge them all to the end. I think 9 spots are about enough. Forget it, leaving them for you is a waste." The boy in blue pouted, unimpressed. The head of the grade department, with a bad temper and a gloomy face, said, "A few little brats, do you understand respect? If you don't, let me teach you." However, just as he got angry, an old man behind the boy in blue glanced at him with an indifferent expression. An invisible pressure descended. Although the head of the grade department was at a disadvantage in terms of momentum, he was still furious and stood his ground, refusing to back down. "All right, Oldly." At that moment, a broad hand patted his shoulder. The head of the grade department turned around to see a tall, burly middle-aged man and quickly said, "Principal, you're here." "Principal." The supervising teacher also nodded slightly in greeting, then hesitated and said, "About this matter. Our Ningjong number 5 can afford to lose." The burly middle-aged man smiled. "Tell old Zhu to let that student from their class come up. Don't be afraid of losing. If he loses, our whole school will lose with him. We won't put any pressure on him. He can lose, but he can't back down." The old man beside the students from another city looked surprised and took a deep look at the burly middle-aged man. This principal of number 5 had some spirit. "Yes, principal." The supervising teacher sighed and turned to leave. In the observation area, the students from each class saw the boy in blue walk into the fighting area, lazily waiting for his opponent. They all looked surprised. "Oh, it's not over yet, our school still has someone?" "Of course, there are still 10 seed spots, and only 9 have come out so far." "So who is the 10th? I feel like I haven't seen the 10th one at all." "Not sure, but I heard this 10th one is very strong. When the seed spots were first announced, he was the first. To be confirmed, then it was Su Quan." "Hiss, even stronger than Su Quan. It seems there's hope this time." The students were buzzing with excitement, their expressions filled with anticipation. It was one thing for these students from outside the city to win, but to humiliate the school as well. Both the teachers and the students were seething with anger. Everyone hoped that someone could defeat these guys and put them in their place. "I don't expect to win, I'd be happy just to hold them to a draw," someone said hopefully. The students nearby sighed in resignation. They were frustrated, but it was undeniable that these outsiders were incredibly formidable. For now, they could only hope that the elusive 10th participant was strong. Am I thinking too much? Those talented students from outside the city are so powerful, how could anyone from our school possibly hold their own against them? Someone scoffed. "I think if we can last 10 more seconds than Su Quan, that would be impressive." Exactly, even the first high school was easily swept aside by these outsiders. How can our 5th high school be any better? That's right, and if that 10th person really had the potential, the head of the grade department would have put him in the ring already instead of being so furious. "It's just hearsay, I bet he's just average." "I think the same. These outsiders are really strong. It would be great if we could be classmates with them." Listening to these pessimistic voices, the students felt disheartened, some even discouraged. Soon, a boy laughed and said, "Don't worry, if he's the school's trump card, he must be strong." Someone next to him shook his head. "Yeah, I heard that student has been training outside and just returned recently. Even Su Quan wanted to train outside, but the teacher said his strength wasn't enough. That student must be strong if he could leave school." "That's good, now I feel more assured, just don't know who it is." The crowd felt a glimmer of hope and began to scan their surroundings. Others might not know, but Su Quan and his friends were aware that anyone stronger than Su Quan, even if they weren't a match for those outsiders, still had a chance to hold their own. Their eyes swept around until they spotted a handsome young man walking from the observation area to the fighting zone. At that moment, in class 13, teacher Zhu looked at the back of the boy stepping down, her expression complex, hoping for a miracle. The classmates were dumbfounded, completely unprepared for the revelation that the mysterious 10th seed would be Yi Chen. Someone looked at teacher Zhu and hesitantly asked, "Teacher, do you think Yi Chen can he do it?" As classmates, they were well aware of Yi Chen's abilities. Although Yi Chen had indeed changed from before, it was impossible for him to become strong enough to defeat a peak-level martial artist in such a short time. He wasn't cheating. As they watched Yi Chen step down, the students were stunned, not having a strong impression of him, and began whispering to each other, asking who he was. Someone hesitated. "I think he's a student from class 13. I haven't seen him much, but he's really handsome, so I remember him well." "That's right. From class 13. Another girl chimed in with sparkling eyes. I've seen him a few times too. Wow, he's even more handsome now than before. I even looked him up. His name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what's his strength? People turned their expectant gazes toward her. The girl hesitated and said, well, he might not be that strong. I think his blood value is only around 10. At her words, the arena fell into an instant silence. In the fighting zone, Yi Chen looked at the three people beside him, the grade department head with a grim expression, the chubby, smiling director who resembled Maitreya Buddha, and the burly, rugged-looking principal. Hello, principal, hello, teachers, he greeted politely. The principal smiled and glanced at him. You're the one who smashed several mechanical puppets, right? Yi Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Alright, just do your best, there's no need to feel pressured. The principal said, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. The director of education chuckled, be careful, try not to get hurt. In 3 days, it's the Ningjiang Star. The head of the grade department, however, had a dark expression and coldly snorted, even if you can't win, you have to give it your all, understand? After saying that, he paused for a moment, his expression unnatural, and added, forget it, just try not to get hurt. As long as you don't lose too embarrassingly, it's fine. Okay. Yi Chen nodded with a smile, but as he turned around, the smile on his face suddenly vanished, replaced by indifference. In that instant he turned, the principal and the other two were momentarily stunned, feeling an inexplicable chill in the air. Here he comes, looks like he's not a coward. The boy in blue, across from the fighting area, yawned as he watched Yi Chen step onto the stage, appearing rather unconcerned. Behind him, a dozen or so students from other cities chatted casually, observing the scene. What do you think, how long can this guy last? Not sure, but since he's from this school and got the first seed spot, his strength should be decent. Come on, this school is pretty trashy, not even in the same league as our city's number 5 high school. That's true, so I guess he'll last about 10 seconds. Don't look down on people. A sweet-looking girl said discontentedly. I think he should be strong, maybe he can even win. Exactly, I think so too. Another girl said, her eyes sparkling as she stared intently at Yi Chen. TCH, you girls just like looking at faces. A boy said sourly, this kid is indeed handsome, but fighting isn't about looks. What good is being good-looking in a fight? His aura is concealed, he's a master. At that moment, a boy of ordinary appearance and not very tall shook his head. Although he looked plain, he stood in the middle of the group, subtly taking the lead. Indeed, he's quite remarkable. The effeminate boy who had previously defeated Su Quan also looked serious, his gaze fixed on Yi Chen. He had seen several second-level martial artists who were young geniuses. This boy gave him a feeling similar to those people. He seemed full of flaws, yet it was hard to find a way to exploit them. Hearing the two speak, the other students from outside the city, including the two girls, were somewhat stunned. The two strongest among them actually placed such importance on this newly appeared boy. At that moment, in the fighting area, the boy in blue lazily said, alright, let's make it quick. After getting this spot, I still want to go out and have some fun. Don't say it, although your place is average, there are still quite a few fun spots. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent as he replied, are you alone? Alone? What do you mean? The boy in blue was taken aback. In the audience stands, a group of students were stunned for a moment upon learning Yi Chen's vitality value. Then, someone said dejectedly, I thought being the last one standing would be a trump card, but I didn't expect the vitality value to be so low. Although that's from 3 months ago, what can you really improve in 3 months? No chance now, sigh, it's going to be a terrible loss, especially. That last move was just ridiculous. Everyone sighed, looking very disappointed. The students who had previously been skeptical immediately began to mock, how about that? Didn't believe us, and now you're getting slapped in the face, huh? I told you it was impossible to beat these geniuses from outside the city, now you believe it, right? Before the words were finished, a faint voice from the fighting area silenced the entire gymnasium. I suggest you all come at me together. Yi Chen casually glanced at the dozen or so students from outside the city behind the boy in blue, slowly saying amidst everyone's astonished gazes. Come at me together, so I don't have to deal with you one by one. The entire gymnasium was silent. You could hear a pin drop. The principal and the 3 directors were frozen in place. Just moments ago they were discussing how this Yi Chen seemed very low-key and gentle. This personality is quite good and can be well nurtured, with all school resources tilted in favor. But then, hearing this sentence, everyone was dumbfounded. The audience stands on both sides of the gymnasium, all the students looked bewildered. They doubted whether they had misheard. Any one of those students from outside the city could crush the entire school, and now they were directly challenging all of them. The students from outside the city were also frozen in place, unable to react. Yi Chen glanced at them, raised an eyebrow, what's wrong? Are you all cowards, too scared to step up? How about this, I'll let you use one hand. Saying this, he placed one hand behind his back. The action was natural. And his expression serious, as if he were doing something important. Silence. In the vast gymnasium, there was a deathly silence. No one could speak. If what was just said was a hallucination, then now, with so many people focused, it was impossible to mishear again. So, this Yi-chin really wanted to. Hiss. The head of the grade department gasped, then excitedly said, "This kid is so arrogant, and rightly so, he won't lose face." The director of education widened his eyes, exchanging glances with the principal, both sharing a bitter smile. This was troublesome, it wouldn't be easy to resolve now. However, it sounded really exhilarating. This kind of counter-humiliation had avenged previous grievances. On the observation platform, after a brief silence, it suddenly erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, in the fighting area, the boy in blue was still in a daze, somewhat unable to react. Other students from outside the city were now angrily shouting, "You little brat, you're quite arrogant, Liu, get down here and let me deal with him. Damn it, I can't stand being insulted by weaklings from this school, let me go up. Let me take care of this guy, I'll make him unrecognizable." The ordinary-looking boy's eyes darkened. "Are you sure you want to challenge all of us? We are all first-level martial artists, the weakest among us has a blood value of 300, and there are even 2 who have reached the peak of the first level. Even if you are a second-level martial artist, in the end, you're still a coward." Yi-chin smiled, "You all talk big, but not one of you dares to step up." Upon hearing this, all the students from outside the city felt a surge of blood rush to their heads, instantly blinded by anger, disregarding the rules as they charged into the fighting area. Only the old man from before frowned in place. The old man shot a cold glance at the principal and others, snorting coldly, his voice carrying a hint of threat. It seemed that if they intervened, he would not hold back. The principal's face turned ugly. He was an ordinary third-level martial artist, while the old man protecting them had a blood value of 1500. This was also the main reason why these students from outside the city were so arrogant in school. However, at this moment, he anxiously glanced at the fighting area, wondering how to handle so many people. In the fighting area, a group of students from outside the city, filled with rage, pressed towards Yi-chen. Finally, they're all in. Yi-chen's smile faded, realizing that the remaining smart ones would definitely not accept his challenge. So the way to take down this group was to deal with everyone at once. As those students from outside the city saw his gradually fading smile, they instinctively shivered. At this moment, the boy in blue, Liu, finally reacted, his face filled with anger as he charged at Yi-chen. "Damn it, you're quite arrogant, everyone step back, let me handle this first." His voice abruptly stopped. A hand grabbed his collar, lifting him up like a chick, pulling him close. The boy in blue struggled frantically, but he couldn't muster any strength. As soon as he unleashed his power, it vanished like a mud cow entering the sea. Without any strength to resist, he was directly pulled in front of Yi-chen. "This morning, when I was on the phone with the teacher, I heard your voice." Yi-chen looked down at him, his voice low and eerie. "In the morning, that guy was you, what do you want?" The boy in blue froze for a moment, then his face turned pale. "Let me go, let's duel again." Yi-chen shook his head. "Do you remember what I said this morning?" "What you said this morning?" The boy in blue was taken aback, then his pupils constricted. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a hand coming at him. Slap! The sound of the slap was crisp and loud. The boy in blue was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground, his teeth scattered everywhere. Yi-chen remained calm and continued walking towards the next student from the outer city. "This morning, I also heard your voice. You were the loudest, urging me to come and deliver the quota this afternoon. Now that I'm here, come and take it." He suddenly reached out, and in the horrified gaze of the outer city student, he grabbed the collar and slapped him. Another figure was sent flying out of the combat zone. Everything happened too quickly. It wasn't until this moment that the onlookers began to react. On the spectator stand, there was a collective gasp. 2 outer city students had been instantly defeated. So fast that they didn't even have time to react, and Yi-chen had only used one hand. The principal and the director of education were equally shocked. They had been prepared to call for a stop. After all, with so many people against one, it was not only against the rules of the combat zone but also impossible to win. But unexpectedly, the next scene unfolded like this. "At least a second-level martial artist," the director of education exclaimed in surprise. "Not just that, his speed seems to be faster than mine." The principal's voice was particularly strained. Upon hearing this, the director of education and the head of the grade department's pupils constricted. On the other side, the old man's face turned ashen as he rushed to the unconscious boy in blue, checking him before glaring angrily at Yi-chen. "You little brat, how ruthless, to strike so hard. I advise you not to seek death." Yi-chen glanced at him indifferently, ignoring him and continuing to make his moves. Among the more than a dozen outer city students, although there were many, his speed was too fast. In an instant, one student after another was sent flying out of the arena. Those like the boy in blue, who had provoked him in teacher Zhu's office that morning, were hit hard and knocked unconscious. The others, while not as severely injured, also received a significant lesson. In the blink of an eye, all the outer city students were expelled from the combat zone. Only the previously ordinary-looking boy, who seemed to be their backbone, remained. On the spectator stand, there was not a sound to be heard. All the students were in a daze, staring blankly at the outer city students who lay moaning outside the combat zone. Are these outer city students really the same group we saw before? Someone asked in confusion, having lost the ability to think. It was impossible. The scene before them was simply too shocking. Any outer city student was someone they couldn't contend with. Yet now, more than a dozen of them had been beaten to this state without any ability to resist. Moreover, the one who had struck them appeared extremely relaxed, as if he were just killing a chicken, without any pressure at all. No, killing a chicken would be more effort. Yi-chan walked slowly towards the last ordinary-looking boy. At this moment, the boy was trembling all over, completely losing the composure. He had just shown, utterly shocked by this extraordinary scene. With a terrified expression, he kept retreating. Why you, don't come closer, I recognize. Yi-chan pressed down on his shoulder, gently shaking his head. Sorry, I refuse. You brat, let go of my young master. At this moment, the old man could no longer hold back. He could ignore others, but he couldn't ignore his own young master. He no longer cared about the size difference and rushed into the combat zone with a pale face. In the next moment, a cold voice rang out. Old man, are you looking for death? Yi-chan suddenly turned his head, his cold gaze fixed on the elder. This is Ningjiang City, not your home. I don't care what your status is. If you come here, if you're a dragon, then coil up. If you're a tiger, then lie down. The last sentence was like thunder crashing down. It was deafening. In the entire gymnasium, everyone was momentarily stunned, their minds blank, briefly deafened. The whole gym shook violently. The elder was the first to bear the brunt, spitting out a mouthful of blood and staggering back several steps. His face was filled with terror. How could his 1500 combat power be injured by a sound wave? Yi-chan glanced at the boy, who was either fainted from fear or shock, and casually tossed him out of the fighting area. The elder's face turned pale as he trembled to help the boy up. At this moment, the many students in the audience finally came to their senses, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. That elder was a third-level martial artist, yet he couldn't withstand even a single sound. The principal and the other two also looked horrified. They knew more. This elder was not an ordinary third-level martial artist. With a combat power of 1500, he was considered a master in Ningjiang City. To be injured by a single sound at such strength, and the one who struck was just a boy. The contrast was too immense. Up until now, the strongest genius to appear in Ningjiang City was merely a first-level martial artist, already famous throughout the city. A third-level martial artist who was a boy was a complete overturning of their understanding. In the history of Ningjiang City, he is undoubtedly the #1 genius, and he comes from our #5 middle school, the principal murmured, his expression dazed, overwhelmed by this tremendous surprise. The usual smile on the director's face also vanished for the first time, only to reappear again. However, this time, his smile looked genuine and pure, a true joy and pride. From the bottom of his heart. Ah, great, well done. The head of the grade department laughed heartily, still looking like a simpleton, not thinking too much, only knowing they had won. Not only had they dealt with those arrogant students from outside the city, but they had also given that disgusting old man a good lesson. Principal, I'm heading back now, Yi-chan said. All right, you go ahead, the principal quickly replied. As Yi-chan returned to his class, the students on both sides looked at him with awe, their amazed discussions never ceasing. Once back in the classroom, Teacher Zhu was so excited he couldn't speak, heavily patting his shoulder and repeatedly saying good job. The classmates were ecstatic, swarming around him. Meanwhile, in the center of the gymnasium, the principal withdrew his smile and looked at the students from outside the city. Our #5 middle school is indeed average, but it's barely enough to deal with you all. He spoke without holding back, for the first time showing such disregard. But the elder bowed his head humbly, not daring to refute, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance, now appearing cautious and timid. After all, to be able to use soundwave martial arts and easily injure him, he must at least possess top-tier third-level strength. Such a young top-tier third-level martial artist was not even found in their city. Even in Tiankei City, the largest city in Donyuan province, such geniuses were rare. A person like that was not someone he could provoke. Among the students from outside the city, those who had not fainted felt their faces flush with shame, lowering their heads. The entire audience, all the teachers and students of the school, felt particularly pleased seeing their speechless expressions. All the accumulated resentment and frustration dissipated. The gaze towards Yi-chan in the arena shifted from shock to admiration and respect. Many even wore proud expressions, feeling honored. This is our classmate, the pride of our number 5 middle school, stronger than any of you from outside the city. When Yi Chen returned home, it was already evening, and his aunt was cooking. Zhou Shishir was still fiddling with her tablet, chatting with someone. Occasionally sighing. Sigh, school starts tomorrow. You silly girl, isn't the start of school a good thing? Yi Hongfang came out of the kitchen holding a dish. Yi Chen also walked into the kitchen to help serve the food, while asking, by the way, why did your school suddenly have a break? Besides your school, it seems that number 1 high school also has a break? He was a bit surprised. He only learned during his chat with teacher Zhu in the afternoon that quite a few high schools had taken a break these past 2 days, including the top-performing number 1 and number 3 high schools. I don't know about other schools, but our number 3 high school is on break because of those students from other cities. Zhou Shishir said angrily, these students from other cities are always causing trouble in our school. Besides causing trouble, they also want our school's seed spots, constantly challenging the seniors who have those spots. The school had no choice but to take a break to prevent them from challenging. Hearing this, Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback, so that was how it was. It seemed that number 5 high school was still holding firm, not giving in and using a break to temporarily avoid the situation. Since you're on break, how many seed spots are left? Not a single one. Zhou Shishir sighed. Those students from other cities went to the homes of the seniors with seed spots, provoking them in various ways. The seniors couldn't take it anymore and fought back, but they were defeated and lost their spots. This afternoon, our school's top student, He Kun, was defeated in one move by a student from another city named Su Yuan. So, our school's last spot is gone. Which is why school starts tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen frowned slightly. These guys really had patience, even going to their doorstep to get a seed spot. However, after visiting number 5 high school once, he believed those guys wouldn't dare to stir up any trouble again. As for number 3 high school, it wasn't his own school, although he felt sympathy, he had no way to help. But Yi Chen still reminded her, be careful when you go to school tomorrow. If any students from other cities cause you trouble, call me immediately. Oh, got it, brother. Alright, you two stop chatting and hurry up to eat. The next morning. Since recovering from his injury, it had been a while since Yi Chen visited the Heishui martial arts school. He thought for a moment and decided to go. Take a look. Half an hour later. Heishui martial arts school. In front of the door, a large crowd had gathered, discussing among themselves. Yi Chen frowned and quickly walked over, slightly exerting himself to push a few people aside and get inside. Unfortunately, he hadn't even entered the school when he was forced to stop. In front of the martial arts school, there was actually a seal posted. Baiguan Department has sealed the school, strict prohibition of destruction. It was the seal of the Baiguan Department, one of the 3 branches of the Martial Alliance, which managed all martial arts schools. Around him, the discussions continued. This Heishui martial arts school really has bad luck, it was just starting to thrive recently, and now it's sealed. Actually, this Heishui martial arts school is quite good, the owner is nice. And I heard there's a very strong honorary student who often comes to the school to patiently teach the students. Yeah, it's such a pity. If it weren't sealed, I was planning to send my son here. There's nothing to be done. Who told their owner to offend Section Chief Su of the Baiguan Department? It's definitely sealed for sure. Listening to these discussions, Yi Chen's expression turned grim. He had heard some of this from the owner of Heishui Martial Arts School. The qualifications for opening the school were sufficient, but the final construction permit had been delayed, with the Baiguan Department using various excuses to hold it up. He originally wanted to help, but the owner of Heishui said it was just a small matter that would be resolved quickly, so he didn't pay much attention, not expecting this to happen. Senior Yi Chen, you're here. At that moment, a girl in a Heishui martial arts school uniform hurriedly ran over. Shouting. Yi Chen suppressed his anger. The girl in front of him was a student of the martial arts school. He glanced around and noticed that shouting had come from a direction where several other students were standing, clearly just arriving and finding the school closed with nowhere to go. Among them were also 2 people from the 100 Schools Department, arguing with a few students, whose faces were flushed with anger. Yi Chen took a deep breath and looked at the girl in front of him. Shouting, where is the master? The master went to the 100 Schools Department to seek an explanation. This is the letter he left for you. Senior brother Yi Chen. The master said. Shouing handed over a letter, and suddenly began to sob. It's okay, take your time, Yi Chen gently reassured her while taking the letter. Shouing wiped her tears and, with red-rimmed eyes, said, the master said to let us disband. We don't need to come anymore starting today. He will refund the entrance fee for the martial arts school, but senior brother, I can't bear to leave you all. The master is so good, and several of the instructors are great too. I've been with everyone for so long, I don't want to part ways. It's fine, leave everything to me. You go call the others over first. Yi Chen exhaled lightly. Okay. Xiaoying nodded vigorously and hurried off. Yi Chen then opened the letter, which contained not only the letter but also a bank card. He unfolded the letter. Xiao Yi, thank you so much. These days, otherwise, the martial arts school would have closed long ago. I originally wanted to leave you 100,000. But I simply don't have enough money on me. In the end, I can only leave you 50,000, and I feel a bit sorry for you. You are a good kid with high talent. After leaving the martial arts school, you can find a better place. Establishing the martial arts school was a dream of mine. Although my retirement funds are exhausted and the school has closed hastily, I still consider it a dream fulfilled, and I am quite satisfied. Alright, enough of this sad talk. I know your character, you seem gentle and calm, but in reality, you are the most reckless, doing things without regard for the consequences. However, being young, it's good to be a bit reckless, it shows vitality. But for this matter, you must not get involved. The rest of the letter had nothing more, probably just urging him not to interfere in this matter. Yi Chen seemed to ignore these words, his gaze fixed tightly on the central part of the letter, where it briefly explained why the martial arts school was closed. The school's construction permit had been delayed repeatedly because a troublesome student had come when the Heishui master first established the school. That student often harassed the female students, so the Heishui master expelled him. Later, it was discovered that the student was the grandson of Section Chief Su from the 100 Schools Department. Since then, the construction permit, which should have been issued within 3 days, had been delayed until now. Even though the Heishui master tried every means, he could not obtain it. The current closure of the school was also due to the lack of a construction permit, which led to the illegal operation of the school. Yi Chen's expression remained calm. Although he was not one of the earliest members of the martial arts school, he had heard about this incident. And the Heishui master had done nothing wrong. If the Heishui master was not at fault, then the one at fault was Section Chief Su from the 100 Schools Department. He stuffed the letter and bank card back into the envelope. At that moment, Xiaoying returned with a group of students. The 2 people from the 100 Schools Department also followed. One of the young men with a sharp face snorted coldly. A bunch of little brats. Still daring to talk back. Keep it up, and see if I don't deal with you. Section Chief Su is someone you can slander? Another middle-aged man with dark skin frowned and said, they're just kids, why are you getting angry with them? After saying that, he looked at Yi Chen and said, you are the senior brother of this martial arts school, right? Let the students go back, the school won't be opening anymore. The sharp-faced young man also glanced at Yi Chen and sneered, kid, be smart and take your people away. Don't linger here, or I'll deal with you too. Yi Chen ignored them and looked at the many students. The students looked at him, feeling a bit wronged, and said, Brother Yi Chen, about the martial arts hall. I know, don't worry. Everything will be fine, Yi Chen smiled. Brother, the hall master reminded us before leaving, telling you not to act impulsively. Yes, he emphasized it many times, brother, you must stay calm. I understand. Yi Chen's smile was gentle as he handed the letter back to Xiaoying. Xiaoying was taken aback, brother, don't you want it? I do, give me the money, how could I not want it? Yi Chen rolled his eyes, then slowly said, but let's wait for the hall master to come back and let him give it to me personally. After saying that, he turned and said, let's go, we'll enter the hall first. As soon as these words fell, everyone was stunned. Even the onlookers around were taken aback. Enter the hall? The door is sealed, if we break in. Isn't that provoking the 100 Halls Department? Provoking the Martial Alliance? This kid must be crazy, does he want to get the silver wristband? Not sure, probably just talking, who has the guts to do that? While everyone was discussing, Yi Chen had already walked to the entrance of the martial arts hall. At this moment, the 2 members of the 100 Halls Department also reacted. The young man with the sharp face and monkey-like features had a dark expression as he strode over, you little brat, didn't you hear what I just said? Slap. Yi Chen slapped him, sending him flying and knocking him unconscious to the ground. Then, he continued to reach for the seal. Wait. The other middle-aged man with dark skin reacted, looking in shock at the young man who had collapsed on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he said, don't act impulsively, breaking the seal has serious consequences. I can tell you are not an ordinary person, your identity is unusual, perhaps tearing off the seal is no big deal for you? But you need to understand, if you tear off the seal, it's no longer just about the seal itself, it's a challenge to Section Chief Su. You may not know what kind of person Section Chief Su is, let me put it this way, he is the 3rd in command of the 100 Halls Department. Even Deputy Minister Lin of the 100 Halls Department must show respect to this veteran who has worked in the department for many years. Yi Chen's expression remained calm. Seeing this, the dark-skinned middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this young man seemed to have woken up in time. However, in the next moment, with a tearing sound, a sharp ripping noise echoed. As soon as this sound rang out, everyone present was stunned. Yi-chan pushed open the door of the martial arts hall and looked back at the many students who were frozen in place. Come in. After saying that, he took the lead. You. The dark-skinned middle-aged man looked at him, unable to help but grit his teeth. Do you really not consider the consequences of your actions? Of course, I consider the consequences. I'm not a reckless person. Yi-chan shrugged and continued, but I care more about justice. After saying that, he kicked the sharp-faced young man on the ground aside, clearing a path for the students behind him. At the same time, he said lightly, please tell Section Chief Su that I am waiting for him here. The dark-skinned middle-aged man watched him disappear at the door, his face full of complexity. Inside the martial arts hall, looking at the students who were worried and hesitant to speak, Yi-chan smiled, don't worry, there's no need to be concerned. Saying this, he became serious, alright, continue your training as usual. Don't slack off. Seeing his natural demeanor, the students felt a weight lift from their hearts and nodded in agreement. Brother, no matter what the consequences are, we will bear them with you. That's right, you and the hall master have treated us so well, we won't betray you at this time. Yes, if something happens, we will face it together. Hearing this, Yi-chan felt a warmth in his heart. After arranging the students, he took out his phone. He dialed Deputy Minister Sang's number. 10. Associations Department. Minister's office. Deputy Minister Zhang was watching a video and couldn't help but slam the table. Good. At that moment, his phone rang. Xiao Wang, please answer it for me. Deputy Minister Zhang, with a focused expression, reopened the video playback. A young girl, who seemed to be a secretary, hurried over, somewhat surprised. What was going on with the minister today? He had been watching this video for almost an hour without saying a word. He even occasionally muttered things like, Ningjiang Star has hope now. This time, we will definitely slap those outsiders in the face. Master Hong Yang, truly a master, has such good insight. And other strange remarks. Without thinking much, the young girl answered the phone. A pleasant young voice came through the line. The young girl's eyes brightened, but she quickly shook her head and smiled, saying, sorry, the minister has something to attend to this morning. He will meet Minister Long later. Yes. That's right, sorry about that, I will relay the message later. Wait, Xiao Wang, who is calling? Deputy Minister Zhang snapped back to attention. He was a martial artist, and although he was fully focused on the screen, he still vaguely heard what seemed to be a familiar voice on the phone. Minister, he said his name is Yi-chan. Yi-chan? Deputy Minister Zhang suddenly stood up from his seat and quickly said, give me the phone, I want to talk to him. The young girl was a bit taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Deputy Minister Zhang so proactive. After a brief conversation, Deputy Minister Zhang, beaming with a smile, said, it's a small matter, I'll head over right now. It's fine, although it's a small matter. I'm free anyway, so I might as well come over to your place. Alright, I got it, Blackwater Martial Arts Hall, right? I'll go there now. Deputy Minister Zhang hung up the phone and decisively said, Xiao Wang, prepare the car for me. The young girl was momentarily stunned. Minister, wait a minute, aren't you supposed to meet Minister Long? It's fine, that can wait, it's not urgent. This matter is more important. Deputy Minister Zhang waved his hand and smiled, suddenly pondering, you reminded me, it would indeed be more appropriate to bring Minister Long alone. The young girl's eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? Minister Long was busier than you, how could he possibly be free? Soon, she saw Deputy Minister Zhang finish a phone call and leave with a cheerful smile, leaving her utterly shocked. Minister Long had actually postponed an important matter to leave with the minister. Why is today so strange? The young girl couldn't help but think, suddenly struck by a name. Yi-chan. Everything was caused by that boy named Yi-chan making a phone call. With that thought, she walked over to the computer where Deputy Minister Zhang had just been watching and saw the video that was playing. It seemed to be a high school gymnasium, packed with students. The video showed a handsome young boy with skin as white as jade, confronting a group of similarly aged boys. Below the video, there was a transcript. Using sound wave martial arts, injuring a level 3 martial artist. From an outer city with a battle power of 1500, his true battle power is at least 2000. The last test by the Martial Artist Association did not reflect Yi-chan's true strength. His actual strength should be top tier level 3. Top tier level 3? The young girl's eyes widened in shock, her pretty face filled with astonishment. The incident that occurred at Ningjiang No. 5 Middle School yesterday was not small, many people had heard about it. Given Deputy Minister Zhang's position, obtaining a video from No. 5 Middle School was not difficult at all. Half an hour later. Blackwater Martial Arts Hall. Yi-chan looked astonished as he stared at the three people before him. Deputy Minister Zhang turned to a handsome middle-aged man with deep-set eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a peaceful smile, saying cheerfully, Xiaoyi, this is Minister Long. As for this. He glanced at another elegant middle-aged man who was silent, seemingly just reprimanded, with a hint of schadenfreude. This is Deputy Minister Lin from the 100 Halls Department? The refined middle-aged man looked at Yi Chen, appearing on his face, Xiaoyi, I'm sorry, this time I will give you a proper explanation. Deputy Minister Lin, it has nothing to do with you. Yi Chen quickly shook his head, feeling confused himself. He never expected that 3 big shots would show up at once, including Minister Long. This was the true power holder of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch. Xiaoyi, I've heard of you before, but this is the first time I've met you today. Minister Long smiled gently, and although he carried an air of authority from his long tenure, he managed to keep it well in check. When conversing with others, he made one feel as if they were basking in the spring breeze. Inside the martial arts hall, the 4 of them conversed. Meanwhile, the crowd outside watching was growing larger. After all, someone daring enough to publicly tear off the seal of the 100 Halls Department was indeed a significant event. As everyone waited, suddenly a horn sounded. A vehicle from the Martial Alliance came to a stop. 2 young members of the alliance got out and quickly dispersed the crowd. Once the crowd retreated to a safe distance, an elderly man with a calm demeanor slowly stepped out of the car, followed by a bald old man with a pale complexion. Master Mu, your martial arts hall is quite impressive. Section Chief Su glanced at Master Mu and sneered, first, you barged into the 100 Halls Department to seek an explanation from me. Now, one of your martial hall students actually made me come to him voluntarily, and he's waiting for me? TSK, in all these years, I haven't encountered such an arrogant person in Ningjiang City. Let me see what kind of big shot this is. By the end of his words, there was already a hint of coldness in his voice. Section Chief Su, this matter has nothing to do with that child, it's all my responsibility. Master Heishui said bitterly, you can come at me, just don't trouble that child. Since I've come, with so many people watching, if there's no explanation today, everyone will think I'm easy to bully. Section Chief Su coldly flicked his sleeve and walked towards the Heishui Martial Hall. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Wow, Section Chief Su really came. Of course, being provoked like this, not to mention someone like Section Chief Su, even if it were you, could you endure it? I could endure it. Damn, you deserve to eat only 4 dishes in your lifetime. This time, it seems like things have escalated. I wonder who is so stubborn. Section Chief Su has served in the 100 Halls Department for over 40 years, holding a high position. Even Deputy Minister Lin respects him greatly. Hey! Someone is coming out of the Heishui Martial Hall, isn't that Deputy Minister Lin? It seems he got wind of the news and came early to support Section Chief Su. Truly impressive, Section Chief Su. As Section Chief Su walked towards the Martial Hall, he was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the crowd's discussions. His aged face broke into a smile as he quickly approached. Minister Lin, how could such a trivial matter disturb you? I can handle it myself. Trivial matter? Deputy Minister Lin sighed, his face gradually becoming serious. Su Lao, it's time for you to retire. As soon as the words fell, the onlookers were stunned. Section Chief Su also stood frozen in place, then awkwardly chuckled, Minister Lin, why are you suddenly making such a joke? With so many people watching, if this joke goes too far, it will lead to misunderstandings. I'm not joking. Deputy Minister Lin interrupted him, his expression cold. Su Lao, the retirement agreement has already been sent to you. You can return to the 100 Halls Department. Sign it, and then go home to enjoy your old age. Are you serious? Section Chief Su was both shocked and angry. Lin, have you gone mad? What have I done to provoke you? Su Lao, watch your wording. Deputy Minister Lin cast him a deep look. Section Chief Su's expression changed, but he still growled, I don't care, you must give me an explanation. Even if you are the minister, you need to provide a reason. He looked towards the Black Water Martial Arts School and shouted angrily, I know, it's that brat inside. Damn it, I want to see what kind of identity he has that makes you favor him. Like this. Saying this, he was about to rush in. Old Su, I usually respect you, and I hope you can show me some respect as well. Deputy Minister Lin's gaze turned cold, his elegant demeanor vanishing. Just a single look made Section Chief Su's face turn pale, forcing him to stop in his tracks. Section Chief Su gritted his teeth, his aged face filled with unwillingness and pain. Minister Lin, I've been in the 100 Halls Department for so many years. I may not have achievements, but I have put in hard work. Are you really going to be this ruthless? Deputy Minister Lin paused for a moment and said, this isn't my decision, but that of the person inside. Inside, it really is him. Section Chief Su's expression turned furious, and suddenly his pupils constricted. That person? In this vast Ningjiang city, someone who could make Deputy Minister Lin use honorifics and refer to him as that person. Long? His voice trembled, his expression bewildered. The boy inside is related to Minister Long? No. Deputy Minister Lin shook his head. However, it is indeed because of him that Minister Long made this decision. Old Su, considering your many years in the 100 Halls Department, let me be honest with you. Ningjiang City is full of talent. Even if we lose a section chief, or even me as the minister, it won't have much impact. It won't be long before my position is filled, but that boy inside, he is irreplaceable. Irreplaceable. Section Chief Su trembled all over, looking towards the Blackwater Martial Arts School, feeling as if it had turned into a black hole, mysterious and terrifying. Deputy Minister Lin sighed inwardly. With Section Chief Su's status, even if it were Minister Long's only son, he wouldn't have fallen to the point of being dismissed. Yet in this vast Ningjiang city, he had provoked the one person he should never have. A 17-year-old top-tier level 3. The importance and concern of Minister Long were beyond imagination. However, this was also self-inflicted. If Section Chief Su hadn't been so arrogant and overbearing, Minister Long wouldn't have been so merciless. Alright, Old Su, that's enough talk. Please take your leave. Deputy Minister Lin glanced at the growing crowd of onlookers, said this lightly, and then looked towards the Blackwater schoolmaster beside him. With a smile, he said, Old Mu, let's go inside. The school first. The Blackwater schoolmaster was taken aback. Deputy Minister Lin, please, you go first. Deputy Minister Lin smiled and led him into the martial arts school. Outside, Section Chief Su's already aged figure, at that moment, lost all spirit, slowly leaving with a hunched back. The onlookers silently watched his retreating figure, an overwhelming silence enveloping them. Today was destined to be an unforgettable day. Inside the Blackwater Martial Arts School, Yi Chen was still unaware of what was happening outside. Seeing the Blackwater schoolmaster and Deputy Minister Lin walk in, he hurriedly approached and asked, Master, are you alright? I'm fine, Xiaoyi, thanks to you this time. The Blackwater schoolmaster looked emotional. Even now, he felt somewhat unreal, as if he had been dreaming. That's good. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and then introduced, this is Minister Long and Deputy Minister Zhang. Minister Long and the two smiled and nodded at the Blackwater school. Master. The Blackwater schoolmaster had never received such treatment before, and he suddenly became extremely nervous, stuttering as he spoke, eventually finding an excuse to leave and check on the students. Yi Chen continued chatting with Minister Long and the others. Half an hour later, the three left. Yi Chen looked at the two new numbers in his phone, deep in thought. Minister Long had actually dismissed Section Chief Su. He was surprised when he first learned of it. After all, Section Chief Su was no small character. As the third in command of the 100 Halls Department, he was already a significant figure in the Ningjiang Martial Alliance. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chen looked at the Hongyang ring in his hand. Only the face of the Grandmaster Hongyang could explain all of this. At this moment, inside a black sedan, Minister Long and the two others sat in the car, with a tea table in the center, steam rising from the hot tea on the table. Deputy Minister Zhang, smiling, poured tea for the two. Minister Long, do you think with Yi Chen here, we can secure the Ningjiang star? Deputy Minister Lin asked, somewhat expectantly. When it comes to top-tier martial arts universities, he couldn't help but care. Do we even need to ask? Of course we can, it's a level 3 top tier. Deputy Minister Zhang asserted firmly. There's a whole level difference. Those students from other cities, how can they compete with us? Actually, even if he can't secure the Ningjiang star, it doesn't matter, Minister Long shook his head. Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned. Minister Long slowly said, with level 3 top-tier combat power, he could easily rank in the top 100 in the Dongyuan province during the college entrance examination and get into any top-tier martial arts university. So, this special enrollment spot isn't that important anymore, Deputy Minister Lin sighed. That's right, we can't even distinguish the priorities anymore. A 17-year-old level 3 top tier, even in Tiankai City, you wouldn't find many. Getting into a top-tier martial arts university is naturally not difficult, Deputy Minister Zhang chuckled. When the time comes, those surrounding cities will be envious of us. Minister Long smiled faintly. This was the main reason he valued that young man so much. The face of Master Han Yang was just a secondary reason. In this world, only those with sufficient strength would truly be respected, and talent that reaches a certain level is also considered a form of strength. Of course, they were unaware that Yi Chen was already approaching their realm. As noon approached, Yi Chen left the martial arts school and headed home. The master of Heishui Pavilion watched his back, unable to suppress his emotions. This was already the umpteenth time he felt grateful for making that decision back then. That mere Tens of thousands of yuan for a B-level martial arts technique was, in his opinion, the most correct investment he had ever made. No exceptions. Yi Chen, however, didn't think that much. He kept. It's simple. If others treated him sincerely, he would respond with sincerity, that was all. At this moment, at Laming Martial Arts School. In the instructor's office, Instructor Wang closed the attendance book in his hand, feeling a bit of a headache. So many students, yet there were hardly any who could be considered honor students. I can only reach out to the geniuses from various universities, he thought, putting away the attendance book and leaving the office. Just then, a student approached him. The student walked up quickly and respectfully said, Instructor Wang, I went to Heishui Martial Arts School, but the Yi Chen you mentioned has already left. Is that so? Then forget it, I wanted to have one last talk with him. Instructor Wang shook his head. I advised him the first time I was at the martial arts school, and I advised him again when I met him on the road. I wanted him to join our Laming Martial Arts School, but he refused. Both times. 3 times is a charm, and if I can't meet him this third time, it seems he and our Laming Martial Arts School are not meant to be. Since there's no fate, then there's no need to contact him in the future. It's his misfortune not to have the opportunity to join our school. Yes, instructor, the student nodded, following Instructor Wang as they left together. Although he didn't understand why Instructor Wang valued Yi Chen so much, he can only say it was the latter's bad luck. The honor student position at Laming Martial Arts School was something many people sought but couldn't obtain. Instructor Wang felt a bit regretful. To be honest, he had a good impression of Yi Chen, but unfortunately, he was too impulsive and stubborn. If only he could lower his pride or not care so much about the past. Joining their Laming Martial Arts School would be much better than a small school like Heishui Martial Arts School, wouldn't it? Young people are still too proud. Instructor Wang shook his head in his heart, suddenly remembering something and asking, by the way, has the pavilion master returned? Reporting to the instructor. He has returned, the student replied. The instructor was late and didn't meet with Deputy Minister Lin from the 100 Pavilions Department. Deputy Minister Lin is busy with a myriad of affairs, it's not easy to meet him, Wang Jiaoshi said, not surprised. Half an hour ago, the owner of their Thunder Martial Arts Hall had heard that Deputy Minister Lin from the 100 Halls was nearby. He immediately stopped his training, wanting to pay his respects. However, Deputy Minister Lin was not someone who could be easily seen, so it was perfectly normal that the owner didn't get to meet him. By the way, you mentioned earlier that your neighbor is that Su Quan from number 5 high school, right? Wang Jiaoshi smiled and said, go back and interact with him more, see if he has any thoughts about coming to our Thunder Martial Arts Hall as an honorary student. If he is willing to come, we can offer him 3 times the benefits of other honorary students. Okay? Jiaoshi. The student nodded, but in his heart, he was non-committal. Su Quan was the top genius of number 5 high school, and his reputation had soared recently. He might not look favorably upon their Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Wang Jiaoshi smiled. He actually had an inkling, but trying wouldn't hurt. If it really worked out, it would be a tremendous surprise. In the following days, things returned to calm. Yi Chen continued his daily routine, going back and forth between home and the Heishui Martial Arts Hall. In the evenings, he would return to teach Su Qin martial arts. Then, it was time to spar with Jiang Yu. This silly girl, he didn't know which nerve was misfiring, kept pestering him, sending messages every day saying she wanted to conquer him. Not only did she send messages, but she also often showed up at his door. Yi Chen could hardly tolerate it, kicking her out every time, but unexpectedly, the more he kicked, the more spirited and excited Jiang Yu became. It made him feel a bit exasperated. But fortunately, Jiang Yu and her friends should be leaving soon. I heard the Heishan fighting arena has been sold to someone else, Yi Chen murmured, feeling a slight regret in his heart for a moment. But he quickly shook his head. It was good to be done with it and not be bothered anymore. A few minutes later, Zhou Shishir bounced in with a pink backpack. Upon seeing Yi Chen sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, watching TV, her face lit up with envy. Bro, you didn't go to school again. Yi Chen nodded proudly, skipping class. Felt great, and he had gotten used to it. Of course, the teachers at school had no objections. In fact, last time, Teacher Zhu even said he was worried about the pressure of his training. She had given him a lot of skins in the game to help him relax. There was no other way. The life of a handsome guy was just so plain and dull. Cut it out, what's so great about it? We also have a holiday starting this afternoon, Zhou Shishir said sourly. After putting down her backpack, she grabbed a bag of chips and her tablet, happily lounging on the sofa. Tomorrow was the Ningjiang Star, and the whole city would be on holiday. Zhou Shishir was scrolling through her tablet when she suddenly exclaimed, Bro, you're ranked 4th on the college list. 4th, not 1st? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. After he dealt with that group of students from other cities at number 5 high school, he assumed the entire school would vote for him. How could he not be 1st? What? You're not satisfied with 4th? I think that's already impressive enough. The top 3 are Su Yuan and the others, Zhou Shishir muttered. It's strange who could surpass those 3. Monsters. Su Yuan. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. He had heard those 3 names frequently over the past few days. Although only 3 days had passed, a lot had happened. First, all the seed spots from number 1 high school had also been taken by students from other cities, leaving only number 5 high school. All the seed spots in Ningjiang City's high schools had fallen into the hands of students from other cities, leaving Yi Chen as the only remaining seedling. Originally, there were students from other cities who were unconvinced and wanted to challenge Yi Chen, but coincidentally, on the last day, the seed spots had already been fixed, and they could only give up. Yi Chen felt regretful. He had been itching for a fight, just waiting for the right opportunity. The 3 students from other cities, including Su Yuan, were the strongest among those who had seized the seed spots, easily defeating their opponents. Later, he even went to various martial arts schools in Ningjiang City, consecutively challenging several second-tier martial artists, and remained undefeated. This astonishing record made him famous throughout Ningjiang City, hailed as the newly emerged strongest dark horse among students from outside the city. Su Yuan, Wang Ji. Zhou Shishir propped her chin on her hand, her face a picture of frustration. Second-tier peak martial artists, I really don't understand what they're fighting for the title of Ningjiang Star. Yi Chen glanced at the screen, where the strength of the 3 was all at the second-tier peak. He chuckled. The special recruitment quota for top martial universities accepts second-tier peaks, but the prerequisite is that they must have a specialty. This specialty refers to something outstanding, like a unique body type or combat power. So those who are mediocre in all aspects only come here to compete. Our Ningjiang City has worked hard to secure a spot in a top martial university, and now these students from outside the city come to stir up trouble. Zhou Shishir huffed, casting another vote for Yi Chen. Brother, I voted for you again. Do you have confidence in beating them? A bunch of small fries, I can easily crush them. Yi Chen yawned lazily. Just wait and see tomorrow. That night, Yi Chen left the Heishui martial arts school, and the sky was pitch black, with dim lights lining the road. Since tomorrow was the Ningjiang Star event, the martial arts school had made a lot of preparations, issuing many martial arts uniforms, which took quite a while. Plus, he had dinner with the Heishui schoolmaster, so he returned a bit late. The Heishui schoolmaster was often alone, so Yi Chen would frequently accompany him for meals. Why are the streetlights broken? Yi Chen frowned, looking at the dark stretch of road ahead. Although it didn't affect him, it was still inconvenient for ordinary people driving at night. He took a glance, noted the area, and planned to address it tomorrow. The road ahead was not only dark but also shrouded in a faint mist, with not a sound to be heard. It was eerily silent. Yi Chen stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharpening, faintly sensing something was off. It was too quiet, uncomfortably so. At that moment, a hurried figure suddenly emerged from the darkness, striding towards him. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the person jumped back in shock, stumbling 2 steps backward. Then, realizing what had happened, they turned around and cursed at the darkness behind them. What kind of broken fog is this? It's so dark I can't see a thing. They continued to grumble as they walked away. Yi Chen watched the person's retreating figure, frowning slightly. They were just an ordinary passerby with low vitality. But even if their vitality was low, it shouldn't have been impossible to see through ordinary mist, right? Moreover, this mist seemed to suppress sound. With his strength, he only heard the passerby when they were quite close. This mist is problematic. Yi Chen made a judgment and cautiously approached, carefully observing the area. He had to admit, his martial artist level physique was still a factor. Even though the mist was indeed a bit strange, once he got closer, he could finally hear the sounds inside clearly. It was no longer the terrifying silence from before. At this moment, he could vaguely hear several voices of passers-by trembling in fear of the strange mist, thinking they were encountering a ghost wall. At the same time, a weak cry for help rang out. Help! I'm from the Martial Alliance's Yuan Wu department. Martial Alliance members? Yi Chen's pupils constricted, and without a second thought, he dashed into the mist. The mist was hazy, seemingly capable of swallowing sound, light, and breath. The moment Yi Chen entered, he vanished into the fog. Not far behind him, a young man witnessed this scene, momentarily stunned, then his expression turned to terror as he scrambled to turn and run. In the mist, Yi Chen remained calm, quickly heading in the direction from which the cry for help had come. Although the mist was somewhat eerie, once he truly entered, it didn't affect him much, it merely reduced his visibility significantly. He could only see clearly for about 10 meters around him, but that was enough. The recent cry for help had only sounded briefly before it vanished. Yi Chen could only feel his way forward in the general direction. Although he rushed in eagerly, he did not act recklessly. The moment he entered, he had already used the cloud breath technique to conceal his presence. At this moment, he had no aura about him, and his figure perfectly blended into the darkness. If I can save them, I will. If I can't, I'll leave first and seek help from Minister Long and the others, Yichin thought to himself. Making a decision. Suddenly, his nostrils flared slightly, and he faintly caught a whiff of blood in the air ahead, prompting him to quicken his pace. After walking a few meters, a narrow alley appeared before him. The shops on either side of the alley had long since closed, shrouded in utter darkness. Yichin slowed his movements, cautiously approaching. As he entered, his pupils constricted. The ground was covered in blood. The blood flowed like a stream, slowly trickling out from the depths of the alley. The bright red was particularly striking. So much blood, how many people have died? Yichin was both shocked and angry. He gritted his teeth to calm himself and continued deeper into the alley. At the same time, he drew out the black demon blade, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. The alley was not deep, and he soon reached the end, where a pile of corpses came into view. There were more than a dozen bodies, stacked together, and from their clothing, they appeared to be salespeople or shop owners. Seeing this scene, Yichen's expression suddenly darkened. The dead were all ordinary people who had worked in the shops or supermarkets along this road. He recognized a few of them. Damn it! Anger flashed in Yichen's eyes as he quickly stepped forward to check. Unfortunately, all of them were already dead. Their bodies were even desiccated, and before dying the hearts of the recently deceased had been ripped out and placed in front of their respective corpses, resembling a bizarre ritual. Such a strange ceremony could only be performed by the Silver Moon Society. The Silver Moon Society? Yichen's face turned pale. If the Black Mark Tower aimed to gradually sever humanity's future by assassinating human geniuses, then the Silver Moon Society, a name that sounded somewhat gentle, was utterly insane. Their goal was to truly annihilate all of humanity. No, it shouldn't be the Silver Moon Society. If it were them, the scope of tonight's incident wouldn't be so small. At the very least, it should involve half a district to match the Silver Moon Society's style. If it's not the Silver Moon Society, it doesn't seem like the work of a wanted criminal. Forget it, let's save the people first. Yichen stopped overthinking and quickly searched the vicinity. Soon, he heard a sound of a shelf collapsing from a nearby closed shop. His gaze sharpened, and he restrained his breath as he walked over swiftly. The iron roller shutter of the shop was tightly closed. A faint smell of blood wafted out from within. Yichen remained calm, pressed close to the door to listen, but there was no sound coming from inside. It was eerily quiet. He took out the black demon blade, controlled his strength, and gently sliced. The roller shutter, in front of the B-grade combat knife like the black demon blade, was even more fragile than paper. In silence, he had already cut out a circular hole. With a slight exertion of his palm, he pulled out the circular piece of metal, revealing the glass door inside. He repeated the process, creating an opening in the glass door before nimbly slipping inside. All of this happened in an instant, without a sound escaping. Inside the shop, it was as dark and silent as ever. Once Yichen entered, he immediately pressed against the wall, scanning the surroundings warily. After a moment of searching, he finally spotted someone covered in blood, unconscious on a fallen shelf by the back door. There's still a breath, he's alive. Yichen sighed in relief but did not act recklessly. Instead, he continued to search every corner carefully. After searching thoroughly and sensing no other presence, he felt completely at ease. He quickly walked over to the person. This should be the member of the Martial Alliance who had just called for help. From the looks of it, he must have just escaped through the back door, knocked over the shelf, and collapsed from exhaustion. Lucky for you, it's me who found you first, not the one chasing you. Yichen muttered as he turned the Martial Alliance member onto his back, preparing to assess his injuries. However, as soon as he flipped the person over, his pupils constricted, and horror washed over his face. Yichen's complexion turned pale, and his stomach churned violently, nearly making him vomit. The face of the Martial Alliance member before him was unrecognizable, covered in countless wounds, flesh torn away. The white of his skull and teeth were exposed. Moreover, these bite marks were all human bites. Damn it, what kind of grudge is this? Yichen couldn't help but curse inwardly. This was no longer cruelty but madness. Whether the assailant was from the Silver Moon Society or a wanted criminal was no longer important. They were undoubtedly a complete lunatic. To have bitten off the flesh from this Martial Alliance member's face, devouring it piece by piece. Such an act could only stem from a deep-seated revenge or a complete mental breakdown. Yichen set down the black demon blade and quickly took out some external injury medicine and bandages from the Hongyang ring, preparing to treat the wounds. It was at this moment that he caught a glimpse of the black demon blade out of the corner of his eye, and a chill ran down his spine. On the bright, mirror-like blade of the black demon blade, a silver mask faintly reflected. The shop was pitch black. Utterly silent. Although it was dark, that silver mask was clearly visible on the blade's surface. Yi Chen's body stiffened slightly. How could this be? He had clearly checked and sensed no living presence inside. Above his head. He instantly calmed down, his expression returning to normal as he quickly took out clean water and a basin, pretending to prepare to clean the wound. At the same time, from the corner of his eye, he carefully stared at the blade of the black magic knife. It was then that he clearly saw a person lying on the ceiling, dressed in black, clinging to the ceiling like a gecko. At that moment, the person was completely still, turning their head to look down. Beneath the silver mask, a pair of black eyes were fixed intently on him. Suddenly, those eyes moved and spotted the black magic knife. Then, they met the gaze of Yi Chen, who was also distractedly scanning the ceiling with the black magic knife. Both of them were taken aback. In the next moment, Yi Chen decisively erupted, his entire body surging with energy in an instant, as the silver-masked person looked on in shock. With one swift motion, he slashed upwards. Whoosh! The blade moved as fast as lightning, and when the silver-masked person regained their senses, their expression was calm as they casually slapped downwards. However, as the sharp blade suddenly sliced through the air, a piercing sound of air bursting rang out. Below, the boy's arm was engulfed in burning golden flames, and his pupils constricted as he instinctively increased the force of his palm. Yet, in the next moment, a soft thud. That blade still viciously struck into his palm, nearly severing it in half. Martial master? The silver-masked person finally changed color, their eyes filled with shock. Ignoring the injury to their palm, they struck out again. This strike was fierce and unmatched, with a thick golden light appearing on their palm, colliding violently with the blade that Yi Chen had just swung. In an instant, there was a loud bang. Yi Chen's expression changed drastically, his body flying out sideways, crashing into several shelves and causing the wall to collapse. The black magic knife also flew out of his hand. After the silver-masked person struck out, they did not linger, quickly turning to rush outside the store. Once outside, they turned and struck again. A 1-meter-long golden palm print slammed down, and the moment it landed above the store, it exploded. Instantly, a loud explosion echoed, and the entire store collapsed. Moments later, Yi Chen emerged from the rubble, covered in dust, holding the black magic knife, along with the severely injured member of the Martial Alliance. He wiped the dust from his face, looking at the silent surroundings with a grim expression. Martial master. That person just now was definitely a martial master. When they clashed palms, he was caught off guard by their terrifying combat power. Thinking he was also a martial master, they quickly struck and then decisively left, not wanting to tangle with him. At that moment, the piercing alarm of the Martial Alliance rang out. The surrounding mist quickly dispersed, and several flashing Martial Alliance vehicles sped in, surrounding Yi Chen in the center. From the loudspeakers, a warning sounded. Put down your weapons, raise your hands. At the same time, well-equipped Martial Alliance soldiers quickly got out of their vehicles. Yi Chen frowned, about to explain. A light-hearted voice interrupted. It's a misunderstanding, everyone put your weapons away. I know this young man, he could never be the murderer. As he spoke, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a slightly round face, looking well off, stepped out of the car. On the other side of the vehicle, a burly, cold-faced bald man also got out. Yi Chen looked at the two, feeling a sense of familiarity. Soon, he realized that bald man was the same one he had seen before when someone died at the entrance of the community, and also the one he encountered while buying groceries that day. Both times, when someone died, it was this bald man who brought Martial Alliance personnel to collect the bodies. As for this middle-aged man, it seemed to be Deputy Minister Su from the UN Wu Department? Yi Chen recalled, realizing this was the only one of the 3 deputy ministers of the Martial Alliance he had not met, though he had seen him on television a few times. So he had a rough impression. Everyone put down your weapons, Brother Yi Chen is our #1 genius in Ningjiang City. If you hurt Minister Long, he will definitely deal with you. The round-faced middle-aged man said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Martial Alliance soldiers were somewhat taken aback, then quickly put away their weapons. All right, you all go to other places and drive away the mist of the nightmare beast. Leave this to me and directly. The round-faced middle-aged man waved his hand. Yes, Minister. The group of Martial Alliance soldiers quickly left in an orderly manner. Brother Yi Chen, this is my first time seeing you. You are even more handsome and dashing than in the photos, truly a dragon among men. The round-faced Deputy Minister Su seemed easy to get along with, smiling as he approached. Hello, Deputy Minister Su. Yi Chen smiled politely, dealing with him. He had learned from Deputy Minister Zhang that it was this Deputy Minister Su who had sold out the Ningjiang Martial Alliance, allowing so many students from other cities to come. Naturally, he wouldn't treat him sincerely. The two chatted with smiles. Meanwhile, the bald, strong man walked over to the injured Martial Alliance member on the ground and fed him a pill. After a moment, Deputy Minister Su, the situation is roughly like this: I was just passing by. Yi Chen didn't hide anything, except for the matter of his encounter with the silver-masked man. He said everything else he could. So that's how it is. This time, you really took a risk, Brother Yi Chen. Deputy Minister Su smiled. When we return, I will apply for a citywide commendation for you. Thank you, Deputy Minister Su, but there's no need. Yi Chen shook his head. At that moment, the unconscious Martial Alliance member finally coughed and weakly got up from the ground. As he rose, he didn't even glance at Deputy Minister Su and Yi Chen. He hurriedly crawled to the bald man's side, lamenting, "Boss, the brothers are all dead." The bald man glanced at him indifferently. Only then did the Martial Alliance member notice Yi Chen and the bald man, lowering his voice to speak softly to the bald man. After a moment, the bald man frowned slightly. Is that all the information? Yes, boss, Bang! Before the Martial Alliance member could finish his sentence, his head suddenly exploded, the bloody headless corpse falling heavily to the ground. Yi Chen was stunned, staring blankly at the bald man who had just smashed the Martial Alliance member's head. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What the hell are you doing? He's beyond saving." Director Lee also wanted him to rest in peace sooner. Deputy Minister Su seemed to have anticipated this and appeared unconcerned, still smiling as he asked, "Brother Yi Chen, let's continue our conversation about your training in the wilderness. Beyond saving?" Yi Chen shot a cold glance at Deputy Minister Su, his expression darkening. "Just a waste, no value, dead is dead." The bald man's eyes were brutal as he continued to stomp down, the corpse exploding on the spot, leaving no bones behind. Yi Chen's forehead bulged with veins. "He's your subordinate, one of your own. I said, he's a waste." The bald man sneered, staring at Yi Chen. "Wastes deserve to die." Yi Chen's expression was icy. "Regardless of whether he's a waste or not, you killing members of the Martial Alliance is a crime, Brother Yi Chen." At this moment, Deputy Minister Su also retracted his smile. He said calmly, "This Director Lee comes from the Yuanwu Department of Tianke City and is only temporarily under my command. The Martial Alliance member you just dealt with was also a member of the Yuanwu Department of Tianke City. Director Lee dealing with his own people counts as internal affairs of the Tianke City Martial Alliance. Even Minister Long can't interfere." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen fell silent. Perhaps feeling he had spoken too harshly, Deputy Minister Su smiled and said, "All right, Brother Yi Chen, don't take it to heart. Look, you risked your life to save him, and when he woke up, he didn't even thank you right away. Such a heartless person, dead is dead. And Director Lee, Brother Yi Chen, is someone Master Hongyang values. Don't ruin the harmony." Upon hearing Master Hongyang's name, the bald man's expression changed drastically, his brutality receding as he coldly snorted and left. "Mind your own business. No matter who is backing him, he will die sooner or later. Brother Yi Chen, I'm leaving first." Vice Minister Su smiled, and just as he was about to get into the car, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Brother Yi Chen, since your combat power is at the top level of Tier 3, the mysterious young man who killed the entire Black Mask team in the wilderness must be you, right? I wonder, have you seen my poor daughter who was taken by the Black Mask?" Yi Chen's pupils constricted suddenly, and he replied calmly, "I haven't seen her. The people from the Black Mask were not killed by me. Vice Minister Su has mistaken me. The hearts of parents are always worried. In the future, if Brother Yi Chen has any news about my daughter, please let me know." Vice Minister Su sighed and turned to get into the car. Vroom. The car started. Suddenly, Yi Chen shouted loudly, "Wait a minute. What is it?" Vice Minister Su pressed the car window down. "I just wanted to say something to Section Chief Lee." Yi Chen said calmly, "No matter whether that person is useless or has a heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog, he deserves to die, or maybe I'm just meddling. I think it doesn't matter. Because the people I save, only I can kill. If anyone else touches them, they are crossing my line. I hope Section Chief Lee remembers today." A dead silence ensued. Inside the car, Vice Minister Su looked astonished, and the bald, muscular man was equally stunned. In the community, in the corridor, Yi Chen went upstairs, thinking about the scene he had just witnessed, his face still pale, feeling a bit nauseous. That silver-faced man was simply a madman. He could swallow a person's face whole. If he hadn't entered the store and startled the other party, they might have already bitten off the entire face of that Martial Alliance member. Damn, I can't think about it anymore. Yi Chen's throat rolled. It wasn't that he had a weak constitution, but in 2 lifetimes, he had never seen such a disgusting scene. He shook his head to calm his emotions. That silver-faced man was a martial artist and had methods to conceal his aura, somewhat similar to the cloud breathing technique. This raised the danger level significantly. I need to tell Minister Long and the others about this first thing tomorrow morning. Yi Chen's expression turned serious. The danger posed by that silver-faced man had far exceeded that of a normal wanted criminal. Even crazier than the Silver Moon Society. Not only did he torture ordinary people, but he also gnawed on human faces, a complete madman. Such a lunatic, if not eliminated quickly, would pose a huge threat to the entire Ningjiang city. However, the other party had extremely strong counter-surveillance abilities. He had been so careful entering the store and was still discovered. Moreover, he had martial skills similar to the cloud breathing technique, which could hide his aura, and he was a martial artist himself, making him quite tricky to deal with. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with concern as he sighed lightly and walked to his front door, preparing to push it open. At that moment, a creaking sound of a door opening suddenly came from upstairs. He looked up in surprise. It was so late, and Su Qin hadn't gone to sleep? After thinking for a moment, he turned and went upstairs, where Su Qin was spraying something with a spray can in the corridor. The pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air. Yi Chen couldn't help but hold his breath and said helplessly, "It's so late, why are you spraying disinfectant instead of sleeping?" Su Qin saw him and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes as she quickly explained, "This isn't disinfectant, it's mosquito repellent spray." "Can't I tell the difference between mosquito repellent and disinfectant? Besides, you're almost a martial artist, what are you afraid of mosquitoes for?" Yi Chen shook his head, "Forget it, let's not talk about that. Let's get to the point. When you come back to the community tomorrow, don't take Jiangchuan Road anymore. There was just an incident there where a perverted murderer killed quite a few people. Come home early in the future, be careful on the road, and if it's really late, call me, and I'll come pick you up." "Perverted murderer?" Su Qin was taken aback. "That's right, a madman wearing a silver mask killed many ordinary citizens, and his methods are vicious and ruthless." Yi Chen snorted coldly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He continued, "All right, get to bed early, just be careful when going out in the future." After saying that, he turned and went downstairs. Su Qin watched his back, feeling somewhat silent, before turning back to her room. In the instant she opened the door, she could vaguely see it. On the table in her living room, there was a silver mask. Downstairs. Yi Chen pushed open his door and entered his room. Just now, was there a hint of blood? He looked up, frowning slightly. It seemed he had caught a faint scent of blood at Su Qin's doorstep. However, it could just be the overpowering smell of disinfectant, creating an illusion. Yi Chen didn't think much of it, took out his phone, and sent messages to Zhang Fan, the owner of the Black Water Pavilion, and others. He warned them to be cautious in the coming days and to avoid going out at night. As it was nearly midnight, hardly anyone replied. Only one message came back. "Zhang Yu, okay, Rangu, I'll be careful." Yi Chen was taken aback. His expression turned pale, nearly making him vomit. "Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have been so impulsive to message this silly girl, damn." After cursing under his breath, he ignored Zhang Yu, sat cross-legged on the floor, and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. That silver-masked man had struck him. Although he wasn't severely injured, he did sustain some minor injuries. After resting for a moment, his breath gradually stabilized, and the soreness in his body completely disappeared. Martial master level physique, truly formidable. Yi Chen opened his eyes, feeling a bit emotional. In the past, such injuries would have been quite serious. But now, they were merely superficial wounds. However, he was still somewhat dissatisfied with his current strength. If he had martial master combat power today, that silver-masked man would never have escaped so easily, not to mention that section chiefly. Yi Chen snorted coldly. This grudge was now established. However, that was a minor issue. The real trouble was still Vice Minister Su. His expression turned serious. The last two sentences from Vice Minister Su were probing, questioning whether his daughter had died at his hands. He certainly couldn't admit it, but he also couldn't hide it for long. And Vice Minister Su was a 5th-level martial master, far stronger than section chiefly. With the black soft armor, even with his current strength, he could at least ensure his safety against a 4th-level martial master. But a 5th-level martial master with over 50,000 vitality points. A single strike could kill me. Yi Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart. He couldn't see through Vice Minister Su's attitude towards him, but he sensed that this matter wouldn't end well. Once the Ningjiang Star event is over, I'll head into the Limu wilderness to seek the blood of the Black Flood Dragon. He made a resolution in his heart. The next day, while Yi Chen was still in a deep sleep, the sound of firecrackers and various fireworks erupted outside. Today marked the first day of the Ningjiang Star event, quite a grand occasion. Yi Chen got up and pressed his forehead. As a seed player, although he hadn't had to compete in the previous matches, he still needed to draw lots today to determine his opponent for the first round a few days later. Half an hour later, Yi Chen, along with the rarely dressed up Yi Honfang and Zhou Shishir, left the house. Along the way, the entire Ningjiang city was decorated with lights and festooned, bustling with activity. It's almost comparable to the New Year. Yi Chen couldn't help but mutter. Of course, the quota for the top martial arts university are Ningjiang City. Over the years, the strongest senior only managed to get into Changhua Martial University. Zhou Shishir tilted her head and said, Changhua Martial University ranks 300 among martial universities. 300? Our school teachers tell us stories about that senior's legendary feats every day, encouraging us to learn from him. Not to mention the top 5 martial universities in the country. Whoever gets that special admission quota will be the one we look up to for years to come. True. Yi Chen nodded, looking at Yi Hongfang. Aunt, how many days until my uncle returns? About 6 or 7 days, Yi Hongfang replied. That's just right. Just right for what? Yi Chen smiled, just in time to see his nephew sweep away all the talents in Ningjiang City and secure a spot for the Ningjiang Star. A little over 10 minutes later. Ningjiang City, Central Square. The place was packed with people, a sea of heads, and long lines moved slowly. This scene made Yi Chen feel a bit emotional. He led Yi Hongfang and the others, holding the proof given by Minister Long, through a special passage to enter the square early. The number of people inside the square was not much less than outside. There were people on and off the stage. After settling Yi Hongfang and Zhou Shishir, Yi Chen left and headed to the resting area where the students from the 5th middle school were. The participating students from the 5th middle school were already there. Many of them were from other cities, and upon seeing Yi Chen, they instinctively shrank back, their eyes darting away. Clearly, what happened that day left them with quite a shadow. Here, this is the school badge. Teacher Zhu walked over with a smile, handing Yi Chen a badge from the 5th middle school. Yi Chen reached out to take it. The head of the grade department, grinning widely, patted Yi Chen's shoulder hard, not caring that there were students from other schools nearby. He cheerfully said, just take down those students from other cities. The director of education smiled gently, come, let me help you put it on. He patiently helped Yi Chen put on the badge. Seeing this scene, the other participating students from the same school looked on with envy. Yi Chen glanced at them and smiled, everyone, do your best. Upon hearing this, the other students looked excited, okay, Yi Chen, you do your best too. This was the respect that came from strength. Being able to suppress those students from other schools whom even the principals couldn't handle, combined with being peers, made them extremely admire Yi Chen. This was also why, despite many students doubting that someone could defeat all the students from the 5th middle school, Yi Chen's high school ranking could still reach 4th. The main reason was that he had many fervent fans. Alright, the principal is over there, go say a word to him, it's about time to lead the team out. Teacher Zhu smiled. Yi Chen walked over, and at that moment, the principal was chatting with another frail middle-aged man. Upon seeing him, the principal nodded and smiled. I've already spoken with the Martial Alliance, the school will be led by you later. Don't be nervous, it's just a simple appearance, and it will be over after the oath-taking. Yi Chen was a bit taken aback but nodded, okay. Go prepare. After the principal finished speaking, he looked at Yi Chen's back, stroked his chin, and suddenly sighed. Alas, our 5th middle school probably won't even have a student in the top 500 this time. Nonsense, even without these students from other cities, your 5th middle school is far from being our 3rd middle school's opponent. The frail middle-aged man, the weak, spoke boldly. This was quite similar to the principal. The principal's expression darkened, don't talk nonsense, don't look down on our 5th middle school, we might have students who can make it into the top 10. Don't talk about the top 10, even the top 100 are those students from other cities, stop dreaming. The frail middle-aged man shook his head, unconvinced. If you don't believe it, let's make a bet, wager a D-grade battle soldier. The principal seemed to be infuriated, speaking anxiously. The frail middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he deliberately pouted, a bet is a bet, but I'm afraid you won't dare. Dare? You look down on me, so let's bet on 3 items, are you in? The principal seemed provoked, angrily saying. 3 items, sure. The frail middle-aged man slapped his thigh and laughed heartily, it's settled, no one can back out. Naturally. The principal also laughed heartily. The 2 bursts of laughter rang out simultaneously, and it was unclear who was laughing at whom. The frail middle-aged man suddenly said, by the way, was that student from your school just now? Quite a talented individual indeed. Also, that belt he's wearing looks a bit like the exclusive belt for seed players. Haven't all the seed player spots from Ningjiang City been snatched away by students from other cities? Many people hadn't witnessed the events at Ningjiang No. 5 Middle School firsthand and dismissed them as rumors, not believing them at all. There was originally a video, but it was promptly taken down by Vice Minister Zhang. As for the university rankings, since they were created by the students, they only circulated among The students, and many teachers and martial arts instructors didn't pay attention. The ones who were truly well known were those students from other cities who challenged the martial arts schools. Like the three from Su Yuan. These three had genuinely made it onto Ningxiang News, and the whole city knew about them. You probably saw it wrong, the principal chuckled. The first D-class battle soldier is awarded to a student, the second D-class battle soldier can be kept at the school, and the third. What are you mumbling about? A thin middle-aged man looked at him suspiciously. Nothing, I wasn't calculating how to distribute the 3 battle soldiers we win. On the other side. In the stands, aside from the seating for the audience, there were also advertising spots for various martial arts schools. Among them was the Thunderous Martial Arts School. Several instructors from the Thunderous Martial Arts School, along with the deputy head, were seated in one of the stands. Behind them was a rather large screen. On the screen, images of young students in martial arts uniforms were scrolling. These were the students sent by the Thunderous Martial Arts School to participate in the Ningxiang Star event. Seeing the envious gazes from the surrounding stands, Instructor Wang smiled and said to the young man beside him, Su Quan, our Thunderous Martial Arts School isn't too bad, right? There are currently 9 honor students up there, and if you're willing, we can add you to the screen today. Su Quan glanced back. Although the screen wasn't large, having such a screen in the stands was already a symbol of prestige. Moreover, with so many people able to see it, the feeling of being in the spotlight. He hesitated for a moment, just about to nod. At that moment, a student rushed over. Su Quan, Brother Yi Chen asked me to call you. Our number 5 middle school is preparing to enter for the oath ceremony. Brother Yi Chen, he's already here? Why didn't you come to get me sooner? Su Quan's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up. By the time Instructor Wang realized what was happening, there was no one in front of him, only a lingering voice. Instructor Wang, I'll give you an answer when I come back. Instructor Wang was taken aback. Brother Yi Chen must be a namesake, otherwise, how could Su Quan address him that way? It should be a namesake. He smiled and looked at the head of the Thunderous School beside him. Su Quan should agree to us now. Our martial arts school will have another impressive honor student. That's good news. The head of the Thunderous School seemed a bit distracted, scanning the arena. Head, are you looking for someone? Instructor Wang asked in surprise. A few days ago, I accidentally learned some news from Vice Minister Lin, the head of the Thunderous School said gravely. There is an extremely terrifying genius in Ningxiang City, and this Ningxiang Star event is actually prepared for him. Even with so many students from other cities here, they are merely there to compliment him. The students from other cities are no match? Instructor Wang was shocked. In the past few days, those students from other cities who had been challenging martial arts schools had truly taught them a lesson, making them deeply aware of the terror of those students. But now, the head was telling him that there was still a super genius hidden in Ningxiang City. Even those students from other cities were just there to play a supporting role. And such a grand Ningxiang Star event was actually prepared just for him. Head, if you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have believed it if someone else had. Instructor Wang said with a bitter smile. I was just as shocked when I first learned about it, the head of the Thunderous School chuckled. Alright, the oath ceremony is about to begin. And all the schools need to enter now. Keep an eye on this for me and see which school students, aside from those from outside the city, have the exclusive belts with seed quotas. This student is that super genius. Once we find him, even if he looks down on our martial arts school, as long as we can get to know him, it will be beneficial. Yes, Master. Wang instructor's expression was serious. At this moment, in the break area of number 5 middle school, Yi Chen scanned the many students in front of him and said in a deep voice, the oath-taking ceremony is about to begin. Everyone tidy up your clothes. Prepare to enter. On the number 4 stand. It was the exclusive stand for martial arts schools. Each school had an electronic screen behind them. On it, the names of the students participating in this martial arts competition were scrolling. Among them, Kongming Martial Arts School, as the top martial arts school in Ningxiang City, had the largest and most eye-catching screen. The audience in the other stands discussed animatedly upon seeing the faces on the screen. That's Su Fan, the first honor student of Kongming Martial Arts School. A first-level martial artist, a well-known genius in Ningxiang City. Besides Su Fan, there are also Zhang Yao and Yang Bu, these newly emerged geniuses, all first-level martial artists. Kongming Martial Arts School has so many geniuses. After all, it is the top martial arts school, but the nearby Laming Martial Arts School also has quite a few geniuses, second only to Kongming Martial Arts School. That's right, recently Laming Martial Arts School has been developing rapidly, catching up to Kongming Martial Arts School. I plan to have my daughter sign up after the Ningxiang Star. Only these 2 martial arts schools, I won't consider the others. I think the same. At Laming Martial Arts School, Wang instructor listened to these conversations with A smile. The martial arts school was filled with talent and had a prestigious reputation, which also brought honor to instructors like them. Once Su Quan joins the martial arts school, its popularity will increase even more. At that time, it won't be weaker than Kongming Martial Arts School. Wang instructor took a deep breath, his expression invigorated. His dream was to be an instructor at the largest martial arts school in Ningjiang City. Now, his dream had taken a small step forward. Oh, quite a few small martial arts schools have come this time. An instructor looked back and mocked. These small martial arts schools are dreaming, thinking they can turn their fortunes around with Ningjiang Star. Daydreaming, the odds are better than this. Not necessarily. At this moment, the usually quiet Laming schoolmaster smiled and said, if these small martial arts schools really have a few powerful geniuses, events like Ningjiang Star can indeed help their schools gain fame and attract a large number of students, rising to prominence overnight. Exactly. Wang instructor also smiled and said, our Laming Martial Arts School developed this way many years ago. Back then, although the school was small, the schoolmaster had a keen eye and recruited many geniuses, showcasing their talents in the citywide martial arts competition. This allowed our Laming Martial Arts School to rise from obscurity to become one of the top 5 schools in the city after the competition. The instructor was taken aback. Our school has such a history? However, these small martial arts schools, with no reputation, surely won't attract any geniuses. Saying this, he pointed to the back and sneered. Just like that Heishui Martial Arts School, with just one banner, and only one student on it, it looks so shabby. Upon hearing this, Wang instructor turned to look back. The small martial arts schools couldn't afford much in advertising, so they could only be at the back of the stands. At the back of the stands, among a group of small martial arts schools, an old bald man squatted at the edge of the corner, with only one instructor and a small banner beside him. It looked very lonely and awkward. Not to mention compared to the 20 or so people in front, the prominent Laming Martial Arts School. Even compared to other small martial arts schools, it was still lacking, squeezed into the corner. That short banner, only 1 meter long, was even more eye-catching. Yi Chen? Wang instructor was taken aback, looking at the only young face on the banner, somewhat surprised. But soon, he shook his head. Indeed, at the Heishui Martial Arts School, Yi Chen can barely be considered a genius, and they certainly need to promote him well. But this time, with so many geniuses around, Yi Chen will likely fade into the background, just like the Heishui Martial Arts School, becoming inconspicuous. Don't underestimate these small martial arts schools, Master Lei shook his head. This time, the Ningjiang Star event is grand, and among the small schools. Even if there is just one genius, as long as this genius is strong enough, it could allow the martial arts school to soar overnight, surpassing our Laming Martial Arts School. It might even exceed the Kongming Martial Arts School, becoming the #1 martial arts school in Ningjiang City. He spoke the truth, having personally witnessed the citywide martial arts competition and the subsequent rise of the school. He understood very well how significant such a citywide event could be. Wang Jiaoxi and that instructor were astonished. Alright, the oath-taking ceremony has begun, and the first high school is entering. At this moment, Master Lei's gaze turned to the arena. Simultaneously, all the spectators in the stands looked over. In the vast square, hundreds of young boys and girls, all around 17 or 18 years old, streamed in, led by an elderly man in his twilight years. The old man was thin but spirited, holding a large school flag, exuding an imposing presence. Instantly, countless gasps erupted from the stands. Look, it's the old principal of the first high school. Wow, I didn't expect the old principal to make an appearance this time. It seems the first high school really values the Ningjiang Star. The old principal is highly respected, many big shots are his students. That's right, I'm not talented. But I was actually a student of the old principal back in the day. Get lost, I know what you're like. Amidst the noise, the old principal shouted, students of the first high school, take the collective oath. I swear, as students of the first high school, we will strictly adhere to the rules of the Ningjiang Star competition, respect all judges, never cheat, and uphold fairness and justice. The old principal's voice was deep and resonant, the school flag waving in the wind as he strode toward the flag platform. Behind him, hundreds of students followed, shouting as they walked. I swear, as a student of the first high school. I swear, achoo. I declare, I am a student of the first high school, what can you do about it? The audience in the stands was left dumbfounded, staring blankly at the chaotic scene in the arena. The student formation was all over the place, with many students standing haphazardly. The oath they shouted was also inconsistent, some couldn't keep up with the rhythm, others mumbled incoherently, or weakly groaned. It was a complete mess. Read it properly. The old principal turned around and glared, but there was still no change. Behind him, chaos continued to reign. In the end, the old principal, furious, planted the school flag on the platform and left with a dark expression. This scene did not sit well with the newly arrived Deputy Minister Zhang and other leaders of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance on the main stage. As for the audience in the stands, they were even more outraged. One school having a few bad apples is normal, but with so many, it was clear without thinking. It was those damn students from outside the city. Old Zhang, this is too demoralizing. Why not filter out the students from outside the city? Deputy Minister Lin frowned. It's too late, all the schools are ready now, and a last-minute filter would cause even bigger chaos, Deputy Minister Zhang said, feeling a headache coming on. Then, one school after another entered for the oath-taking. Second high school, third high school, fourth high school. Unsurprisingly, whether led by teachers or vice principals, they were all equally chaotic. Some were singing loudly, some were smoking with their arms around each other, and others were playing games. Watching this, the principals of each school had veins popping on their foreheads, their blood pressure skyrocketing. But there was truly nothing they could do about these students from outside the city. They could only swallow their anger. In the stands, the audience also felt dejected, their moods not good at all. Soon, it was 5th high school's turn. Yi Chen held the school flag, standing tall and straight, striding forward with many students from 5th high school following behind him. Seeing this scene, everyone in the stands was momentarily stunned. How could a student from number 5 high school be here? People were a bit dazed, staring blankly at the handsome young man in the arena, and someone exclaimed in disbelief, the teachers can't even control them. And they send a student here? Then, a noisy murmur erupted. What the hell, is number 5 high school crazy? Letting a student be the team leader? Having a student lead the team, the principal of number 5 high school is really out of his mind. Look, the people in the team are all standing crooked, and some are even dancing over there, it's hilarious. This is too ridiculous, just give up, 666. In the arena, Yi Chen's expression was calm as he turned back slightly and said, whoever stands poorly, I'll break their legs. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly carried through the loudspeaker to the entire square. Suddenly, the whole square fell into dead silence. The audience in the stands looked dazed. Alright, let's enter the arena. After Yi Chen said this, he didn't say more and took the lead towards the flag platform. This kid must be crazy, the old principal from number 1 high school can't even control those students from other cities. And he dares to threaten them? Damn, this time it's over, it's counterproductive, number 5 high school is going to have trouble. Look at those students from other cities in number 5 high school. Their faces are all ugly, fists clenched, ready to cause trouble. The audience in the stands gasped in surprise. In the center of the square, Yi Chen walked towards the flag platform with a calm expression. Among the group of students, the students from other cities snorted coldly, this guy is too arrogant, will deliberately cause trouble later. Exactly, let him embarrass himself, who does he think he is threatening us? At this moment, Yi Chen's rhythmic voice rang out. I pledge, we, the students of number 5 high school, are self-reliant and resilient, and in this Ningjiang Star competition, we respect our opponents and uphold fairness. Upon hearing this, the students from other cities who had just been angry suddenly jolted. Instantly, they stood in formation, following him, marching forward with a loud chant. I pledge, we, the students of number 5 high school. The voices of all the students were perfectly in sync, as if merging into a single voice, powerful and passionate. At this moment, not to mention the audience in the stands, even the students from number 5 high school were bewildered, completely taken by surprise. One student from number 5 took the opportunity to quietly ask a student from another city beside him, didn't you just say you were going to cause trouble? Don't talk, just stand in line. The student from another city shot him a serious look, puffed out his chest, and shouted, I pledge, in this competition, we, the students of number 5 high school. The student from number 5 who had just asked the question looked completely confused. Why do I feel like I'm the one from another city, and you all are the well-behaved students from number 5? The oath-taking ceremony quickly concluded. Yi Chen inserted the school flag into the flag stand and turned to lead the students away. Even as they left, the formation remained orderly, compared to the scenes from the previous schools. During their oath-taking, this was like night and day. At this moment, the audience in the stands finally reacted. One by one, they were left dumbfounded. No way, am I seeing things? Is this really that unruly group of students from other cities that no one could control? Why are they all so well-behaved and sensible now? In the rest area of number 5 high school, the frail middle-aged man beside the principal also looked wide-eyed. Damn, how did your school manage that? It's nothing, it's just that our school has a good ethos, and the students from other cities have been influenced, the principal said with a smile. Good ethos? The frail middle-aged man was stunned. On the other side, the students from other schools from other cities also looked bewildered. And when they saw the students from number 5 high school walking over, they immediately gritted their teeth. Damn, you cowards, you've embarrassed all of us from other cities. Hearing this, the students from number 5 high school shrugged, unconcerned. Being cowardly is better than getting beaten up. Seeing their indifferent expressions, the other students from outside the city were frustrated. But felt powerless, their gazes heavy with concern. They weren't foolish to keep all the students from outside the city so calm. That incident with the 5th High just now. Do you remember? The rumors about 5th High, someone said in a low voice. There was talk of a very strong local genius who swept through all the students at 5th High and ranked very high on the college list. I saw that too. I think his name is Yi Chen, and he ranks just below Su Yuan and the others on the college list. I thought he must have manipulated the votes to get there. In any case, let's all be careful. The discussions continued in the stands. This is the real rallying cry. Just look at the other schools. It's truly painful to watch. It's almost blinding. Indeed. Without comparison, there's no harm. Comparing like this makes it feel like heaven and earth. That boy is a genius from our city. He's quite impressive, able to command the attention of the entire school with just one sentence. That's right, I was rude just now. The principal of 5th High is quite cunning, impressive. In the third stand, beside Yi Hongfang, a middle-aged man with a round face and big ears was speaking seriously, rambling on endlessly. It seemed he was lecturing someone. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he cautiously said, Hongfang, did you just say this is your nephew? Yes, principal, what's wrong? Yi Hongfang was a bit speechless. She didn't expect to run into the kindergarten principal while watching a match, but there was nothing she could do. So it really is your nephew. The chubby middle-aged man's expression tightened, and he chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing, I think your work is good, I'll give you a raise tomorrow. After saying that, he closed his mouth, not daring to chatter on. A little distance away, beside Zhou Shishir, were 2 young girls who were now surrounding her, chattering excitedly. Shishir, is that really your brother? Wow, your brother is so handsome and so imposing. Can you give me his contact information? I want it too. Zhou Shishir pouted and said, no way, I treat you as sisters, but if you want to be my sisters-in-law, dream on. In the 4th stand, the various martial arts schools were equally shocked. Especially those smaller martial arts schools in the back, feeling a mix of emotions. That boy can suppress so many students from outside the city, he must be very strong. I wonder which big martial arts school he's a genius student from. I really envy him. Hearing this, the owner of the Black Water School, squeezed into a corner, couldn't help but touch his bald head. Then he looked up at the banner above. The banner wasn't very large, only featuring a young boy's face, but that face was incredibly eye-catching at that moment. At the very front of the stands, the owner of the Thunderous Hall had bright eyes. Found him. It's that boy from just now. He is the only local genius with a seed quota. Beside him, Instructor Wang's face turned pale, his hands clenched tightly, looking very tense. Impossible, it must be a mistake. Yi Chen, if he is that terrifying local genius, he wouldn't need to join a small martial arts school like Blackwater. With such high talent, which big martial arts school wouldn't be fighting to recruit him? Although he kept denying it in his heart, a scene suddenly flashed through Instructor Wang's mind. It was the first time he recruited Yi Chen as an honorary student. At that time, in the martial arts school, in his office, the boy calmly said, it's not Thunderous Hall choosing me, it's me choosing Thunderous Hall. Instructor Wang was stunned, falling into silence for a long time. Finally, he slowly raised his head. No matter what, he still didn't believe it. Unless he saw Yi Chen make a move with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe he was wrong. After the rallying conference ended, Minister Long also arrived, and after a speech, the Ningjiang Star competition officially began. At the same time, several powerful auras approached the central square. In the rest area of 5th High, Yi Chen frowned and looked up. He saw several figures soaring through the air, quickly diving down towards the main stage. That's Minister Bai from our Jinhe city. And the vice head of the Jiang family from Liubei city. And also from our Yunchuan city. One by one, the students from other cities shouted. Their expressions invigorated. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. It turned out to be the high-ranking officials from those cities. One by one, the high-ranking officials from other cities arrived, their formidable martial energy continuously manifesting. In total, 13 high-ranking officials from other cities came to visit. Minister Long wore a faint smile, leaving no room for error as he received these officials. Although these cities were indeed stronger than Ningjiang City, it was originally about seizing their spots, which wasn't exactly a noble affair. Moreover, Minister Long was the head of the Martial Alliance branch, so his status was not low. Therefore, these high-ranking officials were not as arrogant as the students from other cities. Instead, they were quite polite, all smiling and greeting Minister Long. On the main stage, nearly 20 people were seated. However, the central position was deliberately left empty. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. Even Minister Long didn't sit in the center, leaving the spot intentionally vacant. Who could possibly sit in the very middle? At this moment, the time was about right. Minister Long stood up and said, "The rules have already been explained to everyone in advance, each person only has one chance. The loser will step down. Now, the ordinary contestants will begin the first round of the competition. Seed players, please come to the number 4 martial arts platform to draw lots." Yi Chen stood up and walked towards the number 4 martial arts platform. Soon, over 100 people stood on the vast number 4 martial arts platform. Yi Chen glanced around and, sure enough, apart from him, all were students from other cities. To make it easier to identify, students from other cities wore black wristbands, making them easy to distinguish. Why are all the seed spots taken by students from other cities? Many spectators in the stands, unaware of the situation, were stunned by this scene. Other spectators who were already aware sighed in resignation. There's no way around it, these students from other cities are far stronger in martial arts than our local students. We probably have no chance in this Ninjiang Star competition. Not necessarily, I think I just saw someone from our city in the crowd, seems like that boy from number 5 middle school. What good is that? Just one person, the rest are all from other cities, there's no hope. Everyone felt somewhat pessimistic. Soon, the drawing for the seed spots began, and Yi Chen was a bit dazed when he saw the result. Because he had a bye. First round bye, I'll just watch the competition for now. Yi Chen shook his head and casually set down the lot. The ordinary contestants had already started their matches, with fierce battles erupting on various martial arts platforms. Meanwhile, the seed players had only drawn lots and were still waiting. Among the more than 100 seed players, the strongest 5 would be determined, and among the thousands of ordinary contestants, the strongest 5 would also be chosen. These 10 would be the final top 10. But in comparison, seed players could skip many matches. This was also the main reason why seed spots were fiercely contested by students from other cities. It saved time and effort. Yi Chen watched the matches, and as expected, the students from Ninjiang City were no match for those from other cities. He couldn't help but sigh, this was a huge disparity in city strength, unrelated to talent. Only by becoming a true powerhouse can Ninjiang City benefit from me. Yi Chen murmured. Battles were fiercely ongoing on various martial arts platforms. However, the unstoppable momentum of the students from other cities made countless citizens of Ninjiang City in the stand sigh continuously. Finally, after most of the day had passed, it was time for the first match of the seed players. And it was a major highlight right from the start. On the number 8 martial arts platform, contestant number 105, Su Yuan, and contestant number 106, Bai Shanxian, please prepare. Upon hearing this, many spectators in the stands turned to look. So did various martial arts schools. Even on the main stage, Minister Long and others, along with those high-ranking officials from other cities, looked on with great interest. Recently, the intelligence gathered in Ninjiang City has been quite substantial. At present, there is great interest in one of the 3 individuals with the highest chances of claiming first place. Su Yuan is an ordinary-looking boy dressed in gray, appearing very low-key and calm. His opponent is a girl from another city. At this moment, her pretty face is filled with tension, unable to help but squeeze her palms, which are sweaty. The match begins. With the referee's voice falling, the match starts, but within just 2 or 3 seconds, it ends. The girl from the other city is directly knocked off the fighting platform with a single move. This scene unfolds extremely quickly. Before the crowd can react, they see a thin figure in gray turning to leave the stage. Instantly, the citizens of Ninjiang in the stands fall silent. Such a vast disparity truly crushes any hope. The competition continues. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and Wang Ji each showcase their terrifying strength that matches their formidable reputations. A complete sweep, a true sweep, after several matches, not a single person can withstand even one of their moves. Among them, aside from Su Yuan being a seeded player, Wang Ji and the other 2 were surprisingly not seeded players, seemingly worried about clashing with Su Yuan early on and ending up in mutual destruction. Therefore, these 2 choose to compete as ordinary players, but the speed at which they finish their battles is truly frightening. Number 1423, Wang Ji wins. The referee looks at the black-clad boy stepping down from the stage with a hint of shock, his expression indifferent. In the 17th match. In such a short time, Wang Ji has already participated in so many matches, all winning with a single move. The gap is too great. The referee sighs inwardly. In the stands, the citizens of Ninjiang appear somewhat dejected. These students from other cities, clearly just students, are stronger than many instructors from martial arts schools. This is destined to be a one-sided event. On the main stage, Zhang Lao, Wang Ji is from your Liubei city, right? Quite a talent, a middle-aged man exclaims. So, another elderly man with a long beard replies with a smile. However, anyone can see the satisfaction and pride in his eyes. After watching these matches, Su Yuan, Wang Ji, and Lin Yuanjian are on a completely different level from the others. Indeed, I estimate that the first place will likely be one of those three. A lean middle-aged man chuckles, suddenly recalling something, his expression changing slightly. Minister Long, please don't mind. I'm just saying, this Ningjiang star, the students from your Ningjiang city, their hopes are not small either. Upon hearing this, the others present exchange glances, their eyes flickering, forcing smiles that don't reach their eyes. That's right, we think so too. Minister Long is unfathomable, he must have some tricks up his sleeve, and there are still talented students yet to make their move. Exactly. Although they agree, it's clear to everyone that the students from Ningjiang City have no chance at all. However, since they have benefited, they cannot act smug or mock, so instead, they flatter. No worries, no worries. Minister Long chuckles, completely unconcerned. Let these guys show off for a while, 3-second tier peaks are nothing. Once that Kiji Chen makes his move, he'll knock them all off the stage with a single slap. Deputy Minister Zhang and Deputy Minister Lin both wear faint smiles, appearing very indifferent. This leaves the higher-ups from other cities somewhat puzzled. But unable to think of other reasons, they can only assume that these few from Ningjiang City are just putting on a brave front. Oh, that student looks a bit familiar. At this moment, someone exclaims in surprise, looking at a long-haired girl among the competitors. The girl has skin as smooth as jade, brows like distant mountains, lips like a touch of red, and her features are extraordinarily delicate, with a cascade of black hair flowing down to her slender waist. Her eyes are deep like morning stars, her expression emotionless, exuding an air of coolness. As she steps onto the fighting platform, a wave of gasps erupts from the stands. My heavens, how beautiful! It's so stunning, like a fairy, words can't describe this beauty. Today was definitely worth it. On the main stage, Minister Long and others, upon seeing the girl's face, were momentarily taken aback by her beauty. However, the middle-aged man who had just spoken still wore a look of suspicion. She looks so familiar, I've definitely seen her somewhere. Tianke City? Tianke City? The other city officials were momentarily stunned. Isn't the only student from Tianke City this Su Yuan? As they spoke, they turned to look at Su Yuan in the resting area. They saw Su Yuan staring at the girl, his face filled with shock and horror, even taking a step back involuntarily. He appeared extremely frightened. At this moment, the expressions of the city officials on the main stage changed. That girl was not an ordinary person. At the same time, the referee's voice rang out. On the number 6 martial arts stage, contestant number 1423, Wang Ji, and contestant number 1658, Yu Chuyin, please come to the stage. Yu Chuyin? The thin man from Duqing City turned pale. The first martial arts school in Tianke City, the owner of the Yulong Martial Arts School, Master Yulong's only daughter, Yu Chuyin? Yulong Martial Arts School? Others also changed color. Minister Long was equally shocked. Tianke City was the number 1 city in Dongyuan province. Aside from the 3 major families of Zhang, Wang, and Li, the strongest force in Tianke City was this Yulong Martial Arts School. This was a super martial arts school with a grandmaster in charge, a true behemoth. That's right, it's Yu Chuyin. The burly man from Yunchuan City, who had just felt that Yu Chuyin looked familiar, now spoke with certainty. I once followed a quasi-grandmaster from our Yunchuan City to the Yulong Martial Arts School and had the fortune to meet Master Yulong and his only daughter. This is Miss Yu Chuyin, there's no mistake. Hearing his definitive statement, everyone present gasped. Although the cities they belonged to were not weak, they were still worlds apart compared to Tianke City. The thin middle-aged man from Duqing City looked uncertain. I heard that Yu Chuyin is naturally weak and sickly, with poor martial arts skills. How could she participate in such a martial arts competition? I'm not sure, but I've heard about it too. That's right. I've heard a little about it. The crowd began to speak up. At this moment, a beautiful woman with the surname Bai from Jinhe City shook her head and said, You guys are behind on the news. Half a month ago, I went to Tianke City and happened to encounter the competition for the Tenjiao ranking. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I did hear the names of the competitors. And one of them was this Miss Yu Chuyin. The Tenjiao ranking, that genius ranking from Tianke City? The thin middle-aged man from Duqing City exclaimed, Isn't Yu Chuyin weak in martial arts? How could she participate in the Tianjiao ranking? Others looked on in confusion. The woman with the surname Bai was about to speak when, at that moment, both contestants had arrived on the number 6 martial arts stage. Yu Chuyin stood gracefully in place, her unadorned face showing no emotion, appearing calm and serene. Opposite her, Wang Ji, dressed in black, rarely showed any signs of emotion, looking somewhat uneasy. Cautiously glancing at the girl's delicate face, he took a deep breath. Liubei City, Wangji. Tiankai City, Yu Chuyin. Yu Chuyin didn't say much. After speaking, she calmly stood up and walked towards Wang Ji. Tiankai City? Wang Ji's pupils constricted, instantly pulling his focus away from the girl's flawless face, fully alert. A wave of astonishment rippled through the stands. No one expected this mysterious girl to come from Tiankai City. On the number 4 stand, Yichen strolled leisurely, hands behind his back, moving like an old man. He had a bye in the first round, and his opponent in the second round had actually forfeited. But there was nothing to be done. The opponent in the second round happened to be one of the students from outside the city from number 5 middle school, and upon realizing he had drawn him, he turned pale and forfeited early, refusing to step onto the martial arts stage. The third round had not yet begun, and he was quite idle. With nothing to do, he thought about finding the Blackwater Pavilion master to chat. Where's the Blackwater Martial Arts Hall? Yi Chen scanned for a long time and finally spotted the Blackwater Pavilion master, who was intently watching the match in a corner. He was a bit surprised but still walked over. At that moment, someone from a nearby martial arts hall suddenly called out, Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned to look. It was a familiar face. Instructor Wang. He smiled and said, Instructor, it's been several days since we last met, and you still look so spirited. It seems you're in a good mood too, Instructor Wang replied, looking at him. Our pavilion master wants to have a word with you. Do you have time? Pavilion master? Yi Chen glanced around but did not see Pavilion Master Lei Ming. The Pavilion Master had something urgent to attend to and stepped out for a bit. He'll be back soon. You can wait here for now, Instructor Wang explained, making space for him. Then I'll come back later. Yi Chen smiled and walked straight to the back. Instructor Wang watched his retreating figure, a complex look flashing in his eyes, but soon his expression firmed up, not believing Yi Chen would act. No matter what, he wouldn't believe it. Yi Chen arrived at the Blackwater Martial Arts Hall, and both the Pavilion Master and the instructors inside looked delighted to see him. The two squeezed together to make some room for him. Suddenly, in the small space, the three of them huddled together in the corner, looking particularly shabby. The nearby small martial arts hall had all its attention focused on Yu Chuyin. No one noticed that the boy from the 5th middle school had actually come nearby, otherwise, it would have caused quite a stir. Pavilion Master, Little Yi, who do you think will win? An instructor asked with a smile. The Blackwater Pavilion Master pondered for a moment. I think it should be that Wang Ji. After all, he's at the peak of the 2nd level. Wang Ji is not a match. Yi Chen shook his head. This Yu Chuyin is a 3rd level martial artist. It's hard to say her exact strength, but I can only make a rough judgment. A 3rd level martial artist? Upon hearing this, the Blackwater Pavilion Master and the others exchanged glances. At that moment, a powerful aura emerged in the sky, and a figure charged down from the air. Yi Chen, with his keen perception, reacted the fastest and instantly looked up. He vaguely saw a blue figure. As this aura appeared, Director Long's face lit up with joy as he announced, all competitors on the martial combat stage, please take a break for now. On the 6th martial combat stage, Yu Chuyin frowned slightly and stopped in her tracks. Opposite her, Wang Ji's face turned pale. Just now, he sensed a terrifying pressure descending upon him. Was the girl preparing to strike, the oppressive force brought by her blood and energy? In front of the main stage, an elderly man in blue descended from the sky. As he landed, his expression was unusual as he glanced at Yi Chen in the distance. This boy's perception was indeed sharp. He was no less impressive than these martial artists. The elderly man in blue thought little of it, and smiled at Director Long and the others, saying, Qiming Martial University, He Changqing. Greetings, Senior He. On the main stage, several high-ranking officials from various cities looked surprised and quickly greeted him. There's no need for such formalities, He Changqing smiled. I'm here this time just to grant this special recruitment quota. You all need not pay too much attention. Just find me a seat, anywhere is fine. You're too modest, Elder He. Director Long said with a broad smile, please, have a seat. On the 4th viewing platform, Yi Chen saw the elderly man in blue sitting in the central position that Director Long had previously reserved, looking somewhat dazed. So he was the teacher from Qiming Martial University. No wonder Director Long valued him so highly. Although the Ningjiang star was impressive, its significance stemmed from being a special recruitment quota from Qiming Martial University. Therefore, what was truly important was still Qiming Martial University. Sure enough, after the arrival of the elderly man in blue from Qiming Martial University, the entire square erupted in excitement. The excited discussions from all the spectators nearly shook the square apart. As expected of a top-tier martial university, Yi Chen sighed as he looked at the old man in blue, who was smiling gently in the center. He Chanqing stood up and smiled. Dear contestants, I am here today with a special recruitment notice. So everyone, perform well. Whoever secures first place in the competition will receive the special recruitment notice right now. As he spoke, he took out a deep blue notice. The notice was a rich blue, adorned with scattered diamond-like sparkles, and surrounded by golden patterns, luxurious and full of style. In the center, it read Chiming Martial Arts University. He Chanqing glanced over the various martial arts platforms and said with a smile, those who receive the special recruitment notice will be considered students of Chiming Martial Arts University. You can directly receive our Chiming Martial Arts University's signature martial skill. S-rank martial skill, Starfist. Yi Chen's pupils constricted, and he suddenly stood up. S-rank martial skill. Yi Chen forcibly suppressed the turmoil within him and slowly sat back down. The moment he stood up, his vital energy erupted. The powerful aura immediately made everyone in the number 4 spectator stand feel a terrifying pressure. They couldn't help but turn around to look. However, the special recruitment notice from Chiming Martial Arts University was even more enticing, so they merely glanced and then returned their focus. S-rank martial skill. I was still hesitating whether to spend achievement points to cultivate that A-rank martial skill I got last time. Yi Chen murmured to himself, and soon his eyes brightened. It seemed there was no need to consider any more. There was a stronger martial skill now. On the main stage, the shock among the high-ranking officials from various cities was no less than that of the participating students and spectators. Minister Long stared intently at the notice, unable to look away for a long time. Finally, he sighed lightly in his heart. As expected, it is one of the only 5 top martial universities in the country. Such a gesture. The other city officials also had complex expressions. All right, Minister Long, let the competition continue, He Chanqing said with a smile. I hope this time I won't have come in vain and that a talented student will emerge. Yes, Elder He. Minister Long waved his hand and shouted, the competition continues. Immediately, many students, spurred on by the special recruitment notice, became fervent and gave their all. The sounds of clashes erupted on each martial arts platform. By the way, Minister Long, which students have performed exceptionally well this time? He Chanqing asked with a smile. Our Liubei City's Wang Ji, the one on the number 6 martial arts platform, the long-bearded elder from Liubei City, quickly interjected before Minister Long could speak. And our Yunchuan City's Lin Yuanjian, the burly man from Yunchuan City hurriedly added, Lin Yuanjian from Yunchuan City is also at the peak of level 2. Seeing this, Minister Long snorted lightly, somewhat displeased. These guys were now fighting over it like they had seen meat. Liubei City, Yunchuan City? He Chanqing said. With a smile that was not quite a smile, but I remember, this spot is reserved for Ningxiang City. Upon hearing this, the long-bearded elder and the burly man both looked a bit awkward. Right. Now, those 2 students have already transferred to a school in Ningxiang City, so they can be considered Ningxiang's people. He Chanqing smiled lightly, as he could naturally guess some of the inside story. But at the moment, he was too lazy to meddle. Chiming Martial Arts University needed talented students, regardless of which city they were from, as long as they were talented. The special recruitment spot was worth it. Peak level 2, let me take a look. He Chanqing said, turning his gaze toward the number 6 martial arts platform. Upon hearing this, the long-bearded elder and the burly man exchanged glances. The implication of his words seemed to suggest that the teacher from Chiming Martial Arts University was not very satisfied with the peak of level 2. However, the 2 exchanged a look and saw determination in each other's eyes. After all, the most talented here were Su Yuan, Wang Ji, and Lin Yuanjian, a 1 in 3 chance. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out. Contestant number 1658, Yu Chuyin wins. The crowd was stunned and turned to look, only to see a graceful figure leaving the stage. Below the martial arts platform, Wang Ji's face was ashen, his eyes dim. The long-bearded elder from Liubei City was momentarily taken aback, then shouted angrily, impossible. How could it be over so soon? Because he couldn't withstand 3 moves, He Chanqing said slowly while savoring a cup of tea. Upon hearing this, the long-bearded elder's face turned pale, and he trembled as he said, how could he not withstand 3 moves? There must be a mistake, a mistake. Minister Long glanced at him and said calmly, we all saw it, it was indeed 3 moves. The long-bearded elder was stunned, feeling even more defeated. It was still the beautiful woman from Jinhe City who, unable to bear it, said, actually, 3 moves were already showing mercy. Do you remember what I told you before? When I went to Tiankai City half a month ago, I happened to see Miss Yu Chuing challenging a genius on the genius ranking. At that time, she challenged the 5th on the genius ranking, and within 100 moves, Miss Yu Chuing won. Upon hearing this, the main stage fell into a dead silence. Meanwhile, in the stands, the audience finally came to their senses, their faces filled with shock. They hadn't even seen it clearly. That black-clad youth from another city, who had been invincible, had just been defeated. Did you see how many moves? No, it was too fast, even. My peak level 1 strength couldn't see it clearly. Is this still a student? How can he be this strong? Earlier, we said that Su Yuan and Wang Ji were the strongest among the students from other cities, but now it seems this is the real strength. On the other side, Yu Chuyin frowned slightly and turned to a hunchbacked old man beside her, whispering a few words. The hunchbacked old man nodded and slowly made his way to the main stage. On the main stage, the faces of the high-ranking officials from various cities changed dramatically as they exclaimed, "The fifth on the genius ranking? How is that possible? Isn't Yu Chuyin supposed to be weak and frail? How could she defeat the fifth on the genius ranking?" That's right, I heard that the top 10 on the genius ranking are all peak level 3 warriors. The fifth on the genius ranking is considered strong even among peak level 3. Minister Long and Deputy Minister Shang's expressions also changed drastically, losing their usual composure, feeling that the situation was beyond their imagination. Peak level 3, Yichen was only at the top level 3, not a match. They exchanged glances, seeing the regret and helplessness in each other's eyes, and finally sighed in unison. It seemed that this time, the true dark horse of the Ningjiang star had emerged. Plans indeed can never keep up with changes. Peak level 3, not bad, not bad. He Changqing's eyes sparkled as he praised repeatedly, his satisfaction evident to all. The long-bearded elder from Liubei City and the burly man from Yunchuan City exchanged bitter smiles. Indeed, without comparison, there is no harm. It seemed that He Changqing was not indifferent, he only favored geniuses. Ahem. At this moment, a cough sounded. A hunchbacked old man, moving slowly, approached. He had only one eye, the other was a dead eye. The gray-white deadness looked particularly frightening. My young lady would like to trouble Minister Long to change the competition rules. She feels it is wasting time and wants to leave as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Minister Long frowned. The competition rules are set and cannot be changed. Also, how did you get up here? This is not a place for you, please go back, old senior. After saying this, he waved his sleeve. Casually, a force surging out, intending to push the old man away. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Minister Long turned around, astonished to see He Changqing beside him, his face serious. Minister Long, you mustn't. Saying this, He Changqing stood up and slightly bowed. I have met Master Luo Yun. The words master were like a deep water bomb, instantly causing the entire main stage to erupt in chaos. Master, Minister Long and the others looked horrified. He Changqing glanced at the distant Yu Chuyin and sighed, to have Master Luo Yun follow for protection. She must truly be the only daughter of the Grand Master Yulong. The hunchbacked old man remained calm, unfazed by the shocked reactions of the crowd. He slowly said, I trouble Minister Long. My young lady said that afterwards, she will provide 3 spots at the Yulong Martial Arts Academy as a token of gratitude. After saying this, he dragged his heavy steps and slowly left. Upon hearing this, Minister Long instantly felt overjoyed. The other city officials looked at Minister Long with envy, wishing they could take his place to receive such a reward. Although surprised, Minister Long still hesitated as he looked at He Changqing. Minister Long, this is your Ningjiang internal matter, you need not concern yourself with my opinion. He Changqing smiled. And added, however, changing the competition rules seems fine, wrapping things up quickly can save trouble. Yes, old he. After Minister Long finished speaking, he called over Deputy Minister Zhang and another person to entrust them with some matters. Soon, the two left. Moments later, aside from the ongoing matches, all the remaining matches that had yet to start were changed to the new rules. New competition rules. The competition will no longer distinguish between seeded and ordinary players, but will instead be a multiplayer match with a points system. As long as one has sufficient strength, they can challenge multiple opponents at once, earning 1 point for each victory. Additionally, defeating 10 opponents on a single martial arts platform will double the points. Furthermore, defeating an opponent will also grant half of their points. Each person has only one chance to compete, and the one with the highest points will be first. As soon as this new competition rule was announced, it caused quite a stir. But soon, everyone adapted. Stronger students actively began to challenge several others, making the martial arts platform increasingly lively. This multi-opponent battle was even more thrilling than before, and the audience in the stands applauded enthusiastically. On the number 6 martial arts platform, Yu Chuyin walked over, her snow-white face still indifferent, showing no expression whatsoever. The referee felt a jolt upon seeing her. This mysterious girl from Tiankai City had previously swept through the competition, knocking the favorite Wang Ji off the martial arts platform in just 3 moves. Such terrifying strength left an indelible impression on him. Seeing Yu Chuyin approach, he quickly jogged over to her. I want to challenge. Yu Chuyan's voice was cold as she stated, Su Yuan, Lin Yuanjian, Xiang Wengui. As her voice fell, the referee's face grew paler, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Because these individuals were either recognized as the strongest or had already accumulated the most points, in short, they were among the strongest students. On the main stage, Minister Long and other city officials were engaged in conversation. The long-bearded elder from Liubei City and the burly man from Yunchuan City had previously been somewhat at odds. But now, they were exceptionally harmonious, smiling and calling each other brothers. There was no competition left to fight over. What was there to argue about? The fifth on the talents list, the only daughter of a Grand Master, and at the peak of level 3. Just one of these was enough to leave people breathless. Now with 3 combined, it was utterly overwhelming. Although Minister Long and Deputy Minister Zhang felt a bit regretful, after all, this was an event hosted by Ningjiang City, and the stands were filled with Ningjiang citizens. If the star of Ningjiang were to be taken by someone from another city, it would be quite demoralizing. However, sometimes, one simply cannot compete and must reluctantly abandon such unrealistic thoughts. Old he. With Yu Chuyin at the peak of level 3, she should have no problem getting into Qiming Martial University. Why? Minister Long hesitated to ask. I just inquired with a few old friends in Tiankai City, He Chongqing replied slowly. The young girl Yu is likely going to the eastern extreme wilderness for training and doesn't have time to participate in the martial arts college entrance exam, so she wants to secure a special admission spot in advance. So that's how it is. No wonder. The others also showed expressions of realization. At this moment, the referee's trembling voice rang out on the number 6 fighting platform. Fish Chui number 1658, challenging Su Yuan, Lin Jianyuan. Upon hearing these names, the crowd at the main stage changed their expressions dramatically. The murmurs of the audience in the stands faded away like a receding tide, leaving a profound silence. On stand 4, Yi Chen's eyes widened as he stood up abruptly, gazing at the 2 figures of the Black Water Pavilion master on stand 6, shaking his head involuntarily. This Fish Chuyin is indeed quite formidable, challenging so many people at once. Even if some are currently competing and can't spare the time, the number of opponents is still considerable. However, what a pity, I'm even more formidable. Yi Chen muttered, too lazy to waste time, seizing the opportunity to take out the Black Demon Blade and begin devouring. The several Black Demon Blades he obtained from the martial artist at the Black Seal Tower had not yet been devoured. In the stands, everyone couldn't help but stand up, a sea of heads surging, their shocked gazes fixed on the fighting stage number 6. Yi Chen lowered his head, remaining silent. The Black Demon Blades in his hand vanished one by one under the golden flames of devouring. Yet, no one noticed. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, and within his pitch-black pupils, a brilliant spirit flame pattern flickered. 26 spirit flame patterns, just 4 more, and I can devour the Black Flood Dragon Scales. Yi Chen murmured. These Black Demon Blades are indeed of excellent quality, increasing his spirit flame patterns by a full 9. The enhancement of 9 spirit flame patterns significantly boosted the combat power that the spirit flame body could amplify. Now, his maximum combat power could definitely exceed 9,000. Martial artist. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Now, he was one step closer to facing a martial artist directly. After the Ningjiang Star, there's an S-level martial skill, and 1 million self-selected gold can be used to purchase rare ores to enhance the spirit flame body. Yi Chen slowly stood up, his gaze directed towards the plaza. At this moment, the fighting stage number 6 was very spacious. There were no challengers left, only a massive blood energy chamber placed in the center. Although Yi Chen was unclear about the final outcome, the deep shock still visible on everyone's faces, along with the desolate expressions of Su Yuan and others, made the result evident. At this time, the enormous blood energy chamber slowly opened. Fish Chuyin walked out calmly, her snow-white face serene, while the screen behind her in the blood energy chamber flashed wildly with data. Fish Chuyin, 17, bone age, blood energy value, 2000, 3rd level martial artist, combat power, 4000, 3rd level peak, blood energy purity, 4000 combat power, good. At the main stage, He Chongqing suddenly stood up, laughing heartily, his aged face filled with wrinkles from the smile. Although he had already been shocked into numbness, seeing this combat power far exceeding that of an equivalent 3rd level peak still caused the high-ranking officials from various cities, including Minister Long, to show expressions of astonishment. In the stands, all the spectators, even those who didn't understand much, were stirred by the blood energy value of the 3rd level peak and the combat power of 4000, creating a tremendous wave of excitement. This combat power data was even more shocking than Fish Chuyin simultaneously defeating Su Yuan and others. It seems this time, the Ningjiang Star has come to an end. The Black Water Pavilion Master sighed. By now, this mysterious girl from Tiankai City could already be considered the Ningjiang star. Master, this is just the beginning. Yichen yawned, stretching lazily, and under the astonished gaze of the Blackwater Pavilion master, he stood up and left the stage. Nearby, in a small martial arts school, a young instructor noticed this and immediately teased, "Classmate, you look so young, why are you so listless? Insufficient vitality is not good for martial arts practice. Why not switch to another martial arts school and join us? Indeed, that's why I'm planning to go down and stretch my body." Yi Chen smiled and turned to leave. Yi Chen. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave stand 4, Instructor Wang, sitting nearby, suddenly called out to him, looking anxious. "Are you going down to compete?" Yi Chen was somewhat surprised, but he still nodded. Wang Jiaoshi looked at him, an inexplicable tension and unease rising stronger in his heart. For some reason, he felt he had to stop Yi Chen, otherwise, something might happen that he would regret for a lifetime. Finally, reason suppressed emotion, and just as Wang Jiaoshi was about to say it was nothing, he saw that Yi Chen was already gone. He scanned the area and saw the young man heading straight for a martial arts arena. And that martial arts arena was. Wang Jiaoshi's pupils suddenly constricted and his hand clenched tightly. In a moment. At the number 6 fighting arena, the referee's hoarse, trembling voice rang out. Contestant number 144, Yi Chen, challenges contestant number 1658, Yu Chuyin. Thank you all for your rewards, truly grateful. 2. Repay you, starting today, I will work hard and add an extra chapter for a week. Additionally, regarding the issue of plot stagnation, I have seen that many people are frustrated with this, but it is indeed a personal writing style. It's not easy to change at the moment. So I thought, in the future, whether I update 2 chapters or 3 chapters in a day, I will release them all at once. This way, it will be more comfortable for everyone to read. And it can also reduce the frequency of plot stagnation. Returning to the essence, speaking of plot stagnation, it's not that I want to stagnate. As you can see, this issue usually arises only in the last chapter of the day. Mainly, when the number of chapters updated that day is reached, there isn't enough time left for additional updates. Even if I add a few hundred words, the content will still be stagnant, and my typing speed is slow, so a few hundred words is also quite a challenge. Additionally, since the book started, you can see that I have been updating every day without a break. My integrity is guaranteed, although plot stagnation is annoying, everyone can rest assured that there will be updates the next day. Thinking this way, can it be more acceptable? Alright, once again, thank you all for your support. Good night, mwah. Boom. The moment the referee's voice fell, the entire square was instantly drowned in a deafening shockwave. Everyone's heads buzzed, their ears filled with various sounds, and even at close range, they couldn't hear what their companions were saying. Only shocked, incredulous gazes were directed toward the arena. That handsome young man slowly ascending the martial arts stage. The main stage was equally unsettled. The high-ranking officials from various cities, who had been chatting happily, were all stunned. Many of them even looked somewhat bewildered. Yu Chuyin had just defeated over 20 top geniuses, including Su Yuan and Lin Yuanjian, showcasing a terrifying combat power of 4,000. Now, someone was challenging her? Which city's student is this? Has he gone mad? Muttered the long-bearded elder from Liaobei City. Whether he's mad or not is unknown, but he is indeed quite brave, sighed the burly man from Yunchuan City. Challenging a 3rd-level warrior with 4,000 combat power, I don't know if that's courage or ignorance. The thin middle-aged man from Daqing City shook his head. This is a student from Ningjiang City, it seems. He wants to lose face but not lose the battle. After all, it's a competition in our city, even if he can't win, he shouldn't shy away from the challenge. This is commendable, said Minister Long, and the 3 of them exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. Logically speaking, Yi Chen shouldn't be challenging her. After all, although this kid also had astonishing talent, Yu Chuyan's performance was nothing short of monstrous. With her brilliance ahead, no matter how he showcased himself, it would only serve to highlight her. This foolish kid, sigh, adding flowers to the brocade, making a wedding dress for someone else. The 3 of them sighed simultaneously. He Changqing, positioned at the center, also showed a look of astonishment. He had been preparing to take out the special recruitment notice and distribute it in advance. Unexpectedly, someone was going to challenge you. Shuyin. Was he blind to that 4,000 combat power, or? He Changqing's eyes suddenly flashed with a strong expectation, wondering if there would still be surprises. At the number 6 martial arts arena, Yu Chuyan's fair and delicate face remained calm, her starry eyes cold, gazing at the young man opposite her. The young man had a handsome appearance, bright eyes, and a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, and he was also observing her. Tiankai City, Yu Chuyin. Ningjiang City, Yi Chen. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he saw Yu Chuyin gracefully shifting her steps, her energy surging, preparing to make a move. He quickly said, "Wait a minute. What's wrong?" Yu Chuyin frowned slightly, her voice exceptionally pleasant, crisp and clear, like the sound of a spring bubbling in a deep valley. It's the first time I'm being watched by so many people, and I'm a bit nervous. Yi Chen scratched his head. Looking around, he saw that the audience in the square from all directions was staring at him. Whether it was the ordinary spectators in the stands, their expressions shocked, or the martial arts school representatives looking bewildered from their seats, or the students from various schools in the rest area, looking confused, or the high-ranking officials from various cities, including Minister Long on the main stage. At this moment, they were all looking at him. Yu Chuyin glanced at Yi Chen and slowly said, I can wait for you to adjust your state, but this kind of psychological quality is not beneficial for martial arts cultivation. After saying this, she closed her eyes and quietly waited in place. Yi Chen smiled. He was naturally not nervous. Instead, he felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he didn't think too much and shouted, Hello, everyone, I am Yi Chen from Class 13 of Ningjiang No. 5 Middle School. Our Ningjiang No. 5 Middle School has excellent teaching resources. The school environment is beautiful, with a super-large gymnasium, a giant library, and a relaxed and pleasant learning atmosphere. In an instant, everyone in the stands was dumbfounded. What was this kid here for? Wasn't it a challenge? Why was he promoting the school first? Yu Chuyin also suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of astonishment flashing in her gaze. After taking a deep look at Yi Chen, she closed her eyes again. Yi Chen continued speaking for a long time, and he was starting to feel a bit parched. Finally, he said, in short, everyone, when you enroll in school, in the future, prioritize choosing our No. 5 middle school. Even if you can't become a genius like me, you won't be far off and won't regret it. The stands fell silent. People were left speechless. In the rest area of No. 5 middle school, the principal's eyes widened. He had told Yi Chen that if there was a chance, he could promote the school. But he didn't expect it to be in this way. At that moment, a drone flew over, snapping pictures of him frantically. Then the principal's close-up appeared on the large screen to the east. There were 4 large screens in the square, all broadcasting the scene of the No. 6 martial arts stage, so that all the audience could see clearly. But now, the large screen to the east was selflessly dedicated solely for the principal's use. Instantly, the audience on the east side pointed at the principal's close-up, discussing and gesturing. The principal awkwardly lowered his head, experiencing what it meant to die socially. Moreover, what was even more painful was that the drone didn't fly away, it just hovered there, continuing the live broadcast. It was truly a heart-wrenching situation. In the No. 4 stand, the master of the Black Water School also felt a bad thought rising in his heart, decisively sitting down and hiding in the crowd. Sure enough, on the No. 6 fighting stage, Yi Chen coughed and said, Hello everyone, I am still an honorary student of the Blackwater Martial Arts School. The advertising moment had arrived again. Seeing this scene, the audience in the stands looked numb. The high-ranking officials on the main stage also had strange expressions. Especially He Changqing, who paused for a moment. He realized that he might have overthought it. There was no surprise, but there was indeed a social butterfly, and not just any social butterfly. Wuxia drone quickly flew to the No. 4 stand, searching fruitlessly before flying away. Seeing this, the master of the Black Water School finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, his expression suddenly stiffened. On the large screen to the north, a close-up appeared, showing a scene in the corner of the stand. Beneath a banner, an old bald man was rubbing his bald head, smiling and chatting with an instructor beside him and a young boy. The 3 of them squeezed into a small space, crouching on the ground, looking shabby and awkward. They also seemed a bit foolish. At that moment, people couldn't hold back any longer, although the scene looked pitiful. There was an inexplicable humor to it, and the audience in the north couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, there were also many who shouted curses. So it turns out, to be a student from such a shabby martial arts school, I thought it was some hidden genius. Damn, wasting people's time. Exactly, wasting time, no strength. What kind of advertisement are you trying to make? That's right, what Blackwater Martial Arts School and No. 5 Middle School? If my son joins these broken places, I'll break his legs. On the No. 6 martial arts stage, Yu Chuyin couldn't help but open her eyes, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she asked, Can we start now? Soon, we're almost done with the introductions. By the way, do you want to join our Blackwater Martial Arts School? Yi Chen looked at her and said, You have good talent. If you come to our school, you'll be the second honor student after me. I have something to do, I need to finish the match quickly. Yu Chuyin shook her head, no longer hesitating, her figure darting out like a silver thread, rushing forward. Such exquisite martial skills. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, letting out a light sigh. I only have this one chance to advertise, why not? Let me finish? His voice was transmitted completely through the remaining 2 large screens. Instantly, the audience fell silent. Yu Chuyin's graceful figure suddenly appeared. In front of Yi Chen, her jade-like hands coming together as she abruptly struck towards his chest. At the same time, she said lightly, "I won't seriously injure you, you still have many matches ahead, this isn't your only chance." "You're mistaken." Yi Chen pressed down on her shoulder, gently shaking his head. Yu Chuyan's body stiffened, feeling her strength dissipate under his hand, her delicate face changing slightly. No, such strong power. In the next moment, the boy's calm voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire square through the large screen. "You're wrong, I only have one chance to compete. Because, once I make my move, no one will dare to challenge me again." Swish! Yu Chuyin reacted extremely quickly, striking out heavily with one palm while stepping back forcefully. Her movement was excellent, and her speed was fast. She instantly withdrew from Yi Chen's attack range. Yi Chen's expression remained calm, but his entire body erupted with energy, like a volcano erupting. With a loud boom, the air buzzed. Yu Chuyan's pupils constricted, feeling a powerful surge of energy rushing towards her, the heat making her face feel slightly flushed. Under this pressure, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back without even making a move. By the time she reacted, a tall figure was already standing in front of her, the boy's face calm, his deep eyes gazing at her. Yu Chuyan's heart raced. Just as she was about to strike, she felt a weight on her shoulder, and then her figure was sent flying backward. By the time she realized what had happened, she was already on the ground beneath the martial arts stage. All of this happened extremely quickly. In almost an instant, the battle was over. In the stands, the audience's expressions froze, their shouts gradually lowering until they disappeared completely. A dead silence fell, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. On the main stage, the high-ranking officials from various cities were also completely stunned, staring blankly at the boy on the martial arts stage. Although everything happened quickly, they were martial masters, how could they not react? They were just momentarily overwhelmed by the tremendous shock, or perhaps they simply couldn't believe it. Yu Chuyin lost? After a long while, someone murmured. She lost in one move, without any resistance. A third-level martial artist with a combat power of 4,000, losing so easily. What kind of combat power does the person who defeated him have? The 5th on the Tianke city's talents list, defeated in one move by a boy from a marginal city. Did I see that wrong? Others looked dazed. Their voices strained. Minister Long and Deputy Minister Zhang exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. As martial artists, they had seen all kinds of storms and waves. But at this moment, this scene truly made them feel as if they were dreaming. A ridiculous dream. He Chongqing, in the main seat, finally came to his senses. Suddenly standing up, unable to control his blood and energy in his excitement. The table in front of him exploded on the spot, shattering into pieces. Whose subordinate is this? Which city, which school is this from? In his excitement, the esteemed teacher from the top martial arts university was actually at a loss for words. Minister. Long was just about to respond. But Yi Chongqing suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I was the fool, didn't this young man just say it? He comes from Ningjiang number 5. Middle school, Heishui Martial Arts School, haha, very good. Well done, Minister Long, your Ningjiang city is remarkable, to cultivate such a genius. Good, good, good." He repeated good 3 times, not caring whether it tarnished his status, standing in place and laughing wildly at the sky. This time, he had truly struck gold. And it was an ultimate, invincible treasure. A true super genius. To so easily defeat Yu Chuyin, who had a battle power of 4,000, his battle power was at least 7,000. What? Does it mean to be a third-level martial artist with 7,000 battle power? In the entire Xia country, only about 10 people could unleash third-level battle power as first-level martial artists, and these 10 were the super geniuses fiercely contested by the top martial arts universities. And a third-level martial artist with 7,000 battle power was completely on par with these 10 in terms of genius. In fact, he might even be slightly stronger. After all, those 10 had only strong potential and had not fully matured to prove themselves. But this young man's 7,000 battle power was enough proof. At this moment, other city officials gradually came to their senses, and their gazes towards the young man in the arena were filled with shock. They trembled and said, to defeat Yu Chuyin in one move, he must have at least 7,000 battle power. In last year's Xia Country College entrance examination, 2,000 battle power could secure a place in the top 1,000 of Dongyuan province, and the first place was last year's first in Dongyuan province had 4,500 battle power, which was already the highest record in nearly a decade. Someone with a hoarse voice continued his words. Upon hearing this, the arena fell into silence. After a long while, someone said in confusion, "So, does this mean Ningjiang City has produced this year's top scholar of Dongyuan province?" Get lost, he isn't taking the college entrance examination, he is from our Qiming Martial University. Upon hearing this, before others could react. Changqing's face twisted, and he said fiercely, "No one can take him away. If anyone dares to, I will break their legs today, regardless of my old face." Everyone turned pale and quickly shook their heads in panic. At this moment, Minister Long finally realized what was happening, sitting on the ground laughing until tears streamed down his face. He completely disregarded his dignity. However, the other city officials showed no signs of disdain, only envy. "Minister Long, my daughter is also in her third year of high school this year, the same age as your city's Yi Chen." A beautiful woman from Jinhai City immediately said, "How about we arrange a marriage? My daughter is not lacking in talent and is stunningly beautiful, known as Little Daji. And my granddaughter, although she is still young, we can wait for her to grow up. My granddaughter would be more suitable. My son is also not bad." A burly man from Yunchuan City shouted, suddenly looking around at the strange gazes directed at him, awkwardly adding, "I mean, as sworn brothers." Everyone was in a frenzy. Seeing this, Minister Long felt a sense of emotion. These people were all high-ranking officials from various cities, considered big shots in their respective cities. Yet now, they were engaged in such undignified disputes, and the source of it all was. He looked down on the 6th martial arts platform. Yi Chen, still stunned, walked down from the martial arts platform beside the referee, whose mouth was agape enough to fit an egg. Opposite him, Yu Chuing glanced at him, her expression still calm, before turning to leave. Beside her, a stooped old man followed. Yi Chen glanced at the old man, feeling a subtle stir in his heart, sensing that this hunched elder seemed quite extraordinary. However, he didn't dwell on it and turned to leave, heading towards the 4th viewing platform. At this moment, all the viewing platforms were still enveloped in a dead silence. Everyone's gaze followed Yi Chen. Wherever he went, they instinctively followed. In the central square, the 4 large screens displayed a live broadcast from the principal of the 5th middle school on the eastern screen, but now, the principal no longer bore the earlier embarrassment of social death. Instead, he stood tall, exuding confidence and composure. The looks directed at him were filled with admiration and respect. On the northern screen, the image of the Black Water Pavilion Master, grinning foolishly while touching his bald head, remained in the corner, a comical yet awkward sight. But now, no one could muster a laugh. The Black Water Pavilion Master had even stood up at some point, and although his bald head reflected light, making him appear particularly amusing, people could not laugh. Instead, their hearts were filled with solemnity. This was the true master. Someone sighed, "In the future, I will definitely send my son to the 5th middle school and the Black Water Martial Arts School." A person beside him was puzzled. "Didn't you just say that if he joined those two places, you would break his legs?" "That's right, I said I would break my son's legs. He is in good shape, and his legs would heal quickly." "Damn." On the 4th fighting platform, Yi Chen walked over to the Black Water Pavilion Master, exchanged a few words, and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a small martial arts school nearby. Inside that small martial arts school, a young instructor was huddled in the corner, trembling incessantly, seemingly afraid of being seen by him. Yi Chen joked, "Now that I've warmed up, how about it? Am I looking more spirited than before?" The young instructor had a mournful expression, nodding frantically. Yi Chen chuckled, no longer teasing him, and turned back to the rest area of the 5th middle school. Time continued to pass. For some reason, the audience in the subsequent viewing platforms was particularly quiet, with very few sounds. More often, their gazes were focused on the handsome young man surrounded by students in the 5th middle school. Half a day later, the Ningjiang Star event concluded completely, and the top 10 with rewards were selected one by one. Minister Long beamed with joy and shouted, "This time, the winner of the Ningjiang Star is Yi Chen, an honorary student of the Black Water Martial Arts School from Class 13 of the 5th Middle School." 3 days later, in the Yulong community, within a spacious and bright training room filled with various exercise equipment, a handsome young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The Ningjiang Star event had ended 3 days ago. During these 3 days, Yi Chen successfully moved to the Yulong community, the most famous community in Ningjiang Star. Moreover, next door was Minister Long's family. This Star Do Fist truly deserves its S-rank martial skill status. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling a bit emotional. The achievement points consumed were indeed too many. Just to deduce the entry-level realm of the Star Dojinmai Fist, he had spent 100 achievement points, but as an S-rank martial skill, its power was sufficiently formidable. Although I still have quite a few achievement points left, I estimate I can only deduce it to a minor success. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and decided to pause the deduction. Keeping some achievement points was always a good thing, mainly, the minor success of the Star Do Fist couldn't help him directly challenge a martial master. He got up and walked out of the room. In the spacious living room, a man with a simple appearance was staring at the television, which was playing an award presentation video. Yi Chen glanced over and awkwardly said, "Uncle, what's so interesting about this? You've watched it so many times already." "Not that many times. My nephew won the Ningjiang Star, and Minister Long personally presented the award. This is a matter of great pride for our family." The simple man chuckled. "I didn't make it back in time that day, so I couldn't see it in person. Now I have to watch it more." "Alright then." Yi Chen felt a bit helpless. This honest man was his uncle, Zhou Dashan. "By the way, uncle, when are you going to see the doctor?" "We're leaving this afternoon. Minister Long has already arranged everything." At this point, Zhou Dashan scratched his head and said, "Xiaoran, you must thank Minister Long for us. These past few days, thanks to Minister Long's hard work, we were able to contact the hospital in Jinhai City." "Yeah, I will." Yi Chen smiled. Sure should go with you. It's rare for you to come back. Let her spend a few more days with you." Zhou Dashan hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit tempted, but won't it delay her studies? "It's fine, she's only in her first year of high school, and it's just for a week, it won't affect her." "Alright, I'll listen to you." Yi Chen returned to his room. The new room was quite large, although he had been there for 2 or 3 days, he still felt a bit out of place. Originally, the reward from the Ningjiang Star was a set of apartments in Yulong community, not the villa he currently had, but he had performed exceptionally well in the competition. Minister Long personally put in extra money to exchange it for the villa. On the wall hung a pentagram made of a special blue alloy, which was the Ningjiang Star medal. On the table lay an admission notice. Seeing the admission notice from Qiming Martial University, Yi Chen's expression turned contemplative. Over the past 3 days, that teacher Yi Changqing from Qiming Martial University had not left. Instead, he came to his home every day. The purpose was simple. Although the special admission quota was given to him, he still had to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination and was encouraged to visit Qiming Martial University in advance. He was to represent Qiming Martial University at the Qianlong training camp in Yujing City. Yujing City was the center of the Xia country, undoubtedly the number 1 martial arts city, where martial arts flourished immensely. This was a great opportunity to enhance his strength and broaden his horizons. Yujing City. Yi Chen pondered. For a moment, that teacher He Changqing was very sincere, clearly aware of the preciousness of the quota for the Qianlong training camp. Calculating it, he was indeed taking advantage, yet he was still being offered many benefits and was constantly persuading him to agree. "First, I'll go to the Silver Armory to spend that 10 million on optional items, then this afternoon, I'll head to the wilderness to get the Black Flood Dragon's blood as soon as possible." Yi Chen made up his mind, even if he went to Yujing City, he had to get the Black Flood Dragon's blood first. At that moment, his phone beeped with a message from Jiang Yu. "Jiang Yu, Ranbao, we're leaving tonight, aren't you going to come see us off?" Yi Chen had long been immune to her strange nickname and couldn't be bothered to respond. However, seeing this clingy person about to leave Ningjiang City, he felt a bit dazed. 3 days ago, Su Qin had left without a word during the Ningjiang Star event, only leaving behind a farewell letter. Now, Jiang Yu and the others were also leaving, and familiar faces were becoming fewer. He sighed lightly, unusually not cursing back, and replied, "Yeah, I'll come take a look. But it's not to see you off, it's to thank your teacher for the dragon blood fruit he gave me last time. It has nothing to do with you." Jiang Yu, hee, sharp tongue but soft heart. "Jiang Yu, by the way, my sister asked you if that Ultraman who hit her chest in the fighting arena was you?" Yi Chen's expression stiffened. He quickly replied, "Impossible, I'm not that kind of person." "Jiang Yu, my sister said it must be you because she saw you fighting Yu Chuyin at the Ningjiang Star. At that time, you instinctively pounded your chest. You only realized halfway through and suddenly changed your attack to Yu Chuyin's shoulder, knocking her off the stage." Yi Chen. "Jiang Yu, by the way, my sister said this isn't important. Do you still remember your friend named Su Qin? She left some things at home. If you have time, you can go look for them. It should help clear up some doubts." "Su Qin?" Yi Chen was taken aback, then his expression turned contemplative. He indeed had quite a few questions about Su Qin. "I'll check it out in the afternoon. First, I'll go to the Silver Armory." Yi Chen left home and headed to the Ningjiang Martial Alliance. He had collected all the rewards from the Ningjiang Star, and now only the 10 million in discretionary funds remained. The city was bustling with people, lively and vibrant. Yi Chen wore a baseball cap. He had no choice, as he couldn't move around without some disguise. Wherever he went, he would be blocked by excited citizens. Even though 3 days had passed, the excitement surrounding the Ningjiang Star had not diminished much. On the way, Yi Chen passed by the Heishui Martial Arts School. At that moment, other shops next to the Heishui Martial Arts School were undergoing extensive renovations, with bulldozers and excavators constantly coming in and out. They were preparing to connect these shops with the Heishui Martial Arts School, creating a large martial arts complex. A long line of Over 100 parents stood at the entrance of the martial arts school, all looking expectantly. They were slowly queuing to enroll their children. From time to time, they would glance at the giant display board next to the school, their eyes filled with envy. Yi Chen looked at his own portrait on the display board and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he looked handsome, he still found it a bit hard to face, so he quickly walked away. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, noticing a middle-aged man with white hair sitting dazedly on the ground near the Heishui martial arts school. It was Instructor Wang, but at that moment, he looked vacant, his once black hair now completely white. Nearby, the murmurs of passers-by began. Isn't that Instructor Wang from the Laming martial arts school? How did he end up like this? I'm not sure, but I heard that after the Ningjiang Star ended, the Laming schoolmaster suddenly flew into a rage and expelled the deputy master from the school. At the same time, many instructors were also dismissed, and a large part of the Laming martial arts school was dismantled. Wow, has the Laming schoolmaster gone mad? But why did he expel Instructor Wang? He seemed fine. It seems that Instructor Wang left on his own. Before he left, he was mumbling about how if he had been a bit more resolute and had fought for that young man, or had been a bit more humble and sincere, that young man might not have left and could have become the top martial artist at Laming. Wow, what kind of young man could make an instructor? Regret to the point of turning his hair white overnight? Not sure. Yi Chen looked at the disheartened Instructor Wang sitting blankly near the Heishui martial arts school and sighed softly. Sometimes, many things, once missed, cannot be reclaimed. He turned to leave, faintly seeing the Heishui schoolmaster surrounded by many well-known instructors who had switched over, all flattering him. He glanced back at Instructor Wang sitting alone on the street and couldn't help but sigh again, how things had changed. Ningjiang Martial Alliance. Yi Chen looked up at the massive building in front of him, feeling a bit curious, as this was his first time at the Ningjiang Martial Alliance. You brat! You finally made it! I've been waiting for ages, said Deputy Minister Zhang, quickly walking out. Uncle Zhang, have you been waiting here all this time? Yi Chen was a bit taken aback. I was training and didn't know you were waiting for me, so The dragon department is out, and only I can open the silver armory, Deputy Minister Zhang replied with a smile. No worries, your training is important, I can wait a bit longer. With that, the two entered the Ningjiang Martial Alliance. As soon as they stepped in, Deputy Minister Lin, also beaming, hurried over. The Martial Alliance staff walking in the hall looked surprised at this scene, unsure what kind of person could warrant the attention of two deputy ministers. But soon, when they recognized Yi Chen, their confusion vanished. Yi Chen followed Deputy Minister Zhang, chatting as they walked toward the basement. At that moment, a few people quickly came down from upstairs. Yi Chen instinctively glanced over. Leading the group was Deputy Minister Su, along with the bald section. Chiefly, followed by some well-equipped Martial Alliance soldiers. Among those soldiers was a slender young girl. Vice Minister Su and the others hurriedly left, not noticing Yi Chen and the others. In the blink of an eye, they had exited the Ningjiang Martial Alliance, and a black prison van drove up, with several people quickly getting inside. Yi Chen was taken aback. The back of that girl looked somewhat like Su Qin. He shook his head, thinking he must have been mistaken. Su Qin had already left Ningjiang City. It was impossible for her to still be here. Moreover, he had sent a message and confirmed that it was indeed a reply from Su Qin herself. By the way, Uncle Zhang, did you catch that silver-masked man I mentioned before? Yi Chen suddenly remembered and asked. If all goes well, we should be able to catch him today, but what? Vice Minister Zhang hesitated, and beside him, Vice Minister Lin chuckled. It's nothing, really. Seeing this, Yi Chen didn't press further. At that moment, the black prison van at the entrance of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance slowly started up and drove away. In a nearby tall building, a figure wearing a silver mask watched the departing van, his eyes blood-red, flashing with a chilling killing intent. Inside the black prison van, Vice Minister Su looked at the cold-faced girl opposite him and smiled gently. Su Qin, could you please send Yi Chen a message today to confirm your safety? It would be good for you and even better for him. In the underground level 3 of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance, Yi Chen looked curiously at the special passageway densely lined with cameras, entirely made of silver alloy. First, turn off your phone. The magnetic field inside the passage is very strong, and ordinary phones can't withstand it, Vice Minister Lin reminded him with a smile. Okay. Yi Chen took out his phone, just as a message came in. It was a voice message from Su Qin. Yi Chen, thank you for taking care of me during this time. When I return to Ningjiang City next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Yi Chen, not suspecting anything, casually replied, sure, I'll wait for you to come back. After saying that, he turned off his phone and followed Vice Minister Lin into the metal passage. Inside, The passage, Vice Minister Lin said. Xiao Yi, you're not a member of the Martial Alliance, so you actually shouldn't be able to enter the Silver Armory. This time, the minister spent a huge price to get you this temporary spot. That's right, although 10 million self-selected gold is quite a lot, it's still not much compared to the Silver Armory. Vice Minister Zhang added with a smile, only members of our Martial Alliance can enter the Silver Armory, and inside are truly rare treasures. Of course, mainly because you're under 18, otherwise, giving you a nominal position in the Ningjiang Martial Alliance wouldn't be so troublesome. Thank you, 3 ministers, Yi Chen said. Earnestly, feeling both surprised and delighted when he learned he could enter the Silver Armory. The two of us are secondary, the one you really need to thank is the Dragon Department. Vice Minister Zhang shook his head. You might not know, but you have 500 contribution points for this trip to the armory, all transferred to you by the Dragon Department. And these 500 contribution points were accumulated by the Dragon Department over 3 whole years. 3 years? Yi Chen was astonished. That's right, Vice Minister Lin sighed. The two of us combined don't have that many contribution points. You can understand how much the Dragon Department values you. They wouldn't be so generous even to themselves. But you don't need to take it to heart. Right now, you are the hope of Ningjiang City, not just for the Dragon Department. We feel the same way. As long as it benefits you, we will do everything in our power to help you achieve it. Yi Chen was somewhat stunned, then felt a deep sense of gratitude. He knew that Minister Long and the others valued him highly, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. It truly felt like they were giving everything they had. During their conversation, the three had already reached the end of the passage. A 2-meter-high silver alloy door appeared before them. Our silver arsenal in Ningjiang City has limited treasures. If there isn't a suitable one, you can choose not to select for now, Deputy Minister Lin reminded. When the time comes, you can log into the Martial Alliance network to check the silver arsenals in other cities. Although it will take a few days to transport, these contribution points are rare, so don't waste them. All right. Yi Chen nodded and walked over quickly, filled with anticipation. On the silver alloy door, there was a green electronic screen. At that moment, the screen emitted a glow, scanning him before displaying his information. After retrieving a series of data, the words approved finally appeared. Then, the silver door slowly opened. Yi Chen stepped inside. The space was vast, divided into several areas. Martial skills, battle weapons, ores, and rare medicinal herbs from the wilderness. He glanced around, hesitating little, and walked straight to the ore area. The ore area was large, filled with various ores that were rarely seen on ordinary days. After checking the prices of most ores, Yi Chen couldn't help but lick his lips. Minister Long's transfer of 500 contribution points was indeed quite generous. Spending it all would be enough to buy a batch of ores, elevating the spirit flame body to a terrifying level. Let's take a look at other treasures first. Yi Chen scanned the surroundings and noticed the nearby area was the exotic fire zone, walking over with mild curiosity. The exotic fire zone was not large, a quick glance revealed only about 10 types of exotic fire displayed on the Jade platform. Moreover, more than half of them were duplicates. Of course, they varied in strength. The devouring gold sunflame, a type of growing exotic fire, was indeed rare. Most exotic fires had a fixed strength from birth. After a few glances, Yi Chen felt a bit disappointed. The exotic fires here were all of ordinary level. Indeed, exotic fires were relatively rare. Even the silver arsenal had very few. Just as he was about to switch to another area, he suddenly spotted a seemingly inconspicuous black jar in the center of the Jade platform. Curiosity piqued, he walked over. Under the black jar, it read, 10,000 beasts bloodfire, supreme, incomplete, 500 contribution points. Outside the arsenal, Yi Chen stepped out, his expression somewhat strange. Deputy Minister Zhang and another person looked at him, surprised to see him empty-handed. None of the treasures here suited you? There is one that is quite suitable. Yi Chen opened his palm, revealing a small black jar. This black jar was only the size of half a palm, and its appearance was very ordinary, looking quite unremarkable. However, the moment Deputy Minister Zhang and the other person saw it, their expressions changed, and they exclaimed, 10,000 beasts bloodfire? Yi Chen rubbed the small jar, nodding slightly. To be honest, he hadn't expected to see such a supreme exotic fire as the 10,000 beasts bloodfire in the silver arsenal. After all, this was just the Ningjiang branch's silver arsenal. With limited treasures, it would be nothing unusual in the Martial Alliance headquarters. This 10,000 beasts bloodfire was issued by the Martial Alliance headquarters, Deputy Minister Zhang said with a wry smile. The headquarters provides us branches with a significant treasure to motivate us. Among the items distributed back then, the 10,000 beasts bloodfire was the most precious yet the most despised. Our Ningjiang city had bad luck. After drawing it, Minister Long sighed for several days. Yi Chen was taken aback. Isn't Supreme Exotic Fire quite rare? The 10,000 Beasts Blood Fire was discovered during a battle between two masters under a volcano. At that time, the masters were incredibly powerful and injured this exotic fire, Deputy Minister Lin sighed. This exotic fire was already in its infancy, and after being injured, it directly lost its spirituality. Now, with its spirituality completely gone and severely incomplete, it requires the legendary True Dragon Blood to restore it. True Dragon Blood? Yi Chen gasped. That was a terrifying beast at the martial sovereign level. Exactly, so it basically cannot be restored. Without restoration, even Supreme Exotic Fire is almost equivalent to waste fire. Deputy Minister Lin shook his head. Moreover, this 10,000 Beasts Blood Fire also needs to devour a large amount of precious exotic beast blood to maintain its vitality. Just the blood of these precious exotic beasts consumed will cost 8 million in half a year. So expensive? Yi Chen was taken aback, and looking at the black small jar in his hand, he no longer felt as eager as before. Instead, it seemed a bit tricky. No wonder it had been sitting here without anyone wanting it. It was just too costly. Just to maintain its activity, it required so much money. Who could bear that? That's right, so the Dragon Department has been applying to transfer this 10,000 Beast Blood Fire back to headquarters, Deputy Minister Lin said helplessly. It was also our oversight for not reminding you, which led you to exchange for it. Deputy Minister Zhang quickly spoke up. Xiaoyi, take this chance to return the exotic fire to the armory. And we can apply to the higher-ups. We should be able to refund your contribution points. Exactly, there's still a chance now. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen hesitated. The preciousness and power of the supreme grade exotic fire were undeniable, especially this kind of growth-type exotic fire, which was even rarer. But right now, the cost to be paid was a bit too high, and in the future, it might not be possible to restore it. After all, that was true dragon blood. Moreover, he hadn't even successfully cultivated the spirit flame body yet, and he was still far from the dragon flame body. He didn't need a new exotic fire in the short term. But if he missed this opportunity, finding supreme exotic fire again would be just as difficult as obtaining true dragon blood. In the end, Yi Chen gritted his teeth. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Lin, I want this one. Deputy Minister Zhang and the others were stunned. Afternoon. The house was empty. His aunt and uncle had already left for Jinhai City for medical treatment. In the training room, Yi Chen walked out of a large, luxurious blood energy chamber. Outside the chamber, data appeared on the screen. Blood energy value, 2000. Combat power, 9500. I'm about to break 10,000. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Last time, without using the spirit flame body, his combat power was 8200. This was his first time testing combat power while using the spirit flame body, and it was after an enhancement, so it was truly at full strength. But even so, achieving such high combat power was beyond his expectations. One could only say that master-level martial arts were indeed formidable. Then, Yi Chen looked at the empty space beside him, where a large wooden barrel was placed, the same barrel that had previously contained the Black Flood Dragon's blood. However, now, the barrel was filled with colorful blood. A black small jar floated on top. One could faintly see a tiny red flame inside the jar, slowly absorbing the blood. 8 million. Yi Chen felt a pang in his heart as he walked over to put away the barrel. This barrel contained the precious exotic beast blood used to nurture the 10,000 beast blood fire. His 10 million had already been mostly consumed by this 10,000 beast blood fire without him spending a single cent. With the remaining 2 million, I'll transfer half to my aunt and uncle, and keep half for backup. Yi Chen shook his head and then walked out of the training room. At that moment, the doorbell rang. A guest had arrived. And it was a familiar guest. In the living room, He Changqing glanced around, his aged face showing some surprise. Where are your family members? They went out of town, Yi Chen replied, politely pouring in tea. He Changqing took a sip of tea and smiled. So, how have you considered it? He looked at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with satisfaction. No matter what, he had to recruit this student into Qiming Martial University. He couldn't allow any accidents to happen. This was also why he wanted Yi Chen to go to Qiming Martial University early. He was afraid that other schools might intercept him halfway. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. The conditions offered by He Changqing were all very good, and the potential dragon training camp was more beneficial than harmful. Plus, the other party was a top martial university teacher and a 6th-level martial master, yet he came to find him every day. Such sincerity. He nodded. Teacher He, I agree, but I have one more thing. Feel free to bring up any requests. Finally receiving a positive response, He Changqing couldn't help but laugh heartily. As long as it's something I can do, just say it. Even if I can't do it, we at Qiming Martial University will do our utmost to help you. I don't have any requests, I just need to go to the Limu wilderness for a week, and I won't be able to set off until a week later, Yichen said. No problem, you go ahead, I'll wait for you in Ningjiang City. After a while, Yichen sent He Chongqing off, sent a message to Zhang Fan, and then left home. It was afternoon. He wanted to visit Su Qin's house to clear the doubts in his heart, and also to give himself an explanation. I hope the mysterious person your family has been hiding is not. Yichen murmured, feeling a rare sense of melancholy. Su Qin was indeed one of the few friends his age, and he didn't want to see a bad outcome. Before leaving, Yichen looked up at the sky. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, seemingly a sign of impending rain, the sunlight obscured and invisible, and he felt a vague discomfort. It was hard to describe, but his heart felt very heavy. It was as if something bad was about to happen. At Su Qin's house, Yichen pushed the door open, and the living room was silent. The furnishings were still the same, with no changes at all. Rangu, is this the home of that girl from number 1 high school? Zhang Fan asked curiously from the side. This guy had nothing to do in the afternoon, so Yichen called him out to find him something to do. Yeah. Yichen nodded, skillfully walking to the window, opening it to let in some fresh air. Zhang Fan glanced around, not very interested. He turned back excitedly and said, Rangu, do you know? This morning I became an honorary student at the Heishui Martial Arts School. The schoolmaster and the instructors all praised me for my extraordinary talent, saying I'm a once-in-a-century genius. Yi Chen's mouth twitched. What kind of genius? If you were really a genius, you wouldn't have struggled to enroll. Zhang Fan wanted to join the Heishui martial arts school, but had failed to enroll for a long time. After Yi Chen found out, he mentioned it to the schoolmaster, and that's how Zhang Fan managed to get in. As for being an honorary student, it was probably because the schoolmaster knew about his relationship with Zhang Fan and opened a backdoor for him. Remember to eat the beast meat I gave you every day. Yi Chen scanned the living room while saying, and practice those martial skills well. It shouldn't take long for you to break through to a martial artist. Martial artist. Zhang Fan said with some longing, Rangu, if I become a martial artist, take me to the wilderness for training. My dream is to hunt beasts in the wilderness. We'll see. If I'm still in Ningjiang City by then, I'll take you to the Limu wilderness. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze. Everything in the living room was normal, and no one had been there. It seemed that no one had come in these past few days. Rangu, is the wilderness dangerous? Zhang Fan asked excitedly like a curious child. What kind of beasts are there in the wilderness? Are they fierce? Generally speaking, it's very dangerous, but if you're with me, it won't be dangerous. Why? Because as long as I run faster than you, I'll be safe. Yi Chen looked at the dumbfounded Zhang Fan and laughed. Alright, I called you here to help. You search those 2 rooms, and I'll check these 2 rooms to see if there's anything strange. Be thorough. After saying that, he walked into Su Qin's bedroom. Zhang Fan also entered another room. In the bedroom, Yi Chen searched for a moment and suddenly raised an eyebrow, pulling out a letter from under the pillow. Inside the envelope, besides the letter, there was also a photo. The photo was a family portrait. There were more than a dozen people in it, both old and young, all smiling brightly. In the middle, Yi Chen saw Su Qin. It should have been Su Qin at around 13 or 14 years old, looking youthful with twin ponytails, hugging a 4 or 5-year-old little boy, her smile radiant. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had seen Su Qin looking so cheerful and lively. The little boy should be Su Qin's younger brother, and standing next to him are Su Qin's parents. Su Qin's parents look like very ordinary couples, but their expressions are gentle, as if they are very patient and good-tempered people. The background of the photo is a martial arts school. The entrance of the martial arts school is brand new, with a plaque that reads Qinyang Martial Arts School, and it is adorned with red silk, clearly just open for business. After glancing at it a few times, Yi Chen put away the photo and looked at the letter. The letter paper is pink, identical to the one Su Qin had left him before. However, surprisingly, the letter paper is completely blank. Yi Chen rubbed the letter paper, and soon his brows furrowed slightly. Something had once been written on it. But the content that was written has been erased by something. He unleashed his vital energy, pouring it into the paper. Soon, a few faint traces of words began to appear on the paper. They were scattered words like truth, Yujing City Martial Alliance headquarters, blood case, knife prison, and so on. The content is very fragmented and cannot be connected coherently. Yi Chen continued to channel his vital energy, but unfortunately, no more content emerged. With confusion in his heart, he had no choice but to put away the photo and the letter for now. Next, he searched other rooms, but found nothing else. By this time, the sky was gradually darkening. Yi Chen looked at the sky and called out, Fan Zi, let's go. Rangu, I'm coming. Zhang Fan rushed out of a room quickly, holding a silver mask in his hand, shouting, "Rangu, look what I found! This mask is actually made of alloy. If sold, it would definitely be worth a lot of money." "Hey, Rangu, why aren't you saying anything?" Zhang Fan's voice gradually lowered as he sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Yi Chen remained silent for a long time before taking the mask and asking, "Where did you find this?" "In the gap of the bed, it seems to have fallen down accidentally," Zhang Fan said softly. Yi Chen examined the mask carefully, and suddenly, a blazing golden flame burst forth from his hand. The flame instantly consumed more than half of the mask. Zhang Fan's face showed horror. "Rangu, what's wrong with you?" "It's nothing." Yi Chen took a deep breath, the golden flame disappearing from his hand. Looking at the damaged half of the mask, he said softly, "I just saw something I least wanted to see, so I couldn't control my emotions." "Alright, let's go." He put away the half mask and left Su Qin's home. Along the way, Yi Chen was absent-minded, his mind filled with that half mask and the silver-faced man he had encountered earlier, and the innocent citizens who died at the hands of the silver-faced man's cruel methods. He knew there was a mysterious person hiding in Su Qin's home, who might be a wanted criminal. But after spending so many days together, he felt that Su Qin was definitely not a bad person and must have her reasons. That's why she let everything go without notifying the Martial Alliance, but unexpectedly. No wonder Deputy Minister Lin and the others reacted that way, Yi Chen murmured to himself. In the morning, when he asked about the silver-faced man, Deputy Minister Lin and the others were clearly hiding something. Now it seems that they already knew the identity of the silver-faced man. They also knew that he was very close to Su Qin, which is why they deliberately concealed it, fearing he would feel guilty. At the same time, this also explains why Su Qin suddenly left. Most likely, she escaped Ningjiang City with the silver-faced man. But since the silver-faced man has escaped, why did Deputy Minister Zhang say they could catch him today? Yi Chen frowned, feeling puzzled. He always felt that there was a crucial link in the matter that had been overlooked. If that link could be connected, everything would make sense. "Hey, where's this water coming from?" "Oh no, it's raining." Zhang Fan touched his face and quickly shouted, "Rangu, let's hurry up and go, it's raining." Yi Chen nodded. The sky was overcast, and sporadic raindrops began to fall. A heavy rain was about to start. The two quickened their pace and walked out of the community. At the entrance of the community, a woman dressed quite flamboyantly was chatting with the new security guard at the entrance. "You know Yi Chen, the star of Ningjiang? He's my neighbor across the hall, and his family is really close to ours. My son is also a good friend of his." "Really?" The young security guard's eyes widened, stammering with excitement. That's amazing." Sister Shui smiled and waved her hand. "Oh, it's nothing. Everyone in the community knows." Yi Chen and Zhang Fan walked by. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan teased quietly, "Rangu, no wonder you wear a hat when you go out, you're quite the household name now." Yi Chen felt a bit helpless. A big reputation isn't always a good thing. But you can wear a hat, what about that person? Why are they hiding even more than you? Zhang Fan looked curiously in one direction. Yi Chen followed his gaze. He saw a person in a black trench coat, wearing a hat and mask, wrapped up tightly, quickly entering the community. His body suddenly stiffened. Then, maintaining a calm expression, he said, "Fan Z, you head back first, I forgot something." Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Raindrops fell heavily to the ground. The rain was getting heavier. Sister Shui swayed her hips, moving gracefully. Humming a little tune, she went upstairs. Suddenly, a man in a black trench coat hurried past her, accidentally bumping into her. "Sorry." A hoarse male voice came from beneath the trench coat. Sister Shui was taken aback, then looked at the man's back and angrily shouted, "Are you blind?" After cursing, she continued upstairs, muttering in confusion, "I don't remember anyone in the building dressed so strangely. Because he's not a resident of this building." A gentle young voice came from behind. Sister Shui instinctively turned her head and saw a young man going upstairs. He took off his cap, revealing a familiar handsome face. Yi Chen looked at Sister Shui and smiled, "Aunt Shui, please try not to take up too much space when going upstairs in the future." "I'm not blaming you, I'm just afraid you'll block someone you shouldn't. By the way, don't casually curse at people, after all, not all wanted criminals with dozens of lives on their hands have such good tempers." After saying this, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Excuse me." Sister Shui stood frozen for a long time, only shivering when she saw Yi Chen's figure disappear. Her face, covered in white powder, turned pale with fear, trembling as she muttered, "Murderer, dozens of lives." With a thud, Sister Shui collapsed in the hallway, completely unable to move. At Su Qin's home, the man in the trench coat hurriedly pushed the door open. After quickly entering the house, he tossed aside his trench coat and the silver mask on his face. Then, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood splattered on the ground. The man coughed heavily twice, weakly half-kneeling on the floor, gasping violently, hatred flashing in his eyes. Li Xiong, I will definitely kill you, and Xiaoqin, Dad. Thud. Half of a silver mask suddenly fell in front of him. The man was taken aback, gradually raising his head. He saw a familiar young face looking down at him. Once you practice the cloud breath technique to a minor success, you can approach others and escape without a sound, just like I do. Yi Chen looked at the scarred middle-aged man in front of him. Shaking his head, he said, unfortunately, your cloud breath technique is still lacking. Otherwise, you could have left directly that day. As he spoke, he sighed, no wonder you're a martial artist, your recovery speed is really fast. Not that fast. The scarred middle-aged man stood up, looked at his palm, and smiled. That knife hurt a lot, it took a long time to recover. Su Qin Yang? Yi Chen asked. Qin is Xiao Qin's name, and Yang is my younger son's name. The scarred middle-aged man shook his head, I'm Su Yu. It seems. Xiao Qin gave you that photo, please keep it safe. No wonder. Yi Chen nodded, then asked, can we talk? He suddenly tore off his clothes, revealing the black soft armor on his body, and said calmly, I know you are a martial artist, but you should also understand that with this master-level armor, you cannot kill me. At this point, a complex look flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the person in front of him was good or evil. If he said evil, the gift of this master armor was an undeniable fact. If he said good, then the bodies of the dozen innocent civilians and the frenzied act of gnawing on human faces were also facts. Is this actually master-level inner armor? Su Yu was taken aback. Then he laughed and said, the things that Senior left us are only three, one is on Xiaoqin. And the most important one, that Senior repeatedly instructed us to keep safe, Xiaoqin has also given to you. Only this black soft armor is left. I thought it was just an old item, so I intended to casually give it to you before leaving. I didn't expect it to be master-level inner armor. He appeared calm, showing no signs of regret on his face. As if a piece of master inner armor was not important at all. Yi Chen was stunned. This calmness didn't seem to indicate indifference, but rather more like a sense of clarity before death. He touched the small pure yang heavenly blade around his neck, preparing to ask again. Sorry, I have to go save Xiaoqin, there's no time. Su Yu suddenly shouted, striking fiercely with his palm. The air buzzed, and a deep dragon roar of blood energy sounded. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly, and golden flames wrapped around his arm as he suddenly punched out. Boom! Fist against palm. Yi Chen's body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the door. Fortunately, he forcibly absorbed the recoil with his body, otherwise, this room would have collapsed. Even so, the entire building shook violently. The residents inside were startled, thinking there was an earthquake, and rushed out of their homes. In the next moment, someone screamed, someone jumped off the building. People looked up and saw a figure actually jumping down from the top floor, disappearing into the rain curtain as it fell like a rabbit. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. However, just as the crowd began to react, another figure rushed down from the top floor, chasing after the first one. Two figures, one in front and one behind, vanished into the vast night in an instant. Boom! The thunder roared deafeningly in the sky. Then, a torrential downpour began. The rain was coming. Yi Chen chased with all his might, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Today, you absolutely cannot escape. Whether it was to clarify everything or because of Su Qin, he had to get to the bottom of it today. Boom! The thunder grew louder, and the rain fell heavier. The downpour was torrential, and there wasn't a single pedestrian on the street. Yi Chen pursued relentlessly and finally stopped in front of a half-finished building after half an hour. Ahead was a row of unfinished buildings. A black prison van quickly drove away into the rainy night. Yi Chen frowned slightly. That seemed to be the same black prison van he had seen earlier that morning at the Ningjiang Martial Alliance. He didn't pay much attention, scanning his surroundings, when suddenly his gaze froze. He looked straight ahead. Under the rain curtain, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, covered in blood, lay on the ground, his breath weak. At this moment, he was crawling forward, bit by bit, trying to catch up with the van ahead. But he was too weak, or rather, he was left with just a breath, moving slowly like a snail. Yi Chen walked over. Looking down, Su Yu had completely passed out on the ground. A stab wound piercing through his chest, blood flowing profusely. He was basically not going to survive. He quickly took out the healing medicine that the Grandmaster Hong Yang had given him from the Hong Yang ring and applied it to Su Yu's chest. Su Yu gradually began to regain consciousness. If you don't want to really die, then don't move. Use all this medicine, it might just keep you alive. Yi Chen snorted coldly, I don't know whether you are good or evil, but I know Su Qin, she is definitely not bad. You are her father, so I will save you, but you have killed so many innocent civilians, and you must pay the corresponding price. If you are lucky enough to survive, I will take you to the Ningjiang Martial Alliance. Xiao Qin, Xiao Qin. Suyu suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's hand, his chest heaving like a bellows, emitting a hissing, labored gasp. His eyes widened, hoarsely saying, Xiao Qin is in that prison cart. Please, go save her, or she will die, she will die. Su Qin? Yi Chen's pupils constricted, anger and shock flooding him. What is going on? Didn't she leave? No. Su Yu gasped painfully, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. She was captured by the Li family. Please, save her. I will tell you everything. After a moment, Yi Chen slowly stood up. On the ground, Su Yu's body showed no signs of life. Only that hand still clutched tightly at his pant leg. His eyes remained wide open, unwilling to close, staring ahead. Yi Chen's expression was blank, rain pouring down on his face, making his handsome features appear exceptionally pale. Just now, he had heard a story. 3 years ago, a powerful figure known as the Blade Prison Grandmaster fought to the death with a Grandmaster from the Li family, one of the 3 great clans of Tiancai City. The Blade Prison Grandmaster emerged victorious, but due to the advice of his Grandmaster friend who was watching, he spared the Li family Grandmaster. A year later, the Blade Prison Grandmaster encountered a beast of the martial sovereign level. Although he managed to escape, he was severely injured, his martial foundation destroyed, and his time was short. Thus, he went into hiding in a small city. During this time, the Blade Prison Grandmaster's hidden illness flared up, and he suffered greatly from pain, collapsing on the street, where a small martial arts school owner saved him. He was taken back to a small martial arts school called Xinyang Martial Arts, where he was cared for with great attention. During this time, the Su family of the small martial arts school treated the Blade Prison Grandmaster very well, completely regarding him as family. A year later, the Blade Prison Grandmaster's hidden illness broke out, and he died. Before his death, he condensed his most important martial arts techniques and his lifelong understanding of the way of the sword into a single sword intent. This sword intent was imparted into the mind of the girl with the highest talent in that family. The Li family Grandmaster, still haunted by his defeat from years ago, learned of the Blade Prison Grandmaster's death and sought to obtain his sword intent inheritance. The Li family then targeted that small martial arts school. A great fire ensued, and everyone in the small martial arts school perished, leaving only that girl and her father. The two, filled with blood and tears, wanted to sue the Martial Alliance. But the Eastern Yuan Province Martial Alliance was the same as the Tiancai City Martial Alliance, where the Yuanwu department represented the aristocratic families. The Li family, being one of the 3 great clans of Tiancai, had 3 grandmasters stationed there, making them the giants of the Yuanwu department. So the outcome was predictable. Su's father went from being a victim to a wanted criminal. He had been hiding and protecting his daughter until today. Yi Chen suddenly felt a headache and pressed hard on his forehead. In his mind, Su Yu's hoarse, deafening questions still echoed. Do you think I am cruel and vicious, killing those dozens of innocent civilians, even eating human skin, deserving of death 1,000 times over? Have you ever thought that those innocent civilians were merely Li family members? Hiding in the dark just to capture my father and me? Each of them was the executioner of my elderly parents, my wife, my young son, and my friends. I dream every night of the scene where my parents' charred bodies lie in the fire, and my young son is brutally dismembered. Shouldn't these people die? I drained their blood and dug out their hearts. Exactly. I wanted them to see if their hearts were truly black. And that person whose skin I ate. He tortured my wife and children to extract my whereabouts, and he even used cruel methods on my 5-year-old son, and after death, he was dismembered. Compared to him, am I really cruel and vicious? Such a tremendous blood feud. I would love nothing more than to eat his flesh raw, merely eating his face skin. What does that count for? What does it count for? Yi Chen felt a wave of dizziness, his body swaying. Even though he now possessed a martial master level physique, he still felt a bit faint, and his head throbbed painfully. So this is the most critical link? A grotesque smile, half crying and half laughing, appeared on his face. Everything was clear now. Su Qin and her daughter, in order to evade pursuit and capture, frequently changed cities to live. This time, they moved to Ningjiang City, becoming his neighbors. The Li family discovered some clues and came to Ningjiang City just as Su Qin and her daughter were preparing to leave, which coincided with the days he had just returned from the wilderness. Later, Su Yu noticed that more and more members of the Li family were gathering and planned to leave with Su Qin directly. Before leaving, he casually gifted him the 3rd item left by the Grandmaster of the Knife Prison, that black soft armor. However, as they were leaving, they unfortunately ran into a member of the Li family. Su Yu quickly struck to kill, but unfortunately, the last one still managed to escape heavily injured, ultimately bleeding to death at the entrance of the community. Thus, Su Yu's plan to leave was forced to be interrupted. because it was suspected to be a feint. Therefore, the Li family was uncertain whether Suyu and the others were hiding in this community. They merely set up a layout around, secretly burying many nails, watching over this entire area. Those members of the Li family disguised themselves as salespeople in various shops and supermarkets, ultimately being killed by Suyu. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. Yi Chen raised his head in confusion, jolted awake by the tremendous sound. He looked down at Suyu's corpse beneath him. In his mind, the 3 sentences Suyu spoke before his death flashed again. Or rather, those were 2 questions. And 1 request. You asked, should I have saved the Grandmaster of the Knife Prison back then? If I hadn't saved him, my family would have been happy and complete. How could I have fallen to this state? Do you think there is still justice in this world? I had good intentions to save a person, yet my entire family was wiped out, and I became a wanted criminal. Is there justice? Yi Chen, I know you are a big shot now. I don't ask you to sacrifice your own interests to help us seek justice. I know that big shots in this world are like this. Even someone as upright as Minister Long wouldn't dare offend the Li family. So, I really don't expect much. I only ask you, can you save my daughter? Just keep her alive. If there is a next life, I can repay you by being your servant. 2 questions, 1 request. Before Suyu died, he also expressed his answer. If I could do it all over again, I wouldn't save. There is no justice in this world. As for the last request, he had no answer, only gazing into Yi Chen's eyes, as if looking straight into Yi Chen's heart. Then, he breathed his last and died. The Li family, one of the 3 major families in Tianke City, with 3 grandmasters in the family, such a terrifying force. Yi Chen murmured, I shouldn't offend such a force. Especially since Su Qin has already been captured. Die is cast, I should clear my relationship with them in time. Hey, he suddenly chuckled, squatting down to close Suyu's eyes, which had been whipped by the rain. Then he took out the black demon blade. Gently stroking the long knife, he whispered, you tell me your answer. I will also tell you my answer. As for the first question, I am not you. Without experiencing others' suffering, do not advise others to be good. I will not make decisions for you. As for the second question, I believe there is justice in this world, because I have faith. If there isn't, then I will become that justice. After saying this, he lifted the black demon blade and turned to walk into the heavy rain. In the pouring rain, a voice echoed. As for the last request, you misjudged me. Because I am not a big shot, from beginning to end, I am just a small character. Just an ordinary person. But I have a conscience. The night was as dark as ink. The rain fell heavier and heavier, pooling into a thick layer on the ground. A black prison van sped through the curtain of rain. Whoosh! A black long knife shot out, piercing straight into the ground in front of the van, splashing water everywhere. The prison van came to a halt. A bald, muscular man stepped out. The bald man looked grimly into the distance, where a figure was slowly approaching, wearing a half-silver mask. His voice was cold as he said, Suyu, you're impressive, you didn't die from such severe injuries. Yi Chen's expression was emotionless as he stepped forward. He was very familiar with Ningjiang City, and the prison van could only leave the city via one road. Knowing this information, it wasn't difficult to catch up from the side road. The bald man turned to look at the prison van. Deputy Minister Su, you go ahead, I'll catch up soon. Alright, Director Lee, I'll wait for you up ahead. Inside the van, the plump Minister Su smiled. After saying that, the prison van slowly drove away. The bald man turned back to Yi Chen, grinning menacingly. Here to send yourself to your death again, huh? You barely managed to save your life, yet you don't cherish it. Since you want to die so badly, I'll kill you once more. As his words fell, his blood surged. And he shot forward like lightning. A low rumble echoed around him. It was the manifestation of his blood energy, a display of over 10,000 in vitality. The bald man closed in an instant, his face twisted, and he threw a punch, the air exploding with sound. Yi Chen hurriedly defended himself. Boom! In an instant, he was sent flying heavily, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. So weak, you're not Suyu? The bald man frowned. It was only then that he noticed the figure before him was completely different from Suyu. Cough, Yi Chen coughed, feeling a bit of heaviness in his chest, but with the black soft armor on, he hadn't sustained much damage. It was merely a matter of his blood energy being unsteady. Even when he was a first-level martial artist, he could rely on this inner armor to stall for a while under a martial master. Now, with a combat power nearing 10,000, ordinary martial masters found it hard to injure him. Li Xiong? Yi Chen got up and looked at the bald man, asking, Are you from the Li family in Tianke City? Li Xiong was taken aback when he heard his voice. That voice, you're that kid with the surname Yi? Yi Chen slowly removed his mask, carefully wiping the rainwater off the half-silver mask before putting it away. He then looked up and asked, Did you kill Suyu's family? The ones you want to take revenge on are the Grandmaster of the Knife Prison, and Suyu's family has no grievances with him. Why kill them? What about Su Qin? How will you extract the seed of knife intent from her mind? He asked 3 questions in a row. Looks like you know quite a bit. Li Xiong sneered. That's right, I'm from the Li family in Tianke City, and we killed Suyu's family. They dared to save the Grandmaster of the Knife Prison, so they should have thought of the consequences. As for that girl named Su Qin, it depends on the Grandmaster's mood. If he's in a good mood, she might end up with dementia. If he's in a bad mood, then she'll be dead. There won't be a third outcome. Oh, is that so? Yi Chen nodded seriously. Good, I have no doubts now, thank you for the answers. By the way, what you're doing is bound to anger heaven and the people, aren't you afraid? Of divine retribution? And what about the martial alliance of Dongyuan province? Divine retribution? Li Xiong laughed heartily, his laughter booming in the pouring rain. Kid with the surname Yi, are you joking? The Dongyuan martial alliance is right in Tianke City, and my Li family is one of the 3 great families in Tianke City, controlling the Yuanwu department of the Dongyuan martial alliance. In Dongyuan province, my Li family is the law. He mocked. Divine retribution? Do you think heaven will punish itself? Also, you should be grateful you're a genius, valued by Grandmaster Hong Yang and Grandmaster Qiming, otherwise. Otherwise what? Yi Chen asked curiously. Otherwise, with you being so close to that Su Qin, do you think you can live peacefully? Li Xiong snorted coldly. Alright, you have someone protecting you, I can't touch you. Our Li family doesn't want to stir up trouble either, but I advise you, it's best not to meddle in others' affairs. Master Hong Yang is strong, but this is Dongyuan province, not Yuanjing City. Master Hong Yang's reach doesn't extend here. Moreover, our Li family also has 3 grandmasters. Whether Master Hong Yang would offend us because of you is still uncertain. So, get lost, and don't bring trouble upon yourself. After saying this, he turned to leave, a shadow of gloom flashing in his eyes, mixed with a hint of caution. This He kid had dared to threaten him last time. In the past, he would have already crippled this kid. But the other party knew Master Hong Yang and had Qiming Martial University valuing this kid immensely, which is why he Chongqing hadn't left in 3 days. This shows that although the Li family is powerful and not afraid of these things, they also don't want to provoke unnecessary trouble. Of course, if this kid seeks trouble himself, he can't blame him. Thinking of this, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Xiong's eyes. He was somewhat looking forward to this kid making a move against him, even if he couldn't kill him. Injuring him would still relieve his anger. Unfortunately, regrettably, he had already walked a distance, and there was still no sound behind him. Coward! Thinking of this, Li Xiong turned his head, his expression disdainful, and spat coldly. In the next moment, he felt a chill run down his spine as he saw a shiny black tang knife suddenly slash towards his neck. Crack! The phantom of the blood armor that automatically appeared around Li Xiong was instantly shattered. The black demon knife showed no mercy, fiercely slicing through. At the critical moment, Li Xiong shouted angrily, suddenly leaning back and kneeling down, narrowly avoiding the blow. Even so, the knife still grazed his scalp, barely cutting through. Instantly, a small trickle of blood oozed from the top of his head. A look of fear appeared on Li Xiong's face. He had come so close, just a little bit, to being struck by that knife. At that time, it wouldn't just be his scalp that was injured. Bang! Before he could react, the person in front of him kicked him hard in the face. He was immediately knocked over, crashing heavily into the rainwater. Bastard! Li Xiong roared, his face contorted, struggling to rise from the water, and he struck out with a palm. Boom! A 1-meter-long blue palm print slammed into the ground beside him, creating a large pit. Yi Chen had already dodged away. Looking at the black demon knife in his hand, he said regretfully, what a pity. If you had turned around a little later, I could have sent you to Mitsuyu. You little brat, you're seeking death. Hearing this, Li Xiong's face turned ashen, feeling a deep sense of humiliation and a hint of fear. This little brat's martial skills were too sinister. Without any breath leaking, he had approached from behind and slashed. If he hadn't turned around just in time, he would have definitely been killed by that knife. Thinking about how he, a dignified martial master, had almost been ambushed by a 3rd-level martial artist, he felt both shocked and fearful. No wonder even grandmasters value this genius. Yi Chen, you are impressive, very impressive. Li Xiong's expression returned to calm, somewhat emotional. In the next moment, his expression twisted, his entire body bursting with energy, shattering the surrounding rainwater. Since you want to ambush me, then I'll counterattack. This counts as self-defense, and the Grandmaster won't blame me, right? Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, still regretfully saying, what a pity, I was so close to killing you. I've never killed a martial master before. But since I can't kill you with a sneak attack, then I'll just, in broad daylight, take you down. As the words fell, his clothes suddenly exploded, revealing a black soft armor on his upper body, while golden flames blazed fiercely all over him. Then, behind him, a faint shadow of a black dragon emerged. A loud dragon's roar followed. As the roar echoed, the entire sky seemed to fall silent for a moment, and then thunder rumbled, pouring down a torrential rain. The rain intensified. You! Li Xiang's pupils constricted sharply, his face showing horror. What kind of martial pattern is this? Black dragon? When you broke through to a third-level warrior, you actually absorbed the essence blood of a master-level exotic beast. How is that possible? By the end of his words, he was already hoarse, unable to help but take 2 steps back. His voice was filled with disbelief. It was simply a shock to his worldview, or rather, anyone in his position would be equally stunned. Since my breakthrough, I haven't had the chance to use this full state. A faint youthful voice emerged from the golden flames. Then, the golden fire figure suddenly shot out, directly slicing through the heavy rain curtain. Such speed! Li Xiang's expression changed. This speed was even faster than his full effort. This meant that the physique of this kid was actually stronger than his. But he was the martial master. That day at Ningjiang Star, you didn't even use your full strength. This is your true power, capable of dominating the top of the genius rankings in our Tiankai city. Li Xiong couldn't help but roar in anger. It was only at this moment that he realized how terrifying the talent of the boy before him was. The top 3 on the genius rankings in Tiankai city all had combat powers around 6,000, basically reaching the limit of warriors. But right now, this boy had at least 9,000 combat power. This was a terrifying gap. Especially since the top 3 geniuses were all at least 3 years older than this boy. Damn it! Li Xiong gritted his teeth, a look of conflict on his face, then his eyes filled with fierce light. This kid was so talented, he absolutely couldn't let him go. He had to be dealt with today, otherwise, once he grew up, he would undoubtedly be doomed. Wind thunder break! Li Xiong shouted violently. And struck out again with a palm. A half-person high azure purple hand was heavily slapped out, instantly evaporating the surrounding rainwater, and the air buzzed. The hand suddenly descended towards the rushing golden fire figure. Yi Chen's eyes flashed coldly, and the black demon blade swiftly slashed out, shattering the air. It transformed into a black streak of light, fiercely striking the azure purple hand. With a loud bang, the azure purple hand shattered on the spot. Yi Chen's face turned pale, and he staggered back several steps, the black demon blade suddenly embedding into the ground, forcibly stopping his retreat. At the same time, his chest felt particularly heavy, and his blood surged violently. After all, the opponent was a martial master. Even with the strong defense of a master-level soft armor, it was still somewhat unbearable. 13,000 combat power. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, roughly estimating Li Xiong's combat power. He forcibly calmed the surging blood and stood up again, pulling out the black demon blade and charging towards Li Xiong. Li Xiong's eyes were fierce, and he also advanced aggressively. The two faced each other and exchanged a heavy punch again, but this time, neither of them blocked. Li Xiong's punch slammed heavily into Yi Chen's chest. At such close range, Yi Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood, but he also retaliated with a punch. The blood armor shadow in front of Li Xiong shattered on the spot. A punch struck heavily at his chest, causing his clothes to explode, revealing the same black inner armor underneath. The two inner armors were identical. However, the patterns on Yi Chen's were intricate and deep black, clearly of higher quality. This inner armor, is it the master inner armor of our Li family? Li Xiong was both shocked and angry, finally understanding why this kid had been able to withstand his blow just now without any harm. This black inner armor was unique to the Li family's family armor. The master-level inner armor can only be worn by grandmasters, and now this kid has one, no need to think twice. The grandmaster of the Blade Prison. Li Xiong's expression darkened. He never expected that the grandmaster of the Blade Prison not only defeated the grandmaster of the Mad Blade but also won this piece of inner armor. The grandmaster of the Mad Blade likely didn't mention this inner armor out of face saving. Because of this, they missed the information, thinking that after the grandmaster of the Blade Prison died, he only left behind the seed of Blade Intent. Master inner armor, damn it! Li Xiong cursed angrily, unsure whether he was cursing Yi Chen or his own grandmaster, the Mad Blade. This kid with the surname Yi was already not easy to deal with, and now with the master inner armor as a turtle shell for protection, it was even more impossible to kill him. Spirit Thunder. Finger. Li Xiong shouted, still unwilling to give up, unleashing his strongest martial skill, hoping for a chance. In an instant, a thunderous finger appeared in midair. The finger was nearly a meter long, deep purple, with arcs of lightning bursting around it, crackling with electricity. At that moment, it suddenly descended from the sky. He aimed to smash Yi Chen's head directly from above. Yi Chen's perception was sharp, and based on his fierce battle instincts, he anticipated that Li Xiong was about to unleash a powerful martial skill. He instantly withdrew, dodging far away. This scene made Li Xiong grit his teeth, but then he suddenly froze. That damned kid actually charged back. Moreover, he headed straight towards the Spirit Thunderfinger, entering its attack range. In the next moment, Yi Chen's gaze turned cold, and in Li Xiong's astonished eyes, he suddenly grabbed him, locking him firmly. Damn it, this bastard. Li Xiong jolted, realizing that this kid wanted to perish together, but a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Fiercely, he said, "Come if you dare. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Let's see. Who dies first? I have master inner armor." Yi Chen's calm words. Li Xiong was momentarily stunned, then he became furious, frantically trying to break free. "You can't afford to play this game." He struggled with all his might, even if he had to endure several punches and cuts from Yi Chen, he didn't care anymore. In the end, the Thunderfinger crashed through the ground, creating a large hole. But at the critical moment, the two narrowly separated. Neither of them hit. However, Li Xiong was clearly in a more embarrassing situation, and his anger was completely ignited as he charged forward with bloodshot eyes. Boom! The two collided again. Yi Chen attacked with all his strength, not defending at all, relying on the master inner armor to fight Li Xiong up close. But after all, the opponent was a martial master, with formidable combat power, and since the other side also had inner armor, it was a barely even match. Although slightly at a disadvantage. But at this moment, Yi Chen's powerful rebirth body finally manifested, recovering at an astonishing speed. Li Xiong initially thought that as a martial master, he could drag things out to wear Yi Chen down. But gradually, as Yi Chen fought more fiercely, he himself began to tire, and his expression started to change. Finally, Li Xiong shouted in anger, "Yi Chen, I remember you." He slammed his palm on the ground, using the rebound force to retreat and quickly turned to escape. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and glanced back. Being chased by a martial artist, if others found out, he would lose face. But dragging it out was absolutely not an option. Just as he turned around, wanting to say something fierce, he saw the young man across from him with a cold gaze. "I told you, you must die today." Whoosh! A golden flame suddenly engulfed the Black Demon Blade. Next came the Master Inner Armor. The B-grade Black Demon Blade was instantly devoured. The Spirit Flame pattern grew 3 more lines. At the same time, a black seed fell from the devoured Black Demon Blade, which Yi Chen casually picked up. After the Black Demon Blade was consumed, it was the Master Inner Armor next. The devouring golden sun flame was excited to the point of madness, the flames burning fiercely, crazily devouring, as the Master Inner Armor was slowly being eaten away. Seeing this scene, Li Xiong's expression changed. What kind of sinister tricks does this kid know? A strong sense of unease rose in his heart. And he didn't even have time to utter harsh words before turning around and fleeing with all his might. Although he couldn't do anything to this kid, the kid couldn't do anything to him either. Li Xiong ran for his life. Yi Chen followed him leisurely, not in a hurry. The master-level inner armor on his body diminished more and more as time passed. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. A master-level battle weapon was devoured by the golden devouring flame. Whoosh! Yi Chen's entire body was engulfed in golden flames, surging violently like a volcanic eruption, fiercely spreading in all directions. The flames on his body actually doubled in size out of thin air. Now, he had completely transformed into a 3-meter-tall golden fire giant, showing no trace of human characteristics. At the same time, golden spiritual flame patterns quickly appeared all over his body. In total, 66 patterns emerged. A master-level battle weapon had actually increased by 37 spiritual flame patterns. Not enough. Yi Chen murmured, taking out pieces of black dragon scales from the Hongyang ring, which were quickly devoured by the golden devouring flame. After devouring the master-level inner armor, the golden devouring flame had grown to a rather terrifying level, fierce and frenzied, with flames raging. The black dragon scales he had previously dared not touch were now pounced upon without hesitation. More than 60 pieces of black dragon scales were instantly devoured, leaving not a trace behind. At this moment, the distance between Yi Chen and Li Xiong had already close to within 10 meters, almost within reach. Yi Chen's expression was calm, and the golden flames surrounding his body were crazily sucked back into him, quickly disappearing. Although the golden flames vanished, golden spiritual flame patterns continued to appear on his body. This time, the spiritual flame patterns densely covered his entire body, reaching a total of 99. 99 spiritual flame patterns meant that the spiritual flame body was perfected. Next, he only needed to consume achievement points to deduce the subsequent cultivation methods and obtain new. He could then step into the second level of the Hongyang true body, the dragon flame body. If the Grand Master of Hongyang knew about this, he would probably be so shocked that his eyes would pop out. It had only been less than a month since then, and this was just too outrageous. It should be noted that it had taken him several years initially At this rate, when this kid saw him again, who knows, the level of the Hangyang true body might surpass that of its founder. After all, he had just broken through to the third level of the Hangyang true body. Although he had deduced the subsequent cultivation methods, he himself had not yet reached the strongest realm. There's no movement behind me. While fleeing, Li Xiong suddenly felt a stir in his heart, thinking he had shaken off Yi Chen, and couldn't help but look back. Upon seeing this, his face changed drastically, and he suddenly struck out with a palm. Yi Chen had already appeared behind him like a ghost, his expression cold. Wind thunder break. Li Xiong slammed out a palm, and the azure-purple shadow of his hand was just born out of thin air when it was shattered by Yi Chen's punch. This punch was both fast and fierce, incredibly powerful, instantly blasting the palm shadow and heavily smashing into Li Xiong's chest. Li Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with the inner armor's protection, he felt as if he were a broken sack, his body thrown into the air. How could you, cough cough, suddenly become so strong? Li Xiong was both shocked and angry, staggering to get up. You have become weaker. Yi Chen said, you lack stamina, you could still fight me at your peak, but now. He shook his head, suddenly striking out, his blood surging violently, the golden spiritual flame patterns on his body dazzling. He looked like a deity enveloped in golden light, throwing punch after punch, domineeringly and forcefully smashing down on Li Xiong. Li Xiong coughed up blood frantically. Even with the inner armor, he still felt like mountains were continuously crashing into him, unable to bear it at all. He staggered backward continuously, and soon, his entire body was soaked in blood, his internal organs shattered. At the same time, it was the first time he truly showed fear and wanted to cry for mercy. However, he couldn't utter a word. Yi Chen punched him, sending him flying, and coldly said, do you remember what I told you before? The ones I save can only be killed by me. You've crossed the line. Now, this is the price of crossing the line. I know. I was wrong, Yi Chen, please spare me. Li Xiong said in terror, if you spare me, I'll find a way to help you save that Su Qin. Yi Chen's movement paused for a moment. Seizing this instant, Li Xiong suddenly shot out a pitch-black poison needle at him, then rolled and crawled away in a panic. Starry Sky Shockwave Fist. Yi Chen dodged the poison needle and was about to strike when he suddenly murmured, not enough, still not enough. In his mind, 200 achievement points disappeared, and the realm of the Starry Sky Fist was rapidly increasing. In an instant, it reached the minor success stage. He comprehended the second punch. Starry Sky Breaking Cloud Fist. Yi Chen unleashed a punch, and in midair, a deep blue fist imprint, enveloped in thick clouds, shot out, the size of a human head. After throwing the punch, Yi Chen didn't look back and turned to leave. Boom! This deep blue fist imprint was terrifyingly fast, instantly catching up to Li Xiong and crashing heavily into his back. Li Xiong's body, already riddled with the corrosive effects of the golden sun flame, finally couldn't withstand it. It was blasted through on the spot, and the fist imprint passed through his chest, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep pit. Then, a corpse with a blood hole in its chest fell to the ground with a thud, crashing into the rainwater. The rainwater splashed up, slowly flowing with a deep red hue. Yi Chen stopped, crouched down, and scooped up some rainwater to splash on his face. The coldness surged in, and he gradually calmed down. Then, he sighed lightly. He had gotten a bit carried away just now. He could have completely ignored Li Xiong and directly pursued the prison vehicle, but for some reason, his killing intent was particularly strong. This impulsiveness led him to devour even the master inner armor. He also consumed 200 achievement points to deduce the second form of the Starry Sky Fist. The Starry Sky Fist was one thing, but the master inner armor was indeed a bit too impulsive. Yi Chen fell silent, then realized that although he seemed calm on the surface, his heart was quite chaotic. After Su Yu's death and learning the truth of everything, deep inside him, there was always a suppressed anger with nowhere to vent. It was this anger that made him unusually lose his cool, act impulsively, and disregard the consequences. Fortunately, after killing Li Xiong, that anger dissipated by more than half. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen gradually calmed down, his gaze turning forward, where the exit of Ningjiang City lay. As expected, the prison vehicle was waiting there for Li Xiong. He got up and quickened his pace, but at that moment, a sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have become the 7th martial artist of the Xia Kingdom to directly kill a martial master, completing the special achievement, 7th martial artist of the Xia Kingdom. Yi Chen was taken aback. The notification sound from the achievement panel in his mind continued to ring. Congratulations, host, you have become the 7th martial artist of the Xia Kingdom to directly kill a martial master, completing the special achievement, 7th martial artist of the Xia Kingdom. Reward, 1000 achievement points, rare physique, strong Yuan spirit body x1. Note, this physique is a high-level physique and cannot be deduced. Strong Yuan spirit body, increases total combat power amplitude by 10%, increases total combat power by 10% for each level up, can be stacked infinitely. 10% total combat power, how strong? Yi Chen was somewhat shaken. He hadn't expected that through a twist of fate he would complete such a special achievement. Whether it was the 1000 achievement points or this high-level physique, which was clearly stronger than the Nirvana body and the Fearless body, it all indicated that this special achievement was quite rare. 7th of the Xia Kingdom, the 7th martial artist in the history of the Xia Kingdom to directly kill a martial master? Yi Chen shook his head. He had only heard rumors of 3 people who had killed martial masters at the martial artist level. But many people believe it to be a rumor, untrustworthy. Now it seems to be true, and the achievement panel says there are 6 people. Which is even more than expected. There should be a few others who, after defeating the martial artist, have kept the news under wraps, remaining extremely low-key. Without thinking much, Yi Chen quickly left, chasing forward. Ningjiang City, outside the city. The road was damaged, pockmarked, with various defensive iron fences built on both sides, stretching far into the distance. Every few dozen meters, there were some Beast Town soldiers, alert and patrolling the area. This road connected to Jinhe City. Ningjiang City was somewhat remote, lacking a station, so one had to go to Jinhe City first before taking a train to leave. At this moment, a black prison van was parked at the exit, seemingly waiting for someone. Near the city exit, not far from within the city, the owner of the fighting arena, wearing a dark gold mask, stood on a tall building, gazing at the black prison van. From afar, hands clasped behind his back. "Iner, you shouldn't have let Yi Chen investigate this matter." Jiang Yin hesitated. "Master, I believe Yi Chen has the right to know. After all, Su Qin is a very good friend of his." "That's right, although Brother Ran always scolds me and never scolds Su Qin, I also feel that Su Qin is quite pitiful." Jiang Yu added from the side. The fighting arena owner twitched the corner of his mouth. It's fine usually, but now you should act normal." He then gently shook his head. "If Su Qin wants to say something, she will say it." But after Su Qin wrote a letter detailing the events, upon learning that Yi Chen had become the star of Ningjiang, with a bright future ahead, she erased the letter. "This means she doesn't want to involve Yi Chen, and we shouldn't make decisions for her. I don't know Yi Chen's thoughts, nor do I know what kind of person he is, but Su Qin truly regards him as a real friend." At this point, the fighting arena owner sighed lightly. "A very good girl, what a pity." "Master, can't we help her?" Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin spoke simultaneously. The fighting arena owner fell silent for a moment. "I have important matters to attend to, and both of you are not in a good situation right now. Your Jiang family, while not weaker than the Li family, is aware of the current situation within your family." Upon hearing this, both Jiang Yu and Jiang Yin showed a hint of gloom in their eyes. "Alright, no more talk. Yi Chen should have already met Su Yu and learned the details." The fighting arena owner said lightly. "I really hope to see him here, but he is not just the star of Ningjiang now, he's also a special recruit of Qiming Martial University, highly valued, with a bright future ahead. I think he most likely won't get involved in this mess. Master, I think he will come." Jiang Yin shook her head. "Oh?" The fighting arena owner was surprised, just about to speak when he suddenly looked in a direction. "He really has come." Yi Chen arrived quickly and immediately saw the black prison van waiting at the exit. His expression turned cold as he walked briskly towards it. At that moment, 3 people suddenly walked out. Seeing the appearance of Minister Long and the others, Yi Chen quickly exclaimed, "Uncle Long, stop that prison van." As soon as he finished speaking, there was no response. Yi Chen paused, staring blankly at the 3 people in front of him. Minister Long's expression was silent as he gently shook his head. He didn't say a word, but it felt as if everything was said, everything was clear. Yi Chen fell silent as well. He had thought that there would be others to stop him, like Deputy Minister Su or other members of the Li family. But he never expected it would be these 3. In the sky, thunder rumbled, and brilliant lightning flashed, faintly illuminating the pale face of the young man. Yi Chen remained silent for a moment before whispering, "Uncle Long. Minister Long, you all knew long ago, right?" "Not too long ago, I only found out after the Li family arrived." Minister Long sighed lightly. "I tried my best to mediate and help Su Yu by some time, but that's all I could do." Yi Chen nodded and asked, "So, Minister Long, Deputy Minister Zhang, Deputy Minister Lin, are you trying to stop me now?" He asked seriously, his expression calm. "Yi Chen." Minister Long shouted sternly for the first time, his face showing severity as he said in a low voice, "Calm down." "I am calm now," Yi Chen smiled. "I know very well what I should do and what I need to do." After saying that, he walked towards the prison vehicle. "Have you thought about the consequences?" Minister Long snorted coldly. "Do you know what kind of colossal force the Li family is? The Martial Alliance is no longer what it used to be. In the past, the 3 departments in one division, with the True Martial Division as the main force and the 3 departments assisting. But now, represented by the martial arts families, the Yuan Wu department is growing stronger and is no less than the True Martial Division, even aiming to seize power. Especially in our Dongyuan province, the three major families in Tiankai City are at their peak, with the Yuanwu department holding absolute dominance. If you go against the Li family now, you are facing the entire Dongyuan province, so have you thought about the consequences? Yichen stopped, pondering seriously for a long time. He sighed lightly. Minister Long, I see now, I understand your concerns. So, can you let me pass? You. Minister Long was exasperated, and Deputy Minister Zhang and Deputy Minister Lin also looked anxious, urging him to stop. Yi Chen continued to walk forward, saying as he went, sorry. I have thought about the consequences and wanted to stop. But, he touched his chest and smiled, I feel my heart still beating, my blood is still warm. So I should move forward, even if it shakes the tree, as long as I am not dead, I cannot let myself. Let my heart die first, let my blood cool first. The three ministers were stunned, staring blankly at Yi Chen as he walked towards them step by step. Minister Long instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to stop him. But as soon as his hand stretched out, Yi Chen sighed, Minister Long, if I stop today, I will never be able to progress in martial arts. Again. He spoke the truth, he felt that if he did not take this step today, his spirit would be lost. If his spirit disappeared, even if he remained the 7th-ranked martial artist in Xia country, capable of killing martial masters, a prodigious talent in the spotlight, his heart of a strong warrior would also be gone. No matter how he trained or how powerful he became, he could never be as unstoppable as before. In the past, when I was a quasi-martial artist, I dared to snatch food from the mouths of 2 second-level exotic beasts. When I was a first-level martial artist, I dared to single-handedly ambush the most notorious hunting team in the wilderness. I even faced 2 third-level martial artists and killed them. Moreover, when I was a first-level martial artist, I dared to confront martial masters and obstruct the martial masters of the Black Seal Tower. Yi Chen smiled. So, how about it? I'm bold, right? Impressive, right? At this point, he fell silent for a moment before softly saying, but if I stop today, I really won't dare to do this again. As his words fell, everyone present was stunned. Whether it was the 3 ministers close by, the 3 masters of the fighting arena in the high building, or Deputy Minister Su, who had just stepped down from the black prison vehicle at the exit, even the soldiers of the beast guard stationed at the exit of Ningjiang City. They all stood frozen, staring blankly at the young man in the arena. Every single thing in this situation sounded unbelievable to them, audacious beyond imagination. But at this moment, it was all done by one person. For a moment, everyone present fell into silence, seemingly beginning to understand this young man. He could retreat, but if he did today, he would no longer be Yi Chen. Minister. Lon's expression was complex, bitterly saying, you have limitless potential, why impose such a mental barrier on yourself? Clearly, there are other choices. Yi Chen's expression was serious, but in front of me, there is only this one path. After saying that, he continued to move forward. This time, Minister Long and the other 2 deputy ministers were silent, not stopping him. In front of the black car, Deputy Minister Su's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion as he looked at Yi Chen, preparing to say something loudly. At that moment, a hand patted his shoulder. Deputy Minister Su turned around, and his pupils suddenly constricted as he exclaimed, Li. Let him come over, it's rare to see such a genius. By the way, bring that girl named Su Qin out too, the man said with a faint smile. Yes. Deputy Minister Su hurriedly got into the car and brought Su Qin out. Su Qin looked dazed, her mind elsewhere. Just moments ago, she felt as if her heart was being twisted by a knife. It was as if someone particularly important had passed away. Now, her delicate face was pale, like a marionette that had lost its soul, stepping out of the car in a daze. Even in the heavy rain, she showed no sign of coming to her senses. That boy over there, who is he to you? At that moment, a gentle male voice suddenly reached her ears. Su Qin looked up in confusion and saw a handsome young man stepping over the 3 middle-aged men with complex expressions blocking her path. He walked towards her step by step. She was very familiar with that young man. The sky was pouring rain. The girl bit her pale lip in a daze, wanting to shout out loud, urging the young man to go back, but it seemed she could see his stubbornness. The words were on the tip of her tongue, yet she couldn't say a single one. But on her face, tears mixed with the rain. Su Qin, who is he to you? The gentle male voice sounded again. Yi Chen looked up, first seeing Su Qin, then noticing a tall man beside her. The man was in his early 30s, with a refined appearance and a tall stature, wearing a harmless smile. He looked at Yi Chen and said with a smile, so stubborn, is she your little girlfriend? No. Yi Chen glanced at Su Qin and shook his head, just a friend. Just a friend? I find that hard to believe. The man chuckled, my name is Li Yuanzhou, from the Li family in Tiankai City. I want to take this girl with me. Hearing this name, Minister Long and the others looked horrified. On the upper floors, the owner of the fighting arena also trembled, suppressing his shock, and took a deep breath. Ranked 78th on the Martial Master Heavenly ranking, Lee Yuanzhou. I didn't expect the Lee family to send out this top genius from Tianke City. It seems Master Guangdao cares a lot about this matter. The Martial Master Heavenly ranking is a list that selects the top 100 martial masters from all over the Xia Kingdom. No way. Yi Chen, unfazed by the other's shock, shook his head again. No way, huh? Li Yuanzhou thought for a moment and said seriously, how about this, I can offer you a swap. I think you should just forget about her and find another girlfriend, like my niece. Don't worry, my niece is very beautiful, one of the 4 famous pearls of Tianke City, and she's about your age. Moreover, she has a great personality, gentle and generous. You two would be a perfect match. Aside from that, if you bond with my niece, the Li family's martial arts resources will fully support you. You can enjoy the same treatment as I do. Whatever I have, you will have. 2. Upon hearing this, Minister Long and the others were shocked. Deputy Minister Su couldn't help but exclaim, marrying into the Li family, isn't that a step to the sky? As soon as he said it, he realized he had misspoken. And quickly shut his mouth. What marrying in? That's a harsh way to put it. Li Yuanzhou said with a smile, he still keeps his own surname, it's just a marriage alliance with our Li family, not considered marrying in. My purpose is quite simple, I just want to find a good husband for my niece, who is pure and kind-hearted in martial arts. Oh, I see. Deputy Minister Su said awkwardly, then with a face full of envy, with such conditions, I wouldn't know how to refuse. Minister Long and the others exchanged glances, feeling a slight sense of relief in their hearts. Indeed, with such favorable conditions, even Yi Chen, no matter how impulsive, would consider it. If he agrees, it would truly be a leap to the heavens. Sorry, I just want my friend to stay. Yi Chen looked towards the prison cart, where Su Qin had already been sent back. Li Yuanzhou was taken aback, seemingly not expecting to be refused, and coldly said, you can't save her. I know, but I still want to try. Yi Chen appeared quite stubborn. Youthful bravado, always wanting to show off in front of a beauty. I advise you to think calmly and not let your head get clouded. Li Yuanzhou said indifferently, the smile on his face gradually fading, turning cold. You might be mistaken. Yi Chen shook his head, I want to save her simply because she is my friend, nothing more. Moreover, I have no good feelings towards your Li family. If I were to go, it would be to seek justice. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhou was momentarily stunned, then laughed in anger, seeking justice from our Li family? I originally thought you were a rare genius worth cultivating, but I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative, seeking your own doom. He suddenly struck out with a palm. A massive azure-purple hand, as large as a tall building, came crashing down from the sky. Boom! The might of this palm shook the heavens, and before it landed, the rainwater within a radius of several dozen meters instantly evaporated. No! Master Yuanzhou, he knows. Master Han Yang. Master Li Yuanzhou, spare him. Minister Long and the others, their eyes wide with rage, shouted in unison and rushed forward with all their might. The owner of the fighting arena also changed his expression drastically and attempted to intervene. However, their speed was too slow, and with Li Yuanzhou's sudden attack, by the time they reacted, the palm had already come crashing down. After a tremendous roar, the ground collapsed, and countless clouds of dust filled the air. When the dust settled, a massive pit over 20 meters long was revealed. The heavenly ranking master was terrifying indeed. In the center of the pit, Yi Chen knelt on the ground. His body slightly trembling, but he showed no signs of injury. Seeing him safe and sound, Minister Long and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped in their tracks. Li Yuanzhou coldly glanced at Yi Chen. The jade pendant of Master Han Yang, you brat, seem reckless and unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Yet you are somewhat cunning, knowing how to preserve your life. Upon hearing this, Minister Long and the others were momentarily stunned. Looking at Yi Chen, they noticed that he was actually holding a thumb-sized fiery red jade pendant, intricately carved with a blazing sun. Although this jade pendant was not a weapon, the symbol on it was one that everyone present could recognize. This was the emblem of Master Han Yang, and such a pendant could only be obtained by someone very close to him. This brat. Minister Long's expression was complex. And then he completely relaxed. With this jade pendant, his life was assured. Extraordinary courage, deep feelings, stubbornness, yet with an exceptionally high intellect. The owner of the fighting arena couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. If these 3 traits were all gathered in one person, that person would surely die today, unable to break through such a deadlock. But this person, on the contrary, had an exceptionally high intellect, leaving himself a way out in such a situation. Possessing the jade pendant of Master Han Yang and being valued by Master Han Yang were 2 completely different concepts. To obtain the pendant, one must be extremely close and trusted by him. And while Master Hong Yang might not be able to intervene in matters within Dongyuan province, it did not mean that someone could harm those close to him. Li Yuanzhou snorted coldly, I give Master Hong Yang face. And also, we give Qi Ming Martial University face. At this moment, an elderly sigh was heard as Yi Changqing hurried over, looking at Li Yuanzhou with a helpless expression. Master Yuanzhou, I will advise him. And he will leave Dongyuan province with me. Let's just let this go. Teacher he? Li Yuanzhou was momentarily stunned, as if he recognized Yi Changqing, then glanced at Yi Chen and shook his head. Since you Qiming Martial University also want to protect him, then let's forget it. Moreover, I don't want to offend Master Hong Yang. He glanced warily at the jade pendant. Yi Changqing then turned and walked towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Director Long and the others quickly looked at Yi Changqing as if seeking help. He Lao, please persuade Yi Chen. Alright, I understand. Yi Changqing walked over, sighing repeatedly, not expecting that such a thing would happen in less than half a day. At this moment, Yi Chen slowly stood up, his face slightly pale. Although Li Yuanzhou's palm did not injure him, it had still caused his blood to surge, and only now was he barely recovering. Teacher. Can you help me save someone? Other matters can be discussed later, but this one is an exception. Yi Changqing shook his head. Yi Chen held on to his last glimmer of hope, looking at Director Long and the others, who also wore solemn expressions. After a long while, they finally spoke the same words. For other matters, we will comply with you, but we are powerless in this matter. Yi Chen looked up, the sky was pouring rain, drenching his face. Half a day ago, he was the #1 genius in Ningjiang City, well known, and the 3 most powerful figures in Ningjiang City cared deeply about him. A top martial university like Qiming Martial University would have its teachers tirelessly seeking him out every day. It could be said he was at the peak of his life, almost commanding the winds and clouds. Suyu said he was already a big shot, and from this perspective, it was indeed true. But now, true power surpasses everything. If one is not strong enough, they will always be floating clouds. Yi Chen murmured, suddenly understanding many things. Then, he looked at the prison cart and shouted, Su Qin, I'm sorry. I tried my best, but I still couldn't save you. But no matter whether you are dead, injured, or disabled in the future, I will go to the Li family to seek justice, to demand justice for your entire Su family. This statement is my martial arts vow. If I break this vow, I, Yi Chen, will never make any progress in martial arts in this life. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and lightning flashed brilliantly, as if responding to something. A dead silence fell. Everyone was stunned. Even Li Yuanzhou, who was about to leave, suddenly turned back, his sharp gaze sweeping over Yi Chen like a knife. Then he snorted coldly, Teacher it's not that I don't give you face, but he insists on clashing with my Li family. Saying this, he looked at Yi Chen and sneered. You don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. With your insignificant body, you think you can shake the heavens of Dongyuan province? Ridiculous. In consideration of Master Hong Yang, our Li family will not bully you, but you can forget about leaving Ningjiang City for the rest of your life. From today on, the Dongyuan Martial Alliance's Yuanwu department will block your personal information. You won't be able to reach any other city. Li Yuanzhou's expression was indifferent. If you want to seek justice from our Li family, wait for your next life. You won't have the chance in this life. After saying this, he didn't even look at Yi Chen, his face expressionless, and turned to get into the car and leave. The black prison cart slowly drove away. At this moment, the shocked Director Long and the others finally came to their senses, extremely anxious. Yi Changqing couldn't help but scold, Yi Chen, you are too impulsive. How will you leave Ningjiang City to go to the Qianlong training camp now? If the Dongyuan Province Martial Alliance really blocks personal information, it would be equivalent to being an illegal resident, not much different from a wanted criminal, unable to go to any other city. Going to any city would result in being investigated by the local Martial Alliance branch and ultimately expelled. Once the Martial Alliance makes a decision, even Qiming Martial University would have no way to intervene. Because in Xia country, the Martial Alliance is the official power. This is also the main reason why even top martial universities like Qiming Martial University are unwilling to offend the Li family. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I'm sorry, Teacher Yi, I have to break our previous agreement. Yi Chen said softly, because I now have something more important to do. You still won't give up? Yi Changqing was puzzled. What does that Su Qin have to do with you that you are so determined? She is my friend. Yi Chen shook his head and said, I want to become stronger, and there have always been 2 reasons for that. One is the enjoyment of constantly breaking through my own limits, and the other is the desire to protect the people around me. This is my original intention in martial arts, my motivation to grow stronger. And even without Su Qin, regarding the Su family matter, if I knew about it, I would still seek justice. There are injustices everywhere in this world. Without the Li family, there are still the Wang family, the Zhang family, and so on. Yi Changqing said solemnly, the world is so vast, can you manage it all? I know, but I will take care of what I see, doing my utmost to seek justice. Yi Chen looked up at the pitch-black sky. He murmured, if there is no justice in the world, then I will be that justice. If the Li family is the sky of Dongyuan province, then I will pierce through this sky. Not for any other reason, but because I still have a conscience, my heart is not dead, and my blood has not cooled. That's all. Everyone trembled, feeling a shiver run through them, completely speechless. He Changqing was also left speechless. Yi Chen stood up and slowly walked towards the outskirts of Ningjiang City. Yi Chen, where are you going? No matter which city you go to now, you will be expelled. Minister Long shouted anxiously, you can't go through other cities. Are you planning to walk directly to Tianke City, to the Li family? Then I will go. The boy's voice was calm and resolute, crossing 12 wastelands, step by step. The work is done. Starting tomorrow, I will increase the updates. This chapter is considered finished, and we will begin to change the map. In the sky, the rain gradually lessened. Yi Chen. Minister Long shouted loudly, looking at the boy's back, unable to help but say, are you really going to walk all the way there? To reach Tianke City, you need to cross a full 12 wastelands, traveling thousands of miles. Each wasteland is fraught with danger, not to mention you are just a martial artist, even a martial master faces life and death. Yi Chen said nothing, only turned around and deeply bowed to Minister Long and the others. Uncle Long, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Lin, thank you for taking care of me during this time. You don't blame us? Minister Long's expression was complicated, we didn't help you, and we even tried to stop you. Deputy Minister Lin and the others were also somewhat silent. Yi Chen chuckled, Uncle Long, I'm not someone who only holds grudges and forgets kindness. If I were to hold a grudge against you for this matter and forget all the help and support you have given me before, what difference would there be between me and a white-eyed wolf? My little aunt would probably break my legs if she knew. And you all meant well, it's just that we chose differently. Upon hearing this, Minister Long showed a bitter expression, you really are a good kid, but unfortunately, you are too stubborn. I know I can't keep you, you can rest assured. Your little aunt's family has us, so you can be at ease. Even if the Li family is powerful, as long as I am the minister of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance, they won't be able to reach in as long as I sit in this position. Yi Chen nodded, feeling relieved, then I can rest easy, I trouble you three, Uncle Long. Saying this, he handed the jade pendant of Master Hung Yang to Minister Long. Uncle Long, please give this jade pendant to my little aunt, it can serve as a talisman. Minister Long took the pendant, patted his shoulder heavily, and said solemnly, you can rest assured. I will find a way regarding your identity. Although since the disappearance of the Martial Saint of our true martial division, the Yuan Martial Department has 2 martial saints stationed, growing stronger day by day, and taking the opportunity to suppress the true martial division everywhere. But the Martial Alliance is still the true martial division in essence, the foundation is still there, and I will find a way to unseal your personal information. Yi Chen took a step back and bowed deeply to the 3 of them again. Xiao Yi. Are you really leaving? Deputy Minister Zhang hesitated, and Deputy Minister Lin gently nudged him, he could only sigh helplessly. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled, Uncle Zhang, I'm not gone for good. He then looked up at the sky. His voice confident and resolute, when I come back next time, our Ningjiang city will no longer be held back by anyone. By then, all your ambitions and frustrations won't have to be suppressed anymore. Upon hearing this, Minister Long and the others were taken aback. They exchanged glances and then noticed that their fists were clenched tightly without them realizing it. Clearly, they were also extremely angry with the Li family, but due to various concerns, they could only act against their true feelings. Alright, we will wait for that day. Minister Long patted Yi Chen's shoulder heavily again, and remember, Ningjiang City will always be your home. Yi Chen nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, He Changqing walked over and looked at him with a hint of melancholy, why go through all this? With your talent, I can already foresee you shining in the Qianlong training camp, making our Qiming Martial University proud. Then smoothly breaking through to become a martial master, participating in the True Dragon Conference, and growing over the years to compete in the Martial Master Heavenly ranking. By then, even Li Yuanzhou, ranked 78 on the Martial Master Heavenly ranking, would probably be easily suppressed by you. As he spoke, He Changqing sighed lightly, alright, I know I can't dissuade you. But what? You said today is good, I too was once filled with youthful passion, wanting to right the world's wrongs. I didn't succeed, and now it's up to you. As for Qiming Martial University, I will explain it to you and grant you a year of leave. And this martial skill, I exchanged my points for you, so when you come to Qiming Martial University, remember to repay my points. Saying this, he handed over a blue martial skill book. Yi Chen was taken aback as he received it. It was titled Shaking Light 7 Star Steps, with an S-grade martial skill noted in the lower right corner. This footwork martial skill allows you to run away directly when you encounter someone. You can't defeat or estrange beast. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. He Changqing said with some regret. It's a pity you haven't reached that level, otherwise, even if we fell out with the Li family, we would still protect you. However, the matter with that girl isn't without a chance. In 6 months, if you can enter the top 10 at the Yujing City True Dragon Conference and become a candidate for True Dragon, you will truly have a say. At that time, when you go to the Li family to ask for someone, even if you walk in openly, the Li family wouldn't dare to touch you. He Changqing looked deeply at Yi Chen. Even if the 3 grandmasters of the Li family know you are there to ask for someone and to slap their faces, they must greet you respectfully. Yi Chen's pupils constricted suddenly, and then he showed a bitter expression. But in 6 months, Su Qin will. In 6 months, I might be able to fight for it. At that moment, a calm middle-aged man's voice sounded. The owner of the fighting arena, accompanied by the 2 sisters of the Jiang family, walked over and looked at Yi Chen, saying, I can help buy some time. But at most, I can only ensure Su Qin's life. I can't guarantee the knife-intense seat of the knife prison grandmaster. As long as I can ensure her life. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, this great kindness will be remembered, and I will repay it 100-fold in the future. That won't be necessary. The fighting arena owner smiled lightly. I just want to see if you can truly break through the sky of Dongyuan province. Even if you go to Yujing City, you can't avoid Tianke City. I look forward to that day. By the way, if you really want to repay me, you can help me keep an eye on the Black Seal Tower. There's a person named Lin Hai. If you have news of him, just contact my 2 disciples. All right. Yi Chen nodded heavily. The fighting arena owner looked at him deeply once more before turning to leave. Zhang Yu and Jiang Yin looked at Yi Chen with complex expressions. Today's events have left a deep impression on them. Especially Zhang Yu, who rarely took on a serious demeanor, no longer displaying her usual playful self, but instead stared blankly at Yi Chen. Goodbye, safe travels. Yi Chen smiled. Goodbye. Jiang Yin nodded. Suddenly, Zhang Yu leaned closer to Yi Chen and softly said, if one day I also get into trouble, would you save me like you saved her? Yi Chen was taken aback. At such a close distance, they were almost touching, making him feel a bit awkward. Hee hee, just kidding. Here, let me give you a treasure. Zhang Yu grinned and stuffed a small jade bottle into Yi Chen's hand, saying, this is a very precious elixir, it can save your life in critical moments. Brother Ran, take good care of it. Here we go again. Yi Chen sighed helplessly but still took a deep breath and said, take care. MHM. Zhang Yu waved goodbye to Yi Chen one last time, bouncing along as she followed the owner of the fighting arena out. Yi Chen watched their figures disappear before turning around, bowing deeply to Minister Long and the others, as well as Yi Changqing, before resolutely leaving. The moment he stepped onto the highway out of Ningjiang City, a sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a special achievement, travel 1,000 miles. Yi Chen stood frozen in place. The achievement panel chimed in. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a special achievement, travel 1,000 miles. Complete within 3 months. Within 3 months, cross 12 wastelands and reach Tianke City. On top of the original rewards, comprehension triples, physique triples, and 2,000 achievement points. Triples? Yi Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This was not an ordinary enhancement of physique, but a direct tripling based on the original. If he had a 6th-level martial artist's physique, tripling it could potentially elevate him to a master-level physique. The importance of comprehension was undeniable. Although consuming achievement points could help deduce martial techniques, an increase in comprehension would benefit not just martial arts training but many other aspects of cultivation as well. Moreover, during the last time his comprehension doubled, he experienced a rare state of enlightenment, grasping martial techniques with remarkable clarity. Of course, aside from martial techniques, there was also. Yi Chen touched the jade knife around his neck, his expression unusual. This pure yang heavenly knife was given to him by Su Qin, said to be the most important item left by that grandmaster of the knife prison. Inside, there was an extremely powerful martial technique, but it required a very high level of martial talent. Since he hadn't obtained the martial technique, he couldn't even deduce it. However, during the last moment of enlightenment, he vaguely felt a resonance with the pure yang heavenly knife. The next time he entered a state of enlightenment, it was highly likely he could comprehend it. What level of martial technique could be more important than the seed of knife intent? What exactly is this pure yang heavenly knife? Yi Chen pondered for a moment, feeling lost, and decided not to think too much about it. Then, he took out a black seed. The seed was pitch black and deep, with 3 golden patterns on it, feeling soft and elastic, like rubber. Seeing this seed, Yi Chen's expression grew even stranger. Because this thing had fallen out of the black demon knife. Could that rumor be true? This seed is the lifelong treasure of the black demon master? Yi Chen rubbed the seed, momentarily at a loss for words. Out of thousands of black demon knives, only one contained the treasure of the black demon master, and he happened to get it. His luck was truly absurdly good. Putting away the black seed, Yichen took out the jade bottle that Jiang Yu had given him before leaving. Opening the jade bottle, he found a drop of emerald green liquid. Inside, a faint fragrance wafted from the bottle, and Yichen felt invigorated, his mind clearing significantly. He was somewhat shaken. This elixir is extraordinary, Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, in another direction, the owner of the fighting arena and the two Jiang sisters were leaving. Sister, are you crazy? You gave the life elixir to Yichen? Jiang Yin's small face was filled with shock. This is what father left for us to save our lives before he entered closed-door cultivation. We each only have one drop. What about your own, Yichen? What will you do? The owner of the fighting arena also looked serious. Xiaoyu, you acted impulsively. I'll go back now and get it. Back for you. Teacher. Jiang Yu shook her head. No need, what's given is given. There's no reason to ask for it back. But, sister. Jiang Yin was extremely anxious. Other things can be overlooked, but the life essence is a life, it can't be treated so lightly. Jiang Yu's pretty face remained calm. Seeing this, Jiang Yin lowered her head in despair. Although her sister usually acted carefree, once she made up her mind, even 10 oxen couldn't stop her. This was quite similar to that Yichen, just as stubborn. Wait, sister, you wouldn't really have fallen for. Jiang Yin suddenly widened her eyes, utterly shocked. Alright, little girl, don't overthink it. The owner of the fighting arena interrupted her and continued, let's go to Liubei City first. I need to deliver a letter. My teacher has a connection with a grandmaster from the Li family. With this letter, he should be able to save Su Qin's life. As for the rest, it depends on him. To break through the sky, truly a youthful arrogance, but I look forward to it. Ningjiang City. Minister Long looked up. The rain had completely stopped. And the storm had passed. But he had a vague premonition. The storm that stopped today would rise again in Tianke City in the future, and it would be even more violent. By then, it would be a day of great attention. Old he. Deputy Minister Zhang looked at Yi Changqing and asked, you just said that if Yichen reaches a certain level, Jiming Martial University can help him contend against the Li family. What level are you referring to? Of course. The level of a genius. Yi Changqing smiled. This little guy, although he is already a genius like I've never seen in my life, the Li family is not to be trifled with. Especially since the Li family belongs to the Martial Alliance's Yuanwu department, it would be even harder for us at Jiming Martial University to turn against them. However, if he can become that kind of monstrous genius who can kill martial masters with his martial artists' body, what harm is there in us at Jiming Martial University betting everything on him? That's why I said, there are some regrets. The gap between a martial artist and a martial master is a full 8,000 chi in blood value, and the combat power difference is enormous. Is there really someone who can kill a martial master at a higher level? Deputy Minister Shang's expression was shocked. The usually steady Deputy Minister Lin couldn't help but exclaim, those 3 legends, are they real? Not just 3. Yi Changqing shook his head. In our investigation at Jiming Martial University, there are a total of 5 people, though there may be some omissions. But it shouldn't be far off, at most 6 or 7 people. After all, such monstrous geniuses, even in our vast and populous Xia country, are extremely rare. Hiss, there really are people who can kill martial masters at a higher level? Deputy Minister Zhang gasped, and 5 of them? Then these 5. The 3 you heard about in the rumors are all top figures in Xia country now, and the remaining 2 are not weaker than them. Yi Changqing smiled. We should just keep their names in mind and be cautious in our actions. Understood. Minister Long and the others shivered. Then they turned to leave. Along the way, although Minister Long was trying his best to persuade them to stay, Yi Changqing still decided to leave today. Minister Long, no need to keep me. After I tidy up a bit when I get back, I'll leave right away. Yi Changqing said with a smile. Alright then, old he, when you come to Danyuan province next time, you must come to Ningjiang City. Definitely. At this moment, Minister Long said solemnly, what is that doing there? The others followed his gaze and saw a corpse lying in the rain ahead. A bald man with a huge blood hole in his chest. Upon seeing the appearance of this bald man, the 4 of them changed their expressions and quickly walked over. This is Li Xiong's corpse. Li Xiong is actually dead? He must have perished along with Su Yu. Su Yu's body has already been discovered by the Martial Alliance members, and they informed me. Deputy Minister Lin hesitated for a moment and speculated. Perished together? How could he die here? What about Su Yu's body? Minister Long frowned. This. Deputy Minister Lin was taken aback as well. Su Yu's body was on the other side, so how could Li Xiong die here? If it wasn't Su Yu, then who could? Kill a martial artist? The others were puzzled. Oh, this injury feels somewhat familiar. At that moment, He Changqing, who had not yet left, exclaimed in surprise, crouching down to carefully examine the wound and looking at the battle marks left on the ground. Suddenly, he showed hesitation. This seems to be our Qiming Martial University's second form of the Starry Fist, the Starry Cloud Breaking Fist. No, it's definitely the injury left by the Starry Cloud Breaking Fist. He Changqing was certain, then added in astonishment, do you have any alumni from Qiming Martial University in Ningxiang? Minister Long shook his head, no. No? Then logically speaking, no one in Ningxiang should know the Starry Fist, right? He Changqing was even more confused. Old He, didn't you pass the Starry Fist to Yi Chen? Deputy Minister Zhang said instinctively. Upon hearing this, He Changqing's pupils constricted. That's right, how could he have forgotten this? Now, the only ones in Ningxiang who could use the Starry Fist, besides him, were Yi Chen. 3 days' time, and he has mastered the Starry Fist to a minor extent? He Changqing looked at the corpse on the ground, at the conspicuous injuries, unable to help but exclaim in shock, and he even killed a martial artist? Minister Long and the others also reacted, looking at the corpse with expressions of disbelief. Yi Chen, wasn't he still a martial artist? Guests have arrived at home, taking some time, there's still one chapter, I've written more than half, probably won't be able to post until after midnight. Don't wait, just go to sleep, check in the morning. 3 days later. Inner area of the wood wilderness. Yi Chen's expression was calm as he punched out, his fist covered in thick black mist. The black mist was eerie and corrosive, and a golden giant wolf in front of him was instantly corroded down to its flesh and blood. It let out a wail as its chest was pierced and fell to the ground. Moments later, its corpse exploded violently with a loud bang, instantly reduced to shreds, dead beyond recovery. For me now, ordinary martial artist level exotic beasts are too easy to kill. Yi Chen shook his head. The golden giant wolf before him was a martial artist level exotic beast, but under his full strength, it was killed with a single punch in no time. He extended one hand, the black mist enveloping the corpse of the golden electric wolf. At the same time, he glanced at the achievement panel. Wilderness Hunter, Advanced Progress, 45 out of 100, kill 100 different wilderness exotic beasts, reward 300 achievement points. Unrighteous Martial Conduct, Progress, 0/10, defeat 10 martial artists with unrighteous conduct, complete the achievement, reward 150 achievement points. Traveling thousands of miles, special remaining time, 2 months and 27 days, progress, 1/12, wilderness. Upon completion, reward tripling of comprehension, tripling of physique, 2000 achievement points. In these 3 days, he had already completed the intermediate achievement of Wilderness Hunter, but he had no leads on unrighteous martial conduct for now. Looking at these achievements, Yi Chen shook his head, he was almost done with Wilderness Hunter. This achievement was quite good, providing a stable supply of achievement points. At this moment, the black mist enveloping the corpse slowly retracted. Yi Chen looked at the corpse of the golden electric wolf, it appeared unchanged from before, yet still gave off a strange feeling. It was hard to describe. If he had to describe it, it would be a sense of withering. As if the essence of life had completely drained away. At this time, after the black mist devoured the corpse of the golden electric wolf, it had grown significantly and could now cover more than half of his arm. Black magic secret technique? Yi Chen's expression was unusual as he took out a black seed. The black seed had only 2 golden patterns, one of which had already disappeared. 3 days ago, he successfully triggered this black seed and obtained a peculiar martial skill called the black magic secret technique. After practicing it, a strange black mist began to appear on his body, capable of devouring the corpses of exotic beasts or humans, thus growing stronger. This black mist was highly corrosive, easily breaking through the tough armor of exotic beasts and injuring vital points. At the same time, it contained tremendous explosive power. However, there was a certain delay, just like the golden electric wolf from earlier, which exploded only after lying on the ground for a few breaths. But it must be said that this black mist was indeed useful, more so than the battle soldiers. The only downside was that it was a one-time consumable, which could only be slowly replenished through corpses. Yi Chen put away the black mist and checked his achievement points, which were still at 1350. Previously, although the Star Fist consumed some achievement points, he gained quite a few after completing 2 achievements. I need to find time to deduce the Shaking Light 7-star step and the Cloud Rest technique. He pondered in his heart, both of these martial skills were meant for self-preservation, and he needed to improve them. Next, I will head to the core area of the Limu Wilderness. Yi Chen raised his head and looked ahead. He had tested his combat power using the Blood Energy Warehouse, and now his maximum combat power was 14,200. With the Spirit Flame perfected, it added a terrifying 6,000 combat power. And 14,000 combat power was a hair-raising number for any martial artist. But for a martial master, it was quite average. A level 4 martial master had a blood energy value ranging from 10,000 to 49,999, and he could easily handle an ordinary level 4 martial master. However, if it were a slightly stronger level 4 martial master, he would have to turn and run. Therefore, he needed to obtain the Black Flood Dragon's blood quickly to break through to martial master. After leaving the Limu Wilderness, I will head to Tiankai City for the selection of the True Dragon Conference in Yujing City. Among the top 10 candidates for the True Dragon, there is a chance to become a martial venerable or even a disciple of a martial saint, which could leverage the power of the martial venerable to suppress the Li family. However, if I can reach the Grandmaster level within 6 months, why should I rely on the strength of others? By then, I will be the great force. Yi Chen's eyes revealed determination as he set his goal. However, to quickly enhance his strength, he needed a large number of achievement points and had to complete various achievements as soon as possible. Especially since this was a ruthless world. Yi Chen felt a bit of a headache. Until now, he hadn't encountered a suitable target for ambush. While he was deep in thought, a faint sound of cursing came from ahead. Yi Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly walked over. Moments later, he came upon a mine entrance, where 2 groups of people stood. One group consisted of scattered martial artists, about 20 to 30 in number. The other group was made up of a dozen young people dressed in the same attire, looking like a martial artist team. Both sides were noisy, with a clear tendency to fight at the slightest disagreement. Yi Chen walked into the group of scattered martial artists, glanced around, and focused on an elderly man accompanied by a young noble. He approached and asked, "Sir, I heard there is a trading area nearby. Could you please tell me where it is?" His personal information was blocked, preventing him from entering the city to purchase supplies for traversing the wilderness. Fortunately, there were some powerful individuals in the wilderness who built personal trading areas. In the trading area, one could rest temporarily, adjust their state, and trade supplies with each other. Yi Chen had heard that there was a trading area nearby, but since he had only been to the wilderness once, he had searched for a long time without finding it. "Oh, the Li Mu trading area? It's just over there." The old man, who was blind in one eye, had a kind expression and pointed in the direction with a smile. "Walk about 5 or 6 kilometers that way, and you'll be almost there. By the way, little brother, is this your first time going to the trading area?" Yi Chen nodded. "Then you probably don't have a pass. You need a pass to enter the trading area." The one-eyed old man chuckled. "How about this? I have an extra one here. I'll give you a pass. Once you go in, remember to buy a few more passes. Entering the trading area consumes 1 pass. I can't accept that." Yi Chen said, "I'll compensate you. It's fine, when you're out and about, everyone encounters difficulties." The one-eyed old man said with a smile, handing over a leaf, which surprisingly had a number on it, quite peculiar. "Grandpa." A worried, melodious voice rang out from the side. The young boy next to the old man hurriedly said, "This pass costs 5,000. Now the mine is occupied by the Huangfeng team. We can't mine, our income is even less. Why should we just give it to him when he has hands and feet?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. Looking at the boy, he realized that it was actually a girl, about the same age as him. She had short hair, a fair and delicate face, and bright eyes, currently biting her silver teeth and glaring at him fiercely. She looked like a little tiger ready to snatch that pass from his hands at any moment. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. He had only seen her from the back earlier. Due to her petite figure, short hair, and drab clothing, he had mistaken her for a younger boy. However, he wasn't planning to take advantage of the situation and was just about to speak. The one-eyed old man said sternly, "Xiao Yu, don't be like that. When you're out, everyone has their difficulties. Today we helped others, tomorrow, who knows, others might help us. Only by complimenting and assisting each other in the wilderness can we survive longer." Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment and sincerely nodded. "Sir, you make a good point." Flatterer." The girl realized the pass was not going to be returned and glared at Yi Chen in anger. At that moment, a man in his 30s with yellow hair walked out of the mine. The yellow-haired man wore large silver earrings and had an odd outfit, grinning at everyone. "This mine is occupied by my Huangfeng team. You bunch of useless trash, if you're not convinced, feel free to try and challenge us, see if my fists are hard enough." The other members of the Huangfeng team laughed triumphantly beside him. "That's right, you bunch of rotten fish and shrimp, hurry up and scram, this mine is ours. Thanks for discovering this mine for us, without you, we wouldn't know how long it would take to find it, ha ha ha. Hurry, hurry, all of you. Get lost, whoever doesn't leave will be dealt with." Upon hearing this, the scattered warriors all looked grim. But no one dared to offend the yellow-haired man and could only suppress their anger. The one-eyed old man sighed. And the girl Xiao Yu stomped her foot in frustration, nearly in tears. "What do? We can't get into the mine, and Grandpa won't have enough money for medicine this month." Yi Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Glancing around, he began to understand the situation. He then looked at the one-eyed old man and smiled. Sir, you just said it well, when you're out and about, helping others means others will help you. So now, I'm here to help you. The one-eyed old man and Xiaoyu instinctively turned their heads, but they didn't quite catch what he said. Xiaoyu asked in surprise, what did you say? I said, they are very arrogant, and I quite like that. Yichen smiled, looking at those arrogant members of the Huangfeng team, his eyes suddenly glinting. It wasn't that he liked them, but he should really enjoy the lack of martial ethics. In front of the mine, the members of the Huangfeng team walked in with great pride. Among the scattered warriors, someone indignantly said, we discovered this mine first, and now we just give it to them for free? What can we do? The captain of the Huangfeng team is at the peak of a level 3 warrior, and we can't even take him on together, let alone with so many team members. It's really tyrannical. For us scattered martial artists, making a living in the wasteland is already difficult, and just when we finally found a mine, it got robbed. Alright, everyone disperse. Don't think about sneaking into the mine, those guys are ruthless. The two who just sneaked in got beaten up pretty badly. Exactly, just accept it. Don't end up getting beaten again, that would be a case of losing the chicken while trying to steal the rice. People shook their heads inside, leaving in small groups. In the wasteland, aside from hunting exotic beasts, the mine is a stable place that guarantees some returns. Most ordinary martial artists have limited strength, and compared to hunting exotic beasts, the mine is a rare good spot. Xiaoyu, let's go. The one-eyed old man sighed, hunching his body as he led the short-haired girl away. Grandpa. Xiaoyu looked at the mine with teary eyes, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only follow the one-eyed old man. Just as she turned halfway, she suddenly looked at Yi Chen. Where are you going? I'm going to take a look inside. Yi Chen walked straight towards the mine. Are you crazy? The Huangfeng team will deal with you, they are particularly ruthless. Xiaoyu's eyes widened. It's fine. Yi Chen smiled, not too concerned. The one-eyed old man was taken aback, wanting to stop Yi Chen, but it was already too late. The other martial artists who were leaving also froze at this scene. Is this boy crazy? We have so many people who don't dare to enter the mine, and he's going in alone? Where did this reckless kid come from? He must be new to the wasteland. Does he really think the Huangfeng team won't deal with him just because he's young? Oh no, another one who isn't afraid of death. It never ends well, he's probably going to get beaten badly. People were discussing among themselves, and some kind-hearted individuals showed anxious expressions, hurriedly calling out to try to stop Yi Chen. But it was too late, Yi Chen's figure disappeared into the mine. Seeing this, many people shook their heads and turned to leave. At that moment, someone suddenly hesitated. That boy, doesn't he look a bit like Ningzhong Star? Upon hearing this, the others stopped in their tracks, astonished. Ningzhong Star, Yi Chen? That's right. The person who spoke nodded. Although he looks different, his build and voice are very similar. Just a coincidence. Someone laughed. A genius like Yi Chen is treasured by Minister Long. How could he let him enter the wasteland? Exactly, you probably misidentified him. Boys in this age group generally have similar heights and voices. Let's hurry and leave, we don't want to get caught in the crossfire. If the Huangfeng team finishes with him and then comes after us, we'll be in big trouble. A group of scattered martial artists gradually left. Inside the mine, Yi Chen touched his face. It felt slightly cold, not at normal body temperature. Indeed, he was wearing a human skin mask. I'll take this mask off after leaving the Limu wasteland, Yi Chen thought to himself. He wore the mask not to guard against the Li family, but against Vice Minister Su. Previously in Ningjiang City, with Minister Long and others around, even if Vice Minister Su confirmed that he was the one who killed his daughter, he wouldn't dare to act against him. But now that he had left Ningjiang City, his personal information was blocked. And he had become a black household. Vice Minister Su was very likely to take the opportunity to strike. So, he had to be cautious. After all, a 5th-level martial artist with over 50,000 vitality points was truly impossible to contend with. It was like an egg hitting a rock, it would shatter upon impact. It's a pity, if only I had another mask. Yi Chen felt a bit regretful. He hadn't thought to prepare such things before, and this mask of a young face was obtained from the hunt against the Black Mask team. In fact, it wasn't that there weren't other masks, that Black Imprint Tower martial artist had quite a few masks in his spatial ring. But the problem was, those masks were all female, and there were also many women's clothes. He wanted to disguise himself, not to cross-dress. There is an essential difference. The mine was deep, and every 10 meters or so, lights flickered on both sides. The ground was littered with chaotic footprints. Yi Chen walked for a while and faintly heard the sound of hammering and the chatter and laughter of people ahead, stirring something in his heart. He used the cloud breathing technique and walked over quietly. Soon, he came across 3 members of the Yellow Wind team. The three were digging hard, boasting as they worked. Those fools outside finally stumbled upon a rich mine, and in the end, it all benefits us. Exactly, this mine is rich beyond belief. I estimate it will be enough for us to dig for half a month. Half a month, haha, we're going to strike it rich this time. As the three chatted, they completely failed to notice a figure approaching from behind. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew through, extinguishing the lights on both sides, plunging the cave into sudden darkness. Then, in the darkness, a series of clattering sounds echoed. After a moment, the lights in the cave reignited. The three members of the Yellow Wind team lay on the ground, bruised and unconscious. Yi Chen wiped the blood from his hands and looked at the achievement panel. Unrighteous combat, progress, 3/10, defeat 10 martial artists through unrighteous means to complete the achievement, reward 150 achievement points. It really works, he said, feeling invigorated and motivated, continuing toward the next passage. The mine was intricate and complex. Members of the Yellow Wind team were scattered across various passages, the sound of digging echoing continuously. But every so often, the sounds from one passage would suddenly cease. Yi Chen's unrighteous combat achievement was also progressing quickly, and soon only 2 remained. In one passage, one member of the Yellow Wind team said to his 2 teammates, "You 2 dig first, I'm going to water the plants." He then swaggered off. The remaining 2 continued to dig hard while casually chatting about where to go for a massage when they returned. Yi Chen approached them silently, grabbed the back of their collars with one hand each, and slammed them together. Bang! The 2 didn't even have time to react before their faces collided, leaving them dizzy and seeing stars. Then, Yi Chen unleashed a flurry of punches, knocking them out cold before turning to leave. Just as he stepped away, the earlier team member returned, humming a tune and adjusting his belt, leisurely making his way back. He then saw his 2 teammates lying on the ground and was instantly dumbfounded. On the other side, Yi Chen didn't leave the mine but instead found a random spot and looked at the achievement panel. Unrighteous combat, progress, 10/10, defeat 10 martial artists through unrighteous means. Achievement completed, reward 150 achievement points. Whoosh! After completing the achievement, the empty slot flickered and a new achievement appeared. Martial Arts Master, progress, 0/3, master 3 martial arts of S rank or above, reward 250 achievement points and 1 martial arts upgrade opportunity. A martial arts upgrade opportunity? Yi Chen was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a reward. But does martial arts upgrade refer to upgrading the quality of the martial arts or the realm of the martial arts? He hesitated. The realms of martial arts were beginner, minor success, major success, and perfection. These could be deduced using achievement points, which wasn't a big deal. But if it was about the quality of martial arts, that would be different. A-level martial arts could be upgraded to S-level. S-level martial arts could be upgraded to master level, and master level, like the true body of Han Yang, could be elevated to martial sovereign level. If the martial sovereign level true body of Han Yang were seen by the great master Han Yang himself, he would probably be dumbfounded, right? Yi Chen murmured, his heart racing. This upgrade opportunity was a valuable asset. It was no less than acquiring a new physique. Unfortunately, he currently only had 2 S-level martial arts. Let's leave here and check out the trading area. Yi Chen shook his head, not very optimistic in his heart. It was unlikely to find S-rank martial arts in the trading area of the Wood Wilderness. But since they were already nearby, it was still better to take a look. He stopped thinking too much and continued walking towards another passage. Just then, he heard Captain Huangfeng's voice coming from there. As Yi Chen reached the entrance of the passage, he heard Captain Huangfeng bragging inside. "Don't look at me, your captain, as just a peak level 3, but I'm not afraid of ordinary martial artists. I can take on a couple of moves. Don't believe me? Bring in a martial artist with over 10,000 battle power, and I'll show you my strength." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression turned strange as he was about to walk in. Suddenly, golden flames surged from his palm. It was the golden devouring sun flame. The golden devouring sun flame transformed into a small golden dog, panting with its tongue out, its head looking in one direction, nodding furiously. Yi Chen was taken aback. The golden devouring sun flame's reaction indicated that there must be some rare or in that direction. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to go in for now but instead followed the direction indicated by the golden devouring sun flame and walked towards another passage. This passage was quite dark, and the walls on both sides were intact, showing no signs of excavation. Clearly, no one had been in here yet. After a while, Yi Chen stopped, gazing ahead, his pupils constricting. Ahead, a massive purple crystal beast lay across the end of the passage, its purple light illuminating the entire cave in a shimmering violet hue. The beast resembled a goat, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. Its body entirely composed of purple crystal, sparkling and translucent. Xianjing beast? Yi Chen was both shocked and delighted, with a hint of disbelief. The Xianjing beast was a rare creature unique to mineral caves. Its rarity was comparable to that of exotic species like the Bai Bing Hanxi, and moreover, this beast was a treasure all over. Its crystallized body was valuable enough, but the most precious part was its heart. The heart could enhance one's physique, with effects surpassing several dragon blood fruits combined. My physique is already much stronger than that of an ordinary level 4 martial artist. Using its heart, I definitely have a chance to break through to level 5. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with desire. The benefits of enhancing his physique were self-evident. However, he looked at the sleeping Xianjing beast with a slightly serious expression. The Xianjing beast was at least at the martial artist level. He just didn't know if it was newly born or had been around for a long time. If it was newly born, that would be fine. If it had been around for a while, then he should be thinking about how to escape right now. On the other side, Captain Huang Feng, with large silver earrings and a head full of yellow hair, looked grimly at the 10 pig-headed figures in front of him. The 10 Huang Feng team members, beaten to a pulp with swollen faces, stood in a row, stammering. "Damn it, you 10 useless fools, you got beaten up and still don't know who did it? See, Captain, it was too fast, we didn't react in time." One of them stuttered in response. Their swollen faces made it hard to speak. The others chimed in, "And no, we didn't see anything clearly, we just got knocked out. See, Captain, get revenge for us. A bunch of useless idiots, you've embarrassed us." Captain Huang Feng said, furious and ashamed, "Damn it, you idiots, shut up, you've made me stutter too." The 10 team members looked miserable, not daring to speak further. At that moment, a thin team member scratched his head and said, "Captain, could it be that it was someone from that group of martial artists outside?" "Of course, who else could it be?" Captain Huang Feng's face darkened. "Among these useless fools, there are indeed some who have eaten bear hearts and leopard gall. They don't take my words seriously, not only barging into the mine but also daring to injure my people. Let's go, follow me to find this dead man." Yes. All the team members were filled with righteous indignation and followed him. "Wait, Captain." At that moment, a tall team member blocked the way. It was the same person who had just gone to relieve himself and returned to find 2 teammates knocked out. He hesitated and said, "Captain, I just went to take a piss, and it only took about 7 or 8 seconds round trip. When I got back, Wang Yang and the others were already knocked out. In such a short time, that's much faster than you, Captain. Could the attacker be a martial artist master? A martial artist?" Upon hearing this, the others looked tense, instinctively shrinking their necks, feeling a sense of retreat. A martial artist? Captain Huang Feng was momentarily stunned, then exploded in anger. "Are you stupid? Didn't you see they were all ambushed? If it really were a martial artist, they must be incredibly bored. To ambush a few martial artists? And to ambush one is one thing, but to ambush 10? Even a pig's brain would know the ambusher is definitely a novice. Everyone search with me. And you idiot, for God's sake, tie your pants up, don't show your floral underwear to me." The team member froze for a moment, realizing that in his haste, he had forgotten to fasten his belt. The other team members were teasingly glancing at him, whispering, and his face turned green in an instant. Under Captain Huang Feng's leadership, a group of people searched fiercely throughout the mine. On the other side, Yi Chen looked at the surrounding Xianjing beast and some purple crystal fragments, feeling relieved. It seemed that this was a newly born Xianjing beast, and its accompanying creatures hadn't been fully devoured yet. No wonder it was so drowsy, he had been here for a while without noticing. Since it had just been born, there was no need to worry. He felt completely at ease and walked over step by step, his energy gradually rising, adjusting to his strongest state. Although his current maximum combat power was 14,200, this limit did not include martial skills and one very important thing. This thing was the strong Yuan spirit body. The strong Yuan spirit body could amplify combat power by 10%, and this amplification referred to overall combat power, meaning it would increase based on the 14,000. Yi Chen's expression was calm as he activated the strong Yuan spirit body, reaching his true peak state. At this moment, the sleeping Xianjing beast across from him finally sensed some danger and slowly opened its purple eyes. Meanwhile, in the passage, Captain Huang Feng's cursing voice rang out, "Alright, you guys stop being so gloomy. Once I find that guy who ambushed you, I'll take revenge for you. If I don't make that guy kneel and sing conquered, I won't be surnamed Zhang." As he spoke, he led his team to the end of the passage. Just in time, they saw the massive Xianjing beast slowly standing up, its purple eyes coldly gazing over. He couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then his face turned pale with terror. "Holy crap, this is a Xianjing beast, a martial artist level monster, quick!" Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. In front of the Xianjing beast, a black-clad youth threw a punch. The youth was surrounded by flickering golden light, resembling a deity, but behind him, a fierce black dragon phantom coiled around him. The two combined made him look both divine and demonic. As he threw his punch, the black dragon phantom let out a roar that shook the entire cave. At the same time, a blazing golden flame appeared on the youth's fist, along with thick black mist, eerie and domineering. With immense force, he struck down, crashing into the Xianjing beast. Boom! A terrifying, thunderous sound erupted. The massive Xianjing beast that was charging forward froze in place, then crashed to the ground, its body exploding moments later. Captain Huangfeng stood there in a daze, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg. The youth turned around, looking at him with a faint smile. I heard you wanted to make me kneel and sing conquered? I heard you wanted to make me kneel and sing conquered? Yi Chen wore a faint smile as he looked at Captain Huang Feng, casually collecting the corpse of the Xianjing beast from the ground. At the same time, the golden devouring sun flame surged out fiercely, devouring the broken fragments on the ground. Although Ling Yan had cultivated to the extreme, the growth of the golden devouring sun flame was still far from its peak. Captain Huang Feng trembled, his face a picture of despair. Master, it wasn't me who said that. Oh, if it wasn't you, then who was it? Yi Chen looked behind him. He saw the team members, each with pale faces, frantically shaking their heads, indicating it had nothing to do with them. A few even secretly pointed at Captain Huang Feng, decisively betraying him. Master, it was my team members who said it. I haven't disciplined them properly, and now I'll clean up after them for you. Captain Huang Feng turned around fiercely, ready to find a scapegoat. He shouldn't have turned. As soon as he did, he noticed that the team members had somehow moved several meters away from him, isolating him. Each one looked around, appearing unfamiliar with him. Captain Huang Feng's nose flared with anger, and he cursed loudly. Damn it, you bunch of ingrates. I treat you all so well, and you turn around and sell me out? Just watch, I won't spare you today. Wait, stop cursing. Yi Chen said, somewhat displeased, you have so many injured in your team, don't you feel guilty cursing them? Captain Huang Feng quickly forced a smile. You're right, Master. I shouldn't have cursed them, it's my fault. The injured members were touched and cast grateful glances at Yi Chen. But soon, they realized. Damn it, the one who beat us up like this was you, right? Don't you feel guilty? How can you still have the nerve to talk about our captain? Despite this, they all wore expressions of gratitude, showering him with flattery. By the way, who was it that wanted me to kneel and sing conquer just now? Yi Chen scanned the crowd. And no one, Master, you must have misheard. Captain Huang Feng replied, bracing himself. Yi Chen's expression turned thoughtful. Oh, I see. But there's something I'm sure I didn't mishear. Earlier, I heard someone say they could spar with a martial artist. Coincidentally, I'm about the same level as a martial artist, so I can give it a try. As he spoke, he looked at Captain Huang Feng and said softly, I remember that person seemed to be you. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Captain Huang Feng gritted his teeth and stood tall. That's right, it was me. Upon hearing this, the members of Huang Feng's team were momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up with anticipation. Their captain was so confident, could it be that he wasn't just bragging and could really spar with a martial artist? In the next moment, with a thud, Captain Huang Feng knelt down, banging his head on the ground as he pleaded, Master, I was wrong, I was just talking nonsense. Please don't hold it against me. Instantly, the Huang Feng team members were dumbfounded. To say the harshest words and then beg for mercy? Outside the mine, a scattered group of a dozen martial artists gathered, waiting. Someone said in a deep voice, the mine is so big, the Huang Feng team definitely can't finish it all. We'll go in once they leave. Exactly, we'll dig up what they leave behind, they have no reason to trouble us. Look, it seems someone is coming out of the mine. Did they finish so quickly? Are you dreaming? It can't be that fast, it must be that young brat who just barged in. He's probably about to be thrown out now. People murmured, looking towards the mine entrance. The one-eyed old man and the short-haired girl beside him also looked over, their expressions somewhat worried. At that moment, a young man in black walked out of the mine. The young man was tall and slender, with a handsome face, deep-set eyes, and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Yi Chen walk out completely unscathed, not even a speck of dust on him, everyone was stunned. The Huang Feng team didn't make a move? Someone murmured, that shouldn't be, how could those guys be so merciful as to let this young man go? Others were also a bit confused, this was a far cry from the scene they had imagined. Yi Chen walked up to the one-eyed old man and smiled, Sir, we can go in now. The one-eyed old man was momentarily taken aback, a bit slow to react. The short-haired girl, Xiaoyu, looked astonished, You're fine? They didn't beat you? She reached out and pinched Yi Chen's arm, wanting to confirm that he really wasn't hurt at all. Suddenly, she realized what she was doing, her pretty face flushed as she withdrew her hand. Yi Chen paid no mind and turned to the one-eyed old man, smiling, Sir, go to the third passage on the left, there are plenty of oars there. I'll head in first. With that, he turned and left. Watching his departing figure, the one-eyed old man hesitated. Xiaoyu, let's go into the mine. Grandpa, the Huang Feng team is still inside. Xiaoyu said anxiously. It's fine, let's go take a look. The one-eyed old man shook his head, his attitude suddenly becoming resolute. Seeing the two enter, the others were momentarily stunned, then their faces showed mockery, with a couple of them unafraid of death. However, half an hour passed, and no one came out of the mine. This time, someone finally sensed something was off and, mustering their courage, walked in. Soon, more and more people followed suit. Inside the mine, everyone was in a daze, staring at the scene before them. The entire Huang Feng team lay sprawled on the ground, each one bruised and unconscious. Who did this? Someone stammered. Could it be that grandfather and granddaughter? Another person looked at the unconscious team leader of Huang Feng, swallowing hard. They never expected that the one-eyed old man could be so formidable, able to beat the team leader to this state. He must be a martial arts master. It wasn't us. The one-eyed old man and Xiaoyu walked in, Xiaoyu's face beaming with excitement as she hugged her spatial backpack, seemingly having gained quite a bit. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Then someone seemed to realize something, their pupils constricting. If it wasn't you, then the only person who came in before was that boy. Could it be? The others looked horrified. The one-eyed old man shook his head with a sigh, as if he had already suspected something, while Xiaoyu's smile faded, her expression one of shock. In a huge tree hollow, Yichen sat cross-legged. In front of him lay the corpse of a Xianjing beast, along with a purple crystal heart. The body of the Xianjing beast was worth nearly 10 million. Therefore, he didn't use the black mist to devour it, even though he couldn't quite tell what was missing after devouring it. But with something so precious, it was better not to take the risk. After examining it, Yichen stored the Xianjing beast's corpse and then took the crystal heart. This was the heart of the Xianjing beast, also known as the purple crystal heart, a rare treasure that enhances physical constitution. He looked at the fist-sized, stunning purple crystal heart, no longer hesitating, took a deep breath, and suddenly crushed it. With a crack, the purple crystal heart shattered, and purple liquid slowly flowed out. Ningjiang City. Martial Alliance Branch. Yuanwu Department, underground second floor. Interrogation. Room number 7. The door suddenly swung open, and a round-faced, slightly plump middle-aged man walked in. Hello, Deputy Minister. Su. The Martial Alliance members who had been dozing off in the interrogation room suddenly woke up and hurriedly greeted him. Respectfully. Deputy Minister Su smiled, glancing at the middle-aged man on the torture rack across from him, who was covered in wounds and seemed to have fainted after being severely interrogated. He asked with a smile, how's the questioning going? Minister. The young Martial Alliance member looked a bit awkward. He's very tight-lipped, but give me some more time, and I'm sure I can extract important information. It's fine, people from the Black Seal Tower are always hard to interrogate. Deputy Minister. Su smiled, alright, you've worked hard, go take a break. I'll handle him. Yes, Minister. The young Martial Alliance member left, closing the specially made alloy door. The interrogation room immediately fell silent and cold. Deputy Minister Su walked up to the unconscious middle-aged man, handed him a glass of water, and smiled. Zhang Jinshui? In a daze, the middle-aged man slowly woke up, took the water and drank it all. After becoming more alert, he hoarsely said, you must be Deputy Minister Su from the Yuanwu Department. I've said everything I can, and you should know that ordinary members like me have no way of knowing the important intelligence about the Black Seal Tower. Moreover, we have a rule in the Black Seal Tower: anyone captured by the Martial Alliance who doesn't commit suicide will have someone sent to deal with them. So, either way, I'm dead, there's no need for me to hide anything. I understand a bit. Deputy Minister Su smiled and said, but I'm not here about the Black Seal Tower, I want to talk to you. Talk? To me? Zhang Jinshui was taken aback. Deputy Minister Su took out a stack of photos and smiled, you were the first to infiltrate Ning City in your team. After arriving, you joined the largest company in Ning City, starting as an ordinary employee, and in just a few years, you reached the position of vice chairman, holding significant power. If we hadn't captured you, I heard you were going to become the chairman next month, that's quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinshui forced a bitter smile, it's just good luck, it's nothing special. Don't be modest, in my eyes, you're a rare talent. Deputy Minister Su waved his hand and continued. I'm here to make a deal with you. A deal? That's right, a deal that gives you a chance to live. Hearing this, Zhang Jinshui's pupils constricted, and then he bitterly said, Deputy Minister Su, please don't joke with me. How could the Martial Alliance let someone from the Black Seal Tower go? You're mistaken. Deputy Minister Su shook his head, I'm not the minister of the Martial Alliance right now, I'm here as a father, making this deal with you. He took out a photo and said flatly, "Help me kill this person. And before you kill him, find out where the body of the vice captain of the Black Mask team he killed is. If you do this, you can live." Zhang Jinshui looked at the photo, which showed a handsome young man, with a name written in the lower left corner. Yi Chen? He hesitated, feeling that the young man looked somewhat familiar. That's right. Deputy Minister Su nodded, and only when he saw the young man in the photo did the usual smile on his face disappear, replaced by a flicker of resentment and hatred in his eyes. It was as if he had removed his disguise, revealing his true self. "Deputy Minister Su, aren't you worried I won't help you and just run away?" Zhang Jinshui asked in a deep voice. "No, because you want to kill him too." Deputy Minister Su displayed the remaining photos one by one, and they all showed different scenes of Zhang Jinshui drinking with a man with a buzz cut. "This person is also from your Black Seal Tower. His name is Yang Long, and he grew up with you. You even joined the Black Seal Tower together." Zhang Jinshui looked at the photos, appearing somewhat silent. One of the photos showed him in a suit, drinking with Yang Long at a bar, which was the Black Chrysanthemum Bar. "Yang Long was killed by Yi Chen, who is your target," Deputy Minister Su said flatly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinshui's pupils constricted. No wonder that young man looked so familiar. It turned out he was their last mission target. Impossible. He gritted his teeth and said, "How could a young man kill Yang Long? Yang Long is a third-level martial artist. A genius with 7,000 battle power. Is it really that hard to kill a third-level martial artist?" Deputy Minister Su's voice was low. 7,000? Zhang Jinshui exclaimed in shock. Then gritted his teeth and said, "With that kind of battle power, I wouldn't be his match." "Right now, you're indeed not a match, but what if you become a martial master?" Deputy Minister Su smiled and said, "You've done quite well in the Black Seal Tower. They even rewarded you with rare-level Beast Essence Blood. With that level of Beast Essence Blood, after your breakthrough, your battle power would at least be 14,000, making it easy to kill him." Zhang Jinshui's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't expected the other party to have such thorough information, even knowing about the blood of the exotic beasts. Logically speaking, this was something only known within the Black Seal Tower. He looked deeply at the other person and said, "Deputy Minister Su, why are you doing this? A talent like this, your martial alliance. He killed my daughter." Deputy Minister Su smiled. "Is that reason not sufficient? Alright, let's leave it at that. You should think it over, but do it quickly, because once he leaves the Limu wilderness, the opportunity will be rare." With that, he turned and left. Zhang Jinshui gritted his teeth. "I agree." A moment later, in the interrogation room, it was empty. In the minister's office, on the desk, there were many photos, all featuring Deputy Minister Su and a girl. The girl was dressed in blue, with a charming appearance, holding Deputy Minister Su's arm, her smile sweet. Deputy Minister Su gazed out the window, faintly seeing a man wearing a baseball cap swiftly weaving through the streets, blending into the crowd. Zhang Jinshui is a calm and steady person, not hasty or impatient. He is a rare talent. With him taking action, he should be able to draw out the protector beside Yi Chen. Deputy Minister Su murmured to himself. After returning to Ningjiang City, he learned that Yi Chen had actually entered the wilderness on foot. Although he admired him, a killing intent also rose in his heart. Such a talent would likely have someone from Qiming Martial University secretly protecting him. So, despite his heavy killing intent, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Now, as long as he used Zhang Jinshui as a pawn to draw out the jade that protects Yi Chen, he could formulate an assassination plan. Of course, if Yi Chen truly left alone without any protection, that would be even better. A glint of killing intent flashed in Deputy Minister Su's eyes. At that time, I will personally take action to kill this kid and avenge Wanner. As for Zhang Jinshui as a pawn, his expression was indifferent. If there was no jade to draw out, then this pawn would naturally be useless, and he could dispose of it easily. He stroked the photo of the sweet smiling girl in blue again. Deputy Minister Su slowly stood up. It was time to go to the training room to stretch his muscles. Although he was a 5th-level martial master, he hadn't fought in over a decade, and his current combat power was probably only around 40,000. Limu Wilderness. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and immediately, a surge of blood energy radiated outward. In the tree hollow, a ripple of dust was stirred up. He had broken through 5th-level martial master physique. In the realm of martial artists, possessing the physique of a 5th-level martial master, I'm really impressive. Yi Chen clenched his fist, feeling the powerful strength coursing through his body, somewhat exhilarated. The 5th-level martial master physique would increase his combat power by 3,000. This meant that now, without using any blood energy, his physical strength alone could sweep through all below the martial master level. With the addition Of this 3,000 combat power, his total combat power reached 17,000, and after the enhancement from the strong elemental spirit, it could reach 19,000. If he used martial techniques, it would be nearly 20,000 combat power. If I encounter an ordinary martial master like Li Xiong again, I could kill him with a single strike. Yi Chen shook his head. He should now be the undisputed #1 martial artist in Xia country. He had truly reached a level of invincibility against those below the martial master rank. Even the 6 geniuses in Xia country's history who had defeated martial masters at a higher level, he could confidently say, were not as strong as he was now. Although my strength has increased, I am still far from my goal. Yi Chen murmured. His goal was to become a grandmaster. Only by becoming a grandmaster within 6 months could he break through the sky of Donyuan province. And grandmaster level experts had blood energy values exceeding 1 million, with combat power that was unimaginable. He was still far from that. The road ahead is long and arduous. Yi Chen stopped thinking further and set off in the direction of the trading area. A little over 10 minutes later, in the trading area of Limu Wilderness, Yi Chen stopped in his tracks, looking ahead. Before him was a camp surrounded by rows of iron fences. The fence was rusted and stained with blood, marked by the bite marks left by strange beasts, while several martial artists at the entrance scanned the surroundings warily. Inside the camp, many makeshift shops and streets could be seen, along with a central square bustling with activity. Yi Chen walked over and took out the pass he had from before. The young martial artist guarding the entrance took the leaf he handed over, inspected it, nodded, and cleared a path. Just then, a hurried shout rang out. There's a shadow wolf attack, everyone be on guard. Upon hearing this, several guarding martial artists drew their weapons, their expression serious as they looked toward the opposite side, where a massive black wolf was slowly approaching, its gaze greedy. Be careful, everyone. That's a level 3 shadow wolf, go back and call for help. The martial artist who had just spoken took a deep breath, his expression tense. Yi Chen glanced around. The trading area was set up in the wilderness, inherently dangerous, and it was inevitable that strange beasts would frequently attack. He casually unleashed a frost slash and turned to leave. A frosty white blade of energy shot out, tearing through the ground and striking the shadow wolf. After a brief silence, the shadow wolf split in half and fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, the guarding martial artists were stunned, their faces filled with shock. Was this done by that young boy? He killed a level 3 beast with a single move? Inside the trading area, Yi Chen looked around and walked straight to a shop. Inside, there were 7 or 8 people. The shopkeeper was an old man with gray hair, smiling as he attended to a man and a woman who were examining the goods. Take a look, our specially made tents are crafted from black bear hides, extremely tough, even ordinary level 2 beasts can't break through them. Trash. The young man scoffed. Shireen, let's go, this Ningjiang city is just weak. Even the trading area in the wilderness is mediocre, selling this kind of trash, it's far behind our Hongsha city. Alright then, brother Jiang. The woman clung to the man's arm playfully, and the two flirted as they left the shop. Welcome to come again next time, the shopkeeper said cheerfully, and after sending the two off, he turned to Yi Chen with a smile. Little brother, what would you like to buy? I'd like to buy a few masks, some clothes, and a tent. Yi Chen listed several essential items for traveling in the wilderness. Then he added, that'll be all for now, I'll take a look at the rest later. Alright, I'll go get them for you, the shopkeeper said, leisurely turning to leave. Yi Chen continued to scan the other items in the shop, when he overheard 2 middle-aged men nearby speaking in low voices. That man and woman from Hongsha City just came with Joeha, right? They should be. Hongsha City is on the edge of Donyuan province. Even if they heard the news, it would take them several days to get here, unlike us from Jinhai City, who arrived in just half a day. Exactly, but our advantage isn't that great either. Yunchuan City and Daqing City are also very close, and their speed in getting here isn't any slower than ours. That's true, I've already seen quite a few martial artists from other cities. As the two conversed, they left the shop. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. What were these outsiders doing here in the Limu wilderness? And what news were they talking about? At that moment, the shopkeeper also came out, carrying a pile of items. Yi Chen picked through and selected 4 decent masks, along with some other items, and after paying, he asked, Shopkeeper, do you know where I can buy martial skills? Martial skills, huh? The shopkeeper smiled. Many shops in the trading area sell them. If you want, I have a few in my shop, but their quality isn't very high. By the way, what level are you looking for? S level. A moment of silence followed. The smile on the shopkeeper's aged face stiffened. Little brother, you're not joking, are you? No. Yi Chen shook his head. Xinjing beast corpses were rare and could even be used to forge master-level weapons, worth millions. So now he indeed has the financial means to purchase S-level martial arts techniques. Of course, if it weren't for his desire to quickly achieve the status of a martial arts master, he wouldn't be willing to spend so much money. After all, the 2S-level martial arts techniques he currently possesses are already sufficient. Really? The shopkeeper smiled wryly. My little shop naturally doesn't have any, and I doubt other shops do either. After all, S-level martial arts techniques are hard to find even in Ningjiang City, let alone in a place like the trading area. Alright. Yi Chen sighed. Although he had already suspected this in his heart, he still felt a bit disappointed. He was just about to turn in leave when the shopkeeper suddenly said, little brother, if you really want one, you can check out the square. This afternoon, there's a small trading fair at the square, and many martial artists from outside the city are participating. There might just be S-level martial arts techniques available. Yi Chen was taken aback. A trading fair? That's right, it's an event for exchanging goods. The shopkeeper explained. Yesterday, in Honsha City, a man named Joiha wanted to trade a precious item he has, and today many people from outside the city have come. I estimate they are all here to exchange for that precious item, as there aren't usually many people at trading fairs. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's heart stirred. If so many people were drawn here, that precious item must be extraordinary, and perhaps someone really would bring S-level martial arts techniques. After all, while S-level martial arts techniques are rare in Ningjiang City due to its background, they are not uncommon in other cities. However, he was still a bit curious and asked, what is that precious item? I'm not sure, I only heard 2 words occasionally. It seems to be called Tadian, but I don't know more than that. Thank you. Yi Chen nodded and then turned to leave. Trading area. Afternoon. Yi Chen looked over and saw that the central square was already packed with people, bustling with activity everywhere. Many people had a wooden table set up in front of them. On the table, a red cloth was draped, and it seemed something was pressed underneath it. Additionally, more people were walking towards the square. Seeing this, Yi Chen no longer hesitated and quickly walked over. At that moment, in the square, a burly man stepped forward. He scanned the crowd and said calmly, ladies and gentlemen, the trading fair is about to begin. I know why you all are here, but although that precious item is important, I still hope everyone can behave and adhere to the rules. This is good for you all, and good for me as well. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in boos. Many people even showed cold smiles, completely disregarding the burly man's words. Rest assured, brother Chen, since you have lent us your territory, we are not ungrateful people and will never cause trouble. A middle-aged man with a small mustache, looking quite shrewd, stepped onto the square. He was accompanied by 3 others. Among them, 2 were the young couple Yi Chen had seen in the shop that morning. The other was a tall, thin old man with a blank expression. When Yi Chen saw the old man, his pupils constricted, instinctively sensing a strong sense of danger. 5th-level martial master, he judged with a serious expression. As this group of 4 arrived, the surrounding people immediately made way for them. Many martial artists greedily stared at the middle-aged man with the small mustache. The tall, thin old man shot a cold glance at those greedy martial artists, causing their expressions to change drastically as they quickly averted their gazes. The middle-aged man with the small mustache walked to the center of the square and smiled at the burly man, saying, Brother Chen, rest assured, no one will cause trouble. If there is, I will take care of it for you, and it will not affect the order of your trading area. Then thank you, Brother Zhou. The burly man sighed. However, I still hope Brother Zhou can complete the exchange and leave quickly. The item you have is truly a great treasure, and my little temple cannot hold it. Only when it leaves my possession can I feel at ease. After speaking, he cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man with a goatee and turned to leave. My third uncle coming to your place for a trade is giving you face, yet you still act all high and mighty, the young man beside the middle-aged man with a goatee scoffed. Enough, Zhou Jiang, the middle-aged man with a goatee shook his head. This item shouldn't have appeared here in the first place. I've indeed brought them quite a bit of trouble. Moreover, even for myself, if it weren't for the protection of the mountain elder, I wouldn't dare to exchange this item. After saying this, he looked at the tall, thin old man beside him and asked, Mountain Elder, what do you think? Rest assured, Third Master, there are no 5th-level martial masters here. Good, that puts my mind at ease. The middle-aged man with a goatee sighed in relief, then took out a black box. The black box was only the size of a palm. Its exterior was dark and dull, exquisitely crafted, engraved with flying birds, fish, and insects, looking quite extraordinary. The moment the black box was revealed, all eyes in the room converged on it, their gazes filled with eager desire, as if they wanted to swallow the box whole. Yi Chen was taken aback, glancing around but unable to discern what it was. However, judging by the reactions of these people, it was likely worth a considerable amount. Nevertheless, it had little to do with him. His only goal was the S-level martial arts technique. At this moment, the middle-aged man with a goatee smiled and said, Everyone, we can begin the trade. However, with so many people here, it Would be a waste of time to look at each one individually, so I suggest we skip anything valued below 30 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Although they had an inkling that it wouldn't be too cheap, many still gasped in shock at the price. Yi Chen's pupils constricted again, unable to resist taking another look at the black box. What on earth was inside? 30 million was merely the threshold? He scanned the room and felt a jolt in his heart as he noticed that even after such stringent conditions were laid out, there were still over a dozen people stepping forward. These individuals wore confident expressions, clearly assured of the treasures in their hands, and they moved forward one after another. Step back, one at a time. The tall, thin old man stepped forward, his fifth-level martial master aura erupting, forcing the others back. Everyone, please don't rush, the middle-aged man with a goatee smiled. The dozen or so people nodded and quietly formed a line. At that moment, a rough voice rang out from the crowd. Brother Zhou Yi, how can we be sure that what you have is genuine? The speaker was a short, stocky man with a full beard, who now asked in a deep voice. This martial sovereign key is so precious, why would you bring it out for trade? Martial sovereign key? Yi Chen's expression changed. The item in the black box was actually related to the martial sovereign? Martial sovereign, Tatian, could it be the Tatian martial sovereign from the top 10 martial sovereigns of the Xia kingdom? He suddenly recalled what the shopkeeper had said in the morning, and his heart sank. The Tatian martial sovereign ranks 7th among the top 10 martial sovereigns in the Xia kingdom, a true super powerhouse capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a flick of a finger. The middle-aged man with a goatee chuckled, seemingly unconcerned about the many suspicious gazes directed at him. He said, this key was something I stumbled upon by chance, a bit of an unexpected gain. As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment, then sighed, forget it, I won't hide it from you all. To be honest, when I obtained the key that day, someone saw me, otherwise, I would have liked to keep it. I estimate that within these 2 days, news of my acquiring the key will spread, and at that time, possessing it will be a crime, likely bringing me great trouble. Therefore, I thought it best to sell it quickly. You all are different from me, you come from nearby cities. If you obtain the key and quickly return to your respective cities, I believe no one would dare to provoke the martial alliance and intrude into the cities to seize it, ensuring you can safely keep the key. He paused for a moment, then continued with a smile, as for whether this key is genuine, it can be tested. After saying this, he suddenly activated his vital energy and poured it into the black box. Suddenly, the black box burst forth with light, and then, a faint phantom emerged from above the black box. It was vaguely visible that it was a middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back. The man could only be seen from the back, his front obscured, yet he still exuded a sense of grandeur and majesty. It was as if he was not a person, but a towering mountain. A peak that could almost rival the heavens. At the same time, everyone present felt an inexplicable heaviness in their hearts, their faces pale, as if they were struggling to breathe. Yi Chen felt the same way, his heart filled with shock. He was now a 5th-level martial artist, yet he could not withstand this, and it was merely a phantom. No, it's mental pressure. He suddenly realized. His expression serious as he gazed at the phantom. It was not a physical suppression, but an invisible mental pressure. Bang! The illusory figure shattered. The black box returned to silence. Instantly, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, can you believe it now? The middle-aged man with a goatee, Zhou Yi, smiled. We believe. Brother Zhou, we never doubted you. Let's get started. Everyone responded. In unison. All right. Zhou Yi looked at the first person in the group, extending his hand with a smile, this brother, please. It was a cold-faced young man who strode forward, pulling out a rather old purple battle knife and placing it on the wooden table. This is a master-level battle weapon, slightly damaged, but overall intact. It can be restored with suitable materials, the young man said indifferently. A master-level battle weapon. A stir went through the crowd, not expecting the first item to be such a treasure. Many people scrutinized the young man, their faces showing suspicion. Several cities near Ningjiang City were located on the edge of Dongyuan province, with average backgrounds. How could there be master-level treasures? The middle-aged man with the goatee was also taken aback, lifting the purple battle knife with both hands, examining it closely, and channeling his energy into the knife for a simple test. Soon, he showed a delighted expression. It really is a master-level battle weapon. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. At that moment, someone reacted, staring at the young man in surprise. He seems to be a descendant of that master from Jinhe City. No wonder, although that master from Jinhe City has fallen for many years and the city has gradually declined. The foundation still remains. I thought he looked somewhat familiar and could produce a master-level battle weapon, it turns out. Others began to whisper among themselves. The indifferent young man looked at Zhou Yi, who was fondling the battle knife with great affection, and said coldly, you urgently need the martial sovereign key. The real reason is that your Zhou family is weak in Hongxia City. If you take the key back, you definitely won't be able to keep it. Trading with me for the master-level battle weapon will not only enhance your Zhou family's strength, but those few master families will also not make a move to snatch it. A win-win situation. Damn it, who told you our Zhou family is weak? A young man beside Zhou Yi was furious. Shut up. Zhou Yi lightly scolded, then turned to the indifferent young man, smiling faintly. What you said is correct, I do have this intention. Your conditions are also very tempting, but... He shook his head regretfully, handing the battle knife back. Compared to the battle weapon, I prefer other equivalent treasures. Upon hearing this, the indifferent young man showed no expression, took the battle weapon, and turned to leave. As he departed, 7 or 8 people in the square exchanged glances, quietly leaving as well. Yi Chen noticed this and a hint of unease flashed in his eyes. A group of reckless fools. At that moment, a cold laugh sounded from beside him. Even the descendants of masters dare to rob, they are seeking their own death. Yi Chen turned to look at a lean man beside him, who wore a mocking expression, and curiously asked, "What do you mean by that, brother?" The lean man glanced at him and shook his head. The martial sovereign. Key is so precious, and it's a transaction in the wilderness, no family feels secure about it. Although this week, Joey River does not allow 5th-level martial masters to come for transactions, who would feel at ease? Many 5th-level martial masters are currently waiting outside the trading area for a pickup. He sighed, if it weren't for the weak strength of the surrounding cities, with the strongest being only 5th level martial masters, there would probably be stronger ones coming. I see, Yi Chen pondered, so it seems that even if this transaction is completed, it will inevitably lead to a bloody battle. That's right, but that's not our concern as ordinary martial masters, we can just watch the excitement. The lean man looked at Yi Chen and smiled, but little brother, you should have someone to pick you up, right? Yi Chen smiled, do I? I don't even know myself. Ha, little brother, there's no need to hide it, there's nothing to conceal. Besides, I just saw it. The lean man chuckled, when the martial sovereign key was activated, I noticed that among us, you seemed the most relaxed. Even the 5th level martial master next to Joey River wasn't as relaxed as you. You must have some rare treasures on you to withstand the pressure. As he spoke, a hint of barely noticeable greed flashed in his eyes. Oh, do you want to see the treasures I have? Yi Chen looked at him with a deep gaze. Is that possible? That would be great. The lean man was overjoyed, but in the next moment, his expression stiffened as he felt a chilling killing intent wash over him, sending shivers down his spine. He couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Forget it, I was just joking. That's a pity, Yi Chen replied. Indifferently, turning his head back to look at the transaction at Joey River. The lean man's expression changed, and he ultimately left awkwardly. This kid is a bit strange, better not provoke him. After the small episode, the transaction had reached the third person. The second person had clearly failed. The third person was a rather stout middle-aged man, dressed in gray, wearing a monkey face mask. His voice was deep as he said, "Please step back." Joey River was somewhat surprised but still retreated a bit. The young man beside him curled his lip, playing tricks. Hearing this, Joey River shot him a cold glance, and he reluctantly moved away with his girlfriend. Seeing the few people step aside, the middle-aged man with the monkey face mask stroked his spatial ring, and with a loud crash, a huge white elephant leg appeared on the ground. The elephant leg fell heavily, cracking the ground and causing the entire square to tremble violently. The elephant leg was about 3 meters high, its surface glistening like white jade, and even the broken part showed a jade-like texture, with no trace of blood visible. From a distance, it looked particularly strange and eye-catching. For a moment, everyone present was stunned, unable to discern what it was. Joey River was also taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. This is a 5th-level exotic beast, the leg of a white jade spirit elephant, the middle-aged man with the monkey face mask said in a deep voice. This elephant leg can produce 10 portions of 5th-level pure chi and blood powder. 5th-level pure chi and blood powder? Upon hearing this, everyone present turned pale. Martial artists wanting to break through to the next level not only need the blood essence of exotic beasts but also require their own chi and blood to be sufficiently pure. Only with sufficiently pure chi and blood can one break through smoothly. Otherwise, even with the blood essence of exotic beasts, the breakthrough can easily fail, wasting the precious blood. And chi and blood, aside from being cultivated through hard work, even consuming exotic beast meat can lead to some impurities in the chi and blood. Not to mention using wild spirit herbs or artificially refined chi and blood powder. Relying on these external substances to cultivate chi and blood results in even more impurities. However, in today's era, there are hardly any martial artists who do not consume some exotic beast meat or chi and blood powder. Except for Yi Chen. He used to be poor and couldn't afford chi and blood powder, so naturally, his chi and blood were very pure. Later, when he could afford it, he no longer needed it due to his achievement panel. The achievement panel was enhanced, and the vitality he gained was entirely equivalent to what he had cultivated himself. Pure and unmatched. This was also why he found it so easy to break through, without any concern for failure. Yi Chen looked at the white jade elephant leg, his expression shifting slightly. Most vitality elixirs were made from the flesh of exotic beasts. He rarely consumed exotic beast meat, and when he did, it was mostly to replenish his body's energy, so it didn't have much of an impact on him. In fact, the human body has a strong detoxification ability, especially after becoming a martial artist. This ability becomes even more formidable. As long as the exotic beast meat or wilderness spirit herbs consumed are minimal, over time, the body can gradually expel the mixed vitality. This ensures that the vitality remains sufficiently pure. However, in today's era, everyone is trying every means to become stronger, and no one can maintain pure vitality. On the contrary, most people repeatedly fail to break through due to impure vitality. The pure vitality elixir refers to a vitality elixir that is completely free of any mixed vitality. Consuming it not only does not affect the purity of the vitality but can also increase the chances of breaking through. Those who have used it may not say it's 100%, but over 90% of them can successfully break through. It's not very useful for me, but Yi Chen glanced around and saw that everyone present had bloodshot eyes, breathing heavily, staring intently at the white jade elephant leg. This desire was much stronger than when the martial sovereign key had just appeared. Indeed, while the martial sovereign key was precious, this was a tangible breakthrough in realms, strengthening oneself, especially since many had experienced breakthrough failures and were even more eager to obtain it. A level 5 pure vitality elixir, if used properly, can produce 10 level 6 martial masters. Joey Ha took a deep breath, his heart shaken. The refining of the pure vitality elixir requires rare materials from exotic beasts, which are extremely scarce. Like this white jade spirit elephant, he had only heard of it before. Today was the first time he had seen it, which was why he didn't recognize it. Brother Zhou, what do you think? The middle-aged man with a monkey face inquired. If it can be done, let's trade as soon as possible. It's a pity, if only it were a level 6 white jade spirit elephant. Joey Ha sighed lightly. Upon hearing this, the monkey-faced middle-aged man shook his head. A level 6 white jade spirit elephant can refine a level 6 pure vitality elixir. At that time, those top-tier martial masters from the heaven and earth rankings will come to fight for it. The martial sovereign key is rare for us, but not necessarily for them. After all, there isn't just this one key. If I really had a level 6 white jade spirit elephant, it wouldn't be difficult to exchange 2 keys from them. Indeed, I was too greedy. Joey Ha hesitated. How about this? You wait a moment, I'll look at a few more items, and if nothing suitable comes up, we can exchange. That works, but please be quick. The monkey-faced middle-aged man glanced towards the direction outside the trading area, his eyes flashing with a hint of seriousness. After saying this, he quietly waited aside. Next, the remaining people also stepped forward to trade. What they brought out were all incredibly precious treasures that one would rarely even see, dazzling everyone present. Yi Chen watched, unable to help but swallow hard, feeling immensely tempted. He saw quite a few spirit herbs like the dragon blood fruit that could enhance physical constitution, and their effects were far superior to the dragon blood fruit, even the purple crystal heart. Besides these, there were also martial skills he had been longing for. Unfortunately, they turned out to be master-level martial skills, and they were incomplete, only allowing cultivation up to a minor success, which was a bit frustrating. Of course, even if that person was selling it, he couldn't afford it. As he watched one person after another leave dejectedly, Joey Ha still hadn't found a suitable trading treasure. Yi Chen also stopped watching the commotion and wandered around the square by himself. He hoped to get lucky and encounter an S-level martial skill for trade. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he found nothing. The main issue was that S-level items were in a rather awkward position. Those from outside the city were keen to exchange for the martial sovereign key. Naturally, everyone is aware of the value of the key, and the treasures it brings are the foundation of each family, far exceeding S-rank. Excluding those from outside the market, the local trading areas simply cannot produce S-rank treasures. The most precious ones are only A-rank. Could it be that I can only create a false identity and go to another city to buy? Yi Chen frowned and thought. Although his personal information was blocked, there are gray areas everywhere, and creating an identity isn't difficult. Otherwise, those wanted criminals wouldn't be so hard to catch. However, ordinary cities might not have S-rank martial skills. Jinhe City has produced a master. The martial arts hall left by that master still exists and is very likely to have S-rank martial skills. Yi Chen pondered. However, Jinhe City is neither too far nor too close from here. After crossing the Lima wilderness, there are still 2 more wastelands to pass through. If he could walk from the city, it would naturally be faster, but crossing the wasteland on foot would take a long time. In today's era, with the invasion of the Wasteland, almost all cities are separated by wastelands. However, for most cities, the Martial Alliance will find a way to open a railway for travel. This railway is guarded by the Beast Town Army, although it is often attacked by alien beasts, it is still considered safe. Of course, driving is also an option. But his own car cannot go on the railway and can only head towards the wasteland. The terrain of the wasteland is rugged, and driving such a large vehicle, especially with alien beasts around, is less efficient than running on foot. This is also why Li Yuanzhou said that by blocking Yi Chen's personal information, he would be unable to leave Ningjiang City. Without the option of the city railway, he could only cross the wasteland, which is fraught with danger, a near-death experience. Ordinary people would never choose this route. I can only go take a look at Jinhe City. Yi Chen felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to achieve the status of a martial arts master in the short term. Before I leave, I'll see if I can buy a fake identity in the trading area to avoid reaching Jinhe City and not being able to enter. He made plans in his mind, preparing to turn around and leave. After searching for a while, Yi Chen still couldn't find any S-rank martial skills, so he decided not to linger and set off. At this moment, Zhou Yiha had also looked over all the treasures prepared for exchange. But no one met the requirements. By now, he could only turn his gaze to the middle-aged man with the monkey face mask, saying helplessly, "If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted time and would have traded directly with you." "No worries," the middle-aged man with the monkey face smiled, "it hasn't taken much time. So, Brother Zhou, shall we trade?" "All right." Zhou Yiha handed over the black box, smiling, "You can check it." The middle-aged man with the monkey face also took out the beast leg of the white jade spirit elephant, saying, "The white jade spirit elephant is unique. When blood and energy flow into it, its surface will glow. You should also check carefully to see if there are any issues, to avoid misunderstandings later." Zhou Yiha nodded, and the two prepared to inspect each other's goods to complete the transaction. The onlookers watched with immense envy. Whether it was the martial venerable key or the white jade spirit elephant, both were rare treasures. "Wait!" A sudden rough voice rang out. It was a middle-aged man with a full beard and a stout figure. He swaggered onto the stage. "I have a treasure. I wonder if Brother Zhou is interested in exchanging." "Oh, what treasure?" Zhou Yiha paused his actions, looking over with curiosity. "The Black Demon Master's treasure." As soon as the bearded man's voice fell, everyone present changed their expressions dramatically. "The Black Demon Master's treasure?" Yi Chen's pupils constricted, and he stopped in his tracks, suddenly turning to look. In the center of the square, the bearded man extended his hand, holding a pitch-black, deep-seated seed that shimmered with a faint golden pattern. The black seed floated in mid-air, and the surrounding people were utterly shocked. "Is this the Black Demon Master's treasure?" The Black Demon Master was ranked third on the master list back in the day, with combat power comparable to that of a Grand Master. That's right, it's rumored that he even ambushed a Grandmaster and successfully killed him, relying on that incredibly strange black magic secret technique. The origins of the black magic secret technique are mysterious. It's said that even martial sovereigns cannot see through it, feeling that it transcends martial skills and is almost sorcery. Yes, after the fall of the Black Magic Master, it is rumored that he left the black magic secret technique and all his lifelong treasures in a single black magic blade. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, their faces reflecting an undeniable shock. Not to mention the entirety of the Black Magic Master's treasures, even obtaining that rarely seen black magic secret technique would be an immense fortune. Is that really true? Yi Chen was also greatly shaken, quickly taking out his own black seed, covering it with his palm, and scanning it rapidly. In comparison, the two seeds were completely identical, with not a single deviation. The only difference was that his seed had two golden patterns, while the bearded man's seed had only one. Yi Chen frowned. After he absorbed the first golden pattern from his black seed, he had derived the cultivation method for the black mist. However, the second golden pattern had remained unabsorbed for a long time. Despite using various methods, he couldn't touch it at all. Moreover, wasn't this seed the Black Magic Master's lifelong treasure? Among thousands of black magic blades, there was only one. How could it be the Black Magic Master? Yi Chen's expression fluctuated, his heart filled with heightened vigilance, and he finally turned to take a glance before walking away. He needed to be more cautious in the future, there was likely something amiss here. After a moment, Yi Chen left his shop, feeling a bit of a headache. He had underestimated the complexity of using a false identity. Not only was there none in the trading area, but several shopkeepers had also warned him not to mention it in the trading area to avoid causing trouble. Forget it, I'll think of another way. Yi Chen shook off his thoughts and prepared to leave the trading area. Before departing, he glanced at the square. At that moment, the transactions in the square had been completed. The bearded man put away the black box, laughing heartily, and embraced Zhou He, who also wore a beaming smile. They were chatting about getting together for drinks when they had time. Clearly, their transaction had gone quite smoothly. And they were both very satisfied. In contrast, the middle-aged man with the monkey mask coldly glanced at the bearded man, his voice icy. "I'll remember you." After saying that, he turned and strode away. The bearded man was unfazed, laughing again with Joey, giving each other hearty pats on the shoulder and making plans to meet again in the future before finally turning to leave. As he headed east, Joey watched his retreating figure, his eyes flickering, and said, "Let's go too." After that, he led his group westward. In the square, people gradually dispersed, though many wore secretive expressions, with cold smiles at the corners of their mouths, heading towards the east and west, each pursuing their own paths. Yi Chen glanced around, not feeling inclined to get involved. If there were S-rank martial skills, he might have mustered the courage to try and pick up a bargain. But there weren't any now, and outside the trading area, many 5th-level martial masters were lurking, so it was better not to stir things up. He headed north. In the center of the square, the burly middle-aged man who had previously advised everyone not to cause trouble in the trading area also stepped out. Seeing that the transactions had been completed without incident, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked into the distance, shaking his head. It seemed inevitable that there would be a bloody struggle for dominance soon. He just hoped it wouldn't involve him. Yi Chen hurried along. The north was precisely the direction to continue deeper into the wilderness, which was also his next destination. Once I get to the Black Flood Dragon, I need to be careful of that ice-cold serpent, he thought, considering his next moves. Clang, clang. Suddenly, a sound of blades clashing came from ahead. Yi Chen paused, using the cloud concealment technique to suppress his aura, moving stealthily forward. Then, upon seeing the scene ahead, he was completely stunned. Ahead, two people were locked in a life and death struggle. One of them was the bearded man, and the other, surprisingly, was Joey. Yi Chen? He was a bit dumbfounded. Weren't these two supposed to have gone in opposite directions, one east and the other west? What was going on? How did they end up in front of him? These two guys, could they be doing this on purpose, knowing someone is watching them? And deliberately taking a false direction? Yi Chen's heart stirred. Excluding the false directions east and west, only north and south remained. The south was the direction away from the wasteland, while the north led deeper into it. In such situations, people usually took their treasures and quickly left the wasteland to enter the city. So, in a normal person's thinking, if they couldn't catch up in the false direction, they would definitely head south, not north. Reverse thinking, these two guys are clever. Yi Chen's expression was somewhat strange, but it seemed that neither of them had anticipated that the other would have the same idea. That was why they ran into each other. After encountering each other, they clearly became greedy for each other's treasures and started fighting fiercely. Now, the Black Demon Seed and the Martial Sovereign Key are probably in their hands. Yi Chen's heart raced. He glanced around and surprisingly did not see the 5th-level martial artist elder guarding Joey. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the 5th-level martial artist went west to draw people away from Joey? To be honest, that possibility was quite high. Without the 5th-level martial artist, these two seemingly weak ordinary 4th-level martial artists die for me. At that moment, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. The two, who were evenly matched, saw the bearded man suddenly erupt. He swung his knife down heavily, covered in a blood-red blade aura and a strange black mist. Yi Chen's pupils constricted as he stared intently at the black mist. Slash! The sound of flesh tearing echoed. The bearded man's knife nearly cleaved through Joey's chest, causing Joey to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. As his body hit the ground, a violent explosion sounded from his chest. Flesh and bone fragments splattered everywhere. Clearly, he was not going to survive. The bearded man was not in good shape either. In the end, Joey managed to slash off nearly one of his arms with a sword, and now he was dragging his severed arm. Breathing heavily, he quickly approached Joey, crouching down to rummage through his belongings. Soon, he pulled out a black cloth bag, took out the Black Demon Seed inside, and also retrieved the Martial Sovereign Key from his own body. Then, holding the two items, he looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. They are all mine. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of a branch snapping came from behind. Who is it? The bearded man turned sharply, his eyes fierce as he demanded, Who is it? Come out. A delicate-looking young man in black hesitantly stepped out, cautiously glancing at the corpse on the ground, his voice trembling. How can you kill someone? So it's just a little brat. The bearded man let out a sigh of relief, then mocked, What, can't I kill if I want to? This is wrong. The young man stuttered, appearing particularly nervous and awkward. Kid, it's your first time in the wasteland, right? So ignorant. The bearded man grinned maliciously, seeing the young man shivering and taking 2 steps back, which only pleased him more. He laughed heartily, gesturing to the 2 items in his hand. See this? The Martial Sovereign Key, the Black Demon Seed, both are master-level treasures. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll teach you a lesson. Killing and snatching treasures in the wasteland is a required course. Master-level treasures? The young man's eyes widened. That's right, jealous, huh? The bearded man became even more smug, suddenly saying, "Oh, but you seem familiar, haven't I seen you in the square?" Before he could ponder further, the young man's eyes sparkled with desire as he asked, "Can I touch them?" "No way." The bearded man sneered coldly, "Not solving you right away, but letting you take a few more looks, is already showing me mercy. You still think you can take advantage of that?" "Oh, is that so?" The young man appeared quite regretful. In the next moment, his blood surged explosively, his whole body shining with golden light, a shadow of a black serpent swirling behind him, howling at the sky. He looked like a god or a demon, exuding a fierce aura. Then, with a chilling tone, he said in the face of the bearded man's stunned expression, "You want to take advantage? Not even a touch is allowed. Then I'll kill you and take it, touching it every day." Starry sky-breaking cloud fist. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent as he threw a punch, a blue fist imprint, covered in thick clouds suddenly sweeping across the sky. The massive fist imprint, nearly 2 meters wide, moved at incredible speed, like a blue meteor flashing through the air. In an instant, it appeared right in front of the bearded man. The bearded man was horrified, his soul nearly escaping him, as he swung down with all his might, a blood-red blade light slashing out. At the same time, a thick black mist emerged from his body, forming a black shield. Yi Chen's heart stirred. This guy had so much black mist, it completely enveloped most of his body. Boom! The blade light was instantly crushed, the blue fist imprint slammed violently against the shield formed by the black mist, producing a deafening explosion. The bearded man spat out blood on the spot, his body flying backward. As soon as he hit the ground, he fled in a panic without looking back, his heart filled with terror. 20,000 battle power, damn it, where did this kid come from to have such terrifying strength? Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise, not expecting it to be blocked. That black mist shield seemed to be a new method of controlling the black mist, using its explosive properties to actually negate the starry sky-breaking cloud fist. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he threw another punch. This time, the black mist on the bearded man was sparse, unable to form a black shield, and he was directly sent flying by a punch, crashing into a tree. Covered in blood, he staggered to his feet, only to fall back down, unable to stand. Yi Chen walked over, picked up the martial sovereign key and the black demon seed from the ground. After playing with the two items, he looked at the black demon seed in his hand and curiously asked, "What was that black shield technique you just used? If you let me go, I will tell you." The bearded man's face was pale, his voice weak, as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Yi Chen shrugged. "If you don't want to say, fine, I'll figure it out myself." With a sudden burst of strength, he crushed the bearded man's head, looted his spatial ring, and the black mist surged from his hand. This time, the black mist appeared extremely active, eagerly covering the bearded man's corpse. Moments later, it surged back to him. Yi Chen looked at the black mist enveloping his arms, rich and dark, his gaze slightly focused. It had grown significantly. What was once barely enough to cover one arm now had increased so much. Normally, when he killed martial masters or exotic beasts, the growth wasn't this substantial. Could it be because he gained more from killing? Or Yi Chen glanced at the bearded man's corpse on the ground, his heart stirred. Perhaps it was because this guy also had black mist? Although forming the black shield consumed a lot, the remainder was devoured by him, which also explained why his black mist had suddenly increased so much. This thing is getting more and more bizarre. Yi Chen looked at the black mist in his hand. If it weren't so useful, he really wouldn't want to have much to do with it. After casually throwing out a ball of devouring golden sun flame to consume the corpse on the ground, he walked towards Zhou Yihe, preparing to search him. At this moment, Zhou Yihe raised his trembling hand, his voice strained, please spare my nephew. Not dead?" Yi Chen was somewhat surprised as he stepped closer, taking a sharp breath. Zhou Yihe's chest had been blown open, revealing stark white bones. His organs shattered. A normal person would have died long ago. Yet he was hanging on by sheer willpower, clinging to the last breath of life. At this moment, he lay on the ground, his bloodshot eyes wide open, trembling. As he reached out a hand, weakly pleading, "Please, spare my nephew." "Your nephew?" Yi Chen glanced around and then sensed two more presences in the nearby tree hole. He looked at Zhou Yihe's tragic state, paused for a moment, and nodded slightly. After receiving consent, the light in Zhou Yihe's eyes dimmed, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Yi Chen sighed softly. This man was indeed worthy of respect. He stood up, no longer using the black mist to consume the body, but instead searched for his spatial ring and walked towards the tree hole. Boom! He slashed the entrance of the tree hole with a knife, his voice deep. "You are safe now, just head east." After saying that, he turned and left. Inside the tree hole, two terrified cries erupted. "Don't kill me, just kill my third uncle. The treasure of the Black Demon Master is with him, not With me, please don't kill me. Woo-woo, it has nothing to do with me, I'm not involved. Yi-Chen stopped in his tracks and turned back into the tree hole. Inside, a young man and woman were curled up in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Kill your third uncle, but don't kill you. Yi-Chen squinted. If your third uncle knew about this, he wouldn't rest in peace. Please don't kill me, I was just saying that, I didn't mean to. Really rob you, don't make a move. The young man was crying and banging his head in desperation. The girl was also sobbing loudly. It has nothing to do with me, I just encouraged him a bit. Who knew that Zhou Chuan would actually say he wanted to rob you? Yi-Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Then he shook his head gently. I said Joey has seemed cautious, not the type to act recklessly. Even if he really wanted to get the martial sovereign key back, how could he fight to the death himself? It turns out he was forced to act and fell at the hands of his own nephew. Hearing his voice, the young man realized that the newcomer was not the bearded man. But soon, he saw the blood on Yi-Chen and the long knife in his hand, fear creeping onto his face. Yi-Chen slowly walked over. As he approached with the knife, the young man could no longer hold back. Grabbing the girl by the throat, his face twisted. Don't come any closer, if you do, I'll kill her. Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow. The young girl cried and cursed, Woo-woo, Zhou Chuan, you bastard, are you out of your mind? Why are you grabbing me? Damn it, don't worry about it, if I survive, I'll burn paper for you. Zhou Chuan glared fiercely at Yi-Chen, tightening his grip on the young girl's throat. Get lost, if I escape, I'll leave her for you to enjoy. Yi-Chen smiled and actually took a step back. Seeing this, Zhou Chuan's eyes flashed with malice. Hurry up and get lost, as far away as you can. Whoosh! A streak of white knife energy suddenly flashed. A head rolled to the ground. Blood splattered on the young girl's face. She was momentarily stunned, then crawled over frantically. Thank you, thank you. Thank me for what? Yi-Chen asked curiously. I saved you because I wanted to kill you myself. Why are you thanking me? The young girl's eyes widened, and she suddenly looked up, only to see a hand coming down. In your next life, don't be so mouthy and encourage others. Yi-Chen's expression was calm as he struck down, and with a thud, another body fell to the ground. He threw out 2 balls of golden sun flame to incinerate the body and turned to leave. Outside, Yi-Chen glanced at Joey-Ha's corpse on the ground and shook his head slightly. Joey-Ha was indeed unfortunate. He had coincidentally encountered that bearded man, which was nothing, but who would have thought his own nephew would run his mouth, saying he wanted to rob the other? This directly angered the bearded man, leading to a fight. Unexpectedly, in the end, the mouthy nephew survived, but he himself ended up dead, and the nephew he wanted to protect turned out to be a heartless person. He surveyed the area, preparing to bury Joey-Ha. No matter what, just for that perseverance, this person truly deserves some respect. Bastard! At that moment, an old, furious voice came from a distance. The air exploded, like a raging thunder. Yi-Chen's expression changed. That voice belonged to the old man beside Joey-Ha, a 5th-level martial artist. A tall, thin old man rushed over, and as soon as he landed, he saw the bloody corpse on the ground. His eyes widened in horror, and he cried out, Ehe! He staggered, stumbling to Joey-Ha's corpse, his voice filled with sorrow. You shouldn't have separated from me. You pride yourself on your cleverness, thinking no one would expect you to leave from this side, the safest route, but how can you call it safe with such insufficient strength? I hate it. I hate it. The old man roared, his entire body bursting with energy, and the air resonated with a continuous, loud thunder of his vital energy. In total, it rang out 7 times. Inside the tree hollow, Yi-Chen's expression changed. 7 thunders of vital energy, with the energy value exceeding 70,000, not to mention the combat power. Fortunately, he acted quickly and hid, otherwise, he would have been crushed to death. By now. You bastard from just now, stop hiding. I know you haven't run far. The tall, thin old man collected Joey-Ha's corpse, his face dark, his gaze sharp and cold like a hawk, scanning the surroundings. It was silent, not a sound to be heard. Do you think you can hide? The old man said coldly, if I let you escape today, what face would I have left? With that, he threw a punch. Boom! A massive tree exploded, revealing the scene inside the tree hollow. 2 thick black snakes, strange beasts, were entwined together, whispering sweet nothings, preparing for some indecent act. With their home invaded, they immediately became furious, hissing angrily and charging forward. Then, they were flattened. The tall, thin old man remained indifferent, continuing to search each spot meticulously, not missing a single place. Soon, he blew open another tree hollow, revealing 2 charred corpses inside. Zhou Chuan! The old man exclaimed, rushing into the tree hollow, then grimacing as he collected the 2 bodies. Damn bastard, don't let me find you! He stormed off, continuing to search other tree hollows carefully. After he left, in the darkness of the tree hollow, Yi-Chen let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, the most dangerous places were the safest. If the old man had checked carefully, he would have definitely found him. But seeing the two corpses, his anger clouded his mind, causing him to overlook it. The tall, thin old man quickly searched the surrounding area but still found no one, detecting no presence. It was as if that person had vanished into thin air, leaving his face pale with anger as he left. Yi Chen remained motionless, continuing to hide in place. In fact, he could have taken the risk and escaped quickly just now. But the terrain here was open, and the opponent was already close. If he had escaped slowly, even if he concealed his aura, he would still have been spotted directly. It was safer to hide nearby. He just didn't expect the old man to be so patient, searching so thoroughly that he almost got discovered. Yi Chen didn't rush to leave, continuing to wait. After a moment, the tall, thin old man actually returned, his cold gaze sweeping around before he left again. Then came the second time, and the third time. By the third time, he had completely lost his patience, giving a cursory glance before leaving. Yi Chen remained very patient, instead pondering. Since he needed to master 3S level martial techniques, he might as well start deducing 2 of them now. He began to deduce the Yaoguang 7-star step. This was a martial technique for movement, capable of explosive speed, but it consumed a tremendous amount of vital energy, best used for escaping. Before long, the Yaoguang 7-star step was deduced to the perfected realm. The deduction of S-level martial techniques required 100 achievements for initial mastery, 200 for minor mastery, and 300 for major mastery. This time, it directly consumed 600 achievement points. Yi Chen glanced at the achievement panel. He only had 900 achievement points left, which was quite a loss. However, at this point, he didn't hesitate and began to deduce the Starry Fist again. Soon, the Starry Fist reached great success, and he comprehended the third move, the Starry Shatter Sun Fist. An S-rank martial skill at great success can enhance combat power by 2000. Yi Chen pondered in his heart. The initial stage enhances by 500, the minor success by 1000, and the great success by 2000. As for the perfection stage, it should be 3000 combat power. Of course, this is for ordinary S-rank martial skills. It is said that some top-tier S-rank martial skills can enhance combat power by 5000. At this point, he only had 600 achievement points left, which was indeed a huge consumption. However, it was just enough to deduce the last S-rank martial skill to the great success stage. Yi Chen then took out the Martial Sovereign Key and the Black Demon Seeds. The Martial Sovereign Key was a small black box. He tried to open it but found it impossible. After thinking for a moment, he slowly infused his vital energy, and the black box emitted a glow, as if a faint phantom was about to appear. Unfortunately, after the phantom appeared, the black box still did not open. Forget it. If I can use it, I will. If not, I'll find a way to sell it. It's so sought. After that I can definitely exchange it for some good stuff. Yi Chen didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the Martial Sovereign was elusive, and it was just a key with an unclear purpose. In comparison, he was more concerned about the Black Demon Seeds. He took out the 2 Black Demon Seeds again and compared them. They were still completely identical, with no discrepancies whatsoever. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and tried to sense the golden patterns on the seeds with his spirit. When he obtained his own Black Demon Seed, it was by chance that he refined it through spiritual contact with the golden patterns. However, after multiple attempts, neither the bearded man's nor his own Black Demon Seed reacted. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, set down the 2 seeds, and rummaged through the bearded man's spatial ring. After searching for a while, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart and pulled out a worn notebook. Research on Black Demon Secret Techniques, Level 1 Mentor of Yujing Martial University, Zhang Yua. Yujing Martial University. Yi Chen's heart jolted. This was the top-ranked martial university among the 5 elite martial universities, undoubtedly the #1 martial arts university in Xia country. He quickly flipped open the notebook. It resembled a personal research record, and he didn't know how it ended up in the bearded man's hands. The beginning stated, when I was promoted to a level 1 mentor at Yujing Martial University, it coincided with the fall of the Black Demon Master, leaving behind thousands of Black Demon Blades and the Black Demon Treasure. The news of the Black Demon Treasure stirred even several martial sovereigns in Yujing City, who eagerly searched for the Black Demon Blades. Unfortunately, the vast majority of the Black Demon Blades were hidden in the Black Seal Tower, and even the formidable martial sovereigns found themselves powerless. I was originally curious about the Black Demon Blades, which could sense each other between the blade and sheath, and with the martial sovereigns flocking to the Black Demon Treasure. Moreover, having completed my old research topic, I wanted to find a new one to study. Under various factors, the Black Demon Blade was the most suitable. I estimate that if I complete this topic, I will have the opportunity to become the youngest dean of Yujing Martial University. The final handwriting was flamboyant, clearly showing that the writer was quite confident and pleased. Yi Chen continued to read on. Next, it detailed the mentor from Yujing Martial University dedicating himself to researching everything about the Black Demon Master. He patiently read on as time slowly passed. Finally, Yi Chen's pupils constricted as he looked at a certain part of the notebook and murmured, "Black Demon's secret scroll?" What Yi Chen saw were the last 2 pages. At this point, it was basically a summary. This mentor from Yujing Martial University was not only exceptionally intelligent but also a person of great perseverance, having gone through great hardships to gather various information. He even risked his life to sneak into the Black Seal Tower to learn more about the Black Demon Master. Through such tireless efforts, he indeed unveiled quite a bit of the mysterious veil surrounding the Black Demon Master. Of course, the mysterious power of the Black Magic Master relies entirely on the black magic secret techniques that even the martial sovereign refers to as evil arts. Therefore, the real study is still the black magic secret techniques. This mentor from Yujing Martial University stated that although the origin of the black magic secret techniques is unknown, they are by no means self-created by the Black Magic Master as rumored. The source of the black magic secret techniques is suspected to be an ancient parchment scroll known as the Black Magic Secret Scroll. It is said that the scroll records 99 strange secret techniques. Among them, the earlier the number, the more powerful the technique. The technique numbered 99 is called Black Magic Mist, which is the foundation of all other techniques and of utmost importance. The Black Magic Mist is elusive and possesses astonishing corrosive power. When stored in sufficient quantity, its damage to warriors is no less than that of the Supreme, the Golden Sun Flame. Therefore, mastering this mist is considered invincible in terms of equal combat power. Moreover, this mist also has a characteristic of delayed explosion, with an enormous explosive power. At this point, mentor Zhang Yuha of Yujing Martial University, still maintaining a rigorous attitude, noted that the explosive characteristic is merely a rumor, and he has not yet found evidence. Upon reading this, Yi Chen gently shook his head, as black mist appeared in his palm. This characteristic is indeed real. He just didn't expect that this black mist would have such a simple name, called Black Magic Mist. He continued to read on. Mentor Zhang Yuha explained that he speculated that the Black Magic Blade is one of the secret techniques in the Black Magic Secret Scroll. As for the number, it remains unclear for now. Additionally, the Black Magic Seed within the Black Magic Blade, which is rumored to be the Black Magic Treasure, might have issues. He also suspected that the purpose of the Black Magic Master in leaving this treasure is not simple, as the actual number of Black Magic Blades exceeds 1,000. Moreover, the Black Magic Seed is not just one. As of his statistics, he has already discovered 3. Based on the collected data, he boldly speculated that the total number of Black Magic Seeds should be between 8 and 10. Each Black Magic Seed is different. The 3 golden patterns on the seed each contain a secret technique, excluding the first golden pattern, which is the basic Black Magic Mist. The remaining 2 golden patterns contain different secret techniques. One is numbered 98, and the other is numbered 64, with a significant gap between them, depending entirely on luck. Yi Chen's heart stirred as he recalled the black shield that the bearded man had used earlier. That should be a type of black magic secret technique. He took out his own seed and looked at the 2 shining golden patterns on it, his expression unusual. After regaining his composure, he continued to look at the notebook. The remaining content was already sparse, mainly consisting of mentor Zhang Yuha's deductions about cultivating the black magic secret techniques and some reflections. The deduction was that to cultivate the black magic secret techniques, one needs to accumulate the black magic mist to a certain level, otherwise, one cannot sense the golden patterns on the seed. The reflection was that fortunately, the black magic secret techniques have a shortcoming. The black magic mist is a one-time use, and consumption requires replenishment. Otherwise, the Black Magic Master's strongest achievement would not have been the assassination of the Grand Master, but rather the martial sovereign. Yi Chen's pupils constricted slightly, and he exhaled softly. Regardless of anything else, he had cleared up his doubts about the black magic secret techniques for now. The last line of the page stated that mentor Zhang Yuha had researched and discovered the characteristics of the Black Magic Blade. That must conceal the black magic seeds. At the same time, he recalled that the Black Magic Blade in the Black Seal Tower met the requirements, so he took the risk to return to the Black Seal Tower. Can this really be researched? Yi Chen was taken aback, genuinely impressed. He had also obtained several black magic blades before, but regardless of their level, they all looked completely the same. Then his heart skipped a beat. There wouldn't be a method of identification on it, would there? His heart raced, and he quickly flipped to the last page, instantly overjoyed. There really was a method, and it was an even easier way to identify them. As long as a liquid made from dragon chantgrass, white lime, and green-tailed orchids was placed on the body of the black magic blade, the one that glowed, Yi Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, staring intently at the text below. Below is a blood handprint, the crimson imprint seeping ominously, within which some indistinct characters can be faintly seen. Black magic secret arts, dark sorcery, ominous. Yi Chen's heart Sank, this was the handwriting of mentor Zhang Yuha, and the notebook ended here, abruptly. It was not finished, more like it was suddenly interrupted. He looked at the 2 black magic seeds, then at the black magic mist in his hand, pondering for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. Forget it, no matter how ominous it is, I'll cultivate first and deal with the rest later. As long as my fists are hard enough and my strength is strong enough, I fear nothing. He closed the notebook, feeling rested, and then got up to leave. Half an hour later, Yi Chen looked at the scene before him, the ground littered with corpses, and frowned slightly. It seemed he had still underestimated the value of the martial artist keys and the black magic seeds. So many had died, including several 5th-level martial artists, one of whom he had even seen not long ago. His gaze swept across the area, landing on a tall, thin old man whose eyes were wide open, pierced through the abdomen by a sword, and he sighed inwardly. The life of a martial artist can sometimes be so fragile. I got lucky and picked up a big haul. Ordinary people won't suspect me, but I still have to be careful. These people have gone mad with killing. Yi Chen muttered to himself as he stepped over the corpses. There were simply too many bodies on the ground, many of their arms chopped off, clearly busy with fighting. They didn't even have time to search the bodies, directly severing arms to take away and search later. Meanwhile, the air was thick with the smell of blood. Yet, not a single beast dared to approach. The beasts were not foolish. With such a strong smell of blood, it was evident a large-scale massacre had occurred, and they wouldn't rush into meet their doom. Yi Chen hurried along when he suddenly spotted a rather large blue tent ahead, with 2 middle-aged men standing in front of it. The 2 men had cold expressions and said, "All passers-by, stop and submit to a search." "On what grounds?" a young man retorted angrily. "Is this road owned by your family?" Boom! The ground exploded into a large pit. One of the cold middle-aged men slowly retracted his palm. Seeing this, the young man turned pale with fear and quickly said, "Martial Master, you can search me, I'll cooperate fully." The other passers-by also reluctantly complied. "And that young man, you come over too." One of the cold middle-aged men looked towards Yi Chen, who was not far away. Yi Chen glanced over. 2 5th-level martial artists were indeed a big deal. But his physique was not bad, and with his mastery of the shaking light 7-star step, he could completely disregard the 2 and leave directly. Just in time to test the shaking light 7-star step. As he was thinking, his blood energy just began to circulate when suddenly his pupils constricted. A tall, sturdy man stepped out from the tent again. The man had a cold expression, and his blood energy naturally overflowed. It wasn't actively released, but it still gave off a terrifying pressure. 6th level. Martial artist? Yi Chen's expression changed completely. Yi Chen remained calm, suppressing his blood energy, and walked over. The sturdy man looked at the crowd and said indifferently, "An important figure from Yun Chuan City has gone missing, and he was carrying a treasure of our city. So, everyone cooperate. Once the inspection is done, you will be released and not troubled. Rest assured, we will cooperate fully. Please, feel free to search." The crowd responded in unison. A total of 7 or 8 people were searched very thoroughly. It took a full half hour before it was finally Yi Chen's turn. "You're the last." The 2 cold middle-aged men had indifferent gazes. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and stammered, "Can you not search me?" I. What's wrong with you?" One of the cold middle-aged men frowned. The other shook his head, "Forget it. He's so young, and Wang Xin is a martial artist, it must have nothing to do with him. Don't search him, let him go." "Thank you." Yi Chen was overjoyed and was about to leave quickly. Is he really just a boy? At that moment, the burly man, a 6th-level martial artist, spoke with an indifferent expression. In the next instant, he suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen and casually tore something. A human skin mask was ripped off, revealing Yi Chen's true appearance. "Ha!" The burly man was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Yi Chen's youthful face, he frowned and said, "Why are you wearing this human skin mask?" He had expected an adult face beneath the mask, but it turned out to be a boy. "The wilderness is too dangerous. I'm so handsome, and as a boy out in the world, I have to protect myself," Yi Chen said timidly, tightening his grip on the space ring in his hand. The burly man's mouth twitched slightly. The 2 cold middle-aged men beside him couldn't help but chuckle. The other passers-by who had already been searched also wore amused expressions. "Take out what you have in your hand." The burly man scanned the area and noticed something unusual in Yi Chen's hand, his voice turning cold and sharp. "Just take it out, it's just a check, we won't take your things. Don't worry, we are all martial artists, we won't covet your belongings," the 2 cold middle-aged men added with a smile. Yi Chen clenched his fist, his expression hesitant. "There's really nothing, can we skip the search?" Seeing this, the 2 cold middle-aged men's expressions gradually became serious. "What do you have in your hand?" Yi Chen hesitated, unsure of how to respond, but still refused to let go. "Humph." The burly man snorted coldly. extending his hand to forcibly shake Yi Chen's right hand, causing his space ring to fly out. I want to see what it is that makes you so nervous. His expression was indifferent as he dumped all the items from the space ring onto the ground. Instantly, a pile of disordered items appeared, including cash, survival tents for the wilderness, combat gear, and a bunch of clothes. However, unexpectedly, all those clothes were for young women, ranging from underwear to outerwear. Each piece was stylish and attractive. The burly man was stunned, staring blankly at a red lace item in his hand, feeling inexplicably hot. After a moment of silence, the first to crack up were the two cold middle-aged men. Unable to hold back, they burst into laughter. The burly man shot them a cold glare, and they quickly composed themselves. But as he turned his gaze away, laughter erupted from a distance, with several passers-by laughing uncontrollably. The burly man immediately lost his composure, but then something even more embarrassing happened. Woo-woo, I'm not living anymore. Yi Chen covered his face, snatched the lace item, and wiggled his hips, flamboyantly preparing to run into a tree. Damn! The burly man couldn't help but curse, hurriedly gathering all the items, tossing the space ring back to Yi Chen, and said darkly, "Get out of here, quickly." Yi Chen sobbed as he twisted away. The burly man felt incredibly embarrassed. Not wanting to look at him again, he turned to the other passers-by and took out a photo. "Everyone, if you see this person, please contact us in Yunchuan City, there will be a generous reward." Yi Chen glanced at it and his heart skipped a beat. The photo showed a short, bearded man, the very one he had killed earlier. And the other man's space ring was still in his possession. Thankfully it hadn't been searched. After the burly man finished speaking, he hurried back into the tent and didn't come out again. On the other side, seeing no one around, Yi Chen stopped and began to retch uncontrollably. Damn it, he almost made himself sick. He felt a bit speechless, but thankfully, he had finally gotten rid of it. Otherwise, if he had been searched, it would have been disastrous. It was also thanks to these items that he hadn't thrown away, which had come in handy today. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain just now. He didn't linger any longer and quickly left. 3 days later, in the core area of the wilderness, under the giant tree, Yi Chen stepped out, his feet stepping on a path of blue starlight, moving extremely fast, instantly covering several meters. Then, a punch came crashing down. Star-fragmenting sun fist. Boom! A massive black bull beast didn't even have time to react before its head exploded, and its body fell heavily to the ground. Screech! In the sky, a sharp eagle cry rang out. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. Without a word, he grabbed the corpse of the black bull beast and used the shaking light 7-star step to escape. Just as he left, a gigantic black eagle, over 10 meters long, suddenly swooped down, its claws crashing heavily onto the ground. Instantly, the ground cracked, creating huge fissures. The black eagle scanned with its sharp eyes, and after failing to find any trace of a person, it screeched angrily and soared into the air. Not far away, inside a tree hole, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. In the past 2 days, after entering the inner region of the wasteland, powerful beasts had become increasingly common, with 5th-level beasts not being rare. Like that black eagle just now, incredibly fierce, he wouldn't stand a chance in a confrontation, he wouldn't last even a second. And the area beyond the Mu wasteland was just an ordinary wasteland. The remaining 11 wastelands leading to Tiankai City were even more dangerous. The road is still long, take it slow. Yi Chen exhaled lightly, not putting too much pressure on himself. He took out the corpse of the black bull he had just killed, and black demonic mist surged out, quickly engulfing it. Soon, the black demonic mist slowly retracted. At this moment, the amount of black demonic mist was substantial, already covering most of his body, not less than the scruffy beard he had before. Yi Chen looked at the black mist on his body, pondered for a moment, and took out 2 black demonic seeds. The first one had only a single golden line on it. The other had 2. He tried to sense the golden lines on the 2 seeds. The first seed showed no reaction, while on the second, the golden light flickered, and suddenly one golden line disappeared. Yi Chen was delighted at this sight. His consciousness quickly sank into his mind. At this moment, a new message appeared in his mind. Serial number 66, Secret Technique Black Demonic Cocoon. Secret Technique Effect, Conceal Breath, Defense. Serial number 66? Yi Chen's heart stirred. The number was not low, so the secret technique should be good. He controlled the black demonic mist and began to condense the black demonic cocoon. The black demonic technique didn't require cultivation. As long as one mastered the method, it could be used directly. Gradually, the black mist on his body condensed, ultimately forming a large black cocoon that enveloped him entirely. Before long, a red-eyed rabbit with 3 ears hopped into the tree hole. The rabbit lay down to the side, completely unaware of the black cocoon's presence, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Bang! The black cocoon shattered. Yi Chen reached out and swiftly chopped off the rabbit's head, deep in thought. The ability to conceal breath was quite good. He just didn't know how strong its defensive capability was, but the black demonic mist was a one-time use item, and he was reluctant to expend it. A day later, in the core area of the Mu wasteland, before an enormous deep pool, Yichen stopped in his tracks, gazing at the deep pool with bright eyes. Finally arrived. First, find a way to obtain the blood of the black flood dragon, then find a city to refine it into essence. Blood, and I can break through to a martial master. At that time, I'll also buy an S-rank martial technique. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. After breaking through to a martial master, his combat power would undergo a qualitative transformation. By then, perhaps he could challenge a 5th-level martial master right after breaking through to a 4th-level martial master. Suppressing his anticipation and joy, Yi Chen restrained his breath and cautiously approached. Although he concealed his breath, he remained very cautious, stopping to observe with every step before continuing forward. There was no other reason that Icy Blue Snake had a high chance of returning. Although the Cloud Breath technique was useful, it might not be able to defend against a 6th-level peak beast close to a master. After all, after breaking through to a martial master, a martial artist's control over their own breath would be quite formidable. At the same time, their sensing ability would also be very keen. Rumbling. At that moment, a low thunder suddenly echoed in the sky. Yi Chen looked up and saw that the sky was clear and the sunlight bright, causing him to pause in surprise. Is it going to rain? The weather is clearly so nice. Rumbling. Thunder rumbled, and in an instant, the sky changed dramatically. Thick, dark clouds rapidly swept in, gathering together. In the surrounding tall woods, countless strange beasts, panicked and flustered, darted out as if fleeing from some disaster, all escaping. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Looking up to see the heavy clouds above, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring within, he turned his head to look elsewhere. A stretch of silence, still sunny and bright, as if this place were two entirely different worlds. His expression changed slightly, something felt off. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous thunderclap sounded, and the electric light within the clouds crackled explosively, silver lightning darting wildly. Then, to Yi Chen's astonished gaze, a massive lake of lightning formed. Within the lake of lightning, a bolt of thunder shot out, resembling a thick silver snake, fiercely crashing into the deep pool below. Bang! The water of the pool splashed up to over 10 meters high. Then, another bolt of thunder struck down, and the entire deep pool was instantly torn apart. Roar! An angry, high-pitched dragon's roar echoed from below the deep pool. Yi Chen's pupils constricted. Was that the black dragon? He suddenly looked up at the sky, at the continuously striking thunder from the crimson-purple lake of lightning. A terrifying suspicion arose in his heart. That black dragon, could it be undergoing tribulation? As this thought emerged, Yi Chen felt a chill run through him, a shiver of dread, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. If the black dragon was indeed undergoing tribulation, it meant that the black dragon had successfully transformed into a dragon, and was now facing the true dragon tribulation. Once it passed the thunder tribulation, it would no longer be a dragon but a true dragon, a martial sovereign-level beast. Rumble! The lake of lightning in the sky danced with silver snakes, electric light dazzling and blinding. Huge bolts of thunder continued to crash down. The entire deep pool had been completely split in half, with a deep chasm in the middle, into which the thunder roared. Simultaneously, from within the chasm, the low, angry roars of the black dragon echoed with the thunder strikes. From a distance, it looked dark and gloomy, with the sun and moon obscured, trees swaying violently, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Yi Chen clenched his fists, his gaze shifting constantly. Finally, he gritted his teeth, blood and energy surging, and charged forward with all his might. Once the black dragon transformed, breaking through to martial sovereign, it would require a massive amount of blood and energy to replenish its weakened body. At that time, all the beasts and martial artists on the Limu wilderness would be unable to escape. Moreover, this was far from enough. Next would be Ningjiang City. So he had to confirm whether the black dragon was truly transforming, and how long it would take to succeed. Then he would quickly return to Ningjiang City to have Minister Long evacuate the citizens. I hope it's not transforming. Yi Chen's palm trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, calming himself, and rushed towards the deep pool with all his strength. Master Hong Yang had once said that the black dragon needed a year to successfully transform. Master Hong Yang was knowledgeable and should not be mistaken. Thunder after thunder continued to crash down. The small bolts of lightning that splashed onto the ground instantly created a large pit, causing Yi Chen's expression to change. The damage was too high, he couldn't withstand it. A thought flashed through his mind, and immediately, a dense black magic mist emerged, enveloping his entire body. In an instant, a black cocoon appeared. The black magic mist on me can only last half an hour, I must hurry. Yi Chen controlled the black cocoon, gliding towards the deep pool. The black cocoon was incredibly light, skimming over the water's surface like a Dragonfly touching down, while he inside had enough visibility to see the scenes outside. He maneuvered the black cocoon forward, dodging numerous splashes of thunder. However, there were still quite a few extremely small bolts of lightning that he couldn't avoid, crashing onto the black cocoon. Fortunately, although the areas where the black cocoon was struck dented inward, there were no signs of tearing or inability to hold up. Seeing this, Yi-Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He had finally gained some understanding of the formidable defense of the black cocoon. Before long, he controlled the black cocoon and charged into the deep pool. Beneath the pond, dark currents surged, the water murky and pitch black, obscuring everything. Yi-Chen could only dive down, but fortunately, after a moment, a strong light appeared before him. To call it light wasn't entirely accurate, it was the relentless bombardment of thunder, illuminating the area indirectly. He could clearly see a massive black serpent, resembling a mountain, lying across the bottom of the pond, being struck by the thunder with wild ferocity. Fragments of broken serpent scales and thick serpent blood scattered through the water, drifting away with the ripples. Yi-Chen's heart sank. The last thing he wanted to see had indeed happened. The black serpent was undergoing its tribulation. He fell silent, preparing to control the black cocoon to leave. At that moment, a thought suddenly struck him, and he focused intently on the black serpent. He noticed that although the black serpent had sustained numerous injuries from the thunderstrikes, these wounds seemed trivial compared to its enormous body. It seems this isn't the black serpent's tribulation. Yi-Chen's gaze sharpened, sensing something was off. Although the black serpent was powerful, even a grandmaster like Hong Yang was no match for it. Yet, if it were breaking through to become a martial sovereign, transforming into a true dragon, it would surely be fraught with danger. How could this tribulation possibly have such little power? Could it be? A bold thought surged in his mind as he quickly searched beneath the black serpent's body. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a thick, blue snake, over 10 meters long, lying beneath the black serpent. The blue snake raised its head to gaze at the thunder in the sky, hissing as it flicked its tongue, its eyes flashing with a human-like glimmer, as if deep in thought. Its central scales were broken, with a massive gash, clearly having suffered severe injuries. Despite the visible scars, from a distance, it still exuded an air of regal beauty, as if crafted by divine hands, its body remarkably perfect. Indeed. Yi-Chen's gaze sharpened. This was the ice-blue serpent, undergoing its tribulation, not the black serpent. Although it was also large, it was still a drop in the ocean compared to the black serpent, which was why he hadn't noticed it earlier. June. At that moment, a clear and melodious female voice rang out from the ice-blue serpent. It lifted its head and looked at the thunder, saying, "The thunder-calling flower is almost exhausted, you should rest. There isn't much of the remaining tribulation left, I can handle it myself." The black serpent nodded silently. On its massive body, a dim, large purple flower absorbed all the thunderstrikes, which crashed down upon it. The purple flower was charred and emitting black smoke, appearing quite wilted, struggling to attract any more thunder. Just as the black serpent was about to fall asleep, it suddenly sensed something, raising its head sharply, its cold eyes scanning the surroundings. After a few glances, it found nothing and slowly closed its eyes again, continuing to sleep. "June, you rest well." The ice-blue serpent raised its head affectionately, rubbing against it before swimming away to an open space, preparing to face the brewing thunder. In the sky. At this moment, the thunder in the lake had already diminished significantly, leaving only a little over half. On the other side, within the black cocoon, Yi-Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He had almost been discovered. The black serpent was indeed at the Grandmaster level. Even during its transformation into a dragon, its perception was greatly reduced, and the continuous interference from the thunder in the sky nearly revealed him. However, the black cocoon's ability to conceal his presence was truly remarkable. It had managed to keep him hidden. No wonder it's called dark arts by martial sovereigns, it really is powerful. Yi-Chen sighed in relief as he looked at the black cocoon before him. He glanced at the ice-blue serpent, which was being struck by the thunder, and felt a stir in his heart. Right now, the black serpent was unable to act due to its transformation, and the ice-blue serpent was too preoccupied with the tribulation to pay him any mind. It was the perfect opportunity to quietly collect some serpent blood and scales. With that thought, Yi-Chen no longer hesitated, controlling the black cocoon to slowly approach the scattered serpent blood at the bottom of the deep pond, carried by the water flow. The black serpent was already in the process of transforming into a dragon, naturally shedding scales, and having endured most of the thunderstrikes, there was an abundance of dark serpent blood and scales at the bottom of the pond. Even more than when he first saw it. He quickly collected the scales and blood of the black flood dragon while keeping an eye on the Baihan ice snake, which was undergoing tribulation. At this moment, the Baihan ice snake was already battered and bruised from the lightning strikes, especially the knife wound on its waist, which seemed to have never healed. Now it was even more severely struck, its flesh and blood a mess, looking as if it would snap in two at any moment. Despite this, the Baihan ice snake was particularly excited, raising its head to look at the sky, at an object at the bottom of the Thunder Lake. It was a purple wine cup made of thunder, about the size of a palm. Ancient and exquisite, filled with drops of milky liquid. The liquid was just enough to fill half of the cup. Yi-Chen was momentarily stunned, somewhat surprised, not knowing what it was. Boom! At that moment, a dark, purple lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky. This lightning was clearly more powerful and fierce than the previous one. The Baihan ice snake let out a wail and was immediately knocked over, weakly collapsing to the ground, emitting black smoke from its body. It struggled to turn over, and at this time, the Thunder Lake in the sky was gradually revealing its bottom, looking as if just a few more lightning strikes would make it disappear. Meanwhile, the liquid in the Thunder wine cup was increasing more and more with the passage of time. Boom! 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 3 more lightning bolts struck down in succession. The Baihan ice snake's body was charred black, its breath growing weaker, but it gazed at the increasing milky liquid in the Thunder wine cup, determination flashing in its blue eyes, holding on with all its might. Seeing this, Yi-Chen felt a bit curious. What exactly was that liquid? At that moment, the Thunder Lake suddenly trembled. Then it quickly condensed, gathering into a thunder spring, about 10 feet tall, dark purple in color, with the thunder inside. Thick like liquid. It seemed to be reaching the final moment. The thunder had not yet fallen, but merely brewing. A heavy majesty emanated from it. For a moment, Yi-Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart, an inexplicable fear surging up. The Baihan ice snake was even more terrified, instinctively moving its body, preparing to find a place to hide. But it saw that the liquid in the Thunder wine cup was slowly increasing, having already filled more than half the cup, and still forced itself to overcome its fear, its blue eyes flashing with anticipation and desire, raising its snake head and hissing as it flicked its tongue. At the same time, a faint blue light emanated from its battered blue body. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar erupted. It was as if an earthquake had struck, shaking the ground and mountains. A thick black-purple lightning pillar suddenly crashed down from the sky, continuously pounding on the Baihan ice snake. The entire snake was instantly engulfed by the black-purple lightning light, nothing visible, not even a sound could be heard. Hiss! Yi-Chen gasped, wondering if this would directly kill it. But dying wouldn't be so bad. His eyes lit up, secretly cheering on the thunder tribulation. However, the black-purple lightning pillar grew smaller and smaller. Finally, it disappeared. A huge deep pit was left on the ground, and the Baihan ice snake curled up into a ball, its body convulsing violently, unable to move at all. The once stunningly beautiful form now looked utterly wretched, the old injury on its waist completely flaring up, leaving only a bit of flesh hanging on. It looked like it could snap in two at any moment. Meanwhile, in the sky, the last condensed thunder spring was also gradually disappearing, and the dark clouds dispersed. Soon, the sky returned to clear blue, sunny, and bright. But the Thunder wine cup did not disappear. Instead, it slowly descended from the sky, flying straight towards the Baihan ice snake. The Baihan ice snake also struggled to rise, dragging its battered body, its eyes filled with joy, weakly crawling towards the Thunder wine cup. The liquid in the Thunder wine cup was almost full to the brim now. At this moment, as the thunder tribulation disappeared, it was still increasing. Drip, another drop of milky liquid fell into the cup out of nowhere. Then, suddenly, a massive ancient tree phantom appeared in the air, with countless branches and a dense canopy. Starting from the middle, it was distinctly divided into two halves, with the tree crown on the left clearly much larger than that on the right. It looked somewhat uncoordinated. A drop of milky liquid slowly dripped from the ancient tree. It turned out that this liquid was actually dew from the tree. As this final drop fell, the entire thunder cup was completely filled. At the same time, many shadows appeared on the ancient tree. Though they were called shadows, they were actually vague clusters of light, each occupying a branch, some human, some beast. On the left tree crown, a serpentine light cluster looked down and laughed heartily. Having crossed the triple Thunder Lake tribulation, my Jiao clan is about to give birth to another genius beast king. With such heavy cold energy, it seems to be a cold Jiao, not bad. On another branch, a lion-like light cluster nodded slightly. Humph. A cold snort sounded, coming from a humanoid light cluster on the right tree crown. He coldly said, "Just a small Jiao, your exotic beast clan can't amount to anything even if you have thousands more. Wuji, what does it matter if it's a small Jiao? You humans haven't had anyone break through to the master level in 2 months, have you?" A voice of authority rang out. To be able to cross the triple Thunder Lake tribulation and break through to master level, a genius hasn't appeared in half a year, has it? The speaker was a rather large dragon-shaped light cluster, and the branch beneath it looked quite massive as well. "I have seen the flame dragon beast sovereign." As this dragon-shaped light cluster appeared, the previously mentioned serpentine light cluster and the lion light cluster respectfully greeted it. At the same time, other light clusters of exotic beasts also greeted it in unison. However, most of the exotic beast light clusters remained silent, seemingly in a state of slumber. So what? You are nothing but a bunch of insignificant creatures. My humans will eventually kill you all one by one and annihilate your entire clan. Wuji the Grandmaster's voice was cold. At the same time, a few human light clusters nearby awakened. They looked down, and although they couldn't clearly see the specific situation in their field of vision, they could only see a light cluster belonging to the ice snake of the azure. Cold. Yet someone still frowned and said, another exotic beast has broken through to master level? That's right, and it's from the Jiao clan. With such heavy cold energy, has it evolved into a cold Jiao? In the distance, Yi Chen's heart raced. He was dumbfounded when he just heard that beast sovereign's title. Now hearing this sentence, his heart trembled. This voice was familiar to him, it was Grandmaster Hung Yang. One of the light clusters was Grandmaster Hung Yang. He quickly looked over and soon found the person who had just spoken, who happened to be right next to Grandmaster Wuji. Unfortunately, he could only see it was a light cluster, and couldn't confirm the true appearance. However, judging by the voice, it was highly likely. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, contemplating for a long time, but ultimately decided not to speak up and just stay hidden. Not to mention whether Grandmaster Hung Yang could hear him, it seemed that everyone on this tree were masters, beast kings, and even powerful beings like beast sovereigns. So it was better not to draw attention. At the same time, Yi Chen gazed at the illusory ancient tree, pondering. It seemed he had heard Grandmaster Hung Yang mention this tree before. It seemed to be called the Origin Ancient Tree, the foundation of a planet, which usually did not appear. Only when new humans or exotic beasts broke through to master level, or when a master fell, would the Origin Ancient Tree tremble and reveal its phantom. At that time, the powerful beings on the Origin Ancient Tree could briefly communicate with each other, just like now. On the Origin Ancient Tree, the Flame Dragon Beast Sovereign said lightly, Wuji, I like your violent temperament. Why don't you come with me? I will train you to break through to Martial Sovereign with all my might, 100 times better than you would fare among humans. Ridiculous, foolish dragon. When I break through to Martial Sovereign, the first one I'll slay is you. Grandmaster Wuji sneered. The light cluster that seemed to be Grandmaster Hung Yang also laughed and said, Flame Dragon Beast Sovereign, I heard that last time you had a dragon head severed by the Sky Sword Sovereign, your strength was greatly diminished. Now, if you don't take care of your injuries and come to the Origin Ancient Tree to watch the show, aren't you afraid that those two dragon heads will be chopped off as well? The fierce dragon beast sovereign snorted coldly, you humans are indeed eloquent, but that's all you are, just talk. Look at the Origin Ancient Tree, the proportion of strong fighters on both sides, and my beast clan. With the heavens continuously providing, it's clear that your human extinction is only a matter of time. If you surrender quickly, you might still have a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, several human light spheres unusually refrained from retorting and instead fell into silence. Yi Chen also looked over. From a distance, the left tree crown was indeed much larger than the right. And atop the tree crown were all masters above the level of Grandmaster. However, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the ordinary branches at the Grandmaster level were not fewer than those of the beasts. The thicker branches at the Martial Sovereign level were somewhat fewer, but not by much. The real difference was Yi Chen's pupils constricted sharply as he saw 5 incredibly massive branches at the top of the left tree crown. One of them could match countless Martial Sovereigns and Grandmasters. Beast Emperor. Yi Chen's heart sank. Those 5 branches were so much thicker than the Martial Sovereigns, they were most likely Beast Emperors. He then looked to the right, where there were also massive branches, but humans had only 2, which were the 2 existing Martial Saints of humanity. The huge disparity between the 2 tree crowns stemmed from these places. Brother. Fierce dragon, until the end, it's still uncertain who will win, don't be too confident. An aged voice rang out from a recently awakened light sphere. I have met Martial Sovereign Xu Yuan. Many human grandmasters bowed in respect. Martial Sovereign Xu Yuan looked at the fierce dragon beast sovereign and smiled lightly. Moreover, do you really dare to make a move? What, have you found him? The fierce dragon beast sovereign showed some apprehension and looked toward a certain direction. The other beasts also changed their expressions, not daring to breathe. Yi Chen's heart stirred as he followed the gaze of the fierce dragon beast sovereign and was immediately startled. Within the human tree crown on the right, there was actually a hidden broken branch, which was missing a lot and basically only had a small section of the root left. However, that root section was frighteningly large. If it had grown normally, it could probably match 3 beast emperors. At that time, the human tree crown could be on par with the beast tree crown, achieving balance. Unfortunately, it was broken. Now, leaving only a root. Found? Could it be that the beast sovereign was referring to the missing martial saint from the true martial division? Yi Chen pondered. It seemed there was only this possibility. He then looked at that broken branch, somewhat astonished. This was true power. One person could match 3 beast emperors, equivalent to more than half of humanity. Even after being missing for so long, a powerful beast sovereign. Hearing this would be extremely wary. Martial sovereign Xu Yuan did not respond. Instead, the light around him gradually dimmed, clearly withdrawing from the origin ancient tree. With just a broken branch left, it's almost like a fallen phenomenon. It's nearly the same as being dead. The fierce dragon beast sovereign snorted. When the phenomenon of his fall appears, it will be the day my clan launches a massive attack. Because a new grandmaster was born among the beasts, the human side lost interest, their light fading as they left one after another. Meanwhile, many beast clan grandmasters, especially those from the Jiao clan, were quite excited, praising the Bihan ice snake. Even the fierce dragon beast sovereign slightly nodded, full of Dao essence. It seems to be a perfect tribulation, not bad. Unfortunately, the Bihan ice snake paid no attention to him, still struggling to crawl toward the slowly descending thunder wine cup. The fierce dragon beast sovereign was not angry, still smiling as he watched. Is this the Dao essence? In the distance, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. When he was cultivating the Hongyang true body, Grandmaster Hongyang had mentioned this to him. Grandmaster Hongyang said that the martial skills at the Grandmaster level and ordinary martial skills, even S-level martial skills, were worlds apart. In a sense, master-level martial arts cannot be created solely by human effort. To create master-level martial arts, one needs the assistance of the opportunities provided by heaven and earth. These opportunities refer to the Dao essence. When martial artists and extraordinary beasts break through to the master level, they are granted a certain amount of Dao essence by heaven and earth. After absorbing the Dao essence, masters can enter a deeper level of enlightenment, during which their thoughts surge, ultimately leading to the creation of a powerful master-level martial art. For example, Master Hanyang is the true form of Hanyang. Although extraordinary beasts do not possess martial arts, their bloodline abilities are quite similar. Alright, this matter is settled. You can come to the nightlight wilderness to seek my true self and receive a fortuitous encounter, the fierce dragon beast sovereign said, looking at the Baihan ice serpent with an authoritative voice. After speaking, it turned to the departing human masters and smiled lightly. Why are you all in such a hurry to leave? Our clan has a newly promoted genius beast king who has survived the Triple Thunder Lake tribulation. This is a joyous occasion, so why not stay and take a look? After all, it has been a while since your kind has seen such a genius. Perhaps you can share in the joy. A mere cold flood dragon can be easily killed. Just a beast king, I don't even regard you, beast sovereign. Many human masters snorted coldly. How dare you speak to the beast sovereign like that, so arrogant? The previous flood dragon-shaped light group was furious. You lowly race with insufficient foundation can only envy. No need to be angry with them, they are just embarrassed and furious, the fierce dragon beast sovereign said nonchalantly, watching the Baihan ice serpent about to catch the thunder wine cup, and smiled lightly. By absorbing this cup of Dao essence, this little cold flood dragon should be able to give birth to a first-class bloodline ability. A first-class bloodline ability is equivalent to a first-class martial art for humans. It's only natural that these humans feel unbalanced. Swish! A large black cocoon suddenly rushed in from the sky and exploded in midair. A tremendous explosion sounded, and the Baihan ice serpent was blown away, crashing heavily to the ground, while a hand suddenly grasped the thunder wine cup. Everything happened so suddenly. By the time the onlookers reacted, the cup filled with Dao essence had already fallen into the hands of a young boy. On the ancient source tree, the fierce dragon beast sovereign was somewhat bewildered. The other beast kings nearby were also dumbfounded, unable to react for a long time. What was this? How did it suddenly appear? On the right side of the treetop, many human masters were also stunned. Although the sleeping masters and beast kings occupied the majority, quite a few were awakening, with over 100 masters and beast kings combined. There were even a few martial sovereigns and beast sovereigns. Over 100 powerful masters turned their gazes toward him. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel nervous, but thinking that these people, like him, could only see him as a light group and not clearly discern his appearance, he immediately felt braver. He retorted fiercely, "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before? I'm talking about you, that cracked beast sovereign, calling you out. If you keep staring, I'll take you down." Fierce dragon martial sovereign? Then, it roared in anger, human? The other beast kings were also extremely furious. Damn human, how dare you steal the Dao essence of the cold flood dragon? What about our clan's cold flood dragon? The projection of the ancient source tree has limitations, only beings close to the Dao essence can be vaguely sensed. At this moment, the Baihan ice serpent was blown away, too far from the thunder wine cup, and they could no longer sense it. Stop blabbering, you're affecting my handsome self. Yi Chen tried hard to put the thunder wine cup into the Hongyang ring, but no matter how he tried, it wouldn't go in, making him a bit anxious. Moreover, the thunder wine cup was gradually dimming, seemingly about to dissipate. His expression changed. This wouldn't do. Without a specific container, this Tao essence might directly dissipate. Hearing his angry rebuke, the many extraordinary beast kings on the treetop couldn't help but be momentarily stunned again. Meanwhile, the humans were left speechless. Whether or not he was handsome was hard to tell, as they could only see he was a humanoid-like group, but he was indeed impressive. So many beast kings, and you dare to act with such meager strength. At this thought, many human masters were momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in horror, a third-level warrior? With their strength, they could easily sense that below was a third-level warrior, and judging by the voice, he was still quite young. He was probably just a 17 or 18-year-old boy. I've been in seclusion for too long, or are young humans this fierce now, daring to snatch the opportunity of a master beast with just a third-level warrior? An old master looked a bit bewildered. The other masters were also stirred up inside. Let alone you, we keep up with the trends every day, yet we've never seen anything like this. On the side of the beasts, those beast kings were furious. The flame dragon beast sovereign was so enraged that he nearly spat blood, roaring, a third-level warrior, how dare you? The flame dragon beast sovereign was so flustered by his anger that he extended a hand and slammed down, intending to crush Yi Chen. This was, of course, a futile effort. However, this action still caught the attention of the humans. The infinite grandmaster couldn't hold back any longer and laughed wildly, cracking beast sovereign, do you think this master isn't happy enough and are looking to entertain me? Grandmaster Hong Yang looked curiously at the humanoid light mass that Yi Chen had transformed into, feeling that the voice was quite familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, he didn't think much of it. And laughed, Flame Dragon Beast Sovereign, no need to be embarrassed and angry. It's nothing much, it's just a young third-level warrior from our human side who snatched the greatest opportunity from one of your beast kings. It's not a big deal. At most, it'll be in tomorrow's global daily report, and everyone will know about it, turning it into a topic of conversation for us humans, something to laugh about from time to time. 2 juniors, how dare you mock this sovereign? The Flame Dragon Beast Sovereign gritted his teeth, completely losing his composure, his tone chilling. Words alone are not a skill. Indeed, they aren't. Our valued juniors haven't lost their path of essence or their first-class bloodline divine abilities. A young master chuckled, we're psychologically balanced. As he spoke, he mimicked the earlier demeanor of the Flame Dragon Beast Sovereign, looking down with a faint smile. Why? Are you all in such a hurry to leave? Our clan has a newly promoted genius beast king who has survived the Triple Thunder Lake tribulation. It's a joyous occasion. So why not stay and watch more? After all, this genius beast king is about to have his path of essence snatched by a third-level warrior from you humans. If you stay a bit longer, you can enjoy the show. Put. As soon as this was said, the many human masters present clutched their stomachs, laughing uncontrollably. The sound of laughter was deafening. Even Grandmaster Hong Yang, a steady old master, couldn't hold back, coughing as he laughed, shaking with mirth. All right, Xing Yuan. You should say less, the Flame Dragon Beast Sovereign holds grudges, so be careful it doesn't set its sights on you. Grandmaster Hong Yang chuckled, advising the young master to stop. The young master chuckled, seemingly aware of the Flame Dragon Beast Sovereign's reputation, and didn't dare to provoke it further. But this was indeed a critical hit. It left the Flame Dragon Beast Sovereign dumbfounded, its body trembling, face contorted, letting out an angry dragon roar to the sky. The other beast kings around changed their expressions, not daring to provoke trouble, and obediently kept silent. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was anxious, the thunderous wine cup before him was completely illusory and was about to dissipate. The essence within it was also swaying, appearing very unstable. At the same time, below, that icy blue snake, with its tenacious vitality, had not yet died despite suffering such severe injuries. At this moment, although its body was covered in wounds, the small protrusion on its head had successfully transformed into a horn. It had also broken out 3 bloody holes beneath, growing 3 bloody claws. Moreover, patches of scales were automatically shedding, and its body was slowly growing, clearly having fully transformed into a flood dragon. It just needed to recover from its injuries and devour a large amount of vital energy to truly become a master-level cold flood dragon. At this moment, the azure cold ice serpent, dragging its broken body, charged madly towards Yi Chen. Damn human, return my Tao essence. Beside it, the black flood dragon slowly raised its head. Although it was in the dragon transformation stage and unable to act, its cold eyes stared at Yi Chen, as if it had already recognized him. Seeing this, Yi Chen no longer hesitated and sneered, since it has come to this, I won't hide it anymore. Today, I, Li Yuanqing, am officially robbing Tao essence. As he spoke, he glanced at the various exotic beasts on the ancient tree of origin, disdainfully saying, I'm not afraid to tell you. I am from the Li family in Tiankei City, and my brother Li Yuanzhou is ranked 78th among the martial masters on the heavenly ranking? You bunch of stinking fish and rotten shrimp, my brother can easily beat you. If you're not convinced, come and challenge my Li family. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichen suddenly gulped down the Tao essence in one go. A dead silence ensued. Everyone on the ancient tree of origin was stunned. As the Tao essence disappeared, the ancient tree of origin gradually faded away, but before it vanished, the fierce dragon beast sovereign suddenly let out a cold laugh. The Li family of Tianke noted, I will remember this. The other beast kings also voiced their deep anger. Heavenly ranking martial master Li Yuanzhou, Li family, hum. On the human side, one of the smiling masters suddenly changed his expression and roared. Slander. This is blatant slander, it has nothing to do with our Li family. The ancient tree of origin completely disappeared, and his voice abruptly cut off. At the same time. No. The green ice serpent below, seeing Yichen swallow the Tao essence, let out a piercing scream. As if suffering a severe blow, blood suddenly erupted from various parts of its body. The black flood dragon could no longer hold back, its massive body trembled slightly. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread out. The entire deep pool boiled over in an instant, the surface bubbling like boiling water, releasing hissing hot steam bubbles. But Yichen felt none of this, he only felt his mind going blank. A wave of emptiness surged in his brain, as if all thoughts had vanished. This feeling was strange, somewhat akin to enlightenment. But far more intense than mere enlightenment. It transcended the clarity of the mind, resembling a deeper understanding of the Tao. And Yichen actually forgot what he was supposed to do. He just stood there in a daze. At that moment, he vaguely heard a voice, an ancient voice, domineering and confident. It seemed to be reciting, Pure Yang, Pure Yang heavenly blade. Crack. Something seemed to shatter around his neck. Yichen instinctively reached out to touch it, finding a broken jade knife pendant. The knife turned into liquid and merged into his palm. At the same time, a hunched figure appeared in his mind, an old man. The old man wore coarse linen clothes and held an ordinary long knife, standing with his back turned, slowly speaking. People say that my strongest martial skill is the self-created innate master martial skill, the blade prison of all laws, but that is not the case. In the wilderness, when I was attacked by a beast sovereign, on the brink of life and death, I entered a state of enlightenment and realized a single strike. With this strike, I survived. This is the strike I delivered to the martial sovereign. This strike has already surpassed master martial skills, touching upon a whole new realm. This blade is the essence of my lifelong learning, and I have lived my life openly and honestly, thus this blade is called Pure Yang Heavenly Blade. Yichen suddenly opened his eyes, his expression dazed. While in the outside world, only a brief moment had passed. Below, the azure cold ice serpent nudged the black flood dragon. In its piercing voice filled with sorrow, it said, June, don't let it all go to waste. The terrifying aura and majesty of the black flood dragon gradually receded, and the entire deep pool slowly became calm. Then, the azure cold ice serpent looked at Yichen, filled with resentment, and said, Human, I remember you. Once I recover from my injuries, I will slaughter the surrounding 10 cities. Yichen was still a bit dazed, caught in the state he had just been in, unable to recover. At that moment, hearing this sentence, his pupils suddenly constricted, as if reacting instinctively, he raised his hand and swung out a blade. Pure Yang Heavenly Blade. Boom! The ground at the bottom of the pond suddenly split in half with a loud bang, a massive crack appearing. On either side of the crack lay the severed halves of a snake body. The Bai Han ice snake had been cut in two. The black flood dragon stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the severed Bai Han ice snake. This strike was heavy, landing precisely on the former wound at the waist of the Bai Han ice snake, directly slicing it in half. As the blade fell, a massive illusory ancient tree faintly appeared in the air. It was the origin ancient tree. The origin ancient tree only appears when a master is born or falls. But this time, its appearance was very unstable, the phantom flickering in and out. However, it did not affect the many light clusters that emerged above it. Both the human side and the beast side had not been gone long, and at this moment, they couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. Could it be that another person has broken through to master, or is it one of our beast clan? One beast king hesitated. The human side frowned. Then, the beast side quickly realized something was wrong, filled with shock and anger. A beast king is about to fall. Damn it, this seems to be that newly advanced cold flood dragon. What's going on? Just broke through and is about to fall? What happened? Who did this? Damn it. The human side was also filled with confusion, asking each other which master had made a move. Because they could only see the light clusters and not the specific scene, they naturally did not know where this cold flood dragon had broken through. So, by common sense, it was rare for a beast to have such bad luck, breaking through to master only to be discovered and dealt with by a nearby human master. Wait, there are experts from our beast clan helping that cold flood dragon forcibly extending its life, keeping it alive. Suddenly, a beast king sensed something and said solemnly, "As long as there's hope, that's good, but it has also injured its origin. It will probably need 2 to 3 years to fully recover." 2 to 3 years isn't long, better than dying. Exactly. The other beast kings all breathed a sigh of relief. The human side frowned, not quite understanding why the master who had acted did not finish the job. Suddenly someone said, "Could it be that newly advanced third-level martial artist boy? He stole the Tao essence and then..." Impossible, even if a cold flood dragon is injured. It definitely isn't something a third-level martial artist can harm. That's right, it should be someone else. At this moment, a master suddenly thought of something and shouted urgently at those beast kings, "The third-level martial artist who just stole the Tao essence isn't my Li." Bang! The phantom of the origin. Ancient tree shattered. At the same time, Tiankai City, Li family. In the innermost courtyard. An old man was momentarily stunned, then roared in fury, "Damn origin. Ancient tree, can't you wait for me to finish speaking?" The old man was extremely angry, with nowhere to vent his frustration. Suddenly thinking of something, his expression darkened. What kind of trouble had that scoundrel Li Yuanzhou gotten into to bring such a huge burden upon him? No, he had to properly deal with this scoundrel. The other members of the Li family, hearing this roar, instinctively shrank their necks. They didn't know why the Grand Master was angry. Meanwhile, in the pavilion, a man in his 30s with a fair complexion suddenly sneezed heavily. He looked puzzled. What was going on? Why did it feel like someone was keeping an eye on him? "Yuanzhou, third granduncle is looking for you." After a moment, a middle-aged man approached, his expression somewhat unnatural. "Third granduncle? Li." Yuanzhou was taken aback. Third granduncle was the Grand Master who had just been angry. "Elder brother, did you make third granduncle angry again?" Li Yuanzhou stood up with a smile. "Third granduncle loves me the most. Whenever he gets angry, he comes to find me to coax him. Don't worry, just watch me for a while, and I'll have him in a good mood." The middle-aged man rubbed his nose, his expression somewhat strange. "Whether third grandpa is happy or not, I'm not sure, but if nothing unexpected happens, your leg should be broken." In the wooded wasteland. The deep pool. Yi Chen took a deep breath, looking at the calm deep pool before him, feeling particularly anxious inside. After he had just struck that blow, he sensed that something was wrong, and immediately took the chance while the black flood dragon was dazed to turn and run. Although the Baihan ice snake hasn't transformed yet, with its current body strength, even if I cut it in half, it shouldn't die. Thinking of this, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that the Baihan ice snake would die, not out of mercy. It would be better if all the exotic beasts were dead. The main concern was that if the Baihan ice snake died, the black flood dragon would go mad and directly interrupt its transformation, which would bring disaster to the surrounding cities. So it's best that it doesn't die, and besides, this blow should at least severely injure it, preventing it from recovering in a short time. This blow should buy me 2 or 3 months, right? Yi Chen hesitated, feeling somewhat uncertain. He couldn't deduce the extent of the injury or the time it would take to recover for a beast of this level. But for now, he can only leave and then find a way to contact Master Hung Yang. Thinking of this, he fell into a brief silence. On the ancient tree of origin, he had already seen 3 or 4 human martial masters who had revived. But until now, not a single martial master had come here to deal with the black flood dragon that was in the process of transforming. Relying on others will never be as good as relying on oneself. Yi Chen murmured, once again realizing the importance of strength and feeling an urgent desire to become stronger. Not wanting to think too much, he quickly turned and left. At this moment, at the bottom of the deep pool, the black flood dragon opened its jaws, and within its fierce, gigantic mouth, it surprisingly held half of a blue ice snake's body, which was the upper half of the Baihan ice snake. From the dragon's mouth, drops of liquid fell, landing on the remnants of the Baihan ice snake, sustaining its life. At the same time, it was dispelling the silver-white blade light on its remains. Seeing these silver-white blade lights, a chilling killing intent flashed in the black flood dragon's eyes, mixed with a hint of confusion. That damned human boy just now, that blow was truly strange. This blade light was caused by that blow and was the real reason the Baihan ice snake almost died. Ordinary injuries, even if they severed the body, wouldn't be fatal, but the power contained in that blade light was indeed bizarre. June. A weak female voice came from the dragon's mouth. Transforming into a dragon is difficult. You must not fail at the last moment. Upon hearing this, the black flood dragon's indifferent eyes rarely softened, and it quietly fell into a deep sleep. Inside the tree hollow, Yi Chen looked at himself, his right arm stained with blood and skin torn, gritting his teeth in pain. He hadn't even reacted to that pure yang blade. Instinctively, he had struck out a white blade light, and then his arm was almost ruined. Even with his current 5th level martial artist physique, he still couldn't bear it. Truly worthy of a strike aimed at a martial master, this is no longer a master level martial skill. Right? Yi Chen sighed. That Blade Prison Grandmaster was indeed formidable, managing to comprehend such a strike without relying on Dao Essence. Thinking of Dao Essence, he felt a bit frustrated. In the end, that Dao Essence was almost wasted, he had only comprehended it for a few seconds. Although in those few seconds, he had already perfected 2S level martial skills, as well as other techniques like the Cloud Rest technique. But the remaining Dao Essence naturally dissipated a lot, and what didn't dissipate was all used to deduce the Pure Yang Heavenly Blade. However, the Pure Yang Heavenly Blade had already half-stepped into the master-level martial skill, so it wouldn't be easy to deduce. As of now, there was still a significant gap from entering the realm, he could only use it simply. Whatever, as long as it's not obtained by the exotic beast, it's a blood profit. Yi Chen had a good mindset. Then, his eyes flickered as he looked at the simulation button on the achievement panel. In fact, it wasn't that there weren't other gains. For example, this newly added simulation option, Swordsmanship Mastery, great accomplishment. Just as Yi Chen was about to check it, a mechanical prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. As a level 3 warrior, you have gained hostility from over 100 Beast Kings, completing the special achievement Top Tier Man. Reward, 1000 achievement points, Rare Physique Strong Yuan Spirit. Body X2, congratulations, host. As a level 3 warrior, you have severely injured a master level Cold Flood Dragon, triggering the special achievement Dragon Slayer. Reward, 1000 achievement points, Nirvana Body X2. Dragon Slayer achievement countdown, 2 hours and 54 minutes. Successfully kill the Cold Flood Dragon. Within the time limit, current reward multiplied by 10. In one go, he had completed 2 achievements, both special ones. Yi Chen was a bit dazed, then dumbfounded. Over 100 Beast Kings hostility? He remembered that there weren't that many beasts on the Origin Ancient Tree, right? So many, what to do? Forget it. It was Li Yuanqing who snatched it, what does it have to do with me, Yi Chen? With that thought, Yi Chen relaxed and looked at the Dragon Slayer achievement on the achievement panel, which was counting down, feeling a bit pained. The current reward multiplied by 10 meant a full 10,000 achievement points, plus a level 20 Nirvana body. The richness of this reward goes without saying. With so many achievement points, he could confidently simulate combat awareness, Nirvana body, etc., maximizing his combat power. Especially the Nirvana body, which would mean a terrifying recovery speed more than double, and his endurance would be fully maximized. But the Dragon Slayer? Forget it, my life is more important. Yi Chen shook his head, not knowing what kind of damage the Pure Yang Heavenly Blade would inflict on the Baihan Ice Snake. Of course, he knew and would definitely not take the risk. After all, that Black Flood Dragon was truly not something to provoke. However, this time's gains were already extremely significant. Not to mention successfully obtaining the Black Flood Dragon's blood, he also got a 2-level strong Yuan Spirit body, a rare physique that couldn't even be simulated on the achievement panel. And with 2 levels of Nirvana body, compared to that, 2000 achievement points were nothing. Yi Chen continued to look at the simulation button. Swordsmanship Mastery, great accomplishment, could be simulated, costing 1000 achievement points. The next level of realm, Swordsmanship Master, great accomplishment. Yi Chen's heart stirred slightly after achieving Swordsmanship Mastery. His vitality value seemed to have subtly increased. This increase was not in quantity but in quality, similar to the feeling of breaking through combat awareness. His combat power had probably increased by nearly 1000, the exact amount still needed testing. Yi Chen continued to study for a moment and then discovered that achieving Swordsmanship Mastery also enhanced his combat power by 10%. Unfortunately, like combat awareness, this 10% combat power increase couldn't be used for now. Only by breaking through to a martial master and generating the vitality armor could it be amplified. Martial master is truly a threshold, Yi Chen murmured to himself. Once he broke through to martial master, his strength would definitely experience a surge. As for swordsmanship mastery, it referred to having an extremely deep understanding of swordsmanship, and similarly, there were also fist mastery, palm mastery, and so on. To reach these masteries, one would normally need to practice a large number of various martial techniques. His ability to directly achieve great accomplishment in mastery should be related to the Pure Yang Heavenly Blade. After all, it was a half-step venerable martial technique, containing boundless swordsmanship principles. Even if he comprehended a little, it could greatly enhance his swordsmanship. Then, Yi Chen looked at his current attributes. Yi Chen, level 3 warrior, 2000 vitality value, achievement points 2600, combat awareness, all-round level 1, 10% combat power increase, not activated. Swordsmanship mastery, great accomplishment, 10% combat power increase, not activated. Physique, Nirvana body, level 5, physique, fearless body, level 1, physique, strong elemental spirit body, level 3, then, Yi-Chen tested his combat power again and was pleasantly surprised to find it had reached 18,000. Although the 10% combat power increase from his specialization in swordsmanship had not yet been activated, it still boosted his power by 1,000. Coupled with the strong elemental spirit body, which provided a 30% increase, his current maximum combat power was 23,000. This was a rather terrifying number. Even among level 4 martial masters, he would not be considered weak. 3 days later, at the edge of the wood wilderness, Yi-Chen gazed into the distance at a desolate, vast red desert and let out a light breath. Fire Sand Wilderness. This was the second wilderness he needed to cross. The danger level of this wilderness was similar to that of the wood wilderness, so it wasn't too perilous. Desert. Yi-Chen's eyes flickered. There should be quite a few new species of exotic beasts here, allowing him to successfully complete the achievement of Wilderness Hunter. Without further hesitation, he walked over quickly. The area where the Fire Sand Wilderness bordered the wood wilderness was located in the center, so as soon as he entered, he directly saw a trading area. The trading area was built from crude red ore, standing alone amidst the sea of red sand. On the surrounding sand slopes, several sand wolves crouched with their bodies slightly bent, their wolf eyes glowing red, greedily staring at the trading area below. Suddenly, a painful wail echoed, and all the sand wolves were killed by a passing team of martial artists. The 7 or 8 members of the martial artist team, carrying the bodies of the sandwolves, laughed heartily as they entered the trading area. Yi-Chen pondered for a moment and also walked over. Although he still had quite a bit of supplies left, he needed to deal with many useless items he had obtained during the last competition for the Martial Sovereign Key Pass. A guard martial artist stopped him at the entrance of the trading area. Yi-Chen casually took out a damaged battle weapon. I just arrived here, I don't have one. Can I use this to offset? C-grade battle weapon? The guard martial artist was taken aback, then swallowed hard. While another guard martial artist beside him widened his eyes, both shocked and envious. Yes, it can be offset, but this is too valuable, I need to give you more money. No need. Yi-Chen smiled, you can keep it, but brother, I want to ask 2 questions. Ask away, ask away. The guard martial artist responded repeatedly, quickly putting away the battle weapon, nodding his head like a rattledrum. I want to find a place to repair battle weapons. Where is a suitable shop? I also want to deal with some black market goods. Which shop has a better reputation? Lastly, Yi-Chen said softly, I want to ask if there's a place here that can forge identities? Forge identities? You. The guard martial artist was taken aback. Brother, I'm so young, do I look like a wanted criminal? Yi-Chen chuckled. That's true. The guard martial artist breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. The first 2 are easy, I can take you there when I have time. As for forging identities, you wouldn't believe it, but we didn't have such a place in the trading area, but a shop just arrived a couple of days ago. What a coincidence. Yi-Chen was surprised, feeling quite lucky. Coincidence or not, that place has issues. Unless necessary, I advise you not to go. The guard martial artist shook his head. Yi-Chen's heart stirred. He didn't disregard the other's advice, but he urgently needed an identity, or else he wouldn't be able to obtain S-grade martial skills or refine the blood of the Black Flood Dragon into Black Flood Essence. Each field has its specialization. He wasn't omnipotent. Inside the trading area, Yi-Chen followed the guard martial artist to a shop that dealt in black market goods. Upon seeing the items he brought out, the shop owner was somewhat surprised. The guard martial artist's expression changed dramatically. You really aren't a wanted criminal? Of course not, I'm a good person. Yi-Chen said sincerely, continuing to take out items, but he was very cautious, not bringing out anything related to the bearded man. Yunchuan City is very close to here, and previously, a 6th-level martial artist came out to search for someone. So it's better to be cautious. Of course, other items, including those belonging to Joiha, don't need to be treated with such caution. One by one, bloodied weapons, inner armor, ordinary ores, and spiritual herbs were taken out. In the wood wilderness, Yi-Chen frequently encountered hunting teams that ambushed martial artists, all of which he dealt with. So the harvest was substantial. Seeing so many items, the shopkeeper who specialized in black market goods was no longer calm, his expression quite unnatural. The guard martial artist turned pale, saying, Aren't you a wanted criminal? I'm really not a wanted criminal. Seeing their expressions, Yi-Chen sighed, wondering why it was so hard to be a good person. He added, By the way, I only need cash. My bank card has been frozen by the Martial Alliance and can't be used. Upon hearing this, both the shopkeeper and the guard martial artist's expressions stiffened. After a moment, Yi-Chen walked out of the shop, shaking his head lightly. The shopkeeper couldn't produce such a large amount of cash, so in the end, he exchanged for some precious ores. These ores, even if not fed to the devouring gold sun flame, could be accumulated to forge a weapon in the future. By the way, where's the shop that repairs weapons? He looked at the guard martial artist beside him. That, over there, the guard martial artist stammered. Alright, take me there. I'll tell you the location, you can go by yourself. Yichin said softly, I never rob living people, I only search the bodies after killing them. I'll take you there, I'll take you there. The guard martial artist, with a mournful face, scrambled to lead him quickly to a weapon shop, then took the opportunity to turn and run when Yichin wasn't paying attention. Yichin didn't mind, he had already learned where the place for forging identities was. He entered the weapon shop, where the owner was a burly old man with arms as thick as tree trunks. In the back courtyard, flames blazed, and the sound of hammering metal echoed continuously. Little brat, are you here to buy weapons or do something else? The burly old man asked, his voice full of energy, a stark contrast to his white hair. Repair weapons, Yichin replied, taking out a battle knife, which was the A-grade battle knife previously held by the bearded man, but it had been burned beyond recognition by the devouring gold sun flame. It was unidentifiable. The pure yang heavenly blade was his strongest martial skill at the moment, but using it with his arm caused too much damage. He still needed a weapon. A-grade weapon, hiss, what kind of strange fire burned this to such a state? The burly old man was taken aback and quickly took the weapon. Can it be repaired? Yichin asked. It can be, but it requires some rare ores, and if you need it urgently, the price will be quite high. After inspecting the weapon, the burly old man shook his head and said, of course, if you're not in a hurry, it can be cheaper. I have the ores, you repair the knife as quickly as possible, money is not an issue. Yichin was very confident, what I have the least of is money. After a moment, Yichin walked out of the shop, his face full of pain. Damn it, why is it so expensive? He left reluctantly, feeling a deep ache in his heart. Although he spent a lot, the efficiency was indeed high, he could come back to pick up the weapon in half a day. With some time left, Yichin went to the place that could forge identities. The shop was small, located in a corner of the trading area, with an ordinary facade. As Yichin approached and was about to open the door, a fierce-looking bald man rushed out from inside. The two nearly collided. Damn it, you little brat, are you blind? The bald man shouted angrily. Get lost. Yichin extended his hand and casually pushed. The bald man was struck as if by lightning, crashing hard against the wall beside him. The bald man was horrified, watching Yichin's retreating figure. He initially wanted to say a few harsh words, but thinking of the terrifying power that had just come from that hand, he left in frustration. Inside the store, Yichin didn't pay much attention, he would only return the respect shown to him by others. As for encountering someone so arrogant and presumptuous, he wouldn't indulge them, he would strike back as needed. A glance around revealed the store was dim, with no lights on. It was already in the corner, lacking sufficient light. At this moment, he could see nothing at all. What do you want? A hoarse voice emerged from the darkness, sounding very old, as if it belonged to an elderly man. Yichin looked over and saw a scarred old man in the corner, wiping a cup. The moment the old man saw him, a flicker of something unusual flashed in his eyes. I want to get an identity. Yichin said lightly, a regular identity that can get into the city will do. Cough, that's possible, but you'll need to take off the mask on your face. I need to confirm whether you're from the Martial Alliance. The old man coughed and added, you know well that our kind of business can't be seen in the light. As long as the Martial Alliance hasn't obtained evidence, it's fine. If they do, then it will be troublesome. All right. Yichin didn't hesitate and removed the human skin mask from his face. The moment the old man saw his true face, a glimmer of joy flashed in his scarred eyes, and then he pretended to breathe a sigh of relief, saying, that's good. Fill out your identity requirements and pay the deposit. In 3 days, your new identity will be ready. Yichin nodded, paid the deposit, and turned to leave. Halfway out, he suddenly stopped. He turned back and asked, you must have just broken through to a level 4 martial master, right? The old man was taken aback. Nothing, just felt your energy was quite unstable, like you just broke through not long ago. Yichin smiled and turned to leave. In that instant, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This guy was specifically looking for him. He had noticed the subtle expressions of the other party. But now, he couldn't figure out the other's background. Was he from Yunchuan City, or from the Li family, or perhaps someone from Deputy Minister Su? In any case, he couldn't linger. He made a decision in his heart to get the battle soldier in half a day and leave immediately. As he left, inside the shop, the old man lit a candle and took off his mask. In the dim candlelight, a calm middle-aged face was revealed. It was Zhang Jinshui, a member of the Black Seal Tower released by Deputy Minister Su. Deputy Minister Su was indeed cunning. He was able to deduce from the clues obtained from the Limu wilderness that this Yi Chen would come here in the next couple of days. Zhang Jinshui's gaze was deep. It was thanks to Deputy Minister Su's advice that he used this method to wait for the rabbit. He didn't expect it to actually succeed. Now that he had found Yi Chen, he would soon complete his mission and survive smoothly. However, a trace of mockery suddenly flashed in Zhang Jinshui's eyes. Deputy Minister Su, do you think I can't guess that you're secretly following me? After I deal with Yi Chen, you'll eliminate me? Unfortunately, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I have already secretly informed my captain in the Black Seal Tower. He is a level 6 martial master. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinshui couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. In the end, he would be the one to laugh last. Meanwhile, in another store in the trading area, a slightly plump middle-aged man was chatting cheerfully with the shop owner, occasionally glancing at Zhang Jinshui's small shop from the corner of his eye. He smiled faintly. In his heart, who is that oriole? It's not certain at all. If I send a message to the Black Seal Tower, do you think your message can go out if I disagree? You want to laugh. Last, but you're still a bit short. At the same time, Yi Chen's right eyelid suddenly twitched and he instinctively felt a bit uncomfortable, along with a strange sense of panic. He paused for a moment and finally sighed softly. He had been careless. He was being targeted, and that person definitely had the strength to crush him, which was why such dangerous signs appeared. However, he wasn't an omniscient god who could predict everything. Making mistakes was normal. As for the current crisis, since I chose this path, I have already prepared to face all the troubles and deadly challenges. A hint of madness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Ever since he disregarded everyone's advice, abandoning a smooth and bright future to walk this perilous thorny road, it meant he had never backed down. His spirit, courage, and determination were still intact. He was still the first-level martial artist who dared to hunt down martial masters. So, come at me, let's see who can laugh last. The ode chapters will be gradually made up. Yi Chen walked towards various shops, starting to acquire the corpses of exotic beasts. He was not stingy, nearly spending all his money and resources. In the end, all that remained on him were the corpses of the Xinjing beasts, the Black Flood Dragon's essence blood he obtained last time, and over 100 pieces of Black Flood Dragon scales. In the last shop, Yi Chen took the exotic beast corpse handed to him, glanced at the essence blood of exotic beasts on the shelf, and asked thoughtfully, "Shopkeeper, do you know how to refine exotic beast essence blood?" "No, refining this stuff requires a professional pharmacist and special equipment." The shopkeeper shook his head. "The special equipment is negotiable, but I can't afford a pharmacist in my small shop." Yi Chen nodded slightly, not too surprised. After all, the trading area was vastly different from the city. Many things were simply unavailable. Of course, even in the city, it would be difficult for him to find a pharmacist capable of refining the essence blood of the Black Flood Dragon, a master-level exotic beast's blood. Otherwise, Master Hong Yang wouldn't have personally helped last time, knowing it was hard to find a high-level pharmacist. "If you're interested in pharmacists, I can give you a book." The shopkeeper thought for a moment and smiled. "This is a book on pharmacology I stumbled upon earlier. Since you've bought so much, I'll give it to you for free." "Thank you." Yi Chen took the book and turned to leave. There were still about 2 hours until the battle knife was repaired, so he found a small inn to rest. The small inn was shabby, built with color steel plates, and looked quite rudimentary. As soon as Yi Chen entered the room, he heard intense gasping and grappling sounds from the next room, which made him feel a bit annoyed. The soundproofing was terrible. However, there was nothing he could do. Martial artists were full of vigor, and often the best way to rest was to vent their desires. He cast aside his distractions and took a look at the pharmacist's book. It turned out to be compiled by Yujing Martial University, very professional, with detailed introductions about pharmacists. The main job of a pharmacist was actually to refine qi and blood powders, while the refining of exotic beast essence blood was a side job. Yi Chen skimmed through a few pages, losing interest, and was about to put it away when suddenly his gaze fixed on a particular section. Zhang Yuhua, martial artists rely on exotic beast essence blood to break through physical limits and enhance their qi and blood capacity, which is the current mainstream practice. However, when the early wasteland first descended, without exotic beast essence blood, how did the earliest batch of martial artists break through? Upon reading this, Yi Chen's heart stirred, and he was somewhat astonished to see this mentor Zhang Yuhua again. This mentor was the one who previously researched the black magic seed. However, this book was compiled by the entire Yujing Martial University, with many mentors participating, so it was not surprising to see him. He continued reading. "Zhang Yuhua, this question is rarely mentioned now, and out of curiosity, I specifically investigated. I found that the earliest batch of human martial artists also broke through using exotic beast blood, but it was not the refined essence blood, rather the raw exotic beast blood. Upon reading this, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. The raw exotic beast blood contained very violent energy, and forcibly absorbing it could easily lead to an explosion. Sure enough, Zhang Yuhua continued to write. Using exotic beast blood to break through has a 99% chance of explosion, but I found that the mortality rate of early martial artists breaking through was not that high. After collecting data, I discovered that early martial artists had a special method of refining exotic beast blood, which was to use exotic fire for refinement. After refining the and absorbing the blood of, the mortality rate can be reduced to 90%, leaving a 9% success rate and a 1% chance of beastification. However, there's no need to worry about beastification, with only a 1% chance. Unless you are the chosen one, it's unlikely. In the end, I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude for the sacrifices made by our ancestors. If it weren't for their relentless efforts, risking such low survival rates to break through, it would have been difficult for humanity to withstand the early invasions of the wasteland. At the end, there was also a method attached for refining and blood. Yi Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He had hoped for a better solution, but it turned out to be quite ordinary, a 10% survival rate. Who would dare to gamble on that? Still, he thought for a moment and decided to note down this method of refining. Although the chances of using it were slim, it wouldn't hurt to remember it. Then, he began to take out the bodies of the black mist enveloped them. One by one, the bodies were swiftly consumed, along with some unknown essence. The black mist gradually increased. Finally, 3 hours later, all the bodies had been devoured, and the black mist surrounding Yi Chen reached an unprecedented peak. He stood up, the black mist swirling around him, wrapping his entire body and spilling outwards. The black mist enveloping my whole body must be about 100 strands. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. He now had a total of 150 strands of black mist, enough to use the black magic cocoon 3 times. After some thought, he took out 2 black magic seeds. Taking a deep breath, he covered the black magic seeds with black mist filled with anticipation. Soon, the last golden patterns on the 2 black magic seeds disappeared. At the same time, 2 illusory light shadows appeared in midair. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. These 2 light shadows resembled pieces of a 9-square puzzle. Only when all 9 pieces were gathered could a complete picture be formed. The light shadows depicted mountains, rivers, and other terrains, suggesting that the final pattern would be a map. A map? He was a bit confused. Weren't these last 2 golden patterns supposed to be new black magic techniques? At that moment, the light shadows flickered and revealed a line of text. Black Magic Secret Scroll. Yi Chen's pupils constricted. Was this the scroll that recorded all black magic techniques? Suddenly, the light shadows surged into his mind. He didn't panic, his eyes sparkled, surprised that such a thing truly existed. However, collecting all 9 pieces of the map was quite absurd. It would take ages. Yi Chen shook his head, not wanting to think too much about it, and looked at the achievement panel, specifically the deduction button. Deduction, Pure Yang Heavenly Blade, Basic. Proficiency 20%. With 2,000 achievement points, I should be able to push the proficiency to 100%, reaching the initial realm, right? He hesitated for a moment, but gritted his teeth and proceeded with the deduction. This was a half-step martial venerable technique, a powerful one, and the fastest way to enhance his combat power at the moment. After a moment, 2,000 achievement points were consumed. Yi Chen looked at the proficiency, which had only reached 60%, and gasped in disbelief. 2,000 achievement points couldn't even push it to the initial realm? No wonder it's a half-step martial venerable level technique. He felt somewhat helpless, yet there was a hint of anticipation, wondering how much power this technique could unleash. After the golden patterns on the 2 black magic seeds disappeared, they surprisingly didn't vanish. They seemed to be composed of black magic mist and could be absorbed. After absorbing the seeds, Yi Chen's black mist surged dramatically, tripling to 500 strands of black magic mist. He was overjoyed. Checking the time, the battle soldier was almost repaired. Yi Chen stood up and went to the battle soldier shop to retrieve the repaired A-grade battle knife before leaving the trading area. At the same time, Zhang Zhenshui followed him out. Lastly, there was Deputy Minister Su. The 3 of them left in sequence, following the person ahead, resembling a mantis stalking a cicada, with a yellow sparrow waiting behind. After leaving the trading area and walking a distance, Yi Chen arrived at a place surrounded by sand slopes, with only a sunken area in the center, and stopped in his tracks. He surveyed the surrounding environment, with unknown red saplings standing sparsely, their trunks bare. A red lizard, about the length of an arm, lay on a tree, staring at him blankly, as if frozen. This place isn't too bad, he nodded, walking up to the red lizard and politely asking, "Can you help me with something?" The red lizard paused for a moment, just realizing what was happening, and opened its mouth to bite fiercely, only to be stopped by a hand. Since you're not speaking, I take it as a yes. Good lizard. Yi-Chen felt a bit moved, exerting force in his palm, directly shattering the red lizard's limbs, then lifting it by its tail to look around. Soon, he found a sand dune, his heart stirred, and placed the red lizard on top of it. With all its limbs broken, the red lizard could only lie helplessly on the ground. Yi-Chen then placed an extremely fragile large glass bottle right in front of it, within which a viscous black mist could be faintly seen. It was the black demon mist. The black demon mist needs a living creature or a corpse to trigger an explosion, he murmured, opening the bottle's mouth, with the red lizard facing it, while igniting the lizard's tail with the golden sun flame. This small amount of golden sun flame was minimal. It would take about 10 minutes to burn through the scales on its tail to reach the flesh. 10 minutes should be enough. Yi-Chen's eyes flickered as he replicated the process, quickly searching for 7 or 8 more red lizards, breaking their legs, and placing them on various sand dunes. Although it felt a bit cruel and left him feeling uneasy, they were after all exotic beasts, and there was no need for mercy. Moreover, he needed to survive. The 7 or 8 lizards were placed on different sand dunes, covering the entire open area. Yi-Chen then hurriedly took out an oversized glass bottle, stuffing it into the abdomen of a beast corpse, burying it in the left sand slope. That oversized glass bottle contained a full 150 strands of black demon mist. The explosive power was quite terrifying. Next, he took out other beast corpses, adding them, in varying amounts, into the glass bottles filled with black demon mist. In the end, he had consumed nearly 300 strands of black demon mist. The remaining amount could only support 4 instances of the black demon cocoon. 4 times is enough. Yi-Chen exhaled lightly, collecting all the beast corpses with the glass bottles filled with black demon mist. After finishing this, only 5 minutes had passed. He glanced around and happened to see a hunched old man with a scarred face staggering towards him. The old man, upon seeing him, mocked, "Little brother, your fake identity isn't ready yet. Are you giving up?" "I don't need it, you can keep it for yourself," Yi-Chen replied coldly. "Just 2.5 days left, little brother, don't be anxious," the scar-faced old man said, suddenly pausing, then his expression darkened. "No wonder you're in such a hurry to leave, you've discovered something wrong. You truly are the star of Ningxiang, I underestimated you." He ripped off his hood, revealing a shrewd and capable middle-aged face. "The star of Ningxiang, those who like to call me that are usually from Ningxiang City, so you must be sent by Deputy Minister Su?" Yi-Chen scanned the surroundings. "Where is Deputy Minister Su?" "To kill you, there's no need for Deputy Minister Su to take action," Zhang Jinshui sneered, striding forward. "Once I kill you, I will be free." "Just you alone?" Yi-Chen was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. "Is one not enough?" Zhang Jin Shui raised an eyebrow, his blood energy suddenly erupting, a low rumble echoing in the air. At the same time, a phantom of a red bird appeared behind him, its wings spread wide as it let out a clear cry to the sky, exuding an overwhelming dominance. He stood with his hands behind his back, his robe fluttering in the wind, a faint smile on his face. "Is this enough? I know your strength is considerable, but what you're facing is a level 4 martial." Bang! A fist suddenly smashed into his face. Zhang Jinshui was sent flying, spitting blood, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, the fiery red sand splattering everywhere. He coughed up blood, raising his head in confusion to look at the boy slowly approaching from across the way. The boy radiated a golden light, with a shadow of a black serpent swirling behind him, making him appear both divine and demonic, exuding a sense of divinity while containing a hint of malevolence. "So it turns out, it's just you, the weakling. I thought there were others, and you made me happy for nothing," Yi-Chen sighed, looking quite disappointed. Weakling? Zhang Jinshui was in a daze. "Am I not a martial master? Why is he not afraid of me at all, and even looks down on me? Shouldn't a martial artist tremble in fear when seeing a martial master? Why does he call me a weakling?" Below the martial master, everyone is just an ordinary person. The gap between a martial artist and a martial master is as terrifying as that between a martial artist and an ordinary person. But with such a huge disparity, why does this guy not care at all, even taking the initiative to attack me, and can still injure me? I am the martial master. In an instant, Zhang Jinshui questioned his life, feeling as if his worldview had collapsed. Suddenly, he got up with a twisted expression. "You little brat, you're asking for death." He unleashed all his energy and charged forward, the red bird martial patterned shadow behind him spreading its wings and screeching fiercely. In the next moment, slap! A casual slap came, and Zhang Jinshui spat blood, flying backward and crashing down again. "That little bird behind you isn't very impressive," Yi-Chen shook his head. "Just like you, it's also a weakling." Zhang Jinshui struggled to get up, his body swaying, and turned to look with difficulty, only to see the martial pattern's shadow behind him. It was actually trembling, curling up into a ball. He didn't even dare to look at the boy across from him, nor at the menacing black serpent behind him. Even though the black serpent's shadow made no move, its indifferent gaze, not even glancing over, still caused his martial pattern to lose its fighting spirit. This was a natural suppression of rank. Zhang Jinshui trembled, and then saw the boy across from him slowly walking over, expression indifferent as he threw another punch. This punch was even heavier than the last. He was sent flying directly, crashing heavily to the ground, coughing blood madly, even spitting out fragments of his lungs. At the same time, he felt utterly defeated, unable to get up. Just then, a figure arrived, standing right in front of him, smiling down. Vice Minister Su. Zhang Jinshui looked up, as if seeing a savior, both surprised and delighted. Thank goodness you came, this Yi Chen. Step a foot suddenly pressed down on his chest. Zhang Jinshui's face turned pale with horror. Vice Minister Su, what are you doing? The foot gradually applied more pressure. Zhang Jinshui's face turned ashen, struggling to breathe. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will die too. Are you trying to say that the strong from the Black Seal Tower you notified will kill me? Vice Minister Su smiled lightly. I don't know if you've heard of the Dark Cloud, who has a good relationship with your Black Seal Tower's 77 Tower Masters. Dark Cloud? Zhang Jinshui's pupils constricted. Dark Cloud, the one who often relays internal news from the Eastern Yuan Province Martial Alliance to our Tower Masters? My name is Su Yun, Vice Minister Su smiled. As for the Eastern Yuan Martial Alliance, although I'm in Ning City, my Su family is quite well off in Tianke City, so I know quite a bit about the news from the Eastern Yuan Province Martial Alliance. ***, there's one more chapter, it will be out shortly. If it hasn't been released, it's stuck in review. It's actually you. Zhang Jinshui was greatly shocked, completely not expecting that Dark Cloud, a deep undercover known only to the Tower Masters, would actually be Vice Minister Su. You must know that Dark Cloud has helped their Black Seal Tower with quite a few things. After this, once I deliver this great gift, the matter your Tower Master promised me should no longer be pushed aside. Vice Minister Su smiled, glancing at Yi Chen, who was calmly standing not far away. Although his desire for revenge was the main reason, it was also a good opportunity to send a great gift to the Black Seal Tower. As a top genius valued by both Qiming Martial University and Master Han Yang, he was undoubtedly a tremendous gift for an organization like the Black Seal Tower that enjoyed hunting geniuses. Deputy Minister Su, you shouldn't kill me then. I'm also a member of the Black Seal Tower. You. Zhang Jinshui's words were cut short by a sudden crack. His chest caved in, and he fell silent. Deputy Minister Su smiled. Who told you that you were of any use? Useless people have no reason to remain in this world. Moreover, you know my secret. Even if you are a member of the Black Seal Tower, you could use that to threaten me. I am a very cautious person, so I can only treat you as a dead man. After saying this, he turned to Yi Chen and said gently, Little Yi, long time no see. Who is this little rascal? Daring to secretly follow me? He doesn't know the meaning of death. Yi Chen snorted coldly, but he felt relieved inside. Although Deputy Minister Su was a 5th-level martial artist, he had perfected the 7-star step and also had the physique of a 5th-level martial artist, so escaping was not a problem. He had thought that a 6th-level martial artist was chasing him, but it turned out to be fine. Deputy Minister Su was momentarily stunned, not understanding what this kid was going on about, talking nonsense and referring to himself as this esteemed one. But he still smiled and said, Little Yi, pretending not to know such small tricks is meaningless. Also, he said in a low voice, I advise you not to think about escaping. Although I don't usually fight, my footwork practice is quite good, and the speed of an ordinary 6th-level martial artist is far inferior to mine. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression stiffened. He then cursed inwardly, damn, this bastard is so afraid of death. What normal person only practices footwork? However, even if he only practiced footwork, the other party was still a 5th-level martial artist with over 50,000 chi in blood. He was far from being a match. Deputy Minister Su continued to smile. I just checked, and there are no hidden protectors around you, so you can stop pretending. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly kicked Zhang Jinshui's corpse. Yi Chen's pupils constricted, and he punched out, directly shattering the corpse into pieces. Look, isn't this revealing its true form? Deputy Minister Su laughed. Yi Chen touched his face. The human skin mask could no longer hold up and was torn off by the explosive chi and blood. This was inevitable, after all, it wasn't high-quality stuff. Troublesome, he sighed inwardly, but since he couldn't escape, he might as well continue with the original plan. Thinking of this, he raised his head indifferently. Junior, are you looking for death? Deputy Minister Su frowned. This kid seemed a bit off today, but he didn't think much of it. His smile faded, and he said coldly, "You know why I'm looking for you, right? Where is my daughter's corpse? Speak, and for the sake of your talent, I will give you a quick death and a complete corpse. Otherwise," a cold glint flashed in his eyes, "I will make it hard for you to even think about dying." "Your daughter? What are you talking about?" Yichen stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain and dominance, and said lightly, "I just recently took over this body. Previously, a cold snake underwent tribulation and became a cold flood dragon. I severely injured it, but also provoked it. I thought it was chasing me, so I was quite cautious. I didn't expect it to be a weakling, just a mere 5th-level martial artist." Deputy Minister Su was taken aback, then sneered, "Cold flood dragon, taking over a body, you really can spin a tale. That thunder tribulation incident was quite significant. I thought you all knew about it?" Yi Chen said indifferently. He tried to mimic the demeanor of the martial lords he had seen on the ancient tree of origin, though he hadn't learned much. The aura of someone who had long occupied a high position naturally emanated from him. Seeing this, Deputy Minister Su couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart and began to doubt. Although it sounded absurd, it was indeed intriguing. But indeed, this kid seems very off, and that thunder tribulation. That day near the core area of the wood wilderness, it really was a thunder tribulation. His expression changed slightly. Although that thunder tribulation was only in the core area, such a large scene could not have gone unseen. It was just that he had been unwilling to believe it before. But now. No, this kid is tricking me. Vice Minister Su's eyes turned cold. What a good talker. He acted so convincingly that he almost got fooled. "What? You don't believe me?" Yichen said lightly, "I'm not afraid to tell you, back in the day when I encountered the Beast Emperor, even in death, I managed to strike a blow against the Beast Emperor." As he spoke, he recalled the scene in his mind when the Grandmaster of the Blade Prison taught him the pure Yang Heavenly Blade. Instantly, his voice carried a hint of the Grandmaster's pride and weariness. Upon hearing this, Vice Minister Su's expression changed slightly. He truly felt that this kid seemed to be stating a fact, not just talking nonsense. Yichen continued, "Later, although I died, my remnant soul hid within the blade, and by chance, it was obtained by a young boy." He said indifferently, "Since you have enmity with the owner of this body, you should have investigated. The original owner of this body was just an ordinary boy a couple of months ago, right? Have you not thought deeply about what could have allowed him to soar to such heights in just 2 or 3 months?" Vice Minister Su's pupils constricted. "Could it be? Aside from my guidance, there is no one else in this world who could have such capability." Yi Chen was incredibly self-assured. Then he said arrogantly, "Without me, do you think an ordinary boy could easily slay a martial master as a level 3 warrior? A level 3 warrior could refine the blood essence of a master-level black flood dragon? It can't be that he has some sort of cheat, right?" As he spoke, Yi Chen activated his martial patterns, and immediately, the phantom of the Black Flood Dragon martial pattern roared towards the sky behind him. Seeing this, Vice Minister Su's face showed horror. "You're still a level 3 warrior? I thought you were a martial master. How is this possible?" He couldn't help but gasp. He originally thought the other party had easily defeated Zhang Jinshui and had already broken through to martial master. Only now did he realize that he was indeed still a warrior. A martial master defeating a martial master was nothing to discuss. But a warrior was different. Thinking of this, he was shocked. Could this guy really be the legendary martial sovereign taking over a body? Otherwise, everything would be too hard to explain. "I am open and aboveboard. I taught that kid with all my might, but he actually coveted my treasures. Out of helplessness, I had to take over his body." Yi Chen sighed lightly, appearing quite regretful. Then he turned and looked indifferently at Vice Minister Su. "By the way, I remember who you are now. That kid previously, in the wilderness, killed a girl and blew out of lust. You are that girl's father?" Under Yi Chen's pressing gaze, Vice Minister Su's expression stiffened, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Martial sovereign, this matter. Enough." Yi Chen sighed lightly. "After all, that kid is considered half my disciple. I do feel a bit guilty about this matter. For now, I won't hold your offense against you, just a slight punishment for you." After saying this, he silently began a countdown in his heart. 3, 2, 1. "Blade, come!" Yi Chen shouted, reaching out and suddenly grabbing at the ground. Just as the countdown ended, the time reached 10 minutes, and the golden, devouring sun flame burned the flesh of those red lizards' tails. Although their limbs were severely damaged and unable to move, the flesh was still being burned, causing the red lizards to writhe in pain, and their tails slammed against the ground, darting forward. This time, they directly jumped into the glass bottle, coming into contact with the black demon mist. Of the 8 red lizards, only 1 was lucky enough to jump aside. But the remaining 7 all came into contact with the black demon mist. Then, at the moment Yi Chen's voice sounded, 7 massive explosions erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 explosions came suddenly, without warning, coinciding with Yi Chen's shout of knife. As the explosions occurred, they scattered across various locations, and from a distance above, it looked as if the entire open space was erupting. Red sand splattered everywhere. While this scene might not cause significant harm, it certainly appeared exceptionally intimidating. Vice Minister Su was startled, his face drained of color. There was not a hint of blood energy fluctuation. With just a shout of knife, the entire ground exploded. Could this be the knife intent that only legendary masters could wield? Say, Senior. He stammered, completely losing the calm demeanor of someone who had everything calculated and under control. It was no wonder, after all. Anyone who witnessed such a display, or a mere gesture could cause the earth to explode, would be alarmed. Without using any blood energy, anyone would panic. Rest assured. This is just a small punishment, so it won't. Yi Chen made a grasping motion with one hand, though he held nothing, yet his hand shape suggested he was gripping a long knife. Seeing this, Vice Minister Su felt even more horrified, nearly dropping to his knees, hurriedly saying, "Senior, I'm sorry. Forget it." Yi Chen, noticing his reaction, seemed somewhat disinterested and relaxed his hand. However, before Vice Minister Su could breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Chen casually pointed a finger, which happened to be aimed at the sand slope where the largest beast corpse was hidden. Although this finger contained little blood energy, after shattering the black magic mist glass bottle in the beast's abdomen, another even more terrifying explosion erupted. The entire sand slope collapsed. Seeing this, Vice Minister Su was completely stunned. That previous finger, clearly containing negligible blood energy, how could it obliterate an entire sand slope? This was true intent, absolutely the power of true intent. This was indeed a martial sovereign. Yi Chen departed. Behind him, Vice Minister Su was filled with trepidation, bowing and scraping as he watched him leave. Half an hour later, Yi Chen stopped, glancing back to see no one following him, and he let out a sigh of relief. Uncertain of who was targeting him, he had no choice but to use the most reliable method to intimidate. This tactic could scare off both 5th level and 6th level martial artists. Once I delve deeper into the wilderness, it won't be so easy for him to find me. But just to be safe, I still need to disguise myself. Yi Chen pondered, considering what to do next. He certainly couldn't fight a 5th level martial artist with a blood energy value exceeding 50,000 would be terrifyingly powerful. Even with the black magic mist, 500 strands were too few. There was a high chance he wouldn't be killed, and doubling that would still be about right. Swish! At that moment, the golden devouring sun flame suddenly burst forth from him, appearing extremely anxious. Yi Chen was taken aback. What was wrong with the golden devouring sun flame? Just now, it seemed very restless, wanting to emerge continuously, but he had been dealing with Vice Minister Su at the time and couldn't pay attention. What's going on? Yi Chen asked. After devouring many warriors and ores, the golden devouring sun flame had developed a certain level of intelligence and could understand some simple words. The golden devouring sun flame transformed into a small golden snake, desperately wrapping around his right arm. Are you saying there's something wrong with my arm? Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, looking at his arm. He tried to circulate his blood energy but found nothing unusual. The golden devouring sun flame ignited, and instantly, his arm transformed into a golden firearm, with a faintly visible black-red worm inside. The black-red worm was the thickness of a hair and the length of a thumb, and it had somehow burrowed into his arm. Damn it! Yi Chen was both shocked and angry. The golden devouring sun flame drooped its head, looking somewhat dejected. I wasn't talking about you. Yi Chen took a deep breath, calming down. The golden devouring sun flame had formidable attack power against metals like beast scales, but its attack capability against beast flesh was about the same as that of ordinary fire. In his arm, that black-red monster worm had no scales and possessed an extremely strong flesh and blood defense. This meant that even though the golden devouring sun flame detected it at the first moment, it was helpless. That's why it kept reminding him. After calming the golden devouring sun flame and putting it away, Yi Chen stared at his right arm, his expression dark. Judging by the timing of the golden devouring sun flame's warning, this black-red monster worm must have burrowed into his arm when he was deceiving Deputy Minister Su. So it was highly likely related to Deputy Minister Su. Of course, it was also possible that it was the middle-aged man from the Black Mark Tower who did it first, but that guy was too weak, unable to withstand even one of his strikes, so he probably didn't have the capability. But if it was Deputy Minister Su, how could it be? Yi Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. That corpse, damn it, this old fox tampered with that corpse. Deputy Minister Su had once kicked the middle-aged man's corpse, and he had smashed it with a punch at that time. He had thought Deputy Minister Su was venting his anger and hadn't paid it any mind, but unexpectedly, he had actually tampered with it, plotting against him. A fifth-level martial artist using such petty tricks against a martial artist, this old fox is truly cunning and cautious. Yi Chen cursed inwardly, quickly sealing his arm with his vital energy, unsure if it would be effective, and fled with all his might. He couldn't do anything about this monster worm for now, he could only leave first. At that moment, a gust of wind sounded behind him, accompanied by a faint voice. Marshal Venerable Senior. Why are you running? Yi Chen's figure paused, and he turned to look. Deputy Minister Su was incredibly fast, catching up in an instant. He then landed a dozen meters in front of him, looking over with a smile. It's been half an hour since we last met, Marshal Venerable Senior, have you missed me? What do you think? Yi Chen sighed lightly, glancing at his right arm, and asked, this monster worm can track people, right? Exactly, the bloodline blackworm, a type of exotic beast. Specifically used for tracking, many big families keep them. Deputy Minister Su said with a smile, this one of mine was borrowed from the Li family, I didn't expect to use it so soon. Is it really necessary to be this cautious? You're a fifth-level martial artist. Yi Chen was somewhat at a loss for words. I can't help it, I'm just used to being cautious. Since I want to kill you, I definitely won't give you any chance. Deputy Minister Su said leisurely. What, you want to kill me? You don't want to live anymore? Yi Chen's eyes widened. Alright, Xiao Yi, at this point, there's no need to pretend. Deputy Minister Su smiled with a hint of malice, casually tossing something, and a pile of broken exotic beast corpses and glass shards appeared on the ground. He shook his head lightly, I was still thinking. Since Marshal Venerable Senior feels guilty because someone killed my daughter, it shows you're a good person. But how can such a good person, upon learning that I'm working for the Black Mark Tower, not capture me? The guilt can't be that soft-hearted. At this point, Deputy Minister Su seemed somewhat emotional. Although I have some doubts, your trick really did scare me. If I hadn't discovered that a dignified martial venerable expert couldn't even drive away a small thing like the bloodline blackworm, I really wouldn't have dared to pursue. As he spoke, he took out a small black nest and smiled. Inside, there's a female worm, the one in your arm is a male. Do the male and female sense each other? No wonder. Yi Chen shook his head. That bottle of yours should contain the legendary black demon mist, right? Deputy Minister Su looked at the shards of glass, a strange glint flashing in his eyes, the only thing that can cause a violent explosion without relying on vital energy is the legendary black demon mist. I've investigated you and know you've obtained a few black demon blades, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to truly acquire the legendary black demon techniques. With this broken worm and knowledge of the black demon mist, you truly are an old hand. Yi Chen looked at his right arm and sighed, it seems I'm still a bit inexperienced. Receiving praise, Deputy Minister Su rarely showed a genuine smile on his face. He laughed and said, it's just experience. Living a few decades longer than you, it's not for nothing. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded seriously, I've taken note of today's lesson, I've gained a lot from it. This lesson? What, do you think you can still live? Vice Minister Su was greatly shocked, you have no idea, after learning that you are just a third-level martial artist yet can defeat a martial master, my desire to kill you has intensified tenfold. Killing me won't work just by talking. Yi Chen said calmly, since we've come this far, let's stop with the nonsense and see who laughs last. Aren't you afraid? Vice Minister Su was astonished, I am a fifth-level martial master, and you are only a third-level martial artist, that's a full 2 levels of difference. There are many I can't defeat, but there are none I fear to fight. Yi Chen's gaze was sharp, his blood energy suddenly erupting, and behind him, the shadow of a black serpent coiled menacingly. Vice Minister Su was taken aback, then somewhat envious, no wonder you're a young martial artist, you truly have a lot of spirit. If I had half your courage and guts when I was young, I wouldn't just be a 5th-level martial master now, my combat power would be over 40,000. 40,000? How is this guy so weak? Yi Chen's heart stirred. A normal 5th-level martial master would have a blood energy value of 50,000, and stronger ones would be close to 60,000. But still, this was good news. Come and fight. He shouted, let me show you the half-step martial venerable level martial skill, Pure Yang Heavenly Blade. Martial venerable martial skill. Vice Minister Su's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a step back, his blood energy gathering in his legs, ready to dodge at any moment. However, as soon as Yi Chen finished his powerful shout, he turned and ran. He stepped on the path of blue starlight, fully unleashing the shaking light 7-star step to its utmost. Slippery. Vice Minister Su snorted coldly and quickly pursued, his speed was clearly faster, and he caught up in an instant. When he reached behind Yi Chen, he suddenly struck out with a palm. Sensing the strong wind coming from behind, Yi Chen's expression changed slightly, he turned and threw a punch with all his might. This punch was the perfected Star Fist, the 4th form, Star Gathering Heaven Fist. Boom! With a shower of sparkling blue light, as if containing countless stars, his fist collided violently with the incoming palm, producing a tremendous explosion in the air. Yi Chen's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying sideways and rolling several times on the ground. He felt as if his whole body had fallen apart. Forcing himself to gather his blood energy, he staggered to his feet, feeling somewhat horrified. No wonder he was a 5th-level martial master. Even someone as weak as Vice Minister Su, he still couldn't withstand a single palm strike. What a strong physique, no wonder he can refine the blood essence of master-level exotic beasts. Vice Minister Su's eyes narrowed slightly. This kid's physique surprisingly felt similar to his own. He approached Yi Chen with a smile. Just now you wanted to fight to the death, why are you trying to run now? I'm not stupid, if I can run, why wouldn't I? Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was bold, but that didn't mean he was reckless and seeking death. If there was a chance to escape, he would definitely prioritize that. Alright, little Yi, the people from the Black Seal Tower will be here soon, and I don't want them to see me just yet. Vice Minister Su smiled, so, let me borrow your head for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out again. This palm was even more ferocious than before, using all his strength, the air producing a piercing explosion. Yi Chen's pupil shrank, there was no time to dodge, and without thinking, black mist surged from his body. Boom! A massive explosion sounded. The black cocoon flew backward. On the cocoon, faint cracks were visible, clearly unable to hold up any longer. Black Demon's secret technique? Vice Minister Su was momentarily stunned, then a glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he sighed. No wonder it's the legendary Black Demon's secret technique, it's truly powerful, able to withstand my strike, but he suddenly extended his hand, saying ominously, how many more can you withstand? A massive, 4-meter-long azure hand suddenly reached out, fiercely grabbing the black cocoon and then squeezing hard. Boom! The black cocoon exploded on the spot, like a giant bomb, creating a huge pit in the ground. Red sand filled the air, turning into layers of dust that spread outwards. Vice Minister Su looked on, his expression darkening. In the center of the dust, there was still a black cocoon. Yi Chen coughed heavily, extending his hand to disperse the black cocoon surrounding him, landing on the open ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and condensed another black magic cocoon at the last moment, which helped him withstand the shockwave from the explosion, otherwise, he would have been done for. However, the second black cocoon was also struggling to hold up, and he quickly retracted it. Putting it away so quickly, it seems your black cocoon isn't for unlimited use, it can't be a one-time thing, can it? Vice Minister Su said with a smile. This old fox. Yi Chen cursed inwardly, feeling extremely tricky. This old fox was too cunning, not letting any detail slip by. He rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Vice Minister Su, how about I recognize you as my adoptive father, and you let me go? I regret killing your daughter, how about I compensate you by being your son? Oh, that's quite a good suggestion. Vice Minister Su said with a grin, but I wonder if you're the kind of son who specifically targets his adoptive father? Yi Chen's expression stiffened as he remembered that this world also had that famous classic. He shook his head and said, I'm sincere, I can give you 100 reasons, the first being trying to buy time to recover? Vice Minister Su laughed as he glanced around, but suddenly his smile faded, and he said seriously, how did your injuries heal so quickly? This kid's skin, which had just been cracked, was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Yi Chen took a deep breath, feeling a bit better. He no longer felt like he was falling apart and could barely move. He stepped back, continuing to buy time. Adoptive father, I'm and Manhwa is called the Nirvana body, and I recover very quickly. Vice Minister Su was speechless. This kid really had thick skin. Too bad, if you hadn't killed my daughter, I would have really appreciated your character. Who could have known, I only have that one daughter. Vice Minister Su murmured, and suddenly a fierce tiger martial pattern appeared on his back, with a single horn atop the tiger's head, the origin of which was unknown. At that moment, the tiger roared to the sky. The deafening roar of the tiger echoed. Yi Chen's expression changed, pain etched on his face as he felt his eardrums about to burst. He quickly used his blood energy to shield his ears. Just then, Vice Minister Su suddenly threw a punch. A massive golden fist imprint pierced through the air, coming at him with great force. Like a stone mill rolling forward. Yi Chen immediately released black mist, enveloping his body, and the black magic cocoon appeared. Boom! The golden fist imprint crashed into the black magic cocoon. The black magic cocoon cracked with a loud snap, revealing a huge fissure. Without giving Yi Chen a moment to breathe, Vice Minister Su launched another fierce punch. Yi Chen's scalp tingled as he quickly escaped the black magic cocoon, simultaneously retreating while shouting, Pure Yang! Heavenly Blade! He held the battle knife in his right hand, just about to strike, but his expression changed drastically. The pure yang heavenly blade hadn't even been unleashed, and a third of his blood energy was directly drained. Even his body couldn't withstand it, and blood was bursting from his right arm. Is this the martial skill of a half-step martial sovereign? Yi Chen was horrified, realizing that the last time he was able to unleash that strike, it was mostly not due to his own strength. Instead, it was the residual power contained within the fragments of that white jade knife, which allowed him to strike that blow. Otherwise, at that time, it wouldn't have been as simple as just injuring his arm. Just like now, he clearly hadn't even comprehended the initial stage of the technique, and he couldn't unleash it. His body simply couldn't bear it. No, I'm going to be drained dry. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, forcibly cutting off the source of his blood energy. And finally, with a fierce swing, he struck out. With this strike, he only unleashed 1/10 of the pure yang heavenly blade's power. Boom! The black magic cocoon exploded, and red sand surged. Vice Minister Su was about to walk over when his expression suddenly changed. A shining blade light shot out from the red sand. The blade light was silvery white, moving at a terrifying speed. Vice Minister Su dodged with all his might, but as he did, he realized that the blade had already crept up to his face without him noticing. Whoosh! The blade light grazed past his face. It crashed heavily onto the ground, instantly creating a massive crack over 3 meters long. Vice Minister Su felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but touch his own face, then saw the enormous crack, his expression turning to one of horror. Over 30,000 battle power? What martial skill could possibly give you an extra 10,000 battle power? Yi Chen was incredibly weak, truly drained. And without thinking, he threw numerous beast corpses at Vice Minister Su. Vice Minister Su casually blasted those beast corpses away. However, just as he struck the corpses, a series of violent explosions erupted. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out in succession, while the blood and flesh of the beasts, along with the red sand on the ground, splattered chaotically. After a moment, Vice Minister Su flicked his sleeve to disperse the dust in front of him. However, the area ahead was empty. Yi Chen had already vanished. Run? Where do you think you can escape to? He snorted coldly, glancing nervously at the crack on the ground, and took out a black insect nest. Blood and energy surged into the nest, and a blood-red monster, as thick as a hair, poked its head out, pointing in a direction with its head. Vice Minister Su put away the insect nest and pursued with all his might. He rushed forward, and after a moment, stopped to look at a sand dune on the ground. Can't run anymore, he said with a grin. If you can't run, then obediently go to your death. Boom! He slapped out with his palm, and at the moment of impact, his figure retreated, keeping a safe distance from the sand dune. A massive palm over 4 meters wide slammed down onto the dune. The dune exploded on the spot, and several beast corpses hidden inside burst apart, their black magic mist detonating, instantly turning to mush. The shattered flesh and blood of the beasts rained down like a storm. Vice Minister Su was very patient, waiting for the sky of red sand and beast blood to settle before looking back at the dune. At this point, the dune only had a large hole left. The hole was pitch black, and nothing could be seen inside. Vice Minister Su approached cautiously, his blood and energy surging as he probed carefully. Soon, he confirmed there were no ambushes or traps before leaping into the hole. If Yi Chen saw this scene, he would surely curse the old fox again. Being cunning was one thing, but a dignified 5th-level martial master still acting so sneakily was something else. Inside the cave was a nest of sand rats. However, at this moment, the enormous sand rat had already been sliced in half, lying dead on the ground. In the corner of the cave was a black cocoon. Seeing this, Vice Minister Su chuckled lightly. Little Yi, come out. There was no response. The black cocoon remained eerily silent. Then don't blame me for forcing you out, Vice Minister Su sighed. If I strike too hard and kill you, don't hold it against me. Saying this, he suddenly slapped out. Boom! The black cocoon flew back, a massive crack appearing on it, and the entire underground cave shook violently, dirt and stones falling down. Vice Minister Su's expression was cold as he struck out again. The cocoon couldn't withstand it and exploded on the spot. Then a series of explosive sounds erupted, and the entire underground sand cave trembled wildly, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Yet Vice Minister Su was unfazed, his gaze chilling as he swiftly crossed through the smoke from the explosion and slammed down with his palm. This palm was aimed at the head of the person hiding inside the black cocoon. However, in the next instant, his pupils constricted. Inside the cocoon, there was actually no one, only a tattered arm remained. And within the arm, a very thin black redworm could be faintly seen. Vice Minister Su was stunned, then gasped in shock. This kid actually severed his own arm. How ruthless! A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. He usually lived a life of comfort, and this act of severing one's own arm to survive truly sent chills down his spine. He believed he could never do such a thing. No, that brat must die. A shadow of gloom flashed in Vice Minister Su's eyes, mixed with apprehension and a hint of anger. He never expected to be outsmarted by a martial artist who managed to escape. Go back and seek help. From the Black Seal Tower. His mind raced, having already formed a deadly feud, and with that kid having no one to protect him, he would use every means necessary. If it came to that, he could even threaten his family. However, dealing with Minister Long was a bit tricky, as he was the appointed Minister Ning Jiang from the True Martial Division headquarters. Although the True Martial Division was currently weakened, it was still the legitimate authority of the Martial Alliance and not to be trifled with. Moreover, there was also the jade pendant of Grandmaster Hung Yang. Thinking of this, Vice Minister Su frowned. Never mind, it would be better not to involve his family. If that kid died in the wilderness, even if Grandmaster Hung Yang had suspicions, there would be nothing he could do. But if his family lived peacefully in the city and something suddenly happened to them, it would be a slap in Grandmaster Hung Yang's face. This was something even the Li family wouldn't dare to do, let alone him. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Vice Minister Su withdrew the black worm from the broken arm into its nest and quickly left. He was completely unaware that beneath the severed body of the sand rat, a glint of a shining blade suddenly emerged. Pure Yang. Heavenly blade. A hoarse voice rang out. Vice Minister Su felt a chill run down his spine and turned abruptly. Before he heard the voice, he sensed a surge of energy erupting behind him and instinctively turned around. But it was still too late. A silver-white blade light rushed towards him in an instant, filling his entire field of vision. After Yi Chen unleashed the strike, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely drained of strength to rise again. With this strike, he had unleashed 30% of the Pure Yang Heavenly Blade's power. A deafening boom echoed. The entire underground cave collapsed completely. Moments later, a burly middle-aged man accompanied by a young man with a sharp face approached. The burly man hadn't even arrived yet, but his booming laughter resonated all around. Dark Cloud, I'm here. Where's that great gift you mentioned? His voice reverberated, shaking the surroundings, showcasing his terrifying strength. He was a level 6 martial master, with a blood energy value exceeding 100,000. Inside the collapsed underground cave, Vice Minister Su leaned against the wall, his legs pinned down by several large rocks, unable to move. A deep knife wound was visible on his chest. The knife wound was silver white, filled with a radiant glow. This silver light continuously gnawed at his flesh, seeping deeper, and he could vaguely see his heart and lungs in his abdomen. Vice Minister Su's hand trembled as he weakly stuffed various medicinal powders into the wound. Unfortunately, he still couldn't dispel the silver blade's radiance. His face turned ashen, gradually losing hope. Cough at that moment, a heavy cough sounded from across him. Vice Minister Su looked up to see a black-clad youth lying beneath the rubble. The youth had only one arm, the other arm was a mangled mess where it had been severed, seemingly not long after being cut off. His entire being looked withered, his face gaunt, and he appeared like a desiccated corpse. You've injured your essence, why push yourself so hard? Vice Minister Su mocked. Yi Chen ignored him, his eyes dim, as he slowly continued to apply medicine to his wounds. After finishing, he finally looked at Vice Minister Su and weakly said, "This medicine was given to me by Grandmaster Hung Yang, it's very potent. If you call me foster father, I'll let you use some." Vice Minister Su glanced at the black medicine bottle in his hand, then at the silver blade's radiance on his chest that had yet to be dispelled, and his eyes immediately lit up. Foster father? Yi Chen? You really called out, shameless. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. Hee, you can bend and stretch, so naturally I won't be weaker than you, the medicine. Vice Minister Su's voice was weak, his head gradually drooping. Here. Yi Chen viciously threw the medicine bottle over. I knew it, you're not the kind of person to go back on your word. Wait, why is this empty? Vice Minister Su was furious, but he was too weak to express his anger with any strength. Sorry, I just used it up. Yi Chen sighed, I used too much on Suyu before, but unfortunately, it didn't save him. You. Vice Minister Su gritted his teeth, pointing angrily at Yi Chen, despicable. Adopted son, what did you say? Speak up, I didn't hear clearly. Yi Chen deliberately tilted his ear. Vice Minister Su spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, forcibly suppressing his anger, he said in a low voice. Stop playing these little tricks, it's useless. Now we are both injured, neither can move, it all depends on who recovers first, that's the death date. For the other. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Chen and sighed. You're really ruthless, severing your arm to survive is one thing, but you could have escaped, yet you still want to fight me to the death. Better to lose an arm than to lose my life, right? There are plenty of spiritual medicines that can regrow arms, even a little. Think can grow back, what's an arm? Yi Chen said calmly. Vice Minister Su's eyes widened, a bit dumbfounded. As for fighting to the death, Yi-chin shook his head. I did want to run, but thinking about being forced to sever an arm and being chased so badly, I got a bit annoyed. Enduring for a moment makes me angrier. The more I think about it, taking a step back makes me feel like I've lost more, so I decided to stay and deal with you. That's ruthless. Vice Minister Su sighed. If I had half your ruthlessness, then. Unfortunately, you don't have the chance anymore. Yi Chen's voice was haunting as he swayed to his feet, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, but his gaze was exceptionally cold. Sorry, I need to recover a bit first, just enough strength to crush you. Vice Minister Su's pupils constricted. In the next moment, a faint smile appeared on his face. Unfortunately, you're still a bit lacking. My real goal is to buy time. At the moment his voice fell, the collapsed underground cave, all the rubble, was blasted away, blinding sunlight pouring in. Boom! Inside the collapsed underground cave, all the rubble and red sand were instantly blown away by a powerful surge of energy. The blinding sunlight shot down. A voice tinged with mockery also rang out, and Yun, weren't you going to give us a big gift? How did you end up like this? Vice Minister Su looked up and saw a burly middle-aged man and a cold young man standing above. The sunlight cast their shadows down. Although the expressions of the two were slightly mocking, Vice Minister Su had never felt so moved. Even their mocking, slightly disdainful faces looked incredibly friendly and warm. The people sent by the Black Seal Tower to contact him had finally arrived. He couldn't help but want to laugh heartily, looking at Yi-chin across from him, wanting to see fear and despair on the other's face. Wanting to tell the other, in the end, I still laughed. Last. Unfortunately, he saw nothing but the indifferent expression of the young man across from him, swaying as he walked towards him. At the same time, he coldly said, even if you two don't come, I can handle him. Vice Minister Su was stunned. Above the cave, the burly middle-aged man and the cold young man were also taken aback. Yi-chin said coldly, just a mere 5th-level martial artist, how could In-yun possibly not kill him? Vice Minister Su? You are In-yun, then who the hell am I? He was completely bewildered, then suddenly reacted, angrily wanting to roar, I am. Slap. A hand pressed down hard on his mouth. Yi-chin coldly glanced at the two above. You two don't need to help, since I said I would deliver a gift, I will personally bring this big gift to you, Black Seal Tower. How about this? You should know this person, the minister of the Yuanwu department in the Ningjiang branch. Moreover, he comes from the Su family in Tiankei City, which is not weak in Tiankei City. This guy holds quite a bit of intelligence about the Eastern Yuan Martial Alliance, so it counts as a big gift, right? Upon hearing this, the burly middle-aged man nodded. The minister of the Ningjiang branch is indeed not a small character. However, he frowned and looked at Yi-chin. Are you In-yun? The burly middle-aged man seemed a bit suspicious, and Yun usually only communicated with the Tower Master and never met with the rest of them. He seemed to look down on them, which is why he mocked them upon their first meeting. This time, Yun said he wanted to give the Tower Master a big gift, and since the Tower Master had just left, he sent the two of them over. Although a minister from the Ningjiang branch is indeed considered a big gift, this In-yun looks a bit young, even though his face is withered like an old man, one can still tell he is not very old. You don't believe it? Yi-chin sneered. What, could he still be In-yun? Saying this, he released his grip and looked at Vice Minister Su. Let him say who he is himself. Vice Minister Su finally had a chance to catch his breath, as if grasping at the last thread of hope. He hurriedly spoke. I am the minister of the Yuanwu department in Ningjiang City. Yi-chin suddenly interrupted him, shouting, I am the minister of the Yuanwu department in Ningjiang City. I would rather die than submit, and you and the people from the Black Seal Tower will not have a good end. Damn it, is that what you wanted to say? You've already said it many times. I can't stand you anymore. Bang! Yi-chen's fist slammed hard into Vice Minister Su's face, knocking him to the ground with blood pouring from his mouth, rendering him unable to speak. At the same time, he appeared extremely furious. He shouted, You can curse the people from the Black Seal Tower, but why curse me? Aren't they enough for you to scold? Above the cave, the burly man from the Black Seal Tower and the indifferent young man both frowned. They clearly felt something was off, but couldn't quite put their finger on it. The indifferent young man, slightly misled, snorted coldly, In-yun, although you are not from our Black Seal Tower, you are still closely related to us. What do you mean only cursing us from the Black Seal Tower? How unlucky. The burly middle-aged man also looked displeased. Alright, stop wasting time, quickly finish him off. That's right, if you can't do it, then let me help you? The indifferent young man mocked. Upon hearing this, before Yi-chin could respond, Vice Minister Su's face turned pale, and blood gushed out of his mouth. He trembled as he reached out his hand, pointing at the two from the Black Seal Tower, and roared, Two fools. Yi-chin was taken aback, not expecting this guy could still speak. Just as he was about to act, Vice Minister Su suddenly pointed at him, his eyes filled with deep hatred. You, put. Vice Minister Su spat out another mouthful of blood, his head drooping weakly. He actually died from anger. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment before sighing. He was in the wrong and died of shame. Upon hearing this, the two from the Black Seal Tower exchanged glances and ultimately shook their heads in unison. He is indeed a broad-minded and upright person, but unfortunately, he is not one of us. Fortunately, Vice Minister Su was completely dead and wouldn't come back to life, otherwise. Upon hearing this, he would likely be enraged back to life. Yi Chen quickly searched his body. Just as he took the space ring from Vice Minister Su, he felt a wave of dizziness, and then he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness gradually fading into darkness. That strike of pure Yang Heavenly Blade at 30% power could be said to kill 1,000 enemies while injuring himself 1,200. The fact that he could hold on until now was entirely due to his 5th level Nirvana body and its powerful recovery ability. But ultimately, the consumption was too great, and he couldn't hold on any longer. As Yi Chen's eyelids gradually closed, he saw two figures approaching, the very two from the Black Seal Tower. He exerted all his strength to weakly say, I can recover on my own. You take this Yuan Wu minister's body, and leave first. Recovering on your own and going to our Black Seal Tower to recover, what's the difference? The burly middle-aged man grabbed him and said coldly, this time, aren't you just going to our Black Seal Tower headquarters? Once you recover, I'll have to come find you again, so why not just take you there directly? Don't worry, our Black Seal Tower won't be so stingy as to not have medicine to help you recover from your injuries. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a haze in his mind. Take me where? To the Black Seal Tower headquarters? Damn it, it's over. His consciousness plunged into darkness. 3 days later. In a room. Yi Chen groggily opened his eyes, shook his slightly drowsy head, yawned, and slowly looked around. The room was small, only about 10 square meters. The furnishings were very simple, just a bed and a table, with nothing else. He looked at his surroundings and was momentarily stunned. Where is this? Wait, this can't be the Black Seal Tower, damn. Yi Chen's face changed dramatically as he remembered that before he lost consciousness, those two guys from the Black Seal Tower had taken him away. And those two had said they would take him to the Black Seal Tower headquarters. Creak at that moment, the door opened. Someone walked in. Yi Chen reacted quickly, lying back down the moment the door opened, pretending to still be asleep. The two who entered were the burly middle-aged man and the indifferent young man from before. Commander, is he really in Yun? The young man hesitated. This guy looks too young, only about 16 or 17. And Yun has been in contact with the Tower Master for 4 or 5 years. He couldn't have been helping our Black Seal Tower since he was in middle school, right? Not sure, and Yun has only ever contacted the Tower Master, and I haven't seen him. The burly middle-aged man looked at Yi Chen, but some longevity elixirs, if taken excessively, can restore one's appearance to that of their youth. He should be in that situation, otherwise, that deputy minister from Ningxiang City is at least a 5th level martial artist, and I've never heard of a 16 or 17-year-old being able to kill a 5th level martial artist. Indeed, that's quite unlikely. The young man nodded and then asked, should we take him to test his bone age? I still feel he doesn't look very old. Appearance can change, but bone age cannot be altered no matter what. The burly middle-aged man said lightly, forget it, there's no need. The Tower Master will be back in a month. When the Tower Master returns, regardless of whether he is in Yun or not, we will leave it to the Tower Master to handle personally, we shouldn't overstep. Understood. The young man nodded. The two turned and left. Outside the door, the faint sound of their conversation gradually faded away. By the way, Commander, if this guy really is in Yun, what about his severed arm? In a few days, it might really be useless. No need to worry, he has quite a few points left in our Black Seal Tower, let him exchange for elixirs. Himself. We've already spent quite a few points treating his injuries these past few days. In the room. Yi Chen opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling a bit of a headache. Damn it, he really had been brought to the Black Seal Tower. From what those two said, when the Tower Master returns in a month and finds out he isn't in Yun, he would be doomed. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen calmed down and began to check his condition. He had indeed been severely injured last time, almost to the point of damaging his essence. Even with his Nirvana body, recovery would be difficult. However, upon checking now, Yi Chen couldn't help but show surprise. His condition was quite good. His blood and energy were flowing smoothly, and all the internal injuries had completely disappeared. He didn't know what precious elixirs the Black Seal Tower had used on him, but even the injuries to his blood essence had been restored. The blood essence was considered the foundation of a martial artist and was extremely important. They really are good people, each inside, but if that group found out he wasn't in Yun, they would definitely tear him apart. He checked the Hongyang ring again, and the items inside hadn't been touched. Clearly, before confirming his identity, the Black Seal Tower would not act against him. In fact, it treated him quite well. Yi Chen took out a mirror and looked at it. The reflection showed a pale young face. The boy's figure was tall and straight, but the only flaw was a conspicuous severed arm. Seeing this, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Although his complexion was a bit poor, compared to before when he looked like a withered corpse, he was already much better. His body had nearly recovered. With just a few more days of rest, he would be completely fine. However, thinking back to that pure Yang Heavenly Blade technique used with 30% of his strength, he still felt a lingering fear. He couldn't help but murmur, this pure Yang Heavenly Blade really shouldn't be used recklessly, the cost is too great. The power of a half-step martial venerable level martial skill is self-evident. Even though his physique was decent, he was still just a martial artist. Not being directly killed was already a stroke of luck. However, it's not that it can't be used. Yi Chen's heart stirred. Although the cost of using the pure Yang Heavenly Blade was heavy, that strike was indeed terrifying. He could try to avoid using it normally and keep it as a trump card for critical moments. Moreover, as long as he prepared in advance, the potions or elixirs to restore his vitality could minimize the cost of use. It's a pity that the blood fire of 10,000 beasts can't be used, otherwise, this flame loves to devour flesh and blood, which could provide me with a large amount of vitality. Yi Chen felt a bit regretful. At that time, he wouldn't say he could use the pure Yang Heavenly Blade at will, but it definitely wouldn't be like now, where using it once felt like being drained dry. But the blood fire of 10,000 beasts required true dragon blood to awaken its spirit, which was nearly impossible to obtain. True dragon blood is precious, but this is the headquarters of the Black Seal Tower. So there must be quite a few valuable resources, perhaps there's a chance to obtain it. Yi Chen's expression turned contemplative. Once he revived the spirit of the blood fire of 10,000 beasts, he could cultivate the second level of the Eversun true body, the dragon flame body. At that time, his strength would surge dramatically. Therefore, even if true dragon blood was rare, he had to find a way to inquire about it. Then, he looked at his right arm, which was severed at the shoulder. The injury to his arm couldn't be delayed much longer. Although having a severed arm wasn't too troublesome for him now, it could become a problem if it dragged on. Having one arm might look cool, but he didn't have the support of a divine eagle, so it was of little use. Next, Yi Chen took out the spatial ring he had obtained from Deputy Minister Su and took a look. There wasn't much of value inside. Perhaps that old fox, Deputy Minister Su, had hidden the real treasures. There were hardly any weapons, making it quite poor. He felt a bit disinterested, and after putting away the spatial ring, he looked at the achievement panel to check his current achievements. At that moment, he suddenly froze. The achievement points had inexplicably increased by 3,000. It had reached 3,600. Moreover, under the physique section, a new column appeared, labeled as a title. Alchemist of Monsters, Low Level. Alchemist of Monsters, Low Level. Note, refining the corpses of different levels of exotic beasts can yield different amounts of vitality points. When vitality points reach the limit, they convert to restore vitality. Low Level. Alchemist of Monsters has a refining limit of 1 million vitality points, beyond which it can no longer be effective. Note, this title cannot be upgraded for now and cannot be deduced. Yi Chen was stunned, not knowing what was going on. He quickly checked the system panel records and discovered a special achievement that had already been completed. Human-shaped bug, as a level 3 martial artist, kill a level 5 martial artist, disrupting the balance of the world, classified as a bug. Walking in the current world. Completing this special achievement rewards 3,000 achievement points and grants the title Alchemist of Monsters, Low Level. Seeing this, Yi Chen clenched his fist tightly. Awesome! This special achievement must have been activated after Deputy Minister Su's death, but at that time, he had just been severely injured and passed out, so he hadn't heard it. And this achievement looked quite impressive. It's important to note that for special achievements, the least significant reward is the achievement points. The points are merely an added bonus. But now, just for the achievement points, a reward of 3,000. Achievement points, such a large sum, one can imagine how powerful this title of Demon Refining Master is. 1 million vitality points means that as long as I have enough beast corpses and no realm restrictions, I can instantly elevate to a master. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. With this, he could save a lot of achievement points. Moreover, once the vitality points reach the limit, they can be converted into health recovery. He wondered about this recovery. After thinking for a moment, he got up and walked out of the room. The Black Seal Tower is so large, there should be a combat room to test this title. Outside the door was a narrow corridor. The corridor twisted and turned, not a straight line, somewhat resembling a semicircle, with rows of rooms on either side. Yi Chen glanced at his room, which displayed a room 94-5. He looked to the side and saw 2 more rooms, both with large doors, and the door numbers were the same as his room. It seemed these were 2 auxiliary rooms. He pondered for a moment, feeling curious, and was about to push open the left door. Suddenly, with a click, the right door opened first, and a tall, muscular man, resembling an iron tower, stepped out. Yi Chen was taken aback. As the man emerged, he caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a luxurious silver training room inside. The training room was quite enormous, at least 10 times larger than the room he was staying in. "And Yoon?" The iron tower-like man chuckled, scratching his head, and said earnestly, "This is the first time I've seen you. I didn't expect you to be so young. By the way, I just borrowed your training room." "No problem, go ahead and use it." Yi Chen's heart stirred, fully confirming that these 2 rooms with the same door number were indeed his. "Thank you, my training room just happened to be broken." The iron tower-like man chuckled. "My name is Fong Jun, I'm under Commander Yang, he brought you back." "Commander Yang?" Yi Chen's gaze flickered, recalling the burly middle-aged man from before. "Thanks for the training room, I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Fong Jun grinned and walked toward another room. Yi Chen clearly saw that the room he went to was room 7. "By the way," Fong Jun suddenly thought of something, turned around, and smiled, "on this floor it's just the 2 of us. If you want to go anywhere, you have to get my permission. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death, got it?" He flashed a mouthful of white teeth, his smile seemingly innocent, yet it sent a chill down Yi Chen's spine. After saying that, Fong Jun returned to his room. Yi Chen frowned, cursing inwardly, knowing that the Black Seal Tower still didn't trust him. That's why they specifically sent someone to keep an eye on him. Now, not to mention wanting to escape from the Black Seal Tower, even leaving this place was a hassle. I wonder what kind of strength this guy has. He pushed open the door to the combat room and walked in.